car accident, and Alexei was dead. His soul floated above, watching two doctors whispering to each other as they waited for his family to come and claim the body. Sigh. President Timothy is still so young. What a pity. Last time at the construction site, he almost lost his life when a steel plate fell on him. Fortunately, someone donated eyes in time, or he would have gone blind. Hardly did he pick up his life. Only a year later, he's dead again. At least he has had a fulfilling life. He married his first love, lived in marital bliss for 10 years, achieved success in his career, and had both a son and a daughter. The conversation between the two revealed Alexei's rather complete life. Everyone envied him, saying he was lucky, even he thought so himself. Even when he was severely injured by a construction steel plate due to a worker's mistake during an inspection a year ago, he managed to survive. Originally, he was going to be blinded, but luckily, he encountered a volunteer who donated eyes, allowing him to regain his sight. He still remembered how his wife, holding him when he was seriously injured, cried with tears streaming down her face. What virtues did he, Alexei, have that enabled him to marry such a perfect wife like Ellen? Heaven has always favored him. Adley, I'm sorry I couldn't stay with you through this life. Alexei's mouth twisted bitterly. He could not grow old with his wife or watch his children grow up. He felt increasingly guilty, reluctant, and terrified. He feared his wife seeing his corpse and being heartbroken. But he waited for 3 full days before Ellen appeared. However, she wasn't as disheveled as he imagined. Ellen wore a brown overcoat, inside which was a red tight-fitting dress, and her makeup was exquisite, showing her graceful figure and charm. But Alexei's heart ached more. He knew his wife was putting on a brave front. At this moment, she must be heartbroken. Adley, Alexei called out softly, about to step forward, but then saw a man walking in right behind her. It was his best brother, Leonardo. Doctor, this is Alexei's wife. I'm his brother. Leave the rest to us, Leonardo said to the doctor. Hearing this, Alexei felt consoled. He didn't regret treating Leonardo as a blood brother all these years. After sending the doctor away, Leonardo put one hand in his pocket, walked forward, and lifted the white cloth covering Alexei's body. Adia ha 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 dead, Alexei. You're finally dead. Ha ha ha. Leonardo laughed quietly at first, then threw back his head in loud laughter, filled with triumph. From today on, everything that belongs to you will be mine. Leonardo's expression suddenly turned hideous as he struck Alexei's dead face hard, and then spun around to yank Ellen into his arms forcefully. Ellen let out a soft cry but did not resist, instead cuddling up to Leonardo's chest coquettishly and tapping it slightly. But when she turned to look at Alexei's corpse, her coquettish expression vanished, replaced by infinite disdain. Alexei, do you know how long I've been waiting for this day? You're finally dead. Leonardo held Ellen tightly and bit her face viciously. Hee hee, Adley, what a wonderful thing. Tonight, I'll go to your house, in Alexei's room. Wear this outfit, and we'll celebrate properly. Leonardo grinned lecherously, his hand reaching into Ellen's dress, fondling the woman who once belonged exclusively to Alexei. Don't hear? It feels weird, Ellen pouted, half-heartedly resisting, melting into Leonardo's embrace, looking wantonly inviting. What are you afraid of? Alexei is dead. From now on we can be together openly. This fool, he was blind until death. Do you think if he knew we were already together, and that all 3 kids are mine, he'd be so furious he might rise from the dead? Ha ha ha. Boom. Alexei's mind went blank. Watching Leonardo taking liberties with his wife Ellen and hearing those words, his eyes gradually filled with bloodshot veins. He had been betrayed by the wife and brother he trusted most. No wonder whenever Ellen and Leonardo appeared together, there was something unreadable in their gazes. No wonder Leonardo doted on his children more than even he did. So, that's how it was. At this moment, overwhelming rage surged in Alexei's heart, making him roar wildly like a beast. Betrayers! I'll kill you both. Roaring, he lunged forward, swinging his fists, but passed right through them uselessly, only able to watch the two become increasingly intimate in front of his corpse. He watched helplessly as Leonardo's large hand caressed inch by inch of Ellen's skin, her indecent moans driving him mad. After a bout of intimacy, Leonardo held Ellen and stood before Alexei's corpse, lowering his head to look down at it. By the way, for the sake of our brotherhood, I have something to tell you. You lived in confusion. I wouldn't want you to die in confusion too. In fact, the incident at the construction site a year ago was arranged by me and Adley. We thought we could kill you, but it turned out that you were so lucky and survived. But letting you live for an extra year, I've been quite merciful. And this car accident was also arranged by us. After saying this, he stood up, shaking his head with a toot-tang sound. I must be confused too, telling you so much when you're dead. How I wish you could see this day, Alexei. So what if you're stronger than me? Your wife is mine now, your children are mine, your wealth, everything of yours is mine. Ha ha ha. Rest assured, I will love Adley on your behalf. So, this was the truth. Everything was the plot of this despicable couple. Bastards. Even as a ghost, I won't let you off. Alexei roared to the sky. Click. Suddenly, 7 or 8 men in suits stormed in. You don't have this chance anymore. A clear and cold female voice came. In the panicking gazes of Leonardo and Ellen, a tall woman entered with the support of an elder, her face mostly covered by black sunglasses. Who are you? Leonardo looked alert. The woman did not reply, her voice icy cold. Is what you said just now true? Leonardo scoffed. I don't understand what you're talking about. We don't know you. Soon. Before Leonardo could finish, the woman's cold voice interrupted him again. It doesn't matter now. Since he's gone, the two of you should go to the other world and kneel down to apologize to him. The elder got the hint and waved his hand. Then the 7 or 8 bodyguards surged forward. You? What are you going to do? Snap. The screams of Ellen and Leonardo mixed with the sound of bones breaking filled the room. Soon, the bodyguards dragged the seemingly dead-like Leonardo and Ellen away. This happened too quickly. Alexei stared dumbfoundedly at the woman, finding no memory of her in his mind. The woman pushed aside the elder and walked slowly forward. Her hands felt around until they touched Alexei's cheek. Her voice slightly choked. Alexei, I'm here. Chapter 2 Danger, Run. Alexei watched with his own eyes as the woman took away his corpse and tenderly prepared him for his final appearance before cremation. That night of cremation, it rained heavily. The woman, holding his ashes, walked on and on, so far away. Her back view looked lonely and desolate, carrying boundless sorrow. Alexei felt very puzzled. Who was this woman, and why was she helping him? Driven by curiosity, he followed her to a luxurious villa. That night, the woman hugged his ashes and cried out her heart, several times retching. In the end, she could no longer bear it. Her body fell down, curling up on the ground, trembling in a lump. The sunglasses slid off her face, revealing her beautiful features, which were pale and sickly yet decorated with perfect facial features, as if they were a masterpiece of creation, exquisite to the extreme. But Alexei was horrified. How were her eyes? Underneath her delicate beauty, where her eyes should be, were 2 shocking black holes. She had lost both her eyes. Then, the elder man who had been there earlier walked into the room with an anxious expression. Zophius, after wandering outside for so many years, you finally acknowledged your roots, and you should enjoy wealth and honor. Why must you destroy yourself over him? His company was given by you. His career was provided by you. Even his eyes were given by you. But what about that, Alexei? His eyes only saw that woman. In the end, he didn't even know who you were, Zophius. Zophius, wake up. You are Julianne, the heiress of the Bai family. But he is dead now. Everything should end. The elder's words struck Alexei like thunder. Julianne, Julianne. Alexei's mind went blank. The figure of the woman before him gradually overlapped with the image of a frail and petite girl with thick bangs from his middle school days. At this moment, Alexei's heart painfully constricted. He rushed to the woman, shouting hoarsely, Julianne? Are you Julianne? Why did you treat me so well? Why did you give me your eyes? What do you mean by the company being given by you? Tell me, Julianne. Unfortunately, the woman couldn't hear him. She just sat there dully, hugging the urn tightly. The elder sighed deeply and left the room. The woman got up and took out a photo album from the drawer. All the photos inside were of Alexei. Click. The lighter's flame cast a faint light in the dim room. Each photo was set ablaze one by one, sparks falling everywhere. The falling sparks ignited the carpet and curtains. Julianne, are you crazy? It's dangerous. Run. Alexei yelled anxiously, trying desperately to pull Julianne away, but he passed through her fragile body time and again, watching helplessly as the fire spread, eventually surrounding Julianne. Suddenly, the door was kicked open. A group of people rushed in, frantically extinguishing the fire. The elder in front was crying and yelling in panic. In the flickering flames, Julianne, dressed in a long black dress with flowing hair, had a blood tear rolling down her grotesque eye sockets. Alexei, wait for me. In the next life, can you please look at me a little more? Just once. Boom. The explosion of flames swallowed Julianne's figure completely. No. Pain, too much pain. This was what Alexei felt when he regained consciousness, as if his whole body had been spun in a dryer countless times. Kuso, ye might. A boy turned into a man's Chimong foreign language, clashing oddly with the pungent smell in the air. F***ck. Uriel, where did you get this? You bastard. Keeping secrets? Hurry up and pass me the seed. Get out. If not for seeing Xiaotai Mathinzi about to confess to Ellen for the 99th time, I wouldn't have taken out Teacher A's classic work. Alexei's 5 senses gradually recovered. Looking at the classic action movie in front of him, he was stunned. Teacher A came out of retirement again? So young? Seeing Alexei engrossed, Hideo laughed. Hee, Xiaotai Mathinzi, feeling excited now? Let's finish strong and definitely win over Ellen. Then I'll download some more, you'll surely need them. Looking at Hideo's round face, Alexei remembered him, his high school best friend, Hideo. Uriel, didn't you go to South Africa? How come you're all so young? And what's with the clothes? Hearing this, Hideo adjusted his school uniform trousers and looked suspiciously at Alexei. What are you talking about? Are you sleepwalking? Hurry up. Everything is ready on the playground. Ellen should be arriving soon. Hideo pulled Alexei, still in a daze, while inconspicuously wiping his hand. What are you wiping? Nothing. Accidentally peed on my hand. 10 minutes later. On the playground. On the lawn, dozens of candle lamps were laid out, forming a heart shape, which attracted many students to stop and watch. Wow, How romantic. Is someone going to confess? I heard this is Alexei's 99th time confessing to Ellen. Whoa, isn't that risky? The school strictly prohibits dating. With Alexei's behavior, he's just following Ellen around, right? Wait and see, he'll be rejected again for sure. Sure. Look quickly, isn't that Alexei over there? Amidst curious and mocking gazes, the main character Alexei finally made his entrance. Standing still, Alexei looked at the familiar playground and the familiar school uniforms worn by the surrounding students, somewhat dazed. Beside him, Hideo spit into his hand and rubbed it, then considerately combed through Alexei's mushroom-shaped hair. Yeah, you look awesome. Shout Timothy, Ellen is here, good luck. Just win her over, and tonight I'll sneak my dad's ID to get you to a big bedroom. Ellen, Alexei mumbled, his expression suddenly turning fiercely grim. As the commotion from nearby students grew, two girls walked over together. Adley, didn't I tell you? Alexei is really confessing to you again. How is this guy like chewing gum, sticking to you for so many years? So annoying. Timothy listening to her friend Raven's complaints, Ellen's eyes twinkled, hiding her pride beneath. This scene was all too familiar to Alexei. However, there was one thing he wanted to verify. Turning around, he gave Hideo a not-too-light kick in the buttocks. Alexei, does it hurt? Hideo. What's your problem? Why did you hit me? Hideo grumbled angrily. It's fine. Alexei smiled. The sensation was very real, and combined with the unique smell of low-quality plastic track, he believed he had been reborn. Back to senior high school, back to the turning point of his fate. Damn, if it's fine then why did you? Just as Hideo was about to lash out, Alexei gave him a tight hug. Brother, I'm glad to see you again. This caught Hideo off guard. Alexei. Behind him, Ellen's voice sounded. Chapter 3. A wretch deserves death. At the sound, Alexei's smile vanished instantly, replaced by a cold expression. He turned to appraise Ellen's. The tailored school uniform hugged her slender yet tall figure. Her high ponytail revealed an 18-year-old girl's delicate face brimming with collagen. Looking at this face that had once haunted him in dreams, Alexei thought of the disgraceful affairs between Ellen and Leonardo from his past life, the myriad ways they conspired to place him in mortal peril, and how the children he cherished for years were actually offspring of Ellen and Leonardo. Naturally, he also recalled Julianne's silhouette engulfed by flames. Just thinking of this scene sent a sudden cramp through Alexei's heart. Bitch, you really deserve to die. The intertwining memories from two lives made the fists at Alexei's sides clench with a crack, and at this moment, he felt an urge to strangle Ellen and then find Leonardo to kill them both with his own hands. But he soon regained composure. Ellen before him was an 18-year-old Ellen, and this was a school. If he really did that, he would be trading his life for theirs as well. He had been reborn after death, traveling across decades, not to recklessly exchange his life for theirs. After exhaling deeply, Alexei suppressed his anger and murderous intent, laughing coldly. Since I can't kill you directly in this lifetime, I'll torment you slowly. We'll settle our accounts gradually. Seeing Alexei staring at her intensely, Ellen twirled her hair beside her ear and feigned difficulty saying, Alexei, don't push me anymore. I really don't want to date anyone before college. I know you like me, but I just don't have the intention right now. Maybe I will think differently after college, but at least now, I'm not interested. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, Alexei laughed coldly. In the last life, Ellen used this ambiguous tactic, neither rejecting nor accepting, to keep him hanging from junior high until university graduation, dangling him for 13 years before finally being together when his career started to take off. To the current him, everything Ellen said and did only made him feel disgust and hypocrisy. He had been deluded before, wasting his prime years, but in this lifetime, he wouldn't repeat the same mistakes. This time, he would live for himself, for his father, and for Julianne. Ellen, you? Just as Alexei was about to speak, he heard a student in the crowd yell, King Kong Leg is coming. Run. Upon hearing King Kong Leg, everyone scattered like sheep, Raven hastily pulling Ellen away. Hideo hurriedly gathered the candles on the grass, while calling out to Alexei. Why are you still standing there? Get lost quickly. Before long, a middle-aged man with a receding hairline huffed and puffed as he ran over. It was Crosby, the head of the grade and Alexei's math teacher. Alexei and Hideo, who hadn't fled in time, were caught red-handed. Learning about the public confession on the playground, Crosby, as the head of the grade, flew into a rage, pointing at the confession scene nearby and scolding, Who did this? Fess up. Alexei kept his eyes straight ahead, tone firm. It was Hideo, Mr. Wong, but under my persuasion, he gave up, turning back just in time. Hideo. Watching Hideo being dragged away by Crosby, Alexei silently bowed. Brother, isn't that what friends are for? Ring ring. A class period passed quickly, and the teacher, unusually, did not drag it on. Alexei looked at the abstruse mock test paper in his hand and felt vexed. Having been away from school for too long, concepts like Newton's second law, trigonometric functions, and probability statistics were incomprehensible to him. Originally excelling in humanities, Alexei chose science solely because of Ellen in the previous life. After this rejection, he completely abandoned studying, focusing all his efforts on pursuing Ellen. Reflecting on his dog-like behavior in his last life, Alexei cursed himself inwardly as an idiot. One regrets lacking knowledge only when one needs it. During his early entrepreneurship, Alexei suffered many setbacks due to limited cultural knowledge. Knowledge changes destiny. The ancients did not deceive me. There are only 3 months left until the college entrance exam. I can only catch up as much as possible. Muttering to himself, Alexei forced himself to read through the test papers, matching textbook knowledge points and starting from the basics. When he focused, Alexei was surprised to find that the obscure knowledge points became comprehensible after just one glance, even allowing him to extrapolate beyond them. Alexei couldn't help but laugh. It seemed this was a perk of his rebirth. Alexei, damn you. Even before he saw anyone, Alexei heard Hideo's raucous voice shouting. Looking up, Alexei saw Hideo covering his butt, storming over angrily. You damn traitor. I helped you chase after girls, and now you let me take the blame. I got kicked 5 times. By King Kong leg. Don't be such a complainer. I'll treat you to internet surfing tonight. Alexei flipped through his test paper without even looking up. Hideo was instantly stunned. Not because Alexei was willing to treat him to internet surfing, but because this guy was actually studying. Xiao Timothy, what are you doing? Doing problems. There's a mock exam in a couple of days. You should also settle down and do more practice papers, or you won't even get into college, Alexei said. Upon hearing this, Hideo was bewildered. He touched Alexei's forehead, then his own, very confused. You're not running a fever either? Whoa, Xiao Timothy, wake up. It's just Ellen, right? And it's not the first time you've been rejected. Why torture yourself by studying? Seeing Hideo's heartbroken look, Alexei shook his head and laughed, too lazy to explain. Time would prove everything. He would show everyone that he was no longer the previous Alexei. Having only completed 1/3 of the practice paper, Hideo couldn't wait anymore, urging Alexei to leave. Finally, they agreed to call each other after dinner. Because he didn't ride his electric scooter today, Alexei had to walk home. Watching students walking together on the road and vendors selling their goods on both sides, it was indeed the taste of youth. Passing an old commercial building, Alexei stopped. According to his memory from his last life, this place would be demolished in 6 months. The new housing development designated as school district homes saw its property value nearly quintuple. There were so many business opportunities this year. The Alexei from his last life wasted his mind and time pursuing Ellen, missing countless opportunities. But no rush. Now he had memories from his past life and knew exactly when to act. As long as he caught the right opportunities, even pigs could fly. Thinking of this, he turned around and left. Just as he turned the corner ahead, he saw several people not far away. Recognizing who stood before him, Alexei's expression turned cold. Chapter 4. Teased. In front of a pool hall at the intersection, 3 young hooligans with red, yellow, and purple dyed hair were surrounding 2 female students. Ellen and her best friend Raven. Ellen, what do you think about what our boss told you last time? When will you be our boss's girlfriend? One of the guys with yellow hair said with a smile. This kind of situation is quite common around schools. Female students in their final year of high school have immature views on love. Compared to peers, they find it cool to date young social delinquents. Over time, this has become a trend. Many young delinquents also take pride in dating such young girls. And Ellen stood out both in appearance and academic performance. So many of these delinquents pursued her. Every time she went home after school, she would be stopped by a few of them. Not knowing how to refuse, Ellen suddenly saw Alexei. A hint of joy flashed in her eyes. Alexei. Ellen waved and called Alexei. Alexei naturally saw this scene and couldn't help but curse his bad luck inwardly. The guy with yellow hair turned his head and glanced at Alexei, then walked forward while shaking his head and speaking in typical thug style. Time a fiddle shit. Don't meddle where you're not wanted. Know that? Know who my boss is? The yellow-haired one was trying to show off, but Alexei simply waved his hand and said, I didn't see anything. Continue. Then he turned around and left. What a joke. Did they think he was still that kind of clingy person from the past? Regardless of whether these were just several admirers of Ellen, or if something worse had happened to her, why should it be any of his business? He clearly remembered that in his previous life, when Ellen cried about being bullied by some thugs, he flew into a rage and immediately found those hoodlums. The result? He was beaten so badly that he had to lie in bed for a whole week. Help Ellen get out of trouble? He was already being very merciful by not kicking her when she's down. Adding a tune, Alexei walked away slowly. Not long after, someone called him from behind. Alexei. Seeing Raven riding an electric scooter with Ellen on the back coming over quickly, Alexei didn't stop. This guy. Raven was very angry, sped up and blocked Alexei's path. After stopping, Raven glared at Alexei angrily, and although Ellen didn't say much, her eyes showed a hint of resentment. Alexei, didn't you hear me calling you? Raven said indignantly. Is there something? Alexei said impatiently. Didn't you see that Adley was being bullied just now? Why didn't you help us? If not for some classmates passing by, we wouldn't even be able to leave now. Raven said. Beside her, Ellen's eyes were red with tears welling up, looking pitiful. Alexei, I was really scared just now, but I don't blame you. You must have been too scared too, right? I'm fine. Please don't go seeking revenge for me. Hearing this, Raven was even angrier and continued. Did you hear that? Adley is worried about you, but what about you? You ran away at one word from them. Are you even a man? What if Adley was really bullied? Have you thought about that? Not my problem. Alexei responded indifferently, bypassed them, and left without even giving Ellen an extra glance. Alexei, you? Raven was stunned, watching Alexei's back, finding it hard to believe. As Ellen's best friend and sidekick, she knew Alexei well. Alexei should have carefully comforted Ellen and then rushed back to fight the thugs. Warm, why did Alexei? Raven said blankly. Ellen bit her lip and said, he must be upset because I didn't agree to his confession today. But he made me feel bad just now too. I won't talk to him for a few days. Adiumph, yes. Don't talk to him for a few days, let him act high and mighty. Ignore him for a few days, and eventually, he'll come crawling to beg your forgiveness. Meanwhile, Alexei had arrived outside his house. The chipped wooden door, 2 large cabbages in the corner, half a bag of potatoes. Still the same home in his memory. Through the door, it seemed like he could see his father, Gillis, bustling around the kitchen with an apron, stirring the wok. Taking out the key and opening the door, he walked inside. Is that Bohan coming back? His father's voice came from the kitchen, and hearing the robust tone, Alexei felt an inexplicable lump in his throat. Lorenzo, I'm back? He shouted. Jake Gillis emerged from the kitchen, wearing an apron and holding a spatula. He was in his early 40s, strong, yet with some gray streaks appearing at his temples. Seeing his father's figure, Alexei's thoughts drifted back to his previous life. He had been infatuated with Ellen, aimlessly wasting his days, repeatedly rejecting arranged dates set up by his father, proclaiming that if he couldn't marry Ellen, he would remain a bachelor for life. This led to countless arguments between them. Until the year he started his business, his overworked father finally collapsed. In the hospital bed, his father, with his head full of white hair and hooked up to various medical devices, clutched his hand and left him with the words, Bohan, your old man can't rest easy about you, before passing away. Son, what are you standing there for? Wash your hands and eat, Gillis said. Alexei rubbed his eyes, smiled, and nodded emphatically. He was from a single-parent family and had never known his mother since childhood. It was Gillis who raised him as both father and mother. His father worked hard all his life, but never got to enjoy the joy of being surrounded by children before he passed away. Thinking of this, Alexei sighed deeply. In his past life, he really acted irresponsibly. Thankfully, everything had come around again. He would take on his responsibilities as a son and prevent his father's tragedy from repeating. Dinner's ready. Gillis was skilled in cooking, preparing 3 dishes and a soup. At the dining table, Alexei devoured the food, confirming that his father's stir-fried potato shreds were still the best. By the way, Lorenzo, how's work at the factory recently? Alexei suddenly asked. Why are you asking about my work now? Gillis replied. Alexei scooped up some rice, smiling. Oh, just making conversation. The factory is laying off workers recently. Though I'm an old-timer and won't be let go, the supervisor said that besides layoffs, those remaining will have their wages cut by 30%, and performance bonuses will be issued only every 3 months. I've been considering quitting and finding another factory. Lorenzo, don't quit yet. If the wage is lower, so be it. Keep working there. I've heard it's not easy to find jobs these days. Alexei had his reasons for not letting his father quit. In his past life, a few months after his father resigned, a foreign investor bought out the factory, and the wages and benefits for the remaining senior staff soared. His father regretted it bitterly at the time. Chapter 5. Call me Lorenzo. What do you know, kid? With my skills, finding a job is no problem, Gillis said. Don't you know I'm approaching the college entrance exam? I'll definitely need money for university. If you work a few more months, will it really matter to rush this little bit of time? After being worn down by Alexei's soft pleading and hard begging, Gillis relented and agreed. At the dinner table, Gillis felt his son was acting oddly today, as if something had changed. Alexei even took the initiative to chat with him, showing concern for his work, and brought up studying and preparing for college. Bohan, be honest with Dad. Did you do something wrong at school? Gillis's tone suddenly turned serious. No, I behave well in school. Oh, Dad, I want to buy some mock test papers that the teacher recommended before. I'll send you the list the teacher gave me later. Hearing Alexei wanted to study voluntarily, Gillis was surprised, then couldn't stop smiling. Good. You finally got it. You should study hard at your age. Lorenzo doesn't have high expectations for you. Passing an ordinary bachelor's degree would be fine. Having a college student in our family would bring us honor. Lorenzo, your expectations are too low. An ordinary bachelor's degree? We should aim for at least a 985 or 211 university. You brat, now you're getting cocky about it. A 985 or 211. If you really get into one, we'd be so proud. The meal ended in laughter between father and son. Messages from Hideo bombarded Alexei's phone. Shout Timothy, are you done eating yet? Speak up. Damn it, are you trying to stand me up? You promised to take me online, didn't you? If you don't reply, I'm coming to your place and smashing the door. Damn dog. Alexei quickly tapped out a response on his second-hand Oppo. Got it. Wait for me at the gate. After putting away his phone, Alexei cleared the dishes and bid farewell to Gillis before heading out. Just as he reached the door, Alexei remembered that his father might have saved some money. Oh, Dad, I want to take some money, Alexei said. Gillis, holding a teacup in one hand and drinking tea, reached into his pocket with the other and asked, how much? Will 30 be enough? Not enough. I need 100,000. PFFF. Gillis spewed out the tea he had just swallowed. 100,000? Tea leaves hung from the corner of Gillis's mouth, making him look rather ridiculous as if he doubted what he heard. Are you messing with me? Lorenzo, I'm serious. You do have exactly 100,000 yuan on your card, and I need it for something. In his previous life, Alexei remembered clearly how his father spent 100,000 yuan to secure him a spot in a junior college through various connections. It would be better to use this money as startup capital to make more money. Why would you need so much? As Gillis spoke, he suddenly sensed something was off. Alexei mentioned the exact amount without hesitation, leading Gillis to suspect something else. Brad, did you steal my savings book? Before Gillis could fully draw his Seven Wolves cigarette from his waist, Alexei decided to bolt. There was no way he could tell his father he had been reborn and knew all future trends. If he did, his father might think he needed psychiatric help instead of giving him the money. Looks like he needed to find another way to get the startup capital, Alexei thought. Having made plans with Hideo, Alexei rode off on his bike. Soon, he arrived at a nearby night market. I miss you so much, during every rainy season. What you chose to forget is what I can't let go of. Under the night sky, riding along the roadside, the youth seemed perfectly integrated into the bustling night market. Next door, the sound system endlessly replayed, Short Letter, Long Love, revealing countless stories of young love. Time listening to this once viral hit, Alexei couldn't help humming a few lines. Incredible how these internet hits really stuck in people's heads back then. Amidst the endless songs of love and the vendors' cries, couples played and laughed through the night market. Alexei took a deep breath, his lips curling upward. Was this the feeling of youth? If not for the constant ringing of his phone, he would have stayed longer. Shortly after, side by side at the internet cafe, Summoner's Rift, someone was killing wildly, while others remained silent. Hai Sei Soya Lu Ji Tong. With the announcement of First Blood, their game ended. Alexei gulped down a soda, glanced at Hideo, and teased, top player Yasuo in grade 3. Science track? Is that all? No way. Let's play another round. It must be the skin's fault. Let me change skins. Hideo grumbled in frustration. 3 games in a row, you got owned. Admit your loss and call me dad. I. Hideo's face turned red with embarrassment, but he couldn't bring himself to say the word. Though boys often joke around calling each other dad, when it comes to actually saying it, even the closest of friends hesitate. Seeing Hideo's awkward expression, Alexei suddenly burst out laughing. He playfully punched Hideo on the chest. Not too hard but not too soft either. This time, I'll let it slide. Luckily today we were just playing as father and son. If we were betting money, I wonder how you would have handled it. With your skills and mentality, stay away from gambling in the future. Not everyone will be as lenient as me. Alexei earnestly lectured on, while Hideo nodded vigorously, seemingly absorbing every word. Hee hee, Xiao Timothy, you've talked so much that your mouth must be dry. Wait here, I'll go buy us some drinks. And when I come back, remember to teach me how Yasuo pulls off double wind. Watching Hideo sway his big bottom towards the counter, Alexei shook his head with a smile. He hoped Hideo would remember what he had said. In his past life, after graduating from college, Alexei was still living aimlessly. During those years, Hideo advised him many times and even helped him financially even when he wasn't well off after getting married. Alexei remembered all of this. Later, when his career picked up, he wanted to find Hideo, only to learn through inquiries that during their lost contact period, Hideo had somehow developed a gambling habit, lost everything, and his wife left him. Hearing that Hideo went to Africa to work and pay off debts. No matter what, if Hideo could avoid that downfall this time, it would be for the best. Even if he can't, Alexei wouldn't stand by and watch his close friend fall into the same pit. Idea? Xiao Timothy? Hearing someone call him, Alexei turned back to see a figure sitting in Hideo's seat. Short hair, long face, acne, small nose and eyes, prominent ears, and a mole under his lower lip. Seeing this face, Alexei's expression turned grim instantly. It was Leonardo. Chapter 6. Enemy from the Past Timothy. At this moment, Alexei immediately envisioned a filthy scene in his mind of Leonardo and Zoe being intimate by his dead body. His fists clenched tighter and tighter. Alexei's impulse to kill the person in front of him became increasingly intense. Seeing Alexei's eyes turn frightening, Leonardo inexplicably felt somewhat uncomfortable. He didn't understand what was going on either, so he asked, Xiao Timothy, why do you keep staring at me like that? This kind of familiar brotherly address sounded particularly sarcastic to Alexei at this moment. Just as he could no longer hold back and stood up, intending to punch Leonardo's face into a bloody mess, Hideo came back with some drinks and a pack of snacks. Damn, Leonardo. Are you here again to freeload off my gaming machine? Get lost. What the hell? Binks, did you steal your dad's wallet or something? You bought so much food? I haven't eaten yet too. Give me some. The two started wrestling and horseplaying, and this scene gradually calmed Alexei down. Reluctantly, he loosened his fists. In this peaceful era, he couldn't really do anything to Leonardo. There was also another point. Leonardo's father was a notorious old thug who used to fight all the time when young. Now, he worked in the same factory as Alexei's father, Gillis, and they seemed to have a decent relationship. With the kind of character Leonardo's father had, if anything happened to Leonardo, neither he nor Gillis would be able to live in peace. Even if it was a rebirth, without enough strength, one still shouldn't act rashly. Alexei suddenly felt inexplicably frustrated. This rebirth thing is just a pain in the ass. If it were like in novels where he got an awesome golden finger, martial arts techniques, a mysterious grandpa, or a cool system, then what would he worry about? He would snap off the heads of that dog couple, Zoe and Leonardo, within minutes. Who could touch him then? After careful thought, everything was just beginning anyway. There was no need to rush. He knew the paths Zoe and Leonardo would take in their later lives far too well. There was plenty of time to play this out slowly. While lost in random thoughts, Leonardo successfully grabbed a bottle of drink from Hideo, took a big gulp directly, and then looked at Alexei saying, "Xiao Timothinzi, I heard about you confessing to Zoe. Originally, I was thinking of finding you at your class tomorrow but didn't expect to bump into you here. Are you okay? Let me tell you this, don't get discouraged. Zoe must have high standards. We'll put more effort next time. With our help, we'll definitely succeed." Leonardo pretended to put an arm around Alexei's shoulder, muttering comforting words. "Leonardo, you actually know how to talk. Because of your concern for Xiao Timothinzi, I won't hold what happened earlier against you," Hideo said with a smile. After finishing, he turned to look at Alexei and continued, "Xiao Timothinzi, what he says is right. Don't feel too bad. With me and Leonardo brainstorming ideas for you, us four best friends together can definitely get Zoe." Smack. Just as Hideo finished speaking, Alexei slapped Leonardo's hand off his shoulder and gave him a cold glance. This sudden move left both Hideo and Leonardo stunned. Especially Leonardo, whose expression was priceless. Although he guessed Alexei might be extremely upset over the failed confession, he still felt somewhat dissatisfied. "Hey, Xiao Timothinzi, I know you're feeling bad, but you can't take it out on me. Oh boy, that really hurts. No way, I've got to hit you back." Leonardo wanted to create a step down for himself and moved forward, intending to pat Alexei. But Alexei raised his hand and slapped him away harshly, maintaining the same icy tone. "Brother, do you even deserve it?" Now Leonardo's face turned completely red with embarrassment. Noticing the atmosphere getting tense, Hideo quickly interjected, blocking Alexei and laughing nervously. "Come on guys, let's not be mad. Leonardo, Xiao Timothinzi has been in a foul mood these past few days. I even got scolded today, so don't take it personally. Anyway, I'll leave the machine to you. We're leaving now." Saying that, he pulled Alexei and fled. At the entrance of the internet cafe, Hideo scrutinized Alexei suspiciously and asked, "Xiao Timothinzi, are you okay?" "Idea? Fine, why?" replied Alexei. "AI, it seems rejection by Zoe hit you hard. I figured it out in the afternoon. Otherwise, you wouldn't have vented your anger on Leonardo. But honestly, that guy can be annoying and always takes advantage of you, so scolding him a bit is justified." Hearing this from Hideo, Alexei knew he misunderstood but was too lazy to explain much further. After all, in the previous life, the love slave label stuck to him too deeply. Over time, others would naturally realize he had changed. But there were some words he still had to warn Hideo about, so he said, "Uriel, listen carefully. Stay away from Leonardo in the future and don't have any more contact with him." Hearing this, Hideo scratched his head, puzzled, and asked, is it really necessary? We three have been playing together for so long. What did he do to offend you? Just tell me, and I'll beat him up and make him apologize to you. You'll understand later. Just follow my advice and stay away from him." Alexei's tone was incredibly serious. Okay, you're heartbroken, so you're the boss." Seeing that Hideo clearly wasn't taking it seriously, Alexei felt quite helpless. As they were talking while walking, several unruly-looking hooligans walked towards them. "Two little punks, give us your money," said the leader, a punk with yellow hair, in a domineering tone. Such incidents were not uncommon outside some underground internet cafes. Because many students were minors, they couldn't go to legitimate cafes, so these illegal ones became their only choice. As a result, these hooligans who waited outside like rabbits also became a byproduct of the situation. Probably many boys encountered such situations when they secretly went to game arcades as kids. The students referred to the behavior of these hooligans as refund scam. "Damn, it's those refund scammers. Xiao Timothinzi, what do we do?" Hideo whispered softly, looking a bit anxious. In the previous life, Alexei had encountered this a few times. Back then, he felt too timid, afraid of getting beaten, so he always chose to give them money. However, now this kind of situation seemed trivial to him. After all, these so-called hooligans were just some young delinquents in their early 20s. And he remembered the leader with yellow hair. It was the same guy who blocked Zoe and Raven at the entrance of the billiard hall after school. Clearly, the yellow-haired guy recognized Alexei as well. He flicked the Honkashin cigarette out of his mouth, looked him up and down and laughed mockingly. "I remember you, kid." Alexei shrugged and replied, "We really don't have any money, but my classmate is very rich. He's upstairs playing right now, and today's treat is on him." Before he could finish, one of the hooligans cursed loudly. Chapter 7. Stinginess comes with a price. "Fuck, do you think we're fools? Hand over the money in your pocket." However, Errol waved his hand and glanced at Alexei. After what happened at the billiard hall's entrance earlier, Errol had already pegged Alexei as a coward. So he said, "This kid is too much of a coward to dare bluff me. Kid, what's your buddy's name, and what does he look like?" Alexei's eyes were full of amusement as he cheerfully replied, "His name is Leonardo. If I had to describe him." At this moment, on the second floor of the cyber cafe. "Achoo. Is Alexei badmouthing me again behind my back?" It's insane. Leonardo rubbed his nose, totally unaware of what was happening downstairs. Outside the cyber cafe, Alexei rode an electric scooter carrying Hideo away. On the backseat, Hideo looked back at Errol and the others still blocking the entrance and patted Alexei, saying, "Shout Timothy, should we just leave like this?" Alexei hummed a tune under his breath, clearly in a good mood as he casually replied, "What? Do you have money to give them?" "Idea? That's not what I mean. I was just wondering if it isn't a bit unsound to do this. Do you think Leonardo will get beaten? That guy is stingy as hell. He probably won't give any money even if he has some. If Hideo knew this, how could Alexei not? To be frank, this is being lenient with him. He owes me way more than this." The latter part was spoken in such a low voice that Hideo didn't hear it and couldn't see Alexei's cold gaze now. Back home, lying on his familiar wooden bed, Alexei heard the faint sounds of his father tidying up outside the bedroom, which made him feel extraordinarily reassured, and he fell into a deep sleep unknowingly. Alexei couldn't remember when he last slept this soundly. The next day, the first ray of sunlight in the morning, accompanied by the March breeze, woke up the boy snuggling in his blanket. After getting up, Alexei simply washed up. His father had left early for work, leaving some breakfast and pocket money on the table. Everyone says that students in grade 3 of high school study hard every day, but which parents, struggling for their family's livelihood, don't wake up earlier than roosters and go to bed later than dogs? At least from Alexei's point of view, only after stepping into society did he realize that going to school was simply too blissful. After leaving home, Alexei went straight to a barbershop. He truly couldn't stand this signature mushroom hairstyle anymore. Since he had been reborn, he might as well start anew. "Boss, cut my hair. Make it micro-textured shaggy." Seeing Monroe's puzzled face, Alexei realized that this so-called male beauty hairstyle hadn't caught on yet at this time. After patiently explaining to Monroe, the transformation was finally successful. Looking at Alexei, who had completely transformed before him, Monroe was stunned. "Did I really do this?" Alexei also felt quite satisfied looking at himself in the mirror. After paying, he left. At the same time, in the classroom, because the haircut took a bit of time, most of the classmates had gathered for morning reading, waiting only for Alexei. Many started chatting idly. "Why hasn't Alexei come? I was ready to mock him. After being rejected by Alinuan, the top school beauty, wouldn't he quit studying? There's even a special thread about yesterday's rejection on our school forum. Almost all posts are scolding him. I'm sure he saw it. Where's the face to come to school? It's best if he doesn't show up. If he dares, I'll scold him to death. He should look in the mirror. How can he match our Adley?" Among these, Raven was the most vocal. In the year of the sophomore class division exams, Alexei originally wanted to take the liberal arts track, but chose science reluctantly to pursue Alinuan. Unfortunately, his grades were far from Alinuan's, so they didn't end up in the same class. Instead, he was placed in a class with Raven. Raven had always despised Alexei, especially after what happened at the billiard hall in trance last night, which continued to enrage her against Alexei. Just as everyone spoke, as if sensing the topic, the morning reading bell rang, and Alexei walked into the classroom right on time. The noisy classroom suddenly became eerily quiet upon Alexei's appearance, and more than half of the girls' eyes immediately sparkled. "Wow, who's this handsome guy? My God, so hot. This is totally my type, Mom. I'm in love. Is this a new transfer student? So hot." Raven couldn't help but take several extra glances, feeling increasingly familiar with the sight. She muttered, "This person looks somewhat like Alexei." Under the gazes of infatuated girls, Alexei walked to the last row. He and Hideo were seatmates. As expected, Hideo was catching up on lost sleep. Alexei pulled out a chair and sat down, organizing his textbooks. This scene instantly caused a stir in the classroom. What's going on? Why is he sitting in Alexei's seat? Hey, I feel like this handsome guy looks a bit like Alexei. The incessant chatter finally woke up Hideo, who was groggy and wiped the drool from his mouth. Turning his head, he saw Alexei beside him but didn't recognize him right away. Asking in confusion, "Dude, who are you?" Alexei rolled his eyes at Hideo and replied, "What? Don't even recognize your dad?" Though Hideo couldn't identify Alexei by face, he recognized the voice. His heart skipped a beat as he rubbed his eyes and blurted out, "Holy crap, Timothy? Then he pinched Alexei's cheek, eyes bulging wide, and shouted, "You bastard. How did you suddenly become so handsome? And your skin is so soft, like a chick's. Teach me, I want to look good too." It wasn't until Hideo pointed it out that Alexei noticed that, after being reborn, not only were his memory and thinking incredibly strong, but his body had also changed, with particularly smooth skin, a benefit of his new life. "Sorry, it's just my natural beauty. Can't teach it," Alexei said. Upon hearing this, Hideo didn't reply but flipped Alexei off with a friendly gesture. After confirming Alexei's identity, the class erupted into endless chatter. "My God, he's Alexei? I knew he looked familiar. So explosive. Alexei actually looks so handsome? Tisk, being handsome isn't useful if he still can't match our Adley." Raven pouted. While her words showed disdain for Alexei, she couldn't help but sneak frequent glances at him, feeling somewhat uneasy. As soon as homeroom teacher Crosby appeared, the classroom fell silent. Crosby, serving both as the homeroom teacher and grade director, held considerable authority among students. "These are the answer sheets from last simulation exam. Raven, distribute them," Crosby instructed. Raven took the sheets and started handing them out. When she reached Alexei's desk, she coldly huffed, threw the sheet down, and stomped away. Hideo leaned over and whispered, Timothy, what did you do to Raven? She looks ready to devour you. Shut up, Alexei casually replied. In his previous life, because Raven always belittled him in front of Ellen, he disliked her back then. But now, Raven was nothing more than an irrelevant character to him. No feelings whatsoever. Seeing the dense red crosses and dismal scores on his paper, Alexei couldn't help but twitch his lips. Calling himself a mediocre student in his past life would be flattering. His grades were atrocious. Timothy, shall we go play basketball after class? Hideo then tossed his paper aside. Don't go. Give me your paper after class. I'll categorize our mistakes, then we can review the original questions together. Alexei scrutinized the paper seriously. To Hideo's surprise, he widened his eyes in shock, exclaiming, No way, Timothy, you're still not awake after sleeping? Learning isn't something we can manage. That was before. From now on, whatever I do, you follow me. Even if we don't get into top schools, I can ensure you get into a bachelor's program, Alexei stated. This wasn't empty boasting. He had gone through the test paper and found clear solutions to most of the problems in his mind. With his exceptional memory and sharp thinking, spending a few months reviewing all subject knowledge, anything was possible, from getting into prestigious universities like Peking University to merely ensuring a bachelor's degree. But in Hideo's view, this sounded far-fetched, akin to winning a tournament with Yi Zhang in League of Legends. Very nice, guess I'm still asleep. This dream is too absurd. Good night. Wake me up after class. Hideo yawned and promptly fell back asleep. Seeing this, Alexei shook his head helplessly, realizing he needed to supervise Hideo more often. He then focused on carefully examining the papers. Morning classes passed quickly, and as lunchtime arrived, Hideo, who had been listless all morning, perked up instantly, dragging Alexei to the cafeteria eagerly. There was a storage cabinet in the cafeteria where senior high school students kept their lunchboxes. Opening his locker, Alexei saw a pink, exquisite lunchbox next to his own. He paused momentarily, remembering that in his previous life, he always fetched meals and cleaned the lunchbox for Ellen. Looking at the lunchbox, Alexei felt a surge of disgust. He picked it up and casually tossed it aside, then went to fetch lunch with Hideo. During lunch, Hideo chattered nonstop like a machine gun. Timothy, are you serious? You're not even fetching lunch for Ellen? Aren't you afraid she'll get mad? You can't stop talking even during meals. Alexei silently gave all the green peppers in his lunchbox to his good buddy Hideo. As the two were eating, two girls walked over from not far away. It was Ellen and Raven. Ellen sized up Alexei from a distance, her small mouth opening in surprise as she said, He is really Alexei? How about it, Adley? I told you that you might not recognize him. Concerning the fact that Alexei had transformed completely, Raven, being such a loyal best friend and follower, naturally told Ellen about it right away. Ellen's watery eyes stared at Alexei intently, filled with admiration. She couldn't help but admit that Alexei was indeed very handsome now. Hey, Adley, don't forget what happened yesterday. You said you would ignore him for a few days. Don't initiate a conversation just because he's handsome now. Otherwise, I'll be upset, Raven said. Yeah, I know. Ellen nodded, but she was thinking that if Alexei would apologize for the incident outside the billiard hall last night, she wouldn't mind forgiving him. After all, Alexei was really handsome now. The thought of such a handsome guy still caring for her attentively made her feel like it was something worth bragging about. The two girls walked toward Alexei but deliberately slowed their pace, obviously trying to catch Alexei's attention on purpose. Chapter 8 Something nauseating. Cafeteria. Alexei was engrossed in his meal when he suddenly noticed Hideo constantly nudging him. Instinctively, he looked up and saw Ellen and Raven approaching. Seeing this, Alexei merely gave them a cold glance before withdrawing his gaze. Ellen and Raven were left bewildered. In the past, as soon as Ellen appeared, Alexei would eagerly come over. Ellen felt inexplicably wronged and somewhat angry. After witnessing him acting like a hooligan last night, now he was ignoring her, even failing to prepare her meal. Was Alexei deliberately trying to upset her? Ellen bit her lip, more determined than ever to stop talking to Alexei. As for Raven beside her, she was furious because Alexei used to prepare meals not only for Ellen, but also for her beforehand. Today, there was no meal prepared at all, leaving them with nothing to eat at this hour. Raven, visibly annoyed, pulled Ellen over to Alexei and loudly asked, Hey, where's our meal? Upon hearing this, Alexei glanced around and replied, Are you talking to me? Obviously, who else could it be? Are we supposed to talk to ghosts? Where's our meal? Before Alexei could respond, Hideo, out of habit, tried to smooth things over with a chuckle. Well, actually, just now Xiao Timothy and I. Alexei, knowing what Hideo was about to say, interrupted by saying, Am I your father now? Should I also take care of your eating, drinking, and toileting? This statement left Hideo speechless, poking Alexei repeatedly to mind his words. And Raven flared up immediately, one hand on her hip, the other pointing at Alexei. Alexei, how dare you speak like that? Do you know how your failure to get our meals means we will go hungry? With such an attitude, why shouldn't Wanwan forgive you? Even Ellen, biting her lip angrily, said, Alexei, I know you're still upset about my rejection. Can you, as a man, not be so petty? Forget about last night, but your attitude now disappoints me. I'm really angry. Ellen's coquettish demeanor, her eyes slightly red-rimmed, combined with her delicate features, might have made the old Alexei willing to break his ribs to apologize to her. But now, he only felt disgusted. After shoveling down a few more bites, he packed up his food box and stood up, leaving. What? Just finished? Hideo said in bewilderment. There's something nauseating here. I lost my appetite. Leaving those words behind, Alexei walked away without looking back. Everyone knew who the nauseating thing referred to. That. Zofia Xiong. Xiaotaimathinzi's, his aunt is visiting. Don't take his words seriously. Let me talk to him. Hideo said before chasing after Alexei quickly. Ellen's face gradually turned pale as she turned to look at Alexei's retreating figure and shouted, Alexei, I'm really angry. I'll never forgive you. Alexei naturally heard her, but showed no intention of turning back. If it weren't for the setting, he would have tossed Ellen into the garbage bin to cleanse her brain. After leaving the cafeteria, Alexei intended to return to the classroom to continue working on his papers, but was dragged by Hideo to the restroom under the pretense of a post-meal smoke. Boys' bathroom. The birthplace of smokers. A row of boys squatting, standing, some puffing on cigarettes, others inhaling secondhand smoke. While peeing, Alexei watched Hideo hold half a Honktashan cigarette between his lips. Xiaotaimathinzi, haven't you noticed something different about yourself? Hearing this, Alexei looked down and nodded seriously, replying, yeah, I'm different now. To hell with you, I'm being serious. Just as Hideo said this, his eyes inadvertently glanced down. At that moment, the half-smoked Honktashan dropped from his mouth. Damn! Did you eat bullwhip? Alexei swung it satisfyingly. He loved his new body in this rebirth. Young, handsome, intelligent, and well-endowed. If he didn't live it up properly, he'd be wasting these advantages. Envious? If you can get into university, I'll tell you how, Alexei teased. That perked Hideo up. He whispered, really? This stuff can change overnight? Damn. Wait, wrong topic. I mean, what's up with you lately? You got a haircut, started studying, and you're treating Ellen so poorly. She's Ellen, your goddess, not your enemy. Binfeng, I'll say it one last time. I don't like her now. The current Ellen makes me feel sick. Let's not talk about this anymore. Noticing that Alexei's tone was somewhat unhappy, Hideo waved his hands and replied hastily, all right, I won't bring it up. Sigh. Wait until you beg for forgiveness. Clearly, Hideo still thought Alexei was putting on a brave face. Jingang Leg is here. Get out of here. Suddenly, the lookout by the door yelled, startling half the people in the restroom who immediately tried to destroy evidence and bolted. Hideo and Alexei were not slow either, but unfortunately, there was only one exit, and they were caught red-handed. Crosby held a half-empty pack of crumpled Honktashan cigarettes, glaring fiercely at Alexei and Hideo. At this moment, Hideo gave Alexei a pitiful look. Alexei knew that Hideo had been caught once before, and if he got called to the office again, he would likely face another round of beatings. Remembering how Hideo covered for him last time, Alexei took responsibility. Teacher Wong, the cigarette is mine. Hideo didn't smoke, Alexei said. Hearing this, Hideo was so touched that he wanted to hug and kiss Alexei, whispering, Great Godfather, my brother will remember this. You have nothing to do with this, go back to class, Crosby sternly ordered. With that, Hideo shrank his neck, looking worriedly at Alexei before leaving reluctantly. Now, how many times has this happened? At such a young age, you're already going astray, Alexei. Your father raised you alone, and this is how you repay him by not studying hard. Crosby's stern scolding was filled with disappointment. Looking at the fierce-looking Crosby, Alexei felt no resentment, but rather a hint of nostalgia. In his previous life, after starting his business, Alexei had met Crosby several times back in town, even drinking together. So he knew very well that this fierce and feared Jingang Leg was actually a conscientious teacher who always considered his students' welfare, just too blunt in speech. While Crosby was giving Alexei a private lecture, outside the restroom, Hideo waited anxiously for over 10 minutes. Initially, he could hear Crosby's loud scolding, but now there was silence, which worried him greatly. Why hasn't there been any noise? With Jingang Leg's strength, little Taimathinzi must be struggling. Hideo paced nervously, growing more uneasy. He felt guilty since it was he who dragged Alexei to the restroom to smoke, and now Alexei was taking all the blame. He decided to take action. Screw it. Who made you my brother? If it comes to it, I'll get beaten again at home. Hideo rubbed his face, rolled up his sleeves, and marched bravely towards the restroom. Taimathinzi, big brother is here with you. As he walked in, he was stunned by the scene inside. Chapter 9. News of Julianne. Before barging in, Hideo had already thought through how he was going to plead for Alexei. He expected to witness an extremely cruel scene. But who would have thought that Crosby, the super tough male teacher known as Vajra Leg, would now be hugging Alexei and crying like a child. Boo-hoo. For so many years my heart has been full of bitterness that no one knows about. My wife and mother-in-law think this job looks high and mighty, but it never sees any money. Every time I go back to her parents' place, they give me nasty looks. I live miserably. Boo-hoo. I just want to teach and nurture students. Is there anything wrong with that? Tell me, Alexei, what did I do wrong? Alexei couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. After Hideo left, Crosby initially started reprimanding him, but as they chatted more, perhaps because he knew some of Crosby's concerns from his past life, he inadvertently touched on something that hit home for Crosby. No one would have expected that the Vajra Leg, who normally never cracked a smile and whose glare could scare students half to death, would also have such a soft side. Sigh, that's just men. Alexei sighed deeply and silently took out a Honktashan cigarette, lighting it for Crosby. Seeing this, Hideo felt his anus tighten, his mouth gaped wide open, and his eyes bulged out like cow eyes. What's going on? Is he dreaming during broad daylight? At that moment, Crosby and Alexei noticed Hideo. Coming back to his senses, Crosby hurriedly tossed aside the half-smoked cigarette, rubbed his face wildly, straightened his back, and pretended to cough seriously, turning into the imposing Vajra leg once again. Cough, cough. Anyone who dares to tell others about what just happened will regret it. Don't worry, Mr. Wong. You just educated me alone for a while. Nothing happened. Alexei patted Crosby on the shoulder, then gave Hideo a look before walking away. Ring ring. Crosby's phone suddenly rang, and he answered it. Hello? It's me. The procedures there are all set up, right? All right. I'll contact the administrative office immediately. What was that student's name again? Julianne, right? Got it. Alexei had almost reached the door when he heard Crosby mention the name. His body froze instantly. What's up, Xiao Timothy? Hideo asked curiously. Alexei didn't say anything but quickly turned around and rushed to Crosby. Just as Crosby hung up, he saw Alexei rushing towards him with a look like he wanted to devour him. So he warily said, Alexei, do you have something else? The name, Julianne, made Alexei lose his composure. Gripping Crosby's shoulders tightly, he said anxiously, Mr. Wong, you mentioned Julianne? Do you know her? Alexei, watch your behavior. Crosby cleared his throat, thinking he shouldn't have lost his composure earlier. Now, he probably had no authority left in Alexei's eyes. Coming back to his senses, Alexei realized he overreacted. He quickly let go of Crosby, took a deep breath, calmed himself down and continued, I'm sorry, Mr. Wong. I got carried away. But, can you tell me more about this Julianne? Lately, Alexei had been thinking about Julianne constantly. He only knew she would transfer to their class as a new student, but he couldn't remember exactly which day. That's why he lost his composure when he heard Crosby mention Julianne. Crosby didn't pursue it further but replied, There's a transfer student coming from another city tomorrow. I've been busy handling the procedures with the administrative office. The girl's name is Julianne. Hearing this, Alexei's face flushed red with excitement, and his fists clenched involuntarily. Tomorrow, transfer student, girl, Julianne? It must be her. Finally getting to meet her, Alexei murmured to himself, becoming increasingly excited and even nervous. Suddenly, Crosby sighed, Sigh. I heard that Julianne is an excellent student. I was hoping to bring her to our class, but the other rocket class teachers are keeping a close eye on her too. No way. Mr. Wong, she must come to our class. Alexei said firmly. Idea? Why? Crosby asked. After a brief pause, Alexei chuckled and said, Mr. Wong, you know my lousy grades, but after your guidance just now, I've decided to study hard and not drag the class down. Julianne is an excellent and quiet student. How about this? I'll trade places with Hideo and let Julianne sit next to me. What do you say? Hearing Alexei wanted to change seats, Hideo panicked and was about to protest but was stopped by a glance from Alexei. He could only stare at him pitifully. How do you know she's quiet? Crosby asked. Intuition, Alexei replied sheepishly. Seeing Alexei's realization, Crosby was quite satisfied. He patted his shoulder and said, Very good. It's not too late for you to have this kind of awareness. Without mentioning Julianne as such a sweet bun, just because of your determination to turn over a new leaf, I will definitely try to get Julianne into our class. Joke aside, how can we hand over such a top student? Hearing this, Alexei was more than happy and continued. Then about changing seats, what do you think? Crosby glanced at Hideo and replied, You two should be separated. Proximity changes the color. The teacher has given up hope on Hideo, but as for you, Alexei, don't let the teacher down. Remember, learning isn't for others, but for yourself. Seeing that Crosby was starting another long lecture, Alexei had no patience to listen further and directly bent down to thank him. Thank you, Mr. Wong. We're off. With that, he dragged Hideo out, running fast. Back in the classroom, Alexei didn't say anything but immediately started helping Hideo move his things. Bohan, don't you love me anymore? Are you really not sitting with me? Hideo stood beside, as aggrieved as a little wife. Alexei couldn't be bothered to argue with him and said while moving the desk, Give me your number, I'll carry you to Gold 5. Upon hearing this, Hideo laughed and snatched the work from Alexei's hands. Godfather, leave this small matter to me, guaranteed to move it neatly. In no time, Hideo cleared the desk. By the way, Uriel, my dad is working the night shift today. Come to my house tonight, Alexei said. Hideo's face suddenly changed. He covered himself with both hands, looking terrified at Alexei. What are you going to do? No wonder you've been acting strange lately, even forgetting Ellen, lusting after this gentleman's beauty. Get lost. Alexei gave Hideo a kick not too hard or soft, scoldingly saying, Come to my place tonight. I'll tutor you, as the mock exams are coming soon. You're serious, brother? Really? Hideo thought Alexei was just joking about tutoring him, never expecting him to be serious. Why? Don't want it anymore? Alexei smirked and cast a glance at Hideo's crotch. This made Hideo immediately spirited up, nodding seriously. Now I think about it, only studying can make me happy. Must study. Chapter 10. Met her. All afternoon, Alexei listened to the lessons with unusual attentiveness, yet his eyes would occasionally wander towards the classroom door. Though he knew Julianne would only come the next day, for some inexplicable reason, he couldn't stop thinking about her. The afternoon classes ended quickly. When the school bell rang signaling the end of the day, after informing his father over the phone, Hideo followed Alexei home. After having dinner at a nearby noodle shop, Hideo originally insisted on dragging Alexei to the internet cafe for some gaming time. However, Alexei didn't agree. He knew if he didn't change Hideo's life trajectory, his brotherly friend would surely relive the tragedy of his previous life. In the end, it was Alexei who had to forcefully drag and coax Hideo back home to review their studies together. While helping Hideo with his homework and explaining problems, Alexei also did a second round of reviewing. Unfortunately, Hideo's foundation was too poor. Even though Alexei thought he had been patient and meticulous in his explanations, it felt like playing music to a cow. It was clearly more challenging to help this guy get into a bachelor's program than it was for Alexei to get into Tsinghua or Peking University himself. As the moon rose and night fell, the two teenagers, who used to enjoy playing around, were now diligently studying. Finally, Hideo could no longer hold on, loudly declaring he needed sleep. Alexei also planned to go to bed early and wake up early so he could meet her in the best state tomorrow. But he underestimated the difficulty. Whenever he closed his eyes, all he saw was Julianne's figure, inexplicably excited. As for Hideo, he had good sleep quality, fell asleep immediately, but his sleeping posture, teeth grinding, farting, snoring like an old tractor, one might think someone was drilling in the middle of the night. A teenager around 17 or 18 years old snoring like this is quite exceptional among peers. Alexei thought that forcing Hideo to memorize several hours worth of knowledge tonight wasn't easy, so he gritted his teeth and went to sleep. 1 sheep, 2 sheep. The traditional sheep counting method somewhat worked. 585 sheep. Slowly, Alexei began to feel sleepy. 586. Arg. Grr. Suddenly, Hideo's loud snore thundered through the room, making Alexei furious. He threw a pillow at him. What the hell? Hideo, get up and sleep properly. The next morning, after getting ready, Alexei and Hideo headed out. Hey Timothy, how was your sleep last night? Hideo asked. Alexei turned his head, his panda eyes glaring at Hideo, replying, what do you think? Hee, sorry about that. I snore a bit loudly when I sleep. Next time I'll be careful. Breakfast is on me as an apology, alright? Soon, they arrived at school. At this time, students were gradually arriving for morning reading, and there were fixed breakfast vendors at the school gate. Boss, 2 steamed buns, 2 eggs, and a sausage. Hideo waved his hand grandly, as if he had ordered a lavish banquet. Alexei paid no attention because he had already seen Leonardo not far away. What a bad start to the day, Alexei muttered with a frown. Idea? What's so bad? Hideo took the breakfast from the vendor, following Alexei's gaze and spotting Leonardo. Bin, Timothy. Leonardo waved and jogged over. Up close, Leonardo looked rather disheveled, with a bruised nose and face, a band-aid on his nose, which made him look somewhat comical. Shit, Leonardo, what happened to you? Hideo asked. Hearing this, Leonardo looked annoyed. Let's not talk about it. After you two left the other night, I played for half an hour and then left. As soon as I went downstairs, I was blocked by a few guys demanding money. Someone told them I was rich. Damn it, I didn't have the money, so they beat me up. Hearing this, Hideo felt somewhat guilty, but Alexei didn't care much. Damn it, if I find out who did this to me, I'll kill him. After letting off some steam, Leonardo continued, by the way, Bin, don't you have PE in the 4th period? My class does too. Let's play basketball then. Play basketball? Sure. Hideo was about to agree when he suddenly remembered Alexei telling him to stay away from Leonardo, so he changed his words. What do you think, Timothy? Damn, Bin, when did you become so indecisive? Timothy, join us too. Stop always thinking about Ellen. It'll help you shift your focus. As Leonardo spoke, he took 2 steps forward and habitually put his arm around Alexei's shoulder again. Seeing Leonardo act so brotherly towards him, Alexei felt inexplicable anger. He would never forget the ugly, crazed look on Leonardo's face when he betrayed him. Bin, give me a few buns and I'll... Ow! Before finishing his sentence, Alexei suddenly lifted his right hand from his pocket and elbowed Leonardo hard in the side ribs. The latter screamed in pain, clutching his waist and stepping back. Fuck. Alexei, what the hell is wrong with you? Leonardo was enraged. Alexei turned his head to look at Leonardo, his eyes so cold that they seemed far too chilling for an 18-year-old. I said, we're not close. Next time won't be this easy, Alexei said coldly. Alexei, you randomly took your anger out on me the other night, and I didn't care because I considered you a brother. Ellen rejected you. I didn't do anything to you. Leonardo was almost furious. Alexei brushed off the shoulder Leonardo had touched, maintaining his icy gaze. For the last time, you're not worthy of being my brother. After saying this, he turned around and left. Hideo gave Leonardo an awkward yet somewhat polite smile, waved, and followed Alexei. This scene drew a crowd of students buying breakfast nearby. Ellen and Raven were among them. Adley, was that Alexei just now? What's going on? He and Leonardo were such good friends. How did they fall out? Raven asked. Adiumph, who cares about him? I said, I will never forgive him. Ellen snorted, clearly still upset, and walked into the school. In the classroom, ever since morning reading began, Alexei's heart had been uneasy, occasionally glancing toward the door. Why hasn't she come yet? Though following the trajectory of his past life, Julianne coming to their class was a given, Alexei's concern made him anxious, always fearing that something might go wrong due to his rebirth. It wasn't until the end of the second class that Julian hadn't arrived. During the break between classes, Alexei was flipping through some test papers when drowsiness suddenly overcame him. Because of Hideo's snoring, he hardly slept last night and couldn't hold out anymore, resting his head on the desk for a nap. Ding-ling-ling. The ringing of the bell went unnoticed by Alexei, who had fallen asleep deeply. It was math class. When Crosby pushed open the door and entered the classroom, the once noisy room instantly quieted down, partly due to Vajraleg's reputation and partly because a new student in their school uniform followed behind. Everyone's eyes turned to the girl trailing behind Crosby, head hung low. Fearing the attention from everyone, the girl lowered her head even more, her heavy bangs covering her face while her small hand nervously tugged at her school pants. Crosby walked up to the podium, scanning the room before saying sternly, "Students, this is our new transfer student, Julianne. Let's give her a round of applause." Sparse clapping indicated everyone's lack of interest in Julianne, treating it very perfunctorily. Crosby was also somewhat helpless, saying, "Julianne, you can sit there." Crosby pointed towards Alexei, only then noticing him buried deep in sleep. Seeing this, Crosby grew angry. This kid vowed to turn over a new leaf yesterday, and today he was sleeping? "Alexei!" Crosby slapped the podium in frustration. "Idea?" The loud shout woke Alexei up. He stood up groggily, rubbing his eyes. Because Crosby called Alexei's name, Julianne instinctively looked over. For a moment, time seemed to stop. Their eyes met. Chapter 11. Acting lewd in front of the teacher. Alexei stared blankly at Julianne. In his mind, the elegant figure in a black dress standing amidst the inferno gradually overlapped with the girl before him. Back then, she exuded an icy, peerless aura, every gesture revealing the decisiveness of a well-bred young lady. But now, she appeared frail and introverted, her heavy bangs covering half her face, making her look like an ugly duckling that could only cower in a corner forever. The stirring sensation transcending time made Alexei's body tremble. Finally, "I've met you." The image of Julianne holding her own ashes, crying blood tears as she was swallowed by the fire, was deeply etched into Alexei's bones. "Alexei, wait for me. In the next life, can you spare me just one glance?" Julianne's desolate mutterings in the fire from his past life echoed in Alexei's ears. It seemed that during moments of extreme joy or sorrow, people really would lose some physiological functions. Alexei opened his mouth but couldn't utter a word. The ache at the tip of his nose stimulated his tear glands. With blurred vision, Julianne's figure before him became less distinct. He took a difficult step. One step. 2 steps. "Julianne, this time around, let me come to you." Alexei's bloodshot eyes carried an indescribable intensity, causing Julianne to hastily look away, blushing. "Alexei, what on earth are you doing? Go back to your seat." Crosby barked from the side. But Alexei's eyes were filled with nothing but Julianne, to the point where he automatically blocked out everything else. Amidst the stunned gazes of Crosby and all the classmates, Alexei spread his arms and tightly embraced Julianne, wishing to merge her into his very being. The frail and delicate girl in his arms felt so fragile. Closing his eyes, Alexei's body shook slightly. Such a real touch. In his arms was a flesh and blood Julianne, and he wasn't just a soul who could do nothing that night. He couldn't imagine how much pain Julianne must have endured when her eyeballs were cruelly removed by cold instruments when donating them to him. He also couldn't imagine how much it must have hurt when she held his ashes and was burned by the merciless fire until there was nothing left. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Really, I'm so sorry." Alexei, losing control, kept muttering, "I'm sorry," trembling more intensely. His inexplicable actions frightened Julianne. Timothy, like a helpless chick, she tried to break free, but her frailness made it impossible to push Alexei away. This crazy behavior instantly led to commotion in the classroom, with students whistling and causing chaos. When Crosby snapped out of it, his face turned dark. "Alexei!" Crosby's loud shout overpowered the commotion, and he angrily stepped forward, grabbing Alexei's ear. "Ow!" Alexei screamed in pain, instinctively loosening his hold on Julianne. Clearly terrified after being released from the embrace and amid the class's commotion, Julianne stood there blushing, not knowing what to do, wishing she could bury her head in the ground. "Brat, I see you're getting more and more out of hand. Acting lewd in front of the teacher?" Crosby fumed. At that moment, Alexei, whose ear was being tugged by Crosby, was gritting his teeth in pain but regained his composure. Despite preparing himself last night, seeing Julianne had thrown him off guard, leading to his inappropriate behavior. "Zophia's misunderstanding, Mr. Wong." Alexei tried to find a plausible excuse to explain, but Crosby wouldn't give him the chance. He first told Julianne to sit wherever she liked, then dragged Alexei to the office for a scolding. Luckily, it was math class, and Crosby didn't want to waste other students' time, so he only scolded Alexei a few times. Seeing Alexei sincerely admit his mistake, he finally let it go. Back in the classroom, Alexei eagerly returned to his seat. Seeing Julianne sitting there, Alexei was still quite excited. But as soon as he sat down, he saw Julianne instinctively move away, hanging her head and avoiding eye contact with him. Judging by this, she was clearly terrified. Alexei wished he could slap himself. Even if it were any random girl, they'd likely be scared by his behavior earlier. Though he never knew exactly when Julianne fell for him in his previous life or why. If this behavior ruined his image in her eyes, he might never have a chance with her again. Alexei tactically cleared his throat and then tried to smile as kindly as possible, saying cheerfully, "Hi, my seatmate." Unexpectedly, as he spoke, Julian lowered her head even more, her small hands nervously twisting together. Alexei's behavior had truly frightened her earlier. If not for the lack of other available seats, she really wouldn't want to sit next to this strange person, though this boy was indeed very handsome. "Sorry, I didn't mean to. It wasn't intentional, just. Even with his extraordinary intelligence after rebirth, Alexei couldn't find any reason to justify his outrageous behavior. On the podium, Crosby surveyed the class and said, "Everyone take out the last simulation test papers. I'll go over a few commonly mistaken questions." Seeing everyone else taking out their papers, Alexei could only retrieve his own paper too. At that moment, Julianne appeared somewhat at a loss. Just as Alexei was contemplating how to continue the conversation, Crosby came to his rescue. "Alexei, share your paper with Julianne," Crosby instructed. "Brother Addie, I love you." Alexei was delighted. With Crosby's approval, he slid the paper in front of Julianne and said, "Since you just arrived and don't have the previous test paper, you can look at mine." Julianne's face turned bright red, afraid to speak to Alexei, but without the paper, to follow the lesson. She cautiously leaned over and glanced at the paper. This glance made her expression slightly astonished. Noticing the change in Julianne's expression, Alexei realized how horribly messy his paper looked, covered with countless red crosses. Well, it seemed his first impression score in Julianne's mind would drop again. For the rest of the class, Julianne kept her eyes glued to the paper, and rather than risk getting too close to Alexei, she endured an awkward posture. Alexei felt quite helpless. It seemed he had a long way to go to mend his image. The math class soon passed. Since the next class was PE, as soon as the bell rang, students rushed out of the classroom. Seeing Alexei still sitting at his desk, Hideo called out, "Shout Timothy, why aren't you leaving? You might be late." Alexei gave him a look, signaling Hideo to be quiet, then replied, "I've got something to do. You go ahead." Hideo looked puzzled, scratching his head. Under Alexei's repeated IQs, he left. This left only Alexei and Julianne in the classroom. Chapter 12. Be careful. In the classroom, the last row, Alexei propped his head up with one hand, turning to look at Julianne, the corners of his mouth curving into a gentle smile that masked no tenderness. "Deskmate, next period is P. Do you plan on staying in the classroom the whole time?" In response to Alexei's inquiry, Julianne just lowered her head, thick bangs obscuring her side profile. Her shoulders were hunched under the loose school uniform, making her already slender frame seem even more fragile. Seeing this, Alexei felt an inexplicable pain in his heart. Even though Julianne was his deskmate in his previous life, he had never paid attention to her back then. But today, just from this brief encounter, he deeply understood Julianne's loneliness and inferiority complex at this moment. He wondered what virtues he possessed to have entered such a girl's heart. "Come on, I'll take you over there. Our PE teacher doesn't like it when people are late. Otherwise, we'll have to run laps as punishment," Alexei said as he stood up. Watching Alexei walk ahead, Julianne cautiously raised her head. After hesitating for a moment, she slowly followed him. After leaving the classroom, the two walked toward the playground. Alexei walked in front, Julianne behind, always maintaining a few steps between them. Alexei continued chatting to himself unperturbed. "It doesn't feel right calling you deskmate all the time. Should I call you Julianne directly? That doesn't seem right either. Let me think. How about calling you Shao Magnus from now on?" Hearing this intimate nickname from Alexei, Julianne's cheeks blushed red all the way to her ears, and her hands clenched tightly inside her sleeves. Finally, she summoned the courage to say haltingly, Can you?" Unfortunately, Alexei didn't hear her mosquito-like voice and responded to himself, "I'll take your silence as agreement, Shao Magnus." Julianne really wanted to tell Alexei if he could avoid using such an intimate nickname, so she mustered her courage and looked up at him. What she saw was a boy with clean-cut and handsome features, those clear eyes like stars twinkling. The playful breeze ruffled the strands of hair in front of his forehead, as if even the air carried some charm. The moment their gazes met, Julianne's face flushed mysteriously, and she quickly lowered her head, clenching her fists tightly against her school uniform pants, lost in her thoughts. Soon, the two arrived at the playground. After running one lap as required by the PE teacher, they did warm-up exercises before enjoying free activity time. The boys all headed to the nearby basketball court, while the girls either went to the bathroom together or gathered under the shade near the basketball court to bring water to their crushes. At that moment, Julianne was also sitting under the shade beside the basketball court. Even though she only ran one lap, her poor physical condition made it hard for her to catch her breath. She was breathing slightly faster, her throat dry. "Here." A bottle of mineral water was placed before her. Julianne glanced up at Alexei and quickly looked down again, stammering, "No, thank you, not necessary." "Good." Julianne finally spoke to him, and the first sentence was 6 whole words. "Shao Magnus, don't be so." As Alexei unscrewed the cap, still talking, he was suddenly choked around the neck by Hideo, who shouted in a hoarse voice, Timothy, what are you doing here? I've been looking for you everywhere. Let's go, let's watch the game." Upon hearing this, Alexei rolled his eyes at Hideo, then glanced at Julianne, who was sitting on the steps, curled up into a ball. Sighing softly, Alexei figured there was still plenty of time, and pressing her wouldn't help. It might even backfire and make her dislike him more. Placing the water bottle in front of Julianne, Alexei turned and left with Hideo. Halfway through walking, he stole a glance back and caught Julianne carefully sipping the mineral water, quickly twisting the cap back on and putting it back where it was. Seeing this, Alexei's eyes were filled with amusement. Magnus, you're truly adorable. In a good mood, Alexei watched the game with Hideo. However, the presence of Leonardo on the field made Alexei feel somewhat nauseous. Their class had P with Leonardo's class, and Leonardo and Ellen were classmates. Sure enough, Alexei merely glanced around and spotted Ellen not far away. The basketball court wasn't large, nor were there too many spectators scattered along the sides. Everyone was easy to spot. Adley, Alexei is peeking at you. The sharp-eyed Raven noted Alexei's glances. Upon hearing this, Ellen glanced at Alexei. Their eyes met, and she couldn't help feeling a little smug. Sniffing haughtily, she turned away. Raven beside her echoed, "Pfft, he acted all high and mighty before. I bet he'll beg for your forgiveness soon." Even Ellen thought so, replying with a hint of pride in her voice. "I won't forgive him that easily." Raven's eyes twinkled mischievously as she hatched a plan. "Adley, watch me make Alexei jealous for you." With that, she cleared her throat and shouted towards the court where Leonardo was dribbling. "Wow! Leonardo, how handsome! Go Leonardo!" This shout caught Leonardo's attention. He noticed Ellen and Raven were there, and also saw that Alexei was watching the game. The look in his eyes as he glanced at Ellen was filled with excitement, and suddenly, he felt an urge to show off his basketball skills. Leaving aside other things, Leonardo's ball skills were decent enough. Although not on par with the main players of the school team, he stood out among the amateurs on the court. A few consecutive layups and cheers from Raven made Leonardo the focus of attention instantly. Seeing the right moment, Raven deliberately lifted her chin and said to Alexei, "Look at Leonardo. He plays basketball well and has good grades too. Unlike some people who have nothing going for them and still cling to my Adley shamelessly." Though she didn't mention Alexei by name, everyone knew exactly whom she was referring to since it wasn't a secret in the two classes. Alexei merely curled his lips. Kids will be kids. Even their provoking tactics are so childish. However, Hideo was visibly upset. "Does she think we're fools? She's just picking on you. Timothy, can you put up with this?" "I can," Alexei replied indifferently. "Hideo." Alexei stretched lazily, finding the situation utterly boring. He thought it would be better to return and keep his little Magnus company in the shade. He turned to leave when Leonardo, whose vanity had reached its peak and who was still angry over being elbowed by Alexei in the morning, shouted, "Timothy, don't rush off. Come play for a bit." Alexei didn't even consider turning back. Seeing Alexei ignore him, Leonardo grew furious. Previously, Alexei had rejected him multiple times, which irritated him deeply. Especially after Alexei hit him in the morning, Leonardo couldn't let it go. Although he didn't know what he did to offend Alexei, he always considered himself superior. In his mind, hanging out with Alexei allowed him to highlight his own excellence by comparison. Even if they weren't friends, he would only break ties with Alexei himself. What right did Alexei have to turn his nose up at him? It was he who was giving Alexei face. Thinking this, Leonardo intentionally passed the ball, but directed it straight toward Alexei. Timothy, careful," Hideo shouted. Hearing this, Alexei turned around just in time to see the basketball flying towards him and instinctively dodged to the side. He avoided the ball, but it flew directly toward Julianne behind him. Magnus." Alexei's face changed drastically. He yelled and rushed forward immediately. Chapter 13, standing up for her. Julianne was sitting on the steps, her head hanging down in a daze. She instinctively looked up when she heard a voice. Seeing the basketball flying toward her, she was clearly terrified. Fortunately, she dodged it in time and wasn't hit. However, due to sitting for too long and her poor physical condition, she accidentally twisted her ankle. At that moment, she ended up half-crouching on the ground using both hands and feet, looking rather miserable. Alexei rushed over with an anxious expression and quickly squatted down. Magnus, are you hurt anywhere?" Alexei's tone was filled with concern. Julianne knew she had made a fool of herself in public, feeling as if everyone's gaze was mocking her. She lowered her head even more, her face red almost to the point of bleeding, and stuttered, I'm fine." Trying to stand up while saying this, she couldn't maintain her balance because of the twisted ankle and let out a soft cry. Seeing this, Alexei hurriedly held her up. "Did you twist your foot? Let me take a look." Alexei bent down, but Julianne tightly clutched the hem of her pants and stepped back a few paces, her voice trembling with tears, replying, Really? No need?" It was then that Alexei noticed her hands were scraped. Without asking, he pulled her hand over and saw various scrapes on her palms from apparently supporting herself on the ground. Despite the minor injuries, Alexei felt an overwhelming pain in his heart. Timothy, classmate, I'm fine. See? Can you let go?" Julianne's voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz, wanting to break free, but Alexei held her hand too tightly. Alexei released Julianne's hand, his face now stern. He didn't say anything and, regardless of whether Julianne agreed or not, helped her sit down to rest on the nearby steps. At this moment, Leonardo walked over leisurely, bending down to pick up the basketball. He glanced at Julianne briefly before turning away and called for the others to continue playing. But Alexei turned around and coldly said, "Did I tell you to leave?" Hearing this, Leonardo stopped and turned to look at Alexei, saying, "What's up, Timothy? Still got something?" "Apologize," Alexei said coldly. Leonardo played with the basketball carelessly and laughed. "Didn't hit her, did it? I didn't mean to. We're all brothers, don't be so petty. I want you to apologize to her. Alexei pointed to Julianne nearby. Leonardo was stunned, unsure what Alexei's problem was. If he wanted to play the hero, the leading lady should be Ellen, not a scrawny girl like her. Was it really necessary to get so worked up? Xiao Timothy, have you been watching too many movies lately? Wanting to show off doesn't mean you have to turn against your brothers. Besides, when did you start caring about a scrawny girl? You should think about how to make Adley happy instead. I said apologize. Did you not understand? Alexei took a few steps forward, standing firmly in front of Leonardo, his eyes sharp like a blade. Though Alexei was timid in his previous life, after his entrepreneurial success, he had become quite influential. Though it might sound exaggerated to say he exuded royal aura, his presence was undoubtedly beyond that of ordinary people. In this confrontation, Leonardo was somewhat bewildered. Having known Alexei for years, he knew well how weak-willed Alexei usually was. Why had he suddenly changed? He didn't want to back down, but after staring into Alexei's icy eyes for a few seconds, he felt inexplicably intimidated and subconsciously swallowed. Feeling increasingly guilty as more people gathered around, especially noticing Ellen watching, he didn't want to appear weak in front of Alexei. If I don't apologize, what then? Alexei, I treated you like a brother. Now you want to fight over a scrawny girl? How have I treated you? Do you have a conscience? Because of being betrayed by Leonardo in his past life, Alexei already disliked him. Adding to that the recent incident with Julianne's hands, he lost his patience. In reality, Alexei believed that fighting was for the weak, that only those without ability would resort to violence. But now, facing Leonardo, he could think of no other way to vent his anger besides punching him. Without further ado, Alexei grabbed Leonardo by the collar. Damn it, Alexei, you're going too far. You want to fight me? Leonardo was stunned. He never imagined Alexei would actually want to fight him. Oh no, no, no. Seeing things getting out of control, Hideo rushed over between Alexei and Leonardo, trying to mediate, laughing and saying, hey, we've been friends for so long. There's no need to get angry. Let's keep it peaceful and harmonious. After much persuasion, Hideo finally pried Alexei's hand apart. Then, he turned his back to Leonardo, winked at Alexei, and whispered in a voice only the two could hear, Xiao Timothy, don't be rash. If you really fight, it will result in a serious reprimand. Let's find an opportunity outside school to deal with him. Although Hideo didn't have any issues with Leonardo, he knew who was closer. His attempt to stop the conflict was also because he didn't want Alexei to be reprimanded. As a last resort, if he truly couldn't stop it, as long as Alexei made the first move, Hideo would absolutely help out first. That was what brothers did. They helped their kin without regard for fairness. After consoling Alexei a few times, Hideo then turned to Leonardo and said, Leonardo, you're really over the top too. Apologizing to a girl can kill you? You were the one in the wrong. Things had already escalated this far, so Leonardo no longer intended to maintain a surface-level brotherly relationship with Alexei. He arrogantly declared, want me to apologize? Fine. Then he looked at Alexei and continued, Alexei, I'm giving you a chance. You want to be a hero? One-on-one basketball showdown. If you can beat me, not only will I apologize, I'll kneel before her. How about it? Do you dare? Hideo got agitated immediately after hearing that, angrily saying, Leonardo, you're really unscrupulous. You know Xiao Timothy doesn't play basketball well. This is bullying. If you really want to play, let me play with you. Hideo, this isn't your business. Stay out of it. F***CK. Leonardo, how dare you talk to me like that? Don't think Hideo always acted frivolously in front of Alexei. He actually had quite a temper. Within just a few words, he was already arguing with Leonardo. Originally, he had come to mediate, but now it looked like he was almost going to fight Leonardo himself. Bystanders, by nature, are drawn to drama, from teenagers to 80-year-old grandparents. It's the same everywhere. Indeed, the students' onlookers started cheering on. Alexei, don't be a coward, go at him. Wow, that handsome guy is Alexei? How did he suddenly become so handsome? F***CK. So that's the thick-skinned guy who wouldn't stop chasing Ellen? What a loser. Some people are so funny, failing to get Ellen and still helping others stand up. He won't accept the challenge from Leonardo, right? The students split into two factions. One side was swooning over Alexei's looks, while the other side was mocking Alexei's weakness. At this moment, Raven sneered, saying, what good is looking handsome when you're still a coward? Trying to help someone else when you can't do anything. Alexei definitely won't accept the challenge from Leonardo, right, Adley? Upon hearing this, Ellen remained silent. Thinking that Alexei was doing all this for another girl, she felt somewhat displeased. Although she didn't like Alexei, she had gotten used to him circling around her. While discussions continued off the court, Hideo and Leonardo were quarreling heatedly on the scene. Finally, Alexei patted Hideo's shoulder and nodded slightly, signaling for him not to get involved. Xiao Timothy, he's clearly... Hideo knew very well what Alexei was capable of. If he really faced Leonardo in a game, Alexei would definitely lose. Trust me, was all Alexei replied. Seeing Alexei's resolute expression, Hideo opened his mouth but sighed deeply. Then he turned and glared fiercely at Leonardo before stomping away in anger. Alexei glanced at Leonardo once more and simply uttered one word. Come. Chapter 14 Wild. Seeing Alexei agree, Leonardo immediately beamed with joy. He and Alexei, along with Hideo, had been playing for so long that they basically knew everything about each other. Given Alexei's level of basketball skills, Leonardo could beat him easily even with one hand. Alright, I don't have any other traits, but I value righteousness. Even if you don't consider me a brother, I remember the bond of brotherhood. Rest assured, I won't make you lose too badly. Valuing righteousness? These 3 words from Leonardo made Alexei laugh wryly. Alright, how are we going to play? Alexei didn't want to waste words. He just wanted to end this boring match as soon as possible. Then Leonardo explained the specific rules for the one-on-one game. It was simple. One-on-one with 3-point shots included. The first one to score 10 points wins. On the side, Julianne sat on the steps, listening to the discussion among the crowd. Alexei really agreed. Back then, Leonardo almost made it into the school team. This time, Alexei is going to embarrass himself unless Leonardo lets him win. Hee. Does Alexei not make a fool of himself often enough? I've already thought of how I'm going to mock him, ha ha ha. Hearing this, Julianne finally lifted her head slowly and looked at Alexei not far away. She knew that Alexei was standing up for her, feeling apologetic in her heart. She really wanted to tell Alexei that he didn't need to help her so much, but seeing so many people watching, she lacked even the courage to approach him closely, let alone stopping him. By this time, half the court was already cleared for Alexei and Leonardo's match. Leonardo held the basketball, enjoying everyone's attention as if he were floating. Alexei, you start first. After all, our skill levels differ greatly. After saying that, he threw the ball to Alexei. Alexei dribbled the ball a few times, and then tossed it back to Leonardo forcefully, saying indifferently, no need. If I get the ball, you won't have a chance. So, you'd better score 10 points straight away. Wild. Unbelievably wild. This was Alexei's current attitude. This sentence infuriated Leonardo. He couldn't figure out how Alexei dared to say such things. Even the main players of the school team didn't look down on him like this. As for the surrounding students, they burst into laughter. Wow, this Alexei is so arrogant, Leonardo. Crush him thoroughly. Adium. Though he is pretty arrogant, Alexei is indeed handsome. Leonardo, if you don't let him win, I will scratch your eyes out. Leonardo, beat him up. I can't stand it anymore. Seeing Alexei's arrogance incite public anger, Hideo closed his eyes in despair, muttering to himself, it's over. The only person worried about Alexei, apart from Hideo, was naturally Julianne. She didn't want Alexei to embarrass himself for her sake, but now that so many people were watching, she didn't dare to go near. After some hesitation, she mustered up her courage, got up with a limp, and walked to Hideo. She could see that only this chubby boy seemed to be Alexei's friend. Standing still, Julianne lowered her head and timidly said, hello classmate, could you please try to persuade Alexei? Upon hearing this, Hideo turned around and saw Julianne with her head drooping like a quail. He wondered why Alexei, who was usually so timid, was acting so rashly for such a thin girl in front of him. Thinking that this was all because of Julianne, Hideo's tone became a bit unhappy, replying, Shoutai Mathinzi, nickname for Alexei, is helping you, right? Why don't you go persuade him? I. Julianne stammered but couldn't form a complete sentence. While they were talking, Alexei and Leonardo's match had already started. Such a good chance to show off, Leonardo didn't want to miss it. He began with some fancy crossovers while dribbling. In the eyes of these teenagers, dribbling should be stylish. On the contrary, Alexei stood motionless in the key. Haha, Alexei is completely fooled, right? He doesn't even bother to defend. Defend? How can he defend? Didn't you see Leonardo's dribble? He simply can't stop him. Obviously, everyone thought Alexei stood still foolishly because he was stunned by Leonardo's moves. Even Leonardo thought so himself. Fine, let's start with a 3-pointer to warm up. Mumbling, Leonardo didn't try to break through. He took several steps back, stepped outside the 3-point line, and then performed a standard jump shot. Swish. The ball swished cleanly through the net, 3-0. How about it, Alexei? Still dare to let me shoot threes? Leonardo gloated. Alexei pressed the rolling ball with one foot and flicked it back to Leonardo with his toe, responding with 2 words. Go on. Hearing this, Leonardo's mouth twitched in anger. Ignoring my accuracy? Huh? Seems like you also know you can't guard me, so you're betting on my 3-pointers, right? Alright. Leonardo's trash talk was quite impressive. After confidently receiving the basketball, he dribbled to find his rhythm and took another jump shot from long range. Clank. The ball went in off the backboard, another 3-pointer, 6-0. Alexei still kicked the ball to Leonardo with one foot, standing in the paint without any intention of defending, and Leonardo didn't hesitate. After catching the ball, he performed a series of flashy between-the-legs dribbles followed by a standard fadeaway jump shot. Another 3-pointer went up. The ball hit the rim twice before falling through the net. To be fair, although Leonardo was showboating, his accuracy was indeed pretty good. He had made 3 consecutive 3-pointers, making the score 9-0. This situation had Hideo anxious, scratching his head. What's wrong with Alvis? It's already 9-0. At least try to defend. At this point, it seemed the match had lost all suspense. Leonardo didn't even need a 3-pointer. Any basket would seal Alexei's defeat. The crowd was filled with booing. What is this? So boring. Boring, it's like a dad beating up a son. Leonardo, stop with the threes, do something cool, finish this quickly. We still need to use the court. Fighting this fool is a waste of time. With such a one-sided advantage, Leonardo got carried away, looking at Alexei smugly. How about it, Alexei? Need me to let you score? Hearing this, Alexei didn't bother to respond, just casually flicked his finger. Already 9-0, Alexei was still acting so cocky? This really pushed Leonardo over the edge. Fine. Don't blame me for not showing any brotherhood then. For the final shot, Leonardo didn't want to go for another three-pointer. With so many people watching, he needed to pull off an impressive drive and layup. Leonardo dribbled and began his drive, executing a smooth series of left and right between the legs dribbles. Facing Alexei, he held the ball in his right hand, then executed an Allen Iverson-style crossover. A fake right cut, quick stop, then a sudden change of direction for the breakthrough and layup. Although Alexei wasn't skilled at basketball in his past life, he had watched Leonardo play too many times and knew his dribbling habits well. Just as Leonardo changed direction and dribbled with his left hand, Alexei lowered his center of gravity, made a quick move to steal the ball, rushed forward to pick it up, took a step back, and launched a three-pointer. Swish. The ball cleanly swished through the net. In that instant, the crowd fell silent. Chapter 15. The young man draws the bow fully. From Alexei's steal to dribbling and then scoring with a three-pointer, the whole set of movements was as smooth as flowing clouds and water, so fast that everyone was taken aback. Even Leonardo himself was shocked by Alexei's maneuver just now. What's going on? Leonardo was stolen from? Most likely Leonardo let up. To me, it's definitely that Leonardo let up. He probably wanted to give Alexei some face. Among the onlookers, most students believed that Leonardo had intentionally let up. But only Leonardo knew the real situation. He didn't let up at all during that play. He even used his best routine to try and end the game. He looked at Alexei in surprise, still finding it hard to believe that he was stolen from, especially since he hadn't clearly seen Alexei's move. Hearing the discussions below, Leonardo could only pretend to be calm, grinning and said, "Good job, Timothy. I've given you the chance. It's up to your own ability how many points you can score in the end." Since the onlookers had found a reason for him, Leonardo decided to pretend like he really did let up. "I told you, you only have one chance to get the ball." Alexei picked up the basketball and said calmly. Leonardo thought today's showdown should have been his stage to show off, but Alexei kept stealing his lines and outshone him. "Just letting up there. You don't really think you're good enough, do you?" Leonardo was slightly angry, planning to block Alexei thoroughly in a moment. Alexei didn't bother with further words after hearing this, started dribbling with one hand, and began his attack. Seeing this, Leonardo immediately moved forward to interfere defensively. Although he didn't think Alexei could make another three-pointer, he felt embarrassed about being stolen from earlier and wanted to reclaim his reputation. As Leonardo approached for tight defense, Alexei remained calm. A simple through-the-legs dribble with the right hand, faked a right cut. When Leonardo shifted his weight accordingly, Alexei suddenly stopped, followed by a crossover step and a beautiful turn, easily bypassing Leonardo. Then, with two standard steps, he scored another 2 points, making the score 9-5. This time, Alexei used the same approach as Leonardo did before, a simple change of direction plus a basic spin. While the last steal and three-pointer could still be seen as Leonardo letting up in a stroke of luck, this time Alexei left the people mocking him speechless. The girls who didn't understand basketball were still complaining, saying Leonardo was still letting up. However, the boys fell silent collectively. Anyone with a little experience in basketball could see how solid Alexei's ball handling and breakthrough skills were. Still, some people couldn't stand seeing Alexei take the spotlight, particularly Raven. She originally thought Alexei would be shut out and had already prepared how to mock him, but now he scored 5 consecutive points, which made her very unhappy. She shouted loudly, "Leonardo, what are you doing? Don't keep giving him a break. Both Nguyen and I are watching." At this moment, Leonardo's expression on the court was priceless. With the previous steal and three-pointer, he thought Alexei was lucky due to his own carelessness. But this time, something seemed off. Just now, Alexei's dribbling and turning were seamlessly executed. Such solid fundamentals couldn't come without playing for years. Alexei could play basketball, and his skills weren't inferior to his. Despite his surprise, Leonardo tried to appear calm and smiled. "Great job, Alexei. When did you learn to play ball? Didn't tell your brother?" Though talking casually, Leonardo wasn't taking it lightly anymore. Seeing Alexei start to dribble, he immediately moved in tightly for defense, not giving Alexei any opportunity to break through or shoot. Suddenly, Alexei accelerated and broke to the right. Leonardo stuck closely, giving Alexei no chance to shoot. When Alexei dribbled to the corner three-point line, he suddenly came to a stop, took a step back, and pretended to jump shot. "Get ready for a block." Leonardo, seemingly having predicted Alexei's stop, leaped to block, but Alexei remained stationary, not attempting a jump shot. With a simple hesitation dribble, he faked Leonardo away and then calmly nailed a three-pointer. The score, 9-8. From initially leading 9-0 to now being down to 9-8, the plot clearly deviated from everyone's expectations. This time, even the girls who didn't understand basketball saw something was amiss. Didn't they say Alexei couldn't play basketball? But he seems to be better than Leonardo. That's what I feel too. Alexei didn't guard Leonardo in those few early scores, yet Alexei has shaken Leonardo twice in a row. At this moment, Raven was stamping her feet in anger. "Alexei, how did he suddenly become so strong?" Adley, did Alexei secretly learn basketball? Ellen also shook her head blankly, replying, "I don't know. I remember he couldn't play basketball. How could he suddenly?" Looking at the amazed expressions of the students in the audience, Alexei couldn't help but feel sentimental. In his past life, he indeed wasn't very good at basketball. Even after starting his business, he was still a rookie on the court. It was only after marrying Ellen that Leonardo frequently invited him to play basketball, and Ellen often praised Leonardo's skills. Because of one comment from Ellen, he privately hired a retired professional player as a coach, learning for a period of time. Although he only learned some basics back then, on the street court, it was enough to outperform most people. Moreover, Alexei found that after being reborn, his physical fitness and various functions had greatly improved, allowing him to execute those fancy moves. Even though his knowledge of basketball from the past gave him the capital to stand up for Julianne today, thinking about his submissive behavior in his previous life still filled him with anger. Especially when Ellen used to praise Leonardo's skills, now reflecting on it, who knew what specific skills she was talking about? The more Alexei thought about it, the angrier he became. He looked at Leonardo with eyes that seemed ready to tear him apart. Bang bang. Alexei slammed the basketball several times, and then dribbled straight towards Leonardo. Seeing that Alexei chose to confront him head-on for the final shot, Leonardo didn't flinch either. He sidestepped, intending to push Alexei out of the key. At the moment their bodies collided, Leonardo's expression changed. It felt like being hit by a locomotive. He grunted and fell backward onto his bottom. He couldn't understand it. Although Alexei was slightly taller, Leonardo clearly had the physical advantage. How could he be the one thrown off balance? Originally, Alexei intended to finish with a layup, but seeing the hoop, a bold idea arose. Amidst the shock of everyone in the crowd and Leonardo, Alexei leaped high into the air like a soaring rock riding the wind. Bang! The emotions accumulated in his heart from both lives transformed into a loud slam. Alexei pulled back his arm like drawing a bow, forcefully dunking the ball into the hoop with a single hand. 9-10, Alexei won. It seemed close, but it was an overwhelming victory. A young man draws the bow fully, unafraid of time or wind. That once timid, cowardly, and capricious boy, upon returning to life, had become a true man. Alexei let out a long breath, his cold gaze sweeping over Leonardo and Ellen. Those who betrayed him in his previous life would be punished by his own hands. Then his gaze pierced through the crowd, landing on Julianne in the corner, full of tenderness. As for the person he missed and wronged, he would cherish her with all his might. Chapter 16 The Truth. With Alexei's powerful slam dunk, the game of street basketball came to an end. As for those originally noisy students watching from the sidelines, they were all dumbfounded. Especially some of the boys who had previously mocked Alexei the most, they were completely stupefied now. The scene of Alexei leaping high and then performing a slam dunk had been such a powerful visual impact on them. Without mentioning anything else, even a casual dunk on a pickup court would stun some passersby. This was in a high school campus, in front of a group of teenagers averaging only 17 or 18 years old. To complete such a violent beauty of a dunk, it's easy to imagine what kind of sensation it would cause. Especially Ellen Sheng, her mouth agape in surprise, disbelief clear in her eyes. Is this really Alexei? And beside her, Raven was also somewhat stunned. She even rubbed her eyes, stammering, Nuanyuan, am I dreaming? Just now, did Alexei really dunk? Isn't that something you can only see on TV games? Ellen Sheng only remained silent upon hearing this. She couldn't understand why Alexei had suddenly changed so much, not just in appearance but also in personality and overall demeanor. Looking closely, it wasn't hard to notice that there was a new complexity in her gaze towards Alexei. Speaking of who felt the worst at this moment, it naturally had to be Leonardo. He was still sitting on the ground, having not snapped out of his daze. Alexei had just completed a powerful dunk right above his head. He just stared blankly at Alexei until the latter turned around to look at him and calmly said 3 words. You lost. At this moment, Leonardo snapped back to reality, his face turning as red as a monkey's bottom, feeling more miserable than he had ever imagined. Patting the dust off his pants and standing up, he could no longer keep up his previous arrogance. He couldn't understand why Alexei's basketball skills had suddenly become so formidable, let alone capable of dunking. Even in the school team, only the captain could manage to do a barely acceptable dunk, and definitely not as perfectly as Alexei just did. Just as Alexei turned around, he saw a big round face enlarge infinitely before his eyes, almost scaring him into throwing a punch. Hideo came running over, hugging Alexei, shouting excitedly. Ah, Timothy. So awesome. Awesome. When did you get so strong? Can you even dunk now? F***K. From today on, you're my brother Chun. Oh man, you're too strong. Finally, the silence of the crowd below erupted into cheers. Alexei is awesome. Who just said Alexei can't play basketball? Step up, you little punk. Weren't you cheering the loudest just now? Bullshit. Which ear heard that? Ugh, goodness, he's handsome and plays amazing. Alexei is my dream guy from today. Alexei, can we add each other on QQ? I want to privately learn more about your ball skills. The boys were all conquered by Alexei's ball skills, and the girls, under the influence of appearance is justice, were equally overwhelmed with admiration. Listening to the cheers in his honor from below, Alexei smiled. Logically speaking, with his age experience of 2 lives, he shouldn't be moved by such a small scene. But given the special situation, it really made Alexei feel slightly exhilarated. This scene in this life was something he didn't dare to think about in his past life. Back then, he was just the clown who pursued Ellen relentlessly, laughed at by everyone. Nobody cared. Even if there was a long way to go in the future, at least, he had taken the first step. Hideo had his arm around Alexei, Standing straight with pride, basking in the glory alongside Alexei, he shouted confidently, "You see, this is my buddy Hideo." To say the least, Hideo's words touched Alexei a bit. After finishing his sentence, Hideo glanced at the girls' section and continued. "Which classmate wanted to add Alexei on QQ to discuss ball skills just now? Honestly, my skills are not inferior to his either. Consider adding me. My QQ is 1211. Alexei. Glancing at Hideo without good temper, Alexei smiled helplessly, looking through the crowd at a certain spot, then walked over. At this time, Ellen was distracted, seemingly lost in thought, when she suddenly felt Raven gently bumping her with her elbow, desperately signaling at her. "Nuanyuan, Alexei is coming to find you." Ellen turned her head, and indeed saw Alexei walking towards her. The boy was tall and graceful, smiling gently, his expression gentle, his disheveled hair being blown by the breeze, walking step by step like a victorious general returning from ancient times. At this moment, Ellen felt inexplicably nervous as he drew near. This was the first time she had really looked at Alexei closely. She found that Alexei was really handsome now, with fair skin and sharp features, especially his clear black and white eyes, which were particularly bright. He was completely different from the boy with a mushroom cut who had once humbly tried to please her. Why hadn't she noticed before that Alexei was such an outstanding potential prospect? Just as she was lost in thought, Raven beside her sneered and said, "Look, Adley, I told you this guy was just pretending. Now that he's hogged all the limelight, isn't he coming to show off to you?" Not only did Raven say this, but even the students watching also began to gossip after seeing Alexei's actions. "Look, Alexei is going over to Ellen. How dare he? After making such a big fuss, can it be that Randalati Ellen would fall for him? Wah wah, my newly crowned god of men hasn't given up on Ellen yet? My heart is breaking again. Give it a rest. Alexei has liked Ellen for so long." These words instantly steadied Ellen's wavering heart. That's right, exactly. Alexei deliberately ignored her, or provoked her, just to surprise her by suddenly changing, keeping it secret from her all along. Suddenly, Ellen had a suspicion that seemed more and more plausible the more she thought about it. She had been ready to approach Alexei proactively because of how excellent he had become, but after thinking she knew the truth, she became proud and capricious again, first provoking her anger, then secretly changing himself, finding a chance to stand out, and finally confessing in front of everyone. Yes, that was the truth. This Alexei was so despicable, playing her around like this. She had already said she wouldn't forgive Alexei that easily. Ellen let out a soft snort and walked straight towards Alexei. Chapter 17. Did I let you go? Amidst the girls' heartbroken gazes and boys' envious looks, Alexei and Ellen grew closer. Seeing Ellen suddenly blocking his path with a proud expression, Alexei was puzzled. Unexpectedly, Ellen spoke first. "Alexei, you're really immature." "Alexei." Seeing Alexei didn't speak, Ellen naturally assumed he was feigning ignorance. She took a deep breath and said in an apparent displeasure, "I know you've spent a lot of effort on all this, and I can guess. The way you irritated me before, not helping when I was bullied, even at the canteen that time, were all intentional. In fact, you've been planning these things for quite some time, haven't you? I admit, you've changed a lot and are better than before. Doing so much, aren't you just trying to create this opportunity to confess to me flamboyantly? Do you?" Before Alexei could finish, Ellen cut him off and continued, "Alexei, I've always known your feelings for me, but I said it, I won't forgive you so easily. Despite all your efforts and significant changes for me, it doesn't mean I'll accept your confession. I told you, I don't want a relationship now. If you truly like me, you shouldn't force me with such immature methods. Can't you give me some time?" After finishing, Ellen pointed to Leonardo on the field and added, "Leonardo, and the girl who fell, were actors you found, right? I almost believed you, Alexei. Please, let's focus on our college entrance exams soon. Don't distract me. Can't we just be ordinary friends? Let's put today behind us." Leonardo. Onlookers. Ellen's words immediately sparked discussions among the students. What the heck, is this a script? So, it was all an act just to impress and confess to Ellen? Too bad, our big beauty queen still has high standards. Alexei got rejected again. To tell the truth, I saw through everything from the start but didn't say anything. Damn, who was cheering for Alexei just now? Speak up, little punk. The scene quickly shifted from cheers for Alexei to ridicule and criticism directed at him. As for Leonardo, he too had many question marks in his head. Actors? When did he sign up for this? Meanwhile, Alexei stared at Ellen as if she were a fool, not saying a word. Thinking Alexei was guilty for being exposed, Ellen urged, "Alexei, speak up. If you apologize, maybe I can consider." Before she finished, Alexei abruptly pushed her aside. "How stupid can you get? Stop playing drama. Get lost." Alexei ignored Ellen and walked toward the corner stairs. Ellen swayed, almost falling, her face expressing shock and disbelief. "Alexei, you actually pushed me and cursed at me?" Even Raven rushed over to Ellen's side, supporting her while berating Alexei. "Alexei, even if Ellen uncovered your plan, you can't push or curse at her. Are you even a man? With that attitude, how do you expect to win her heart? Pfft, in your dreams." With her best friend backing her, Ellen started tearing up, wiping her tears as she sobbed. "Alexei, you disappoint me so much. No matter what, you shouldn't push or curse at me. Wah." Seeing Ellen crying pitifully, Alexei felt only irritation. Turning back, he said, "Stop whining. It's annoying. Today, let me make things clear. Ellen, I must have been blind to ever like you. Now, I have no interest in you. You're beneath me, understand? Quit putting on shows in front of me. Remember what I said at the canteen? I have mental GAP, compulsions, dirty stuff makes me sick. Got it? Then leave." Alexei's words stunned Ellen, Raven, and everyone present. Could Alexei really say such things? What did I hear? Alexei doesn't like Ellen anymore? He couldn't be lashing out, cursing too harshly. After all, she's still a girl. Why does it seem Alexei isn't acting? Is there a possibility that he genuinely doesn't like Ellen anymore? Was she deluding herself? To be honest, I've seen through it all long ago. I just didn't say anything. Damn, why are you everywhere? You said the same thing before. Ignoring what others were saying about this, Alexei strode straight towards Julianne on the stairs. Once he stood still, Alexei, who had been looking quite fierce a moment ago, instantly transformed. He slowly squatted down, his face filled with concern as he asked, "Does it still hurt?" Having witnessed everything that happened just now, Julianne's mind was struggling to keep up. She was just a transfer student and naturally knew nothing about the situation between Alexei and Ellen. But from what she heard, her new desk mate seemed to have quite a bad reputation at school, especially how he treated those two girls so harshly just now. Oh no, her days ahead are bound to be tough, aren't they? Who knows, maybe one day she would upset Alexei and be treated badly too. Thinking of this, Julianne became even more afraid of Alexei. She hung her head low, not daring to look at him, and timidly replied, "No, it doesn't hurt anymore. Timothyl Magnus, was I cool just now?" Alexei stood up, bent halfway at the waist, and put both hands on his knees, leaning closer. Finally, he said something typical for a high school boy. His clear eyes stared straight at Julianne, brimming with anticipation, as if he had done something incredible and was craving praise. Indeed, boys never grow up in front of the girls they like. They show their childish side. Julianne was caught off guard by the question and instinctively looked up at Alexei. Due to Alexei's bending, when Julianne lifted her head, she found herself very close to his face. At such proximity, that handsome face exerted an enormous charm on her, making her blush furiously. She hurriedly lowered her head again, nervously tugging at the edge of her pants. Seeing Julianne's shy and bashful demeanor, Alexei couldn't help but smile widely. Even when shy enough to tug at her pants, little Magnus looked incredibly cute. "Did I say, was I cool just now?" Alexei repeated. Cool. Julianne nodded stiffly without daring to lift her head. Receiving confirmation, Alexei smiled even broader. Suddenly, he thought of something, and the smile on his lips gradually faded. At the same time, Leonardo noticed everyone's attention was focused on Alexei and Ellen, so he decided to slip away. But as soon as he turned around and hadn't walked a few steps, he heard Alexei's voice. "I didn't let you go, did I?" Chapter 18. Kneel and apologize. Alexei's sudden voice made Leonardo's body stiffen. Everyone else also instinctively looked at Leonardo. Only now did everyone recall that the cause of the matter was none other than Leonardo. Now that the competition had ended, Leonardo naturally had to apologize. Leonardo knew he couldn't avoid it. He wasn't without thoughts of reneging. After today, his relationship with Alexei was unlikely to mend anyway. But so many classmates were watching. When setting the terms earlier, he had spoken too confidently. If he backed out now, he'd inevitably invite gossip. How could he still show his face at school? "You lost, come over and apologize." Alexei beckoned Leonardo with a finger, in the stance of a victor. This provoking gesture made Leonardo immediately bristle, especially with so many people watching him, including Ellen. He felt incredibly embarrassed, wishing he could disappear into a crack on the ground. This humiliation was complete. After giving Alexei a fierce glare, he gritted his teeth and said, "No need for your reminder." With great difficulty, he moved towards Julianne. Feeling countless gazes upon her, Julianne felt extremely uncomfortable. She really wanted to tell Alexei that she didn't want to accept anyone's apology and just leave this place as quickly as possible. But under these circumstances, she lacked even the courage to lift her head. And after much internal pep-talking, Leonardo finally muttered an extremely perfunctory and impatient "sorry." Those 3 words made Leonardo feel like his face was burning, hating Alexei even more in his heart. Actually, apologizing to a girl isn't a big deal. Without the prior bet, even if he apologized humbly, there would be no shame. But the problem was that at the time, Leonardo, provoked by Alexei, set the bet hastily and swore confidently that he would win. Now faced with defeat, having to apologize in front of so many classmates, this was the most embarrassing situation a boy his age could experience. Although Leonardo already felt humiliated enough, Alexei wasn't done with him yet. "Is this how you apologize? Not sincere enough. Try again." Leonardo was at a loss, but knowing he was at fault, he didn't dare argue. After another fierce glare, he forced back his anger and said, "Classmate, I apologize for my actions. Sorry." Afterward, he looked at Alexei and said resentfully, "Satisfied now?" Seeing Leonardo's bitter expression, Alexei felt quite pleased, but it still wasn't enough. He couldn't actually do anything serious to Leonardo in broad daylight, but he could make things difficult for him as some advance interest. "Don't rush. Didn't you say that if I won, you would even kneel down to apologize?" "Alexei, don't go too far." Upon hearing Alexei demand he kneel, Leonardo's composure completely snapped, his face turning black. A man's word is a nail. You, now, kneel and apologize. Alexei pressed relentlessly, his cold eyes staring straight at Leonardo. The onlookers began whispering among themselves. Wow, Alexei is being this tough? Is he really making Leonardo kneel? Weren't they good friends before? What happened? Poor guy. This will be Leonardo's biggest embarrassment. If he kneels, he probably won't have the face to return to school. He could always renege, right? Why should I care if he gets yelled at? Hearing the whispers from the crowd, Leonardo's face alternated between green and red, like a drama. Alexei, what did I do to offend you? Is it really necessary to treat me like this? Leonardo roared in fury. In response, Alexei simply repeated 4 words. Kneel and apologize. Just then, the bell rang, bringing even more students to gather around. Leonardo thought he was currently the most miserable person, unaware that Julianne was even more distressed. She felt this incident was her fault. Leonardo had already apologized, and since they were all young, having Leonardo kneel down would be unbearable for her. She feared becoming the subject of classmates' gossip in the future. Timothy, no. It's fine, forget it, I'm really okay, Julian pleaded anxiously. I promise to stand up for you, Alexei replied with a smile. Seeing Alexei unrelenting, Julianne became so desperate that tears started welling up in her eyes. Unable to bear the scrutiny of so many people, she stumbled to her feet, ready to flee. But just as she stood up, severe pain in her ankle made her lose balance, almost falling over. Seeing Julianne in pain, with sweat beading on her forehead, Alexei hurriedly lifted her pant leg and discovered that her slender ankle had swollen high. At this moment, Alexei felt extremely guilty. Alexei, you fool. You had to show off like this. Shouldn't you have sent Xiao Magnus to the infirmary right away? Uriel, come over and give me a hand. Alexei called out to Hideo and then squatted down, ready to carry Julianne on his back. No need, really no need. Julianne shook her head repeatedly. Uriel, move faster. Alexei didn't give Julianne any chance to refuse. With Hideo's help, he hoisted her onto his back and turned to look at Leonardo, saying, this time, I'll let you off easy. Get lost. Then he quickly left, carrying Julianne. With Julianne on his back, Alexei walked straight past Ellen without even glancing at her. But Ellen clearly saw concern and anxiety on Alexei's face. She remembered one winter when she twisted her foot on the way home. Alexei braved the heavy snow, carrying her a long distance to the hospital. During her few days of rest at home, Alexei would wait outside her door before dawn each day, bringing her breakfast. She always thought that Alexei could only be good to her, but she never expected. Ever since his failed confession a few days ago, Alexei seemed to have changed into someone else. The meticulous care she once enjoyed was gone. Ellen, it was blind of me to like you before. But now, I have no interest in you. You don't deserve me, understand? Dirty things make me sick. Alexei's icy words from earlier hit Ellen's lofty heart like a hammer, shattering it. At this moment, Wojciech, confusion, anger. All these emotions intertwined in Ellen's heart. But what dominated was anger. The humiliation wasn't just for Leonardo, but also for herself. Alexei publicly insulted her in front of so many classmates, making it seem like everything was due to her own delusions. This was something the always proud Ellen couldn't accept. After sniffing, Ellen angrily turned and left. Chapter 19 really changed his Zophiend basketball court. As Alexei, Ellen, and Leonardo left, the crowd also dispersed, losing their entertainment. Alexei was carrying Julianne to the school clinic, but Hideo followed like a third wheel, constantly chatting excitedly and asking questions non-stop. Timothy, you didn't tell me when you learned to dunk. And that script thing Ellen mentioned just now, is it true or not? It should be fake. You're not that kind of guy. And we've been together these past 2 days. You wouldn't have had time for all this. And also, are you really changing your mind? Do you really no longer like Ellen? Hearing Hideo's rapid-fire questions, Alexei couldn't help but glare at him. Why wasn't he more tactful? Why bring up these things in front of Julianne? Uriel, go to the cafeteria and get some food first. Bring 3 portions. You haven't. Hideo's curiosity was bursting, clearly wanting to continue questioning. But seeing Alexei giving him hints, he hesitantly glanced at Julianne and then muttered as he left. The distance to the school clinic wasn't close, but on one hand, Alexei hoped this road could be a bit longer, while on the other hand, he was worried about delaying Julianne's injury. Timothy, Alexei classmate. Suddenly, Julian called out from behind his back. Yeah? What is it? Alexei asked. Can you? Put me down. I can walk by myself. No. Alexei refused straightforwardly. Oh. Julianne lost the courage to protest after being refused by Alexei. After all, she still remembered how fierce Alexei looked when confronting Leonardo earlier. Passers-by saw Alexei carrying Julianne and started whispering and pointing. With Alexei's good looks, the attention was indeed high. But poor Julianne felt everyone looking at her along the way, so she dared not meet those gazes and could only let her head hang down. However, because Alexei was carrying her, her nose kept accidentally brushing against Alexei's back. Even though it was just ordinary physical contact, it made Julianne blush deeply. She unconsciously sniffed, smelling the faint scent of soap from the boy, which made Julianne inexplicably nervous. Her deskmate was really strange. Although he was handsome, he was always so aggressive toward others and even scolded people. His academic performance was terrible too. But why did he always smile at her and stick up for her? If one day she accidentally provoked him, would he be as harsh to her as he was to others? Alexei, naturally, had no idea about Julianne's chaotic thoughts. All he knew was that Julianne was very light, feeling like only around 80 pounds. He could feel her bones through her clothes. She must have had a hard life before. Thinking about this, Alexei felt a twinge in his heart. But it didn't matter. From now on, he would do everything in his power to make his little Magnus live the best life possible. Soon, they arrived at the school clinic. The school doctor examined Julianne's ankle and said it was just a common sprain with no serious issues. Apply some medicine and rest for a few days, and she'd be fine. As for the minor scratches on her hands, they were nothing serious either. Just as the doctor was about to apply the medicine to Julianne, a student's voice came from outside the door. Is anyone here? My classmate has a bad stomachache. Please come quickly. There was only one doctor in the clinic, so situations like this were sometimes inevitable. Seeing the doctor's dilemma, Alexei smiled and said, Aurora, please go see the student outside first. I'll take care of applying the medicine. Thank you, classmate. The doctor gave Alexei a few instructions on applying the medicine and then hurriedly left the room. At this moment, Julianne was sitting on a bench with her legs dangling, lost in thought. Suddenly, she saw Alexei squatting in front of her, reaching out to grab her foot. Surprised, Julianne quickly moved her body. What are you doing? Applying medicine for you. Alexei shook the ointment in his hand, his eyes showing a childlike playfulness and excitement. No need. I can do it myself. After letting Alexei carry her all the way, Julianne already felt embarrassed. If Alexei applied the medicine for her too, it would be too embarrassing. That won't do. You're injured. As Alexei spoke, he gently held Julianne's leg with his long fingers and reached for her shoe. Seeing her trying to object, Alexei wasn't impatient at all. He simply looked up at Julianne with a smile, filled with infinite indulgence. Be a good girl and don't move. It'll be done soon. This sentence inexplicably made Julianne freeze. From Alexei's star-like eyes, she saw sincerity and concern. For some reason, Julianne suddenly felt a lump in her throat. Such a look, she had only seen in her deceased grandfather. Alexei bent down to take off Julianne's shoes without noticing her unusual expression at that moment. After taking off the shoes, Alexei held Julianne's small foot wrapped in white socks, which was only as big as his palm, with the ankle still swollen, making Alexei feel another pang of heartache. After removing the white socks, Julianne's delicate little feet were held by Alexei's one hand. Feeling the warmth of Alexei's palm, Julianne's face flushed like a ripe apple, looking exceptionally charming. This was too embarrassing for Julianne, who looked around nervously, fearing that someone else would see this scene. However, Alexei had no such thoughts. Kneeling on one knee, he first placed Julianne's foot on his leg, then spread the ointment evenly on his palm, and began applying it to Julianne's foot. Alexei's movements were very gentle. The moment the boy's fingers brushed against her skin, Julianne felt as if she had been electrocuted, with a strange feeling surging into her heart. From childhood, she had never had such intimate contact with a boy. She didn't know how to describe it, only that the places touched by Alexei's fingers didn't seem to hurt as much anymore, just ticklish. Noticing Alexei focusing on applying the medicine, Julianne summoned the courage to raise her head and quietly observed him. His eyelashes were so long, his nose so high, and he looked surprisingly handsome when he was serious. Becoming aware of these odd thoughts creeping into her mind, Julianne felt her face burning hot. After controlling her scattered thoughts, she noticed Alexei switching legs to continue kneeling, possibly because he was a bit tired. Thinking about what had happened today, Julianne suddenly felt apologetic. If she hadn't insisted on resting there, if she hadn't been so clumsy as to fall, perhaps none of this would have happened, and Alexei wouldn't have had to quarrel with other classmates to help her. She, who was timid and inferior, always thought for others, blaming herself first for everything. Alexei, classmate. Julianne softly called out. I'm sorry about what happened today. Guilt filled Julianne's voice. Suddenly, Alexei paused in his actions. Chapter 20. You never need to say sorry to me. Alexei halted his actions, and his expression suddenly changed. Why are you apologizing? Alexei asked. Seeing Alexei's expression turn a bit stern, Julianne panicked and stammered in response. It's all because of me that you had conflicts with other students. I am too clumsy. If I hadn't fallen down, this wouldn't have happened. So, she believed it was all her fault. Alexei felt a pang of pain in his heart, even having the impulse to hug his little Magnus in his arms again. Her deep-seated inferiority and kindness made her take all the blame for herself even when encountering such events. Alexei looked directly at Julianne, his gaze full of tenderness. Timothy Magnus, remember, never say sorry to me in the future. No matter what happens, wherever we are, you never need to say these 3 words to me. Hearing Alexei's inexplicable words, Julianne was obviously puzzled and asked in confusion, why? Alexei rubbed his nose awkwardly. Why? Because Alexei, owe you a lifetime. This answer, Alexei silently gave in his heart. I'll tell you about this someday when the opportunity arises, Alexei replied with a smile. It wasn't a joke. Once the right moment came, he could make up for last life's regrets with Julianne. He might really confess everything, including his rebirth. However, that goal was still far off. He hadn't resolved his grudges with Ellen and Leonardo yet, nor did he have his own career. Moreover, he still didn't fully understand Julianne's true background. Thinking of all these things waiting for him to do, Alexei looked forward to the college entrance examination more eagerly. Only then would he have more time and energy to deal with these matters. While indulging in thoughts, Alexei continued applying medicine to Julianne's wounds. Timothy, classmate? Suddenly, he heard Julianne calling him. Adia? What's wrong? Did I hurt you? Alexei asked. Julianne's cheeks were flushed, and upon closer inspection, there seemed to be a hint of subtle anger. Why? Your hand. Upon hearing this, Alexei lowered his head and realized his hand had accidentally touched Julianne's calf. No wonder he had felt a sudden elasticity and smoothness just now. Cough. It's an accident, purely an accident. I'm not that kind of person. The ointment was quickly applied, and Alexei reluctantly dressed Julianne in her socks and shoes. Before leaving, the school doctor particularly advised Julianne to rest well, noting that her body was frail due to long-term malnutrition, making her bones vulnerable to injury from bumps and bruises. She should try to get more nutrition. Alexei remembered these words carefully. Since Julianne was a transfer student, she stayed on campus. Alexei originally wanted to escort her back to her dormitory, but Julianne said she wanted to use the lunch break to return to the classroom for revision. All right, let me take you back to the classroom. Saying this, he bent down again. Come on, Timothy Magnus, hop on, Alexei smiled. Originally, Julianne wanted to refuse, but after trying to walk on her own, she felt severe pain the moment her feet touched the ground. With no choice, since she had already been carried by Alexei earlier, she hesitated for a moment and obediently climbed onto his back. But throughout the journey, she intentionally kept her upper body stiff to avoid touching Alexei's back. When they arrived at the classroom, Hideo had been waiting for some time. Xiao Timothy, where have you been? Why did you come back so late? I've already fetched the food. Is this extra portion for Julianne? Wow, how thoughtful. Hideo winked at Alexei, giving him a look that any man would understand. However, Alexei ignored him, only frowning at the food Hideo brought. At this moment, Julianne saw 3 portions of food on the table, and her stomach couldn't help but growl in hunger. 3 portions of food. Could this extra one be for her? Though very hungry, she was embarrassed to accept it. After causing Alexei so much trouble, how could she eat another meal without cause? Classmate Alexei, I don't. Julianne was about to tell Alexei that she didn't need the food, but Alexei's next words stopped her. Uriel, you eat all this. I have something to do outside, Alexei said. What? All of it? Hideo was stunned and then angry, retorting, damn it, you're playing me? Then why did you ask me to fetch 3 portions? My meal card is broke now. Alexei didn't bother to reply and left the classroom. Watching Alexei's departing figure, Julianne stood there for a while before taking out her textbook to study. Seemed like she had imagined too much. Her deskmate hadn't planned to bring food for her. Hideo grumbled a few words and then buried his head in eating. Noticing Julianne sitting alone in the corner, he paused after shoveling a few mouthfuls of rice and looked up to ask, Julianne, do you want to eat? No. It's okay, I'm not hungry, thank you. All right then. While Hideo was busy eating, Julianne fished out a bag from her old backpack and took out a pickled vegetable knot, secretly nibbling on it. At the same time, at a restaurant near the school, Alexei walked out with several bags. The sweet and sour pork ribs, fried small yellow croakers, and wood-ear pork paired with fragrant rice would make any child next door drool. Initially, he had asked Hideo to get 3 portions because he intended to bring one for Julianne. But the school doctor's reminder earlier made him realize that Julianne needed better nutrition now. As for the school cafeteria food, well, everyone knows what it's like. For other students, eating there was just to fill their stomachs. But Julianne couldn't afford to be like that. Her body was too weak. How could she manage on just cafeteria food? Although the school forbade bringing outside food, where there's a will, there's a way. Finding a fence that had been cleared by predecessors, Alexei stashed the packed meals there, circled around the school after getting in, and finally returned to the classroom. When Alexei came back with the fragrant food, Hideo was stunned, deeply touched. Wah. Xiao Timothy, no. Brother Chin. You truly love me, wah? But I've already started eating, doesn't matter, I can still eat. Seeing this, Alexei pressed Hideo's round face and replied, go away, it's not for you. Then he walked up to Julianne, placed the lunchboxes one by one, and opened the lids. The mouth-watering aroma made Julianne nearly cry with hunger, but she knew this wasn't for her. Until Alexei handed her the chopsticks, she felt surprised and bewildered, stammering. This is. Quick, eat before it gets cold. The chef from the restaurant next to the school does really good work. Try it and see if you like it. Chapter 21A Deal. Staring at the fragrant meal before her, Julianne hung her head and cautiously stuffed the half-eaten pickled vegetable root into her desk. Although she was still a little hungry, she politely declined Alexei's offer. Thank you, but really it's not necessary. I just had my meal, Timothy classmate, please enjoy yours. Alexei's eyes sparkled with amusement as he teasingly asked, but what if I have already eaten? Uriel, do you want to eat? Eat. Of course, I will eat. Even those 3 servings were not enough to satisfy me. Let me dig in without further ado. Hideo rubbed his hands together, grinning ear to ear as he picked up his rice bowl, ready to start eating. Suddenly, his face tightened when he turned around and saw Alexei glaring at him like a hellish overlord. After so many years of brotherhood, Hideo immediately changed his expression. He solemnly put down the rice bowl he held and said, oh right, I suddenly remember that I am on a diet. He hesitantly put down the food container after saying this. Alexei smiled contentedly, then continued talking to himself. Since neither of you is going to eat it, I suppose I'll have to throw it away. Idea? Throw it away? That's such a waste. Julian couldn't help but murmur under her breath. Since Uriel and I won't eat it, Magnus, if you don't want it either, there's nothing left to do but throw it away, Alexei said. Upon hearing this, Julianne hesitated instantly. She did not want to accept this delicious meal for free, yet the thought of wasting food pained her. Noticing Julianne's hesitation, Alexei had an idea. He continued, Magnus, how do you think my academic performance is? Alexei's swift change of topic caught Julianne off guard. However, she immediately recalled the miserable scores on Alexei's mock exam paper. Yet, how could she bear to speak too harshly? After pondering over the right words, Julianne carefully responded, It's barely passable. To her surprise, her words made Hideo unable to hold back his laughter. Julianne, don't your words sting your conscience? Barely passable? Timothy Xiaozi's grades are so bad, only I can compete with him across the entire grade. Alexei nodded in agreement. Though what Uriel says may be a bit rough, it's true. You've seen my test papers too, right? My grades are indeed poor. Julianne bowed her head, giving a weak nod, afraid that her words might upset Alexei. She hurriedly added, Boo, but I believe if Timothy's classmate studies hard, you can definitely catch up. Alexei snapped his fingers, sat next to Julianne, resting his head on one hand, and said with a smile, You're absolutely right, which is why I need your help. When Teacher Wang arranged us as desk mates, she wanted you to urge me to study. With college entrance exams coming up soon, Magnus, your grades are so good. If you tutor me, my grades will definitely improve. With these words, Alexei offered chopsticks to Julianne once more. If you still feel awkward, let's make a deal. In the future, you help me with tutoring, and I treat you to meals. This way, you get rewarded for your effort. It's fair, isn't it? Hearing Alexei's suggestion, Julianne found some logic in it, but felt something amiss. She didn't know whether she should agree or refuse. Seeing this, Alexei couldn't help sighing inwardly, thinking he needed to take stronger action. Standing up suddenly, he clasped his hands and adopted a pitiful look, pleading, Magnus, please say yes. With my terrible grades, no one will help me get into college unless you do. There's no one else willing or able to help me improve quickly. Can you bear to watch a potential pillar of society being stifled in its cradle just because you don't assist me? Please say yes, okay? Beside him, Hideo's lips twitched involuntarily, puzzled by Alexei's recent behavior. Under Alexei's persistent coaxing, Julianne suddenly understood something. No wonder her desk mate has been so kind to her, defending her and even sending her to the school infirmary, applying medicine for her injuries, and bringing her such delicious meals, smiling at her frequently. It turns out he wanted her help with studying. Patsy was right. No one does something nice for others without a reason. With this realization, Julianne's nagging doubts were finally resolved. After calming down, she nodded and replied, Actually, you don't have to do this. I can also help you with your studies. We're classmates, and it's our duty to help each other. This won't do, let's separate things. It's settled then. Here, hurry and eat before it gets cold. Alexei handed the chopsticks over again. This time, Julianne hesitated only briefly before accepting the chopsticks. Teeth, thank you. Although it was an equal exchange, Julianne still felt like she was getting the better deal. Alexei, however, couldn't stop grinning. From now on, he had a perfectly legitimate reason to bring meals for little Magnus and could spend more time with her under the guise of tutoring. Killing two birds with one stone. He was simply a genius. Julianne originally intended to eat slowly, but after tasting a few bites, she couldn't resist. She hadn't eaten such delicious food in a long time, so she ate faster and faster until her cheeks were bulging, making her look like a little squirrel. Beside her, Hideo smacked his lips and muttered, Good heavens, she looks small but eats like a real tough guy. Impressive. Even though her eating looked somewhat fierce, Alexei found it rather endearing, with a hint of pity. He couldn't imagine how Julianne had lived before. Adium cough. Because she ate too fast, Julianne choked and started coughing while covering her mouth. Seeing this, Alexei hurriedly poured some soup and handed it to her, his tone full of indulgence. I told you to eat slowly. Here, have some soup. Adium, thank you. With rice still stuffed in her mouth, Julianne put down her chopsticks, held the soup bowl with both hands, and sipped gently. The sight nearly melted Alexei's heart. On impulse, he couldn't resist gently rubbing Julianne's head, causing her to shiver. Unperturbed, Alexei kept a straight face. You have a grain of rice in your hair. Finally, after observing for a while, Hideo sensed something amiss. His small eyes, nearly squished shut by fat, darted back and forth between Alexei and Julianne, wearing an odd expression. Suddenly, he seemed to have a thought and made an even stranger face. Xiaotai Mathinzi, come with me to the restroom. Hideo nudged Alexei with his elbow. No time, go by yourself. Alexei didn't turn his head, unwilling to take his eyes off Julianne for a moment. Seeing this, Hideo adopted a very serious tone. I have something really important to ask you. Very, very important. Chapter 22. The term, Timothic dog. Alexei had no intention of acknowledging Hideo, but seeing the latter's serious expression, he was taken aback. Could this guy really have something important? Alexei thought about it and nodded, saying, Okay, let's go. Anyway, There would be plenty of opportunities for him to interact with Xiao Magnus in the future. He couldn't stick around her all the time. After getting up, the two left the classroom. On the way, Hideo kept looking at Alexei with a strange look. Even when they reached the restroom, it was still the same. After urinating, Alexei felt completely relieved. But as soon as he turned his head, he noticed that Hideo still had that look, staring straight at him. Who could understand? Being stared at by another man while peeing in the men's room could make someone think something else might happen. What's your problem? You've been staring at me the whole time. If you don't say what it is, I'm leaving, Alexei said. Xiao Timothy, do you like the new girl, Julianne? Hideo asked abruptly, staring intently at Alexei as if trying to read something. On the contrary, Alexei showed no signs of being out of place, casually shaking himself off and zipping up his pants while responding, yes. Hideo. The plot just didn't seem right. You admitted it just like that? Brother, don't you even try to argue? After being caught, shouldn't you panic and act flustered, then attempt to change the subject? Basically deny it to death? That's how it should be. Hideo gestured dramatically. Alexei patted Hideo on the shoulder, subtly rubbing against him, and replied, do you have anything else? What? What did you rub on my clothes? Oh, got some urine on my hand. Alexei, your grandpa. My school uniform was just… Wait, you're trying to change the subject. Upon hearing this, Alexei sighed helplessly. Yeah, you got me. I'm panicking like crazy. After confirming that Alexei really liked Julianne, Hideo suddenly became curious and eagerly said, tell me what happened. When did you start liking her? Why did you fall for her? Do you need a reason to like someone? Alexei countered. This question touched on Hideo's blind spot, leaving him unable to answer. After a moment of silence, Hideo suddenly sighed. Xiao Timothy, these past few days you've seemed like a different person. I thought it was because Ellen Yin rejected you. But from what you said to Ellen Yin on the basketball court, I now believe you really don't like her anymore. Honestly, I always thought you two weren't a good match, but before, you were obsessed with Ellen Yin, so I never had the heart to advise you to give up. But I'm curious, after liking Ellen Yin for so many years, why did you suddenly see things clearly? Hearing this, Alexei couldn't help but think of some ugly scenes from his previous life. He couldn't tell Hideo the real reason. Even if he did, Hideo might not believe it. Uriel, do you know the term, lick dog? Unfamiliar with this modern adjective, Hideo asked in confusion, Timothic dog? A new breed? Domestic or foreign? Alexei smiled and explained, it's an adjective. They say dogs are the most loyal. When their owner is happy, they'll lick them with their tongues. Even if they get beaten or scolded, once the owner hooks a finger at them afterward, they'll wag their tails happily and keep licking. In their eyes, the owner is the whole world, the only one. But to most owners, they're just entertainment for idle moments. When the owner is happy, they'll pet them. When not, they'll kick them away or get another. After saying this, Alexei glanced at Hideo and continued, so, lick dog is an adjective. Just like I used to be with Ellen Yin, I was the dog that could be kicked away or replaced, while she was the owner. Hideo frowned, pondering for a moment. With his comprehension skills, it took him a while to digest this modern term, but he nodded vaguely. Now that you mention it, it does sound like that. My Shar-Pei is the same. No matter how much I kick or scold it, as long as I come home or feed it, it shamelessly comes to lick and rub against me. So, this is called a lick dog. Got it. So, you don't want to be a lick dog anymore. That's why you stopped liking Ellen Yin. Kind of, yeah. Suddenly, Hideo thought of something and grinned. But Xiao Timothy, I feel like you're also a lick dog with Julianne, and you're even more enthusiastic. Alexei. Good kid. You're learning fast. You don't know Jack. Me and Xiao Magnus are both pursuing each other. Alexei snorted. The two left the men's room, still joking around, but not long after they had departed. In a corner stall, a boy stood up, glaring darkly at the door. It was Leonardo. He had originally come to relieve himself, only to coincidentally encounter Alexei and Hideo. Because of losing to Alexei in the earlier game, Leonardo felt embarrassed and did not want to give Alexei another chance to mock him, so he didn't dare to come out. But he never expected to overhear such explosive news. Alexei, I wondered why you suddenly became indifferent to Adley. So you've developed a liking for that bean sprout. Leonardo laughed, seemingly amused by something. He hastily wiped himself, pulled up his pants, and sprinted off. Meanwhile, Alexei and Hideo returned to the classroom. During their idle chat in the restroom, Julianne had finished her meal entirely, neatly stacking the empty takeaway boxes into a bag. Seeing this, Alexei walked over and sat next to Julianne. Hideo, on the other hand, wisely sat far away, pretending to read while stealthily observing Alexei and Julianne. How was it, Xiao Magnus? Did you enjoy the food? Alexei asked. Julian nodded. All right, then I'll bring food from this place for you every day. What would you like tomorrow? Alexei asked again. Upon hearing this, Julianne shook her head. While Alexei was away, she had thought it over. She couldn't keep having Alexei bring her meals. Although she rarely ate outside, she knew it cost more than the cafeteria. Alexei was just a student with a fixed allowance. If he kept bringing her food from outside, it would surely cost him a lot. Classmate Alexei, I thought about it. No need to bring me food every day. I'll still help you with your studies. And I brought lots of snacks from home. Lots of snacks, referring to that pickled radish lump in your desk? Alexei remarked. Hearing this, Julianne lowered her head immediately. Indeed, Even in this new environment with a new desk partner, she still faced ridicule for eating pickled radish. Noticing Julianne's low spirits, Alexei realized he had spoken without thinking and panicked. He knew how sensitive Xiao Magnus was. Even though his words had no hidden meaning, it was clear she had misunderstood him. Scolding himself inwardly, Alexei was about to explain when he suddenly heard a reprimand. Don't bully the new student. Chapter 23 Who doesn't love black stockings? The sudden voice made Alexei startle. Then he turned his head to look. Tap, tap, tap. What came into view was a tall and slender woman who looked to be about 25 or 6 years old. The woman had exquisite makeup, wearing black high heels, a trendy fitted overcoat, and inside was a set of pure black suit. Beneath the skirt were her long and slim legs encased in black stockings, straight and slender. Black stockings with high heels. Those who understood would get it. Hideo, who had been feeling a little drowsy, instantly perked up like Erwin Beiji seeing a watermelon, his eyes shining brightly. Black stockings. My favorite. Hideo whistled, got up to tidy his short buzz cut, but as the woman approached and he saw her face clearly, he almost wet himself from fright and hurriedly sat back down, keeping his gaze on his nose and mouth, reading a book upside down with unusual concentration. Even Alexei was quite surprised when he saw the woman's face clearly. Teacher Zhang. It wasn't surprising that Hideo seemed to have seen a living Yama, god of death. Wasn't it normal for students to give teachers nicknames at school? At Alexei's school, there were 8 big figures and 3 nun-like teachers. One of the representatives of the 8 big figures was their homeroom teacher, Crosby, and their Chinese teacher, Diana, was one of the 3 nun-like teachers. The reason was simple. Although Diana was very young and her stunning appearance didn't match the term nun at all, her strictness was well known throughout the grade. Diana stopped in front of Alexei, fuming, first looking at Julian huddled in the corner, then looking at Alexei and asked, "Which class are you in?" Clearly, Diana hadn't recognized Alexei right away because he had changed so much. Seeing that Diana hadn't recognized him, Alexei's handsome eyes curved into a crescent moon with laughter. Teacher Zhang, I'm Alexei. What? You're Alexei? Diana's small mouth hung open in surprise, her almond eyes full of disbelief. She couldn't associate this handsome young man before her with the Alexei she remembered, who used to have a mushroom haircut and an unremarkable appearance. But upon closer inspection, she realized that apart from his hairstyle, Alexei's features hadn't changed at all. Noticing Diana staring at him intently, Alexei couldn't help but joke, Teacher Zhang, I admit I'm handsome, but if you keep staring like that, I'll get nervous. Hearing this, Diana finally snapped out of it and felt a bit embarrassed by her earlier behavior. As a teacher, she shouldn't have stared at her student in such a way that could be misunderstood. Because she was amazed by Alexei's transformation, she even forgot what she originally wanted to say and spoke. Alexei, you've changed so much. Teacher didn't recognize you at first. It's okay, Teacher Zhang. You look beautiful today too. I almost didn't recognize you either, Alexei replied with a smile. No woman disliked being praised as beautiful, teachers included. There was a tiny bit of joy in Diana's heart, but mostly confusion. Not only had Alexei's appearance changed, but even his tone, demeanor, and overall aura were completely different. Women are naturally curious, especially about handsome men. She had only taken a few days off, so what happened to Alexei during these few days that made him seem like a totally different person? However, restrained by her role as a teacher, she held back her curiosity. Just then, a weak voice called out, Teacher Zhang. From the corner, Julianne suddenly spoke. Only now did Diana remember her original purpose. She became serious and looked at Alexei, saying, Alexei, were you bullying Julianne just now? This puzzled Alexei, not because of being misunderstood. But how did Diana know Julianne's name? Diana had taken leave days ago and only returned today, so it was impossible for her to have met Julianne yet. Seeing Alexei not speaking, Diana assumed he was feeling guilty and sternly said, Alexei, if I find out you're bullying new classmates again, watch out. Before she could finish, Julie quickly interrupted, No, Teacher Zhang, you misunderstood. Classmate Timothy, he didn't bully me. Julianne, don't be afraid. The teacher is here to support you. Just tell the truth. If Alexei really bullied you, the teacher will protect you, Diana said. Upon hearing this, Julianne became extremely anxious, stuttering as she explained the situation haltingly. After repeatedly confirming that Julianne was telling the truth, Diana looked at Alexei with suspicion, examining him from head to toe before saying rather comfortingly, Alexei, I didn't expect you to suddenly come to your senses. Nice work. Julianne has very good grades, just a bit introverted. In the future, help each other out. If you have any difficulties, let me know anytime, and I'll help if I can. Teacher Zhang, do you two know each other? Alexei asked. Diana looked at Julianne, sighing deeply with a touch of nostalgia, then explained the situation. Diana had been hired by this school 2 years ago, while her previous job was at Julianne's old school, teaching Chinese as well. At that time, she had noticed the academically excellent Julianne, especially after learning about her difficult family circumstances. She had privately helped her quite a bit. Later, due to work changes, she moved to the current school. In these past few days, because of personal matters, she took some time off. By chance, in the teacher exchange group, she learned that Julianne had transferred to this school and even joined her class. She immediately confirmed the news with Crosby and, after resolving her personal matters, rushed back without delay. Upon entering the classroom, she saw a handsome young man looking casually at Julianne. while Julianne was cowering in the corner like a little lamb. Not recognizing Alexei at first, she naturally assumed he was an outsider bullying Julianne. After the misunderstanding was cleared up, Diana didn't stay long, as she still had classes in the afternoon, so she left the classroom. Once Diana left, Julianne kept glancing furtively towards the door. Alexei smiled and leaned closer, saying jokingly, "Xiao Magnus, what do you think of Teacher Zhang?" "Ah, Teacher Zhang, she's really nice. Back at my old school, she gave me living expenses." Hearing this, Alexei shook his head and continued, "I mean, do you think she's beautiful?" When asked this, Julianne suddenly felt somewhat embarrassed, lowering her head awkwardly as she stammered, "Beautiful." Indeed, Diana was very beautiful, especially with her stylish makeup and trendy outfit. She epitomized the modern urban beauty. No wonder even the young boys couldn't resist her charm, and even girls found it hard not to like her. "Do you want to become as beautiful as Teacher Zhang, or even more beautiful?" Alexei asked again. Chapter 24. The ugly duckling was originally a swan. Alexei's words inexplicably made Julianne's mood become somewhat low. Actually, when Diana was there just now, she had secretly glanced at her several times. She felt that the teacher was really too beautiful, skilled at makeup and dressing up like a fairy from the heavens. In comparison, she felt she was just the ugly duckling from a fairy tale. "Classmate Timothy, you don't need to tease me. I'm not pretty." Sensing the inferiority in Julianne's words, Alexei felt heartache. His tone full of affection as he replied, "Timothy Magnus, do you know the story of the ugly duckling?" Upon hearing this, Julianne's head drooped even lower, the trademark motion of grabbing her pant leg showing how dejected she was. Her desk mate must be implying that she is only an ugly duckling in the story? Though she had often been teased this way back in school, she didn't expect that in this new environment, someone would still talk about her like this. But she didn't blame Alexei. Everyone said so anyway. Perhaps noticing Julianne's misunderstanding, Alexei hastily added, "In the world of the ugly duckling, it never realizes that it is actually a true swan. Timothy Magnus, you are the ugly duckling that hasn't transformed into a swan yet. So don't always keep your head down. You will become very beautiful in the future, more beautiful and outstanding than all girls." These weren't just words Alexei spoke to comfort Julianne. The Julianne of his previous life was truly outstanding. He still remembered clearly the first scene where he saw Julianne as a spirit. Not mentioning anything else, just her figure and aura alone were incomparable among the women he had seen. As for her face, although Julianne had lost her eyes then, it wasn't hard to tell from her other facial features and contours that in the future, Julianne wouldn't be any less beautiful than Diana. If everything about Julianne had been normal, she could have been described as an unparalleled beauty. However, these words sounded somewhat far-fetched to Julianne. She was always the least noticeable one, the invisible presence wherever she went, and if noticed, it would definitely be to mock her. So starting today, little Magnus should eat on time, replenish nutrition, eat well, drink well, sleep well, and naturally you will become more and more beautiful. So, Alexei patted the lunchbox in his hand with a smile and said, "From now on, I'll take care of your nutritious lunches, as well as breakfast and dinner." Alexei's words sounded like he was trying to placate a child. Julianne also looked somewhat peculiar, wondering if punctual meals could make one beautiful. Her table-mate was quite convincing. Still, she didn't say much, only giving a polite but awkward smile. Alexei tidied up the empty lunchbox, while Julianne flipped through her textbooks. Reading for a short while, perhaps because she was too sleepy, she fell asleep with her head resting on the table. Seeing this, Alexei didn't bear to disturb her nap and idly wandered over to Hideo's desk. And Hideo was clearly still thinking about Diana's black stockings. "Xiao Timothy, how come we never noticed Teacher Zhang's great figure before? Those long legs, TSK, almost reaching my neck. And after makeup, Teacher Zhang looks like a big star, frustratingly attractive. Why did I not notice this earlier?" Alexei rolled his eyes at him and retorted, "Why don't you go to the office now and ask Teacher Zhang to wear makeup and black stockings to class every day?" "No way, I haven't got that kind of courage." Hideo plucked a twig that extended in from the window, put it in his mouth, and rested his hands behind his head. "But seriously, why did Teacher Zhang start putting on makeup and dressing up today all of a sudden? I remember several times when our female classmates secretly permed their hair or applied lipstick, they were all scolded by her. Of the 3 female teachers, she's the youngest, but acts like an old antique, disallowing this and that." Alexei leaned against his desk and glanced out the window. Maybe what we usually see is her disguise. The real her appeared just now. This drew a scornful look from Hideo, who pursed his lips and retorted, "Cut it out, acting like you know her so well." Alexei simply smiled and didn't elaborate. But he quietly decided to find an appropriate opportunity to chat with Diana privately. As someone who had lived before, he knew the fate trajectories of some people around him, but didn't intend to interfere excessively, except for those he truly trusted. But for Diana, he really needed to talk. It wasn't lustful intention or longing for his teacher's black-stocked long legs, but because he just found out that Diana had taken good care of Julianne in private. Since his little Magnus had received Diana's kindness, no matter what, he couldn't stand by and watch the tragedy of Diana's previous life replay. The lunch break passed quickly. The first class in the afternoon was Chinese. Diana walked into the classroom wearing loose black clothes and long pants, flat shoes, all wrapped up tightly with her hair pinned up. Her exquisite face, though without makeup, was still a beauty mark. However, the expression on her face was extremely rigid and serious. The current Diana was worlds apart from the elegant urbanite she was during lunch break. Standing on the podium, Diana lightly threw the textbook on the podium and scanned the crowd. The results of the last mock exam showed that our class's Chinese scores dropped 2 places in the entire grade. It seems I've been too lenient lately. You don't take me seriously, do you? Take out your test papers. Seeing Diana on the podium transformed into a strict, nun-like figure, Alexei shook his head with a smile, then turned to look at Julian beside him, whispering, Timothy Magnus, was Teacher Zhang like this at your old school? Before Julian could answer, Diana on the podium had sharp ears like Inspector Blackcat, giving Alexei a stern look. Alexei, no talking during class. If you fail the next mock exam, I'll ask your parents to come to the school. Seeing Diana's fierce appearance, Alexei shrugged and stopped talking, taking out his paper to review it together with Timothy Magnus. All the way until evening study hall ended, the commuting students went home while the boarding students had their night self-study. Julianne was a boarding student and needed to attend night self-study, and naturally, Alexei would accompany his Timothy Magnus. As for Hideo, he originally wanted to drag Alexei to go online. Go online? Go where? Don't want gold anymore? Don't want big guys anymore? I just want to make it clear, I'm not that kind of person. I just love studying. Let's enjoy our night self-study. Chapter 25. You've fallen in love. Everyone used to hate night study sessions when they were in school. Attending them every day was annoying. After growing up, everyone envied those who could attend night study sessions. Alexei never thought there would come a day when he would actually enjoy the process of studying. Indeed, as long as you're with the right person, everything you do will be interesting. It was only pitiful for Hideo who, despite his bold pledge to work hard, had fallen asleep dreaming about chatting with Zhou Gong after merely 10 minutes of studying. Alexei felt a bit depressed too. Ever since night study began, Xiao Magnus had been buried in her books and problems, giving him little response whenever he tried to talk to her. Only when he asked her about learning-related issues did she talk more. This problem mainly uses quadratic equations. It's actually not difficult. Suppose. Julianne explained it very seriously, putting all her heart into the math problem. They say a serious man is the most handsome, but in Alexei's eyes, his Xiao Magnus was also incredibly charming when she was focused. Moreover, he noticed that Xiao Magnus' profile was absolutely stunning. Due to being too thin, Julianne's jawline was very prominent, her nose small yet upturned. The only flaw was her poor complexion, plus the heavy fringe and always hunched posture, which made her appear like a bean sprout or an ugly duckling. Alexei propped his head up, lost in admiration. A smile unconsciously spread from the corners of his mouth to his eyes, finally sweetening his heart. Timothy classmate. Are you listening to me? Seeing Alexei staring at her and seemingly not listening at all, Julian couldn't help but ask. Yeah, of course I am. Alexei replied without missing a beat. Well then, that's how this problem is solved. If you have any questions, you can ask me again. Julianne pushed the test paper towards Alexei, then buried herself in studying again. Seeing how diligent Xiao Magnus was, Alexei didn't want to slack off either. He studied along with her, and whenever he got tired, he turned to look at her by his side, instantly feeling full of energy again. Time flew by, and night study ended quickly. Initially, Julianne was going to return to her dormitory alone, but Alexei insisted on sending her back. Although the school doctor said it was just a regular sprain and wouldn't affect much, the distance from the classroom to the girls' dormitory was quite far. What if she tripped along the way? No matter how Julianne wanted to refuse, she couldn't resist Alexei's thick-skinned persistence. Outside the girls' dormitory, after watching Julianne hobble inside, Alexei turned and left. Upon reaching the school gate, Alexei felt an overwhelming sense of resentment from afar. Turning his head, he saw Hideo squatting by the door, looking at him with a yun-fu-like expression. Bro, I waited until I was nearly asleep. Is it that far from the classroom to the girls' dormitory? You could have crawled over here. Alright, stop whining like a yun-fu. I'll treat you to internet this weekend and give you some points first. Alright. The methods to appease a guy can often be simpler. Indeed, Hideo immediately brightened up and nodded vigorously. On the way back, each of them rode their own electric scooter, chatting casually. Xiao Timothy, sometimes I wonder what goes on in your mind. You finally got out of Elenuan's hot spot, and then you jump right into Julianne's misery. It seems you care more about Julianne now than you did about Elenuan back then. You must have that late-stage love syndrome people talk about online. What do you mean? Alexei asked. You see, before you chased after Elenuan, it was like a hopeless, unrequited love, right? People say that once such a tormenting, unrequited love ends, a person feels reborn, changing significantly, but with one flaw, emptiness inside. At such times, if there's a suitable person nearby, attention shifts instantly. In simple terms, after pouring so much emotion into one member of the opposite sex, once liberated, it's easy to feel fresh toward other members of the opposite sex. Hearing this, Alexei couldn't help but frown, his tone somewhat displeased. Viney, I know what you mean, but my feelings for Julianne aren't the freshness you're talking about. Don't ask anymore. Just remember this. I only like her. Noticing Alexei's displeasure, Hideo hastily closed his mouth, waving his hand. Alright, continue doing your thing. Let's see how long you can keep up this enthusiasm. Wow, you're delivering food and even escorting her to the dormitory, you'll tire yourself out. Hideo having this idea, Alexei understood. Others would never understand his feelings for Julianne, nor could they experience the bond that transcended time between them. As for how long Hideo believed he could last, time would prove everything. Hideo thought Alexei would probably only be fresh for a few days, and that this enthusiasm would eventually fade. As a fellow guy, he figured that Alexei could so easily give up on someone like Ellen, such a beauty, so he wouldn't waste much time on Julianne. But unexpectedly, Alexei held on for a full week. Yet, there was a situation that gave Alexei a headache. He could hold on, but his wallet couldn't. His father only gave him so much allowance each week. Now, in addition to taking care of himself, he had to cover Julianne's expenses as well, always picking the best and most delicious food. By now, his pockets were emptier than his face. As for why he didn't ask his father for more money, it was simple. As someone who had been reborn, if he couldn't even make this small amount of money, he might as well die again. This day, the senior high school was having another mock exam. After the exam ended, Julianne was called to the office by Diana. Lately, Diana would find Julianne privately every now and then. Based on reliable information he gathered from Julianne, Diana was concerned about her life and studies, and also wanted to know if she had been bullied by him. Diana even said that if Julianne was really being bullied, she would talk to Crosby to get Julie and move to another seat. Alexei naturally didn't take these words to heart since Diana was caring for Julianne. "Xiao Timothy, what are you thinking about, looking so worried?" Hideo suddenly came over, sat down nonchalantly, and continued, "Hee, did you do badly on the test? I told you, we're not made for studying." Clearly, Hideo still thought Alexei was worried because he had performed poorly on the mock exam. Though Alexei had been cramming recently, with his super memory and meticulous thinking, dealing with a mock exam was just a piece of cake. "Said you can't help anyway," Alexei replied casually. "Hey, it's just a mock exam, no big deal. We've been at the bottom before many times. There's a new night market on Gillen Road, tonight. I'll take you there for some indulgence." Gillen Road? New night market? These two keywords suddenly triggered Alexei's memories from his past life, making him instantly brighten up. Chapter 26. Something all men understand. Alexei had many ways to make money and knew of a few big opportunities. However, he was currently just a student, barely an adult with no network or capital. It was like trying to cook without ingredients. But Hideo's words suddenly enlightened him. If making big money wasn't possible now, earning some pocket money should be easy enough. With this thought, Alexei turned to look at Hideo, his eyes slightly mischievous. Seeing this, Hideo became instantly wary and said, "What are you up to, you little rascal? Uriel, do you have any money on you? Want to borrow? Here, I only have 2 yuan and 50 cents. Hideo pulled out 3 coins from his pocket. Unexpectedly, Alexei didn't even glance at the money, patting Hideo's shoulder and continued, "Not enough. What about your secret stash?" "I'll see, there should still be." "Damn, how did you know I have a stash?" Hideo's eyes bulged. "Don't mess around. How much is left?" Hideo looked doubtful, replying, "What are you planning? You need to tell me the amount if you want to borrow. I don't have too much. It's all hard-earned savings from my spare change for buying a second-hand laptop after the college entrance exam. Of course, I'm taking you somewhere nice, doing something men should do. You get it." Alexei winked suggestively. These meaningful words caused Hideo's brain to momentarily short-circuit. He couldn't figure it out right away, but upon reflection, damn, there's a hidden meaning here. Catching the deeper hint in Alexei's words, Hideo became quite excited. Something men should do? Damn it. "Xiao Timothy, are you saying we're going to? Isn't this too soon?" "Maybe not. We're both 18 and adults already." "No way, this is too exciting. Why did you suddenly change, huh? Speak up. How many times have you done this without telling me?" "Forget it. Who made you my brother? Don't worry about it. How much do you need? I've got it covered. Hurry up and take me." Seeing Hideo become speechless with excitement, his eyes almost gleaming, Alexei scratched his head. Is this guy misunderstanding something? Do we mean the same thing by something men should do? "Good brother, it's settled. Let's go after school," Hideo said eagerly. That afternoon, Hideo felt time passing slower than ever. Ding dong. Finally, the bell signaling the end of school rang. Alexei was tidying up his desk when he turned to Julie and beside him and said, "Xiao Magnus, I won't be able to accompany you to evening study tonight. Have dinner in the cafeteria first. I still have some money on my card." "Xiao Timothy, don't dawdle, hurry up." Before Alexei could finish speaking, Hideo had already dragged him away. Fortunately, Julianne's ankle had mostly recovered, so he felt relieved. Outside the school, Hideo followed Alexei as they raced towards their destination on an electric bike. Soon, they arrived at a place. Hideo glanced around and saw a bustling commercial district, muttering, "Holy cow, opening it here. This boss must be bold. No wonder people say the more dangerous it is, the safer it becomes. But Xiao Timothy, I'm nervous. Should we go back? If we get caught, my dad will kill me." Alexei looked at Hideo as if he were an idiot, too lazy to respond. After parking the bike, he walked into a narrow alley alone. Seeing this, Hideo took a deep breath and muttered, "If Xiao Timothy can be so brave, why should I be scared?" He then hurriedly followed behind. As they twisted and turned, Hideo kept peering around nervously, yet oddly excited. 10 minutes later, "We're here," Alexei said. Staring at the scene before him, Hideo's mouth dropped open, dumbfounded. "A miscellaneous market? Xiao Timothy, are you sure there's weight? As the ancients say, don't judge a book by its cover. There must be something extraordinary inside, right? Hey, Xiao Timothy, don't walk so fast. Wait for me." Alexei regretted bringing this fool along now. Hideo kept thinking there must be some hidden mystery, until Alexei stopped at a stall. 60 pounds of Timothy taro. Hearing this, Hideo immediately tensed up. So the password is 60 pounds of Timothy taro. Who would have thought? Hideo still believed Alexei's words were some kind of secret code, but when the owner actually handed over a bag of taro, Hideo froze. What the hell? It really is 60 pounds of Timothy taro? After purchasing 60 pounds of taro for less than 130 yuan, Alexei easily shouldered the sack and looked at Hideo, saying, "Let's go. What are you standing there for?" "Xiao Timothy, this is what you meant by something men should do?" "Sure, why not?" Alexei countered. This statement left Hideo utterly speechless. "You little devil. I've been tricked." Wailing, "My hard-earned money." Alexei chuckled. "What did you think I was talking about then?" Hearing this, Hideo's face turned beet red with embarrassment, too ashamed to speak but gave Alexei a fierce glare. "Using money to make more money, that's what men should do. That's what I'm referring to." Alexei patted the sack, his heart already bursting with amusement. He knew exactly what Hideo had been thinking. Bah, what use is a bag of old taro? Are you going to farm now? Hideo obviously felt dispirited. Indeed, lust can blind a man. The ancients never lied. Alexei deliberately left him hanging, smirking mysteriously. "You'll see in due time. Let's keep going. We're not done yet." They spent nearly an hour shopping in the market, buying taro, purple sweet potatoes, yogurt, sugar, straws, plastic cups, and other odds and ends. All in all, they spent over 500 yuan. Given the amount of stuff they bought, their electric bike couldn't fit it all. Luckily, the market wasn't far from Alexei's home. He went back and fetched an old tricycle from the storage room, then loaded everything up and took it home, temporarily storing it in the storeroom downstairs. It took them quite some time to get all the items sorted out. Seeing half of his savings gone, Hideo felt like his heart was bleeding, especially when he saw Alexei humming a tune carefreely beside him. "Xiao Timothy, seeing you buy straws, blankets, and so many materials, are you planning to make your own drinks or milk tea and sell them?" At first, Hideo didn't know what Alexei was up to, but after buying all the ingredients, he made an educated guess. Not bad for you. That's exactly what I plan to do." Hideo froze, then started pounding his chest in frustration. You. Have you lost your mind trying to woo girls? Don't you see milk tea stands everywhere on the streets? This is your idea of using money to make more money. Oh no, my hard-earned savings will be gone. You scoundrel. Chapter 27. Plan to make money. Hideo had initially thought Ira had some brilliant ideas, but he didn't expect it to be merely a plan to sell bubble tea. This made him launch another verbal assault on Alexei. Moreover, drinking bubble tea and making bubble tea are two different things. With all these materials you've gathered, who's going to make them? All right, I just want to ask, do you trust me or not? Alexei waved his hand and said. Hearing this, Hideo's anger immediately diminished significantly, but he still gave an arrogant snort. "I'm too lazy to argue with you. Anyway, if we don't make money this time, I'll just consider myself unlucky. But you must get my account to platinum, and tell me how to grow taller and become handsome." "Deal," Alexei replied with a smile. "Tisage." Still acting proud, Hideo got up, patted his bottom, greeted him casually, and left. Watching Hideo's back, Alexei shook his head with a laugh. It was clear that Hideo was indeed a bit angry this time, but the problem wasn't too big. Once they earned the money, Hideo would naturally be happy. In the evening, Jake Gillis came back home. "Son, are all those miscellaneous items in the storage room brought back by you?" "Lorenzo, I was just about to talk to you about this." Alexei then explained that his classmate's family planned to set up a stall recently, so they were temporarily borrowing their storage room due to having too many items. Alexei knew that if his father found out he was planning to make money through street vending, he definitely wouldn't agree, fearing it might interfere with his studies. So, he could only keep it a secret for now. At dinner, Jake mentioned he would start working night shifts for the next half month, from 9 p.m. to 9 a.m. the next day. "Got it, Lorenzo. A 12-hour shift is quite tiring. You need to rest more recently." "You brat." Jake was replying when his phone rang. After checking the caller ID, Jake suddenly looked nervous, glanced at Alexei, and hurriedly went to the bathroom to take the call. Soon after, Jake came out looking distracted. "Lorenzo, who did you call, and why hide in the bathroom?" Alexei asked casually. Unexpectedly, Jake seemed somewhat embarrassed, drank some tea, and replied, "No one, just a colleague." "Oh right, son. I left my bag at the factory, so I have to go back for it. You go to sleep early and remember to lock the door." After saying that, he rushed out the door. Left his bag at the factory? Alexei glanced at the bag on the sofa, feeling puzzled. How come Lorenzo acted oddly after receiving that call? Could he be experiencing a second spring and sneaking off for a date? He thought this possibility was very likely. Thinking of his past life, last month during Lorenzo's birthday, under the influence of alcohol, he had hinted at finding a stepmom, but he firmly opposed it at that time, even throwing a fit, threatening to run away if Lorenzo remarried. That way, Lorenzo's potential second spring was nipped in the bud by his childish and ignorant self. At that time, he just didn't want anyone to share Lorenzo's love, because he had invested so much emotion in Ellen without any reciprocation, so Lorenzo's love became the only thing. He didn't want a strange woman to take away his father's love. Even though he lost his mom at a young age, he couldn't accept having a stepmom. It was this naive and selfish thought at that time that caused his father to live a lonely life, while he, as a son, prevented Lorenzo from pursuing happiness and failed to fulfill his filial duties. always thinking about Ellen. Slap. Alexei slapped himself, resolving that this time, no matter what, he must find Lorenzo a companion. After dinner, Alexei cleaned up, reviewed his lessons for a while, and then went to bed. The next morning, at 5:30, woken up by the alarm clock, Alexei heard the sound of his father closing the door and quickly turned over to get up. After washing up, he saw the living expenses his father had left on the table, took it, and headed out. He dragged a sack of taro out of the storage room and began preparations. There was a breakfast shop near the neighborhood where Alexei often bought buns since junior high. The owner was a kind, middle-aged woman in her 50s. Alexei bought a steamed bun set and casually negotiated a deal with the owner. He wanted her to prepare some materials for him, just to steam the taro and sweet potatoes and cut them into cubes according to his requirements. He would pay her $100 each time. The owner didn't hesitate much and readily agreed, considering it a light job among neighbors, and it earned some extra cash. After instructing the owner a few more things, Alexei returned home contentedly with the buns. After breakfast, Alexei made another trip downstairs to the storage room, dragging all the other materials back home. It took him nearly an hour to finish the preparations. Checking the time, he changed his clothes and went out. As usual, Hideo was waiting for him outside the neighborhood, with a puffy, fat face full of gloom. Seeing this, Alexei greeted him and teased. "What's up, Uriel? Still gloomy?" "Gloomy? What use is it? You've already spent what you needed to. That's settled then. Let's discuss something else. Can you lend me the remaining $500? Hideo. Hearing this, Hideo didn't say a word and fled by twisting the throttle. Alexei patiently coaxed him all the way, eventually convincing Hideo to willingly lend him the money. At the school gate, they parked their electric scooters. "Uriel, I'll treat you today. Are 2 sausages enough?" Alexei asked. He would also bring some for Kristen, Alexei added silently in his mind. 2? Not enough, Grandpa wants 4. Wait, damn. Use my money to treat me to sausages? How devious you are. Son of a dog. Fine, if you don't want them, I'll buy them for my little Magnus. Pa. Thursurda, who said I wouldn't eat? While fooling around, they walked towards the school. Hideo was trying to snatch the last sausage from Alexei when he suddenly froze, then nodded his head towards Alexei, glancing not far away. Following Hideo's gaze, Alexei looked in the direction as well. Not far off, 2 girls and a boy were walking together, chatting and laughing. Seeing these people, Alexei's initially good mood instantly turned sour. It wasn't for anything else but because these 3 were Ellen, Leonardo, and Raven. The 3 seemed to be enjoying their conversation, especially Leonardo, who was holding quite a bit of food, doting on Ellen and Raven, looking almost overjoyed. How did those 3 end up together? Hideo mumbled, taking a bite of the sausage. Alexei only glanced at them once before turning away. Sharp-eyed Raven also noticed Alexei and whispered something to Leonardo and Ellen beside her. Ellen raised her head to glance at Alexei, then coldly snorted and turned away, clearly still harboring resentment over the incident where Alexei pushed and scolded her on the basketball court. As for Leonardo, his face was filled with malice. Chapter 28. Every man has his sore spot. Ever since Leonardo lost the basketball match to Alexei, he had become a laughingstock. On that day, someone even took a video and posted it on their school's forum with an entire thread dedicated to it. Almost all comments were mocking him. Even most of his classmates had seen the post and gossiped about him behind his back. This made him hate Alexei with every fiber of his being. Seeing Alexei turn around to leave, Raven snorted coldly and suddenly urged the 2 people next to her to quicken their steps. Catching up to Alexei, Raven glanced sideways at Alexei and deliberately raised her voice, saying, "Wow, Leonardo, are all these breakfast items for Adley? You're too thoughtful, right, Adley?" Ellen naturally understood Raven's intention. She first shot an angry look at Alexei and then cooperated by saying, "Yeah, Leonardo is indeed quite good." She was intentionally saying this for Alexei to hear, because just a few minutes ago, while she was buying breakfast with Raven, Leonardo suddenly found her and told her everything about the conversation between Alexei and Hideo in the men's restroom that day. After that incident on the basketball court, Ellen had been sulking, feeling wronged and puzzled about why Alexei suddenly didn't want to talk to her and even seemed to dislike her. Was it because she refused his confession on the playground that day? But before this, she had already turned him down 98 times. Yet Alexei still persistently tried to please her for so many years. Only after hearing those words from Leonardo did she realize that Alexei had fallen for someone else, and someone who was described as extremely unattractive. Not only did she not reflect on herself, but she also became angrier. Coming from a wealthy family, with her beauty and great figure, boys who wanted to pursue her could line up from the classroom all the way to the school gate. Why would Alexei suddenly not like her anymore and go for an ugly duckling? So she decided to deliberately praise other boys in front of Alexei, wanting him to know that if she wanted, plenty of boys would be queuing up to pamper her. Leonardo, of course, couldn't guess what she was thinking and was still overjoyed by Ellen's praise earlier. "Hee hee, just for that sentence of yours, I'll cover your breakfast from now on." Saying this, he edged closer to Ellen, almost touching her. Seeing this, Ellen couldn't help but frown slightly, clearly repulsed by Leonardo's overly close behavior. She merely wanted to upset Alexei. It didn't mean she actually liked Leonardo. Thinking of Alexei standing nearby, she forced herself to suppress her disgust and flashed Leonardo a sweet smile. "Really? But wouldn't that be too much trouble for you?" This return glance excited Leonardo so much that he nearly floated off the ground, losing himself. Actually, he had always harbored feelings for Ellen over the years. After all, she was exceptionally beautiful, and most boys in the school, from freshmen to seniors, fancied her. It was just that with Alexei's relentless pursuit of Ellen and knowing that Ellen had high standards, plus the fact that Leonardo hadn't openly competed with Alexei at that time, he kept his feelings hidden. Even today, he only sought out Ellen to report on Alexei, purely to annoy Alexei, without any ulterior motives. But who would have thought that springtime had come for him? Could Ellen actually have a crush on him? But wasn't Ellen always very picky? Why would she suddenly like him? Maybe, she just likes my type. It seems that all her previous rejections of Alexei must have been hints for me. Leonardo successfully convinced himself and waved his hand, replying, no trouble at all. Meanwhile, Ellen kept stealing glances at Alexei. Seeing that Alexei showed no reaction, she couldn't help but bite her lip lightly. Still no reaction? After hesitating for a moment, Ellen steeled herself and made a bold move. She suddenly linked arms with Leonardo, speaking in a coquettish voice, Leonardo, you're such a nice guy. How did I never notice before? At that moment, Leonardo felt as if flowers were blooming all around him. The fragrance of Ellen's body almost sent his hormones soaring through the roof. This scene attracted many curious onlookers. After all, wherever Ellen appeared, she drew attention. Feeling the focus on him, including the envious and jealous glares from other boys, Leonardo felt like he was flying. The gloom from losing to Alexei instantly vanished. Startled, Leonardo bellowed with arrogance, Adley, actually, I have a lot of good qualities. Especially, I'm very loyal, unlike certain people who pester you for years, always claiming they like you, but then switch affections just because you turn them down once. It's really disgusting. Pa, what a piece of trash. Alexei still showed no reaction, but Hideo beside him was glaring with anger. Damn it, this guy is clearly criticizing me indirectly. To think we used to consider each other brothers before. What a waste of eyesight. Hearing this, Alexei couldn't help but chuckle lightly. Hey, Uriel, not bad. You're starting to use idioms now. Seems like all the studying has paid off. Seeing that Alexei was still in the mood for jokes, Hideo scratched his head anxiously. Shoutimothinzi, are you nuts? Didn't you hear how they're dissing you? If a stray dog bites you on the road, would you bite back? Alexei retorted. Air. Hideo touched his nose and thought carefully, realizing that Alexei made sense. If another boy were in this situation, seeing his former crush flirting with a so-called friend and being mocked, he would definitely rush forward in jealousy. But such low tactics couldn't affect Alexei's mindset at all. Let him talk. Alexei would remember everything and settle old and new scores with Leonardo later. Clearly, Leonardo mistook Alexei's silence for fear and became even more arrogant, raising his voice again. Adley, don't you think certain people are crazy? They forsake such a good girl like you and go chasing after an ugly duckling for love games. Sigh, if I look at that girl for one more second, I might vomit last night's dinner. She's not even as pretty as your little toe. And she's cheap too. That person hooks a finger and she agrees immediately. She's nothing but a slut, ha ha ha. Leonardo laughed triumphantly, while Ellen frowned. As a girl, she felt Leonardo's words were too vulgar. At the same time, Alexei suddenly stopped in his tracks. What's up, Shoutimothinzi? Hideo asked curiously. Alexei remained silent, his face turning icy cold as rage welled up inside him. This time, Leonardo had hit Alexei where it hurt. Chapter 29. Can't endure any longer. Originally, Alexei did not want to bother with the underhanded tricks that Leonardo played on him. But what Leonardo should never have done was using such foul words to insult Julianne. It seemed that sometimes being too mature and steady could also make a man lose his righteous indignation. Alexei turned coldly, walking straight toward Leonardo. Hideo noticed Alexei's anger and whispered urgently, Timothy, are you going to teach him a lesson? Or, why don't you bear with him a little longer? There are too many people here. We can catch him on the way home after school. Bear? If he could still bear it, he might as well perform a live-action version of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Don't get involved in this. Alexei replied coldly, advancing towards Leonardo with fierce intent. Seeing Alexei's intimidating presence, Leonardo smirked disdainfully, especially in front of Ellen. He was fearless, standing straight, sneering, well, isn't this Timothy? Where is your ugly duckling? Why don't you take her out for a stroll, and let everyone see her, ha ha ha. Fuck. This was the first time Alexei had sworn since his rebirth. Typically, before fighting, they would trade threats and standoffs. Fights were always drawn-out affairs. Alexei now had only one thought, and that was to fight Leonardo. Swinging his fist, Alexei aimed right for Leonardo's face. He moved fast, but someone else was faster. Just as Alexei's fist swung out, he suddenly saw a fat figure jump through the air, delivering a flying kick that sent Leonardo sprawling to the ground. Goodness, Hideo acted even faster. Go take a stroll yourself. How about showing us your mother instead? I'll rip your head off today. Hideo cursed and disregarded martial ethics, riding on top of Leonardo to beat him mercilessly. Alexei was bewildered by the scene, wondering what was up with Uriel. Logically speaking, Hideo shouldn't be the one doing this. With Hideo's bulk, Leonardo couldn't put up any resistance, only yelling and clutching his head. Stop. Stop it. Don't fight anymore. Ellen and Raven, watching from the side, were frantic but didn't dare intervene, only urging them to stop from a distance. Seeing this, a hint of amusement flashed in Alexei's eyes, and he deliberately acted panicky, stepping forward to pull them apart. Uriel, Stop, calm down. Trying to stop the fight? Stopping the fight was impossible. While verbally stopping the fight, Alexei's foot wasn't idle either, delivering several kicks to Leonardo's stomach, almost making him vomit last night's dinner. The crowd grew larger, finally alarming the sleepy security guard at the gatehouse. 10 minutes later, in the office, grade supervisor Crosby sat solemnly in his chair, glaring at the three people in front of him. Alexei and Hideo stood together, while Leonardo next to them looked battered, sporting a black eye, which made him look quite comical. Bang! Crosby slammed the table and said sternly, "Who started the fight?" Before he finished speaking, Leonardo blurted out impatiently, "It was Alexei." "Teacher Wong, Alexei hit me first." "You're lying. Timothy didn't lay a finger on him." "Don't talk nonsense." "Teacher Wong, this has nothing to do with Timothy. It was me who fought, and he tried to break it up," Hideo insisted. Leonardo was furious upon hearing these words. Breaking up the fight? He clearly sided with Alexei and kicked me when I wasn't looking. "Teacher Wong, so many students witnessed it. We can check the surveillance if you don't believe me." Their arguments gave Crosby a headache, and he waved his hand, asking them to be quiet. Then he looked at Alexei. "Alexei, tell me what happened." Alexei knew he couldn't hide the truth. Like Leonardo said, there was surveillance at the school gate. So he recounted the incident from beginning to end. When Crosby heard how Leonardo had insulted Julian, he frowned and turned to Leonardo. "Did you really say those things?" I. Leonardo blushed, not knowing how to respond. Alexei teased, "If I'm framing you, just say so to Teacher Wong." After all, there were many students watching. Hearing Alexei repeat his own words again, Leonardo felt both annoyed and angry, but under Crosby's stern gaze, he reluctantly nodded. And then came Alexei's performance time. He put on an indignant act. "Mr. Wong, you heard it too." Leonardo was the first to insult Julianne. "She is such a good classmate, studying diligently in class with excellent grades, and always willing to help others after class, even helping old ladies cross the road for no reason. Recently, she has often helped Hideo and me catch up on our studies. As classmates, we should definitely support her wholeheartedly, be grateful." But Leonardo, he publicly insulted Julianne and spread rumors. When Hideo heard it, he couldn't stand it anymore, so he resorted to violence. But it was to defend Julianne's reputation and uphold the honor of our class. Alexei's words struck a chord deep within Crosby's heart. Although known for his strictness toward students and nicknamed Iron Leg, Crosby had a soft spot for top students like Julianne. No teacher dislikes high-achieving students who behave themselves. Moreover, Julianne was the treasure that Crosby snatched from other teachers' hands. Seeing Crosby remain silent, Leonardo panicked and quickly argued, "Teacher Wong, even if it was wrong for me to curse, they can't just assault me. Look at what I've suffered. I can apologize to Julianne, but those who hit people must be disciplined too. If you hadn't opened your filthy mouth, would I have hit you? What did Julian ever do to you? Even if it's just a rumor about Timothy and Julianne, calling her a slut is uncalled for. If any other guy in our class heard that, they'd beat you up too." Seeing them arguing again, Crosby banged on the table, saying, "Enough. All of you, quiet down." After a brief pause, Crosby continued, "The facts are clear now. No matter how you see it, resorting to physical violence is unacceptable. Initiating a fight is certainly wrong." Hearing this, Leonardo felt relieved and cast a triumphant glance at Alexei and Hideo. Even if Alexei might escape punishment, Hideo would surely be disciplined, perhaps even suspended or expelled, something Leonardo could accept. Unexpectedly, Crosby wasn't finished yet, however. Considering the context, Leonardo made groundless accusations and insulted a fellow student, which is also unacceptable. Since Hideo had reasons to act, he will receive a lighter punishment. "Hideo, you must apologize to Leonardo and write a 10,000-word self-criticism to submit tomorrow." This time, it was Alexei and Hideo who smiled, returning a triumphant look at Leonardo. Leonardo's face turned pale with anger, emotionally exclaiming, "Teacher Wong, aren't you showing favoritism? They hit people, and the punishment is so light. I can't accept it." "What did you say? Do you think I'm being partial?" "Fine, let's call your parents and go to the principal for him to decide." Crosby's tone was filled with displeasure. Seeing Crosby angered, Leonardo instantly deflated. On the other hand, Hideo was grinning widely, then looked at Leonardo with a cheeky smile, saying, "Sorry, Leonardo. My actions were too heavy-handed just now. It's my fault. I'll be more careful next time." Leonardo gritted his teeth in frustration but had no recourse. He couldn't win physically or by lodging complaints. "All right, this matter ends here. All of you can leave. Alexei, stay behind." Chapter 30. This damn gentleness. In the office, Crosby sat in the chair, saying nothing but staring at Alexei with a serious look on his face. If it were any other student facing the golden leg, Crosby, the leader among the 8 tough guys, they would have been terrified. But Alexei was not the least bit anxious. He rubbed his nose sheepishly and said, "Teacher Wong, I admit I'm quite handsome now, but I don't think I've reached the point where I can attract everyone." Alexei's joke broke the silence, making Crosby laugh despite his annoyance. "I see you're becoming more disrespectful these days, daring to joke with me like this. Didn't Teacher Wong always teach us that students should treat teachers as friends rather than enemies?" "I'm just putting what I learned into practice," Alexei replied. Saying this, Alexei paused slightly and chuckled. "Besides, Didn't teacher Wang talk to me heart to heart like a friend when we were in the men's restroom last time? Cough, cough. Recalling the incident in the men's restroom where he hugged Alexei and cried, even asking Alexei to light a cigarette for him, Crosby felt his face turn red. Crosby realized that Alexei wasn't just dramatically different in appearance. He also spoke in a way that didn't seem like a typical high school student at all, almost more persuasive than those online gurus. Do you know why I asked you to stay? Crosby hurriedly changed the subject. Is it about Julianne? Alexei asked. Crosby was slightly surprised, not expecting Alexei to be so perceptive. You're right. Ms. Zhang told me you've been getting closer to Julianne recently. I've heard a little from other students about your past. That you've turned things around and are catching up on your studies makes me, as your homeroom teacher, very pleased. But I still hope you focus on your studies. Hearing the deeper meaning in Crosby's words, Alexei feigned confusion. Teacher Wang, I'm not sure what you mean. Don't play dumb with me. I was your age once too. Do you think you can hide anything from me? In short, I don't want any external factors to affect your college entrance exam. Understand? Alexei nodded continuously. As a homeroom teacher, Crosby naturally paid close attention to top students like Julianne. He had been gathering information from Ms. Zhang and knew Alexei had been getting closer to Julianne lately, hence this reminder. He was a teacher, but he was also a man who had once been Alexei's age and understood the budding feelings at that age. All right, Teacher Wang, I understand. If there's nothing else, I'll go back to class, Alexei said. Go ahead. Crosby waved his hand, watching Alexei leave. He sighed to himself, thinking, damn, this gentleness of mine. Who will call me Golden Leg after this? After leaving the office, Alexei returned to the classroom for morning study. He glanced at Hideo in the corner, buried in writing furiously. He was probably writing a self-criticism. Leonardo thought the punishment was light, unaware that their class tradition required handwritten self-criticisms. For someone like Hideo, who struggled with essays, a 10,000-word handwritten self-criticism was akin to a modern torture. Back at his seat, Alexei pulled out his phone and sent a message to Hideo on QQ. We'll split the self-criticism. Hideo, thank you, Godfather. Alexei turned and saw Hideo waving his fists at him, couldn't help but smile, feeling a warm sensation in his heart. Glancing at the empty seat next to him, Alexei muttered, why hasn't Kristen come yet? Not long after, Julianne finally arrived. It seemed to be a strange phenomenon in the school that when everyone arrived, most people would instinctively look at the last person to enter the classroom. Feeling the gazes of many people, Julianne lowered her head, carrying a bag in her hand, and hurried to her seat. Seeing Julianne, Alexei smiled and greeted her. Good morning, Kristen. Hearing this, Julianne's face turned red. After sitting down, she shyly nodded and softly replied, Good morning, Timothy, classmate. Although she still blushed occasionally, after spending time together, they weren't as distant as before. After all, Alexei was the only one in the class who would initiate conversations with her. Why did you come so late? Oh, what's that in your hand? Looking at the bag of buns and soy milk in Julianne's hand, Alexei asked, shaking his head and laughing helplessly, then continued, Did Teacher Zhang buy these for you again? Yes, Teacher Zhang. Also gave me 100 yuan for living expenses, Julianne said. A faint sourness seemed to fill the air, as if someone's pot had tipped over. It was only because it was Diana. If it were a guy, Alexei would have definitely gone all out. Patting his pocket, Alexei couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, a man without money couldn't get by anywhere. It seemed that his grand plan to earn money had to start as soon as possible. Morning classes passed unnoticed. Ding-ling-ling. The dismissal bell rang, and Alexei still handed his meal card to Julianne, saying, Kristen, when you go to the cafeteria to get food later, just use my card. Hang on for one more day, and I'll take you for a big meal soon. No need, Teacher Zhang just gave me living expenses. Teacher Zhang is Teacher Zhang and I am I. If I say to use mine, then use mine. Timothiston to me. After speaking, he called out to Hideo. Uriel, let's go. After leaving the classroom, they cycled towards Alexei's house. Why are we going to your place? I haven't finished writing the self-criticism yet. How much of yours have you written? Hideo asked. Of course, we're preparing to start our grand plan to earn money. Self-criticism isn't urgent. We can finish it in the afternoon anyway. While cycling and chatting idly, they quickly arrived at the breakfast shop near Alexei's apartment complex. The ingredients he asked the boss to prepare this morning were all ready. Alexei transferred 100 yuan and together with Hideo, they hauled the materials back home. They also moved all the supplies from the storage room into the kitchen. After everything was prepared, Alexei got busy. Seeing Alexei working hard, Hideo scratched his head, thinking he should pitch in too. So he said, Alvis, what should I do? You? Go watch TV. Are you looking down on me? Hideo retorted. Alexei replied, or you come work, and I'll rest. Hearing this, Hideo laughed. All right, you keep busy. I'll chill somewhere else. Without Hideo clowning around beside him, Alexei could focus entirely on his task. But Hideo couldn't stay idle for long. Watching TV bored him to death, so he started chatting with Alexei about the fight earlier. Alvis, do you think Ellen really has feelings for that Leonardo? Chapter 31. He wanted to replace him. Alexei kept busy with his work and didn't seem interested in responding. It wasn't that he was unwilling to talk to Hideo, but when it came to topics involving Leonardo and Ellen's, he just couldn't be bothered. Even without a response, Hideo's mouth remained active. Leaning back on the sofa, his hands behind his head, he smacked his lips and said aloud, Even if you don't say it, I can guess. It must have been Ellen deliberately trying to annoy you. She wouldn't even look at you before, so how could she possibly like Leonardo? That guy's donkey face is uglier than mine. What you just said, I agree with that, Alexei replied. Seeing this, Hideo suddenly sat up, looking at Alexei, seemingly hesitant to speak. But speaking of which, there's something I've wanted to tell you for a long time. Say it. No need to beat around the bush, Alexei replied without turning his head. After a moment's hesitation, Hideo sighed and said, Do you remember your 18th birthday? Alexei still had a pretty clear memory of that day. His father, Gillis, had originally planned to celebrate his birthday at home, but Alexei insisted on inviting Ellen out for dinner on his birthday and confessed again. But in the end, Ellen stood him up, leaving him heartbroken. Afterward, he invited Hideo and Leonardo to drink with him for the first time in his life, ending up drunk as a skunk. Yeah, I remember, Alexei nodded. That night after you got drunk, so did Leonardo, and he even went on a bender. He nearly got into a fight with you, shouting about how he liked Ellen too but didn't want to compete with a brother for a woman, and that you two weren't suited for each other and should give up. He said too much, basically that sort of thing. At the time, I thought he was just spouting nonsense while drunk and didn't want it to affect our relationship, so I never told you. After saying this, Hideo was visibly annoyed, continuing bitterly. Looking back now, that guy already had designs on Ellen. Damn it, before, whenever he said you two weren't right for each other and advised you to give up, I thought he was thinking of you. Turns out he was just wanting to take your place. Bah. Next time I get the chance, I'll give him another beating. Hearing all this, Alexei's movements involuntarily paused for a moment. So it seemed Leonardo had designs on Ellen since high school. No wonder this pair of betrayers ended up together eventually. As for why they betrayed him, he didn't feel like pondering anymore. Because no matter the reason, betrayal was betrayal. To him, it wasn't an excuse. After working for a while, all the ingredients were prepared, and Alexei started the final steps. Fresh milk, sugar, tapioca flour. Everything went into the pan, stirred over low heat until it formed threads. Then, the taro paste he had prepared at the breakfast shop earlier was placed in a plastic cup, followed by mochi, fresh milk, and finally some coconut jelly. A cup of taro wave bubble coconut jelly milk tea, done. Alexei looked at his creation. The taste was unknown, but the appearance was definitely impressive. Just as he turned around, he saw Hideo's big face pop up next to him. Wow, Timothy, are you serious? You can make milk tea? Hideo asked, clearly surprised by Alexei's talent. Wanna try? Alexei handed the cup over. Seeing this, Hideo frowned, hesitantly backing away a few steps, looking wary. Is this not going to kill me or something? Alexei. Forget it then. I'll give this first cup to my little Magnus to try. Hee, just joking. Anything my brother makes, even poison. I drink it. Come on, hand it over. Grabbing the milk tea from Alexei's hand, Hideo sniffed it first, then cautiously sipped through the straw. Swallow. After swallowing, Hideo's eyes widened. What? Not good? Alexei asked. Amazingly good. Hideo yelled, gulping down the milk tea in a few swallows, even licking the straw clean, then burped contentedly, looking at Alexei excitedly. Timothy, you're really talented. When did you learn this? Too unfriendly, keeping secrets from me both about basketball and making milk tea. Give me 10 more cups and I won't hold it against you. Alexei indeed knew how to make milk tea, specifically this taro wave bubble variety. In his past life, shortly after marrying Ellen, he tried every possible way to please her. Knowing that she loved milk tea, he spent months studying online tutorials to master this particular taro wave bubble, making one every day for Ellen. Even if today's Ellen could drink this taro wave bubble, she would surely love it. Of course, if Ellen really dared to drink it, Alexei didn't mind adding something extra. Go back to your TV show, don't get in the way. I still have a lot to do, Alexei said. Alexei was busy in the kitchen, and Hideo wasn't idle either. He took an empty cup, snapped a photo, and posted a status update on QQ Space with a smug tone. What does it feel like to have a brother who can make milk tea? 2 words, happiness. He even attached a photo of Alexei busy in the kitchen. Hideo had just intended to show off by posting a status update, but to others, it looked completely different. At the same time, at school, in class 2 of grade 3 science, inside the classroom. Every day during lunch break, Raven, Ellen's best friend, would come looking for her. Ellen was sitting at her desk studying, while Raven sat beside her, aimlessly playing with her phone, bored out of her mind. Meanwhile, in the classroom, there was a pair of shifty eyes staring straight at Ellen. The person with a bruised face and black eye could only be Leonardo. However, at this moment, Leonardo was very upset. Firstly, because he had been beaten up by Hideo and Alexei. Secondly, because of Ellen's attitude toward him. This morning at the school gate, she had been smiling and linking arms with him, acting very intimate. But once they got back to the classroom, she suddenly ignored him. He suddenly remembered that he had read online some relationship experts say that girls are always shy. If a girl suddenly stops talking to you, as a boy, you must take the initiative. Instantly, Leonardo understood. The experts were right. Ellen must be ignoring him out of shyness. As long as he took the initiative, everything would be fine. After continuous self-hypnosis, Leonardo successfully brainwashed himself again and began organizing what he would say to strike up a conversation. On Raven's side, she had been idly scrolling through her space when she suddenly saw a status update from Hideo, which made her eyes widen immediately. Adley, quickly, look at Hideo's space. Chapter 32. Truly mysterious confidence. Elenuan sat in her seat, lost in thought. Upon hearing Raven's voice, she replied with a hint of impatience. What cue of his do I have? What am I supposed to look at? Hearing this, Raven handed over her phone. On the screen was clearly the post Hideo had just made about Alexei making bubble tea. Seeing Alexei's photo, Elenuan gave a cold snort and said, "Take it away, who wants to see him?" "Hey, Nuanuan, take a closer look at what Alexei is doing," Elenuan urged. "Judge, I'm not in the mood now. I have no interest in playing riddles with you," Elenuan said unpleasantly. Raven pointed to the picture on the screen and said with a smile, "Look at what Hideo posted along with this photo. Alexei must be making bubble tea." "So what?" Elenuan asked. "Oh, my dear Nuanuan, isn't it obvious? Our break time is so short. Why would Alexei suddenly run home to make bubble tea? Who else could he be making it for if not you? It can't possibly be for a guy like Hideo." Seeing the puzzled look on Elenuan's face, Raven blinked mischievously and continued, "Nuanuan, don't you love drinking bubble tea? I remember you always have, right?" At these words, Elenuan felt a sudden shock in her heart and looked back at Alexei's photo on the screen, her eyes flashing repeatedly. Of course. She had always loved bubble tea. Last winter, Alexei had even sent her bubble tea every day for half a semester, saying that once he earned money after graduation, he would open a bubble tea shop and make her bubble tea every day. Almost instinctively, she believed Alexei was making bubble tea for her. But thinking about what Leonardo had told her earlier, she became uncertain again. "Judge, do you think? Is Alexei making the bubble tea for me?" "Of course, my Nuanuan. Who else could it be for?" In the past, Elenuan would have been very confident because she knew Alexei only treated her well. But too many things had happened recently, each one making her feel like Alexei wasn't the Alexei she knew anymore. But, isn't Alexei into the transfer student? Could he be giving it to her? Elenuan hesitated. Pursing her lips, Raven retorted, "Come on, Nuanuan. Are you really still believing that Alexei likes that ugly duckling? Academically, you're as good as she is. Talking about looks and figure, you surpass her by a mile. And Alexei is so handsome now. Even if he's not chasing you anymore, there's no reason for him to go after that transfer student, right?" After Raven said this, Elenuan was a bit stunned and added, "But that day Alexei told Hideo directly in the boys' restroom that he liked the transfer student Julianne, and Leonardo heard it." "Don't let Leonardo's words mislead you," Raven said with a knowing look, crossing her arms. "I suspect Alexei knew Leonardo was there and deliberately said that." "He knew Leonardo was there?" Elenuan was quite surprised. "Of course. So he was just saying it for Hideo to hear, who then told you. Think about it. This morning at the school gate, didn't Alexei deliberately ignore you? But when you pretended to get close to Leonardo, he got angry and even fought with Leonardo? Wasn't it because he still has feelings for you and can't stand seeing you close to other guys?" It had to be said, Raven was indeed talented. She should seriously consider writing novels. Every time Alexei acted abnormally, Raven would come up with explanations that seemed ridiculous but somehow plausible. If Alexei were present, he might give her a thumbs up for her articulate analysis. "You're good at making things up, you're impressive." As a female and a drama queen in Pisces, Elenuan's flair for drama was almost on par with Raven's. After some deep thinking, Elenuan suddenly realized, and couldn't help but give a cold snort, "Humph. Actually, I figured it out long ago. How could this little Zophius ever lose to an ugly duckling?" This pair, one bold enough to say anything and the other brave enough to believe everything, were indeed a perfect match. As the most loyal best friend and sidekick, Raven naturally flattered her, laughing, "Hee hee, our Nuanuan is so smart. How could Alexei's little tricks deceive you? This morning, he probably panicked when he saw you being so close to Leonardo, so he decided to secretly make a cup of bubble tea to apologize. Humph, we'll see how sincere he is. Anyway, I won't forgive him so easily." Just as the two were whispering, Leonardo finally gathered his thoughts and approached confidently. Stopping, Leonardo straightened non-existent hair, revealing what he considered a charming smile. "Nuanuan, I know a new revolving hot pot place. Do you want to go together after school this afternoon?" Elenuan turned her head at the sound of his voice. Looking at Leonardo's bruised face and swollen eye, she instinctively thought of how close she had been with him that morning, which made her shudder. Previously, she had done it to make Alexei jealous, so she had acted a little flirtatiously. Now that she was sure Alexei still liked her, naturally, she no longer needed Leonardo as a temporary shield. "Nuanuan, this place has..." Before Leonardo could finish speaking, Elenuan frowned, and her tone became icy cold. "Classmate Leonardo, don't be so intimate. We're not close. Judge ya, I'm hungry. Let's go eat." Then she stood up and left the classroom hand in hand with Raven. Leonardo stood there like he had been petrified. At this time, in Alexei's home, after spending over an hour bustling about in the kitchen, 50+ cups, "Let's stop here for now." Alexei stretched his wrists, checking the time. It was almost class time. "Uriel, wake up, it's time to go," Alexei called out to the sleeping Hideo. "What? Oh. Hideo wiped the drool off his mouth and followed Alexei out. "What did you do in the kitchen?" "Put down the milk tea." "Come on, just taking one cup, don't be such a miser." After leaving home, the two rode their e-bike straight to school. "By the way, Xiaotaimathinzi, have you spoken to the gatekeeper yet? We don't want him to stop us from setting up a stall later." "Who told you I'm setting up a stall at the school gate?" Alexei said. Hideo was baffled and asked, "Then where are we going?" "Don't ask so many questions, I'll take you there after school." The two continued chatting while riding and soon arrived at the school. The first class of the afternoon was math. Crosby walked into the classroom, standing on the podium, and said in a deep voice, "The results of the last mock exam are out. Our class has advanced 3 places compared to the last ranking, which is very good." Instantly, cheers erupted from the students in the classroom. Crosby also smiled faintly and glanced towards a corner of the classroom. "Okay, everyone calm down. This mock exam, everyone performed very well. Next, I will praise one student who improved by a full 100 points." As soon as he finished speaking, the classroom buzzed with amazement. "Wow, when did our class have such a genius? It must be Raven. She's the study committee leader. Are you crazy? Raven scored over 500 points in the last mock exam. Do you think she could get 600 plus points? That must be Julianne, the new transfer student. I heard she was always in the top 10 in her previous school. You're even crazier. This is her first mock exam in our class." The students kept speculating about who could have improved so much. Crosby waved his hand to silence them. "The student I'm praising is Alexei." Chapter 33. My desk mate is Zophian. As soon as the words were spoken, the classroom fell into a silence. The students had already made several lists. Class committee member Raven, class president Oscar, math representative Sue Timothyong, or physical education committee member Timothy Chong. But no one thought of Alexei. Alexei's grades had been among the worst in the class for a long time, ranking alongside Hideo as the 2 bottom students. But no one expected that this super stud who improved by 100 points in one mock exam was actually Alexei. The students in the classroom all looked at each other in surprise, their eyes wide open. They stared at Alexei in the last row, but no one spoke up for a long time. In the end, it was Hideo, his good brother, who broke the silence with an excited face flushed red. "Wow, Timothy is awesome. Why are you all stunned? Clap, 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 clap." Only Hideo was clapping and cheering enthusiastically. It seemed like he himself had scored a perfect score. However, someone was not pleased, like Raven. No matter how she thought about it, she felt that this was too absurd. She even subconsciously suspected whether the scoring teacher had miscalculated the total score, but then she realized it was highly unlikely. The only thing she could think of was that Alexei cheated. "Mr. Wong, Alexei must have cheated. Otherwise, how could he possibly improve so much?" Raven said angrily. Upon hearing this, Crosby frowned and said unhappily, "Raven, watch your words. As classmates, you shouldn't make such remarks carelessly. I've already verified with the invigilator, and Alexei did not cheat." Actually, when Crosby first learned of Alexei's total score, his reaction was the same as Raven's. He subconsciously thought Alexei must have cheated. After all, Alexei's poor academic performance had always been a headache for him. He could understand if Alexei improved by a dozen or 20 points, but this time, his score soared by 100 points like a rocket. Any teacher would likely suspect cheating. However, after verifying multiple times with the invigilator, Crosby confirmed that Alexei indeed did not cheat. Accepting this unbelievable fact, he also felt relieved and more grateful for having assigned Julianne to be Alexei's desk mate. Clearly, Crosby believed that it was because of Julianne's effective tutoring that Alexei made such significant progress. With Crosby confirming that Alexei didn't cheat, Raven had nothing to say. She sat down angrily, glancing at Alexei. Meanwhile, Alexei did not show any sign of being proud of his 100-point improvement in Mr. Wong's praise. Instead, he slightly frowned and murmured to himself, "Why only 100 points? Still not enough, still far behind." If other students heard this kind of humble brag, they might literally drown Alexei in spittle. "Alexei," Crosby suddenly spoke. "Here." Alexei stood up upon hearing his name. Crosby looked at Alexei with a rare gentle tone and said, "You've made great progress this time, but don't be arrogant. Since your previous grades were poor, naturally there's more room for improvement. Don't become complacent, keep working hard." "I understand, Mr. Wong," Alexei replied and sat down. Crosby then called on the subject representative to distribute the math mock exam papers, telling everyone to review their mistakes while he went to handle some urgent matters. He quickly left the classroom. Soon after, whispers filled the classroom. Most of the conversations revolved around the scores from this mock exam, especially discussing Alexei's incredible improvement. Indeed, the boy sitting in front of Alexei turned around and started chatting with him. "Alexei, you're amazing, improving by 100 points in one go. How did you study? Teach me." This boy, named Xiang Wei, wore small glasses, wasn't tall, and his grades were in the lower middle range. His personality was easygoing, and he got along well with everyone. "No choice, what can I do when I have such a good desk mate?" Alexei replied with a smile, turning to look at Julianne and playfully blinking. This remark instantly sparked envy from Xiang Wei and other nearby students. "Oh right, how could we forget Julianne? Damn, by classmate, can you be my desk mate? I'll provide all your lunches." "Be my desk mate, Julianne. My family runs a supermarket. I can bring you snacks every day." Seeing Julianne becoming the apple of everyone's eye, Alexei moved closer to her and said, "Forget it. Xiao Magnus is mine, and it was Mr. Wong's choice. You can't take her away." With a dominant statement, Alexei declared his ownership. The other students felt awkward and turned away to chat about other things. On the other hand, Julianne, upon hearing Alexei's easily misunderstood words, blushed fiercely, feeling rather shy. Due to Alexei's absolute good looks, quite a few girls in the class had already developed crushes on him, especially after he performed a slam dunk on the basketball court last time. His status among some of the girls soared even higher. Sure enough, these girls immediately gathered together to chatter excitedly, discussing none other than Alexei. They kept praising Alexei for his outstanding talent, not only for suddenly becoming handsome, but also for playing basketball well and improving his academic performance. He was now the new rising god in their eyes. Logically speaking, Alexei's situation had nothing to do with Raven. Apart from Ellen, there was no intersection between them at all. But for some reason, seeing Alexei gain attention made her inexplicably uncomfortable. Especially this time, her score in the mock exam only improved by a single digit. Although her total score was still higher than Alexei's, she just couldn't be happy about it. Tisk, stop praising Alexei. Didn't you hear what Mr. Wong said? With his previous lousy grades, there was naturally more room for improvement. If it were me, I could have improved by 200 points easily. Next time, he'll either stay the same or regress back to his previous rubbish scores. Raven spoke loudly, as if deliberately letting everyone hear her. Alexei naturally heard it, but didn't bother to respond. The more you respond to someone like Raven, the more energized she gets, feeling that she has found her existence. However, right after Raven finished speaking, a familiar loud voice echoed through the classroom. Hey, why so sour? Let me see who's talking trash about my little Timothy. Raven wasn't stupid. She could tell she was being mocked. She stood up angrily, glaring at Hideo, hands on her hips, and shouted, Hideo, who are you mocking? Alexei was too dignified to fight with brainless girls like Raven, but Hideo, with his short temper, didn't care about gender and started arguing immediately. So what? I'm talking about you. Chapter 34 Special Treatment for Two-Faced Girls. Raven was the study committee member of the class and also Ellen's best friend. She usually benefited from Ellen's popularity, and most of the boys tried to be nice to her. Therefore, someone like Hideo speaking so crudely really threw her off guard. You, Hideo. Seeing Raven fuming with anger, Hideo rolled his eyes skyward, not giving any leniency as he continued. I've had enough of you. You strut around all day just because of Ellen. Don't even look in the mirror to see who you are. Without Ellen, who would care about you? Jealous that Xiao Timothy is getting attention? Huh? All you can do is act all high and mighty here. Why don't you score another 100 yourself instead of being a hypocrite? You. Raven was genuinely infuriated, but couldn't argue back, leaving her speechless. I said, Alexei, what does it have to do with you? Besides, why would I need to meddle with him? He just got one more perfect score, right? His total score is still trash, way behind me. Even if he didn't cheat, he must have been lucky. What's there to brag about? Judging by Raven's state, she was extremely upset, rambling nonsensically and directing her anger at Alexei. Don't let Hideo's appearance fool you. He was a master at arguing. Ignoring Raven completely, he laughed and said, So, you admit you were talking about Xiao Timothy just now? Not naming him directly, isn't that two-faced? Raven was left speechless again. Hearing Crosby speak outside, the class instantly quieted down, and she sat back down, glaring fiercely at Hideo. On the other hand, Hideo styled his buzz cut coolly and blinked at Alexei, as if seeking approval. Alexei only smiled. Brother Uriel really steps up when needed. Beside him, Julianne had repeatedly glanced at Alexei, wanting to say something but hesitating. Actually, ever since a few classmates started chatting with Alexei earlier, she had felt this way. The other students congratulated Alexei on his good performance, and as his desk mate, she also wanted to say something to him. To her desk mate had been very kind lately, bringing her lunch, sticking up for her, and often initiating conversations. Although he had an odd habit of laughing at her for no reason, now that her desk mate had made such significant progress, wouldn't it be inappropriate to say nothing? However, she didn't know how to start or what to say. Noticing Julianne's unusual expression, Alexei asked, Timothy Magnus, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Hearing the concern in Alexei's voice, Julianne shook her head, her face redder than before. Her hands gripping the hem of her pants clenched and loosened repeatedly, until finally, she gathered all her courage and looked up. Timothy. Just as she stammered out two words, Crosby walked into the classroom. He stood on the podium, instructing everyone to take out their papers and began lecturing. Julianne's newfound courage deflated like a punctured balloon. She lowered her head, muttering almost inaudibly, Congratulations, you. Unfortunately, Alexei didn't hear her whispered congratulations. The afternoon classes passed quickly. After school, Alexei called Hideo, and they rode their electric bikes away from the school. Uriel, how did you do this time? On the road, Alexei asked Hideo about his grades. Upon hearing this, Hideo lifted his chin arrogantly. Alexei could tell from his confident demeanor that he must have done well. Timothy carefully now. I scored 273 this time. Though it sounded low, given Hideo's confidence, he must have improved significantly from last time. Although it's still a bit low, progress is good news. How did you do last time? 278. Hideo replied with forceful certainty. Screech. Alexei slammed on the brakes and stared at Hideo in surprise. Fell short by 5 points? Alexei remarked. Yeah, Timothy, you heard me right. I fell 5 points behind. Hearing this, Alexei's mouth twitched, and he asked, From the way you're talking, you're not ashamed, but proud? Hideo nodded vigorously, grinning ear to ear. Yes, I'm definitely proud. Only losing 5 points, something I could never have dreamed of before. Alexei. What could he say? They continued riding towards their destination. Along the way, They passed the new night market on Gillen Road mentioned by Hideo earlier, but Alexei didn't stop. After riding for about 10 minutes, the two stopped by the roadside. Since the Urban Management Bureau was not far from here, there were basically no street vendors or market stalls around. Moreover, because the Bureau's old building had been abandoned with all administrative staff moving to the new building, this area had become quite desolate, with few shops still in business. The only exception was likely a somewhat Pojota Balting nearby. Such relics of an older era have become quite rare. This newsstand seemed to have been established when the old building of the Urban Management Bureau was first built, probably more than a dozen or even 20 years ago. Xiao Timothy, why are we here? Hideo asked, puzzled. Of course, to make money, Alexei replied. Hideo was taken aback at this, pondered it over, and suddenly his expression changed as he exclaimed, holy shit! You're not thinking of setting up a stall to sell milk tea here, are you? Or did you think I brought you here for a ride? Hideo was bewildered, flustered for a moment before raising his voice. Are you kidding me? You want to set up a stall here? Buddy, this place is deserted. No way, you're going to give me a heart attack. Hideo clutched his stomach, stomping his feet in frustration. Earlier, when they passed by the Gillen Road night market, Hideo had suggested setting up a stall there, noting that it was a newly opened night market and would surely attract many people. But Alexei hadn't paid any attention. Initially, Hideo thought Alexei had some great plan, but now it seemed Alexei wanted to set up a stall in such an isolated place. This was bound to lead to a complete loss. Xiao Timothy, don't play with me, I worked hard to save this money. Hideo began to whine. Seeing this, Alexei smiled and shifted the topic. Benny, do you know what the essence of sales is? What essence? Hideo looked completely lost. Alexei suddenly realized that explaining these business concepts to Hideo might be like playing the lute to a cow, but he patiently explained anyway, given that these insights came from bitter experiences in his previous life. Many people say that the essence of sales is value exchange. That's only scratching the surface. Value exchange presupposes that one party has a need. Without that precondition, there can be no value exchange. At this point, Alexei glanced at the old, towering Urban Management Bureau building nearby and smiled confidently. But a wise man I met once said that the true essence of sales is creating demand. Chapter 35 Terror. How did she come here? Hideo felt like his head was splitting in two. Even his CPU almost short-circuited without figuring out what it meant. Seeing the situation, Alexei pondered that he might not have explained it clearly enough. After a moment of thought, he continued, let me give you an example. In winter, if you sell a down jacket to a beggar, that just makes you a qualified salesperson. But if you can sell a down jacket to an African and then sell short sleeves to an Inuit in the Arctic, that's a successful salesperson. What's with all that? We were talking about setting up stalls. Why are you bringing up Africa and the Arctic? What relation does this have? Hideo waved his hand impatiently. Alexei gave up on trying to explain further when he heard this. Forget it. I'm too lazy to talk to you. Just do as I say. As he said earlier, the true core of sales is creating demand. The area around the large building of the City Management Bureau seemed to have no business opportunities. After all, there wasn't any foot traffic. But anything is possible. If there's no opportunity, create one, create demand. Moments later, Alexei walked towards the only kiosk nearby. The kiosk owner was an elderly lady with graying hair, who looked at least 60 years old. The old lady was sitting in a recliner, wearing reading glasses, reading a newspaper. Even though society was developing rapidly with various smart products emerging non-stop, for people of her age, they still maintained old living habits. After standing still, Alexei sized up the old lady for a while before saying, Patsy, I'll take a copy of Ningbo Daily. Upon hearing this, the old lady adjusted her glasses and saw a teenager dressed in school uniform standing before her, looking startled. Child, you want to buy a newspaper? Yes, Patsy. A copy of Ningbo Daily, please. How much does it cost? The old lady handed Alexei a newspaper and smiled. This is the first time I've seen someone your age spend money on newspapers. So, is your business usually not good? Asked Alexei. Perhaps because she rarely had customers, the old lady was bored most of the time. Suddenly having someone to chat with led to a conversation. During their conversation, Alexei learned that the old lady had run this kiosk for 30 years, but due to rapid development times, almost nobody read newspapers anymore. However, she got used to it and stayed every day, reading papers and drinking tea as a way to pass the time. Alexei then proposed his intention, expressing his wish to rent the kiosk for 100 yuan a day. This kiosk in the hands of the old lady barely sold a few newspapers a day. Plus, finding Alexei likable and chatty, she agreed quickly, even lowering the price to 50 yuan, just asking Alexei to return the kiosk intact and clean. After calculating the money he had left from Hideo's petty cash and the money given by his father, keeping some aside for living expenses, Alexei paid the old lady for 10 days up front. The old lady happily handed over the keys and left. Uriel, stop standing there foolishly. Let's get to work. Calling out to Hideo, the two started working together, quickly clearing some space in the kiosk. Though the space wasn't big and somewhat crowded, Alexei thought it would suffice since he didn't plan to stay long-term here, merely making some quick cash. On the curb, Hideo plopped down, panting heavily. Then he sprawled out on the ground. Not doing it. Boss strikes. There's no one as evil as you. Stop complaining. We still have more to do. Get up. Alexei laughed and pulled Hideo along back home, grabbed the three-wheeler, and loaded all the prepared taro bubble milk tea into the kiosk. When all preparations were done, it was already getting dark. Outside the kiosk, Alexei locked the door and dusted his hands contentedly. Everything was ready, now only waiting for tomorrow's wind. Looking at Hideo again, who had sat down and was breathing heavily. You're exhausting me to death, Timothy. Are you happy only if I lose weight? Today has been tough. Come on, let's go eat skewers. Mentioning food, Hideo instantly perked up, but then slumped again thinking of something, saying speechlessly, where's the money? After this meal, what do we eat? Can eating northwestern winds fill my stomach? Do you want to go or not? Alexei asked. Hideo clenched his teeth, made up his mind, and replied, go. Damn it, starve anyway. Might as well enjoy first. Then the two rode off on the tricycle. The closest place to this area was the newly opened night market on Gillen Road. When the two arrived, they caught up with the office workers' quitting time. On the road were men and women, or groups of students in twos and threes. The sounds of people and hawkers' cries made the night market incredibly lively. Gillen Road was originally a bustling section, and with the new night market, it indeed had a significant number of pedestrians. Hideo felt more and more regret as he looked around, especially when he saw Alexei humming a little tune contentedly beside him, which only added fuel to his anger. Look at how many people there are. If we set up a stall here, even if we don't make much money, at least we won't lose any. How can you be so sure we won't lose money? You must remember what I told you before about creating demand, Alexei replied casually. No matter how much Hideo argued, he knew the spent money couldn't be recovered. Finally, he turned his sorrow into hunger. After walking around for a while, the two found a stall with fewer people. Give me 2 of this, 2 of that, and 2 of this. And finally, 5 skewers of lamb kidneys. Extra spicy. Hideo yelled to the boss. These are what you ordered. Before Alexei could speak, Hideo thought he was worried about the cost, glaring back. What? Can't I vent my frustration and eat? No, what I mean is, what you ordered might not be enough. Let's get 2 more skewers of kidneys. I need to replenish too. Hideo. Subconsciously glancing at Alexei's crotch, Hideo was furious. Wasn't he going to leave him any chance? Damn it. Do you need to replenish? Another round, and you won't be human anymore. All these kidneys will be mine. You're not allowed to snatch them. On this issue, whether it was a man or a boy, both harbored an incredibly fierce competitive spirit. After all, it involved male dignity. Soon, the food they ordered started arriving one after another. After a busy afternoon, both were extremely hungry and dug right in. During a break, Alexei's phone buzzed in his pocket. Taking out the phone, he saw a message tagged everyone in their class group. Students, let's congratulate teacher Diana on being named the outstanding teacher representative of the entire school. Hideo clicked the link and looked. It featured outstanding teachers from various grades in their school, with teacher Diana's personal details and photo prominently displayed among them. Come to think of it, he had always wanted to find an opportunity to chat with Diana alone. However, he definitely didn't have time in the next few days and could only wait until things settled down. Just then, Hideo patted his belly, preparing to continue eating, but suddenly his expression turned to shock. What the hell? How did she come here? Chapter 36, A Solo Birthday. Seeing Hideo's terrified look, Alexei was puzzled. What on earth had scared him this much? Turning his head, he saw a slender figure walking towards their stall alone. It turned out to be Diana. She's just passing by. Hideo muttered under his breath, hanging his head low like an ostrich, wishing he could burrow under the table, obviously afraid of being seen by Diana. Relieved that Diana didn't seem inclined to come over, Hideo let out a long sigh. Phew. Just as he began to relax, Alexei waved and called out to Diana who had already passed by. Teacher Zhang. Hideo nearly wet himself from fright and hurriedly waved his hands at Alexei. Damn it. Timothy, are you crazy? What are you shouting for? Despite his frantic hushing gestures, Alexei's shout still caught Diana's attention, and she turned and walked over. Seeing this, Hideo's face immediately fell, looking thoroughly miserable. It's all over. Teacher Zhang is coming. Why so dramatic? Since we've run into her, why not have a meal with Teacher Zhang? Alexei replied with a shrug. Hideo paled. Eating skewers with the nun? You. Before he finished speaking, they heard a woman's voice. Hideo, Alexei? Looking up, they saw Diana approaching. This situation transformed Hideo back into an ostrich, but he couldn't resist sneaking glances. Not because of anything else, but because Diana looked incredibly beautiful right now. Several men eating at the outdoor stalls stared until their eyes almost popped out, only to be yanked by their ears by their female companions the next moment. Even Alexei couldn't help but be captivated when he took a closer look at Diana as she approached. Wearing a light blue dress, with a short beige blouse over it, her dark hair cascaded down her shoulders in waves. Her exquisite face was delicately made up, and beneath the blue skirt were her white legs, which looked even more stunningly long with white high heels. Usually, Diana gave off a strict and stern impression like non-extinction, but when she met Alexei in class last time, she seemed like a standard urban career woman. This time, Diana looked like a fresh young girl straight out of a comic book. Noticing Hideo's furtive glances, Alexei teased. What? You like her without black stockings? Adiush, are you insane? Talking nonsense. Hideo whispered. Just as he spoke, Diana reached them. Teacher Zhang, what a coincidence. Alexei smiled. On the other hand, Hideo hung his head. Hard to believe that this loudmouth usually behaved like a big shot, but turned timid around Diana. Yes, it's quite a coincidence, Diana said. Teacher Zhang, Would you like to join us for some skewers? I'll treat you, hee. Alexei laughed. Hearing this, Diana hesitated. As a teacher, having dinner with students outside late at night felt inappropriate, as if she was leading them astray. Meanwhile, Hideo shuddered at the thought of eating skewers with Diana, imagining how terrifying that scene would be. After hesitating for a while, Diana would normally refuse and lecture the two before sending them home. But today, she hesitated. Just as she was about to reply, Hideo suddenly stood up and said, I suddenly remembered I left the gas on at home, Timothy, Teacher Zhang. I'll take my leave first. Then he ran off. Alexei rolled his eyes, knowing very well that Hideo's house used natural gas. Originally prepared to agree, Diana's eyes flashed with a hint of sadness, though it was quickly hidden. Alexei, I won't join you. Go home early and stay safe, she said and turned to leave. Teacher Zhang. Alexei suddenly called out. Yes? Diana stopped, turning back to look at Alexei. Alexei smiled and said, Happy birthday. These 4 words made Diana's body tremble. You. Diana stared dumbfounded at Alexei, her lips parted but unable to find words. To avoid giving Diana the wrong impression that he harbored ulterior motives, Alexei explained. Just now, there was a notice in the group about outstanding teacher evaluations, and your information was included. Congratulations, Teacher Zhang. Understanding the situation, Diana looked somewhat embarrassed and brushed her hair behind her ear. Thank you. Seeing Diana, who showed none of her usual, non-extinction demeanor, Alexei couldn't help but feel a little sentimental. People always take off their masks when they are alone. Teacher Zhang, would you like to join me for some food? As you can see, Uriel ordered so much and then ran away. I can't finish it all by myself. Haven't you always taught us? Who knows that every grain on the plate comes from hard work? Alexei chuckled. Hearing Alexei's words, Diana couldn't help but cover her mouth with a light laugh. She had been hesitant before due to the teacher-student relationship, feeling somewhat awkward about eating with her students. But now, she felt more at ease. Well, I won't be too polite then. Diana gracefully moved and sat opposite Alexei. Alexei called the boss and casually ordered a few more dishes. It was okay. Whatever money he had left in his pocket would surely cover the meal. Soon, the boss started serving the dishes. Alexei didn't hold back, grabbing the kidneys and starting to eat, while also inviting Diana. Teacher Zhang, please eat. Don't be shy. We're not at school. Watching Alexei's content and relaxed demeanor, Diana's expression turned slightly odd as she stared straight into his eyes. Diana naturally knew about the nickname students gave her, and that many students were afraid of her at school. Just like Hideo earlier, she had expected Alexei to be very nervous and constrained when alone with her as a teacher. But unexpectedly, being alone with Alexei felt so comfortable, as if they weren't teacher and student at all but old friends. Alexei, aren't you at all afraid of me? Diana asked. Adia, why should I be afraid of you? Alexei replied. Diana looked somewhat melancholic, her tone laced with a hint of self-mockery. Because I'm your teacher and one of the 3 strictest teachers. So what if you're a teacher? Besides, I've never thought Teacher Zhang could be associated with none and extinction. After all, which none can be as beautiful as Teacher Zhang? Chapter 37 The Tragedy of a Dysfunctional Family. Complimented by Alexei, Diana was first taken aback. Then her cheeks were tinged with a light blush. If Hideo or any other students saw this normally stern teacher showing such girlish behavior, they would surely drop their jaws in surprise. In fact, apart from being a teacher, Diana was only a 26-year-old young woman. Being complimented on her beauty by an 18-year-old handsome high school student right in front of her, she couldn't help but reveal her feminine nature. After feeling a fleeting joy, Diana deliberately put on her usual stern tone. Well, Alexei, you even dare to joke around with your teacher, huh? Okay, sorry, my revered Teacher Zhang. I'll punish myself with a drink. Alexei raised his hands in surrender, and then poured a glass of beer. You still dare to drink alcohol in front of your teacher? Teacher Zhang, I'm an adult, Alexei said very seriously. After one drink, the two started chatting again, casually. But Alexei could feel that due to their teacher-student relationship, Diana was still holding back, mostly talking about studies. And there was another point. He noticed that during their conversation, Diana's eyes often glanced at the wine glass in his hand. Though Alexei didn't claim to fully understand Diana, given his past experiences, he had a fairly good grasp. Boss, another bottle of Tianya. Before long, Alexei opened the cap and handed it to Teacher Zhang. Seeing this, Diana raised an eyebrow. Hey, Alexei, aren't you going too far? Drinking in front of your teacher is bad enough. Now you want the teacher to drink with you? Since it's a birthday celebration, how can we not have some drinks? Moreover, from a health perspective, drinking a little beer can promote digestion and improve circulation. Without waiting for Diana's reaction, he poured a glass and lifted it himself. The first glass, wishing Teacher Zhang a happy birthday. The second glass, congratulating Teacher Zhang on winning the Outstanding Teacher Award. And this third glass, I thank you on behalf of Julianne for your previous care of her. After 3 consecutive drinks, Alexei remained unperturbed. Diana frowned immediately. This didn't seem like someone who just became an adult's tolerance. She wanted to ask if Alexei had been drinking for a while, but suddenly noticed another crucial point. Thanking me for Julianne? Alexei, you've been getting pretty close to Julianne lately, haven't you? Tell me, do you have other intentions? Although you're an adult, early romance is strictly forbidden at school. Seeing Diana's professional habits kicking in again, Alexei smiled. Don't worry, before the college entrance exam, I will focus entirely on my studies and won't affect Julianne's either. That's more like it. Muttering, Diana looked at the cup in front of her. Actually, she had come out alone today, planning to find a place to have a few solitary drinks. Besides, it wasn't like she initiated the drinking. Her student had consecutively toasted her 3 times, so as a teacher, drinking just a little bit could be understood, right? 1 glass, 2 glasses, 3 glasses. After finishing a whole bottle of beer, Diana finally relaxed and opened up. They talked about everything under the sun, enjoying each other's company. Even Alexei's knowledge and eloquence left Diana somewhat astonished. It felt less like talking to a high school student and more like conversing with a social elite. The perceptive Alexei also noticed that Diana seemed slightly distracted during their conversation, and her mood wasn't quite high. Logically speaking, since today was Diana's birthday and she had won the Outstanding Teacher Award, her mood should have been great. But it seemed that Diana's mood wasn't good today, and he suspected that she came here alone earlier just to drink away her sorrows, coincidentally meeting him and Hideo. After some talk, Diana stared straight at Alexei. When she first encountered the transformed Alexei in the classroom recently, she was amazed by his change. Especially now, she could sense that Alexei's transformation went beyond appearance, as if he was reborn from the inside out, almost completely renewed. Alcohol has the virtue of closing the gap between people, regardless of identity or gender. Timothy Diana, after 1 bottle, she felt free to speak frankly without reservation due to her identity. Alexei, you've changed a lot. You're not the same person as before, but it's good. Not everyone can achieve what you did. Sometimes changing can be really difficult. At the end, there was a clear note of self-mockery in Diana's tone. Is it really that difficult? Alexei tilted his head back and took a swig, then placed the cup down, saying leisurely, I've never thought changing oneself is something hard. People mostly just mask themselves, being obedient children to parents when young, good students and teachers and classmates' eyes at school, elite employees under bosses when working, and qualified partners to spouses after marriage. Only in old age, on the brink of life's end, do they regret not living freely as their true selves during youth. Pausing slightly, Alexei cast a meaningful glance at Diana and continued. When one wears a mask for too long, it becomes incredibly hard to take off. I used to be like this, striving to be the perfect figure others envisioned, trying hard to become someone they liked. But that wasn't me. Now, sitting here before you is the real me. A person's life lasts no more than 36,000 days. If one doesn't live authentically and passionately, isn't it a waste of coming into this world? After all. With the last sentence, Alexei sighed deeply and shook his head with a bitter smile. Not everyone gets a second chance to live. Each word Alexei spoke hit Diana hard, leaving her inner turmoil unsettled. Wearing a mask for too long makes it difficult to remove. If one doesn't live freely, isn't it a waste of coming into this world? Alexei's words echoed in Diana's ears. In him, she seemed to see her own shadow, both living for others, striving to become what others liked. But Alexei could make the change and live as his true self. As for her, she couldn't. Diana picked up the cup and sipped, her eyes becoming somewhat lost. Alexei, imagine a child from a dysfunctional family whose entire life has been arranged by their parents from childhood, never having the right to choose. Even after growing up, they work in a job they dislike while harboring unrealistic dreams of escaping their family and making changes. But this child lacks the courage to act. Whenever they muster the courage to change, they are swayed by a few words or tears from family members, leading them to compromise again. They feel unsatisfied with their current situation yet lack the courage to change it. Tell me, wouldn't such a person be considered a failure? Chapter 38. One cannot choose their origin. The original family is a haven of warmth for so many people. Though Diana's words were quite implicit, Alexei knew that the child without courage she mentioned was none other than herself. Of course, Alexei wouldn't expose this point. He gazed at Diana with his eyes full of deep meaning for a long while before finally speaking, repeating to her what Diana had said in the previous life. A person cannot choose their origin, but they can choose their path forward. Hearing this, Diana lifted her head and looked at Alexei with some bewilderment. A person cannot choose their origin, but they can choose their path forward. Diana etched these words deeply into her heart. Perhaps she would need some time. But today, Alexei's words had opened a door for her. Looking at Diana in front of him, Alexei sighed slightly. He had done what he should do. As for whether Diana could avoid the tragedy of the previous life, it now depended on her own destiny. Seeing that Diana's mood wasn't too high at this moment, Alexei felt it was time to skip over this heavy topic. He smiled, stretched lazily, and joked. I didn't think there would be a day when I could lecture our universally feared master nun. If I told people this, it would be such an honor. Hearing this, Diana came back to her senses, deliberately pulling a fierce expression on her exquisite face. Alexei, if you dare to tell anyone about this, just see how I will teach you a lesson. Hee, then tell me, who was the child without courage you mentioned just now? Seeing Alexei's mischievous smile, Diana blushed involuntarily. She had spoken those words due to emotional impulse just now. Now, thinking calmly, she realized that she might have been too out of sorts, talking to her student like that, and even being educated by her student. It was really embarrassing as a teacher. Of course, she could not tell Alexei that the child was herself. Good one, Alexei. You did that on purpose. With a playful scold, Diana grabbed a skewer of lamb and took a big bite, her cheeks puffing up with anger. This look was entirely different from the stern master nun in the classroom. Seeing this, Alexei couldn't help laughing heartily. Only the two of them knew that this was the real Diana at this moment. In this instant, the two forgot their roles, turning from teacher and student into friends, enjoying each other's company over drinks. 3 cups of turbid wine no longer belonged to solitary indulgence. After about an hour, the two left the little stall after having enough food and drinks. The moon hung high, and the sky was as dark as ink. Although it was not too far from the night market to the school, Diana had drunk a bit, and it was quite late. Going back alone would always be somewhat dangerous. Teacher Zhang, I remember you live in the school dormitory, right? Let me take you back. No need, it's not far from the school. I'll walk back, Diana replied. Upon hearing this, Alexei reached into his pocket and pulled out a key proudly, saying, I have a car. Diana was quite surprised. Alexei, you know how to drive. However, when Diana saw Alexei's vehicle, she couldn't help but be speechless. So this is your car? Diana asked. Alexei strode forward and hopped onto a 3-wheeler. Is a 3-wheeler not a car? Get in. Seeing this, Diana hesitated for a moment. After the encounter just now, she felt there wasn't much necessity to continue maintaining the facade of a teacher. She lightly stepped forward, not sitting next to Alexei but nimbly climbing into the cargo area of the 3-wheeler. It must be admitted that such a beautiful woman getting on a 3-wheeler created a rather harmonious scene. Teacher Zhang, hold on tight. We're off. As Alexei turned the ignition to start, he suddenly remembered something and stopped hurriedly. What's wrong? Diana asked curiously from behind. Alexei turned around and looked at Diana awkwardly. Well, Teacher Zhang, maybe we should still walk back? I just realized that riding a 3-wheeler counts as drunk driving too. Diana. Giving Alexei a speechless glance, Diana got off the 3-wheeler and walked back to the school with him. On the roadside, one in front and one behind, the dim streetlights extended their shadows. Alexei deliberately walked ahead, always staying half a step in front of Diana. Sending Diana back was just a matter of basic chivalry and considering her safety. He didn't want Diana to misunderstand anything. Fortunately, Diana did not overthink it. A gentle breeze blew past, dissipating much of Diana's drunkenness. The fragrance of flowers along the road mingled with the wind, making Diana feel unusually peaceful. She looked up at the boy walking ahead of her. His figure, not especially broad but exceptionally tall. Diana's beautiful eyes were particularly bright in the night, a smile playing at the corners of her mouth. On a small path, the two walked in an unusual silence, neither breaking it. Before long, they reached outside the school gate. Teacher Zhang, I'll leave you here. I'm heading back. Alexei waved and turned to walk back the way he came. After taking a few steps, he suddenly heard Diana's voice behind him. Alexei. Hearing his name, Alexei stopped and turned to look at the elegant figure standing at the gate, dressed in a long dress with her hair fluttering in the evening breeze. Yeah? What is it? Thank you, Diana said from a distance, waving before turning to walk into the school. Seeing this, Alexei just smiled and shrugged, then turned to leave. Considering he had had some beer, Alexei simply left the 3-wheeler there and chose to walk home. There was no way around it, no drinking and driving, safety first. After a busy day, Alexei felt quite tired and went straight to bed as soon as he got home. The next day, his father, Gillis, created some noise outside, serving as a free alarm clock. After a quick wash, Alexei headed to the kitchen to prepare something. Then he took out his phone and quickly opened the Yongqing official website, rapidly browsing through the official announcements. Urgent notice. Please note that due to unforeseen circumstances, the interview venue for applicants of the Urban Management Bureau has been changed from the new building at 28 Gillen Road to the old building at 32 Ukelu Road. The examination time has been postponed to 10:30 a.m. to 2 p.m. We apologize for any inconvenience caused. Reading this official notice, Alexei's eyes flashed with a hint of amusement. Putting down his phone, he hurriedly ran to the window. Opening it, a warm breeze greeted him. According to Yongqing's geographical location, it usually starts warming up around mid-March and heats up significantly by mid-April. Based on Alexei's memory, in his previous life, Yongqing's weather had been particularly abnormal. Starting from early March, temperatures would suddenly rise, especially today, which felt like it was already sweltering summer in July or August. And this was precisely the east wind Alexei had been waiting for. Chapter 39. This is all thanks to our benefactor. After leaving home, Alexei couldn't wait to rush to school. The meal he had with Diana yesterday had already drained him and Hideo completely. If he didn't get some cash soon, not only would he be unable to prepare nutritious lunches for Julianne, but he and Hideo might as well drink the wind. Upon arriving at the classroom, Alexei took out his workbook, ostensibly reviewing lessons while engaging in his daily exchange of affection with his little Magnus. Suddenly, he felt a chill down his spine, as if something was staring at him intently. Out of instinct, he turned his head to look. In the corner of the classroom, a pair of sad eyes stared straight at Alexei. Seeing Hideo looking like a wronged housewife early in the morning, Alexei was a bit puzzled. Hideo suddenly waved his phone. Understanding, Alexei took out his phone and saw the QQ message from Hideo. On the screen were 3 cleaver emojis sent by Hideo. Alexei quickly typed back. What's wrong with you so early? Hideo, Timothyl Timothin, how much of the reflection have you written? Reflection letter? Alexei realized belatedly and helplessly held his forehead. After finishing the street stall work yesterday, he ran off to eat skewers with Hideo, then met Diana, completely forgetting this matter. I forgot. Alexei replied with these 3 words, then turned his head to look at Hideo's direction, giving an awkward smile. Buzz buzz buzz. Alexei's phone vibrated nonstop, all filled with warm greetings from Hideo. Your grandfather, Alexei? You can forget such a thing. What will I give to Iron Leg later? You're kidding me. These past couple of days, Hideo spent money and effort. He finally got to eat skewers yesterday, but then Diana appeared coincidentally and scared them away. Thinking about it, Alexei felt somewhat apologetic. Sending a Wei Chu to Xiaobaoqing, grievance emoji, to Hideo, he began writing furiously. One morning self-study period plus 2 breaks later, he finally wrote enough for Hideo to submit. The last class was Chinese. When Diana entered the classroom, the noisy classroom suddenly quieted down. All students looked at her walking towards the podium with surprise. Even Alexei couldn't help but feel surprised. Today's Diana wasn't in her usual traditional and rigid attire, but wore a chic Chanel suit. She had a beige-colored skirt that reached her knees, revealing her smooth and slender legs and high heels. Her hair flowed like a waterfall, and her makeup was exquisite, bringing out a faint smile on her face that wasn't as stern as before. This is Teacher Zhang? My God, Teacher Zhang is too beautiful. Alexei, who had lived 2 lives, still found Diana breathtaking after her makeover. For the teenagers around 17 or 18 years old, she was simply irresistible. But even so, Diana's strict image as a Buddhist nun was deeply rooted, so the students only dared to whisper among themselves, afraid of being heard by Diana. Diana paid no attention, her phoenix-like eyes glancing at Alexei in the last row briefly, a faint smile crossing her eyes. As their gazes met, both understood each other tacitly. Alexei gave a knowing smile, leading the applause and breaking the silence. Teacher Zhang, you are truly beautiful today. Alexei taking the lead frightened the other students quite a bit. Even though they felt the same, none dared to shout it out. Diana just smiled faintly without saying anything. With Alexei taking the lead and Diana showing no sign of anger, the students joined in, clapping and cheering. Teacher Zhang, if you dress like this every day, I'll score full marks in Chinese every time. Whoever calls Teacher Zhang a nun from now on, I won't agree first. I think I've fallen in love with Chinese class. In the past, if the students cheered like this, Diana would have scolded them. But this time, she didn't. To be accepted by her students as her true self was indeed a happy thing. Alright, if our class's average Chinese score ranks in the top 5 next time, I'll dress like this every day, Diana joked with a smile. The students, especially the boys, became enthusiastic like they were injected with adrenaline, shouting that they would study Chinese day and night. Such an effect even surprised Diana. In the past, her strictness and coercion never achieved this result. There was even backlash. But today, she did nothing but remove her rigid mask, yet it sparked such high enthusiasm from her students. This time, the Chinese class was the most relaxed and comfortable one that all students from Class 5, Grade 3 Science had ever experienced. Even when the lunch dismissal bell rang, instead of dashing off as usual, quite a few students took their test papers and textbooks to seek Diana's guidance. As for Alexei, he pulled Hideo away from the school in a rush. Their break time was limited, and the plan to make money was urgent. First, they rode an electric scooter to the night market and hopped onto the 3-wheeler left there yesterday. Then, the two headed towards the old building of the Urban Management Bureau. On the way, Hideo continuously grumbled. What's up with today? Why is it so hot? Xiao Timothy Z, that place usually has few people, and now it's suddenly this hot. How about we skip it? Alexei was almost immune to Hideo's complaints. Before long, they arrived at the newsstand area. The scene before them made Hideo's eyes widen. The last time Alexei and Hideo came here, it was particularly quiet. But now, outside the old building of the Urban Management Bureau, over 100 people formed a long queue. For these young people who had been struggling for years and wished to get settled soon, today was undoubtedly the most important exam of their lives. However, today was far from peaceful for them. First, the official notification changed the interview location at the last minute, followed by scorching weather. Despite all this, they still had to wear formal attire tightly, waiting in line outside. The heat coupled with the pressure from the interview made everyone feel restless and uncomfortable. Seeing this scene, Hideo couldn't help but exclaim, "Damn, what's going on? Why are there so many people? What are they all doing?" Hideo asked. Alexei unlocked the newsstand door calmly and smiled, saying, "They are all our benefactors. Let's get to work." Calling out to Hideo, the two started to get busy. Xiao Timothy Z, there are indeed many people, but how many will actually buy? It's so hot. We don't have a fridge. I'm afraid if we don't sell much, everything might spoil, Hideo said. Hearing Hideo's words, Alexei also realized that they needed a fridge. He suddenly remembered that his father's room seemed to have a small fridge bought from a second-hand market, usually used to chill beer. It was small and portable. He could sneak it here later to freeze some ice cubes. After all, the newsstand had a power supply. Don't worry, I've got a plan. Then Alexei leaned close to Hideo's ear and whispered a few words softly. Got it? Alexei asked. Hideo looked hesitant upon hearing this. Will this work? Xiao Timothy Z, how about you go instead? I have social anxiety. Chapter 40. This overflowing affluence. Social anxiety? Alexei's expression suddenly turned serious. Bingzi, how do you know this term? Where did you learn it from? Could internet buzzwords from his past life already be popular this early? It's from some joke I saw online. What's up? Hideo said. A sharp glint flashed in Alexei's eyes. He suddenly felt a bit excited and began to gradually hatch an ambitious plan in his mind. But he knew the time wasn't right yet. Nothing. Hurry up and do as I told you. Aren't you just forcing me into this? Hideo grumbled but still picked up a cup of milk tea and walked toward the nearby crowd. Most people in the crowd were already drenched in sweat. Men started loosening their ties and shirts, while girls could only fan themselves with their hands for a faint breeze. A young couple was also complaining. Christian, it's too hot. My throat is so dry. Is there any water? Ah, we finished long ago. Really, changing the examination venue at the last minute is one thing, but choosing such a place where there isn't even a store nearby. Though a commercial district was not far from the examination venue, no one dared to leave, fearing they might miss their exam numbers being called over the loudspeaker. Just as the young couple was complaining, they suddenly heard a slurping sound. Following the sound, they saw a chubby student walking by with a drink in hand, enjoying it. The bespectacled girl's eyes lit up when she saw this and called out, "Hey, fatty over there." Hideo was a little unhappy when the girl waved at him. Not calling him handsome was one thing, but fatty? Wasn't that a bit harsh? Nevertheless, he unwillingly walked over. "What's that in your hand? Zofioc tea?" the girl asked. "Oh, taro tapioca milk tea. It's pretty good. Anything else?" Hideo replied. Seeing Hideo, her boyfriend also chimed in, "Timothy, brother, where did you buy this drink?" "Timothiston, if you help us buy a few drinks or some mineral water from that commercial district ahead, I'll give you money. I'm busy. Besides, why go so far to buy drinks? There's a stand right over there. I bought mine from there. It's just a few hundred meters away. Buy it yourselves." Following Hideo's finger, the couple saw only a newsstand. Zofioc tea sold at a newsstand? They were puzzled, but the girl was so hot and thirsty that she urged her boyfriend to check it out. Since it wasn't far, asking wouldn't take much time, so the boyfriend jogged over to the newsstand. Arriving at the newsstand, he saw Alexei inside and couldn't help but be surprised. This boss was too young. "Do you sell drinks here?" the boyfriend asked. "Yeah, taro tapioca milk tea, 15 yuan a cup," Alexei replied. 15? That's expensive, the boyfriend exclaimed. "It's a new flavor, absolutely delicious, fair to all ages," Alexei said with a smile. Despite thinking 15 was a bit steep, remembering his girlfriend waiting under the sun, the boyfriend bought a cup. Holding the milk tea, he quickly ran back to his girlfriend. The girl took a sip and felt like she was on cloud nine. Christian, so delicious." The milk tea was quickly consumed, and she even licked the cup clean. "Excuse me, where did the beautiful lady buy that milk tea?" "Yeah, where did you get it? Could you help us buy a cup too?" Word spread quickly that the newsstand sold milk tea. Especially upon discovering the owner was a stunningly handsome young man. Things got hectic. "Handsome boy, one for me." "Handsome, sister wants 5 cups. Can I see your abs?" "Young man, sister wants 5 cups too. Can I add your QQ? I can tutor you." Under the allure of the delicious taro tapioca milk tea and Alexei's good looks, most of the single ladies seemed mesmerized. In less than half an hour, the stock at the newsstand was sold out. Fortunately, Alexei had wisely kept 1 cup for himself. From a distance, Hideo watched the scene outside the newsstand, feeling envious and a bit resentful. How frustrating. Being handsome really means you can do anything? But when Alexei beckoned him to pack up with a wad of cash, he laughed. 825 yuan. What the heck? Xiao Timothy, you're amazing. Hideo counted the money several times, wetting his fingers with saliva, unable to stop smiling. "Oh, who was it that said I was crazy and would end up losing my underwear?" Alexei teased. "Cough, cough. Don't mind those details," Hideo replied awkwardly after clearing his throat. After packing up the stall, the two headed back to school. On the way, Alexei took out 2 bills and handed them to Hideo. "Here, take this 200. I need the rest to buy more materials. If nothing goes wrong, I can pay back what you've lent me in 3 or 4 days." Hearing this, Hideo rubbed his hands together, so happy his eyes almost disappeared. "Hee, thank you, foster father." Hideo put the money in his pocket, patted it, feeling absolutely delighted as he walked like he was floating. "I asked around. Their exam will last for another week. Every afternoon, we need to prepare everything and come over right after school dismissal the next day. I might not manage alone, so you'll have to help me then." "Come on. You didn't tell me earlier. This means extra pay." "Why rush? We'll split whatever we make in the end," Alexei said. The two bantered all the way back to school. In the first class of the afternoon, they had PE. After the group laps and warm-up exercises, it was free time. Due to the intense heat, only a few energetic boys continued playing on the court. Most people stayed under the shade beside the court to cool off. Alexei had sent Hideo away and then dashed back to the classroom to fetch an elegant bag from his desk before returning to the court. Originally, only their class had PE today, but Class 2's schedule change also moved their PE class to the first period. Under the shade near the court, Ellen and Raven were looking around. "Judja, didn't you say Alexei would personally make a cup of milk tea as an apology to me?" Ellen asked. "Hold your horses, Adley. Didn't you see how Alexei hurried back just now?" "Just wait patiently," Raven replied. Ellen, perhaps bored from waiting, glanced around. She spotted a petite figure huddled in a corner away from the crowd. "Judja, is she Julianne?" Chapter 41. The Delusion of Perfection. In a shady corner beside the sports field, Julian sat on the steps, her frail body curled up into a ball. The scorching sun overhead was almost unbearable for her, yet she hesitated and didn't have the courage to move even an inch towards the shaded area that was already crowded. When Julian saw a girl leave, creating a small patch of empty space, she finally mustered the courage to get up and go over. However, two figures beat her to it. Seeing Alinuin and Raven suddenly appear before her, Julian froze, then slumped her head and returned to her spot. Alinuin let out a coquettish snort like a victor, looking smugly at Julianne who was being scorched by the sun. Nuanuin, look at her pathetic state. Tell me, how could Alexei possibly like someone like her? Raven remarked. Before, because Alinuin had never interacted with Julianne, she still had some doubts. But just this simple encounter filled Alinuin with confidence. Julianne was so thin, looked dim-witted, and had such a reserved nature. Not only would Alexei not be interested, any boy picked at random would likely not find her appealing. At this moment, those gathered in the shade began to chatter due to Alinuin's arrival. There was no way around it. Alinuin was beautiful, with excellent grades. Such girls, during their school years, always attracted a lot of attention wherever they went. Especially after the recent incident where Alexei publicly scolded Alinuin on the basketball court, the matter had become a hot topic in two classes. Hey, did you hear about the time Alexei yelled at Alinuin on the basketball court? I saw it on the forum too. TSK, that scene was absolutely explosive. I heard Alexei has really given up on Alinuin. Could that be true? Bullshit. Alexei insulted her to the ground last time. It must be true. That guy looks handsome now and can dunk. He definitely doesn't lack for girls chasing him. Listening to the crowd's comments, Alinuin's expression turned somewhat unnatural. After being scolded by Alexei previously, many people in her class and others within the same grade had been discussing the incident, especially since Alexei had called her filthy at the time, making the gossip spread wider. Wearing the title of campus beauty, Alinuin had always been a topic of conversation, attracting both admiration and envy. Thus, colored rumors began to circulate. Raven, hearing these idle talks, defended Alinuin, crossing her arms and arguing back at them. Shut up. You don't know squat. Let me tell you the truth. Yesterday, Alexei specially made a cup of milk tea for Nuanuin himself. Soon, he will come to apologize and beg forgiveness. Just wait and see. Seeing Raven's proud demeanor, the crowd couldn't help but exchange glances. After all, everyone knew that Alexei had relentlessly pursued Alinuin for years, so maybe Raven was telling the truth? Before long, Alexei jogged over. He noticed something was amiss, noticing many eyes staring intently at him, which left him confused. Seeing Alexei appear and holding a delicate bag, whispers spread again among the crowd. Well, is what Raven said true? Is Alexei really going to apologize to Alinuin? To be honest, I saw through everything long ago. Alexei ultimately can't let go of Alinuin. Why does this line sound so familiar? Isn't this the same as when you said the same thing during Alexei's duel with Leonardo? Spit. A clown is still a clown. After insulting Alinuin so harshly, turning around to send her milk tea and apologize, what a coward. Previously, Alinuin felt pretty bad, but now, with the situation suddenly changing, she regained her usual proud princess attitude, lifting her sharp chin with satisfaction. Beside her, Raven sneered arrogantly, eyeing Alexei askance. She had already planned how she would deliberately make things difficult when Alexei came to apologize to Alinuin. Ignoring the strange looks from the surrounding crowd, Alexei walked forward boldly. Seeing the frail figure huddled in the corner, a smile flashed across Alexei's face, softening the curve of his lips. Watching Alexei's smiling face, Raven felt even more triumphant and whispered to Alinuin, Nuanuin, stay quiet. Watch how I get revenge for you. Alinuin nodded. Alexei quickened his pace, but was intercepted by Raven. Alexei, do you find this amusing? Faced with Raven's smug and disdainful look, Alexei felt utterly puzzled. Seeing that Alexei wasn't speaking, Raven felt even more triumphant. With her arms crossed, she continued, don't think this will make Nuanuin forgive you. Let me tell you, Nuanuin is very angry now. Realized your mistake now? You were so tough when you insulted Nuanuin on the basketball court, weren't you? Listening to Raven's incomprehensible words, Alexei's expression gradually darkened. He didn't know what was wrong with Raven. Her words made no sense. Could it be that the things he said on the basketball court hadn't woken up Alinuin and Raven? Were these two really too shameless? Are you? Alexei laughed in anger and was about to retort. But Raven was incredibly quick-tongued and wouldn't give Alexei a chance to speak. She immediately stretched out her hand in front of Alexei and arrogantly said, hand it over. Alexei raised an eyebrow and coldly asked, what do you mean? You want me to say it clearly? You specially made a cup of milk tea yesterday to apologize to Nuanuin, right? Let me tell you, it's not that simple. Nuanuin doesn't want to talk to you right now. Give the milk tea to me. Of course, if you beg me, maybe I'll consider saying something good to Nuanuin for you. At this moment, Alexei looked at Raven as if she were mentally disabled. Seeing Alexei not responding, Raven grew slightly impatient and irritably put her hand down. She continued, Alexei, are you still pretending? Let me tell you, Nuanuin just said she won't forgive you for her whole life. I'm helping you, understand? Do you still need to keep up appearances? Alexei glanced at Raven, then at Nuanuin. Sometimes, he really wanted to pry open their heads and see what was inside. He thought he had been clear enough last time and hadn't shown any mercy to Alinuin. He had insulted her that much, yet she was still delusional here? Where did such mysterious confidence come from? Initially, after making his first fortune, Alexei was in a pretty good mood, but it was ruined by these two people, which greatly annoyed him. While Alexei was distracted and silent, Raven mistakenly thought he was afraid, giving her more confidence. Hey, say something. Weren't you so? Before Raven could finish her sentence, Alexei pushed her aside and scolded her loudly. Get lost. Are you a fool? Didn't wake up from my insults last time? This cheap? Begging for another round of insults? Chapter 42. All are clowns. Startled to sit up from a half-dead state, I realized the clown is none other than myself. This line aptly describes Raven's situation at this moment. Caught off guard by this sudden and intense tirade, Raven was left speechless. Not just her, but Ellen beside her, as well as all the onlookers, were equally stunned. Especially Ellen, whose usually composed face turned anything but. This scene was all too familiar to her. At the same place, under similar circumstances, she had stood where Raven now stood, looking haughty, only to be harshly pushed away by Alexei, followed by a bitter scolding. Alexei, Ellen muttered softly. Her hands clenched tightly at her sides, while anger flickered in her eyes. Especially when she saw everyone around her watching with schadenfreude, her prideful heart felt shaky. Over and over again, whenever she thought Alexei was about to apologize to her, he always managed to put her in an awkward position. Even though Alexei had just scolded Raven, Ellen couldn't help but feel furious. Deep down, she still harbored a sliver of hope. Perhaps because what Raven said was too offensive and aggressive, Alexei, due to his pride, refused to admit that he was apologizing to her. She guessed the previous Alexei had indulged her too much, making her subconsciously place herself in the wrong position. Taking a few steps closer, she walked to Raven's side. Seeing Raven trembling with anger, she frowned and then looked at Alexei, saying, Alexei, even if Judger guessed your thoughts and sounded harsh, you shouldn't scold her like that. After all, she's my best friend. Did you consider my feelings? Get lost. Alexei didn't bother yelling at Ellen anymore. He coldly spat out just one word. The surrounding classmates instantly buzzed with chatter. This was the second time Alexei had publicly embarrassed Ellen. At the same time, a figure came jogging from afar. It was Leonardo. He glanced around and saw Alexei, Ellen, and Raven, with many people gathered. He had gone to the restroom after free activity time and didn't know what had happened. After hearing the story from a classmate, Leonardo's eyes shifted slyly. Frustrated since yesterday after failing to chat up Ellen in class, he wondered what her problem was. She had shown interest first but later ignored him. But now, an opportunity presented itself. Adjusting his pants, he strode toward Ellen. Ellen's face flushed red, humiliated by Alexei's single word. Previously, Alexei had obeyed her every command, and even other boys at school catered to her whims. Yet here she was, being publicly scolded by Alexei for the second time. With so many eyes on her, Ellen felt both angry and wronged. In frustration, she stomped her foot and crouched down, hugging her knees and sobbing. Her delicate frame quivered, evoking pity. Alexei merely glanced at her, feeling only disgust, then walked past the crouching Ellen without a second glance. Stop! Suddenly, a voice roared angrily. Alexei instinctively stopped and turned to see Leonardo pushing through the crowd, fuming. Seeing Ellen sobbing on the ground and Raven consoling her, Leonardo felt a surge of self-importance, determined to reclaim the respect he lost last time. Warm, don't cry. I'm here. Leonardo consoled Ellen, but when she didn't respond, he turned to glare at Alexei and barked, Alexei, are you even a man? How can you scold two girls like that? Apologize to Warm right now. Alexei raised an eyebrow, chuckling derisively. Previously, Leonardo had hidden his crush on Ellen by pretending to be close friends with Alexei. Now, there was no need for pretense. Apologize? What if I refuse? Alexei sneered. Under everyone's gaze, Leonardo puffed out his chest confidently and declared, Humph. Even though we used to be good friends, if you don't apologize to Warm, I, Leonardo, will not let it go. Alexei scoffed and taunted. Looks like last time at the school gate, you didn't get enough beating. Mentioning the thrashing he received from Hideo, Leonardo's face darkened. But he was certain that Alexei was just trying to intimidate him. After all, they were in the school now, and there were so many students around. Alexei and Hideo had just been punished by Crosby. Leonardo really didn't believe they would dare to start a fight here. Moreover, as long as Hideo, that fatso, didn't get involved, it was just a 1v1 situation, and he wasn't afraid of Alexei at all. With this thought in mind, he stared back at Alexei defiantly and shouted sternly, Stop intimidating me. In public, you made Warm cry, which is entirely your fault. What did the old you do? You clung to Warm relentlessly. Now look at you. Just because you got turned down a few times, you've become this petty? I used to consider you a brother. What a joke. Truly blind. Alexei initially had no intention of bickering with Leonardo, but then he noticed quite a few students taking videos with their phones, so he changed his mind and smiled meaningfully. Looks like you care a lot about Ellen. Let me guess, are you two involved? Hearing this, Leonardo sincerely wished to tell Alexei directly that he liked Ellen. After all, Alexei had adored Ellen for years. Although he didn't know what led to Alexei's change of heart, given his understanding of the latter, he truly couldn't believe Alexei had not even an ounce of lingering affection for her. Just thinking about snatching Alexei's dream girl from his hands thrilled Leonardo. But he wasn't foolish. The school strictly prohibited dating, especially during such sensitive periods before the college entrance exam. He wouldn't be stupid enough to admit it in public. Stop changing the subject. I just can't stand you bullying Warm. At that moment, Ellen slowly stood up, her beautiful eyes red and swollen, with some unshed tears still hanging at the corners. She looked incredibly pitiful. Seeing this, Leonardo felt elated, feeling extremely satisfied with his self-proclaimed heroic rescue. Maybe he could win Ellen's favor after all. Warm, you're not. Leonardo took a few steps forward, intending to say something comforting. But suddenly, Ellen shoved him away fiercely. Who asked you to meddle? She had heard everything Leonardo said, and instead of being grateful, she found it increasingly irritating. After pushing Leonardo aside, Ellen glared at Alexei angrily, wiped her tears, and stormed off in a huff, clearly unwilling to stay any longer to avoid further embarrassment. Chapter 43. The Timithicker turns out to be myself. Watching Ellen leave, Leonardo was somewhat bewildered. He had originally planned to put on a good show of rescuing the damsel in distress and then bask in her gratitude, ready to taunt Alexei. But he didn't expect Ellen to react this way. Witnessing everything that happened, Alexei just scoffed, his gaze towards Leonardo as if watching a clown. In the previous life, he truly hadn't noticed that Leonardo also had a liquor disposition. Unfortunately, Ellen's reaction remained indifferent, completely unreceptive. Just then, Hideo, who had been playing basketball, swaggered over with the ball in hand. He had witnessed everything, and his eyes were filled with mockery as they landed on Hideo. TSK, Leonardo, do you know what your behavior right now is? It's called being a licker, you know? Hideo seemed to be teaching what he just learned. He grinned again and continued, oh yeah, you might not know its meaning yet, so let me enlighten you. Right now, you're just like Ellen's Shar-Pei dog, eager to lick her. When she's happy, she might pat your head or play with you for a while. If she's not, she'll kick you away. Then, she might beckon you back with a finger snap, and you still have to wag your tail happily. That's what being a licker means. Heh, apart from little Alexei in the past, I think you're the most fitting person for this term. Alexei had nodded along initially, intending to praise Hideo, but hearing the last sentence made his lips twitch involuntarily. Uriel, there's no need to say that last part. Don't mind these details. At first, when Leonardo heard the term licker, he was confused. Halfway through Hideo's explanation, his face already started to show signs of discomfort. By the time Hideo finished speaking, his long face had turned an alarming liver color. The term licker seemed tailor-made for him, and Leonardo even suspected that Hideo had just made it up to humiliate him. This trendy term, licker, instantly sparked chatter among the students gathered around. Timithicker? Is this a new internet buzzword? I've never heard of it. I thought it referred to some new breed of pet dogs. It's used to describe people. I felt that Leonardo just now was indeed a licker. Damn, I've been chasing after my desk mate for so long, and she barely responds. So I'm a licker too. How disgusting. The licker turns out to be myself. Hearing all the comments around him, Leonardo seethed with anger but couldn't come up with anything substantial to counterattack. More embarrassingly, after listening to Hideo's explanation and reflecting on his recent attitude towards Ellen, he realized that his actions did resemble those of a licker. You. Leonardo clenched his teeth in anger, glaring fiercely at Hideo. Seeing this, Hideo's temper flared far more than Alexei's ever did. Throwing the basketball aside, he rolled his wrists. What? Can't argue back. So you want another fight? Fine, let's go one-on-one. Looking at Hideo's hefty frame of about 170 pounds, Leonardo faltered. You wait. With that weakly threatening remark, Leonardo turned and ran off in the direction Ellen had left. Ha chicken. Muttering this under his breath, Hideo glanced at Alexei, his small eyes landing on the bag in the latter's hand and the straw sticking out. Having sold bubble tea with Alexei all afternoon, he immediately recognized it as taro pearl milk tea. Immediately, stars appeared in Hideo's eyes, deeply moved. Timothyddle Alexei, I knew you loved me. You must have found me cool just now, and you specially kept a cup of bubble tea for me. Ah, good brother. Hideo's big face moved closer. Seeing this, Alexei laughed and shook his head, pushing Hideo's face away. Get lost. Then, he walked past Hideo and headed towards a corner. Upon arriving, Alexei sat down next to Julianne and handed her the taro pearl milk tea from the bag. Julianne had observed the entire scene, making her even more curious about Alexei. One moment, he was ferocious, and the next, so gentle. What kind of person was this deskmate of hers? Especially when she saw Alexei handing her the bubble tea, she was taken aback, lifting her head instinctively, her large, watery eyes filled with confusion. Is this for me? Yes, try it. I made it myself. Hearing this, Julianne was quite surprised, realizing that her deskmate could make bubble tea. Even after this period of interaction, her relationship with Alexei wasn't as distant as it was initially, but her overly introverted personality still made her lack the courage to maintain eye contact with Alexei for more than 3 seconds. She quickly averted her gaze and hung her head. No, thank you, classmate Timothy. Oh well, alright then, I guess I'll just throw it away. This trick always worked on little Magnus. Sure enough, seeing that Alexei was really about to toss it, Julie hurriedly lifted her head and replied, Don't, that would be too wasteful. For Julianne, who came from a poor family, wasting anything was unbearable. Even a small piece of pickled vegetable, she would finish every bit. Hearing this, a glint of bright amusement flashed in Alexei's eyes. Although he felt a bit guilty about using his little Magnus like this, there was no other way. With Julianne's shy nature, he wouldn't find any better solution. Looking at Alexei offering the bubble tea again, Julianne hesitated for a moment before accepting it with both hands. Thank you. Try it quickly. The affection in Alexei's eyes was almost overwhelming. Holding the taro pearl milk tea with both hands, the sweetness in her mouth made Julianne's beautiful eyes slightly widen. No girl could resist the charm of bubble tea, especially Julianne. When her peers freely spent their pocket money on snacks and bubble tea they loved, she could only watch from the sidelines. To her, 1 cup of bubble tea was an unattainable luxury. Slurp slurp. Perhaps because it tasted so good, Julianne's small mouth sucked on the straw in an utterly adorable manner. Due to sitting under the sun for so long, a fine layer of sweat had formed on Julianne's forehead. Seeing this, Alexei frowned, glanced at the shaded area nearby, and then looked at Julianne. Noticing Alexei's frown, Julianne thought it was because of the sound she made earlier, causing her cheeks to turn red. She lowered her head, not saying a word. But then Alexei stood up, took off his school uniform jacket, moved closer to Julianne, and draped the jacket over both their heads to block out the scorching sun. Timothy Magnus, you'll get tanned like this. Chapter 44 Chasing a wife requires thickness of face. Beside the basketball court, Alexei sat on the ground next to Julianne. The school uniform jacket over their heads pulled the two people even closer together. The familiar scent of soap wafted from the jacket. It was unclear whether it was due to their unusually close distance, or because of Alexei's affectionate words just now that a rosy blush appeared on Julianne's face and spread all the way down to her ears. Timothy classmate. See, can you? Please don't sit so close, Julianne stuttered. Not possible, I'm also afraid of getting tanned. Alexei knew well that chasing a wife required thickness of face. In this kind of situation, having no shame was correct. Perhaps afraid that Julianne might be too awkward, he pulled out his cracked screen phone from his pocket, plugged in the wired headphones, and opened a playlist that he had long favored. He had always liked this singer. Although in his previous life, he had turned into a chubby little man who loved bubble tea. But now, he was still a young man who preferred dyeing a few strands of his hair purple, occasionally playing nunchucks, or showing off with the piano. Alexei gently inserted the white earphones into Julianne's ears. Feeling the faint scent from the boy beside her, Julianne felt as if she were sitting on pins and needles until a song with barely distinguishable but incredibly melodious lyrics entered her ears. Timothy yellow flowers of our story have been floating since the day we were born. The swing rides of childhood have floated along with my memories until today. Sunny Day was Alexei's favorite. Seeing Xiao Magnus' anxious emotions gradually calming down, a smile flickered in Alexei's eyes. As a gentle breeze brushed past, he secretly moved his buttocks closer to Xiao Magnus and couldn't help humming along. On the day I skipped class for you, on the day the flowers fell in that classroom, why can't I see anything? Where did the rainy days go? I want to feel them again. Timothy classmate. What's up? Why are you even closer now? I'm afraid of getting tanned. A pleasant physical education class always passes by quickly. During evening self-study, inside the classroom, students were all hunched over studying. The only sounds in the room were whispers here and there, and the scratch of pins on test papers. The large countdown numbers on the blackboard reminded these students that they still needed to work hard, harder, and hardest. Not long after, Crosby walked into the classroom. Standing on the podium, he sighed deeply at seeing the lethargic spirits of the students. Indeed, third-year high school students faced enormous pressure. Clearing his throat, he said loudly, "Everyone, pause what you're doing. I have an announcement." Upon hearing this, the students looked up at the platform listlessly. Too many tests and frequent mock exams were almost suffocating them. Crosby's voice suddenly rang out. "I have some good news. Since our class performed excellently in the last simulation exam, I discussed with the head teacher of Class 2 Science. Given your current heavy pressure, being overly tense isn't a good thing. Therefore, I decided that we will organize a camping and barbecue together with Class 2 Science. It will be a chance to relax, and the expenses will come from the class fund." The moment Crosby finished speaking, cheers erupted in the classroom. "Yes, Mr. Wong rocks. Camping is awesome. I love camping. Perfect. Another day off and some fun. Fantastic." Seeing this, Crosby shook his head smilingly, raised his hand to signal silence, and continued, "Quiet down. I'm not done yet. This activity won't occupy your regular class time." After discussing with the teacher of Class 2 Science, it's set for this Sunday. Sunday was already one of the few rest days for the third-year high school students. Instantly, groans filled the classroom. After saying this, Crosby left the classroom. As soon as Crosby left, the students began complaining. For these students, the camping activity paled in comparison to a free Sunday. However, Alexei was quite happy. He turned to look at Julianne beside him. An opportunity to deepen his relationship with Xiao Magnus had arrived. He knew Julianne's personality. Even if she participated in the camping trip, she would likely keep away from the crowd. Fortunately, he didn't like mingling with these kids either. With money now available, he could buy some delicious food and drinks, find a quiet spot, and enjoy it with his Xiao Magnus while admiring the outdoor scenery. Just thinking about it made Alexei thrilled. But Julianne's mood wasn't very high at the moment. She disliked crowded places. If possible, she'd rather stay in the dormitory. But if she didn't go, would it seem bad? Would it make her seem even more out of place and isolated in the future? But she had long been accustomed to isolation. Deep down, she also wished that she could be like normal people, integrating into the big family of her class and having her own friends. But she knew she couldn't do those things. Seeing Julianne with her head hanging low and not in high spirits, Alexei moved closer. "What's wrong, Xiao Magnus?" "Nothing, it's nothing." Julianne shook her head in reply. Julie and didn't know how to hide her worries. It was almost as if she had written her thoughts on her face. Alexei, guessing what she was thinking, couldn't help but sigh, feeling a bit heartache. He naturally knew how much Julian disliked such occasions. You don't want to attend this activity, right? Alexei said. Hearing this, Julianne remained silent without answering. Looking at the students chattering about Sunday's camping trip in clusters, Alexei looked at Julianne, filled with concern. This camping trip did indeed have his selfish intention. He wanted more chances to be alone with Julianne. On the other hand, he hoped Xiao Magnus could gradually become more optimistic, make friends, and have her own little sisters. Seeing her always so lonely, he truly felt sorry for her. Alexei originally wanted to give Julianne some words of wisdom to comfort her, but after all those profound thoughts formed on the tip of his tongue, they just became one sentence. Xiao Magnus, no matter where you go or end up, you won't be alone. Because I'll always be there. Before he finished the sentence, suddenly a shadow flew over and hit Alexei on the head. Looking down, a crumpled piece of paper lay on the desk. Alexei picked up the paper ball, turned his head instinctively toward the window, and sure enough, saw Hideo gesturing to him. The heartfelt atmosphere that had barely been cultivated was instantly ruined by this guy's paper ball, which left Alexei quite irritated. After unfolding the paper, the messy, unique handwriting revealed itself, undoubtedly from Hideo. The camping this weekend is boring. Find an excuse to take leave. We have money now. Let's go play pool online. We must have fun. Alexei quickly wrote 2 bold words on the paper. Not going. Then he crumpled the paper back into a ball and threw it directly to Hideo. Hideo, smiling cheerfully, opened the note, but immediately wilted upon seeing the 2 words, giving Alexei a friendly middle finger from a distance. Turning back to Julianne, Alexei couldn't muster up the atmosphere anymore, and thus couldn't say those words either. Moreover, he felt that instead of saying these unnecessary empty words, it would be better to accompany Julianne with actions, witnessing her growth and transformation firsthand. Chapter 45. Jake's Love Timothika Mountain. After the evening self-study bell rang, Alexei grabbed Hideo, who was trying to sneak off, and they hurriedly went home, busily preparing items needed for tomorrow's stall. After preparing all the materials, Alexei moved the small refrigerator from his father Gillis's room to the newsstand. This way, he could freeze some ice cubes for the next day. After finishing these tasks, it had already turned completely dark. Checking the time, it was also around when his father should be off work. After sending Hideo home, Alexei rode the tricycle back home. In the hallway, Alexei hummed a tune as he walked towards the door. Click. At that moment, the door suddenly opened. Duh. Alexei paused, intending to greet his father. However, upon seeing the figure walking out, he quickly hid in the nearby safety corridor, peeking with half of his head exposed. From this angle, he saw his father walk out with an unfamiliar woman. Since the woman only showed her back, he couldn't see her face clearly. Seeing this scene, a smile flashed across Alexei's eyes, and he perked up his ears to listen. Vicky, thank you. You've troubled yourself running back and forth late at night. On Gillis's somewhat weathered face was a rare tenderness, even a hint of shyness. The woman named Vicky spoke softly. You, even in your 40s, how can you still act like a child? Don't force yourself, your health is important. Feeling the care in the woman's words, this middle-aged man, Gillis, actually behaved like a big boy, scratching his head and laughing foolishly. I just thought that by working more, I could earn more bonuses. It's rare for Bohan to have suddenly decided to study seriously. While I'm still able, I want to save more money for him. Sigh, for so many years, you've worked too hard. Even if it's for Bohan, you shouldn't risk your health. If Bohan needs money for college in the future, I've saved some which you can use. Hearing this, Gillis sighed deeply, full of worry in his tone. Vicky, sigh, we can't keep delaying our relationship. I'll talk to Bohan when the opportunity comes. It wouldn't be fair to you, and it bothers me too. Our relationship isn't urgent. You know Bohan's character. He won't accept it easily. I don't want to affect your father-son relationship. Let's wait until after his college entrance exam to discuss these things. It's getting late. I'll go home now. No need to see me off. Inside the safety corridor, Alexei could only hear parts of their conversation intermittently. However, he saw every expression change on his father Gillis's face. Especially when he saw his father being shy like a child. He almost burst into laughter. Though he didn't see what the woman looked like, he had a good idea of her identity. Seeing the woman about to leave, he hurriedly turned back. After hearing the footsteps gradually fade away, he peered out again and saw Gillis still standing at the door, staring at where the woman had left. Watching for a while, Gillis 收回视线，然后长叹口气，转身就要回屋。Lorenzo. Alexei's voice suddenly rang out. Turning back, Gillis saw Alexei approaching, a smile playing on the corner of his mouth. Bohan, where were you? Why are you coming back so late? Gillis asked. Alexei didn't answer immediately, his gaze sweeping over his father with interest. Don't talk about me. Lorenzo, I heard you talking to someone just now. It sounded like a woman? Alexei asked knowingly. This a colleague, just a colleague. Gillis said awkwardly. Oh, just a colleague? Alexei asked again. Gillis's expression changed several times before he chuckled bitterly. Bohan, there's something Lorenzo has wanted to tell you. Hearing this, Alexei instantly became interested, a smile flashing in his eyes. What is it? Come on, Lorenzo, let's go inside. Inside the house, Jake and Son sat at the table. Lorenzo, what's it all about? Since entering the house, Gillis had been silent for almost 10 minutes. Alexei had a rough idea of what his father wanted to say, most likely related to that woman. After pondering for a long time, Gillis finally looked up at Alexei, moving his lips. He intended to tell Alexei about his relationship with Vicky, but recalled that the last time he vaguely mentioned it, Alexei had become furious and didn't come home for a whole night. After a moment's thought, Gillis finally sighed and said with a light laugh, "Nothing else. I just have to accompany my boss to an exhibition. It might take 10 days or half a month before I come back. Can you manage by yourself at home? If not, your old man can decline this task." Seeing that his father still hadn't revealed the truth, Alexei couldn't help but sigh inwardly, feeling quite guilty. He knew it was because of his own past ignorance, which had caused a big argument with his father over this matter, making him so hesitant to mention remarriage again. After calming down, Alexei smiled and replied, "It's fine, Lorenzo. You go ahead. I'm an adult now and can take care of myself. If things get tough, I can stay at Uriel's place. All right, when I leave tomorrow, I'll leave you some living expenses. Save it, but don't starve yourself. If you run out, just let me know." "No need, Lorenzo. My classmate's family runs a stall. After school, I occasionally help them out, and they pay me and provide meals. The money I have is enough." Gillis didn't press further upon hearing this, nodded, then got up and walked toward the bedroom, supporting his waist. "Lorenzo, what's wrong with your waist?" Alexei asked. "Nothing, just strained it while working this afternoon. Went to the clinic. The doctor said it's not serious. Go to sleep early, don't be late for school tomorrow," Gillis replied. Watching his father's silhouette, Alexei's fists clenched tightly at his sides. Reincarnated into this life, at school, he could do his best to take care of little Magnus, shielding her from adversity. But at home, he still couldn't share his father's burdens. Even though he really wanted to tell his dad that he didn't mind him finding someone new and would accept whatever as long as Lorenzo was happy. Yet he knew his dad, who usually looked cheerful, had a very stubborn personality. This matter would probably have to wait until after the college entrance exam before mentioning it to Lorenzo. Perhaps only when Lorenzo truly saw his growth would he feel reassured. Others thought the countdown to the college entrance exam passed too quickly. But for Alexei, he felt the days were dragging too slowly because he had so much to do. Returning to his room, Alexei lay in bed thinking for a long time before falling into a deep sleep. The next day, when he woke up, his dad had already left home. On the table were 2 red bills. Chapter 46, Precious Sincerity. Looking at the money on the table, Alexei felt a pang of fondness in his nose. Whether in his previous life or this one, he owed his old man far too much. After exhaling a long sigh, he put the money into his pocket, rubbed his eyes, and went into the kitchen to start bustling around. Leaving home to meet up with Hideo, they then headed to school. For 5 consecutive days, Alexei's routine was practically a straight line between 3 points. He attended classes at school, sold bubble tea from the kiosk with Hideo during lunch breaks, and prepared materials at home in the evenings. Actually, by the 3rd day, the stock of bubble tea they had pre-stored at the kiosk was already running short. Alexei was really busy. He had initially planned to teach Hideo step by step how to make it, but in the end, found that having Hideo try it was purely a waste of materials. In the end, he only had to find the boss lady of the breakfast shop beside their neighborhood again, discuss the deal, and finally hired her in return for compensation to help him prepare the materials and make the bubble tea. On the 6th day of selling bubble tea, outside the large building of the Urban Construction Bureau, dozens of people gathered at the entrance, queuing in a long line, all dressed in black formal attire. The sun above was still scorching hot, mercilessly roasting these ambitious young people striving for a good future. A closer look revealed that almost everyone was holding a cup of bubble tea, savoring it with relish. At a newsstand over 100 meters away from the gate, 2 young lads were leisurely walking out of the newsstand. 600, 700, 750, 755. Hideo dipped his finger in saliva, counting the money in his hand, laughing so hard that even the chives stuck between his back teeth fell out. Today we made 755 yuan. Adding up these few days, wow, almost 6,000 yuan. More than what my mom earns in a month. Timothy, we're rich. Seeing Hideo's overly jubilant manner, Alexei shook his head and smiled. Indeed, for students of their age, nearly 6,000 yuan wasn't a small amount. But to him, this sum was truly negligible. Don't get carried away. After deducting the cost of materials, rent, and the payment to the boss lady, I estimate we'll be left with around 4,000 yuan, Alexei said. 4,000 isn't bad either. It can buy a new computer. Little Timothy, how do you plan to spend this money? Maybe this weekend. We can? Seeming to have already guessed what Hideo would say, as soon as he opened his mouth, it was always about eating, drinking, playing, or going online, nothing else. Alexei casually took the money from Hideo's hand, waved it slightly, and said with a smile, still those 4 words, make money grow. Upon seeing this, Hideo suddenly looked like an aggrieved little wife. I've heard this so many times that my ears are calloused. This money won't breed more money. Besides, earning money is meant to be spent, right? We've worked so hard these days. Shouldn't we reward ourselves? Seeing Alexei remain silent, Hideo hung his head in slight disappointment, feeling somewhat dejected. Seeing his expression, Alexei was both annoyed and helpless. He shook his head and counted out 2,000 yuan and handed it over to Hideo. Hideo was stunned. Actually, Alexei had long repaid the money he borrowed from Hideo's personal stash, and he knew that it was Alexei who came up with the idea to sell bubble tea from the kiosk. Moreover, these past few days, it was mainly Alexei who did most of the work while he barely helped much, only occasionally lending a hand to accompany Alexei now and then. He thought that if Alexei gave him 200 or 300 yuan as a hardship allowance, it would be very generous. Timothy, this? Hideo was instantly dumbfounded. If it were just 100 or so yuan, he would have gladly accepted it. But this time, Alexei gave him far too much. I said, no matter how much we make in the end, we split it equally, Alexei said with a smile. But, I didn't really help you much these past few days. It's too much. It makes me feel awkward. Hideo scratched his head and said. Hearing this, Alexei shrugged and deliberately teased Hideo. Don't want it? Then forget it. Sigh. I'm heartbroken too, giving away half at once. Forget it then. Seeing Alexei trying to take the money back, Hideo hurriedly stretched out his hand. Hey, I was just being polite with you. Don't take it seriously. When my brother gives me something, why wouldn't I take it? Give it here. Glancing at Hideo irritably, Alexei didn't say much but kept a smile in his eyes. Forget just 4,000 yuan. Even if he had 40 million in the future, as long as Hideo needed it, he would give half, or even all of it without hesitation. Not for anything else, just because after experiencing a betrayal from loved ones, he knew the value of true sincerity. After leaving the newsstand, the two hurried back to school. Upon returning to school, it was not yet time for class. In the classroom, Alexei returned to his seat. On Julianne's desk, several empty takeaway food containers were neatly arranged, while Julianne was dozing off with her head on the table. Because Alexei now had enough money, he naturally would not let little Magnus eat the canteen dishes anymore. They had been eating those dishes for so many years, and the canteen aunties always made them. With little Magnus' frail body, of course, she should eat the best food. Under Julianne's cheek was a test paper with Alexei's name written on it. In theory, Alexei was responsible for her lunch and even dinner, and in return, she helped him consolidate his studies and organize incorrect problems. Looking at the sleeping Julianne, her little mouth slightly closed, her eyelashes gently fluttering like two small fans, looking exceptionally cute, Alexei couldn't help but feel more fondness as he watched her. Alexei didn't want to move his gaze away from Julianne. One hand fumbled around until it reached the bench and then slid beneath him to sit down. However, because he was completely engrossed in watching her, he didn't notice that the leg of the stool had pressed on Julianne's foot. The sleeping Julian suddenly cried out in pain and woke up abruptly. Seeing this, Alexei hurriedly stood up, quite frightened, and only then noticed that the stool leg had pressed on Julianne's foot. He felt extremely guilty, wishing he could slap himself for being too careless. Julianne, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. Are you alright? Does it hurt a lot? Let me see. Alexei was flustered and made a move to squat down to check if Julianne was injured. No need. I'm fine. Julianne dodged to the side, startled, instinctively pulling her feet back. It was at this moment that Alexei noticed that Julianne was still wearing a pair of worn-out cotton shoes. They clearly looked like low-quality street market goods, with the edges already torn and black cotton sticking out from the shoe surface. Such shoes, anyone else would probably just throw directly into the trash can. Even beggars might look down on them. Moreover, with the recent rapid rise in temperature, most people had already switched to spring or even summer clothes. But Julianne was still wearing such shabby cotton shoes. Seeing Alexei half-crouched and staring straight at her feet, Julianne seemed to realize something. Her face turned red, and she desperately tried to pull her feet further under the bench. Seeing little Magnus' actions filled with inferiority and sensitivity, Alexei felt a sharp pain in his heart and silently cursed himself for being foolish. He had been so focused on making money through the stall that he hadn't thought about how sudden the seasonal change was. Given Julianne's situation, she probably didn't even have proper seasonal clothes or shoes. Chapter 47. Going out to spend? Looking at Julianne, who sat in her seat with her head drooping, Alexei's heart could not calm down for a long time. After a moment, he carefully sat next to Julianne. Timothy Magnus, does it really not hurt? Upon hearing this, Julianne just shook her head and slowly pushed the test paper and notebook in her hand towards Alexei. Timothy classmate, I have organized and summarized the easily mistaken questions and some knowledge points for you. The test paper and notebook were filled with neat handwriting. Each easily mistaken question and knowledge point was marked in great detail, making them easy to understand at a glance. Clearly, Julianne had been particularly serious about helping Alexei catch up on his studies. Alexei couldn't help but sigh deeply, suddenly feeling that the pressure was a bit heavy. His little Magnus was so excellent. It seemed he would have to work harder. Lately, he had been busy making money by selling things at a stall, leaving him with not much energy to focus on studying. Timothy Magnus, Alexei suddenly said. What's wrong? Alexei closed the notebook, propped his head up with one hand, and looked at her with a smile, saying, there are only 2 months until the college entrance exam. Have you thought about which university you want to attend? Up until now, Alexei was actually quite troubled by one thing. He really didn't know much about Timothy Magnus. Not to mention other things, even 2 months away from the college entrance exam, Alexei did not know which university Julianne would end up attending, or if she would go to university at all. But thinking about it, Julianne's grades were so good that she would surely be admitted to at least a 985 or 211 university. With his previous abysmal scores, they wouldn't have intersected in university. But things were different now. Reborn with advantages, he could fully keep up with Julianne's academic performance. As for university, Julianne mumbled softly, raising her head slightly, Yet her expression was full of confusion. The word university was too unfamiliar to her, something she had never dared to dream of. Just getting through high school these 3 years had already strained her family financially. University tuition must be even more expensive, right? I don't know. Julianne shook her head. Indeed, she had never considered this question. After pondering for a while, Julianne spoke up again, which was rare for her. But Aunt Zhang from our village said that university tuition is very expensive and advised me to go to work. So after the college entrance exam, I might go out to work. Hearing this, Alexei could not help but frown. Actually, Julianne's situation was not uncommon outside. Indeed, many children from poor families were very academically talented and even managed to get into universities, but their impoverished families could not afford the tuition. For ordinary families, the tuition for prestigious universities was not a significant burden, but for those living in poverty, it was an astronomical amount. So many potential talents were defeated by reality in this way. Such tragedies would not happen to his Timothy Magnus before his eyes. Timothy Magnus, university life is actually very good. Feeling strange after saying this, Alexei continued, I mean, university campus life is very nice. You can choose your favorite major, do what you like, without endless homework or nagging lectures, and most importantly, Alexei paused, then continued, you can become better and find a really good job after graduation with your own abilities. Of course, during your time at university, you will meet many people from all over the country, various kinds, and you will also encounter people who are compatible with you, meaning you will have your own friends. Hearing this, Julianne's eyes suddenly moved, her bewildered expression flickering with a faint glimmer of longing. In truth, the lonelier a person is, the more they seem to enjoy solitude but are actually afraid of being alone. University, is it really like that? But, Timothy classmate, how do you know? Julian asked. Alexei rubbed his nose sheepishly, brushing off the question, replying, isn't that how it's portrayed in those campus dramas on TV? Besides, I know a few netizens who are university students, and they all told me so. But, Julianne fell silent again after uttering just 2 words. At this age, which young men and women do not yearn for the attractive university campus. But before her lay the harsh reality. Seeming to understand Julianne's worry, Alexei wouldn't break her illusion. He knew about her sensitive and inferior personality but just chuckled lightly. Moreover, Xiao Magnus, your grades are so good that universities will vie for you, as long as you do well in the college entrance exam. Teachers said there are also grants and scholarships. Others spend money on schooling, while you'll earn money while studying. So many people will envy you. Oh really? Julianne's voice carried a hint of tension. Yeah, certainly. Besides, at university, you can go in and out freely. You can fully use your spare time after class to work part-time and earn money. Alexei replied. Then he stood up, raised his hand, and gently pressed it on Julianne's thin shoulders, his tone filled with determination. So Xiao Magnus, take the exam boldly and don't worry about anything else. The sudden physical contact made Julianne's cheeks flush like a small apple, darting her eyes around. Timothy classmate, you, can you? Hearing Julianne's whisper-like voice, Alexei smiled awkwardly and released his hand. Cough anyway, let's both try our best, Xiao Magnus. If you have a university you particularly want to apply to, be sure to tell me. Maybe we'll end up going to the same university then. Okay. Julian nodded in reply, and then turned away without speaking. Since tomorrow was the weekend, and there was a camping activity for 2 classes, the scheduled evening self-study session was cancelled, and everyone went home early. At Alexei's house, Alexei and Hideo were busy preparing the materials they needed for tomorrow's stall. On the sofa, each holding a cup of milk tea. Uriel, my father won't be home for a while. Tell your parents you'll stay at my place for now. Alexei thought that the college entrance exam was getting closer, yet Hideo's poor grades showed no improvement. Since they would only run the stall at noon, he had to give Hideo some tough training at night. Otherwise, not to mention ordinary undergraduate programs, even some mediocre private junior colleges might be beyond reach. Hideo immediately called his father, and after Alexei helped communicate a few sentences, the matter was settled. Haha, nice, Alvis. In the future, we can live together shamelessly. Hideo was thrilled. Looking at the time, Alexei put down his cup, stood up and said, stop fooling around. Get ready. We're going out? Going out? Where? Hideo suddenly became excited and sprang to his feet. Alexei patted his pocket and grinned. With money in my pocket, of course, we're going to spend. Chapter 48. Encounter with an unpleasant person. Upon hearing the words, consumption, Hideo immediately let out a whoop of joy, his eyes almost sparkling. Consumption? Where are we going to spend money? Oh right, there's a new internet cafe on Timothimping Road with really cool machines. They're offering a deal of match 50 for 50 now. How about playing some billiards? Forget it. Let's have a meal first. I'm hungry after moving all those items at noon. Alexei's mouth twitched slightly at the corner. Sure enough, this guy's only interested in eating, drinking, playing, and surfing the net or playing billiards. Alexei gave him a glance and tidied up to head out without responding. Hey, wait for me, little Timothy. After leaving, Alexei rode his electric bike with Hideo sitting behind as they hurried towards their destination. On the road, Hideo gradually calmed down from his excitement, feeling uneasy inside. The main reason was that the last time Alexei had said he would take him somewhere interesting, he ended up being tricked into going to a junk market. When Alexei initially mentioned spending money earlier, Hideo was thrilled. But now he worried that Alexei might be fooling him again and making him do some hard labor. About 20 minutes later, they arrived at the place, and Alexei parked the electric bike by the roadside. Hideo looked excitedly at the grand building before them. Jintai Mall is one of the largest and most prosperous commercial buildings in the city. As soon as Alexei parked his electric bike, he turned around to see Hideo eagerly leaning towards him. That sensation made Alexei instantly tense up and push Hideo away disdainfully. Conversely, Hideo was touched, with stars shining in his small eyes, clenched fat fists, and swaying large bottom. Wow, little Timothy, my dear benefactor, are we really going to spend money here? Alexei responded with a roll of his eyes and walked towards the mall. Seeing this, Hideo happily followed along closely. For students like them, shopping at such a big mall is quite expensive. Just look at how Hideo took a routine selfie at a 45-degree angle on the first floor with his phone and posted it online for pride. Timothy, where are we headed? How about having hot pot first? Hey, there's an arcade and dancing games over there. Hideo looked around, eager to visit every store, while Alexei remained focused, occasionally checking the signs beside the elevator. Meanwhile, third floor of the mall, inside a women's clothing store named Dailerin. Dailerin, within this mall, also counts as a boutique store for women's fashion. Most of the visitors were stylish young girls, often accompanied by middle-aged men who looked like benefactors. After all, those who can enter such places are either well-off girls or kept mistresses. Inside the store, there were two particularly young girls who stood out. Just by looking at their appearance, they seemed to be about 17 or 18 years old, Ellen and Raven. Wow, Adley, the clothes and shoes here are too beautiful. Raven's eyes sparkled as she gazed at the clothes hanging on the racks and the shoes displayed on the shelves. Seeing Raven's excitement, Ellen lifted her chin proudly. Wow. Adley, look at these shoes. So pretty. Raven rushed to the shoe cabinet, looking at a pair of shoes and dancing with excitement, but then deflated when she saw the 4-digit price tag. Ellen also came over and couldn't help but be impressed by the shoes on the shelf. Adley, you look so good in these shoes. But they are too expensive, almost 2,000 yuan, Ellen said. Today, they came shopping because Ellen's birthday was coming up in a few days. It was also the season change, and Ellen wanted to pick out some clothes and shoes as her birthday gifts from her father. These 1,000 yuan shoes were already relatively cheap for the store, yet still beyond what students could afford. But Ellen's family was well off, so the price didn't seem too high to her. Yes, they are very nice. Ellen kept admiring the shoes on the shelf, growing more fond of them. Not even 2,000 yuan, not too expensive. Judja, do you think they suit me? If they do, I'll ask Lorenzo to buy them for me in a few days. Hearing this, Raven lit up, because whenever Ellen grew tired of certain clothes or shoes, she usually passed them on to her best friend Raven. To Ellen, they were clothes or shoes she didn't like anymore, but to Raven, they were treasures, each piece something she cherished and showed off proudly. Yeah, they look great. Definitely. Raven nodded vigorously. Ellen also smiled when she heard this. She had been feeling quite upset in front of Alexei recently, especially after the incident on the basketball court when she delivered milk tea and got scolded by Alexei, followed by Leonardo's relentless pursuit. This made Ellen quite angry for several days. With her birthday approaching soon, she decided to go shopping to distract herself. As Ellen was inspecting the shoes in her hand, Raven initially wanted to look at more clothes and shoes just to satisfy her curiosity, but she suddenly noticed two figures entering from the door and froze. Timothy, did we come to the wrong place? This is a women's clothing store. What are we doing here? Hideo looked at the variety of women's clothes and shoes on display and felt overwhelmed. On the contrary, Alexei seemed intrigued as he observed everything around him. Noticing that Alexei kept looking at the clothes and shoes with interest, Hideo realized something and asked, Damn, Timothy, when you said, spending money, you're not buying these for some girl, are you? Thinking of something, Hideo continued, Oh my god, not Julianne, right? Alexei didn't respond, which indirectly confirmed it. You bastard, you're scamming me again. Got a girlfriend and forgot about your bro, huh? Hideo ground his teeth in anger. Enough complaining. When we get to the top floor, I'll treat you to hot pot. With these words from Alexei, Hideo's face lit up instantly, and he happily accompanied Alexei as they started browsing. At the same time, Raven recognized the two people and her smile vanished. Adley, those annoying guys are here. When Ellen saw Alexei and the other person, her originally good mood disappeared completely. Pimph, Judja, let's go. I don't want to see him. With a cold snort, Ellen put down the shoes and left. Raven glanced longingly at the shoes one last time, clearly reluctant to leave, only hoping that Alexei and the other person would leave quickly. After browsing for a while, Alexei stopped in front of a shoe cabinet, and his eyes brightened as he saw a pair of shoes. These were precisely the same shoes that Ellen and Raven had admired earlier. Chapter 49 Zophia's Fortune. Alexei has always had little interest in women's clothing and shoes. It's not that he's insensitive, but most men aren't naturally adept at this sort of thing. However, the moment he saw the pair of shoes before him, Alexei thought they were pretty good. He could even picture how well they would look on Timothy Magnus. Less than 2,000 bucks, not bad. After checking the price, Alexei found it acceptable. Holding the shoe in one hand, he started to scrutinize it. Hideo, who was standing nearby, immediately chimed in with his opinion. Xiao Timothy, these are no good. They're too low end. Besides, it's a bit expensive for over 1,000 bucks. You might as well buy her a Flashier's own pair. Wouldn't that be more impressive when you give it to her? Hearing this, Alexei rolled his eyes. You single dog, what do you know? Alexei said with a sneer. Regarding the size, since Julianne had twisted her ankle previously, Alexei roughly remembered her shoe size. So he called over a salesperson. Initially, he wanted to ask if there were other colors available, but learned from the salesperson that this particular model was already out of stock, leaving only this last pair in the store. Forget it, I'll take this pair. Alexei muttered to himself. Although he saw many other attractive pairs while browsing, most were too gaudy, and he figured Timothy Magnus wouldn't necessarily like them. Excuse me, I'd like to buy this pair. Where do I pay? Just as Alexei was about to head for checkout, Raven and Ellen happened to return and ran into them. Originally, Ellen and Raven thought Alexei and his friend would wander around for a bit and then leave, never expecting such a coincidence. Alexei didn't even bother to glance at Ellen and Raven, intending to go straight to the cash register. But Raven quickly noticed the shoes in the salesperson's hand and exclaimed, Hey, Nguyen, isn't that the pair you liked? Ellen focused her gaze and confirmed that it was indeed the same pair she had been eyeing earlier. Hey, I was planning to buy these shoes, Ellen said, her tone displeased. The salesperson smiled awkwardly, glancing instinctively at Alexei beside her. Seeing this, Alexei frowned inwardly, cursing his bad luck. Did she pay for them? This young lady hasn't paid yet, the salesperson replied. Upon hearing that Ellen hadn't paid, Alexei waved his hand dismissively. Then I'll take them. Show me where to pay. Alexei. Standing next to Ellen, Raven wasn't pleased and placed her hands on her hips, fuming. Didn't you hear Nguyen saying she planned to buy those shoes? Put them down. Noticing Raven's arrogance, even the salesperson couldn't help feeling uneasy. Ladies, if you genuinely want to buy the shoes, you can go to the front desk now to pay. Otherwise, this handsome young man will be taking them away. She turned to look at Alexei with a meaningful smile. Seeing this, Alexei rubbed his nose ruefully, thinking that being good-looking really does open doors everywhere. Ellen felt somewhat guilty because she didn't actually have enough money at the moment. Whenever she wanted something expensive, she had to beg her family for days to persuade them to buy it for her. But Raven didn't see it that way, assuming Ellen's wealthy family would easily cover the cost. Plus, she felt the salesperson's tone was slightly condescending, which she couldn't tolerate. Hey, who are you talking down to? Can't we afford a lousy pair of shoes? Nguyen, let's buy them right now. Raven declared. Noticing the salesperson looking at her, Ellen felt incredibly embarrassed. But she didn't want to lose face in front of Alexei, so she bluffed. Who said I won't buy them? In a few days, no, tomorrow, I'll come back to buy them. I'm sorry, but our store doesn't accept reservations. If you don't intend to buy them now, please don't interfere with this gentleman's purchase. The salesperson's words caused Ellen and Raven to blush furiously, especially with other customers whispering nearby, making them feel humiliated. Ultimately, Ellen looked at Alexei, believing he deliberately followed her here to embarrass her. Because she knew Alexei's financial situation made it impossible for him to spend over $1,000 on a pair of women's shoes. Alexei, you're still so immature. Do you really think such tricks can upset me? I know exactly what your situation is. You don't have that kind of money. Upon hearing this, Alexei remained silent, but Hideo couldn't hold back. Bullshit. Who told you Xiao Timothy has no money? Do you know how much Xiao Timothy earned this week? Seeing the situation, Alexei waved his hand and said, Bins, talking to idiots will only lower your IQ. After saying that, he followed the salesperson straight to the front desk to pay. Alexei's words before leaving really infuriated Ellen and Raven. Adley, Alexei is getting more unbearable these days. We haven't settled the accounts for the previous incidents yet, and now he even insults you. Come on, I must teach him a lesson today. Raven finished speaking and dragged Ellen toward the front desk as well. When the two reached the front desk, they just happened to see Alexei paying. When they saw Alexei take out a wad of cash from his pocket to pay, both were stunned. It wasn't until Alexei and his friend left the store that the two exchanged glances, seeing the surprise in each other's eyes. Adley, where did Alexei get so much money? He had several $1,000s in his hand just now? Ellen's mind was also far from calm. Tisk, it's just over $1,000. What's so great about it? Ellen said unhappily. Hey, Adley, did you hear what Hideo said? He said Alexei earned this money himself. Do you think Alexei has been working part-time recently? Raven asked. Of course, his dad is just a worker, and his living expenses are less than my petty cash. Ellen replied. Looking at the direction of the door, Raven still felt somewhat reluctant. She really liked those shoes and had been trying to convince Ellen to buy them, because she knew that with Ellen's character, she would get tired of the shoes after 1 or 2 months at most, and then the shoes would be hers. Thinking of this, Raven's eyes darted around. Adley, I just thought of a plan. Then she leaned close to Ellen's ear and whispered. Inside the mall. Xiao Timothy, let's go to the top floor for hot pot as planned. Hideo had been talking about hot pot all the way, and Alexei could not resist, so he went up to the top floor with him. He figured Hideo had indeed helped a lot during this period, so he decided to splurge a little and have a good meal. Not far away, Ellen and Raven stealthily followed them all the way. Chapter 50. A good dog doesn't block the way. On the top floor of the shopping mall, when Ellen saw Alexei and Hideo walk into a hot pot restaurant named Bajiangjun, she couldn't help but open her small mouth slightly, her beautiful eyes full of surprise. As for Raven, she didn't react much since she rarely came here, only occasionally following Ellen around. Nguyen, is this restaurant expensive? My father has brought me here several times. The dishes here are not cheap at all. Even with just 2 people ordering casually, It would cost no less than 6 or 700 yuan, Elenyuan said. Upon hearing this, Raven was instantly stunned. 6 or 700 yuan for one meal. That's more than her monthly living expenses. For ordinary people, perhaps this amount isn't much, but for students like them, a meal costing 6 or 700 yuan is too luxurious. Timothy, Alexei? When did he get so rich? I remember he didn't have that much money when he used to pursue you. Raven said, puzzled. Saying this, Raven seemed to recall something. I know. Nuanyuan. Alexei must be working part-time at a bubble tea shop. You forgot that in Hideo's space, Alexei was making bubble tea before? He probably learned it while working there. For some reason, upon hearing this, Elenyuan suddenly felt a bit uncomfortable. Back then, although Alexei was willing to spend money on her, he couldn't afford to buy her anything good. Now that Alexei had money, buying shoes worth over 1,000 yuan and spending 6 or 700 yuan on a meal made her feel uneasy. Why did he keep chasing her when he had no money before? And now that he's rich, he suddenly starts ignoring her. Adiumph, whatever he does is none of my business. Elenyuan coldly snorted and angrily turned to leave. Oh, Nuanyuan, don't go. Don't you want those shoes? They would really suit you, and they would match the dress you bought a few days ago perfectly. Raven said. What should we do then? Elenyuan asked. Raven smiled and hugged Elenyuan, saying, don't rush. Let's do what I suggested earlier. We'll go sit at the coffee shop by the entrance first. Alexei and Hideo were naturally unaware of what was happening outside. At this moment, the two were busy eating heartily, especially Hideo, who ate as if he wanted to chew on the entire table. During the meal, the breakfast shop owner called Alexei, saying that the materials for tomorrow's stall were ready and asked him to come pick them up when he had time. Uriel, eat faster. We still have things to do after we go back. Alexei urged a few times. After clearing everything off the table, the two patted their stomachs contentedly and left. Meanwhile, at the coffee shop near the entrance of the mall, Elenyuan and Raven sat in the chairs, feeling rather bored. These two guys have been eating for over an hour. How haven't they finished yet? Elenyuan was getting impatient. Oh, Nuanyuan, wait a little longer. Oh look, they're coming out now. Just as Raven spoke, she spotted Alexei and Hideo walking out of the mall. Hideo was using a toothpick to clean his teeth with one hand and putting his other hand in his pocket, humming a tune, looking very comfortable. Suddenly, he noticed Elenyuan and Raven walking towards them from the coffee shop. Timothy, why are they still here? Hideo said. Hearing this, Alexei turned around and saw Elenyuan and the other girl, choosing to ignore them directly. Hey, Alexei, Raven called out, but Alexei didn't even bother to respond. Seeing this, Raven pulled Elenyuan and the two ran up to block Alexei's way. Alexei stopped, glanced at them, and said indifferently, a good dog doesn't block the way. You. Elenyuan became angry immediately. The previous few times, she had tried to maintain her perfect goddess image in front of Alexei, speaking softly and acting as if putting on a show. But recently, Alexei had snubbed her too many times, which was unbearable for her proud personality. Seeing Elenyuan about to lose her temper, Raven surprisingly held her back. Alexei, you spent quite a bit of money just now, right? Where did you get all this money? Raven asked. What's it got to do with you? Alexei replied coldly. Looking at Alexei's attitude, Raven didn't get angry but retorted, oh well, never mind. Actually, Nuanyuan and I both know. Didn't you earn some money working part-time at a bubble tea shop? We wouldn't laugh at you if you told us. Working part-time at a bubble tea shop? Alexei was taken aback, then sneered. But thinking about it, given Raven's limited intellect, this was probably the only possibility she could think of. You're lying. Who said we were working part-time for others? Timothy and I are our own bosses, okay? Hideo also had a strong sense of pride, especially after making so much money this week with Alexei. It made him feel very dignified. How did he become someone who just worked temporary jobs? Hideo, what's wrong with you? I'm talking to Alexei. Why do you keep interrupting? Raven confronted Hideo right away. You even claim to be your own boss, how shameless. Working is working, no need to brag about it. Just as Raven was in the middle of her tirade, she suddenly felt Elenyuan pinch her arm. Seeing Elenyuan's gestures, she recalled what they were really there for and cleared her throat before looking at Alexei. Forget it, not worth arguing with you. Alexei, I have good news for you. Timothy carefully. Although you've been upsetting Nuanyuan lately, I know deep down you still like her. Since we're classmates, I tried persuading Nuanyuan for a long time, and finally, she has decided to forgive you. Adiumph, originally I planned never to forgive you, but Judja persuaded me for so long, so I'm considering giving you a chance out of respect for her, Elenyuan said haughtily. Watching these two act in harmony, Alexei felt like he was watching two clowns performing a grand show. He let out a cold laugh, his eyes full of mockery. So? Alexei asked. Hearing this, Raven's eyes flashed with satisfaction, completely unaware of the heavy ridicule in Alexei's gaze. Pretending to ponder for a moment, Elenyuan continued. So it depends on how you behave. Nuanyuan's birthday is coming up soon, right? She bought a new dress but can't find matching shoes. We spent a long time shopping and found a pair. So, do you understand what I mean? This time, Alexei couldn't help but laugh and wave the box in his hand. Upon seeing this, Raven's eyes lit up immediately. But then Alexei spoke teasingly. So you're saying I should give her these shoes and ask for her forgiveness? As he finished speaking, Elenyuan huffed arrogantly again. TCH, I just said I'd consider giving you a chance. While Alinuin maintained her goddess-like demeanor, Raven couldn't wait any longer and approached while speaking. Oh, just give her the gift first. I'll speak nicely to Nuanuan later. The moment she reached out, Alexei pushed her hand away, his smile vanishing instantly, replaced by sheer disgust. Does she even deserve it? Those 3 words stunned Raven and Alinuin into silence. Chapter 51: The Campus Beauty's Confidence. The air around Alinuin and Raven seemed to freeze at this moment. After a long pause, Alinuin slowly came back to her senses. Although Alexei had scolded her several times over the past period, she thought that both of them were angry at that time. Until just now, she had always believed that Alexei was resentful because she rejected his confession in public. But deep down, she had never doubted her own charm. She always held on to a bit of Jiaoxing Xinli, Jiaoxing psychology, thinking Alexei still liked her deep inside. The previous times, it was because she kept up her aloofness. If she would give Alexei a chance, he would definitely change back to how he used to be, following her orders obediently and taking care of her with utmost care. However, even though she clearly stated that she planned to forgive Alexei this time, things turned out this way. Instantly, all the accumulated grievances burst out, and Alinuin's eyes began to moisten. When Raven came back to her senses, she also felt perplexed. Alexei, do you know what you were saying just now? Didn't you hear that Nuanuan has decided to forgive you? As a pair who were always close, Raven's thoughts were similar to Alinuin's. Previously, whether it was her or Alinuin, they both maintained their pride in front of Alexei, wanting him to take the initiative to admit his mistakes and then soothe Alinuin's feelings. Boys cared about their dignity, so Raven could understand Alexei's outbursts back then. But this time, she had already made everything very clear. If Alexei gave the shoes to Alinuin, he would get her forgiveness. Such a simple condition, and Alexei still refused? Alexei, are you crazy? The previous times, I understand you being face-conscious and unwilling to admit your mistakes, and neither I nor Nuanuan forced you. But this time, just by giving a pair of old shoes, Nuanuan will forgive you. Think carefully. If you miss this opportunity, Nuanuan will never forgive you in this lifetime. Raven said angrily. Hearing this, Alexei didn't even bother to spare her an extra glance. In his impression, Alinuin was a proud and self-assured person. Why hadn't she learned after being scolded by him so many times? He had no interest in scolding her again. With a cold laugh, he turned and left directly. Alexei, stop right there. You need to explain yourself today. Seeing Alexei about to leave, Alinuin naturally wouldn't let him go and was about to chase after him. It wasn't that she couldn't accept Alexei not liking her, but she couldn't accept the fact that she had no appeal to Alexei. She just wanted to figure out what had caused Alexei to become like this. Hey, Zophius Beauty, listen to me for a second. Hideo stepped forward to stop Alinuin, holding a toothpick in his mouth, lazily glanced at her, and laughed as he said, Timothy doesn't like you anymore. Things from the past don't count anymore. Don't keep Jochan entangling Timothy. Okay? What did you say? I'm entangling Alexei? Alinuin was furious and upset. Seeing her reaction, Hideo hurriedly raised his hands in surrender. Alright, I made a mistake. It's Timothy who was Jochan entangling you, but that was in the past. Now Timothy doesn't want to be a tango, lick dog, anymore. Anyway, the college entrance exam is coming soon, and you two won't have much interaction in the future. Let it be. After saying this, Hideo waved goodbye and jogged to catch up with Alexei. Seeing Hideo catching up, Alexei raised an eyebrow and asked, Bin, what did you tell them? Nothing much. Just told Alinuin that things from the past are over. After the college entrance exam, you two won't have much interaction. Told her not to come looking for trouble every time. No more interaction after the college entrance exam? Alexei smiled slightly when he heard that. He would have plenty of interactions with Alinuin in the future. With the college entrance exam approaching, he had too much to do and too much he couldn't do. After leaving this city, regarding Alinuin and Leonardo, he had many scores to settle. How could he afford not to interact with them? Dang, what are you thinking? Why are you laughing so creepily? Hideo shivered. Nothing, let's head back quickly. The two walked away while talking. At the mall entrance, Alinuin and Raven were still standing there. Alinuin was confused by what Hideo said before leaving. According to Hideo, Alexei suddenly distanced himself from her because he didn't want to be a tango, lick dog, anymore. Judja, what does lick dog mean? Hearing this, Raven pinched her chin and mused, Timothy sounds familiar. I think I heard a few boys in class talking about it yesterday or today. Ever since Hideo publicly mocked Leonardo as a lick dog on the basketball court, the term became popular in their classes. After a moment of deep thought, Raven suddenly spoke up. I remember now. They said, lick dog is an adjective. It means someone is like a lapdog, fawning over the owner without any d-shan, bottom line, tolerating scolding and beating, and will continue to please the owner as long as they get a little bit of sweetness. Halfway through her explanation, Raven's tone turned hesitant. Adley, isn't this talking about the old Alexei? For a moment, Alinuin was lost in memories. The old Alexei obeyed her every command, accompanying her to school and waiting for her after classes. When it was cold, Alexei would remind her to wear more clothes. When it was hot, he would hold an umbrella for her on the street, while he himself basked under the sun. When she fell ill, Alexei was so anxious that he carried her to the hospital. When she was happy, Alexei laughed with her. When she was sad, Alexei comforted her patiently. And how did she treat Alexei? When she needed him, she made Alexei stay close by, enjoying his meticulous care and attention while repeatedly rejecting his confessions. Whenever Alexei annoyed her, she would send him away, and whenever she needed him, a mere beckon of her finger brought him back willingly. Recalling all those past events, Elenyuan realized that she had indeed treated Alexei like a lickdog, while she herself was the supreme master who always stood above Alexei. Judya, do you think Alexei is treating me this way now because I used to treat him like a lickdog? At this point, Elenyuan's voice sounded confused. Was I too much before? Perhaps because she was still upset from being scolded by Alexei earlier, Raven had already mentally cursed Alexei to hell. She didn't care whether Alexei was a lickdog or not. All she knew was that because of Alexei, she missed out on her beloved shoes worth over $1,000. Where was I excessive? No one forced him to be a lickdog before, wasn't it his own choice? Besides, Adley, so many people in school queue up to be your lickdog. Alexei doesn't deserve you at all. What's wrong with you refusing him a few times? What right does he have to scold us like that? Adley, look at his behavior these few times. What's he showing off for? From his attitude, does he even expect you to apologize to him first? Who does he think he is? You're the campus beauty. Will you ever lack for admirers? Chapter 52. You guessed right. At the entrance of the shopping mall, Ellen looked in the direction Alexei had left, her expression somewhat dazed. Earlier, after recalling how Alexei used to take care of her meticulously, she felt a tiny bit of faint guilt. But that trace of negligible guilt vanished instantly after hearing what Raven said. The deeply ingrained arrogance and superiority made her only think of herself. Raven was right. She hadn't forced Alexei to be a doormat. It was all Alexei's own choice, so it wasn't her fault. She had good grades, a good family background, a pretty face, knew how to dress well, and was the school's beauty queen. Without Alexei, there would still be plenty of other doormats around her. Adiumph, you're right, Judya. Even if he acts like a doormat, it's his choice. He's just naturally a doormat. Sooner or later, Alexei will come crawling back, and I'll ignore him again. Despite saying this, Ellen still felt a bit uncomfortable inside. Coincidentally, at this moment, several student-like boys walked out from a supermarket next to the shopping mall. Among them was Leonardo. It was Saturday, and because there was an internet cafe nearby, Leonardo had made plans with a few classmates to hang out here. Moreover, he knew Ellen's birthday was coming up, so he thought about buying a small gift at the discount supermarket. Just as he came out, he saw Ellen and someone else not far away. Seeing this, Leonardo's eyes lit up immediately. Ever since breaking ties completely with Alexei, he had started openly pursuing Ellen. Especially after that incident at the school gate when Ellen linked arms with him and flirted, he always felt that Ellen had some affection for him. Adley, Leonardo called out and jogged over. Stopping in front of Ellen, Leonardo looked excitedly at her. Since Ellen was already in a bad mood, she naturally didn't show any friendliness when she saw Leonardo, standing coldly without speaking. But Leonardo didn't notice this. He took out a relatively nice-looking plush toy from his bag and handed it to her. Adley, your birthday is coming up soon. This is a gift for you. I was going to give it to you on your birthday, but since we met by chance, I'll wish you a happy birthday early. Perhaps due to his excitement, Leonardo even forgot to remove the price tag from the plush toy. Looking at the 55 yuan plush toy, Ellen couldn't help but think of the shoes Alexei had spent over 1,000 yuan on. Both were doormats, yet there was such a difference. A surge of anger flared up inside her unexpectedly. Who wants your thing, stinky doormat? Ellen slapped the plush toy away and turned to leave angrily, with Raven hurrying to follow. Leonardo was left standing there, alone and bewildered. Leonardo stared dumbly at the direction Ellen left, looking stunned. It was as if he could hear something shattering on the ground. It was that fragile heart of a doormat. After leaving the shopping mall, Alexei and Hideo first went to a breakfast shop, where they picked up materials from the boss and brought them home. Unknowingly, dusk began to fall. After finishing their work, Alexei tidied up his father's bedroom, planning to sleep there and let Hideo sleep in his room. There was no way he could handle Hideo's snoring, which sounded like a second-hand tractor. After cleaning up, Alexei took out his backpack and retrieved the corrected problems and notebook Xiao Magnus had helped him compile during the day. He buried himself in reviewing. Xiao Timothin. Beside him, Hideo lay sprawled on the sofa, picking at his toes while reading a novel on his phone intently. I just read a novel and suddenly thought of you. You've changed so much since you confessed to Ellen and got rejected. Did you get possessed, or something? Or maybe you've got a golden finger. Oh yeah, did you jump off a building in a past life and then get reincarnated? Alexei paused for a moment with his pen, chuckled lightly, and continued writing casually. Yeah, sure, you guessed right. I'm reincarnated. Damn, I'm just joking around with you, and you're seriously boasting? Reincarnated? If you really were reincarnated, tomorrow we go buy lottery tickets and win a few million. Who cares about studying anymore? I'd bathe in champagne and light cigarettes with banknotes. Hideo kept picking at his feet, lost in dreams, completely unaware of Alexei's change in expression. Sorry, brother. It's not that I'm intentionally deceiving you. I told you the truth, but you don't believe me. As for the lottery, he wasn't untouched by the idea, but the problem was that in his previous life, he hadn't bought or even paid attention to lotteries during his entire high school years. If he really had any winning lottery numbers in his mind, would he still be struggling with a stall? Would he still worry about the startup capital for his future business? You'd better focus on the college entrance exam rather than daydreaming. I said before, as long as you can get into a bachelor's program, these dreams of yours might not be impossible. Alexei tossed over a notebook without looking up. Hideo looked at Alexei with suspicion and hesitated. Really? Don't give me false hopes again. Last time you said if I could get into a bachelor's program, you'd tell me how to become handsome or how to grow taller. But those were all nonsense. Everything is uncertain. It's not decided whether you will end up as a workhorse or a dark horse, Alexei said calmly. Damn, then I must be a dark horse. Hideo put down his phone, glanced at the notebook in his hand, then looked up at Alexei who was studying hard. After much inner struggle, he finally convinced himself and reluctantly joined in the study session. Alexei turned his head and gave Hideo a satisfied nod. Good. Regardless of how much he can absorb, at least he's taking the first step. As a brother, Alexei would do everything he could. Whether Hideo ends up being a workhorse or a dark horse depends on him. Of course, even if Hideo doesn't become a dark horse that gallops across the field, Alexei would strive to make sure his brother becomes a well-fed workhorse. The moon shone brightly outside the window, while inside the room was lit up by lights. In the face of the impending college entrance exam, how many students are burning the midnight oil, all for the chance to become the dark horse that soars through the sky? Late at night, Alexei and Hideo each returned to their rooms. Alexei thought he would have a peaceful night's sleep, but he underestimated the situation. The house they bought was a second-hand one with poor soundproofing. In the middle of the night, he could still hear the snoring like an unlubricated chainsaw. The next day, Hideo emerged from his room shirtless, wearing red shorts and yawning widely. Alexei sat on the sofa with a faint look of intensity, scrolling through his phone. Oh, morning time Athinzi, what are you playing with early in the morning? Hideo asked. Buying something, mouth patches, Alexei replied. What for? Just as Hideo was speaking, he noticed Alexei's panda eyes and couldn't help but scratch his head and laugh awkwardly. I get it, for me. Chapter 53 Tricks. Xinjiang Park. Two buses slowly parked at the entrance. Teacher Crosby and Class 2's homeroom teacher Ms. Zhao Timothy Wan led a group of students off the buses. A group of teenagers in various bright colors, walking in clusters, chattering excitedly, exuding youthful energy. Mr. Wong, I've already arranged everything with the park. We can go in directly, Zhao Timothy Wan said. Okay, most of the students from both classes are here. Let's go in. Make sure to remind your class about safety along the way. Crosby nodded in agreement. The group formed a long line and headed into the park. At this moment, one figure at the very end of the line stood out notably. During this camping activity, all students were dressed casually, especially the girls, many of whom wore skirts. However, Julianne was still wearing her school uniform, her feet clad in the same pair of worn-out old cotton shoes, walking with her head hanging low. If it weren't mandatory, she really didn't want to participate in such an activity. Especially seeing other classmates paired up, the busier the scene, the more suffocating the sense of loneliness made her feel. Walking with her head down, Julianne would often sneak glances around. Those big black eyes turned back and forth, searching through the crowd for a long time. But after looking for so long, she still couldn't find that familiar figure. For some reason, she felt a faint disappointment. Why hadn't her desk mate come yet? After interacting for a period, even though she had never successfully integrated into the class atmosphere or made friends, only Alexei would occasionally take the initiative to talk to her. Although sometimes he would say embarrassing things that left her puzzled, at least when her desk mate was around, she felt less lonely. Julianne kept her head down and walked ahead, not noticing the people in front of her, and bumped into them. Facing her were two girls taking selfies with their phones. It was Ellen and Raven. Being bumped, Raven became quite angry. Who's this? Can't you watch where you're going? Don't you see we're taking pictures? Before the words were finished, they turned their heads and saw Julianne standing before them. Julianne staggered slightly from the collision, but quickly steadied herself and hurried to apologize. Sorry, I didn't mean to, sorry. Seeing Julianne, Raven sneered and brushed off her new clothes disdainfully. So dirty, bad luck? Ellen also raised an eyebrow upon seeing Julianne. Perhaps still upset over Alexei, she felt uncomfortable seeing Julianne as well. Even though Raven previously said Julianne was just Alexei's shield to irritate her, the thought of Alexei caring so much for Julie and made her feel uneasy. This treatment should have been hers. How could someone like Julianne deserve it? Julianne apologized again and then quickly left, her head hanging low. Raven seemed to guess Ellen's thoughts and whispered something in her ear. After listening, Ellen hesitated slightly. This seems a bit too much, isn't it? Too much? What do you mean? Onwan, just wait and see, Raven replied. Hesitating for a moment, Ellen nodded. All right, but don't go too far. Just make her lose face a bit. Don't worry. Raven smiled, placing her hands on her hips. Hey, Julianne, stop. Having not walked far, Julianne stopped upon hearing this. Seeing Ellen and Raven approaching with intimidating looks, Julianne was clearly nervous, her head almost drooping to the ground. Seeing this, a look of disdain flashed across Ellen's eyes. She crossed her arms, and some of the superiority lost to Alexei returned instantly in front of Julianne. Raven was even more domineering. After all, she usually followed Ellen like a green leaf to a red flower. Now, watching Julianne trembling in front of her, she inexplicably felt superior. Is that it for what happened earlier? Raven demanded aggressively. Julianne, hearing this, lowered her head further and stammered, I already apologized, right? Apologizing is enough? See my shoes? They're brand new from yesterday and cost several thousand yuan. Look, you've dirted them. Pointing to her high-quality imitation net shoes that cost more than 100 yuan, Raven spoke with great bravado. It was just that the stains on the shoe surface were from when she stepped into a flower bed while taking selfies earlier. However, Julian did not know this and genuinely thought she had accidentally stepped on Raven's shoes just now. I really didn't mean to. Sorry, I can take the shoes back, see, clean them, and return them to you. Are you out of your mind? Now you want my shoes, so what am I supposed to wear? No waiting until we get back either. Clean them for me right now. Hearing this, Julianne's face flushed red instantly. She struggled to utter a word after a long while. Seeing her reaction, Raven raised her eyebrows, behaving exactly like a quarrelsome woman. So what? You dirted my shoes, and you think you're in the right? Clean them up right now. The commotion here drew quite a few students who gathered around to watch. As the crowd grew, Raven's attitude became even more domineering. As for Crosby and Zhao Timothy Wan, who were talking to some park administrators, and due to the large number of students, they hadn't noticed the situation at the end of the line yet. Raven's relentless intimidation and the surrounding students left Julian feeling at a loss. Addy up. If you think I'm bullying you, let's go find Mr. Wong for justice, Raven said. Upon hearing this, Julian shook her head vigorously. She was timid and introverted, unable to handle such an aggressive Raven. All she wanted was to quickly resolve the matter without drawing any more attention. Lost in thought, Julianne inexplicably thought of a familiar figure once again. If her desk mate were here now, would he come to her aid just like he did at the basketball court? Hey, Addy up, Raven urged, thrusting her foot directly in front of Julianne. Seeing this, Julianne hesitated for a moment, then slowly knelt down. Her frail figure seemed even more pitiful and helpless at this moment. Glancing over at Ellen with satisfaction, Raven slightly raised her chin, clearly seeking approval. Ellen wore a mocking smile. Shao Magnus. Chapter 54. With me around, no one can bully you. Just as Raven, Ellen, and the surrounding onlookers were waiting to see Julianne's embarrassment, a voice suddenly rang out. Julian froze. This voice was all too familiar. Only one person would call her like that. A strange feeling welled up from within her heart, and Julian hurriedly looked up towards the not-so-distant figure. The owner of this voice was none other than Alexei. Alexei jogged over with Hideo, holding a box in his hand. But upon closer inspection, it could be seen that Alexei's expression wasn't particularly pleasant at this moment. After finishing the preparation for setting up their stall this morning with Hideo, Alexei had rushed to prepare at the kiosk. Business had been booming right up until noon. Originally, the amount of milk tea prepared today was 3 times more than usual. However, Alexei had been preoccupied with the camping trip. When it was nearly time, he placed part of the remaining milk tea in the kiosk's fridge and took another part back home before rushing hastily to the park. As soon as he arrived, he saw what had just happened. Seeing Alexei, Raven, and Ellen both felt a surge of anger and let out cold snorts. After jogging up, Alexei stopped and pulled Julian up by the hand. He glanced at Julianne, then turned to look at Ellen and Raven. Clearly, something was amiss with the atmosphere. Shao Magnus, what happened? Hearing Alexei's gentle tone, Julianne's originally frantic heart calmed down somewhat. She timidly raised her head, briefly looking at Alexei before quickly lowering it again. Before Julianne could gather her thoughts on how to respond, Raven interjected first. Alexei, this has nothing to do with you. Just now, she? Shut up. Did I ask you? Alexei shot Raven a harsh glare, filled with disdain. Raven was taken aback by his words. You. Raven pointed at Alexei but couldn't form a complete sentence after that. After reprimanding Raven, Alexei turned around again, and upon seeing Julianne, his expression softened instantly. This quick change of demeanor left even Hideo stunned. They say women change expressions quickly, but his brother's speed was nothing short of astonishing. Julianne slightly lifted her eyes and, upon meeting Alexei's doting gaze, paused. Shao Magnus, what happened? Tell me. Pausing for a moment, he glanced sidelong at Ellen and Raven, continuing, with me around, no one can bully you, not even the Son of Heaven. Speak your mind. Not only Alexei but also Hideo added with a smile. That's right, Julianne, feel free to speak. Timothy isn't the same as before. He's pretty tough now. Besides, isn't it Elwin Zhang here? Did Raven bully you? At these words, Raven immediately panicked. Her temper matched Hideo's like needle points against thorns. Hideo, don't talk nonsense. What do you mean bullying? Which eye did you use to see that? Why are you barking? I just made a casual comment. Got upset? Really upset? You? Who did you call a dog? Seeing Hideo and Raven getting into a heated argument because of her, Julian hurriedly interrupted. No, it's not like that. She then looked at Alexei and continued, Alexei, it was my fault. I accidentally bumped into them just now and I accidentally stepped on Raven's shoes. Upon hearing this, Raven immediately put on a smug face. Did you hear that? She admitted it herself. She stepped on my new shoes, and I asked her to clean it off. How is that bullying? Alexei didn't reply, merely casting a cursory glance at the dirt on Raven's shoes. How does this look like something done by accident? You say she stepped on it, but do those marks look like shoe prints? Think before you speak next time. Don't just blurt out whatever comes to your mouth. You're talking rubbish. It was clearly her step. Raven raged uncontrollably. Alexei retorted with amusement. Which I saw that? Why you? Alexei. Raven was truly infuriated. Seeing Alexei so obviously protect Julianne, Ellen, who had never liked Alexei yet inexplicably wanted all suitors' affection for herself, felt a twinge of jealousy toward Julianne. Alexei, can you at least be reasonable? Clearly, this is Julianne. Get lost. You don't deserve to reason with me. Alexei showed no mercy towards Ellen. This comment made Ellen's face flush with anger and embarrassment, her fists clenching tightly. Alexei, however, paid no heed to her. He only looked at Julianne and said, "Let's go, shall Magnus. I have something for you." But. Before Julianne could finish her thought, Alexei assertively pulled her arm, walking away boldly. Watching the direction Alexei left towards, Raven gnashed her teeth in anger. As for Ellen, the tears she had been holding back since Alexei left finally spilled over. Yet after a moment, she rubbed her eyes, and an ominous glint appeared in them. She was upset that Alexei suddenly turned cold towards her for no reason, and had several times shown his scorn and verbally berated her. Why? Why did Alexei, who used to just fawn over her and submit to her abuse like a clown, suddenly ignore her? And what about Julianne? Clearly inferior to her in every way, why was Julianne now enjoying the treatment once reserved only for herself? The more she thought, the angrier she became, not noticing that nearby, Leonardo had already come running over eagerly. Ever since getting out of the car, he had been looking for Ellen, hoping to take advantage of the camping trip to spend more time with her. Adley, there you are. I found a cool spot earlier. There's even a lake. I brought some snacks. Let's go check it out together. Leonardo's eyes were filled with anticipation. Unfortunately, his attempt to curry favor came at the worst possible moment. Get lost. Ellen pushed Leonardo away in a huff, striding off without a second glance. Left standing there, Leonardo heard yet another sound of shattering. It was his fragile heart, still harboring affection for her. In the park, Crosby and Zhao Timothy decided after some discussion to let the students freely explore the area for a while before gathering again. These students, usually burdened with immense academic pressure, upon hearing they could move about freely, scattered like wild horses set loose. On a grassy area, Julianne, as expected, was hiding in the place with the fewest people, leaning against a large willow tree. Seeing this from a distance, Alexei slowly walked over. Chapter 55A Smile harder to suppress than an AK's recoil. By the lakeside, under a big tree, a petite and slender figure leaned alone against the trunk, appearing even more out of place compared to the clusters of lively teenagers around her. Julianne rested her pointed chin on her knees, hugging her slender legs with her small hands. Under the thick fringe, a pair of glossy black eyes furtively observed everything around her from time to time. Seeing her classmates playing together in groups, especially those giggling girls whose laughter was so pleasing to the ear, made Julianne's lonely heart feel increasingly desolate. How could she not yearn to be part of such a group? But it was something she truly couldn't manage. Thinking of this, an almost suffocating sense of loneliness instantly enveloped her. Unable to help herself, Julianne hugged her knees tightly, burying her head deep into them. At this moment, a faint scent of soap mixed with the breeze wafted over, lingering briefly at her nose before playfully entering her nostrils. This familiar fragrance made Julianne instinctively lift her head. I found you, Timothy Magnus. A teasing voice carried warmth and indulgence nearly brimming over. Julianne raised her eyelids slightly to see Alexei sitting next to her on the ground. Unlike before, although she still felt uneasy, she did not strongly resist this time. It should be noted that in the past, as long as Alexei came close, she would retreat far away. Seeing this, a glint of amusement flashed in Alexei's clear eyes. Just from Julianne's reaction earlier, it indicated that she wasn't as resistant to him now as before. After sitting down, Alexei didn't speak, just sitting beside Julianne, his heart as calm as the lake before them. As for Julianne, her glossy eyes darted around, stealing occasional glances at Alexei. Finding that Alexei hadn't noticed, Julianne grew bolder, unknowingly turning her head to rest on her knees, staring blankly at Alexei. Since she transferred to the school, she had heard many things about Alexei from her classmates. She had also witnessed Alexei losing his temper several times, always feeling that he was a typical bad student who occasionally acted lecherously towards her. On the other hand, she also felt puzzled. Although she was just an insignificant presence that everyone ignored, why did her desk mate stand up for her? What kind of person is my strange desk mate? From this angle, Julianne suddenly noticed how handsome her desk mate's side profile looked, especially when the wind blew his fringe. The disheveled strands shimmered in the sunlight, making her feel a little dazzled. Gradually, Julianne became absorbed in her gaze, until Alexei's teasing voice interrupted her. Timothy Magnus, do I have a flower on my face? Hearing this, Julianne snapped back to reality, only then realizing that Alexei had already turned to look at her with a smiling face. Facing each other, Julianne wasn't the first time looking into Alexei's eyes, but for some reason, whenever their gazes met, she felt inexplicably nervous. In an instant, her originally pale face turned bright red like a ripe apple, all the way down to her ears. She quickly turned away, her hands once again clutching her pants tightly. This scene made the corner of Alexei's mouth twitch harder than an AK's recoil. Indeed, only the blushing face of a girl during the youthful years has the most impact. No matter how many times he saw it, he found Timothy Magnus really adorable at this moment. Alexei fished out his phone and headphones from his pocket and handed them to Julianne, just like the last time at the basketball court. After hesitating for a moment, Julianne took them and put them in her ears. Timothy Sparrow outside the window chirping nonstop on the power line, You say this line feels so summer-like. The exceptionally pleasant melody began to play, and Alexei couldn't help but hum along unconsciously. The catchy tune of Seven Zophiel's Fragrance gradually calmed Julianne's previously restless heart. Perhaps noticing Julianne's subtle change, Alexei softly asked, Timethyl Magnus, do you like it? Hesitating for a moment, Julianne nodded and replied, yes. Their simple exchange led to another silence. Alexei looked forward, cautiously reaching out to retrieve the bag he had been holding. Just as he was about to say something, he unexpectedly heard Julianne speak up. Timothy, classmate. Yeah? What's up? Alexei responded quickly. After hesitating for a moment, Julianne finally mustered the courage to say, about what happened earlier, thank you. What happened earlier? Alexei was momentarily stunned. Then he realized that Julianne was referring to the deliberate harassment by Ellen and Raven at the park entrance. Shall Magnus, how should I punish you? Alexei's sudden question puzzled Julianne. She asked, Adia, did I say something wrong? You forgot what I said. In any situation or place, you never need to say sorry or thank you to me. Hearing this, Julianne lifted her little head, doubtful. But I remember you only said not to say sorry, nothing else. Alexei rubbed his nose awkwardly. Is that so? I must have forgotten. So let me make it up now. Starting from now, in any situation or place, you never need to say sorry or thank you to me. Got it? Okay, I got it. Julianne nodded. In the past, she might have asked more about the reasons. But now, she was used to it. Her deskmate was just this strange, always saying some inexplicable things to her. After replying, Julianne turned her head away. Before long, she saw Alexei holding out a box to her. Adia? This is, Julianne said. Open it and see, Alexei replied with a smile. Holding the box with both hands, Julianne carefully opened it under Alexei's encouraging gaze. Inside were a pair of pink sneakers, with a very attractive design, simple yet elegant. Julianne was slightly surprised when she saw them. It's getting hot. You can't keep covering your feet like this. Try them on, see if they fit, Alexei said. Hearing this, Julianne instinctively pulled her feet back. Julianne was about to express gratitude, but seeing Alexei's somewhat aggrieved look, she quickly changed her words. No need. These shoes must be very expensive. It's too wasteful for me to wear them. They're not expensive, only 100 yuan. To be honest, Ellen and Raven made things difficult for you because they are against me, so they took their anger out on you. You got involved because of me. These shoes are my apology gift to you. Though the explanation seemed a bit forced, Alexei knew he needed an excuse to convince his small deskmate to accept the gift. Looking at the box in her hands, Julianne lowered her head, tears welling up in her eyes. Seeing this, Alexei suddenly panicked. Chapter 56, A Crack in Her Heart. Alexei had only meant to act silly, but he must have said something wrong, and now little Magnus was in tears. Timethyl Magnus, you don't cry. Did I say something wrong? I'm sorry, Oh Magnus, please stop crying. The last time Alexei was this at a loss was when he accidentally pressed Julianne's foot with the chair leg in the classroom. At that moment, Julianne was still sobbing softly, staring straight at the box in her hands. Tears streamed down her eyes and fell slowly onto her shoes. The last time she sprained her ankle on the basketball court, Alexei carried her to the school infirmary and applied medicine for her. She felt genuine care from him then. This time, she sensed that feeling again. Naturally, it reminded her of her deceased grandfather. She grew up with her grandparents, who always doted on her, but he passed away early. Since then, apart from grandma, she no longer felt true care from anyone. But from Alexei, she could feel that familiar yet estranged warmth. After being lost in her own sorrow for a moment, she rubbed her eyes hastily. When she looked up, she saw Alexei in front of her, anxiously scratching his head, full of concern. Timethyl Magnus, did I say something wrong just now? I apologize. Don't cry. If you don't like this pair of shoes, just forget it. Alexei took over the box, thinking subconsciously that giving the gift rashly might have touched on Timethyl Magnus' sensitive heart. He regretted it deeply. No. Alexei. Alexei froze, eyes wide open. Did he hear it wrong? Just now, Timethyl Magnus didn't call him classmate Timothy, but Alexei. Alexei suddenly became elated. Timethyl Magnus, what did you just call me? Though it was merely a change of address, which didn't seem like much. Alexei knew well that since transferring here, Julianne addressed everyone as classmates, quite aloof. But just now, she finally called him by his name directly. I. Julianne was flustered by Alexei's reaction. She had simply blurted out his name in urgency. How come? His reaction was so big. Timethyl Magnus, from now on, just call me Alexei like you just did. It feels too distant calling each other classmate. What do you think? Okay. Timothy. Alexei. Even Julianne hadn't noticed, but she now felt an inexplicable trust towards Alexei. Maybe, he was the only one besides her grandparents who treated her as normal. Timethyl Magnus, can you tell me why you cried just now? Seeing Julianne had calmed down, Alexei cautiously asked. After some deliberation, Julianne seemed to have made up her mind. Looking down at the box in her hand, Julianne's expression suddenly turned melancholic and sad. I just thought of my grandpa. When he was alive, he also made cotton shoes for me by hand. Later, after grandpa left, I thought that now, except for grandma, there is no one else in this world. No one else? Julian faltered, unable to continue. Alexei wasn't stupid. Hearing this, he understood. Looking at Julianne's delicate body and the loneliness on her face, his heart ached. Obviously, his gesture had reminded Julianne of her late grandfather, which caused her to cry so bitterly. Seeing Julian still in low spirits, Alexei composed himself and smiled. Do you think there's no one else in this world who will be good to you? Alexei said with a grin. Hearing this easily misunderstood statement, Julianne immediately blushed, unsure how to reply. Well, Magnus, try the shoes on and see if they fit. Initially, Alexei feared that giving her shoes might be misunderstood by Julianne, but it seems that this action unexpectedly cracked open her closed heart. Though urged by Alexei, Julianne hesitated to respond. Even though Alexei said these shoes only cost 100 yuan, they still seemed too precious to her. Noticing Julianne's hesitation, Alexei, helpless, resorted to his old tricks. Alright, then let's just throw them away. After all, shoes costing a bit more than 100 aren't really worth fretting over. Hey, don't. Sure enough, Julian couldn't stand any wastage in front of her. That's right, try them on. If you think you're taking advantage of me, just help me organize more study points in the future. When you have free time, give me some extra tutoring, Alexei said with a smile. Seeing Alexei hand her the box again, Julian hesitated for a moment before timidly reaching out to take it. Bending down, Julian turned around and, with her back to Alexei, put on the shoes. Stand up and let me see, Alexei said with a chuckle. Hearing this, Julian slowly stood up but kept her head lowered. Alexei glanced at her a few times, pinching his chin, increasingly satisfied. His judgment was indeed good, and he had chosen the size accurately. Of course, the most important reason was that Timothy Magnus' natural beauty made anything she wore look beautiful. They look good. What do you think, Timothy Magnus? Noticing Alexei's somewhat expectant gaze, Julianne shyly nodded. Looking closely, one could see a faint trace of a smile in Timothy Magnus' eyes, and something seemed to be slowly taking root in her heart. This feeling was so subtle that even she hadn't noticed it. Alexei bent down to pick up the old pair of cotton shoes from the ground, placing them back in the box, then handed it to Julianne. He knew that while these old cotton shoes might be trash to others, they held special significance to Julianne. Seeing this, Julianne felt a warm sensation in her heart. She took the box in her small hands and hugged it against her chest, leaning against the tree trunk. This time, her feet remained stretched out. Alexei sat next to Julianne, one hand resting on the grass behind him, the other offering the headphones. They leaned against the willow tree, maintaining an indescribable distance between them. Timothy, Alexei. Suddenly, Julianne's soft voice broke the silence. This call almost made Alexei jump for joy, yet he tried to stay calm. Yeah? What is it? Is college life really as good as you described? Alexei, Timothy Magnus, remember to pause after the first 4 words next time. Or, it might be misunderstood. Why? I don't get it. Seeing Julianne's innocent confusion, Alexei couldn't bear to or didn't feel comfortable explaining. Damn it. How could he speed things up in front of Timothy Magnus? Chapter 57. Alexei, I have to go. And no, nothing. Alexei was chatting with Julianne, the white-wired headphones unknowingly bringing the two closer together. While it was called chatting, in reality, it was mostly Alexei talking and Julianne listening. Alexei described his memories of university life as beautifully as possible from what he remembered. Of course, based on Julianne's grades, Alexei also helped analyze various prestigious universities in the country. Xiao Magnus, with your usual grades, as long as you perform normally during the college entrance exam, I believe Tsinghua or Peking University is still very hopeful, Alexei said. Tsinghua and Peking Universities. These two highest institutions of learning in the country are the dream of countless students. And beside him, little Magnus, with her small hands hugging her knees, had a faint look of anticipation in her dark eyes. How could she not yearn for university life? But then, she seemed to think of something, and the anticipation in her eyes turned into disappointment as she lowered her head slightly. I don't like Tsinghua or Peking, they're too far. Upon hearing this, Alexei immediately understood Julianne's concern. He knew that the reason why his Xiao Magnus had never considered university matters before was not only due to their poor family background, which she didn't want to burden further, but also because she couldn't bear to leave her grandmother. Tsinghua and Peking are indeed quite far, but there are many good schools within the province, especially Jiangzhou University and Jinhu University, which are almost as good as Tsinghua and Peking. Alexei, do you think, after getting into university, will it really be like what the adults say, that one will earn a lot of money in the future and can do whatever they like? Upon hearing this, Alexei felt a sharp pang in his heart. After a moment's hesitation, Alexei smiled and softly replied, yeah, sure. Not just these. Listening to Alexei's descriptions of university and the future, Julianne gradually became engrossed. A gentle breeze blew strands of hair across Julianne's face, and the soothing music from the earphones made her lose herself. Her pointed chin rested on her knees, and her small hands unconsciously hugged her entire body tightly. Seeing this, Alexei hesitated several times, unwilling to interrupt her. Calculating the time, in a little over a month, his Xiao Magnus would be leaving. As for the reason, he had previously asked Crosby privately. Julianne had transferred here due to some special reasons, but her school registration wasn't here. She needed to return to her original school earlier to prepare for the college entrance exam. Whenever he thought about this, Alexei felt somewhat bewildered and a little anxious. After all, he knew nothing about Julianne's life trajectory or experiences after the college entrance exam. Everything might be uncertain. What he could do now was try his best to stay by Xiao Magnus' side. Timothy, Hideo's hoarse voice suddenly sounded. Then, dragging Alexei away, this guy had previously complained about how boring this camping activity was. Yet once they arrived, he played crazier than anyone else. Now, Crosby and Zhao Timothy, the two class advisors, were organizing the students to play some group games, and Hideo dragged Alexei over to join in the fun. Xiao Magnus, come along? Alexei suggested. I won't go. Julianne shook her head, glancing at the circle of students nearby. Though she felt longing inside, she dared not approach. Hearing this, Alexei smiled, bent down, and suddenly grabbed Julianne's hand. I told you, wherever you are, you're not alone. I'll be with you. Caught off guard by Alexei holding her hand, Julianne's cheeks flushed instantly, forgetting to struggle. For some reason, Alexei's hand felt warm and strong. It gave her a great sense of security. In the park, students sat in a circle, laughing and playing games, creating a vibrant scene full of youthful energy. For all the students, this day could be considered one of the most unforgettable days of their senior year, because Crosby, known as the leader of the 8 Guardians, actually sang a song in front of all the students. Students, we have 58 days until the college entrance exam. After 58 days, your 12 years of hard study will come to an end. Whatever the final outcome may be, the teacher hopes you all give your best effort. The teacher has been strict with you in order to prevent you from regretting your laziness when you enter society. Today, I take this opportunity to give you a song. In 58 days, may you soar high and achieve success. Amidst cheers from the students, Crosby, microphone in hand, sang without any musical talent or technique, but filled with genuine emotion. The better the time, the shorter it feels. Just like the countdown on the blackboard, time quietly slips away unnoticed. Since that day of camping, Alexei noticed that Julianne seemed to have changed. Previously, during class breaks or when she was alone, Julianne would always space out by herself. But now, she became more diligent and almost constantly studying or doing practice tests. The administrative exam for the Urban Construction Bureau ended 1 week after the camping trip. In the subsequent 5 consecutive mock exams, his scores skyrocketed like a rocket, while Julianne consistently maintained her place among the top 10 students in the grade. This day, Alexei, responsible for cleaning duty, erased the college entrance exam countdown on the backboard with a duster and then rewrote a new number. College entrance exam countdown, 24 days. The number he wrote by hand stirred a sense of emotion within Alexei. Time really passed by quickly. Glancing at the petite figure diligently studying in the corner, Alexei smiled and walked over. During this period, Julianne's health had visibly improved a lot. With better nutrition, her complexion was no longer as sallow as before, and her excessively thin face now looked somewhat fuller. Looking at Julianne in front of him, Alexei felt as if he could gradually see the shadow of Julianne from his previous life, starting to reveal her breathtaking beauty. Xiao Magnus, what do you want to eat for lunch today? Alexei asked softly. Over these 2 months, Julianne had gotten used to Alexei's domineering nature in certain aspects, and she now had little resistance towards him. I'm not very hungry yet. I still have quite a few mistakes and knowledge points to sort out for you. Just as she finished speaking, a boy walked in from the door and shouted, Julianne, Teacher Wang called you to the office. Upon hearing this, Julianne got up and left the classroom. Not long after, when Julianne returned, Alexei noticed her mood seemed slightly low. What's wrong, Xiao Magnus? Alexei asked. Julianne sat down at her desk, slightly lowering her head, and remained silent for a long time before speaking. Alexei, I have to go. Alexei's smile suddenly froze. Go back to your school? Alexei asked. Yeah, Teacher Wang just talked to me about this, Julianne replied. When? Next week. Hearing Julianne's answer, Alexei felt inexplicably melancholic. Though he knew Julianne would eventually have to leave, it still didn't sit well with him when the time came. After composing himself, Alexei forced a light laugh. There's no way around it. After all, Xiao Magnus, your school registration isn't here, so you definitely need to return early to prepare for the college entrance exam. Seeing Julianne's low spirits, Alexei's eyes twinkled, and he made a joke. Why, Xiao Magnus? So unhappy? Let me guess, you're a bit reluctant to leave because of me? His teasing immediately made Julianne blush. Her already much fairer face flushed red all the way to her ears, looking especially adorable. It's not like that. Julianne replied in a somewhat flustered tone. Even she didn't understand why she had such feelings. Haha, I was only joking. Cheer up, Xiao Magnus. You're just going back for the exam. We agreed before, right? Try hard to get into a university, even the same major. Maybe we can still be deskmates then. Upon hearing this, Julianne only nodded, but her mood was still slightly low. The college entrance exam had too many uncertainties. She didn't even know which university she would apply to, and even if she got in, she wasn't sure whether she could afford it. For her, university seemed so distant. It was like an unreachable dream. If she couldn't go to university in the future, she might never see Alexei again. Chapter 58. The whole scene was stunned. Alexei noticed Julianne's melancholy and, seeing her silence, continued to say, Xiao Magnus, you must do your best and strive forward as hard as you can. Do your very best in the exam, and once the results are out, we'll see which university you should attend. What do you think? Julianne nodded. Yeah, I will. Thank you, Alexei. Foolish girl, What are you talking about? Alexei lifted his hand and gently tapped Julianne's head, pretending to be angry and said, I've told you many times not to say thank you to me. Oh, I understand. Just understanding isn't enough. You have to remember my words firmly in your heart. After saying this, Alexei added, since you thank me again today, I must punish you a little. What punishment should I give you? As Alexei spoke, he pretended to think. Timothy. Alexei, I've got it. Seeing Julian blushing and getting anxious, Alexei said, your punishment for today is to eat an extra bowl of rice at lunch. Let's go to the cafeteria now. After saying this, Alexei stood up and pulled Julianne towards the cafeteria without giving her a chance to protest. During this time, Julianne, feeling her ears turning red from embarrassment as Alexei held her hand, tried several times to ask him to let go but found it too embarrassing to speak up. Shout, Timothy, why didn't you wait for me before going to eat? Hideo's voice came from behind them, causing Julianne to quickly pull her hand away from Alexei's. Feeling the emptiness in his hand, Alexei glared at Hideo, but Hideo seemed oblivious and squeezed closer to Alexei, pushing Julianne aside. Alexei quickly pulled Julianne to his other side. I thought you were going to get stuck in the bathroom forever. Alexei spoke while shielding Julianne as they walked toward the cafeteria. Hideo chuckled. How could that happen? The reason I stayed so long in the bathroom was because of you. Don't think otherwise. Because of me? Alexei clearly didn't believe it. Yes, because of you? Hideo winked and glanced at Julianne, then whispered into Alexei's ear, in the restroom, I overheard a conversation between Leonardo and a few classmates. Last time, during the activity, Ellen slapped Leonardo's face, and now he's trying to please her. What does it have to do with me? Upon hearing these names, Alexei rolled his eyes. He had no time to deal with those scoundrels right now, and wouldn't bother them unless they came looking for trouble. How could it not involve you? Hideo looked back at Julianne and then stopped being cryptic, whispering quietly, I heard Leonardo say that Ellen's displeasure is all because of Julianne, so he's planning to find a way to make things difficult for her. What? Alexei suddenly raised his voice. Leonardo could bully anyone else, but not Julianne. Hell no. If Leonardo dares to bully Julianne, he would teach him a severe lesson. No, he couldn't wait. He needed to take action regarding Xiao Magnus' safety. Shoo, lower your voice. What's wrong? Julianne was startled by Alexei's sudden loud voice. Nothing. Alexei suppressed his thoughts and quietly instructed Hideo, Uriel, keep an eye on that guy for me recently. Don't worry, leave it to me. They arrived at the cafeteria while talking. Alexei chose a relatively quiet spot, asked Julianne to sit down first, and went to fetch food with Hideo. Although Julianne wasn't used to sitting alone in crowded places, she thought she'd be fine in the corner where nobody would notice her. So, she agreed and sat waiting for Alexei and Hideo to bring the food. Unbeknownst to her, since entering the cafeteria, she had already been watched. Indeed, the moment Alexei and Hideo left, Raven nudged Ellen with her elbow. What's up? Raven gestured toward Julianne. Adley, look, isn't that Julianne? I know who she is. Mentioning Julianne stirred up Ellen's anger. Since Julianne transferred schools, everything went downhill for her. Alexei no longer acted like her obedient dog, and her grades no longer shone as brightly. Moreover, every encounter with Julianne left her feeling wronged. Now she's sitting there all alone with nothing to eat. Poor thing. Raven glanced at the leftovers on her plate, then at Julianne's empty dish, and smiled mischievously. Why don't we do something good and give her some food? It has to be said that Raven's suggestion pleased Ellen very much. But when she thought of Alexei and how every time she interacted with Julianne, she ended up losing miserably. She couldn't afford to lose face in front of so many people in the cafeteria now. Alexei and Hideo must have come with her. If we take the food over like this, and Alexei comes back and sees us? Ellen left her words unfinished, but Raven understood her meaning. However, she immediately thought of a better idea. While pouring Ellen's leftovers onto her own plate, she said, It's fine. This time we won't go ourselves. As she finished speaking, she saw Leonardo approaching Ellen. Raven's smile became even more pronounced. Adley, help has arrived to deliver the food. Ellen didn't respond. Leonardo was already standing in front of Ellen and Raven. Before he could speak, Raven pushed the plate of leftovers towards Leonardo. Chung classmate, please help Adley send this to Julianne. Make sure you watch her eat it. Leonardo glanced at Ellen, who remained silent. He turned to Raven, who winked at him, indicating clearly that she was helping him. Seeing this, Leonardo took the tray without a word and headed straight for Julianne. Julianne, this is from Ellen. Leonardo saw Julianne's awkward appearance and had no desire to talk further, but he felt compelled by his task and pushed the tray toward Julianne. No, not necessary. Julianne pushed the tray back toward Leonardo. She knew him. He was unfriendly towards Alexei. Take it if it's for you. Leonardo's temper flared as Julianne refused, pushing the tray back again. Worried she would push it back again, he snapped coldly. Adley knows you can't afford a meal, so she specially sent this to you. Don't be ungrateful, eat it. Leonardo's tone was harsh, making Julianne feel as though she were sitting on pins and needles, almost on the verge of tears. Why are you crying? Giving you food is a favor. Do I need your favor? Who do you think you are? A familiar voice came from behind. Leonardo turned around and saw Alexei. Things between them had already soured, and Leonardo's expression darkened. Alexei walked around Leonardo, stood beside Julianne, and placed the abundant meal he was holding in front of her, saying gently, Xiao Magnus, eat this. Alexei, he Forget about it. Alexei picked up the plate of leftovers in front of Julianne, saying, fuck, since you enjoy forcing others to eat leftovers, why don't you start with yourself? With that, Alexei dumped the leftover food right onto Leonardo's head. The whole cafeteria was stunned. Chapter 59. I'll beat him up every time I see him. The soup dripped down from Leonardo's hair, smearing all over his face, and there were a few leftover dishes on top of his head. As for Leonardo himself, he was already stunned in place. Alexei's assertive action left him somewhat bewildered, and Alexei, with a mocking laugh, threw the tray to the side. Damn, Timothy, you're pretty quick on the draw, actually beating me to it, Hideo said cheerfully. If Alexei hadn't acted, he would have also taught Leonardo a lesson. And Julianne, seeing Alexei's actions, was terrified. Alexei, you? Julianne said. Upon hearing this, Alexei turned to look at Julianne gently. I said, as long as I'm here, I won't allow anyone to bully you. Seeing the situation, Ellen and Raven hurriedly walked over. Apparently, they enjoyed stirring up trouble. They had thought Leonardo was going to embarrass Julianne, but they didn't expect Alexei's attitude to be so firm. Ellen gave Raven a look, who then cleared her throat, deliberately raising her voice for everyone to hear. Alexei, what are you doing? Leonardo was kindly delivering food to Julianne. You could have just ignored it. Why resort to violence? Isn't that too much? Raven's voice indeed attracted many classmates who were getting their meals to start discussing it. After all, Alexei's recent reputation in school was really loud. Whether it was cursing out Ellen openly on the basketball court or group beating Leonardo at the school gate with Hideo, he had become a celebrity in the senior year. As the discussion grew louder, Leonardo felt a burning pain on his face. He had just wanted to ingratiate himself before Ellen. Besides, giving Julianne a warning wasn't a big deal. Even if Alexei found out, he thought it wouldn't go beyond exchanging a few words with Alexei. But Alexei's counterattack was far too strong. Alexei, are you freaking crazy? I've been putting up with you for a long time. Leonardo wiped the soup off his face wildly, glaring at Alexei as if ready to fight. Hearing this, Alexei curled his lip disdainfully. After wiping his hands casually with a napkin from the table, he crumpled it into a ball and tossed it onto Ellen's body. This act instantly aroused the dissatisfaction of Raven and Ellen. With these two schemes, Alexei guessed them right every time. He said coldly, next time. What's poured over your heads will be the slop bucket over there. Then he turned to look at Leonardo again, stepped forward, stood still, and continued, as for you, Alexei, do you really think I'm afraid of you? I've tolerated you because of past relations. You really think? Leonardo roared angrily, unwilling to lose face in front of Ellen in a public place. But before he finished, Alexei suddenly grabbed his collar and yanked hard. Leonardo staggered and was pulled right in front of Alexei. You like being a dog, that's your business. But don't let me see you anymore, otherwise, I'll beat you up every time I see you. Saying this, he shoved hard. The immense force pushed Leonardo back several steps until he lost his balance and sat down on the ground with a thud. Alexei's strong actions left the onlookers dumbfounded, whispering among themselves. Darn, that's Alexei? Has this guy gotten so cocky? Fighting is prohibited in school. Isn't Alexei afraid of being reprimanded? Leonardo is such a wuss. He should have fought back. Can he take this? Boys either commented on Alexei's arrogance or mocked Leonardo's cowardice. As for the girls, they all stared at him with adoring eyes. Hero-saving beauty, how cool Alexei is. That girl is so lucky. If someone did this for me, I'd definitely bear children for him. Regarding Alexei's staunch protection of Julianne, no one was more jealous than Ellen. She knew that Alexei used to treat only her well, but now he protected other girls right in front of her. Looking at Leonardo sitting on the ground, she cursed under her breath. After thinking for a while, Ellen quickly moved forward, bent down to help Leonardo stand up, and put on a caring tone. Leonardo, are you all right? Sorry. It's all because of me, let's go. Hearing the concern in Ellen's voice, Leonardo perked up instantly. He had been racking his brain trying to get closer to Ellen but made little progress. Now, Ellen was taking the initiative to care for him, and his broken puppy love heart reignited immediately. He didn't want to appear weak in front of Ellen. Adley, this has nothing to do with you. Please step aside. Leonardo, calm down. Don't start a fight with Alexei, Ellen urged anxiously. Adley, leave it alone. After saying this, Leonardo turned and marched toward Alexei with a menacing look, rolling up his sleeves as if he was really going to make a move. Seeing this, a faint smile flashed in Ellen's eyes. Alexei merely sneered at Ellen's actions, looking at Leonardo with disdainful eyes. This scene was all too familiar. In the previous life, he had been toyed with by Ellen like this. Seeing Leonardo advancing menacingly, Alexei didn't back down either, standing firm where he was. Hideo, standing nearby, also wasn't afraid at all. After all, he hadn't flinched when he punched Leonardo at the school gate. Why would he back down now? Picking up the tray from the table and shaking it, Hideo felt it was quite handy. He cracked his neck. Timothy, take a rest. Last time at the school gate, I didn't get my fill yet. Let me handle this. The tension between the three escalated, but they completely forgot they were in the cafeteria, where not only students but also many teachers on the second floor were having their meals. What are you doing? Sure enough, a reprimanding voice suddenly echoed. Following the sound, Crosby and several teachers were seen walking down the stairs. With so many students watching, and seeing the tense expressions on Alexei and Hideo, Crosby roughly guessed what was happening. Crosby's appearance immediately dispersed the crowd of onlookers. After understanding the whole incident, Crosby directly called the few people to his office. Fortunately, none of them had actually fought, so after scolding them thoroughly, they were given no choice but to write a confession. Alexei, stay here. Crosby left Alexei behind alone. What's wrong with you? It hasn't been long since the fight at the school gate. How could you cause trouble again? Crosby looked at Alexei with an air of disappointment and frustration. Especially with Alexei's rapid academic improvement recently, as his homeroom teacher, Crosby naturally had high hopes for him. Chapter 60 Top of the Grade. Teacher Wong, I don't like to cause trouble, but I can't just watch my deskmate be bullied by students from other classes, right? Alexei smiled playfully as he appealed emotionally to Crosby. After a few more consoling words, Crosby clearly didn't plan on making things too difficult for Alexei. Julianne is leaving next week. Both of you have great potential, and the teacher has high hopes for you both. Don't act so impulsively in the future, understood? Yes, Teacher Wong. After receiving nearly 10 minutes of ideological education, Alexei left the office. Just outside the office, he encountered Hideo squatting by the door. Xiaolin, are you okay? Did they kick you? Hideo asked. Upon hearing this, Alexei shot Hideo an annoyed glance and replied, if you don't know how to speak properly next time, then don't speak at all. Inside the classroom, Julianne, seated at her desk, kept looking up at the door, a worried expression on her face. When she saw Alexei return, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Sitting down next to Julianne, Alexei turned his head to look at her, gave a smile, and picked up his test paper to continue studying. Timothy, Alexei. Suddenly, Julianne called out softly. What's wrong? Alexei put down the test paper and turned around. Julianne was slightly lowering her head, and after a moment's contemplation, she replied, did I cause you trouble again? Whether it was this time or previously at the basketball court, or even during the camping trip in the park not long ago, she always ended up causing Alexei trouble. Every time she saw Alexei get into conflicts with others because of her, she felt unbearably guilty. Hearing this, Alexei paused mid-motion. He turned sideways to face Julianne, his black and white eyes calm like still water without a ripple. Yes, you did cause me quite a bit of trouble. At these words, Julianne shuddered and bowed her head even lower. Indeed, wherever she went, she only brought trouble to others. Even her deskmate had begun to look down on her. Sorry. Julianne hung her head, her tone heavy with unspeakable regret. Timothy Magnus, look up. Alexei's voice suddenly came. Julianne remained silent for a long while before finally mustering up the courage to lift her head. But after only a few seconds of meeting Alexei's gaze, she uncontrollably looked away. Timothy Magnus, do you know where you went wrong? Alexei asked. Julianne shook her head and remained silent. Then Alexei's lips curled up slowly, and he spoke in an affected, displeased tone. You said sorry to me again. Tell me, how should I punish you this time? After saying this, Alexei pinched his chin and pondered. A moment later, Alexei snapped his fingers. I've got it. Your punishment will be to stay by my side. No, for your entire life and keep causing me trouble. Staring into Alexei's star-like eyes, Julianne became entranced. She gazed at him foolishly. Seeing this, Alexei couldn't help but laugh, reaching out to tap her nose. All right, Timothy Magnus, I was teasing you. Whatever trouble you bring, as your deskmate, of course I'll protect you. The sudden intimate gesture instantly made Julianne's cheeks turn red. The warmth of his finger lingering on her nose invaded her heart, burning her cheeks hot. She felt strange, as if a lost little deer had taken residence in her heart, bumping around uncontrollably. Ding-ling-ling. The class bell rang, and Julianne quickly turned around, trying hard to focus on the test paper in front of her. Yet the lingering redness on her ears betrayed that her heart was far from calm. In the following days, Alexei practically stuck to Julianne every day. He knew that the time was drawing near. This weekend, the school held the final mock exam before the college entrance exam. In the classroom, Crosby stood on the podium, a smile on his face. Classmates, this time 2 of our students made it into the top 10 of the grade. Julianne scored 5th place overall in this mock exam. The reaction of the students wasn't overly dramatic. After all, Julianne's scores had always been stable in the top 10. Alexei turned to look at Julianne beside him. Congratulations, Timothy Magnus. You've improved by 1 spot from last time, Alexei said. Hearing this, Julianne blushed and shyly smiled. Teacher Wong, you said there were 2 people, right? This time our class 5 students really stepped up, 2 in the top 10 of the grade. Crosby raised his hand to signal for silence, and then shifted his gaze to the back of the classroom. The other student. Crosby's eyes wandered around and finally settled on a figure at the back of the classroom. Alexei, total score of 696 points. Congratulations, top of the grade. Crosby's words echoed in the classroom for a long time. However, the other students were all like statues, and the classroom was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. 696 points, top of the grade, Alexei. This information made the whole class brains almost crash. Although Alexei's scores had improved rapidly in the past few mock exams, they were generally stable within the top 100, never entering the top 10. In this last mock exam, he actually skyrocketed to 1st place. Almost instantly, every pair of eyes in the classroom turned toward Alexei sitting at the back. Even Julianne slightly opened her mouth in surprise. Her deskmate turned out to be the top of the entire grade, with a much higher total score than her own. But why? did her deskmate still ask her so many questions from time to time? Seeing this, Alexei turned his head and winked at Julianne. Whoa. Suddenly, a raspy voice broke the silence in the classroom. No matter when, Hideo was always the one leading the cheers for Alexei, bouncing high as if it were 2 months ago when Alexei jumped up 100 places in the rankings. Xiaolin. So awesome. What are you guys waiting for? Applause. Hideo's initiative finally brought about thunderous applause and animated discussions among the class. F*******. Is Alexei cheating, or something? That's insane. Yeah, Alexei is so cool. 696 points. This isn't just a guaranteed spot at Tsinghua or Peking University. How can he be so outstanding under the same 9 years of compulsory education? Is this what a cheated life looks like? Who would have thought he was nearly at the bottom 3 months ago? Hearing everyone cheer for Alexei, Raven's face turned rather ugly in her seat. With 696 points, Alexei scored nearly 200 points higher than her. At this moment, Raven couldn't help but feel agitated. She couldn't understand or accept how that once lowly student who only flattered Ellen could suddenly become so excellent. Thinking about how she mocked Alexei for allegedly cheating last time, she felt a burning pain in her cheeks. A doubt arose in her mind subconsciously. If she cheated too, or even if it were an open book exam, could she achieve 696 points and rank first in the grade? Alright, everyone calm down. Crosby raised his hand for silence and continued, Alexei, come up here and share your learning experience with the class. Upon hearing this, Alexei didn't hesitate, stood up, and walked confidently to the podium. Alexei, tell us how you studied. Yeah, Alexei, how did you do it? Alexei glanced around with a smile, and then loudly replied with 4 words. Having hands is enough. Chapter 61 Farewell to Timothy Magnus. The 4 words, Alexei, directly stunned Crosby, who was standing beside him. Originally, they were hoping Alexei would say some encouraging words that would motivate the other students before the college entrance exam. But Alexei didn't think so. He had nothing much to share. Moreover, getting first place in the entire grade for him was as simple as having hands. He just spoke the truth. Crosby shook his head with a helpless smile and waved his hand for Alexei to step down. Then he continued, in this mock exam, I want to give special praise to student Hideo, with a total score of 425. As soon as these words came out, the classroom burst into heated discussions. Although it wasn't as impactful as Alexei securing the top rank, it was still quite a blow to the other students. Really? I remember Hideo only got around 300 points last time? This is too discouraging. Alexei and Hideo used to be at the bottom. How come they're both doing so well now? As for Hideo, he was overjoyed. Hideo, you should come up and say a few words too, Crosby said. Given Hideo's love for showing off, there was no way he would miss such an opportunity. Pattering up to the podium like an excited puppy, Hideo started blabbing non-stop about his extraordinary talent and intelligence. Seeing this, Alexei couldn't help but shake his head with a laugh from his seat. Yet he took the lead in clapping, genuinely happy for Hideo. It seemed that all the pressure he had been putting on Hideo to study finally paid off. As long as Hideo could maintain a stable performance in the college entrance exam, entering an ordinary undergraduate program shouldn't be a problem. While Alexei was focusing on Hideo on the stage, a soft voice suddenly called out next to him. Alexei? Hearing this, Alexei turned his head to see Julianne looking at him. What's wrong, Timothy Magnus? Alexei asked. Julianne first lowered her head, then after a moment, she mustered up the courage, raised her head, and looked directly into Alexei's eyes for once. Congratulations on getting first place in the grade. 2 months ago, when Alexei improved by 100 ranks in the mock exams, Julianne lacked the courage to tell him. But this time, perhaps knowing she was about to leave, she mustered up the courage to tell her deskmate. Seeing Julianne's eyes still slightly avoiding his gaze, Alexei was momentarily taken aback, then smiled. Timothy Magnus, don't forget our agreement. We'll go to university together and continue being desk mates. If I don't work hard, how can I catch up with you, Timothy Magnus? Julianne nodded, then turned away without another word. However, Julianne felt that Alexei's promise seemed somewhat distant. Since the last mock exam had ended, and after the grade faculty meeting, they decided to change all classes to self-study sessions supervised by teachers for the remaining time. After all, at this point, what the students needed most was independent review, summarizing knowledge points, and going over their mistakes. This week passed pleasantly for Alexei. Ellen, Leonardo, and Raven didn't bother him, nor did they trouble Julianne intentionally. On the other hand, Alexei also felt that time passed rather quickly. Saturday afternoon. Ring ring. The dismissal bell rang, and students filed out one after another. Inside classroom 3 to 5. Within 5 minutes, the classroom was empty. At the back corner, a petite figure slowly rose and quietly tidied up her desk. The heavy backpack looked like it might crush her tiny frame at any moment. Standing at the classroom door, Julianne turned her head to glance at the empty room, her eyes hidden under her thick bangs showing a hint of reluctance. Though the past few months since her transfer had flown by, it had been the happiest time for her. Here, though she occasionally got bullied or neglected, there was always someone who stood up for her, helped her out, brought her lunch, bought her pretty shoes, and always gave her a smile. Julianne glanced at the empty last row seat at the corner, feeling not just the emptiness of the seat, but also her heart. She looked down at the pink shoes on her feet. She wiped them meticulously every day, keeping them spotless. Turning around, she left the classroom. She walked alone, from the classroom to the playground, and then to the girls' dormitory. Students walked in twos and threes along the way, while she remained alone. Her luggage was simple, a backpack and an old canvas bag. Exiting the girls' dormitory, she had already changed back into her old cotton shoes, tightly holding a box in her arms. She walked all the way to the school gate, occasionally glancing around from time to time. Those bright eyes were filled with a mix of anticipation, nervousness, and reluctance. But no matter how much she looked around, in the end, her gaze only returned with disappointment. Tap, tap, tap. The worn-out cotton shoes clicked on the gravel by the roadside, making sounds as if they were the only way to see Julian off. She walked along the road, head lowered, completely alone, standing out even more among the groups of students around her. Beep. Suddenly, a car horn sounded from behind her. Turning around, she saw a boy in school uniform riding an electric bike, performing a stylish brake slide to stop right in front of Julianne. Alexei looked at Julianne with a smile, patting the back seat. Timothy Magnus, get on? Julianne stared at Alexei in a daze, not moving for a while. Yet, her originally empty heart felt like it had been filled with something. Alexei stopped the bike and, without a word, took the canvas bag from Julianne's hands and placed it on the footrest of the bike. When he saw the shoes on Julianne's feet, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow and asked, Timothy Magnus, what about the shoes I gave you? Why are you wearing these again? My home in the countryside is very dirty. I was afraid that those shoes would get dirty, so? Hearing Julianne's explanation, Alexei felt quite heart-wrenched. Never mind, get on first. I'll take you to the station. Okay. Strangely, this time Julianne did not refuse. She nodded and then moved forward to sit on the back seat. Timothy Magnus, hold on tight, let's go. With a mischievous laugh, Alexei suddenly twisted the throttle, and the bike shot forward with a whoosh. This sudden acceleration made Julianne lose her balance, gasping as her entire body pressed against Alexei's back, instinctively wrapping her arms tightly around his waist. Coming to her senses, Julianne's face instantly turned as red as an apple, hurriedly straightening up, but her small hands remained clutching Alexei's shirt hem tightly. Timothy Magnus. Alexei suddenly spoke. Yes? Will you miss me? Chapter 62, College Entrance Exam. The wind of May gently brushed past. Alexei's school uniform was lifted by the wind, and the faint scent of soap wafted over Julianne's face. Perhaps it was because of Alexei's words, will you miss me, that made her cheeks flush red. Not going to answer? Then I'll take your silence as an admission that you'll miss me. Alexei's words left Julianne speechless. Would she miss him? Julianne hung her head, looking at the shoebox in her arms. Probably. She would miss him. After all, he was her desk mate. The road to the station was actually quite a distance, but Alexei felt it too short, so he deliberately slowed down. The rearview mirror on the handlebar reflected Julianne sitting behind him. Alexei sneaked glances from time to time, smiling on the outside and sweet inside. If only this road to the station could last forever. In his previous life, they had completely lost touch on this day, but this time, he knew well that their brief separation was only for better reunion later. Finally, they arrived at the end of the road. Outside the bus station, Alexei parked the bike. Alexei, thank you for seeing me off. These words again, little Magnus, how should I punish you this time? Alexei chuckled. Then, as if pulling a rabbit out of a hat, Alexei fished a mobile phone out of his pocket. I'll punish you by making you send me messages every day after you get home. Alexei knew Julianne didn't have a phone, so he bought one days ago along with a SIM card, ensuring they wouldn't lose contact. This is too expensive. I can't take it. Julianne shook her head vigorously. It's not expensive. It's just my old phone, useless to me now. How about this? Consider it a loan, and return it when we meet next time. But, Julianne was still hesitating. Seeing this, Alexei wordlessly stuffed the phone into Julianne's pocket and grabbed her hand, leading her toward the entrance. That's enough. Hurry up, don't miss the bus. Julianne hugged the box tighter, nodded, and slowly walked toward the waiting hall. Alexei stood rooted to the spot, eyes following her every move. Stopping at the door, Julianne turned back to look at the boy standing in the sunlight. Alexei waved, his smile brilliant yet tinged with reluctance. The PA system called out from inside the hall, and Julianne glanced back multiple times before finally disappearing into the crowd. Only after Julianne was completely out of sight did Alexei lower his hand, his smile fading, clenching his fists tightly. Indeed, as a student, he wasn't strong enough yet to keep Julianne close, protecting her from the storms of life. With a long sigh, Alexei mounted his electric bike. Now was the time to focus fully on the college entrance exam. June 7th. Every year, it seemed the skies chose to be gloomy on this day. To ordinary people, it was just another Thursday, 9 to 5. But for all senior high school students, this day marked the turning point in their lives. The college entrance exam began in 2018. From this day forward, life took different paths. Some would work in factories, assembling parts, or socializing, while others would sit in office buildings endlessly crafting presentations. Inside each examination room, the same drama unfolded without fail. Oh, I forgot my admission ticket. Anyone have an extra pen? Zophian's out of ink. Buddy, can I copy from you later? Copy your grandpa. Inside the rooms, students were agitated, while parents waiting outside anxiously paced, eagerly hoping for excellence from their children. June 9th. On the final day of the exam, tension both inside and outside the exam halls reached its peak. Each year, Reporters with microphones and cameras swarmed the scene, randomly interviewing parents or catching the first student who exited. Among the waiting parents was Timothy Zijuan. Since returning from a business trip, he had put his factory duties on hold, especially during the last week, dedicating himself to caring for and supervising Alexei's revision at home. Old Timothy, stop pacing around. You're making me dizzy. A middle-aged man resembling Hideo stood beside Timothy Zijuan. It was Hideo's father, Dane. Sigh. I'm worried. I'm afraid Bohan will get nervous and not perform well. What good does your worry do? Look at me. I'm not at all anxious, said Dane. Timothy Zijuan found this strange and asked, Josh, aren't you worried Hideo won't do well? I know my son better than anyone else. I never had high hopes. It's fine as long as he can get into some school, Dane said with a bitter smile. Oh, I also blame myself for talking too much to Bohan yesterday and putting too much pressure on him. I was just afraid he would be nervous. If I had known this, I wouldn't have said so much. While they were talking, several journalists suddenly rushed toward the entrance in a flurry. Apparently, students had already started coming out of the main gate. Amid the puzzled gazes of everyone around, Alexei strode out with his hands in his pockets and a relaxed smile on his face, sauntering unhurriedly. This completely baffled Timothy Zijuan. Nervous? There wasn't a trace of nervousness visible on Alexei. The reporters, carrying cameras and microphones, swarmed around Alexei, shoving their microphones at him. Excuse me, there's still half an hour left before the exam ends. Why are you out so early? Alexei adjusted his bangs and replied, Oh, I have long legs, so I walk fast. Student, what do you think about the overall difficulty of this year's college entrance exam paper? Alexei, you just need 2 hands. May I ask, how do you feel about your performance? Alexei held up 2 fingers and smiled. Invincible. The reporters stood there, speechless. Leaving the stunned reporters behind, Alexei strolled away with long strides. Seeing this, Timothy Zijuan hurriedly stepped forward and scolded, Brat, why are you out so early? How did you do? Alexei chuckled at this. Lorenzo, find time to go back to our hometown. Timothy Zijuan. Go back for what? Alexei, to check our family tomb. If everything goes well, it should be smoking now. Timothy Zijuan. After getting on his father's electric bike, Alexei glanced back at the direction of the examination hall. More students began emerging one after another. Some were jumping and cheering, rejoicing as if they were sure they had secured their desired university admission letters. Others were dejected, seemingly foreseeing a future tightening screws on the assembly line. The examination room is a smokeless battlefield where victory means kingship and defeat means subjugation. In life, the only thing that can truly change one's fate is the college entrance exam. In his previous life, due to Ellen, Alexei lost miserably in the college entrance exam and led a confused and aimless life for half of his existence. But in this lifetime, he will be the most dazzling victor. Chapter 63, Call from Tsinghua in Peking. After the college entrance exam, it seemed as if the world for the senior high school students had instantly transported to another dimension. They could sleep in until whenever they wanted and play with their phones anytime, anywhere. Previously, when squatting on the toilet, one would wish to cut short the time spent to do more practice questions. But now, time was so abundant that they lay idle in bed every day, feeling somewhat unaccustomed to this leisure. Inside an internet cafe. Hang on there, Alvis. You're the last one standing. Don't die yet. Push to the crystal. Awesome. Haha, finally gold. Looking at his rank having ascended to gold, Hideo was overjoyed. After the college entrance exam ended, Alexei kept his promise and spent just 2 days helping Hideo climb from bronze to gold. Come on, it's time to go practice driving at the driving school, Alexei said as he got up. The day after the exam ended, he dragged Hideo along to enroll in a driving school. In his previous life, Alexei was already an experienced driver, so obtaining a driving license to him only involved paying some registration fees and going through formalities to earn enough hours of study. Even the coach, after letting Alexei get behind the wheel on the first day, simply said, From now on, you can practice by yourself. Just complete the required hours. Outside the driving school, the two were sitting under the shade of a tree, each holding a bottle of sugary water, chugging it down loudly. Alvis, I estimated my score yesterday. I think getting admitted to a secondary level university shouldn't be too difficult. Halfway through his sentence, Hideo suddenly turned around and looked at Alexei deeply before continuing. You know, Alvis, my dad originally hoped I could attend college. If I manage to get into a secondary level university once the scores are out, my dad might cry tears of joy. This is all thanks to you. If you hadn't pushed me to study all the time, how can I repay you? Alvis, don't leave. Alexei felt so disgusted that he rode off on his electric scooter straight away. You son of a bitch. I haven't even driven yet. Hideo cursed wildly for a while, then finally climbed onto the scooter. Oh yeah, Alvis, didn't you say before that if I could get into an undergraduate program, you'd tell me something? What did I say? Alexei asked. You bitch. Pretending to not know? Addy up and tell me, how did you become handsome? And what should I eat to have a big package? Realization dawned on Alexei, and he responded slowly, eat well, sleep well, live well. Hideo. Shit, Alvis, you're messing with me? June 24th. The day before the college entrance exam results were released. In the evening, after finishing his driving practice, Alexei returned home. Lorenzo, I'm back? As soon as Alexei entered the living room, he heard Gillis shouting into the phone, then hanging up angrily. What's wrong, Lorenzo? Alexei asked. Gillis put down the phone casually, saying, "Nothing, just some harassing calls. They've been calling nonstop since morning. It's really annoying." Xiaochen, today during driving. Before he could finish, the phone rang again. "Hello, who's calling?" Gillis asked. "Hello, this is the admissions office of Fudan University. May I ask?" Before the caller could finish, Gillis flared up and launched into a tirade. "Is this ever going to end? You said earlier you were from Tsinghua and Peking's admissions office, and now it's Fudan. I warn you, if you keep making harassing calls, I'll report you to the police." He hung up angrily. Seeing this, Alexei was puzzled, asking, "Lorenzo, what's going on?" "Don't mention it. I've received several harassing calls starting from the morning. They all claim to be from admissions offices of prestigious universities. One from Fudan, and even two from Tsinghua and Peking at noon. Isn't this pure fraud?" I told them off right away. Alexei remained speechless for a moment. Rubbing his nose, Alexei said, "Lorenzo." What is it?" Gillis asked. "Is it possible that the admissions offices of Tsinghua and Peking and Fudan are genuinely trying to recruit internally?" Hearing this, Gillis's expression changed, and he quickly moved forward to feel Alexei's forehead and his own. "That's strange, no fever. Could it be the heat these days, and the heat stroke from driving practice?" Ring. Suddenly, the phone rang again. Gillis was about to lose his temper, but calmed down when he saw the call was from his class teacher Crosby, and answered hurriedly. "Hello, Teacher Wang, is there anything?" "Mr. Timothy, did people from Tsinghua and Peking and Fudan admissions office contact you earlier? They called the school as well. There seems to be some misunderstanding. The principal asked me to inform you." Gillis's eyes bulged out. Were those calls really from Tsinghua and Peking and Fudan admissions offices? So, they were indeed trying to recruit internally? Could it be that Alexei had scored so high that prestigious universities like Tsinghua, Peking, and Fudan were competing to recruit him internally? Gillis was in a daze as he hung up the phone, his mind blank. When the phone rang again, Alexei stepped forward to pick it up. "Lorenzo, let me take this." Alexei answered the call, and then put it on speaker. "Hello, this is Alexei." "Hello, Timothy, this is from the admissions office of Tsinghua University. We're calling because we think you are a great fit for our university, so we plan to offer you our sole internal recruitment spot." Hearing this, Alexei smiled and calmly replied, "I'm not interested in internal recruitment. The admissions offices of Peking and Fudan have already contacted me. With my scores, I can get into any top university in China. So, let's cut to the chase. What conditions can you offer me?" The person from Tsinghua's admissions office almost cursed through the phone. How did Alexei already know his scores? And they had been outflanked by Peking and Fudan? "You consider it, and get back to me when you've decided." With that, Alexei hung up. Immediately after hanging up, calls from Peking and Fudan started pouring in as well. Alexei used the same response for each call, saying he wasn't considering internal recruitment and asked them to present their offers, after which he would choose the best one. This strategy enraged the admissions officers from the three top universities, leading to a chaotic round of calls and arguments. "Tsinghua, let's compete fairly. Are you trying to snatch candidates? Last year, you guys took both the top science and liberal arts students. Fudan, didn't you use a single beautiful female counselor 2 years ago to lure that top science student to your place? Peking, shut up. This Alexei is ours." For a whole hour, the house phone never stopped ringing. Admissions calls from top universities across China flooded in for Alexei. After dealing with the last call, Gillis was completely stunned. "Xiaochen, how much did you score?" Previously, Gillis had asked several times, but Alexei always said he did pretty well. Gillis figured that pretty well meant an average undergraduate score. But now, it seemed like something else entirely. Alexei grinned and winked at his father. "Lorenzo, guess boldly." Gillis seemed to realize a possibility, his mouth dropping open in shock. He fumbled for his phone and called back home. "Hello? Felix 3? Quick, go check the family graves. Check if there's any smoke coming from them." Chapter 64. Alexei is the top scorer of the National College Entrance Examination. In the large WeChat group for grade 3 students at number 4 high school, hurry up and check the scores. "I'm so nervous. Is there anyone who can check it for me? I don't dare to look." The usually quiet group suddenly became lively around 10 o'clock at night. After all, the scores would be released in just over an hour. This night, no one knew how many people would end up sleepless. As for Alexei, he casually glanced at the messages in the group, then put his phone aside, completely unruffled. "Son, have you decided which university you want to go to?" Gillis said. Just a few minutes ago, the admissions offices of Tsinghua University, Peking University, and Fudan University had each laid out their conditions. Among these, Fudan University offered the best terms. If Alexei chose Fudan, they promised to provide him with an annual scholarship of 60,000 renminbi, waive all fees for 4 years, provide independent accommodation, guaranteed postgraduate admission, and even promised to transfer the total 240,000 renminbi scholarship for 4 years immediately if Alexei agreed. The terms were indeed attractive, but Alexei did not respond right away, saying he needed to consider it. "Son, if you can't decide, maybe choose between Tsinghua and Peking. Although Fudan offers more, I still feel Tsinghua and Peking are better. Besides, their terms aren't bad either. Lorenzo, don't worry. Let's wait until we fill out the application. I have a plan." After saying that, he stood up, stretched lazily, and walked towards the bedroom, apparently intending to go to bed. Seeing this, Gillis hurriedly asked, "Where are you going?" We're about to check the scores. I know my score already, Lorenzo. You should also get some rest. Thanks to his enhanced memory after being reborn, Alexei reviewed all the exam questions on the day the exam ended. He had a good idea of his final score. You, child. Gillis sighed helplessly, unable to be as calm as Alexei. He sat on the sofa, watching TV idly while keeping a close eye on the time. Finally, at midnight, Gillis fumbled with his phone, dialed the number to check the college entrance exam scores, and entered Alexei's examination certificate number. Querying, please wait. The voice message left Gillis sweating nervously, his heart nearly pounding into his throat. What score did his son need to achieve to make those top universities fight over him like mad? Candidate, Alexei. Chinese, 145. Mathematics, 150. English, 150. Total score, 745. Thump. Gillis's phone slipped from his hand, his mouth agape, eyes wide open. 745 points. His son, Alexei, actually scored 745 points. In the bedroom, Alexei was lying down with his hands behind his head, dozing off, when he heard a commotion outside. He walked into the living room and saw his father Gillis stooping down to put on his shoes at the door. Lorenzo? Where are you going this late at night? I can't wait for your Felix 3 anymore. I'll go back to our hometown myself to check on the ancestral graves. They must be smoking green now. Alexei. That night, while some rejoiced, others were disheartened. At Xiang's home, Ellen and Raven were both sitting tensely in front of their computers. After repeatedly refreshing the webpage, Ellen finally saw her results. Candidate, Ellen. Total score, 663. Seeing her score, Ellen sighed with relief, her exquisite face turning rosy from excitement. Adley, you're amazing. 663 points, higher than your usual mock exams. Raven wasn't just flattering her. With such a score, Ellen was undoubtedly one of the top students in her school. Hearing this, Ellen felt quite proud and continued, Judgia, check your score quickly. Candidate, Raven. Score, 525. Raven's smile vanished, her eyes brimming with tears. This score could only get her into an ordinary second-tier university, and it was several points lower than her usual mock exam scores. Wah. How could I only get 525 points? Wah. Adley, I can't go to the same university as you. Raven clung to Ellen, crying bitterly. It's okay, Jia. I plan to apply to Jiangzhou University, where there are many colleges. Although your score won't get you into Jiangzhou University, you can still attend an ordinary second-tier university. Then we can still be in the same city. As they chatted, the grade-wide group messages kept pinging nonstop. Ellen was busy taking photos to post on social media, showing off her score, while Raven listlessly looked at the group messages. When she saw a message from the grade supervisor Crosby tagging everyone, Raven exclaimed in surprise, covering her mouth, her face full of astonishment. This crazy, right? Timothy. Alexei he. Judgia. Why are you bringing up that annoying guy for no reason? Upon hearing Alexei's name, Ellen's tone was filled with displeasure. Adley, quickly look at the big group. At that moment, a prominent notification tagging everyone was flooding the grade-wide group. Grade Supervisor Crosby, students, great news. Congratulations to Alexei from Class 5 of Grade 3 Science, who scored 745 points and became the top scorer of this year's college entrance exam. That single message, as if it were a bomb dropped into the group, blew countless lurking members out of the water. Oh, how much? 745 points? Alexei is amazing. My goodness gracious. This is 10 points higher than last year's top science score. How dare you show off like this when we are all struggling? Our defense is broken, family. Even if it were open book, I don't think anyone could score 745 points. I remember Alexei was ranked around 400th in the grade 3 months ago. Then in the final mock exam, he directly topped the grade. Now he's even more outrageous, becoming the top scorer. Scary. Alexei, did you eat dog food or something? How did your scores skyrocket like a rocket? Classmates in Class 5, have you noticed? Alexei seems to have changed ever since Ellen rejected him. His scores soared like crazy. Is this what it means to be impervious to everything once the heart is sealed with cement? It seems true. Alexei even lashed out at Ellen several times publicly afterward. So that's the deal. Indeed. Women only affect my speed in solving problems. Get me my manual of the sunflower. Hideo's subsequent message broke the defenses even further. Hideo, haha, my bro is awesome. College entrance top scorer. Haha, no wonder he helped me get into a second-tier university. What? Hideo got into a second-tier university? Sob, my defense is broken. How horrible. I was just 5 points short of the second-tier line. If I had known, I would have begged Alexei to help me study together. Fangirl 1. Onaji, oh for all, Onaji Alexei Gij, can you come to my place for one-on-one tutoring? Fangirl 2. Alexei, you don't need to go back and forth. I'll come to your place, I have many difficult questions to ask. Hideo, you two silly ones, the college entrance exam is over, what tutoring now? Fangirl 1. Shut up, Hideo. The group was heated, but Ellen, standing in front of the screen, was dazed like a wooden chicken. Clunk. Her phone slipped from her hand, hitting the ground. Ellen felt an inexplicable bitter taste rising in her heart. Chapter 65. The impact of the top score. The good news that Alexei scored 745 points and became the top scorer in the college entrance examination spread almost overnight. At the main gate of number 4 high school, a large banner was hung up the next day. Congratulations to our student Alexei from grade 3, class 5 science, who achieved 745 points and claimed the title of this year's top scorer. After hearing about this, the principal was so happy that his mouth was crooked. This was undoubtedly a golden jalpai signboard. As the saying goes, when one person becomes an official, even his chickens and dogs rise to heaven. Having taught such a top scorer like Alexei, all the teachers of grade 3, class 5 science received bonuses, and the salaries of the 3 major subjects teachers, Chinese, math, and English, increased significantly. An interesting phenomenon appeared among the teachers and students of class 5 science. They couldn't stop bragging whenever they met someone. Teacher, do you know Alexei? He's my student, scored 745 points, the top scorer, get it? Classmate, hey, do you know Alexei? The top scorer with 745 points? He's my buddy. Unaware of all this, Alexei was fast asleep in bed. The next day, when the college entrance examination scores were officially announced, the phone at the Timothins' house nearly exploded. Without exception, they were all prestigious universities from across the country wanting to enroll Alexei, offering very attractive conditions. Son, have you decided which school you want to go to yet? Gillis had dark circles under his eyes. He had rushed back to his hometown last night and, along with his uncle, went around banging gongs and drums, eager for the whole village to know that the Timothin family had produced a top scorer. In response, Alexei just took out his phone and called Crosby. Crosby also chatted with Alexei on the phone for quite some time. Mr. Wong, I need your help to inquire about something. After listening to what Alexei said, Crosby immediately agreed. Shortly after, Crosby sent a message, only 4 words. Jiangzhou University. Upon seeing this, Alexei suddenly perked up, his lips curling into a meaningful smile. Jiangzhou University, what a coincidence, too much of a coincidence. Lorenzo, I've made up my mind. I'll go to Jiangzhou University. It's not much worse than Tsinghua or Peking University, and some of its majors are even better both domestically and internationally, Alexei said. Hearing this, Gillis nodded. I remember a teacher surnamed Chi from Jiangzhou University called yesterday and wanted to admit you internally. Their offer wasn't bad either. Son, it's up to you. And Jiangzhou is a big city. Alexei nodded and contacted the admissions office of Jiangzhou University directly. Hello, Jiangzhou University admissions office? This is Alexei. After introducing himself, Alexei expressed his intention to attend Jiangzhou University. Teacher Chi, responsible for admissions at Jiangzhou University, knew how popular Alexei, the top scorer, was. Alexei, Jiangzhou University is absolutely the best choice for you. As long as you give us a verbal commitment, we don't have to wait for the application process. I'll apply to the school right now, and the promised 2.4 million yuan scholarship will be transferred to your account in one lump sum. Plus, you'll have a single room, guaranteed postgraduate studies, and all other fees waived. Whatever other schools offer, we can match it. Thank you, Teacher Chi. But I only need half of the 2.4 million yuan scholarship, and there's another small favor I'd like to ask of you. There was a brief silence on the phone before Teacher Chi responded. Sure, no problem. Whoever Alexei recommends must be excellent talent. Let's make it official. On behalf of Jiangzhou University, we welcome you. After a few polite exchanges, Alexei gave Director Chi a bank card number and then hung up. In less than 10 minutes, 1.2 million yuan had arrived in his account. Looking at the balance, Alexei couldn't help but sigh. Ancient wisdom indeed isn't misleading. Knowledge is wealth. However, Alexei still underestimated the impact of his 745-point score as the top scorer. On the 3rd day after the announcement, first came the school leaders, who personally awarded him a bonus of 600,000 yuan, followed by extensive promotion by local officials. Several officials even came to his door, presenting him with a total of 1.2 million yuan in bonuses. During the photo session, facing the barrage of cameras, Alexei looked speechless, while Gillis was beaming and taking selfies with several officials. Alexei, Onaji. Dr. Lorenzo, can you please be more reserved? You're the father of the top scorer. Unfortunately, Gillis was gradually losing himself in the praise of the father of the top scorer. This spectacular scene outside Alexei's home naturally attracted many neighbors to stop and watch. Not far away, a father and son were watching all this unfold. Leonardo and his son. Seeing Gillis basking in glory nearby, Landon, Leonardo's father, couldn't help but feel furious. Bang! Suddenly, Landon slapped Leonardo on the head and cursed fiercely, "Useless brat. You only scored enough for a second-tier university. I wasted my time raising you. Look at him. You really disgrace me." Leonardo usually had decent grades and could have easily qualified for a first-tier university. However, after falling out with Alexei, he focused all his attention on winning Ellen's favor and fell behind in his studies. In the end, he only scored 494 points, barely passing the line for second-tier universities. Wait till we get home. I'll teach you a lesson. Despite being hit and scolded by his father, Leonardo dared not utter a word of protest. When he turned to look at Alexei nearby, his eyes were filled with venom. Alexei, it's your fault. All because of you. Wait until I get you. I won't let you off. The neglect from Ellen, his poor performance in the college entrance exam, and his father's beating all built up inside Leonardo, turning Alexei into his sole outlet for venting frustration. The day after the announcement of the college entrance examination scores, many students went to school voluntarily to fill out their college applications under the teacher's advice. As for Alexei, there was no need. He directly passed the Subject 2 driving test during these few days. Driving school. Alexei sat in the car, not needing to practice driving. All he needed to do was show up for the required hours, while the rest would be taken care of by the instructor. Uriel, why don't you go to school to fill out your application? That morning, Hideo had offered to come along with Alexei for driving practice. TCH, my brother is the top scorer. Why would I need to ask others about filling out applications? Heh, little Timothy, any good suggestions? Jiangxing University is pretty good. With your score, you should be able to get into their computer science program. Jiangxing University? Where is that? Hideo asked. Upon hearing this, Alexei replied, it's also in Jiangzhou. Although it's quite far from Jiangzhou University, it's still manageable by car. Alright, then I'll apply to Jiangxing University. Hideo said firmly. Are you sure? I'm just giving you an opinion. With your score, you have plenty of universities to choose from. You're my brother, I'll definitely listen to you. You wouldn't harm me. Alexei was speechless, unsure whether to be moved or think Hideo was silly. Timothy, see how I trust you unconditionally. You should give something back, right? I heard the school gave you tens of thousands as a reward. Hee, what do you say? Alexei shot Hideo an annoyed glance, completely dissipating any sentimental mood that had begun to build. I give up on you. Fine, it's time to relax. My treat, let's go. Chapter 66. Booking a room with Tanya? Speaking of major events this year, apart from the recently concluded college entrance examination, it would be the World Cup held in Russia. Of course, every World Cup always has people who turn their luck around and others who lose everything overnight. At the billiard hall, Hideo was playing billiards with enthusiasm, while Alexei's attention was on the live broadcast of the World Cup group stage matches on TV. Alexei admitted he didn't play soccer much, and at best could be considered a pseudo-fan. Before starting his own business in his previous life, he had hoped to make money through betting on soccer matches and then win the heart of Tanya. Therefore, he remembered very clearly the few major upsets in this year's World Cup, as they were all pits he had fallen into in his previous life. Argentina 1-1 Iceland. Japan 2-1 Colombia. Argentina 0-3 Croatia. To Alexei, this World Cup was a solid gold mine. Before starting his entrepreneurial plans, he needed a substantial amount of startup capital. Counting the bonuses and scholarships in his hands, it amounted to about 300,000 yuan, but that was still far from enough. What he had to do was make more money with the money he had. Originally, he thought about bringing Hideo along to bet, but upon second thought, it wasn't wise. Although buying lottery tickets was legal, this kind of thing should be handled carefully, as Hideo had ruined his life due to gambling in his previous life. Alexei dared not risk his good brother's future. What if Hideo couldn't control himself after tasting some sweetness? Wouldn't that be GG? Uriel, I'll go do something after these few shots. You go back first. At this moment, in the billiard hall, not far away in a corner, a group of thugs were staring intently at Alexei and Hideo. All of them had multicolored hair. Among them was a boy with yellow hair. If Alexei were there, he would definitely recognize him as the same punk who had confronted Tanya once before and returned money at the cyber cafe entrance. Besides the yellow hair, Leonardo was also present. But at this time, Leonardo was showing utmost respect to yellow hair, lighting a cigarette for him with a sycophantic smile, then glaring viciously at Alexei's direction. Brother Randall, that's Alexei? The yellow hair, referred to as Brother Randall, took a drag of the cigarette and, seeing Alexei's striking face, coldly snorted, MD, this pretty boy played me twice. No wonder that little girl Tanya kept dangling my big brother. It turns out she had this pretty boy as a backup. Mentioning this matter, Leonardo also had a look of resentment. He originally just wanted to spend money to have Yellow Hair's gang teach Alexei a lesson, but unexpectedly learned from Yellow Hair that a few months ago, when Alexei made him return the money at the cyber cafe, it was also because of Alexei's scheme. This new and old grudge together made him hate Alexei to the bone. So after finding Yellow Hair, he reluctantly took out all his pocket money. These punks outside the school often collected money from students to help with fights or similar matters. Moreover, during his chat with Brother Randall, he found out that Brother Randall's boss was a notorious thug in the area and had been pursuing Tanya. So he embellished the story of Alexei relentlessly pursuing Tanya for years. Yellow Hair took another harsh puff of the cigarette, threw the butt down, picked up a cue stick, and strode over with his lackeys. Seeing this, Leonardo gave a sinister laugh, his eyes gleaming with excitement, obviously looking forward to watching Alexei kneel and beg for mercy later, and getting ready to kick him hard afterward. Alexei and Hideo intended to leave after a few more shots, but just as they reached the door, they were blocked by Yellow Hair and his gang. Shout Timothy, don't rush off. Stay a bit longer, Leonardo sneered. Seeing Leonardo with Yellow Hair and his gang, Alexei slightly raised an eyebrow. Beside him, Hideo felt a bit uneasy but still put on a brave face, saying, Leonardo, what are you doing? Looking for a fight? Before Leonardo could reply, Randall pushed him aside and swaggered in front of Alexei, giving him a few glances up and down. Do you remember me, Timothy? Got something? Alexei replied coolly, internally thinking about how to escape. Vicky too, only fools wouldn't run. Randall waved his cue stick, nodding toward Leonardo, and said, First, because I took his money. Second, Timothy, heard you like Tanya a lot? Daring to compete for a girl with my boss? Have you gotten tired of living? Brothers, take him down. Clearly experienced in fighting, Randall knew villains died from too much talking, so without further ado, he signaled his gang to act. Hold on. Suddenly, Hideo interrupted, then approached with a grin, pulling out 600 yuan and handing it to Randall. Randall, let's talk this out. I know the rules. Here's the money for the brothers to buy some better cigarettes. Oh, by the way, I know Kermit. Give us a break, alright? Hearing this, Randall froze for a moment. You're with Kermit? After a brief hesitation, Randall took the money from Hideo, put it in his pocket, and waved his hand, saying, since you're with Kermit, it's not your business. But this guy, competing with my big brother for a girl? What do we do about that? Hideo suddenly felt a bit panicked. The one who competed with your big brother wasn't me, but him? Alexei suddenly spoke up, pointing at Leonardo. Upon hearing this, Leonardo's face turned dark, and he started cursing loudly. Alexei, you damn liar. Everyone in number 4 high school knows you've been chasing Tanya since junior high. Randall, don't waste time on him, just beat him. Unhurriedly, Alexei took out his phone and found a few old posts from their school's forum. It was purely coincidental. Alexei had been thinking of collecting some interest from Leonardo before going to college. Little did he know, Leonardo would deliver himself right to the doorstep. Now, everyone in number 4 high school knows Leonardo is getting cozy with Tanya. Don't believe me? Check out the videos in these posts. Randall took the phone skeptically. When he saw the video content, his expression turned grim. Leonardo, noticing this, sneakily glanced over and his heart sank. Back then, when Tanya had affectionately held his arm outside the school gate, and when he fought with Alexei and Hideo, students had filmed it and posted it online, which he had long forgotten. And Hideo, playing along with Alexei, kept egging on. Randall, it's all a misunderstanding. Xiao Timothy has long stopped pursuing Tanya. Everyone in our school knows it. Leonardo is now flirting with her, even holding her tightly that day. Who knows if they've booked a room privately? How disgraceful. I can't stand seeing this kid sleep with your big brother's girl. Randall, can you tolerate this? Leonardo's face turned pale upon hearing this. Hideo, stop your nonsense. Warm, and I haven't gotten to that point yet. Upon hearing this, Alexei smirked mockingly, teasing, tisk tisk, warm? How intimate. So, tell us, how far have you two gone? Leonardo was momentarily speechless. Fuck. After watching the video, Randall cursed, then suddenly kicked Leonardo to the ground. Chapter 67. Take a chance, turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. Timothy'll be, you sure have some guts. Trying to play hide and seek with me, huh? Randall was so angry that he almost ground his teeth to powder. He then gave Leonardo 2 more kicks. Brother. Randall, brother, it's a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. Warm and I really. Before Leonardo could finish his sentence, Randall slapped him. And what about Warm again? Speak up, did you rent a room with Ellens? How many times? No, we didn't rent a room. Poor Leonardo, who originally planned to hire someone to beat Alexei for money. Timothy did he expect that after spending the money, the one being beaten turned out to be himself. If he had actually rented a room with Ellens and slept together, at least getting a beating would be worth it. But ever since she took the initiative to hold his arm once outside the school gate, let alone renting a room, he hadn't even touched a single strand of her hair. It was too unjust to be beaten like this. Timothy listening to Leonardo's escalating cries of pain. Alexei felt refreshed. Comfortable. Let's go, Bin. Alexei called Hideo, and the two left in broad daylight. As for Randall, brother, he was too busy dealing with Leonardo to pay any attention to Alexei and Hideo. Outside, Hideo was still mourning over his $600 that he never got to use. Bin, who was that brother Kermit? How did you know him? Alexei asked. He was introduced by my friend from another school. He's a real big shot. I heard he runs a place. If it weren't for my quick thinking to scare off that yellow-haired guy with him, this situation wouldn't have been smoothed over so easily. Upon hearing this, Alexei couldn't help but frown. He had never heard Hideo mention this brother Kermit before, but considering Hideo's past encounters, he suspected there might be a connection. He knew Hideo too well. He wasn't a bad person, just lacked some self-control. Bin, try not to associate with brother Kermit much in the future. Yeah, got it. By the way, what are you going to do? Do you need me to come along? If not, I'm heading home. Lorenzo wants to take me to buy a computer. Hideo replied. No, go ahead. After parting ways, Alexei found a nearby lottery store. Tomorrow, Argentina, the championship favorite, would play their first match against Iceland. The world believed this would be a crushing victory for Argentina, so the odds were sky high. Therefore, when Alexei bought 300,000 yuan worth of 1:1 odds in one breath, everyone in the lottery store thought he was some rich man's fool. The world laughs at my madness, while I laugh at their inability to see through. Tomorrow's rooftop will undoubtedly be crowded. After leaving the lottery store, Alexei once again passed by an old commodity building near the school. According to his memory, in about 3 months, this place should be demolished, and the new residential area would become part of the school district. Although the property prices weren't at their peak this year, every bit counted. Once home, he immediately found the developer's contact information online. Now, he only needed to wait for tomorrow's money to arrive. The next day, despite it being vacation time, Alexei still maintained his habit of waking up early. Lorenzo had already gone to work. After a simple wash-up, he went downstairs for a morning run. Interestingly, on the road, he saw several attractive girls who looked like college students holding selfie sticks, jumping and hopping as they took selfies. This year, the internet was starting to boom. It started with Kuaishou app dominating, but in recent years, Douyin app began catching people's attention and gradually rivaled Kuaishou. With the experience from his previous life, Alexei knew how terrifying the development of the internet industry would be in the coming years. There's a saying that as long as you catch the right trend, even a pig can fly. And right now, Alexei knew this was the best time to accumulate capital for himself. Time flew by during the day. In the evening, after working all day, Lorenzo rushed home and eagerly turned on the TV. "Lorenzo, what are you watching?" Alexei casually asked. "The World Cup. Today Argentina is playing Iceland." Lorenzo bet 500 yuan on Argentina winning. Though the odds are low, at least it'll earn some. Upon hearing this, Alexei rubbed his nose sheepishly. No wonder Lorenzo, probably no one else in the world, could imagine that Argentina's first game would end in a draw with Iceland. Alexei didn't follow the match, returning to his room to ponder his entrepreneurial plans. Hearing Lorenzo's excitement and swearing from the living room, Alexei knew the game was nearing its end. That night, countless dreamers, wearing masks of sorrow, headed for the rooftops. Argentina 1:1 Iceland. Netizens exploded online. "Damn it. I bet 5,000 yuan on Argentina winning. 5,000 yuan is nothing. I secretly bet 50,000 for my wife. Now I don't dare to go home. Brothers, the wind is too strong up here at the rooftop. Come down quickly." Compared to the netizens' pain, Alexei had already become the biggest winner of the night amidst the lottery shop owners' envious and jealous eyes. 300,000 yuan directly turned into 4.5 million yuan in his hands. After binding his bank card to his phone, Alexei repeatedly checked the balance on his card, also feeling somewhat sighing. No wonder gamblers are considered the most crazy. With this speed of making money, who could resist the temptation? Initially, Alexei thought about continuing with another bet while he was on a roll. However, seeing the owner whispering with a few people, he decisively abandoned the idea. Wealth should not be shown openly, and one must always be on guard. Having an extra eye out would never be a bad thing. After returning home, his father Gillis was still sulking inside the room. Alexei smiled without a word, returned to his room, and downloaded the official sports lottery app. The biggest upset of this World Cup was undoubtedly the match between Germany and South Korea. As the defending champions, Germany unexpectedly lost 0-2 to South Korea, ending their journey regrettably. This match left a deep impression on Alexei. Looking at the odds, even though Alexei had already mentally prepared for it, he couldn't help but shudder and almost threw his phone away. Because the difference in paper strength was obvious, the odds of South Korea winning were absurdly high. South Korea 1-0 Germany, the odds were 141. South Korea 2-0 Germany, the odds were 1 hours 91 minutes. As for why there were no other scoreline odds, it was simple. Even the official side didn't imagine that Germany would suffer such a comprehensive loss. Even so, the 1 hours 91 minutes odds made Alexei's heart race faster. He slightly trembled as he put all 4.5 million yuan on South Korea, winning 2-0 against Germany, then took a deep breath. He couldn't imagine how exhilarating it would be when, after tomorrow morning's match ended and the money was credited, he saw that long string of digits. Chapter 68 Alexei's Nightmare. This night, Alexei did not sleep peacefully. Countless fragmented images intertwined and filled his dreams. He was happy at times, panicked at others, angry at some moments, and helpless in others. He saw himself in a church, with Julianne in a white wedding dress, holding flowers, gracefully walking towards him. But suddenly, a group of people claiming to be from the Bai family descended from the sky and forcibly took Julianne away. In front of the Bai family, he was powerless, only able to watch helplessly as Julianne was taken away. At the end of the dream, he once again saw the nightmare that was etched into his bones, one that couldn't be shaken off. Inside a luxurious manor, Julianne, dressed in a long black dress, her shadow wavering amidst storms, was engulfed by a sea of fire, while everyone coldly watched. He desperately sought help, screaming in despair. "No, don't. Shao Magnus. No. Don't." Alexei suddenly woke up, sitting up abruptly, breathing heavily, and drenched in cold sweat. After a moment of disorientation, he glanced around. It was 3:31 a.m. It turned out it was just a nightmare. Alexei got out of bed, went to the living room, and gulped down a large glass of water. Returning to the room again, he fell weakly onto the bed, but his mind was still preoccupied with the nightmare. He really knew too little about Julianne's background. Perhaps even he hadn't noticed that ever since he was reborn, there had always been a lingering fear in his heart. He feared that what he had just dreamed would someday become reality. Bai family, Alexei muttered to himself. He tried to recall all the memories from his past life, but found no information about the Bai family. In his previous life, he was at best a millionaire, which might be considered wealthy by ordinary people's standards. But Alexei knew that compared to the truly top-tier aristocrats, he was nothing more than a nobody. From various details of his past life, it could be inferred that Julianne's true origins were far from simple. Just as he was lost in thought, his phone alarm suddenly rang. Last night, before going to sleep, he had set an alarm specifically. After calming his chaotic thoughts, he turned off the alarm and hurriedly opened the live broadcast channel for the World Cup on his phone. South Korea 2 o'clock Germany. Seeing that the match had already ended, Alexei rushed to fill in his detailed information on the back end. Beep. As the electronic tone sounded, Alexei felt a jolt in his seat. Here it comes. Staring at the balance on his account, he counted very carefully. Ones, tens, hundreds, 10,000, 100 million. Even after deducting various fees, he still had 370 million. Though they were just numbers, the visual impact was overwhelmingly strong. Dazedly staring at the screen for a moment, Alexei chuckled to himself. In his past life, he had spent over a decade being a lick dog, a man excessively flattering someone, and then risked his life in business endeavors, eventually reaching a net worth of just barely 10 million. And that was with Julianne's secret assistance. Now, at 18 years old, he had earned 10 times that amount overnight. And this was just the beginning. Feeling somewhat rejuvenated from his initial lethargy, he didn't know what Julianne's true origins were or how powerful the so-called by family might be. But he had time. 300 million was just the start. In the future, he would have 3 billion, 30 billion, and perhaps even 3 trillion, let alone the Bai family, even if other powerful families like Xiao, Qian, Sun, and Timothy appeared. Anyone who stood in his way to reach Julianne would be crushed underfoot. After motivating himself with a few doses of self-encouragement, Alexei hugged his phone contentedly and drifted back to sleep. As for the remaining matches, the odds were quite average. Although he could make some money by continuing to bet, these gains were insignificant to him now. He just wanted to make some money to accumulate startup capital, not aiming to become the world's richest person overnight, which was unrealistic anyway. If he really had trillions flowing through his account in a short period, it would definitely attract attention from relevant authorities, leading to unnecessary troubles. The next day, Alexei still woke up early. Because it was the weekend, his father wasn't going to work and was busy preparing breakfast. Seeing his father with dark circles under his eyes and a sullen look, Alexei couldn't help but chuckle. He knew his father liked watching football matches and guessed that he was another victim last night. Alexei took out another bank card, having already transferred 250,000 yuan into it earlier. Lorenzo, take this card. Of the 300,000 yuan scholarship, I kept 50,000 for myself. I can cover my university expenses. Upon hearing this, Gillis immediately smiled broadly. Great, great, great. Finally, someone in our old Timothy family is making it. Son, Lorenzo will keep this money for you. Even if you don't need it in college, we can save it for your marriage and house in the future. Lorenzo, don't overwork yourself too much in the future. After I go to college, I'll have a lot of scholarships and bonuses. Or why don't you just quit and let your son take care of you? How about that? Alexei said with a playful tone. Gillis laughed and scolded. You little brat. Your old man hasn't reached the age where he needs to be supported by you yet. Focus on your studies, and when you make it big, you won't have to tell me. I'll naturally enjoy life through you. Alexei knew his father's nature well. He was one who couldn't stay idle. After breakfast, Alexei greeted his father and left the house. He hopped on his electric bike and began the first step of his plan to get rich. In front of a commercial building near number 4 Zofiatal School, Alexei parked his bike and made a call. Hello, who's this? A slightly weary male voice came from the other end. Mr. Timothy? I want to talk business with you. The commercial building at number 183, Sejong Road. I'm interested in buying it. Want to discuss? Before Alexei finished speaking, he heard a clattering sound followed by the man's urgent voice. Sir, may I know your surname? Alexei. The man on the phone sounded thrilled as he replied, Mr. Timothy, where are you? I'll send someone. No, I'll come personally to meet you. Let's talk face to face. No need. Give me an address, and I'll come to you. After hanging up, Alexei received a message. He mounted his electric bike and headed towards the destination. Inside an office, Timothy Hai Zofiang was hurriedly tidying up his desk, setting out tea utensils, and wiping down the surface. After a busy session, he adjusted his increasingly sparse hair in the mirror. Recently, due to financial shortages, he had been losing his hair. He owned a commercial building that looked good but was practically useless. Despite repeated rent reductions, tenants were still leaving, and no one wanted to buy the property. Timothy's son, be alert. We're expecting an important guest soon. The assistant named Timothy's son nodded eagerly. Knock, knock, knock. Hearing the knocking, Timothy's son rushed to open the door while Timothy Hai Zofiang straightened his clothes and stood up, ready with a warm smile to welcome the VIP. Creak. The door opened, and Timothy's son bowed repeatedly. Hee hee, Mr. Timothy, welcome, welcome. It's a pleasure to. Timothy Hai Zofiang chuckled and extended his hand, but froze when he saw who walked in. Chapter 69. Spending Zofialians lavishly. Who brought their son to the company? Seeing the teenager standing outside the door, Timothy Hai Zofiang instantly became furious. Bringing his son during working hours was bad enough, but this kid was also strikingly handsome. Didn't he know that Timothy Hai Zofiang had been suffering from severe hair loss lately, almost leading to appearance anxiety? Foster, who allowed you to bring your son to work? This is ridiculous. Foster, boss, I'm 25 this year and unmarried. Timothy Hai Zofiang. After clearing his throat strategically, Timothy Hai Zofiang said, Young man, this is a private office. Did you come to the wrong place? However, Alexei outside the door just smiled and strode in. President Timothy, I am Alexei. Nice to meet you. Timothy Hai Zofiang was taken aback, staring at this 18-year-old boy, his mind gone blank. What, President Timothy, won't you let me come in and sit down? Or do you plan to discuss business here? Alexei chuckled. Mr. Timothy? Please come in. As a businessman, Timothy Hai Zofiang quickly recovered, yet he still looked very skeptical. How could an 18-year-old kid have any kind of business with him? Selling wholesale summer homework? Timothy Hai Zofiang felt tricked and scratched his head in frustration, pulling out another hair. Mr. Timothy, what you said on the phone, is it true? Timothy Hai Zofiang asked suspiciously. Perhaps due to his skepticism about Alexei's identity, Timothy Hai Zofiang even forgot basic hospitality. Alexei didn't mind this and casually fiddled with the tea set in front of him, pouring himself a cup of tea and sipping it leisurely. President Timothy, let's be straightforward. Name your price. If it's reasonable, we'll sign the contract. Looking at Alexei's calm demeanor, Timothy Hai Zophiang was slightly surprised. This wasn't how an 18-year-old should behave. After a moment of contemplation, Timothy Hai Zophiang held up 2 fingers. 20 million. Since Mr. Timothy intends to buy, you should know that although the commercial building has some age, its location is actually excellent. Moreover, as far as I know, a top scorer came from number 4 high school this year. Number 4 high school will definitely become a key high school in the future. The commercial building closest to number 4 high school is this one, which has great potential. Honestly, if it weren't for urgent need of money, I wouldn't sell it for 20 million. Half of what Timothy Hai Zophiang said was true, half false. He knew that the building might have great potential, but it would take time. Given his current financial situation, he couldn't wait any longer. Alexei put down his teacup and gently tapped the desk with his fingers. President Timothy, I came here with full sincerity, but it seems President Timothy isn't very sincere. As you said, the location is indeed good, but the foundation and facilities are outdated, and many tenants have already moved out. Even if there's potential, the timeline remains uncertain. As Alexei spoke calmly, Timothy Hai Zophiang was increasingly shocked by his words. If not for Alexei's youthful face, Timothy Hai Zophiang would have thought he was dealing with a seasoned businessman. Realizing this, Timothy Hai Zophiang no longer underestimated Alexei. Such eloquence and presence surely weren't those of an ordinary person. Plink. Finishing his words, Alexei gently put down the teacup. 10 million, that's my offer. President Timothy, don't rush to disagree. My last word is, if you agree, I can pay in full right now. After speaking, Alexei stood up and laughed lightly. Within 2 hours, I hope President Timothy can give me an answer. After all, I'm not very patient. Tap tap tap. Alexei deliberately slowed his steps, but each step seemed to weigh heavily on Timothy Hai Zophiang's heart. A price war tested who could remain calm. Timothy Hai Zophiang bet that Alexei would turn back, but as Alexei got closer to the door, he couldn't help feeling uneasy. His current financial situation couldn't wait any longer, and Alexei's offer of immediate payment was truly tempting. Watching Alexei's back, Timothy Hai Zophiang felt extremely anxious, his face displaying a myriad of expressions like a grand drama performance. Click. Alexei reached for the door handle and slowly opened the door. Hearing no response behind him, the corner of Alexei's mouth twitched. Old fox. So calm indeed. But he knew that turning back now would cost more than 20 million. Though he was wealthy now, he had many upcoming expenses, so it was best to save where possible. Finally, just as Alexei put one foot out, Timothy Hai Zophiang's voice came hurriedly from behind. Mr. Timothy, please wait. Hearing this, Alexei smiled, turned around, and calmly looked at the running Timothy Hai Zophiang. As per what Mr. Timothy said, 10 million. President Timothy is indeed smart. It's a pleasure doing business with you. Alexei chuckled and extended his hand. Timothy Hai Zophiang, upon hearing this, could only laugh bitterly. He had been in business for more than half his life, yet he lost a price war to an 18-year-old. After shaking hands to finalize the deal, they immediately drafted the contract, signed it, and placed their fingerprints on it. Then, Alexei promptly transferred 10 million into Timothy Hai Zophiang's account. Declining Timothy Hai Zophiang's invitation to stay, they exchanged contact information, and Alexei left. At such a young age, to have such composure and be able to casually take out 10 million. Could he be the son of some prominent family? Timothy Hai Zophiang mused. Boss, I remember. Wasn't there a top scorer from number 4 high school named Alexei as well? Assistant Foster said belatedly. Timothy Hai Zophiang was startled upon hearing this. He looked toward the door, his mouth opening and closing repeatedly, then hurriedly took out his phone. Hello? Honey, come home right away. We need to have another son. Outside the building, Alexei rode his electric scooter, humming a tune. If nothing unexpected happened, in 2 or 3 months, the 10 million he spent would at least multiply by tenfold. He wondered if Timothy Hai Zophiang would regret it then. Halfway through his ride, Hideo called him. Hey, Alvis, did you see the message in the group? It says we all need to go to school this afternoon for a graduation ceremony and take graduation photos. Are you going? Thinking that he didn't have anything urgent to do at the moment, Alexei agreed. Yeah, I'm nearby the school. See you there. 10 minutes later, Alexei arrived at the school. As soon as he parked his bike, Hideo came running over, hugged him, and started boasting. Haha, Alvis, my dad bought me a new laptop, over 5,000 bucks. Gaming is super smooth, haha. Come over tonight and try it out. He then lowered his voice slyly and added, I even got an extra hard drive with 100 gigabytes of torrents. All kinds of content. Pick whatever you like. Japanese, Korean, American, European. Alexei looked down on Hideo and said, try not to watch too much. Can your body handle it? With that, he walked forward briskly. Even beast content. Alexei stopped in his tracks at Hideo's words. Alexei, Omega, send me the torrents. Chapter 70. Fangirl Magnet. Inside the campus of number 4 high school. Despite it being the weekend, the school was still bustling with people. Apart from the boarding students from the first and second grades of high school, the rest were graduates who had come to attend the ceremony and take graduation photos. However, a peculiar phenomenon occurred within the campus. Passing students were whispering amongst themselves, especially the female students, who would gather in small groups with stars occasionally sparkling in their eyes. The focus of everyone's attention and discussion was Alexei and Hideo walking down the road. Fangirl 1. Onaji overall Onaji look, it's senior Alexei. I heard he's going to be the top scorer in the college entrance exam. Fangirl 2. / greater than over equal to less than over equal to. / senior Alexei is so handsome. I really want his autograph. Fangirl 3. Why didn't I notice that we have such a godlike senior like Alexei before? He's good-looking and an excellent student. The girls were utterly smitten with Alexei. Alexei couldn't help but sigh softly at the sight. If being handsome is a sin, then I must be extremely guilty. Being too outstanding can also be troublesome. You, don't walk with me when you go out in the future. Hideo quietly gave him the middle finger. How come no fangirls flocked around him despite both being 18-year-old males? But for Hideo, there was one advantage. Almost all the girls were clustered together, and he could feast his eyes on them. Suddenly, he spotted two familiar figures. Not far away, Raven and Ellen walked side by side, listless, having received notifications to attend the ceremony and take graduation photos. Timothin. Hideo nudged Alexei and nodded his head toward them. Seeing this, Alexei turned his head. Upon recognizing Raven and Ellen, he quickly looked away without giving them a second glance. Yet that single glance made the surrounding fangirls swoon, chirping excitedly. Fangirl 4. Senior Alexei is looking at me. He's looking at me. Fangirl 5. You're lying. Senior Alexei was clearly looking at me. While the timid fangirls argued over whom Alexei was looking at, the bolder ones were already sending flirtatious glances. Fangirl 6. Senior Alexei. You're so handsome. Can you be my boyfriend? I study dance, you know. Fangirl 7. Me. Senior Alexei. I'm a little rich girl. Be my boyfriend, and I'll support you. Fangirl 8. Senior. I can do tsundere and Lolita. Whatever style you like, I can manage. The bold remarks from these high school girls, along with their youthful appearances, left Alexei somewhat overwhelmed. He mentally recited Shao Magnus' name 10 times to keep his mind from straying. Naturally, Raven and Ellen noticed the commotion as well. Seeing Alexei again, Ellen felt a bitter smile creep onto her lips, feeling rather unpleasant, especially seeing so many girls expressing admiration towards Alexei. Jealousy surged within her unexpectedly. Beside her, Raven wasn't as domineering as usual, but muttered under her breath. What's so great about him? No matter how outstanding Alexei is, he was just Worm's dog before. Hearing this, Ellen felt as though she'd been stabbed in the heart. Yes, Alexei used to be her dog, but back then, he was short, weak, and introverted, nowhere near worthy of her. But now, Alexei had become handsome, good at basketball, very manly, and an excellent student, even topping recent college entrance exams with reportedly more than 200,000 renminbi in scholarships. Why? Why did such an outstanding Alexei suddenly dislike or even despise her? Ellen couldn't figure it out and couldn't accept this fact. Looking at Alexei's silhouette, unrealistic fantasies lingered in her mind. If only Alexei could confess to her now, saying everything before was just an act. If that happened, she might seriously consider giving him a chance. Unfortunately, all she saw was Alexei's back. From start to finish, Alexei hadn't even spared her a second glance. After breaking free from the crowd of fangirls, Hideo couldn't stop grinning. Haha, Timothin. You didn't see Ellen and Raven's expressions just now. They were priceless. Especially Ellen. She must be regretting it right now. She truly deserved it. In the past, she ignored you, while now, she can't even match up to you. But from now on, you won't have much interaction with her. Otherwise, she'd probably turn into your dog. Upon hearing this, Alexei smiled meaningfully. No interactions? That's not necessarily true. Ellen owed him, and he had every debt clearly recorded. In the school auditorium, all the graduating seniors were unusually wide awake despite the speeches from teachers and leaders on the stage, sounding like repetitive educational sermons. Everyone knew this was their last class of high school. After the graduation ceremony, under the teachers' arrangements, students from each class took graduation photos. Come, our top scorer in the college entrance exam must stand at the front. Amidst the admiring and envious gazes of his classmates, Alexei was forcibly dragged to the front by Crosby, right in the middle. Come, everyone, look at the camera. Yes, just like that. Hold it. 3, 2, 1. Click. The 1/30th second shutter speed captured all the memories from 3 years, 1,095 days, freezing them in this moment. On the playground, they wrote their names on each other's short-sleeved shirts belonging to good friends. They mustered the courage to confess secrets they had kept for 3 years. Sierra, I've always liked you. Can we take a picture together? Basim, actually, the time you got caught cheating, I reported you. Sorry. TT, Diamond. I'll miss you so much, woohoo. We won't be in the same school. Who will go to the bathroom with me during breaks? Everyone from dorm 302. Keep in touch. If you get bullied in college, just say it in the group chat, and we'll fly over immediately. Woohoo. It feels like just a blink, and we're really graduating. I don't want to leave, woohoo. There were too many things left unsaid, too many things left undone, too many people they wanted to see. Goodbyes were always hard. The main theme of graduation was reluctance and sadness. Girls hugged each other, sobbing into tearful messes, while boys also teared up. At this moment, all emotions and reluctance were genuinely heartfelt. Feeling the heavy atmosphere of farewell, even Alexei couldn't help but feel a lump in his throat. 3 years of youth, brief yet full of regrets. Perhaps this was why people always cherish their youth. They had truly graduated. Chapter 71. Farewell to Youth. Every year during graduation season, young people would celebrate their final escape from the prison called school. Time little did they know, they were leaving a paradise and entering the real prison after college. On campus, Alexei was walking with Hideo. Looking around, Alexei couldn't help but feel puzzled. Since the commencement ceremony and group photos, he hadn't seen Diana at all. Logically speaking, such an important event shouldn't be missed by Diana, her being the Chinese teacher. After the graduation photo session, he intended to ask Crosby about it, but lost track of Crosby afterward. He assumed that Crosby probably sneaked off to cry in the bathroom. Passing by the nearby teacher's apartment, Hideo suddenly lit up and nudged Alexei vigorously. Xiaolin, at 9 o'clock. What a goddess. Hearing this, Alexei turned his head. A girl wearing a beige body-hugging short dress caught everyone's eyes near the teacher's apartments. Her slender figure was particularly charming, especially those white, long legs beneath the skirt and her black hair flowing gracefully behind her. She was a stunning sight indeed. When did such a beauty appear in our school? Let's go see what she looks like. Hideo grabbed Alexei and rushed over eagerly. With his hands in his pockets, whistling casually, Hideo pretended to admire the scenery, but his glances never left the beautiful back of the girl ahead. Inspired by this moment, I just want to recite a poem. Cough, graceful turtle dove on the riverbank. Lovely lady. What's your QQ? Alexei was speechless. What a nonsensical poem. Suddenly, the girl in front stopped. Seeing this, Hideo thought his sweet words had worked. Hideo, are you flirting with a teacher? The woman's voice, clear as a silver bell, carried a faint hint of mockery. Recognizing the familiar voice, Alexei was stunned. When the woman slowly turned her head, Hideo turned green with fear, then quickly put on a serious look and said to Alexei, Xiaolin, I forgot to turn off the gas at home. Talk later, bye. And with that, he hurriedly left. Alexei shook his head, amused, then looked closely at Diana, feeling surprised as well. No wonder they mistook Diana for a student earlier. Diana's delicate features were enhanced by her light makeup, giving her an innocent charm. Her black hair flowed freely, and beneath the beige dress, she wore black leather shoes. Especially eye-catching was the purple hair clip in her hair. Anyone could mistake her for a high school girl. Teacher Zhang, it's been days since we last met, and you've become even more beautiful. Uriel, and I thought you were one of the students. Alexei laughed lightly. Hearing this, Diana covered her mouth with a gentle laugh, showing none of her usual, 3 great masters, demeanor. The top scorer in the college entrance exam is always so sweet. But please don't call me teacher anymore. I've resigned. Saying the word resigned, Diana seemed to have let go of a burden. Resigned? Yes, colleagues and the principal tried to persuade me. Since I taught you who became a top scorer, my salary and benefits increased significantly, and I should have continued to work hard. But I decided to quit. Initially, I only took this job because my family arranged it. I never enjoyed teaching. Alexei was slightly surprised but not too shocked. He knew Diana would eventually resign, just not so soon. According to past events, Diana didn't resign until 2 or 3 years after he graduated. Seemed like the words they exchanged that night while having skewers sped up the process. Why not wait until after the graduation photos before quitting? Many students were looking for you, Alexei asked. Because I was afraid I'd be too sentimental to leave. Diana shrugged gently and casually tucked the wind-blown strands of hair behind her ear. Do you know, Alexei, I should have resigned long ago. My life shouldn't be like this. Just as you said that night, I've lived to be what others expected, forgetting the life I truly desire. Though I can't choose my birth, I want to make choices for my future. I'm already 26 years old. How many years of youth do I have left? In the future, I want to be in control of my own life. And I realized, although I didn't like this job, after getting along with the students for so long, I would still feel sentimental deep down. Knowing that the graduation scene would lead to tears, I feared I might change my mind if I saw them. Although this farewell seems abrupt, consider it a selfish whim of mine. Looking at Diana's delicate face, Alexei felt quite sentimental. No wonder his teacher in the previous life could achieve such success all by herself. Making decisive decisions like this requires a character and decisiveness that not everyone possesses. By the way, Alexei, let's take a photo together. It can be my keepsake since you were the top scorer I taught. In the future, I can brag about it. Diana smiled as she shook her phone, her playful demeanor making Alexei's thoughts somewhat confused. He really couldn't figure out what Diana went through in the previous life to become like that. Sure, taking a picture with a big beauty like you, Sister Zofia, I can also boast about it. Alexei joked. Upon hearing this, Diana shot him a flirtatious glance and huffed. Don't be disrespectful. You dare to make fun of your teacher now? Sister Zofia, you're no longer a teacher. Alexei chuckled and took Diana's phone. Come on, Sister Zofia, say cheese. Click. The sun was just right, and the breeze gentle. The 2 people in the photo were exceptionally happy. Looking at the photo on the screen, Diana suddenly felt a twinge in her nose. Turning to look at Alexei, the glaring sunlight made the outline of the boy in front of her blurry. The wind of July brought a whiff of a feeling that made her inexplicably sentimental. It turned out this was the taste of youth. The word youth seemed far away from her. Since childhood, everything had been arranged by her family. She could only grow up step by step according to plan, work, with no excitement or interest in her youth. But in Alexei and her students, she knew youth should be spent freely without regrets. No matter how reluctant, it was time to say goodbye now. Alexei, in the future we will probably... Diana forced a smile and was about to speak when Alexei unexpectedly asked, Sister Zofia, have you eaten yet? Diana, no, not yet. Hearing this, Alexei snapped his fingers. Why don't we eat together then? This meal, let's consider it a celebration for you starting a brand new life. My treat. Chapter 72. A chance to spend time with your teacher. On the Bund, street number 18. Inside a music restaurant, Alexei was ordering dishes. In contrast, Diana seemed extremely uneasy, her expression somewhat awkward. She still couldn't believe that she would actually be having dinner here with her former student. Although she had resigned, Alexei was indeed once her student. It felt peculiar for a teacher and a student to dine alone in such a restaurant. It almost felt like a date. All right, just these, please bring them quickly. Alexei handed the menu to the waiter, then glanced at Diana who looked very uncomfortable and smiled gently. What's wrong, Sister Zofia? Nothing, just feeling a bit strange. Hearing this, Alexei replied teasingly, got it. Do you feel like we are on a date as a couple? SK, brat, you're getting more and more daring, saying nonsense. Diana's face turned red as she shot Alexei an annoyed look. Don't worry, Sister Zofia, I have no other intentions towards you. Really? Diana asked doubtfully. Hearing this, Alexei shrugged and said jokingly, if it were not true, would it be okay? You, taking advantage of your teacher. Sister Zofia, you forget, you're not my teacher anymore. With Alexei's playful antics, Diana felt less restrained. Soon after, the dishes started arriving one by one. Perhaps influenced by his previous experiences, Alexei ate without much ceremony. In comparison, Diana ate gracefully, nibbling daintily as most beautiful women do. When a few skewers of kidney arrived, Alexei took a whiff and thought they smelled heavenly. He couldn't understand why anyone would think kidneys were stinky. This was the best taste in the world. After eating 2 skewers, Alexei suddenly noticed Diana glancing at him furtively from time to time. Though he was handsome now, Alexei wasn't narcissistic enough to think Diana was checking him out. Following her gaze, Alexei looked at the kidneys in his hand and immediately understood. Hi, another 5 skewers of kidneys, please. Alexei called out. When the kidneys arrived, he pushed them directly to Diana's side. Sister Zofia, their grilled kidneys are exquisite. Want to try some? Hearing this, Diana's eyes lit up. She had hesitated earlier because it was already embarrassing enough for a single female teacher to dine alone with a former student. Asking for more food would have made her even more uncomfortable. But now, since Alexei offered first, she could accept it without feeling too awkward. Really? Then I'll give it a try. Diana pretended to be curious, but her watery eyes betrayed her childlike excitement. She gently tore off a piece of kidney and chewed slowly, her cheeks slightly puffed up. Alexei was puzzled as he noticed Diana taking small bites, yet she finished all 5 skewers in no time. Under the influence of good food, Diana gradually let down her guard as a teacher and began chatting with Alexei. After finishing most of the meal, Alexei patted his stomach and asked, by the way, Sister Zofia, what are your plans next? Going back home? Hearing this, Diana shook her head. I don't want to go home. As for my future plans, I will do something I want to do, like starting a media company or venturing into other fields. I majored in media and business administration in college with a dual master's degree. However, starting a business is challenging, so I plan to travel around and find a company to gain experience and connections first. As this topic came up, Alexei's eyes twinkled. Finally, they were getting to the heart of the matter. This was the main reason he invited Diana for dinner today. Since Sister Zofia wants to start a business, why not join me? Diana was taken aback and asked curiously, you're starting a business? Yes, the company hasn't been established yet, but I'm planning it. I'm currently working solo, and my company will also focus on the media field. Anyway, as you said, you're looking for a job to start with, so it's better to keep things within the family. I formally invite Sister Zofia to be my personal assistant with a monthly salary of 15K. What do you think? Hearing this, Diana suddenly picked up Alexei's glass and sniffed it. That's odd. It's just juice. Can juice get you drunk? Clearly, she didn't believe Alexei. Sister Zofia, what's your WeChat number? Let me add you, Alexei said. The conversation shifted too quickly, leaving Diana baffled. Nonetheless, she added Alexei on WeChat. Ding. An alert sounded. Diana checked her phone and was shocked to see a transfer of 15K from Alexei. Sister Zofia, I'm not joking. This 15K is an advance payment. 1 month probation period, then we'll discuss the official salary. This is outrageous. This money should be your scholarship. It's too irresponsible, and I won't take this money, Diana said. Upon hearing this, Alexei simply picked up her phone, accepted the 15K, and then put it down. Here, Sister Zofia, I've prepaid your salary. From now on, you're my person. The phrase, you're my person, made Diana's face turn rosy red as she scolded softly, nonsense. Who is your person? I won't take this money. She grabbed her phone to return the money. Alexei stood up and pressed her small hand with his long fingers, looking at her seriously. Sister Zofia, I told you, I'm not kidding. Although it's still in the planning stage, I really intend to start a company, and you will definitely help me when the time comes. Seeing Alexei's serious expression, he indeed didn't seem to be joking. How about this, Sister Zofia? Keep the money for now. In no more than half a month, my company will be up and running. Once you truly believe me, we can talk about signing a contract. If the company hasn't started by then, you can return the money. Okay. Alexei spoke so earnestly that Diana wondered if he was really going to start a company. After hesitating for a moment, she finally nodded. All right, I'll keep the money for you. But who runs a company like this? Paying $15,000 during the internship period? Aren't you afraid I might not be competent enough for this salary? I believe in you. Alexei replied with just 4 words. But those 4 simple words, I believe in you, deeply touched her heart. Just then, an elderly lady holding a bouquet of flowers approached and said, Young man, would you like to buy a flower for your girlfriend? Hearing their relationship misunderstood, Diana blushed even more and noticed Alexei was still holding her hand. She scolded him gently, You naughty boy, haven't you taken enough advantage yet? Realizing this, Alexei quickly let go and smiled awkwardly. After politely declining the elderly lady, Alexei returned to his seat. The atmosphere became a bit awkward, but eventually, Diana broke the silence. Why do I feel like you invited me to dinner today just to get me to work for you? Alexei chuckled and replied, What else? Did Sister Zofia really think I wanted to pursue you? After being teased a few times, Diana felt both flustered and annoyed, but then she also huffed playfully and blinked at Alexei, wanting to tease him back. If you really want to teach her, wouldn't mind giving you a chance. Chapter 73. We were both betrayed. Inside the restaurant, Alexei had just lifted his glass to sip some juice when Diana's provocatively suggestive words made him spurt it out with a poo. Wiping his mouth, Alexei looked somewhat embarrassed. Snicker, snicker. Diana covered her mouth and let out a string of melodious laughter like silver bells. All right, I was just teasing you. I have no interest in a kid like you. Besides, you must have someone you like too, right? Diana winked at Alexei with a hint of gossip. After all, she had noticed Alexei's attentive care for Julie Ann during her time at the school. She could tell something was up from the way he treated her. With Diana's teasing, Alexei didn't bother to explain but simply smiled, tacitly acknowledging her implication. However, her words transported his thoughts hundreds of miles away. Unconsciously, a silhouette surfaced in his mind. Magnus, what are you doing now? On the stage, the singer's magnetic voice slowly resounded. When you're on the other side of mountains and hills, I'm on a lonely road without an end. I often feel your breath behind my ears, but never felt your breath against my heart. Oh, Zophiasing you is a disease. Missing you is a disease. The song, Zophiasing you is a disease. Simple yet catchy melody, plain but heartfelt lyrics expressed countless couples' longing. After leaving the restaurant, it was already evening. The Bund, Riverside Bridge. Alexei followed behind, while Diana walked ahead. Dressed in a beige short skirt, Diana walked briskly with hands behind her back, her fair and slender legs moving under the hem as if dancing a lively waltz. She was exulting in freedom, in a brand new life. At this moment, even the wind blowing from the river felt free. Pausing, Diana turned around with her hands still clasped behind her back, smiling at Alexei. Alexei, thank you. This is the happiest day I've had. At that moment, Diana wasn't the Chinese teacher standing on the podium but her most authentic self. A gentle breeze messed up the hair by her ears, which she casually tucked behind them. Her form-fitting short dress became even more clingy in the wind, and under the twilight, her figure shimmered with a radiant glow. Alexei merely nodded slightly, watching Diana's graceful silhouette, sometimes cheerfully jumping or taking selfies. He felt a certain inexplicable emotion stirring in his heart. His growing closeness to Diana wasn't due to a lustful attraction towards his teacher's beauty. With Julie Ann in his life, he honestly couldn't have other thoughts about any women. Even though Diana was almost perfect, he could only admire her from afar. What he valued more was Diana's capability. Just as Diana had asked earlier in the restaurant, why did he trust her so much? The reason was simple. In his previous life, Alexei had heard too many stories about Diana. Within 2 or 3 years after graduation, Diana resigned and started a business from scratch. Within less than 10 years, she secured her place in media and business. In his last life, after marrying Ellen, he once met Diana at a charity gala for business elites. But back then, Diana appeared cold and indifferent, far removed from his memories of her. And the last news about Diana he heard was her suicide by jumping off a building. Subsequent media reports revealed that her family and company executives had embezzled all her shares and even forced her into an arranged marriage. The news was widely publicized with endless speculations. But all these mysteries vanished with Diana's demise. Thinking of these incidents, Alexei felt a sympathetic pity toward Diana. In a sense, he and the Diana from his past life shared a similar fate. They both suffered betrayal from their closest people. Alexei knew that bone-piercing hatred and resentment. So he wouldn't possibly stand by and watch Diana repeat the same tragedy. Moreover, in this life, he had grander commercial ambitions, and Diana would be an excellent ally. Alexei, what are you doing? Addy up. From afar, Diana waved to Alexei. Hearing this, Alexei reined in his thoughts, responded with a shout, and ran up to her. The sun was setting ahead, but it would always rise again. When that happened, everything would be fresh anew. August, scorching summer. At the driving test center, having passed the 4th subject smoothly, Alexei had his driver's license in hand. Timothy, isn't that too fast? Passing all subjects in one go. Elwin took the second subject 3 times. If I fail again, it's over. Hideo grumbled. You only practice sporadically. No wonder you can't pass. School starts in 40 days. You need to think about how to handle it. Anyway, I plan to buy a car after school starts, so don't say I won't lend it to you for dating, Alexei said. Upon hearing this, Hideo immediately perked up. Damn, you're going to buy a car? Did you win the lottery? Oh right, you got that 300,000 scholarship. Practice it. Elwin's going to practice right now. Motivated by the prospect of dating, Hideo was like a man energized. Despite the midday heat, he sped off on his electric bike straight to the driving school. Alexei shook his head with amusement and then rode his own electric bike home in a leisurely manner. On the way, he made a detour to number 183, the commercial building on 4th Zofiatal School Road, which he had bought from Timothy Hyaming. Seeing the few open shops still in operation, Alexei wasn't worried at all. He never planned to rent them out anyway. They were soon to be demolished. It would be foolish to try renting them. When he got home, his father Gillis hadn't returned from work yet. After eating, Alexei went to a nearby internet cafe. Not for gaming, but to log into the SME Equity Transfer Trading Center. This year, online media was rapidly developing, though not yet at its peak. Many entrepreneurs were jumping in, sensing an opportunity. Of course, most were small and medium enterprises, SMEs. Only a small portion managed to profit significantly, while the majority struggled and eventually decided to sell off their shares. Searching through, Alexei didn't find what he was looking for and gave up. Although he now had Diana as a valuable asset, his plan still lacked one key person. Rubbing his sore eyes late into the night, Alexei finally logged off and went home. After some idle chit-chat with his father, Alexei went back to his room and set the alarm. The next day, morning sunlight filtered through the curtains, stirring Alexei from his sprawled-out sleep. Ring ring. Hearing the alarm, Alexei groggily opened his eyes. Reaching under his pillow for his phone, he yawned lazily and repeated the routine. Starting UC browser. Logging back into the SME Equity Transfer Center, he fought off drowsiness and browsed through listings one by one. Seeing the transfer information for DG Network Company, Alexei's eyes widened. He rubbed them and clicked in. Seeing the name Jarrett, he smiled. Haha, finally found you. Chapter 74. I really am not trying to show off. Xinjiang District, Jiangzhou. A slightly dilapidated 2-story building. DG Network Company's owner Jarrett sat at his desk, frowning as he stared at the 99+ back-end messages on the screen. He had poured 2 years of his heart and soul into this company. Unfortunately, the financial hole dug by the debt crisis was too big. To cut losses, he decided to sell the company and look for opportunities to make a comeback. Timothy said at 3 million yuan, it might be a bit expensive by market standards, but in his eyes, this was the hard work of him and his entire team over 2 years. Looking at all the private messages negotiating the price, with better offers at 2.9 or 2.8 million yuan, and worse ones trying to have the price, it left him feeling rather frustrated. Ring ring. Suddenly, his phone rang. Glancing at the unknown call from Yongcheng, Jarrett hesitated for a moment before answering. Hello, DG Network Company, this is Jarrett. Who's calling? Hello Mr. Du, I'm Alexei. I saw your company's transfer information, and I have an intention to acquire it. Hearing the young man's voice on the phone, Jarrett frowned. He had received dozens of calls that day. Initially, he had been enthusiastic, but there were too many people trying to negotiate prices, or just chatting without follow-up. He didn't hold much hope and stuck to routine responses. Mr. Timothy, you should be aware of the company's situation. The price is 3 million yuan, no room for negotiation. Alright, no problem. Mr. Du, give me an address, let's meet tomorrow. Alexei's quick agreement left Jarrett stunned. He thought Alexei would negotiate, but didn't expect such an immediate agreement. Finally, someone wasn't negotiating the price. So Jarrett perked up a little and replied cheerfully, sure, the address is Xinjiang District, Jiangzhou. Meanwhile, Yongcheng, in the bedroom of the Timothin family. Alexei held the phone, jotting down the address Jarrett gave him. Great, see you tomorrow, Mr. Du. After exchanging pleasantries, Alexei hung up. Originally planning to go tomorrow, but while having breakfast, he grew restless. Afraid any delay might cause issues, he decided to handle today's matters today. Taking out his phone, he sent a text message to Jarrett saying he'd come in the afternoon. Putting away his phone, Alexei tidied up quickly. First, he found a print shop to print out detailed information about the DG Network Company. Back home, noticing it was still early, he took a nap to ensure he was at his best for the afternoon meeting. Noon. Awake, Alexei immediately called Diana. Hey, Sister Zofia, tidy up now, send me an address, I'll pick you up later. Alexei went straight to the point. Diana's soft voice on the phone carried a hint of sleepiness, sounding like she had just woken up. Where are we going? Jiangzhou. Adiary up and pack. Remember to send me the address. Bring your ID too. With that, he hung up. Soon after, Diana sent over the address. Not too far away, Alexei took a cab directly to her place. About 10 minutes later, the car stopped. Alexei got out just as Diana stepped out. Wearing a light blue fitted sportswear outfit, with her hair in a high ponytail and light makeup enhancing her exquisite face. Even in simple sportswear, Diana exuded her unique charm. Seeing her dressed like this, Alexei raised an eyebrow. Sister Zofia, why did you come out in this? Alexei asked. Diana huffed. I was taking a nap, then you suddenly told me to go to Jiangzhou in a rush. How could I have time to change clothes? Forget it. We'll talk when we get there. Did you bring your ID? Alexei said. Yeah, Alexei, are you really taking me to Jiangzhou? Diana seemed unsure. We'll talk on the way. Alexei didn't want to waste words and hurriedly urged Diana into the car. At the airport, when Alexei came back with the boarding pass and waved Diana through security, she finally believed he was truly taking her to Jiangzhou. On the plane, Diana still hadn't fully grasped what was happening. What was supposed to be a beautiful afternoon nap turned into an unplanned trip to Jiangzhou with Alexei. Suddenly, she looked at Alexei with suspicion. Hey, what exactly are you taking me to Jiangzhou for? You're not planning to take me somewhere unfamiliar and then? Seeing Diana's suspicious expression, Alexei couldn't help but laugh. It seemed Diana had become more relaxed since resigning. Sister Zofia, do I look like that kind of person? Alexei asked. Diana sized him up and down, then nodded seriously in response. You do. So, what exactly are we doing in Jiangzhou? Spill it. Hearing this, Alexei handed over the documents he had printed earlier. We're here to acquire this company. I've prepared some materials on it. You can go through them for a better understanding. Diana took the documents, casting a doubtful glance at Alexei before immersing herself in reading. I've skimmed through it. This company seems quite promising. The operational model and development concepts for the next few years are commendable. Unless they can expedite the creation of their core software and release it to the market, but that would require significant manpower and capital. More importantly, it needs time. Overall, the transfer price should be around 2 to 3 million yuan at most. After listening to Diana's analysis, Alexei nodded repeatedly, his eyes filled with appreciation. Right, I've already negotiated with them over the phone. We settled on 3 million for the acquisition. This trip is just about finalizing the details, and if everything goes well, we'll sign the contract. Hearing that Alexei was ready to spend 3 million for the acquisition, Diana suddenly covered her mouth and chuckled softly. You little kid, saying 3 million so easily. You know, equity transfers require cash flow, and it has to be paid in one lump sum. Do you even understand what 3 million in cash means? To Diana at that moment, all talk of acquiring a company seemed like something Alexei had made up just to take her to Jiangzhou. As for why he wanted to take her to Jiangzhou, she couldn't guess. But no way would she believe that Alexei could really come up with 3 million to buy a company. 3 million? That's a lot. Alexei scratched his nose awkwardly. He swore he was being sincere, not trying to show off at all. Sure, it's not much. Let's see how long you can keep up the act once we get there. Forget it. Let's treat this as a trip to Jiangzhou. I'll even meet some friends while we're at it, and I'll split the cost of the plane ticket with you. Diana pulled out her phone and started playing with it. Alexei was speechless. It seemed he had been underestimated. Well, when they got there, Diana would know the truth. The journey from Yongqing to Jiangzhou wasn't too long, only about an hour. After landing, let's go. Aren't we going to acquire a company? I want to see where you're taking me, Diana said. Not yet. Alexei hailed a taxi and asked the driver to take them to the nearest shopping mall. Upon arriving, Diana couldn't help but laugh. This kid had talked so confidently about spending 3 million to acquire a company and insisted on dragging her to Jiangzhou. Turns out, he was just taking her shopping. Chapter 75. What's your 3 measurements, Sophia? Diana, who had been single all her life, had a blank dating history up to now. Despite her good looks, she never lacked admirers around her. Yet, from childhood to adulthood, she had never been in a relationship. She originally thought that some of her previous whimsical thoughts were rather absurd. But now, Alexei was actually taking her shopping. This made the previous whimsical thoughts pop up again involuntarily in her mind. Could it be that Alexei really had feelings for her by bringing her to Jiangzhou? Aware of the thoughts surfacing in her mind, Diana shook her head hurriedly, gently biting her lip with her white teeth. No, this can't happen. Though Alexei was indeed very outstanding, it truly couldn't happen. After all, they once had a teacher-student relationship, and she was 8 years older than Alexei. While Diana was lost in her thoughts, Alexei suddenly stopped walking. Unaware, Diana bumped into Alexei's back. Calmed down after steadying herself, Diana then noticed that it was a Gucci luxury store right in front of her. Seeing Alexei walk into the store, Diana was taken aback. Hey, Alexei, this is Gucci, a luxury store. Alexei acted as if he didn't hear anything and walked straight into the store. Seeing this, Diana could only grit her teeth and harden her resolve to follow him inside, thinking that after Alexei saw the prices, he would probably retreat gracefully. This wasn't a place for ordinary people to afford. Alexei walked around the store, looking around. Before long, a female clerk appeared with a polite professional smile on her face, showing no disdain for Alexei's youth or his cheap outfit. Hello sir, welcome to Gucci, may I assist you? Seeing the courteous attitude of the clerk, Alexei was slightly surprised, feeling a bit disappointed deep down. This script isn't right. According to the novel's plot, dressed in goods from the flea market, shouldn't these luxury store clerks look down on him, calling him a poor boy, and then he would show off by slamming money on their faces, waiting for them to kiss up. Darn it, he missed a chance to brag. Alexei chuckled, pointed at Diana behind him, and replied, pick an office suit for her. OL style would be nice. Sure, please follow me. However, Diana hurriedly stepped forward, her tone somewhat displeased. Alexei, who said I wanted to buy clothes here? Zophia's sister, although you are naturally beautiful, this outfit doesn't suit you. After being led by the saleswoman to the area for women's office attire, Alexei started selecting while pinching his chin. He glanced at the mannequin, then turned to size up Diana's figure. Zophia's sister, what are your 3 measurements? Alexei asked. This question instantly flushed Diana's fair cheeks with a blush. Alexei, this kind of joke is not funny at all. If you continue like this, I will really get angry. Diana was clearly a bit upset. This guy actually asked about her 3 measurements in such a situation, something that should not be casually spoken of. Hearing this, Alexei just shrugged. He wasn't really an 18-year-old kid without any experience. If she wouldn't tell him, he would have to guess. I see. Your height is about 167 centimeters, waist and chest. Let me calculate. Alexei pinched his chin, pondering to himself. However, this easily misunderstood intimate gesture already made Diana quite irate, and she gave Alexei a gentle punch, saying angrily, "What are you looking at? Don't stare. Zofia sister, since you won't tell me, I have to observe on my own. How about you try on this set first?" Alexei pointed to the office suit on the mannequin. He simply found this outfit pretty and fitting for Diana's temperament. It was absolutely not because there was black stockings in the set. By now, Diana almost confirmed that all talk about acquiring companies was a gimmick. Alexei brought her here and bought her luxury goods, which indicated he had feelings for her. Suppressing her anger, Diana said, "Alexei, I don't know where you learned these tricks to pursue girls, but I'm not a gold digger girl and Julian she. Forget it, if you continue like this, I'll really be disappointed in you." Seeing Diana misunderstand him, Alexei laughed bitterly. "What are you talking about, Zofia sister? Do you think I want to keep you?" "Pa, don't say it so vulgarly," Diana scolded. Alexei pointed at the mannequin and continued, "Zofia sister, I told you, we're really here to discuss business. You are my personal assistant, and you can't go like this, right? We're only 2 people, and I'm so young. You need to uphold the image for me, right? Wearing an OL-style suit when discussing business is reasonable, right? Zofia sister, you don't want my entrepreneurial plan to fail even before it starts, right?" Upon hearing this, Diana hesitated again. Could it be that she misunderstood? Really? Diana tilted her head and asked, "Yeah, more real than gold. Zofia sister, time is tight. Once we get there, you'll know. If I really deceived you, at worst, you can come back and return the clothes, or turn around and go back to Yongqing. I absolutely won't stop you." Since Alexei had said this much, Diana could only nod with determination. "Well, alright, even if it's really for business talks, there's no need to buy such expensive clothes. Your scholarship fund is limited anyway." Muttering these words, Diana walked towards the fitting room. Before long, when Diana emerged, Alexei was instantly impressed. A neat black tailored suit, with a white lace collar blouse, accentuated Diana's already tall and slim figure. Of course, the finishing touch was the black stockings and high heels. Diana had been a teacher before, carrying an inherent charm of a female teacher. Now she exuded the elegance of an OL professional woman as well. This dual charm combined released an intellectual and mature beauty to its utmost extent. Alexei crossed his arms, smiling and nodding repeatedly, growing more satisfied with each look. He thought inwardly, how could Uriel resist such a lure? If he wasn't loyal enough to little Magnus, he might not be able to resist either. On the other hand, Diana felt somewhat uncomfortable examining the tailored suit on herself. Since becoming a teacher, she hadn't dressed like this for a long time. She felt uneasy, especially when Alexei stared at her in that way, making her cheeks feel hot. But deep down, there was also a faint joy. For nothing else, a man's appreciative gaze is the best affirmation for a woman. No woman dislikes being praised. It's a natural trait. What are you looking at? Stop staring. Diana waved her fists threateningly. Everyone appreciates beauty, Zofia sister. This outfit suits you perfectly. It looks very beautiful. After saying this, he turned to beckon the sales assistant. We'll take this one. Before paying, Alexei also picked out a casual outfit for himself. Quality comes with a price. Even though the design looked simple, the texture, along with his handsome face, gave him a hint of the look of a rich young master. Finally, at checkout, they spent a total of over 50,000 yuan. Of course, just Diana's outfit alone cost 50,000 yuan. At that moment, Diana felt so heartbroken that she didn't dare to cut the price tags off, thinking about finding a chance later to return the clothes and give the money back to Alexei. In her view, Alexei's scholarship was limited. Giving her advance wages and buying luxury goods was simply reckless. On the roadside, Alexei hailed a cab. All preparations were ready. It was time to meet Jared. Driver, Xinjiang New Area, by Sha Road number 54. Chapter 76, The Real God of Wealth. Inside the taxi, Alexei was leaning against the seat, eyes closed, trying to rest. Diana, sitting beside him, watched his calm demeanor with a mind full of doubts. This kid is really too composed. Adiumph, I wonder where you'll take me next. But when they got out of the car and saw the slightly old 2-story office building in front of them, along with the sign that read DG Network Company, she was stunned. Diana's small mouth hung open in surprise as she looked at Alexei with astonishment. Could it be that Alexei is really here to acquire this company? Jared, who had been waiting at the entrance for a long time, was pacing back and forth, occasionally checking the time. Before long, he saw Alexei and his companion walking toward him. At first, he didn't think much about Alexei because he was too young, looking like an 18 or 19-year-old boy. "Mr. Du, sorry to keep you waiting," Alexei said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Jared was taken aback and sized up Alexei. The one who agreed to buy his company for a flat price of 3 million yuan was actually this student-looking teenager. However, seeing Diana right behind Alexei instantly dispelled his doubts. "Mr. Timothy, nice to meet you." Jared shook hands with Alexei. This is my assistant, Diana. Alexei pointed to Diana beside him. Hello, Zofia Shong. Diana responded with a nod and a smile but felt a bit uneasy inside. The company was real, and so was Jared in front of her. But could Alexei really come up with $3 million in cash? What if Alexei just didn't want to lose face in front of her, so he forced himself to act confidently? How would things end if he couldn't produce the money? Xiao Timothy, go bring the car over and book a private room at Dinghong Hotel. Jared instructed his assistant, clearly planning to discuss things with Alexei while dining outside. But Alexei waved his hand and said, there's no need for that. Mr. Du, let's talk in your office. Well then, please follow me. Inside the company, Jared led the way while Alexei followed, glancing around occasionally. The scale wasn't large. Fewer than 20 employees were visible. At this moment, Diana sped up, walking close to Alexei and whispered, you're pushing yourself too hard. Think of an excuse to slip away later. Big sister Zofia, actually, I'm really wealthy. Alexei said seriously, even considering whether to show his balance, but thought it might seem pretentious. He wanted to stay low-key. You, Adiumph, forget it. Let's see how you handle this. Diana turned away angrily. As Jared and Alexei entered the office, many employees perked up their ears. After all, they hadn't been paid for several months. Whether the company could be sold was also crucial to their livelihoods. In the office, although they had communicated briefly on the phone earlier, perhaps due to Alexei's youthful appearance, Jared reiterated some points. Mr. Timothy, as I mentioned on the phone, the only requirement is a one-time payment. Also, there's something I need to clarify. Here, Jared became slightly embarrassed and continued. Including myself, we have 18 employees, but their salaries have been delayed for 3 months. Rest assured, Mr. Timothy, if we sign the contract, I will pay their salaries. However, regarding their future and specific benefits, I can't make decisions. Also, this floor is rented, and the lease will expire in about 5 months. Hearing this, Alexei chuckled lightly. Not a problem. To show my sincerity, I'll pay the outstanding salaries of DG Company's employees. If they wish to stay, they can retain their positions, and we can discuss their compensation later. If you're concerned, we can include these terms in the contract. As for the premises, I'll find a new place afterward. These aren't issues. Jared, his assistant, and Diana were all momentarily stunned, feeling as if their brains had short-circuited. Isn't he just a big fool? No. To Jared, this wasn't foolishness. This was the real god of wealth. But Diana panicked, nudging Alexei secretly with her high heels and giving him desperate signals. Who negotiates business like this? Not bargaining is bad enough, but why offer to pay more? Is the mind of a top scholar this eccentric? In contrast, Alexei simply smiled at Diana, assuring her not to worry. If there are no other issues, Mr. Du, let's draft the contract now. I'll transfer the payment right after we sign it. Jared's mouth nearly twisted into a smile at this, as he hurriedly instructed his assistant to prepare the contract. Come in, Mr. Timothy. Have some tea while we wait and chat. They began to chat casually. During their conversation, Jared became increasingly impressed with Alexei. Despite his young appearance, his speech, demeanor, and aura were completely at odds with his age. When the contract was ready, Alexei reviewed it several times and found no issues. After both signed the contract, Alexei transferred the money on the spot. Mr. Du, please check your account, Alexei said. Jared hurriedly took out his phone as instructed, but he froze when he saw the transaction details. 4 million? This, Mr. Timothy, is there a mistake? The acquisition price for the company was 3 million yuan. Including all employees' salaries and allowances for the past 3 months, it was only 20,000 yuan more, totaling 3.2 million as clearly stated in the contract. Mr. Du, I told you before that I admire you and see great potential in this company. The extra amount can be considered as your salary. You will still manage the team here, with an annual salary of 800,000 yuan initially, subject to adjustment later. Alexei's words left Jared speechless. In fact, when he first received the money, besides feeling relieved, he also felt a bit disappointed. After all, from now on, this company would have nothing to do with him. Thinking about the years of effort he had poured into it, he couldn't help but feel a bit sentimental. But he hadn't expected that Alexei not only wanted to retain the existing team, but also offered him an annual salary of 800,000 yuan. Earlier, when Alexei had proposed paying off the overdue employee salaries, Jared had inwardly rejoiced, thinking Alexei was overly generous. But now, Alexei's actions made him feel genuinely ashamed. Mr. Timothy, what, unwilling? Or do you think the salary is too low? Alexei chuckled lightly. No, I'm willing. Very willing. Jared nodded vigorously, afraid Alexei might change his mind. Hearing this, Alexei smiled. Flattery is optional, but timely help is invaluable. Winning hearts is often this simple. He would rather let go of the current team than lose Jared at any cost. In his eyes, Jared was truly the god of wealth. I look forward to our successful cooperation, Mr. Du, Alexei said. Jared responded promptly. Successful cooperation. Mr. Timothy? No, Boss Timothy, from now on, you're the boss. The detailed handover will be handled by my assistant. This company will retain its original staff and name. Later, I'll establish a new company, and this one will become a subsidiary. Saying this, Alexei smiled broadly and turned to look out the window, his thoughts drifting far away to that person. The new company will be called Dreamcha Network Technology Group. Chapter 77, Booking a Room and Waiting for You. DG Network Company. Inside the office area, Jarrett gathered all employees at the office door and then announced the conversation content with Alexei. When they heard that Alexei had settled all their wages in one go and would retain the original staff, the crowd erupted. Great. I'm not out of a job. I can continue working with Brother Gang. Long live Brother Gang. Jarrett raised his hand to signal for silence, turned sideways, pointed at Alexei beside him, and said loudly, "We should thank Mr. Timothy. From today, he is our boss. Let's cheer for our boss. Long live Boss Timothy. Boss Timothy is awesome. Boss Timothy is dominant. Boss Timothy is invincible." These past few months, everyone had been carrying a heavy burden on their hearts. At this moment, it was finally released. Watching this scene before him, Alexei clapped his hands while the corners of his mouth lifted involuntarily. He hadn't expected that his selfish decision to keep Jarrett would unintentionally create such solidarity among the employees. The only person who felt out of place was Diana at that moment. Her mind was still in a daze, unable to recover for a long time. Especially when she heard the rising chants of Boss Timothy. It made her realize how ridiculous her previous thoughts were. Alexei had actually spent 4 million yuan to buy a company and became the boss directly. So it seemed that Alexei's initial goal was to acquire this company from the beginning. As for what she thought was taking her shopping and trying to pursue her, those were just her misconceptions. Thinking about this, Diana didn't know what to feel. Sister Zofia. Seeing Diana lost in thought, Alexei spoke softly. What? Diana came back to reality. That follow-up work here will be handed over to you. I'll go find a nearby hotel first. Send me a message when you're done. If everything goes well, we'll have to stay here overnight. Handed to me? Hey, Alexei, are you just going to be a hands-off boss? Diana asked. I have more important work. Sister Zofia, don't worry. I believe in you. Those 4 words, I believe in you, always touched Diana deeply whenever she heard Alexei's unwavering trust. Got it. Hurry up and go. I've realized I've fallen into a pit, Diana said in a huff. Haha, Sister Zofia. Can't help it. After all, you are mine now, Alexei teased. Upon hearing this, Diana's fair cheeks quickly flushed red, and she waved her fists. Are you asking for a beating or what? What nonsense are you talking? Alexei laughed heartily a few times, gave some instructions to Jarrett, and left the company. Before leaving, Jarrett insisted that Alexei drive his Mercedes C-Class, saying it would be convenient wherever he went. Unable to refuse, Alexei agreed. Before leaving, he also picked up an unused laptop from the company since he had a lot of work to handle. After leaving the company, Alexei first found a hotel nearby. Because he had to present his ID in person to book a room, Alexei could only book one for now. Yeah, he really forgot about this point. No other reason. In the room, it took him more than 2 hours to create a business plan and development PowerPoint presentation. He had been thinking about these things for a long time, so they came together quite quickly. Looking at the time, he guessed Diana was still busy with the handover. What was most urgent now was solving the location problem. Jarrett's current space was rented, and its location was a bit remote. The place was too small and old, obviously inadequate. Chintang New District. I remember there's a pretty good spot. Searching his memory from the previous life, Alexei recalled a place in Chintang New District that met his requirements. In the previous life, Jiangzhou, as the center of domestic media culture, attracted countless internet technology and media companies. Especially with Old Ma's establishment, it boosted Jiangzhou's reputation in the media era. And Chintang New District developed very rapidly in the next few years, becoming a top player in the internet industry nationwide. Property prices and various industrial consumption soared, making it undoubtedly the CBD of Jiangzhou. Fortunately, this place wasn't too far from Chintang New District downtown. It was just a 20-minute drive. Within a bustling commercial street, there were standalone office buildings and whole 3 to 4-story commercial buildings. After wandering around for an hour, Alexei finally chose a 5-story standalone office building. The huge LED sign on the rooftop advertised leasing information. Alexei called immediately. Hello, this is Node Real Estate Company. Alexei got straight to the point and explained his intention. Mr. Timothy, please hold on. I'll transfer you to our general manager, who will talk to you in detail. Soon, the call was transferred to General Manager Casey. Originally, Casey had asked for 600 million yuan, but Alexei did not agree. After about 10 minutes of negotiation, they finally settled on a price of 450 million yuan, paid in one lump sum. With the price agreed upon, Alexei, adhering to the principle of finishing today's work today, drove directly to sign the contract with Casey and completed the transfer procedures. This office building, located in the bustling downtown area of Chintang New District, thus became Alexei's asset. Having secured the location, Alexei wasted no time driving to register the company, Mingchen Network Technology, and merged his DG Network Company into Mingchen Technology as a subsidiary. By the time he finished these tasks, night had already fallen. In the car, Alexei felt somewhat tired after running around all afternoon. But thinking that he had taken the first step today, he couldn't help feeling excited. This place would be the first base from which he would build his business empire. On the way back, Alexei first sent the hotel location and room number to Diana, instructing her to hurry back once she was done because they had important matters to attend to together. Back at the hotel room, Alexei refined some details of the PowerPoint presentation. After finishing this, he took off his clothes and went into the bathroom. A cold shower refreshed him considerably. While in the shower, Alexei heard the door opening outside and then a housekeeper asking if cleaning was needed. He shouted a few sentences from the bathroom, sending the housekeeper away. At the same time, in the hallway outside the room, Diana, who had just finished her work, was looking for the room number 702. It's here. Seeing the cleaner outside room 702, Diana subconsciously thought this was the person who had just cleaned her room. Auntie, no need to close the door. I'm in 702, Diana said. Hearing this, the cleaner looked Diana up and down, then sighed, saying, what a pity, such a pretty girl. These young people nowadays, alas. Then she pushed her cart away with a sigh. Pity? Diana was puzzled, not knowing what the auntie meant by her words. Glancing at the half-open door, she pushed it open and walked in. Chapter 78. An awkward encounter between a man and a woman. Inside the room, Diana, who had been busy all afternoon, rubbed her temples lightly with her slender fingertips. Alexei, that despicable guy, is clearly exploiting me. Pouting her cherry lips, Diana grumbled to herself as she took off her coat and hung it on the hanger casually, stretching lazily. The slim-fit white lacy blouse accentuated her fiery figure even more. Tap, tap, tap. After walking a few steps in high heels, Diana looked down around her, wanting to change into slippers and rest for a while. Unexpectedly, she found a pair of men's shoes in the shoe cabinet. This made her freeze. What was going on? How could there be a pair of men's shoes in her room? Before she could react, the glass door of the bathroom suddenly opened, and Alexei came out wrapped in a towel. They stared at each other awkwardly, and the atmosphere became uncomfortable yet somewhat suggestive. Outside the window was a city lit up by neon lights. Inside, a big bed, a man wrapped in a towel, and a beautiful woman in an OL uniform with black stockings. What kind of explosive scene would follow? After a moment of eye contact, Alexei recovered first. He covered himself with both hands and smiled awkwardly. Zofia Shong, why didn't you knock before coming in? That one sentence made Diana blush deeply, feeling both angry and embarrassed. You're in my room? This is my room, Alexei replied. Your room? Did you only book one room? Diana got furious. At this point, Diana suddenly remembered that Alexei had sent her a room number earlier and told her to come early because they had something important to do together. 2 people, only one room booked, and Alexei had just taken a shower. The important thing to do. Could it be? No wonder that cleaning lady had said those confusing things earlier. Diana's expression changed, initially thinking it was just her imagination. But now, Alexei actually wanted to. This wasn't just a hint. It was too direct. Alexei, you've disappointed me. Do you think I'm some easy woman? Seeing Diana misunderstood, Alexei was at a loss, neither laughing nor crying. Zofia Shong, you misunderstood. I didn't mean to book a room with you. Pa, and you still say. Diana was truly upset, unable to describe her feelings. She grabbed her coat from the hanger and turned angrily to leave. Zofia Shong, it's really a misunderstanding. As Diana walked a few steps, she didn't notice the water stains at the bathroom door. Her steps were rushed, and her high heels slipped, causing her to cry out as she fell backward flat on her back. Seeing this, Alexei acted quickly, rushing forward and grabbing Diana. But due to the inertia, he lost control and fell backward with her. With a dull thud, Alexei served as the cushion, and Diana landed in his arms. Hearing Alexei's groan, Diana was also quite startled. Alexei, are you okay? Did you hit anywhere? Seeing Alexei's eyes closed without a word, seemingly fainting, Diana panicked but quickly calmed down, regretting her actions. On the ground, Alexei squinted his eyes, saw Diana's face, and finally couldn't help but laugh. Seeing this, Diana froze for a moment before recovering and stood up angrily. Good job, Alexei. Can you play such jokes so easily? Zofia Shong, can you get off me first? I need to get dressed. Only then did Diana realize how embarrassing their position was, and she hurriedly stood up. Quickly put your clothes on. Diana turned away and said. After standing up, Alexei put on his clothes and took the opportunity to explain the situation to Diana. He even called the front desk to prove his innocence. After much effort, Diana finally let go of her concerns. So what was the important thing you mentioned? Diana asked. I made a PowerPoint presentation about corporate planning. Zofia Shong, could you please take a look? Alexei guided Diana to the table as he spoke. After sitting down, Alexei opened the presentation and began explaining seriously. Diana was capable, and he genuinely wanted to hear her opinions. Sitting beside him, Diana stared at the computer screen but couldn't calm her mind. Especially the faint scent of shower gel coming from Alexei made her cheeks inexplicably burn, and images from earlier kept flashing through her mind. She hadn't noticed before, but this young man seemed to have a good physique, even abs. It seemed she accidentally touched them when she fell earlier. Realizing the odd thoughts in her head, Diana was shocked. How shameful. As a former teacher, she shouldn't have such chaotic thoughts. Zofia Shong? Zofia Shong? Alexei called out several times before Diana finally snapped back to reality. Were you listening to me? Alexei asked. Yes, I was listening. Once she gathered her thoughts, Diana focused entirely on the content of the PowerPoint presentation. Alexei also became more animated as he spoke, his eyes showing a faint excitement. Snap. Finally, Alexei snapped his fingers and turned to look at Diana. Sophia, what do you think? Looking at Alexei in front of her, with water droplets still clinging to his hair after his shower, his clean-cut features, and his youthful enthusiasm shining through his eyes, Diana was momentarily lost in thought, curiosity about Alexei growing thickly in her heart. In just a few months, from being the lowest performing student to becoming the top scorer in the college entrance exam. At just 18, he overcame the shadow of his family background that had plagued her for over 20 years. Now, he spent 4 million yuan to buy the company and become its owner. Moreover, this PowerPoint presentation showcased an understanding of business operations and internet media development that was incredibly forward-thinking. According to Alexei's vision, if properly executed, Mingchen technology could develop into a formidable entity within a few years, potentially rivaling or even surpassing giants like Kuaishou and Douyin. What exactly did this young man go through? Which Alexei is the real one? Unconsciously, Diana's curiosity about Alexei had reached its peak. Oh no, am I falling in love? Women should never be curious about a man because it always starts with curiosity. Several times, Diana almost opened her mouth to ask, filled with so many questions she wanted to understand. Alexei seemed to notice something and squinted his eyes into crescents. Sophia, are you very curious why I know so much? And where all this money comes from? Diana nodded vigorously, her big, watery eyes full of curiosity. It's very simple. Look at what's above my head. Alexei suddenly pointed at his head. See what it is? Diana. Look at what? The air? Or the ceiling? Hey, don't keep me in suspense, just tell me. Diana urged. Alexei smiled and winked at Diana. This is the protagonist's aura. Diana. Chapter 79. Squeezing Sister Sophia. In the hotel corridor, Diana, who had been pressed into service by Alexei for several more hours, left the room in high heels, dragging her tired body. Inside the room, Alexei smoked a cigarette after his work with great satisfaction, feeling like he was living as blissfully as a god. Of course, this after referred to serious work matters. Just now, he and Diana had buried themselves in research for several more hours, revising the PowerPoint presentation from beginning to end again until he was satisfied. After closing his laptop, Alexei walked to the window and stretched lazily. The city night view outside was visible without any obstructions. If there were no accidents, he would spend the next few years here. Most importantly, in this city, he needed to continue the relationship he missed with Julianne in his previous life. Thinking of that little one, Alexei's mouth unconsciously curved into a smile. Taking out his phone, he flipped through his contact list. When Julianne left earlier, he gave her a new phone with a SIM card he had set up. His fingers tapped rapidly on the keyboard, drafting a long message, deleting it, then rewriting it. A too long message seemed too sentimental. He was worried Timothy Magnus might be repulsed. Too short, though, felt too aloof. After much consideration, Alexei sent a simple message. Timothy Magnus, what are you doing? Alexei suddenly realized that the phone didn't have his number saved, but Julianne should recognize him. A ding sound came. Hearing the notification, Alexei quickly grabbed his phone. Is this Alexei? I just finished helping my grandmother tidy up and was about to sleep. Holding the phone, Alexei pounced onto the bed, crossing his legs, looking every bit the carefree 18-year-old boy. Zophius me? Send a photo. No. Seeing the two words from Julianne, Alexei couldn't help but smile broadly. He could already imagine Julianne, hiding under the blanket, only her small head exposed, cheeks flushed red. Standing up, Alexei positioned himself at the window and took a handsome selfie, which he promptly sent over. Use it as your wallpaper. Look at it when you miss me. This time, he waited almost 10 minutes before receiving a reply. I'm going to sleep. Okay, good night. Alexei sent another message but received no response. That night, he slept unusually soundly with his phone in hand. The next day, Alexei got up early, had breakfast with Diana at the hotel, and then headed straight to the company. In the conference room, Jared and all employees were seated together. Alexei sat at the head of the table while Diana stood by the screen, presenting the PPT they prepared last night. During the presentation, Alexei added a few sentences. Our current main plan is to become independent and separate from Kuaishou and ByteDance. We need our own core app. Therefore, I will establish a development department responsible for R&D, as well as a market department for promoting and guiding users to the app after its release. Regarding the core mechanisms of the app, we should combine elements from the two leading platforms based on current market demand. Alexei's additional explanation instantly painted a grand picture of market prospects in everyone's minds, including Jared. Everyone was impressed, admiring Alexei's insight. Experts recognized the depth of it. While previously they were impressed by Alexei's financial power, now they sensed the exceptional capability of this overly young boss. Jared smacked his lips. Boss Timothy, to be honest, your idea is quite forward-thinking and bold. This is akin to snatching meat from the mouths of two fierce beasts. As you mentioned, we aim to focus on video recording daily life, using big data to match user preferences, streamlining content accordingly, and eventually creating an all-inclusive social platform for all social strata, even combining it with traditional sales. However, there's one issue. It's fine, please continue. Alexei gestured for Jared to keep speaking. Jared nodded, relieved to proceed. Based on my experience over the past few years, most users tend to follow trends blindly, especially fans of top influencers on those two major platforms. They've accumulated a significant following, and with their matrix strategy, their influence will only grow stronger. This point, Jared could think of, and the reborn Alexei naturally could as well. No one understood better than him how influential a blogger or influencer with a massive fanbase could be in the coming years. But for now, it wasn't a problem. those influential figures wouldn't emerge in the next few years. What he needed to do was wait for the right moment and seize the opportunity and play the role of the latecomer, intercepting their success. It's simple, dig and search. I will give you a list later. The people on it are key targets. As for their year, treatment, and money, that's not a problem. With Alexei's words, Jared had an idea. As long as the money was there, everything could be discussed. After briefly discussing some other matters, everyone went back to their tasks, while Alexei kept Jared behind. Boss Timothy, is there anything else you need me to do? Asked Jared. Have you recently been in contact with a pair of brothers called Randall Rother Irwin and Timothy Brother Irwin? Alexei asked. Jared furrowed his brows, thinking for a long time before shaking his head bewilderedly. Alexei wasn't surprised by this reaction. According to the timeline of his previous life, Jared became dazed and confused for more than half a year after selling the company and only met those two brothers by chance the next year. No problem. He could still intercept them. He would have Jared, this talent scout, find these two outstanding brothers earlier. Gang, I have a special task for you. By whatever means necessary, find these two brothers and sign them at all costs. Hearing Alexei's solemn tone, Jared responded seriously, no problem, boss. I'll start right away and inform you as soon as I have news. Jared left after agreeing, leaving only Alexei and Diana in the conference room. Alexei, there's something I've been curious about, Diana suddenly said. What is it, Sister Sophia? After a moment of thought, Diana spoke. Isn't what you're doing too risky? Such a large investment. Have you considered the consequences? And also, aren't you putting too much trust in Jared? Handing so many core tasks to one person seems a bit dangerous. Alexei understood Diana's concerns. Don't worry, Sister Sophia. I know what I'm doing. Some things must be handled by him, especially with these two brothers. His involvement is crucial. Who exactly are these two brothers? Diana asked, puzzled. Alexei gave a mysterious smile and blinked. You'll know eventually. In his previous life, Langine dominated the online industry, and these two brothers rose to become the top figures, rapidly increasing their net worth from obscurity. They even founded the Six Pigs Group, pushing the internet and virtual sales industries to new heights. The world only knew Randall Rother Irwin and Timothy Brother Irwin, unaware that Jared was the true mastermind behind it all. And not just these two brothers and Jared. The list Alexei planned to compile included many pillars of the online industry from his past life. He had to intercept them all. Whether such actions were improper or might cause unpredictable butterfly effects, potentially altering the course of history in this life. Alexei didn't care. He had already been reborn. If he didn't seize this opportunity to make money and accumulate capital now, why bother being reborn? Let others deal with their own affairs. He couldn't be bothered. He didn't want a future where he would be powerless to prevent the tragedy that befell Julianne in his previous life from repeating itself. Ding-ling-ling. At this moment, the phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, Alexei suddenly slapped his forehead, realizing he had overlooked something important. Chapter 80. Mysterious Figure. The call connected, and then came the anxious voice of his father, Gillis. Son, where have you been? You haven't been home for 2 days. I almost called the police. Alexei had come to Jiangzhou in a hurry and was so busy that he forgot to inform his father. Lorenzo, I'm in Jiangzhou. I'll be back after a few days of play. I also plan to visit the school beforehand. After briefing his father, Alexei hung up the phone. After collecting his thoughts, Alexei looked at Diana somewhat awkwardly. He couldn't stay in Jiangzhou forever and had to go home to prepare for college enrollment. But he couldn't leave this place unattended either. Sister Sophia, in a few days, I might need to go back, so? Although he didn't finish speaking, Diana guessed what Alexei meant and gave him an aggrieved look with her beautiful eyes. So you're going to be a lazy boss again, right? Hee, to each according to their ability. Please take care of things here, Sister Sophia. Seeing Alexei's hands clasped together in a humorous gesture, Diana couldn't help but laugh lightly. All you know is talking nonsense. Who made me get on your bandwagon? Your management style sure is casual, entrusting such a big project to me without worrying about failure. Sister Sophia, I believe in you, Alexei said firmly. Feeling Alexei's unwavering trust, Diana felt both moved and helpless. This time, she really had no choice but to do her best. All right, I'll manage it well for you, Boss Timothy. Diana intentionally emphasized Boss Timothy, making Alexei laugh heartily. In the following 2 days, they divided tasks. Diana refined the details of the PPT and assigned tasks, while the new office building started renovation, which required Alexei to communicate with the responsible parties. On the third day, Jake Gillis called Alexei several times more, urging him to return home to see his grandparents before school started. Alexei knew his father well. Seeing his grandparents was just a side reason. The main purpose was to let the top college entrance exam score boost the family's reputation. After booking his flight, Alexei returned to Yongqing. Considering the time, staying 1 day in his hometown and resting would make it almost time for college registration. On the plane, Alexei napped briefly until landing. After getting off the plane and turning on his phone, Alexei saw over 10 missed calls from Hideo. Great. It seemed like he owed Hideo a lot of money. Hideo even cared more than his own father? Ring. Sure enough, Hideo called again. As soon as the call connected, Hideo's loud voice came through. Damn it, Xiao Timothy. Where have you been fooling around? Haven't seen you for days. I just got back from Jiangzhou. Your sister. You went out without me? Done loving me? Give me half an hour to meet me at Mario Esports, or I'll block you. Just wait. Alexei hung up and took a taxi home. After tidying up simply, he sent a message to his father and leisurely walked to Mario Esports. Hideo had already turned on the machines and bought 2 bottles of carbonated drinks and snacks for Alexei to help him rank up. Alexei thought after being busy for days, playing some games would be relaxing. But from the moment he left the fountain, messages flooded his phone. Damn it. Use Flash on him. Are you playing skin games? Xiao Timothy. What's wrong with you? Ancestral Flash? 666. Flash grave moving, is that it? Can you handle it? Hideo, who was mouth strong, kept commenting nonstop, praising and criticizing. Alexei replied to messages and played, getting annoyed all the time. You try if you can do it. Seeing Alexei angry, Hideo grinned and put his finger to his lips in a zipping motion. I'll shut up. You do your thing. Laughing and teasing each other, time passed quickly. Leaving the net cafe, it was already nighttime. Back home, his father had prepared a table of dishes. After dinner, they arranged the trip to his hometown for the next day. Tired from a day of activities, Alexei went to bed early. The next day, with the sun high in the sky, Alexei slept in and finally set off for his hometown with his father, Gillis. Bayshore Village, Alexei's hometown. Walking on the dirt road, looking around this land where he was born, Alexei felt many emotions, feeling slightly melancholic. Hey, Lorenzo of the top scorer is back? Hey, Lorenzo of the top scorer, come over my place for a drink later. Have you eaten yet, Lorenzo of the top scorer? As for Gillis, his father, he was beaming with pride at every call of Lorenzo of the top scorer, even developing some acne from smiling too much. Alexei, equals. Why did it feel like his dad was the one who aced the college entrance exam? At the village's east end, a small rural courtyard. Lorenzo, Mom, quickly, our top scorer is back. Where are they? Just entering the yard, Gillis started shouting. After his words, a man in an apron came out of the house, looking somewhat like Gillis. This was Alexei's uncle, Timothy Zhenghao. Don't shout, brother. The old two went for a walk and haven't returned yet. Oh, Bohan has returned too. Come on in. Alexei smiled and greeted his uncle. Inside, his father and uncle busily prepared a meal, chatting merrily, engrossed in conversation. Even in his previous life, whenever Alexei returned home, there was one place he always visited. Lorenzo, chat with Felix. I'm going to see Mom. His father and uncle suddenly froze, especially Gillis, who looked uncomfortable. Felix gave his brother a meaningful glance, then chuckled, saying, all right, go on. Just come back early, don't miss dinner. Okay. Alexei nodded and rode off on his electric bike. A few kilometers outside the village stood a small cemetery. Row 4, plot 08. This number was etched into Alexei's memory, because his mother, whom he had never met, was buried here. The day your mom gave birth to you, she hemorrhaged unexpectedly. The hospital couldn't save her. These were the exact words his father told him when he was 12. Looking at the cold gravestone before him, Alexei's face didn't show sorrow or pain, just an inexplicable calmness. Was he too heartless? He couldn't say. He only remembered how as a child, he would constantly demand his father to bring him to his mother. People often said, there's no love like a mother's, and a child with a mother is treasured. But later on, he grew numb, because not having experienced it made him feel less unlucky as he grew older. Of course, he made a conscious effort to remember Mom and to be filial. So whenever he came back to his hometown, he would visit here to sit for a while, despite not knowing what his mother, buried beneath the gravestone, really looked like. Click. Alexei pulled out a photo from his pocket, lit a lighter, and burned it. A photo of his college entrance exam results. As the photo burned, he placed the ashes in a basin in front of the gravestone. I've come to tell you, I finished the college entrance exam. I'm the top national science scorer. Oh, by the way, I've earned a lot of money, several billion, and opened my own company. I've grown up and found a girl worth loving for life. In the future, I will probably marry her and have 2 kids, a boy and a girl. I actually have the biggest secret that nobody knows, not even Lorenzo. If you want to hear it, I can secretly tell you. Sitting before the gravestone, Alexei spoke a lot. This was a habit he developed as a child. After a long time, or perhaps not long, Alexei stood up. He fished out a cigarette, about to light it, but paused and glanced at the gravestone. Forget it, you probably wouldn't like me smoking. See you next time. It might be a long wait. Alexei waved and turned away, never looking back. But on the road, he suddenly raised his hand to rub his eyes, as if the wind blew sand into them. Riding off on his electric bike, the cemetery returned to silence. Not long after Alexei left, a figure emerged from the hidden corner of the cemetery wall. The person stared straight at the direction Alexei had gone, holding a bag filled with fruit and incense candles. With a slightly hunched back, the figure watched Alexei disappear entirely before lowering their gaze. Tightening the grip on the bag, the person limped into the cemetery, easily finding row 4, plot 08. Chapter 81. The Dream of Countless Men. In the courtyard of the old family home, Alexei returned just in time for mealtime. The 5 members of the family sat around the table together. At the dinner table, Elwin and Patsy kept serving Alexei food and meat, fearing that their eldest grandson might not eat enough. Grandson, eat more. This time you've really made our old Timothy family proud. I never thought that our family would produce a top scholar. My dear grandson, next time if you want to eat anything special, remember to tell Grandma, and I'll cook it for you. They say grandparents dote on their grandchildren, and as the only grandson of the Timothy family, Alexei had been treated like a precious gem since childhood. Come, Lorenzo, try this original flavored wine I brought back from the factory. It's very fragrant. Elwin, Felix, and Gillis began drinking at the table. Haha, come on, Bohin, have a toast with your uncle. Now everyone in the factory knows that I have an excellent nephew who is the top scholar in the college entrance exam. Your uncle also benefits from you. Third son, don't let Bohin drink alcohol. Lorenzo, Bohin is already an adult. A little bit of alcohol. Ouch. Lorenzo, why did you hit me? At the table, Elwin was so angry that he flared his nostrils and glared fiercely, while Felix looked miserable, causing everyone to laugh heartily, creating a very harmonious atmosphere. After 3 rounds of drinks, all 3 were slightly drunk. Felix Timothy Jinghao suddenly sighed softly and said, "Sigh, if elder brother were here too, that would be perfect." As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere at the dining table became awkward. Jake Gillis had just picked up a peanut with his chopsticks when his hand suddenly trembled and froze in midair. Elwin, on the other hand, put down his wine glass heavily. Third son, how many times have I told you never to mention him? I, Timothy Hongwei, do not have such a rebellious son. Cough cough. Elwin was clearly very angry and started coughing hard. Seeing this, Patsy hurriedly helped pat Elwin's back and then looked at Felix Timothy Jinghao, saying, "Third son, you're always bringing up things that shouldn't be mentioned. Do you want to upset your father even more?" Felix seemed to be a little drunk and, looking regretful, lifted his head and drank another cup of wine before burping. What a good family we used to have. How did it turn into this? It's all because of her. Otherwise elder brother and second brother. Bang! Jake Gillis suddenly slammed down his chopsticks, losing his usual jovial demeanor. Third son, you've had too much to drink. He then turned to look at Alexei and said, "Bohin, the house here hasn't been cleaned up yet, so you won't be staying tonight. Go back now." Alexei had never seen his father behave like this, not since he was a child. Understood, Lorenzo. Drink less. Alexei nodded and walked out. He knew his father was intentionally sending him away, perhaps because the upcoming conversation at the table wasn't suitable for him to hear. On the bus back to the city, Alexei sat in the last row, watching the setting sun outside the window as twilight approached, his thoughts swirling. In his previous life, all his attention was focused on Ellen, and he didn't care about his family or hometown matters. But during this trip to the old home, he had many questions. Elwin had traditional old-fashioned ideas, but why wasn't his mother buried in the ancestral cemetery after she died? Instead, she was buried in a public cemetery, and the disappearance of his elder uncle for over 10 years. Why had he never heard Jake mention it? Also, what Felix had said at the dinner table and Elwin's huge reaction. Indeed, every family has its own complicated issues. Forget it, everything happens for a reason. Sometimes it's better not to know. Alexei muttered to himself and took out his earphones to listen to music. By the time he reached the city center, it was already dark. Alexei figured his father wouldn't be coming back tonight. After washing up, he called Diana to check on the progress of work in Jiangzhou. Around midnight, he finally went to bed. The next day, Jake came back early, acting as if nothing unusual had happened the previous day. And naturally, Alexei didn't ask any more questions. Half of August had already passed, and the time for freshman registration was getting closer. During this period, Alexei led a rather leisurely life, eating, drinking, and having fun every day with Hideo. However, Hideo, who finally passed the second driving test subject, had no interest in practicing driving during the next 10 days. With the registration day looming the next day, he hadn't even completed the required hours for the third driving test subject. Most universities schedule their freshman registration around late August to early September, with little difference between them. August 26th. Though there were still a few days until Jiangzhou University's registration, Jiangxing College's registration was the next day. Hideo got lucky and barely met the admission criteria for the electronics and computer engineering program at Jiangxing College. He insisted that Alexei accompany him for the registration. Thinking that there was no point staying alone once Hideo left, Alexei decided to head over early and check on the progress of work at the company. At the airport, under the reluctant gazes of their two fathers, Alexei and Hideo walked into the security checkpoint. On the plane, leaning back in his seat, Alexei hummed a little tune, clearly in a good mood. It wasn't because university life was wonderful, but because he would soon see his little Magnus. As for Hideo beside him, he looked around excitedly like Patsy Timothy entering the Grandview Garden, peering here and touching there. Xiao Timothy, this is my first time flying. Can it not fall out of the sky? Xiao Timothy, what if I get airsick? Can we open a window for ventilation? Alexei, equals. After looking around, Hideo's gaze finally settled on a flight attendant passing through the aisle. Wow, a flight attendant. Xiao Timothy, quick, look, a real-life flight attendant. Love it, love it. Seeing the long legs beneath the skirt uniform of the flight attendant, Hideo was extremely excited. It was natural for flight attendants to have great looks and figures. No wonder Hideo was so thrilled. Forget Hideo. At least 60% of the men on the plane snuck glances at the flight attendant. There was no way around it. This profession just attracted men. Seeing Hideo's unremarkable demeanor, Alexei curled his lip and said, "Look at you being starstruck over just a flight attendant. Is it worth it? PFF, you virgin know nothing. This is every man's dream. If I could find a flight attendant as a girlfriend, how impressive would that be?" Alexei looked at him with disdain. "What are you saying? As if you're not a virgin either." "Oh right, You seem to have given your first time to the five-finger girl in freshman year. Shut up. While they were exchanging barbs, the flight attendant's sweet voice came over. Cutie, fasten your seatbelt, okay? We're about to take off. Upon hearing this, Alexei immediately got playful. He lifted his head slightly, his bright eyes curving into crescents as he looked at the flight attendant. Sister, I don't know how. Could you help me? Looking at Alexei's clean and handsome features, the flight attendant felt her heart rate increase. She then half-knelt next to Alexei. No problem, let me help you. The flight attendant leaned down to help Alexei fasten his seatbelt. When she stood up, she added in her sweet voice, I get off at 9 o'clock tonight, and will stay one night at Jiangzhou Airport Hotel. Then she gave Alexei a come-hither look. Unfazed, Alexei didn't take it seriously. Instead, he turned to look at Hideo, his eyes full of pride and challenge. See that? Just a flight attendant? Hideo was stunned. What? This also works. Big sister, I can't do it either. Could you help me? Hearing this, the flight attendant straightened up and politely smiled at the little fatty in front of her. I'm sorry, sir. That's not within my service scope. The crew will demonstrate the procedure shortly. She then turned and left. Alexei couldn't help but laugh out loud. Complaints. I want to file a complaint. Chapter 82. The most lethal are the unseen shows of arrogance. Jiangzhou, Shaoshan Airport. When Alexei got off the plane, he only had a small backpack slung over his shoulder and strolled ahead with his hands in his pockets. Alexei, damn it. Walk any faster and you'll die. Hideo was dragging two large suitcases, carrying two bags over his neck, and had another on his back. Anyone who knew him was aware he was heading off to register at university. Anyone who didn't would think he was about to embark on a journey to retrieve scriptures from the West. Outside the waiting hall, Hideo came out panting heavily and turned around only to find that Alexei was nowhere in sight. Screech. Suddenly, a Mercedes-Benz C-Class stopped beside him. The window rolled down, revealing Alexei leaning his head slightly, saying, Get in. I'll drop you off at school first. Hideo was taken aback. This? Hurry up and get in or I'm leaving. With this push from Alexei, Hideo quickly stuffed all his luggage into the trunk. Once seated in the passenger seat, Hideo was excitedly poking and peering around, full of astonishment in his tone. Damn. Timothy, where did you get this car? Ever played Grand Theft Auto? Type in the cheat code and one falls from the sky. Hideo, Onaji. Fishro, can't you not show off for once? With a hearty laugh, Alexei pressed the accelerator and they headed towards Jiangxing University. The car, of course, belonged to Jarrett. Before boarding the flight, Alexei had contacted Jarrett to have someone deliver the car. Jiangxing University. The entrance was bustling with new students and their accompanying parents, causing a traffic jam right outside the gate. Without hesitation, Alexei made a U-turn on the spot. Uriel, you walk from here. It's too congested for the car to get through. All right. Hideo responded, getting out and collecting his luggage. Yet inside, he felt a sudden sadness. This was his first time traveling far away from home, and Alexei wouldn't be attending the same school as him anymore. He really wanted to give Alexei a hug, have him send him off with some emotional words, preferably both of them could cry uncontrollably. After all, they were best buddies who shared the same pair of shorts. Timothy. Turning around, tears began welling up in Hideo's eyes. But when he looked back, all he saw was the rear end of the car and exhaust fumes. Alexei was already gone. Hideo. Ding. A text message arrived on his phone. It was from Alexei. When his son grows up, he must become independent. Your father will come visit you when he has time. Seeing this, Hideo huffed proudly, sending a cleaver emoji before trudging toward the school with his luggage. With a few days left before registration at Jiang University, Alexei wasn't in a hurry to go to campus. He called Diana first, then went straight to the company's new building. During his absence, Diana had been extremely busy. She had to manage the detail division of the company's operations, coordinate with Jarrett for talent recruitment, and keep an eye on the progress of the renovation of the new building. Upon meeting, Diana pouted her cherry lips, looking like a wronged young wife. Seeing the hint of fatigue between her eyebrows, Alexei felt somewhat ashamed. He had just walked around and found the progress to be faster than expected. Every detail was perfectly executed, and he was very satisfied. Hee, Sister Zofia, thanks for your hard work. Alexei approached with a smile, massaging Diana's shoulders lightly, and said jokingly, How about this, Sister Zofia? Let's invite Brother Gang as well. I'll treat us to a meal to reward you. I don't care for it. Feeling the warmth from the young man's palm, Diana blushed at the intimate gesture and slapped away Alexei's hand. Alexei grinned, calling Jarrett, but the latter said he was busy dealing with matters assigned by Alexei. In the end, Alexei and Diana found a Sichuan restaurant nearby and indulged in a feast. After dinner, Alexei drove Diana back to the company. The back-and-forth trips were quite inconvenient. We should buy a few more company cars for use. Jarrett's C-Class was nice for business purposes, especially for client pickups. Finding a 4S store nearby, the parking spaces outside were already full, so he parked randomly nearby and walked into the store. Inside, several salespeople were busy with their tasks. Only one male salesperson who was idle didn't bother to acknowledge Alexei. Very simple. Alexei looked too young, dressed simply, and had walked in without a vehicle, a typical broke kid. Alexei glanced around, seeing no one paying attention, and walked over to the salesperson. Hello, do you have any C-Class models available? Timothy boy, this is a Mercedes-Benz 4S store. Are you sure you haven't mistaken the place? Hearing this response, Alexei chuckled. The moment to show off had finally arrived. Last time when he took Diana to the Gucci store, the salespeople there were so professional that he didn't get a chance to show off. Well, now he finally got one. With all the money he earned, couldn't he have one cliché moment of arrogance? Seeing an attractive female salesperson not far away who had just finished with a customer, Alexei walked straight over. Hello, I'd like to take a look at the C-class. Upon hearing this, Zhao Timothylai, the female salesperson, was stunned. Seeing how young Alexei was, she hesitated a little. However, as a woman, she couldn't resist Alexei's good looks, nodded and started introducing the car to him. Initially, she didn't expect Alexei to buy anything. She only hoped to add his WeChat and possibly have some private chats after work, since she had never seen such a handsome young man before. Unexpectedly, Alexei waved his hand without any nonsense, paid in full for 2 cars on the spot. When Alexei finished paying with his card, Zhao Timothylai was dumbfounded, unsure whether to be happy or sad. She was happy because this single deal's commission equaled her annual salary, but sad because Alexei paid in full, leaving no reason for her to ask for contact information. The store manager, upon learning someone had just made a full payment for 2 cars, hurried down from the second floor to cozy up to Alexei, offering business cards and phone numbers. The manager initially wanted to offer Alexei some discounts and gifts, but Alexei declined everything. I don't need these. However, the professional quality of certain salespeople here is quite low. Upon hearing this, the manager immediately asked Zhao Timothylai about the situation. After learning what happened, the manager gave a fierce glare to the male salesperson who disrespected Alexei earlier, promising to severely punish him and give Alexei a proper explanation. Have the cars delivered to this address later. Alexei left an address and turned to leave stylishly. As for embarrassing or disrespecting that male salesperson, he had no interest. The most lethal are the unseen shows of arrogance. Liu Chong, get your ass into my office right now. The manager angrily yelled and stormed upstairs. Matthew Chong, the male salesperson, regretted it deeply, slapping himself hard. How despicable. Why do rich people nowadays enjoy being so low-key? If you're rich, why don't you just say it directly? This isn't misleading people. Ding dong. Just as Matthew Chong was climbing the stairs, his phone rang suddenly. Hey, cousin, are you still in Jiangzhou? In a couple of days, I'll be reporting for school. My dad said to call you, so you can come pick me up. Picking you up my foot. I'm busy, no time. Matthew Chong shouted and hung up. If Alexei had been there, he would have recognized the voice on the phone as Leonardo's. Chapter 83. High heels go well with floor-to-ceiling windows. Leaving the 4S store, Alexei then went to the Porsche dealership and picked up a Porsche 911. The car had a pink body, 2 doors, and 4 seats. It was something no girl could resist. With the company's official car taken care of, Diana naturally needed one too. And with her disposition, she matched well with a Porsche. He didn't have any ulterior motives like dash and was just doing his job properly. After all, Diana would be a top executive in the company's future. Her status symbol also represented the company's face, so it made perfect sense for him, as the boss, to buy her an expensive car, right? As for himself, he chose a Maserati Gran Cabrio, the fully equipped model under 3 million renminbi. But there were no cars available in stock at the dealership, and it had to be ordered from outside. However, it would only take 2 days to arrive. Under the admiring gazes of 2 saleswomen in short skirts at the Maserati 4S store, Alexei strode away confidently. It felt great to have money. In the car, the hotel receptionist called him. When he left before, he had extended the charge for Diana's room for more than half a month. Now the time was up, and the receptionist asked if he wanted to extend her stay. In the future, he could live at school, but Diana couldn't keep staying in hotels. It seemed that they also needed to buy a house, not far from the company. After searching in Xinjiang New area, he finally found a high-end residential project not far from the company named Jinding Haofu. After checking a few sample units, he bought a 98 square meter apartment outright. On the 23rd floor, a riverside unit with luxurious furnishings. It came with everything needed for immediate occupancy and even included a parking space. After getting the keys, Alexei called the Porsche 4S store and asked them to deliver the car. Finishing these tasks, Alexei couldn't help but sigh. Being a boss is really tough and not easy at all. After finishing all these things, when Alexei arrived at the company, it was already dark. All the employees were still hard at work at their posts, progressing quickly. They had already designed a prototype of the concept app Alexei proposed over half a month ago. Such efficiency and execution brought comfort to Alexei. Seeing how hard the employees were working, the boss had to do something in return. Everyone has worked very hard. Ask finance to transfer 100,000 yuan from the company account as a bonus and overtime pay for this phase of work. Although the company had specialized financial and personnel management departments responsible for salaries and bonuses, Alexei had experienced the 996 lifestyle in his previous life and knew the struggles of office workers stuck in high-rise buildings. Moreover, when it comes to winning hearts and solidifying the boss's authority, nothing is more practical than the word bonus, right? Immediately, cheers erupted throughout the office. Yeah, the boss is amazing. The boss is so generous. Boss, you're just a living. Oh wait, a god of wealth. Dividing 100,000 yuan among everyone meant each person would get about 6,000 yuan, almost equal to a month's salary. Although the employees were on average old enough to be uncles to Alexei, at this moment, this 18-year-old boss gained immense respect in their eyes. Just as Alexei entered the office, he saw Diana sitting on the sofa, looking at him with a sulky expression. She naturally heard the commotion outside. You're too much of a soft target as a boss. The company hasn't started making profits yet, and you're already providing company cars and dishing out 100,000 yuan as a bonus. I don't know what to say about you. Hee. Is big sister Zofia jealous? Alexei teased. Hearing this, Diana waved her delicate fists and scolded softly. What are you talking about? Who is jealous? I just think you're too reckless. We're still in the early stages, and we need to save where we can. Okay, I got it, big sister Zofia. I know the drill. By the way, big sister Zofia, you won't be staying at the hotel anymore. I've arranged a place for you near the new building. Diana didn't think much of it, assuming Alexei had rented her a place. Even if Alexei hadn't mentioned it, she planned to find a place herself nearby in a few days because living in a hotel every day wasn't convenient. They drove to the hotel first. Diana had bought quite a lot of clothes over the past few days, and after packing up her things, they headed straight to Jindinghaofu. Inside the living room, click. The door opened, and Alexei and Diana walked in. After turning on the lights, the entire living room was visible. It was decorated in French style, known for its elegance and romance, classic and noble. A girl would love it. Diana couldn't help but feel impressed. She lightly stepped forward in her high heels and approached the floor-to-ceiling window. From the 23rd floor, the night view of Xinjiang new area spread out below, clear as day. Diana admired the cityscape outside the large window, while Alexei watched her. Because of her job, Diana usually wore short skirt uniforms, and today she was wearing a white uniform suit. The floor-to-ceiling windows, high heels, and that graceful figure suddenly reminded Alexei of when he was driving Hideo earlier. This guy had sent him a video seed with a plot featuring high heels and stockings in front of floor-to-ceiling windows. Shit. Alexei got angry. He was loyal to Xiao Magnus and never had any ulterior motives toward Diana. It was all Hideo's fault for polluting his mind. Diana turned around and saw Alexei staring at her. Brat, why are you staring at me? Alexei shrugged and replied, this is called appreciation. Everyone admires beauty. Who wouldn't want to take a few more looks at something beautiful? Pfft, I am not a thing. As a Chinese teacher, Diana actually made such a low-level grammar mistake, which showed that Alexei's words had already thrown her off. Zofia, I don't allow you to talk about yourself like that. Alexei grinned. Diana, greater than or equal to less than or equal to that's not what I meant. Forget it. I'm too lazy to deal with you. I'm hungry. Seeing Diana acting like a little girl, Alexei couldn't help but laugh out loud. Alexei originally wanted to take Diana out to eat, but she found it wasteful and dragged him to buy some groceries at the supermarket in the neighborhood. Back at the house, Diana took off her high heels, her feet still wrapped in black stockings as she stomped on the ground and hurried into the kitchen. Alexei helped her as an assistant. At this moment, Diana suddenly felt a strange feeling she couldn't describe. While they were busy cooking and chatting, the conversation eventually drifted to Julianne. Of course, Alexei brought up the topic himself since Diana had been Julianne's teacher and would certainly know something about her. Zofia, tell me about Xiao Magnus back then, Alexei said casually while working. Julianne, how familiar. Come clean. Do you have feelings for Julianne? Hearing this, Alexei turned his head and smiled at Diana. You guess. Though he didn't directly respond, the gentle look in his eyes when mentioning Julianne did not escape Diana's notice. She knew the answer all along. Zofia, what are you thinking about? The vegetables are burning. Chapter 84. Did Sister Zofia get rid of it? In the kitchen, smelling the burnt smell, Diana hurried to put away her disorganized thoughts. After bustling around for a while, the two finally prepared a table full of dishes. It had to be said, Diana's cooking skills were pretty good. Delicious. Sister Zofia, you can really handle both the household and official business. I wonder who will have the great fortune to marry you as a wife in the future, Alexei joked. Can't even keep your mouth shut while eating, HMPF? Diana made a delicate snort. Oh right, Sister Zofia, after dinner, I have something to give you. What did you buy? Diana asked. Hearing this, Alexei gave a mysterious smile and lightly replied, every employee in the company gets a bonus. As the biggest contributor, how could I not reward you well as the boss? After dinner, they took the elevator directly to the underground garage. Leading Diana to the parking space, Alexei pointed at the pink Porsche 911 parked there. How about it, Sister Zofia? Do you like it? The pink body, sleek lines, even the interior was pink. Although Diana wasn't too knowledgeable about cars, she at least recognized that large car logo. That's right, I bought it for you. Alexei took out 2 keys, handed them over and continued. By the way, Sister Zofia, the other one is the key to an apartment. It's not rented. I bought it outright, so feel free to live there. Upon hearing this, Diana hesitated to take the keys, her beautiful eyes staring straight at Alexei with some anger. She was very angry, extremely angry. Buying a car and giving an apartment. Alexei, you're still saying you don't want to keep me as a mistress? What kind of person do you think I am? It wasn't wrong for Diana to be angry. Alexei's actions indeed easily caused misunderstandings. Seeing Diana turn angrily to leave, Alexei hurriedly stepped forward and explained with a bitter laugh. Sister Zofia, you misunderstood again. I really didn't mean it that way. These are all part of your benefits. I was planning to tell you before. Your probationary period is over. Being an assistant is such an underutilization of your talent. So I decided to hire you as the company's executive president with a salary of 2 million per year. Jared has already been instructed to prepare the contract. Hearing Alexei's explanation, Diana paused in her steps, suspiciously asking, "Really? Not just an excuse to fool me?" Alexei immediately called Jarrett for a video call on the spot, showing Diana the employment contract being drafted. Only then did Diana dispel her doubts, but she was still somewhat upset. "Even so, you shouldn't spend so much money. We can rent a house or stay in the office if necessary. And the car, it's just a means of transportation. The company already has 2 company cars." To completely eliminate Diana's concerns, Alexei patiently explained, "Sister Zofia, I've said before, you don't need to worry about money. Now you're the company's executive president, representing the company's image. An executive must maintain a certain level of appearance when going out. As for the house, it's fixed assets under my name. Since I live on campus, the house would just be empty anyway, better for you to live in it." Despite Alexei's insistence not to worry about money, Diana still felt he was being extravagant. Regarding the house and the car, she could accept Alexei's reasoning, as an executive's presence does represent the company's image. But Alexei offered her a 2 million yuan annual salary. She was just an ordinary dual-degree master's graduate with no particularly outstanding resume. If she got such a top salary merely based on their former teacher-student relationship, she felt guilty. Such treatment would enable Alexei to hire business elites hundreds of times more capable than her. The new building was still under renovation, and she didn't know how much the rental was or for how long, but it was all money. Since she agreed to help Alexei, she naturally wanted to be prudent. Since the topic came up, she might as well speak out all her thoughts. Alexei, however, smiled gently and said with a light laugh, "I didn't expect you to consider so much for me and the company. Seems like you're perfect for the role of executive president." "Alexei, I'm serious. Can you please be serious?" Diana stomped her feet in anger. Seeing Diana somewhat unhappy, Alexei put away his smile. "Firstly, regarding the contract I offered to Sister Zofia, I've carefully considered it before making the decision. I believe in your abilities. Compared to those so-called business luminaries, you only lack the superficial fame. Judging from your work performance these past few days, I don't think you're any less competent than them. So Sister Zofia, don't undervalue yourself. I believe in you, and you should believe in yourself." These words were not just empty encouragement from Alexei. He knew very well that in her previous life, Diana's business acumen was absolutely top-notch in the industry. Frankly speaking, if not for the fear of shocking Diana, he wouldn't hesitate to offer her a 20 million yuan annual salary, let alone 2 million. Again, it was those 2 words, trust. Sincerity was his ultimate trump card, piercing through Diana's heart. Her delicate body trembled slightly as she stared blankly at Alexei. Indeed, she could feel Alexei's unconditional trust in her. And hadn't she trusted him just as much? Otherwise, why would she have followed him all the way to Jiangzhou and taken over such a huge responsibility? She just felt that Alexei was too young and lacked entrepreneurial experience. His enthusiasm might lead to overspending, eventually facing financial difficulties. Alexei had guessed Diana's concerns and smiled before continuing. "Secondly, regarding Sister Zofia's biggest worry, the financial issue. If everything goes as planned, there won't be many expenses until our core app is developed." "Oh right, the company's new building isn't rented. I bought it outright, so there's no rent or any future costs." "Bought?" Diana was shocked, her jade-like hand covering her small mouth, her beautiful eyes full of surprise. Bought? You mean, the entire building is yours?" "Yep, paid in full, 45 million yuan. The 45 million yuan mentioned by Alexei sounded like just a number to him, but Diana was stunned. First, 4 million to buy the company, then various luxury cars, high-end real estate, and now an entire office building for 45 million yuan. Heavens, how much money does Alexei actually have? You. Seeing Diana's slightly parted lips, Alexei chuckled playfully. "Sister Zofia, I know what you're thinking." Then he pointed to his head. "You forgot what I told you." Seeing Alexei resorting to the absurd explanation again, Diana pouted angrily. "Hmph, do you think I'm a 3-year-old kid, trying to fool me with such reasons?" "Haha, Sister Zofia, let's go for a drive first." Alexei called out to Diana, and they got into the car. Though she had a driver's license, Diana had been teaching at school and living in a dormitory for years, rarely driving. Seated in the driver's seat, she couldn't help feeling a bit nervous. At this moment, Alexei suddenly spoke beside her. "Sister Zofia, take it off." Chapter 85. Long time no see, Timothy Magnus. As soon as she got in the car, he wanted her to take something off. Diana's face suddenly turned beet red. "Alexei, what are you saying?" Diana turned around, her beautiful eyes glaring at Alexei angrily. Seeing this, Alexei was also confused, but then realized his mistake. He smiled wryly and said, "Sis Zofia, I meant for you to take off your shoes. You can't drive in heels." Oh. Diana felt even more embarrassed at that moment, wishing she could find a crack to hide in. He just wanted her to take off her shoes. Looking at her bashful appearance, Alexei chuckled playfully, teasing her. "Or did you think I wanted you to take something else off?" "You." "Humph." Diana huffed, not daring to look at Alexei again, bending down to take off her high heels but couldn't drive barefoot. Helplessly, Alexei went upstairs, fetched a pair of flat shoes from inside, and had Diana change into them. With Alexei's patient guidance, Diana quickly got the hang of it and gradually became more familiar with driving. After finishing their practice, they returned home. The hotel room had already been checked out, plus there were only 2 days left until registration at Jiang University. Originally, Alexei thought he could just stay with Diana for 2 nights since there were 3 rooms anyway. But on second thought, this would almost be like living together, wouldn't it? It seemed inappropriate. If Diana misunderstood, he wouldn't be able to explain himself. So, he found an excuse and booked a hotel for 2 days. At the end of August, under the scorching sun, outside Jiangzhou University's gate, there was a bustling crowd, full of vibrant energy. Freshman boy, I'm a sophomore. Let me show you to your dorm. Do you have a girlfriend? Senior, I'm new here. How do I get to the boys' dorm? Freshman girl, I'm a senior in your department. Let me help you with your luggage. Oh, uncle's here too. Wow, heavy. Let's leave it to uncle. He's strong. Senior. Seeing those handsome freshmen and cute freshman girls exuding youthful vigor, the upperclassmen were all hyped up. Usually during school cleanups or snow shoveling, they acted delicate and frail. But now, they were eager to carry luggage and run 2 miles under the blazing sun. Suddenly, there was a stir in the crowd. Several seniors gathered around 2 new-looking girls like love-struck admirers. Freshman, which department are you in? With that grace, freshman, you must be from the film school, right? Freshman, I'll carry your luggage. Get lost. It's my luggage. One of the girls being surrounded by the seniors had an ordinary appearance, just average-looking. But the other girl looked extremely delicate, wearing a tight white blouse on top and a pink pleated skirt below, reaching just above the knee. She had black leather shoes and white puffed socks, dressed like a small JK student, with her refined features and bun hairstyle, looking like a girl straight out of a comic book. Her appearance instantly became the focus. Adley, is this Jiang University? It's so impressive. Raven gazed at the entrance, sounding envious. The JK girl, naturally, was Ellen. With her score, she was admitted to Jiang University without any doubt, while Raven, who only scored enough for a regular second-tier university, chose a school nearby in Jiangzhou. Today, she specially came to accompany Ellen for enrollment. At this moment, Ellen held her chin slightly raised, like a noble swan. She was the school beauty in high school, and even in college, she remained a pearl highly cherished by everyone. The two were surrounded by seniors as they walked toward the school gate. Suddenly, Raven paused and saw a banner hanging at the gate. It was normal for universities to hang banners for new students. But besides the usual welcome banner, there was another one that caught more attention. Warmest welcome to National Gaokao topper Alexei. The 2 characters, Alexei, were enormous. Raven was stunned, rubbing her eyes and then pulling Ellen by the sleeve, pointing at the banner. Adley, look quickly. Following Raven's finger, Ellen also saw the banner. Her beautiful eyes widened at the words, Alexei. Raven's expression was priceless. She turned to ask a nearby senior. Hey, this Alexei, which Alexei is it? The Gaokao topper? Seeing Raven's rudeness and ordinary appearance, the senior replied impatiently, Duh, who else could it be? The seniors knew about this year's Gaokao topper registering at Jiang University. The reason why the school hung such a banner was not only to welcome Alexei, but also to inform the freshmen that Jiang University had admitted the national Gaokao top scorer, boosting the reputation of the university. Upon seeing Alexei's name, the prospective freshmen began to whisper among themselves. In contrast, Ellen was taken aback and said in a daze, Alexei, he was supposed to have applied for Tsinghua or Peking University. Oh, how did he end up at Jiang University? One cannot deny that Raven knew how to deliver an impeccable assist. She folded her arms and made a few proud hums before saying, I see. I understand now, Adley. Alexei indeed still likes you. Really? Ellen asked in confusion. Of course it's real. Think about it, that guy is the Gaokao top scorer. Why would he choose Jiang University over top-tier schools like Tsinghua, Peking, or Fudan? Any sane person would definitely pick Tsinghua or Fudan. At this point, Raven patted Ellen on the shoulder and continued. I reckon that guy found out you applied to Jiang University, so he followed suit. In other words, he chose Jiang University over Tsinghua just for you. Adiumph, this Alexei, pretending to be cool earlier. I thought he didn't like you anymore. But in the end, here he is trailing after you, Adley. After listening to Raven's logically sound analysis, a glint of insight flashed across Ellen's eyes. She suddenly remembered how every time she refused Alexei during high school, she always said she had no plans to date in high school and told him to wait until college when she might consider it differently. In this instant, Ellen realized. Everything suddenly became logical. No wonder Alexei suddenly became so excellent, even becoming the Gaokao top scorer. It was all because of her. Thanks to Raven's support, Ellen's narcissistic heart, nearly quashed by Alexei, stirred up once again. Despite feeling secretly pleased, she gave a nonchalant cold snort and said, wherever he wants to go is his business. What does it have to do with me? Anyway, I said I will never forgive him in my lifetime. Judge let's go. With that, Ellen raised her chin haughtily and entered the school as if surrounded by admiring stars. Shortly after Ellen left, the 361 bus from the railway station to Jiang University stopped. A crowd of people poured out of the bus like dumplings being dropped into boiling water. Among the crowd, a particularly frail girl stumbled left and right, the rag bag in her hands falling to the ground. Many upperclassmen were busy welcoming new students, and none came forward to help her, only because this girl was too ordinary, frail, with thick bangs covering her forehead, and skin wax yellow from malnutrition. Compared to the gracefully beautiful Ellen, who seemed like a swan, the girl appeared as insignificant as an ugly duckling. After the crowd dispersed, the girl bent down to pick up the cloth bag from the ground. The small girl was hunched under the weight of the heavy bag. Reaching the school gate, She wiped the sweat from her forehead and looked up at the grand entrance of the school. When her eyes landed on the huge banner with Alexei on it, her expression froze. Are you a freshman? At this moment, a senior sister finally noticed the girl and hurriedly asked. Yeah. The girl responded to the inquiry somewhat flustered, hanging her head low and nodding. I'm a senior in the third year, film school directing program. My name is Gracie. Let me take you to the girls' dormitory first. By the way, what's your name? My name is Julianne. Chapter 86. My strength doesn't allow me to be low-key. Outside the gate of Jiangzhou University, Charlie, who was in charge of this year's admissions, paced back and forth in the guard room. Why hasn't he come yet? From morning until now, he had been waiting anxiously for Alexei to show up. Just then, a commotion and exclamations suddenly erupted among the crowd at the school gate. Wow, what kind of car is this? So cool. Hick, haven't you seen that trident emblem? It's a domestic Baolu. Several tens of thousands of yuan. Bullshit. This is a Maserati. A few thousand? Go play with your toy car. Amidst countless shocked gazes, a silver-gray Maserati Grand Cabrio stopped in front of the gate's barrier. The security guard hurriedly stepped forward to intercept it. No entry for outside vehicles. The window slowly rolled down, revealing Alexei sitting in the driver's seat. The car from the 4S store had only just arrived today. After picking it up and finishing the formalities, he rushed over. Hello, I'm a new student this year. My name is Alexei. New student? The guard was taken aback, his mouth twitching. He thought, isn't this new student putting on too much of an act, driving a Maserati to register? Just wait a moment, please. Since the student had driven himself, the guard wasn't sure how to handle the situation. He turned to inform Charlie in the guard room. Upon hearing Alexei's name, Charlie rushed out immediately. Oh, Alexei, we've been eagerly awaiting your arrival. Charlie recognized Alexei from his file records. You are? Alexei asked uncertainly. I'm Charlie from the admissions office. We spoke on the phone during summer vacation, explained Charlie. Alexei smiled and turned off the engine before getting out of the car to shake hands with Charlie warmly. Nice to meet you, Mr. Chi. Seeing Alexei's politeness, Charlie nodded approvingly. As one of the top universities in China, Jiangzhou University had many wealthy students. But it was rare to find someone like Alexei, who was both academically accomplished and well-mannered. Did you bring your acceptance letter? Let me take you through the registration process. Alexei nodded, then pointed to his car. Then, what about my car, Mr. Chi? For other students, Charlie wouldn't have bothered. However, Alexei was a hard-won valedictorian they barely managed to secure. So he promptly instructed the guards to grant Alexei unrestricted access with a permit, which he would later report to the president. With the permission sorted out, Charlie sat in the passenger seat of the Grand Cabrio amid envious glances from the students. Inside the car, Charlie couldn't help but laugh wryly. Alexei, this car, you're being quite ostentatious. Alexei just smiled in response, not saying anything. Ostentatious? He didn't see it that way. Having several $100 million in his pocket, did he really need to act like those cliched novel protagonists who pretended to be poor despite their wealth? Was that something normal people would do? He considered himself restrained, just driving a Grand Cabrio. Others with similar savings might even rent a helicopter or walk with their noses high in the air. One should spend money according to how much they earn. Why shouldn't he enjoy spending his own money? After watching the Grand Cabrio drive away, the old and new students began chatting excitedly. I just checked. This car is a Maserati Grand Cabrio. Even the cheapest one costs 2 million yuan. How much? 2 million. That guy must be a rich second-generation kid. Wailing, why didn't I ask for that handsome new student's contact information earlier? I wish I could cry inside a Maserati. That guy mentioned his name was Alexei. The name sounds familiar. Alexei. Alexei. Suddenly, all faces lit up as they looked up at the banner welcoming Alexei to the university. Wow. That guy is this year's National College Entrance Exam top scorer, Alexei. With Charlie's assistance, Alexei completed all procedures quickly. Jiangzhou University fulfilled every promise made for Alexei's admission. They drove to the male dormitory building, where Charlie asked Alexei to park. After getting out of the car, they walked together. Charlie began introducing him to the surroundings. This is the male dormitory building. Your finance major classmates are mostly here. The buildings we passed earlier house the female students. In recent years, new majors and colleges have been set up, and their dormitories are located in the South Campus. This is the North Campus. Behind the male dormitory is a small park, not too large in area. After walking along the path through the grass for about 10 minutes, they arrived at an artificially planted dense bamboo forest. Charlie pointed to a few red residential buildings on the left and said, those are the dormitories for graduate students, all arranged in a home-style layout. Then he pointed to the detached cottages within the bamboo forest. The residents here are veteran professors of the school and some well-known foreign teachers. A professor resigned this year, leaving one cottage vacant, which you will live in from now on. Such treatment was extremely rare throughout Jiangzhou University. Alexei naturally did not refuse but gladly accepted the offer. However, he still told Charlie that he hoped the school could keep his original dormitory bed. In his previous life, although Alexei attended a diploma mill, all his attention was on Alicia. He would seize every opportunity to visit Jiangzhou. In his sophomore year, he even dropped out without telling his father to work in Alicia's city. This time, he had to properly experience the college atmosphere, so he should still live in the dormitory. At worst, he could alternate between both residences. After everything was settled, Charlie took Alexei to the principal's office. As the top scorer in this year's National College Entrance Exam, the principal specifically instructed Charlie to bring him in for a personal meeting. Outside the principal's office. Knock knock. Charlie knocked on the door, and upon hearing "come in" from inside, led Alexei into the room. Behind the desk sat a vigorous old man in his 60s, with neatly combed gray hair, exuding an aura of authority. Chester, the principal of Jiangzhou University, was a legendary figure in the education field. Although Jiangzhou University might not rank as high as Tsinghua, Peking, or Fudan in overall ranking, it was still among the top 5 universities in China. Chester held a prominent position in the education world, with his students spread across various fields, making significant contributions. Zofiaki, this is Alexei, Charlie introduced. Chester merely nodded indifferently, waving his hand authoritatively. Charlie nodded, glanced at Alexei, and then turned to leave the office. Chapter 87. A greedy and lustful vulgar man. Inside the office, Chester was bent over his work, seemingly forgetting that Alexei even existed for a moment. In contrast, Alexei didn't mind at all. He surveyed the office layout with interest, and then walked to the sofa, sitting down quite openly. If it were other students seeing Chester, this high and mighty principal, they might feel very restrained. But Alexei wasn't like that. After all, it wasn't as if he had begged to come to Jiang University. On the contrary, Jiang University had asked him to come. Shoo. In the office, only the rustling sound of Chester's fountain pen could be heard. Estimating that enough time had passed, he took off his glasses and casually said, "Don't be nervous, take a seat anywhere." Just as he lifted his head, he saw that Alexei was already sitting on the sofa, holding a teapot and pondering. Chester. Good kid, more at ease than at home. Chester stared intently at Alexei with his sharp eyes. Alexei, in his previous life, was a boss with assets worth tens of millions, having interacted with numerous influential figures. There's something called aura, which sounds very mystical when talked about. Of course, the aura he knew absolutely wasn't what cheesy novels described, where the protagonist's intimidating aura could scare supporting characters into losing control of their bladder and bowels. That was pure nonsense. But he clearly understood that people like Chester, who held high positions for a long time, indeed exuded an aura stronger than ordinary people from deep within. If other students were standing here, they really would feel uneasy under Chester's gaze. However, Alexei met Chester's eyes squarely without any hint of weakness. Seeing this, a trace of approval flashed in Chester's eyes, and he nodded slightly. He had originally thought that Alexei, as this year's top scorer in the National College Entrance Examination, would definitely have some arrogance, so he intended to humble him a bit, which wouldn't be bad for a young person. But it turned out that Alexei showed no signs of fear at all. Not bad. You don't look like a typical bookworm as a national champion. Would you like something to drink? Hearing this, Alexei stood up and smiled, saying, "Thank you for the compliment, Zofiaki." As he spoke, Alexei approached, picked up the teapot from the table, and topped up Chester's half-empty teacup. "I saw you were busy working just now, so I didn't dare to disturb. Plus, your office's decor is unique, so I couldn't help but get lost in admiration. If I've been impolite in any way, please don't hold it against me." Hearing this, Chester shook his head with a light laugh, seeing through Alexei's thoughts but choosing not to reveal them. The admiration in his eyes towards Alexei increased further, knowing when to advance or retreat. "Indeed not bad. You're quite impressive, fitting my taste. I've invited you here today because Jiangzhou University wants to give you another gift. 4 years ago, we specially admitted another national champion with a score of 749. He was also admitted for postgraduate studies after graduation and became a successful civil servant." Stopping there, Chester noticed that Alexei showed no reaction, making his lips twitch involuntarily. He thought to himself, "Good boy, truly calm." Cough. After clearing his throat, Chester continued, "Admission for postgraduate studies is one of the conditions for your special admission. Your potential is greater. After graduating with a master's degree, you can also apply for provincial civil service exams." Finally, looking up at Alexei, he delivered words that shook the latter's mind. "At that time, I will recommend you personally." He thought his generous offer would make Alexei somewhat excited, but Chester was disappointed as Alexei remained calm. This made Chester smile bitterly, thinking this kid's composure was too strong. After all, since the founding of Jiangzhou University, he had only said such things to 2 people. The last guy with 749 points was so moved by his words that he almost fainted on the spot. But Alexei was different. There was barely any reaction, just a little more. Was the difference that big? All Alexei did was calmly put down the teapot, placing his hand behind his back nonchalantly, and replied mildly, "I appreciate the offer, Zofiaki, but I have no plans to pursue a career in the system." Chester didn't expect Alexei to refuse. This was an opportunity coveted by many ordinary people, and even some rich kids. "Zofiaki, I know you respect me, but compared to being someone unreachable yet constrained by rules, I'd rather be a greedy and lustful man living a life with integrity." Chester's mouth moved slightly, but in the end, he could only sigh lightly. "All right, anyway, you're only a first-year student. We'll talk about this later." Walking out of the principal's office, Alexei gently closed the door. Turning around, he could no longer keep up the act, leaning against the wall and wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, his hands trembling. Phew, almost agreed to him. In fact, when Chester just mentioned recommending him for the selection program, Alexei was almost stunned. He only managed to maintain his composure with great effort. He wasn't an 18-year-old kid who knew nothing about the world. Selection program participants were solidly in line to become cadres. To be clearer, while others faced unemployment after graduation, provincial selection program participants would start at least as deputy section chiefs upon leaving school. Alexei couldn't help but sigh skyward. If anyone ever said that studying is useless and it's better to drop out and work, he would definitely give them a slap. Most importantly, for someone like Chester, who had students all over the country and held significant influence in education, to recommend him, this was something non-insiders wouldn't understand the value of. Unfortunately, Alexei had no interest in this path, and moreover, the waters were too deep for him to handle. After leaving the administrative building, Alexei went straight to the boys' dormitory. Boys' dorm 205. All dorm rooms in the school were quadruple occupancy, with bunk beds above and desks below, offering quite a nice environment. At this moment, 3 boys in room 205 were busy bragging to each other. Creak. Alexei pushed the door open, drawing the attention of the 3. Next to the door was a chubby boy who climbed down energetically, enthusiastically taking Alexei's luggage. "Oh my god, buddy. You're finally here. We've been waiting for you. I'm Lance, from the south." "Alexei, sir, you should really listen to what you're saying." Then came a dismissive voice. "Who in the south speaks with such a heavy northeastern accent?" A tall figure slowly approached, roughly the same height as Alexei. He looked decently handsome, mainly because he dressed well, wearing a Longines watch and a pair of high-end Yeezy sneakers. His hair had the latest trendy texture perm, almost declaring, "My dad is rich" on his face. The boy walked up to Alexei and smiled. "Dude, ignore Lance's nonsense. He's from northeastern Chun City. I'm Conway, from the Magic City, Shanghai. And me, hello, I'm Lucius." Lucius was short and dark-skinned, speaking with a slight accent. Looking at these 3 roommates, Alexei couldn't help but smile. An enthusiastic northeastern boy whose personality and build somewhat resembled Hideo, another seemingly well-off trendsetter with a good nature, and one who appeared simple and honest. Overall, he got a pretty good impression of his roommates. "You guys, hi. I'm Alexei. From today on, we'll be roommates. Please take care of me." Chapter 88. The heaven does not give birth to a keyboard warrior. A man's name is like the shadow of a tree. Recently, Alexei's name had become incredibly prominent. The 3 people all paused in unison, surprised. "Alexei? That Alexei from Yongqing? The National College entrance examination top scorer? Holy cow, I'm actually sharing a dorm with the top scorer." Their eyes lit up as they looked at Alexei. There was no way around it. The various school forums, WeChat groups, and even confession walls were flooded with information about Alexei. Everyone was curious about this top scorer. Was he some sort of superhuman? Seeing their reactions, Alexei scratched his nose sheepishly and gave a faint nod, acknowledging his identity. Though he wished to remain low-key at this moment, circumstances did not allow it. This excited the 3 men, who eagerly helped Alexei set up his bed and tidy his desk. Alexei couldn't help but feel amused. These 3 roommates of his turned out to be quite charming. Originally, they thought Alexei, being a top scorer, would be difficult to get along with, or might give them a sense of distance. However, chatting casually with him, they found Alexei to be amiable and humorous, quickly becoming more familiar with him. "By the way, Alexei, why did you come to Jiang University? With your score, you could have gone to Tsinghua, Peking, or Fudan," Conway asked. Lance and Lucius also wore curious expressions. While Jiang University was indeed strong, it still lagged behind Tsinghua, Peking, and Fudan. Their scores didn't allow them to attend Tsinghua or Fudan, but why would Alexei, the top scorer, choose Jiang University over those elite institutions? Alexei smiled, playing coy. "I'll keep it a secret for now, but you'll find out eventually." They rolled their eyes upon hearing this. "Now that everything is settled, how about we forego out for dinner? Being roommates is a kind of fate, and I'll treat you guys. What do you say?" Conway suggested. They agreed immediately and left the dorm with high spirits. Meanwhile, in the female dormitory, Ellen sat on her chair, scrolling through her phone out of boredom. She wanted to see if there were any posts about her on the school forum or other platforms, given the buzz she caused during enrollment. Unfortunately, all she found were posts about Alexei, which infuriated her. "Adley, your bed is all set up." At this moment, a girl with freckles came down from arranging the bed. "Thank you," Ellen said indifferently. "Oh, don't mention it. Adley, you're so beautiful. I will be your night protector from now on." Ellen had been worried that university life without Raven would be dull, but unexpectedly, on the first day, she met a substitute for Raven. This freckle-faced girl named Darlene. It was common in universities for attractive girls, especially beauties like campus flowers, to have followers, whom one might call close friends or sycophants. "Wah, Xiao Shui, I got scolded online. Please help me." Another roommate, Beth, sought help. Apparently, while browsing a post about Alexei, she commented, "How handsome can he be?" and received a torrent of criticism. Leave it to me. They were still playing make-believe when I started posting on forums. Heaven doesn't spawn keyboard warriors, nor does it need them to curse through eternity. With a click, Darlene's fingers moved like lightning as she retaliated online. Pinnacle of divinity, priding herself above all, with a keyboard, she owned the world. First-generation keyboard warrior, truly terrifying. With this drama unfolding, roommates Waverly and Beth began gossiping. "I saw the post too. It said that Alexei scored the highest in recent years and is extremely handsome. I wonder if it's true." "It should be true. I heard from a student union senior today that Alexei is really handsome." "Ah, then he must be a perfect prince. I want to see him," I wonder how handsome he is. Darlene felt disdainful upon hearing this. Tisk, two love-struck girls, he's just a guy. What's so special about him? Hearing her roommates worship Alexei, Ellen subconsciously lifted her chin slightly, feeling a hint of pride. The very Alexei idolized by countless fangirls had chosen Jiangzhou University just for her. Achoo. Near the school in a small food street, Alexei sneezed. Who's talking behind my back? Due to the freshman enrollment and many freshmen gathering for dinner, the entire small food street was packed with people. The four of them waited until dusk to get a seat at an open-air stall. All four sat down one after another. Damn, waiting made my mouth dry. Boss, bring us a case of Jinshubai first. Lance shouted, then looked at Alexei, Conway, and Lucius with bravado. Can you guys handle Jindabangzi? Fuck. Just because you're from Northeast China, you think you're so tough? We'll see who can drink more later. Sun Pengcho replied. I can also hold my liquor a little bit, Lucius said shyly. Even before the alcohol arrived, Lance and Conway started competing. Meanwhile, Alexei, looking at the green bottles and skewers on the table, once again felt the familiar college atmosphere. Chowzi, give me a cigarette. These are the last two. Call me dad and I'll give you one. Shit. Who do you think you're talking to? Addiary up and drink. Or are you growing fish? Boys' friendships could be so simple. Just one cigarette and a bottle of alcohol could make them call each other father and son right away. The friendship in dorm 205 rapidly deepened as they clinked glasses repeatedly. For boys of this age, besides cucumbers and soybeans, topics over drinks included games, luxury cars. Of course, there were also discussions about which girl on campus had long legs, fair skin, and a pretty face. Whether boys or men, this was an eternal topic at drinking parties. Of course, what was mentioned the most was the Maserati Grand Cabrio parked at the entrance of the male dormitory. Chowzi, do you know much about cars? Is that Maserati parked at the entrance? Lance asked. Yeah, it's a Maserati Grand Cabrio. Lucius hesitantly added, Maserati, must be very expensive. We saw carefully when we came out. That Grand Cabrio is the top-end silver gray model, costing at least $2.8 million upon delivery. Besides Alexei, the other two smacked their lips in amazement. Conway tilted his head back to take a swig of beer, burped, and spoke enviously. My dad drives a Kian worth $1 million or so. That kid, no idea which department he's from. I decided, I'm going to buy one by myself someday. The other two chimed in under the influence of alcohol, shouting that they would also buy sports cars after graduation to cruise the coolest streets and attract the prettiest girls. Alexei, what about you? Do you have any goals or dreams? Noticing Alexei's silence, Conway asked. Hearing this, Alexei smiled and raised his glass. My dream is for all your dreams to come true. Haha, shit. Our top scorer knows how to talk. Alexei, for those words, I'll drink another round with you. Toasts all around. Chapter 89. Found you, Timothy Magnus. The more pretentious one acts while drinking, the messier they become when vomiting. The four of them kept drinking until dawn. In reality, it wasn't much, just 1.5 boxes of alcohol. Conway and Lance, who were shouting the loudest, were actually lightweights. When they left, apart from Alexei, the other three couldn't walk straight at all. Conway even dragged Lance along to see who could pee farther, only to have a gust of wind blow it right back into his face. Alexei silently took out his phone, intending to document this unbelievable scene, but unfortunately, his phone was dead. The next day, while the other three were still snoring loudly, Alexei woke up early, went for a morning run outside, and then tidied himself up back in the dormitory. He even styled his hair, which he rarely did. Thinking of seeing his longed-for person soon, he couldn't wait to fly to the classroom. In the lecture hall, most students of Class 2 of the Finance Department at the School of Finance had already arrived. After yesterday's interactions, most of them had formed small groups, sitting together in 2s or 3s or even entire dorms. The classroom was filled with murmurs among the young students. Of course, whenever someone new came in from outside, everyone would turn a look. Alexei and the others arrived fashionably late. Apart from Alexei, the other three had dark circles under their eyes but were oddly excited. The appearance of the four instantly caught everyone's attention. Wow, what handsome boys. Love them, love them. I didn't expect our class to have such handsome guys. All the girls in the classroom focused their gazes on Alexei, whispering and squealing, except for one lonely girl sitting in the corner, her head drooping the whole time. Alexei's gaze wandered restlessly, a mix of excitement and nervousness. When his eyes landed on the figure in the corner, his body trembled sharply. With just one glance, he recognized her. Conway looked around and found there were no 4 seats available. Alexei, what do we do without 4 seats? There are only 3. You 3 can sit wherever. Don't worry about me. Alexei responded hastily and then walked towards the corner. Conway and the others, puzzled but not questioning, found a row of 3 empty seats and sat down. In the corner, the lonely girl was sitting with her head bowed, staring straight at her shoelaces. She wore a pair of pink shoes with white edges that were spotlessly clean. Suddenly, she felt someone sit next to her. Afraid of having someone sit beside her, she had chosen the most inconspicuous corner. Even though someone was next to her, she lacked the courage to turn her head to see who it was, only slightly shifting away. But then, a long-missed voice filled with infinite tenderness echoed in her ear. Finally found you, Timothy Magnus. The girl's delicate body suddenly shuddered as she instinctively turned to look beside her. In her line of sight was a boy with a clean and handsome face. Under his messy bangs, his black and white distinct eyes brimmed with overwhelming affection. Fatima stared blankly at those eyes. Alexei? Hearing Fatima blurt out his name, Alexei's eyes curved into a crescent moon, nodding vigorously. You, how? When she saw the banner at the school gate during registration yesterday, she saw Alexei's name. But because she never socialized, she didn't know that Alexei was this year's top scorer in the college entrance exam. So, when she saw Alexei's name on the banner, she subconsciously thought it might be a coincidence of names. Seeing Fatima's confused and adorable expression, Alexei felt both delight and heartache. It seemed like after just 2 months, she had lost weight again, her complexion still slightly yellowish due to poor nutrition. Back in high school, he had managed to make Timothy Magnus gain some weight. Resisting the urge to embrace her, Alexei blinked. Did you forget? We agreed that we'd continue to be desk mates in college. After saying this, Alexei coughed deliberately, turning to look at Fatima in a formal manner. Cough. Hello Fatima. My name is Alexei. Starting today, I will be your desk mate for 4 years of college. Looking at the playful Alexei in front of her, Fatima's eyes rippled with emotion. Originally, she hadn't planned to enroll at Jiang University. Although she scored well, the cost of attending university was beyond what she and her grandmother could afford. Unexpectedly, teacher Charlie from the admissions office called her, informing her that considering her special family circumstances, the school had specially applied for a 120,000 yuan scholarship for her and provided it all at once, so she could feel reassured about enrolling. Fatima considered herself lucky. However, after seeing the campus life of the university yesterday, she felt out of place. There were so many people here, from different places, and they all seemed very outstanding and bright. Just thinking about living in such an environment for 4 years made her feel inexplicable panic. But Alexei's appearance, she didn't know what came to her mind, but the fear and unease in Julianne's heart eased a little. She looked up at Alexei and mustered up the courage to smile. Only in front of Alexei did she dare to talk a bit more. I thought the top scorer of the college entrance exam was just someone who shared your name, Alexei. Congratulations, Alexei. At this moment, Alexei felt both happy and sad. He was happy that Xiao Magnus smiled at him, and after 2 months without seeing each other, she didn't seem too distant. He was sad because he didn't like being called Alexei classmate. After saying this to Alexei, Julian lowered her head again. Although Alexei's appearance gave her a small surprise, it was only a fleeting one. From childhood to now, she had been used to isolating herself, or perhaps protecting herself. Even though she and Alexei had spent some time together, she still preferred being alone. Seeing this, Alexei sighed slightly. It seemed that not seeing each other for nearly 3 months had made Xiao Magnus a bit distant, but it was fine. Over the next 4 years, they would be together, and he had plenty of time. Creak. The door of the lecture hall suddenly opened, and a man wearing glasses walked in, looking around 30. The man's appearance immediately quieted the previously noisy lecture hall. Walking up to the podium, the man looked around and adjusted his glasses. Hello, students. I'm Haddon, your counselor. First, on behalf of the Financial College of Jiangzhou University, welcome. After a series of formal opening remarks that left the freshmen drowsy, Haddon finally took out the attendance book. Now, we will take attendance. When your name is called, come up here for a brief self-introduction so we can all get to know each other. On the first day of university, roll call and self-introductions were inevitable. For those who love to show off, this was an opportunity to stand out. But for some people, it was undoubtedly a torture. Just like Julianne, hearing that she needed to introduce herself on stage made her clench her small hands. Chapter 90. The Extreme Wow. The first person called up was a boy with a middle part. Hi everyone, I'm Norman. I love singing and dancing, and I'm also good at playing basketball. Timothy listening to the boy's self-introduction on stage, Alexei couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. This year, due to a certain variety show called Trainee becoming incredibly popular, senior brothers had already started to shine, gaining numerous fangirls and sparking a trend for middle parts among boys. He was glad that the current senior brothers weren't yet as popular as they would become later, nor did anyone know the joke about basketball and chicken. Otherwise, someone would definitely have stood up and said to the boy on stage, "Heske, Timothy Blackie, showing your chicken feet now, huh?" One by one, new students came on stage to introduce themselves, and the audience below basically showed little interest. Until a girl named Alili made her way to the stage, when all the boys turned into villains. Because this girl named Alili really had an amazing figure. Her burgundy wavy hair was eye-catching, her makeup was exquisite, and her body was far more mature than that of her peers, especially those long legs. Moreover, Alili dressed very well and dared to wear revealing outfits, a small vest on top and denim shorts below. Those fair, slender legs captivated countless young boys. The only downside was that her speaking style gave off a rather tough impression, revealing in her brief introduction a carefree nature that didn't quite match her appearance. Next, Alexei. After Alili hadn't called out Alexei's name. At that moment, the classroom erupted in whispers, and all eyes turned to Alexei, who stood up. Alexei? He's the national top scorer? Damn. Alexei is actually in our class. Wow. Just like the forums say, he's so handsome. Amidst the worshipful gazes of his fans and the jealous looks from the boys, Alexei walked confidently onto the platform. Hello everyone, my name is Alexei. Yes, the Alexei you're guessing. As for hobbies, besides studying, I like whatever men enjoy. Alexei's brief and humorous introduction earned laughs from the crowd, making the hotshot top scorer seem not so aloof, quite down to earth instead. Having finished his introduction, Alexei didn't hurry off the stage. Instead, he smiled and glanced at Julianne, who sat slumped in her seat. Also, I want to introduce another person to all of you. Alexei pointed to Julianne's seat. The girl sitting next to me is named Julianne, a very outstanding girl. As for her hobbies, she genuinely loves studying. Thank you. Alexei's words drew the attention of everyone below to Julianne. Trying to hide herself, Julianne blushed fiercely to the roots of her ears, hanging her head low, with her thick, dry bangs covering half her face while her hands nervously tugged at her faded jeans. Haddon merely chuckled and ticked Julianne's name off the list, sparing her further embarrassment. Back in his seat, Alexei turned to look at Julianne with a smile, much like a child seeking praise. Julianne, I did pretty well just now, right? How do you plan to thank me? Hearing this, Julianne kept pulling the threads of her jeans without looking up. Oh, thank you, Alexei. Hey, you're thanking me again. Tell me, how should I punish you? Alexei asked. Julianne looked up, feeling wronged. But clearly, you asked me to thank you. Alexei, no excuses. Either way, you're getting punished. How about having dinner with me later? After the roll call, Haddon briefly went over some other matters and details about military training before letting everyone arrange their own time. As soon as the instructor left, students also began leaving the classroom. Conway and two others got up and looked at Alexei in the back row. Seeing this, Alexei waved them off, indicating they could go ahead. With Julianne around, why bother with roommates? Seeing this, the three simultaneously flipped him the bird and left. Let's go, Julianne. What do you feel like eating? Alexei said with a smile. Julianne stuttered. Sorry, Alexei, I can't today. There are still a lot of things in the dormitory to organize. Well then, okay. By the way, do you have WeChat or QQ? Alexei suddenly asked. Oh, yes, Julianne replied. Before college, Julianne didn't even have a phone, let alone these apps. Later, Alexei gave her a phone, and due to the need for filling in college applications, her former high school teacher registered VX, WeChat, and QQ for her. Give me your phone. Oh, Julianne responded, took out her phone, and handed it over to Alexei. Seeing only one contact named teacher on the list, Alexei couldn't help but feel some pain for Xiao Magnus. Growing up in such a closed environment with no social life or friends, it was understandable that her personality would be so sensitive and introverted. After a series of operations, adding himself as a friend and renaming it to the most handsome man in the universe, Alexei let Julianne leave with satisfaction. Back in the dorm, Conway and Lance were playing games, while Lucius was busy doing something on his computer. Lance, start the game already. Are you shopping? Don't argue. Watch my amazing flanking. Although PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, PUBG, and Honor of Kings had significantly impacted League of Legends, LOL, leading to a large number of player losses, there was still a loyal group of players fighting in the rift. Moreover, Alexei knew that soon, LOL, this electronic sports game, would welcome another peak. Because those 5 boys in white would win the first championship for the domestic region this year. At this moment, Alexei's eyes lit up with an idea. If it was going to be an interception, then it should be complete. Although the concept app of the company had taken shape and would be developed soon. To compete with Kuaishou and Douyin, besides the previous strategy, he needed more trump cards. Damn, Chowzi, you're really bad. I've dropped a silver. Shut up, let's fight again tomorrow, sleep. Seeing them turn off their computers, Alexei shrugged and thought about getting some rest. Just as the dormitory fell into silence and all three were almost asleep, an unknown computer emitted a ding. This sound exclusive to male dormitories made Conway and Lance open their eyes wide and spring up, and even Alexei opened his eyes suddenly. All three involuntarily leaned forward to look at Lucius in front of the computer. Lucius smiled slightly and shyly. How about together? What this ding represented, anyone who had experienced it would understand. Chapter 91. Supporting Domestic Products. The power of Xuanlei was truly terrifying. Alexei thought that there was no way he could sleep now. It happened to be a few days since he had been to the company, and he decided to go over and check things out. Alexei, where are you going? Aren't you going to take a look at the new movies from Europe and America? Lance asked. Upon hearing this, Alexei swiftly got out of bed. Sorry, I only support domestic products. Leaving this light remark behind, Alexei turned and left the dormitory. On the way, Alexei received a call from Hideo. Hey, Timothy, I miss you so much. Through the car phone, came Hideo's long-lost raspy voice. Alexei smiled upon hearing this, but responded indifferently, spit it out quick. F***K. You straight guy really have no romantic sense. During the call, Alexei also learned about Hideo's recent situation. He has already started military training, and all aspects of conditions were not bad. Right, Timothy, Raven and Leonardo are in the same school as me. Leonardo and I are even in the same department. What bad luck. On the first day of military training, that guy Leonardo was so sarcastic with me. If it weren't for the instructor being there, I would have beaten him up. Knowing that Raven and Leonardo were at the same school as Hideo, Alexei couldn't help but sneer. In this life, the historical trajectory seemed to have deviated slightly. While he wasn't clear about what happened to Raven in the previous life, Leonardo's academic performance had always been good, and in the last life, both he and Ellen Yuan attended Jiangzhou University. Alexei even suspected that when they were at Jiangzhou University in the previous life, Ellen Yuan might have hooked up with Leonardo. Of course, these things were not important to him anymore. After finishing up his current tasks, he would definitely set aside time to deal with Leonardo and Ellen Yuan properly. Forget it, let's not talk about these unpleasant things. Oh right, how are you, Timothy? Yeah, I'm doing fine. We'll come see you if I have time. Alright, then I won't chat more with you. Hey, my roommate is a computer wizard. He cracked several terabytes of seed resources. They're all gems. I'll send them to you later, hahaha. Alexei, eyes closed face. Is this what geniuses do these days? After hanging up, Hideo quickly sent a few cracked video files. Alexei just glanced at them casually. Well, judging by the names, they are indeed high quality. Compared to those 3 roommates, Hideo still had better taste. Feeling that his heart was getting disturbed again, Alexei hurriedly turned off his phone. Damn Uriel, polluting my mind again. Because the new office building wasn't fully renovated yet, the working place was still at Jarrett's old company. Hello boss. Hee, boss looks even handsomer today. As soon as Alexei arrived at the company, employees greeted him one after another. Recently, the development team staff had been working overtime, constantly improving the initial form of the app. After listening to the report from the head of the development department, Alexei nodded slightly. According to this progress, it would take 1 or 2 months to develop the app. Jarrett heard that Alexei came and immediately found his office. Boss. Seeing the scruffy-looking Jarrett with panda eyes, Alexei patted his shoulder. Ganga, you've worked hard these days. Don't mention it, boss. This is all part of my job. Speaking of hard work, President Zhang should be considered the hardest worker. Sigh, as a woman, she works so diligently. How can I slack off? Mentioning Diana, Alexei subconsciously pictured her wearing an OL uniform. Diana had been busy these days, either recruiting talent or conducting market research, even not calling him for several days. Oh, boss, I wanted to report something to you. The brothers you asked me to find earlier, I found them. Jarrett's words caught Alexei's interest instantly. How did the talks go? Haha, as you said, money isn't an issue. If I can't bring those 2 youngsters over, I might as well retire and go home to farm. Jarrett joked. Then he continued, those 2 brothers are here right now. Would the boss like to meet them? Yes, let's meet them. Alexei replied, delved into detailed discussions on development, work with the technical staff before following Jarrett to meet the brothers. In the guest room, 2 young men sat nervously in the chairs, resembling each other somewhat, around 22 to 23 years old. Just before this, Jarrett had informed them that the big boss would come to see them. During this period, Jarrett had introduced quite a lot about the company to them and even took them to visit the new office building which was still under renovation. For the 2 brothers, a boss who could buy an entire building in the prime location of Jiangzhou was definitely a big shot among big shots. Creak. The door opened. Seeing Jarrett come in, the 2 brothers hurriedly stood up. Brother gang. Both greeted with smiles, while Alexei beside them was automatically ignored. After all, Alexei looked too young, and they subconsciously thought he might be an intern at the company, not even considering anything else. And Alexei also sized up the 2 brothers, couldn't help but feel a bit sentimental. Randall Rother Irwin and Timothy Brother Irwin, top internet celebrities of the previous life, were now nothing more than 2 fresh-faced or even somewhat naive college boys. Let me introduce. This is the boss of our Mengchen technology, Alexei, Jarrett said, pointing to Alexei beside him. Hearing this, the 2 brothers were dumbfounded, their mouths wide open. This boy, who looked younger than they were by a few years, was actually that mysterious big boss? Boss? Timothy Brother Irwin said dazedly, still finding it hard to believe. Seeing this, Alexei chuckled and teased. What? Not convinced? Looking at Alexei who seemed like a next-door big brother, Timothy Brother Irwin scratched his head and laughed. I thought he was just some intern, who has such a young boss? No sooner had the words left his mouth than Randall Rother Irwin smacked Timothy Brother Irwin on the back of the head. Shut up. How do you talk to the boss? Why did you hit me, brother? I'm just telling the truth. The boss does look young. Seeing the 2 brothers' personalities exactly like those from the previous life, Alexei couldn't help but shake his head and smile. As the older brother, Randall Rother Irwin clearly understood some social graces. After scolding Timothy Brother Irwin, he quickly added, Boss, my brother doesn't know how to speak properly. Please don't take it to heart. Don't worry about it. Sit down and talk. Alexei waved his hand, inviting the 2 brothers to sit down. Seeing Jarrett standing next to Alexei, the 2 brothers sat only slightly on the edge of their chairs. Although Alexei looked very young, just thinking of his status as the boss made the 2 of them inevitably nervous. Fortunately, Alexei's emotional intelligence was online, and he chatted casually with the 2 brothers about daily life. After all, he knew everything about their experiences and living environment from childhood to adulthood. Seeing that Alexei showed no trace of a boss's arrogance, the 2 brothers gradually relaxed and started chatting freely, occasionally laughing at Alexei's humor. Seeing the atmosphere was just right, Alexei cleared his throat and got to the point. You 2 should have already understood the situation of the company. If you have any ideas, feel free to share with me. Chapter 92 Love Letter. The brothers exchanged a glance. Younger brother Irwin scratched his head and said, I don't have any thoughts. I'll just follow my brother's lead. And elder brother Irwin pondered for a moment before looking at Alexei somewhat nervously. Brother gang talked to us quite well, and my brother and I don't have any special requests. We just have a small request, not knowing if the boss can meet it. With Alexei nodding in approval, elder brother Irwin began to elaborate. Before Jarrett found them, they had already started uploading skits on other platforms, but those platforms interfered with their creations no end. Understanding elder brother Erwin's concern, Alexei smiled. Rest assured, the company won't interfere with your creation, but we need to review your content. During the creation process, any needs can be submitted to the company. Thank you, boss. Seeing Alexei agree so readily, both brothers thanked him together. Alexei nodded lightly, then chatted with the brothers for a few more minutes before leaving the company. In the car, Alexei started the engine and then took out his phone to call Julianne, planning to invite her out for dinner. But the voicemail rang for a long time without connecting. At the same time, girls' dormitory. Julianne was tidying up her bed. The other 3 roommates' beds were all pink and cute, decorated beautifully, with dedicated curtains for privacy. Looking at the exquisite decor of the other roommates' beds, complete with nice wallpapers and posters, a hint of envy flashed in Julianne's eyes. In comparison, her bed seemed too simple, with only a mattress and blanket. Although the school had given her a special scholarship application, she left most of the money for her grandmother after paying for her education, keeping only a little for herself. She couldn't afford the things others had. After finishing tidying up her bed, she heard her phone ring from the table. Climbing down the ladder, she picked up the phone and saw several missed calls from Alexei. She hesitated whether to send a message to ask, when a voice call from someone noted as homeroom teacher suddenly came through. Answering the call, Julianne softly said, "Hello, Teacher Wu." The caller was indeed Julianne's former high school homeroom teacher, Natalie. Though Julianne was a bit introverted, due to her excellent academic performance, admission to Jiangzhou University, and poor family background, Natalie naturally paid more attention to her. On the phone, Natalie inquired about her recent condition and whether the enrollment went smoothly. Understanding Julianne's family situation, Natalie also transferred 500 yuan to her, saying that at the start of the semester there would be many things to purchase, and she shouldn't hesitate to spend where necessary. "Thank you, Teacher Wu, but I can't accept this money. I still have some saved." Julianne politely declined, telling Natalie that the school had given her a large amount of scholarship funds all at once, trying to reassure her teacher. But Natalie on the phone was immediately confused. "Are you joking with the teacher? No school gives out such a large amount of scholarships at once unless for exceptional students. Moreover, each university has a fixed number of spots for underprivileged students, and it's not even time to apply for scholarships yet." Unfamiliar with university matters, Julianne became doubtful after listening to Natalie's explanation. She recounted Charlie's words exactly to Natalie. "This is impossible. The teacher has several students at Jiangzhou University and has never heard of such rules. Julianne, you should best find out clearly from Teacher Chi. Be cautious about everything outside, and if unsure, call the teacher." After hanging up, Julianne's mind was full of questions. Was Teacher Chi lying to her? Accepting such a huge sum unconditionally made Julianne uneasy. Finally, she decided to clarify. It could be seen from how sensitive and self-conscious she was during the months spent with Alexei in high school that though she felt inferior, deep down she was proud and unwilling to accept favors blindly. Finding Charlie's number from the call history, she gathered her courage and dialed. Dialing. Time listening to the dial tone. She tightly held her pant leg, heart pounding. "Hello, who is it?" Hearing Charlie's voice, Julianne quickly replied, "Teacher Chi. It's Julianne." "Julianne?" Charlie paused for a moment before recalling her. Student Bai, what do you need?" "Teacher Chi, I would like to ask about the scholarship fund you mentioned." Over the phone, Charlie stuck to his previous explanation, claiming it was a special request made to the school. But when Julianne recounted her conversation with her homeroom teacher, Charlie fell silent. At this moment, Charlie silently lamented that this matter couldn't be hidden after all. Anyone who knew university procedures would see through such a flimsy excuse. Reluctantly, Charlie had no choice but to tell the truth. "Student Bai, the money wasn't actually from the school scholarship fund. One of Alexei's conditions when he talked to the school was to give half of his scholarship to you. Since Alexei asked me not to let you know, I didn't intentionally hide it from you. I hope you can understand." Upon learning the truth, Julianne's small hands trembled slightly, and she involuntarily pictured that tall figure in her mind. "Oh, I see. Thank you, Teacher Chi." Julianne politely thanked him, and then hung up the phone. After putting down the phone, Julianne stood motionlessly for a while. Eventually, as if making a decision, she quickly fetched paper and pen. Within the campus, under the envious gazes of many students, a Maserati Grand Cabrio cruised along. Alexei felt a bit depressed inside the car. Timothy Magnus still hadn't replied to his messages. After parking the car, he headed towards the dormitory. At the entrance to the boys' dormitory, he spotted a familiar figure. Tiny Timothy Magnus sat on the flower bed by the entrance to the boys' dormitory, her big black eyes occasionally glancing at the people coming and going. Seeing her, Alexei's eyes lit up as he hurried over. "Timothy Magnus," Alexei called out, and upon hearing it, Julianne got up immediately. "What are you doing here?" Alexei asked. "I was waiting for you," Julianne replied. "How long have you been waiting?" Alexei asked. "More than 2 hours." Looking at the slender figure before him, Alexei felt tenderly toward her. "You have a phone. Why didn't you call me?" "Oh, my phone ran out of battery," Julianne said, her head slightly drooping. "Did you wait here specially to have dinner with me?" Alexei asked with a smile. But Julianne suddenly looked up at Alexei and then handed him a neatly folded piece of paper. "For me?" Alexei asked in confusion. Just as he took the paper, Julianne turned and ran off. Her odd behavior left Alexei puzzled. Then he grinned. "Can it be a love letter?" "Haha." Alexei smiled foolishly and eagerly opened the paper. Chapter 93. Come on, Shao Magnus. They say one's handwriting reflects their personality. What caught Alexei's eye was a beautiful script. However, the content made him nearly dumbstruck. Alexei, my classmate, you have given me a total of 120,000 yuan as a scholarship. I will pay you back before I graduate. Thank you. The final signature was Julianne's name. Thinking it was a love letter, unexpectedly, it turned out to be an IOU. The corner of Alexei's mouth twitched slightly, then he smiled bitterly. He knew it must have been Charlie who let the cat out of the bag. The reason he had asked Charlie for help in keeping it secret was because he understood little Magnus' character. Although she looked frail, she was actually very stubborn and would not easily accept this seemingly charitable favor. Just as Alexei was worrying about how to solve this issue, Conway and the other three returned from not far away, calling him to return to the dormitory together. Let things take their natural course, Alexei thought to himself. There were still a few days before the freshman military training at Jiang University, and the freshmen were enjoying this rare leisure time. Near Jiang University, there was a commercial plaza that had just opened. Because it was close to the school, most of those hanging around here were students from Jiang University and other schools. Alexei and Conway's trio had planned to go to a new internet cafe here today, and Alexei kept checking his phone from time to time. Since 2 days ago, since at the entrance of the boys' dormitory, he hadn't seen little Magnus again, and her messages remained unanswered. At the mall entrance, several staff members dressed in thick mascot costumes were distributing flyers. Baby bye, it's way too hot today, oh. Lance held an iced drink, talking, when suddenly a mascot handing out flyers bumped into him, spilling the drink all over the ground. The mascot, having been hit by Lance, fell to the ground as well. Because the costume was so heavy, the person struggled for a long time without being able to get up. What the hell? Are you blind? Lance cursed angrily, pointing at the fallen mascot. Looking at the mascot struggling to get up on the ground, Alexei said, if you can forgive someone where forgiveness is possible, do it. It's scorching today, they have it tough. I'll buy you another drink later. Hee hee, sure. If our top scorer speaks, we gotta give face, Lance laughed in reply. Alexei bent down to help the mascot up. Are you okay? Alexei asked. Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, the mascot quickly turned and ran off without even saying thank you. Damn, what kind of person is this, can't even say thank you? Lance complained, but Alexei didn't really mind. In his previous life, after dropping out of school to come to Jiangzhou, in order to make money to please Ellen, he also worked in such a job under a scorching sun. He clearly understood the hardships these people went through, which was why he gave a helping hand without expecting anything in return. The four walked into the mall. Meanwhile, in a corner of the mall, a mascot poked its head out, looking at the direction Alexei and the others left. Turning around, the mascot struggled to remove the headgear with its clumsy hands. Underneath the mascot outfit was a girl who looked to be around 18 or 19 years old. Her face, malnourished and somewhat sallow, was framed by lank hair drenched in sweat, sticking to her forehead messily. Her palm had scraped the skin when she fell earlier. The girl simply blew on the wound casually with the headgear in her hand. Wearing the cumbersome mascot costume, she came to a small shop nearby. In the sweltering heat of 30 degrees Celsius, wearing such heavy clothing was too much for her weak body, making her feel parched. After rummaging in her pocket for a long time, the girl carefully pulled out 10 yuan, buying a bottle of water and a slice of bread. Carefully putting away the 6 yuan change, the girl squatted in a corner, eating the bread in large bites. That small mouth finished the bread in just a few bites. Seeming to choke a bit, she hurriedly unscrewed the bottle cap but only took a careful sip. She still had hundreds of flyers left to distribute, and she needed to save this bottle of water. Panting heavily, the girl used her hand to wipe the sweat off her small face carelessly. Looking at the pedestrians crisscrossing in front of her, obviously around the same age as her, but all dressed gorgeously and smiling happily, the girl felt a bit disheartened, shrinking into the corner. Come on, Julianne, you can do it. The girl quietly encouraged herself. At that moment, a rough male voice reprimanded loudly. Hey, who allowed you to slack off? Finished? Do you not want your wages? Hearing the man's voice, Julianne quickly stood up, put on the headgear, and started distributing flyers among the crowd with a stack in her arms. One day before the military training, Alexei was in the dormitory, holding his phone, browsing through the chat records with little Magnus. It's been 3 days, why hasn't she replied? Alexei mumbled to himself. He thought that if things didn't work out, he would go to the girls' dormitory entrance and wait for her. Ring. His phone suddenly rang. It was a call from Jarrett. Hello, boss. What's up? Alexei asked. Over the phone, Jarrett reported on the recent R&D work, emphasizing one critical issue. The development of the app had reached its final step, but there was one crucial problem remaining. According to Alexei's proposal, after the app was developed, it needed a server to connect to. However, the performance of the servers available from the providers he contacted wasn't sufficient to meet their requirements. Boss, aren't you at Jiangzhou University? I remember that last year, the computer engineering department at Jiangzhou University built a large server. What if? Jarrett didn't finish his sentence, but Alexei understood his meaning. All right, leave this to me. After hanging up, Alexei scratched his head. He hadn't planned for this. He thought finding a decent server would suffice for the connection. It turned out it wasn't as simple as he expected. But it wasn't a big deal. He could first discuss it with Chester. At worst, he'd just spend more money to buy a high-performance one. After tidying up briefly, Alexei called Charlie to get Chester's contact information. On the phone, Alexei didn't specify what it was about. He just said he wanted to find Chester for some tea. Chester told him he wasn't in his office and asked Alexei to come to a standalone villa behind the boys' dormitory. After hanging up, Chester sent him a door number. After a brief tidy-up, Alexei left the dormitory. Outside the boys' dormitory, Alexei walked out and glanced around, spotting a familiar figure sitting on the flower bed. Their eyes met, and Alexei smiled. Walking a few quick steps forward, Alexei stopped and looked at Xiao Magnus, his tone slightly weighty, wrong word, maybe aggrieved, like a wrong little wife. Xiao Magnus, where have you been these past few days? You didn't even reply to my messages. My phone was out of service, Julian replied. Didn't you get a Wi-Fi plan? Julian shook her head in response. Hearing this, Alexei let out a bitter laugh. Taking out his phone, Alexei directly recharged Julian's number with 1,000 yuan worth of airtime. From now on, you must send me a message every day, even if it's just an emoji. Got it? Otherwise, I'll be upset. Really upset, Alexei said sternly. Okay. Julian nodded and then slowly brought her hand, which had been hiding behind her back, in front of Alexei. Seeing this, Alexei raised an eyebrow, a trace of bitterness welling up inside him. Chapter 94, A Closed Door. In the palm of Julian's small hand, some loose change was neatly stacked. There were 50s, 20s, and 10s. Seeing this, Alexei looked at Julian with a calm gaze, but there was inevitably some reproach in his eyes. What does this mean? Julian hung her little head and timidly replied, This money is to pay you back first. Upon hearing this, Alexei did not reach out to take the money but instead seemed a bit upset. I don't want your money. Keep it, Alexei said. At that moment, Alexei was acting childishly, wanting to leave. Regarding yesterday's IOU, he hadn't even thought about it. He never expected any return for what he had done. He didn't like Xiao Magnus calculating everything so clearly with him. He really didn't like it. Seeing Alexei about to leave, Julian ran after him on her little legs and stood in front of him again, holding out a stack of loose change with both hands. Xiao Magnus, you? Alexei felt somewhat helpless. But Julian mustered up her courage and looked up at Alexei without saying a word. Perhaps due to the hot weather, beads of sweat formed on her forehead, causing her bangs to stick to her skin. However, her black eyes shone with determination and stubbornness as she stared at Alexei. Seeing the determined and stubborn look in the girl's eyes, Alexei was lost in thought. Yes, how could he forget? He had been so focused on protecting Xiao Magnus that he overlooked the determination and stubbornness hidden beneath her fragile appearance. Just like that, the slight anger he felt moments ago vanished instantly. He couldn't bring himself to blame Xiao Magnus. Suddenly, he noticed a scrape on Julian's palm and frowned, instinctively grabbing her hand with concern. How did this happen? Alexei's sudden gesture made Julian's cheeks turn slightly red. She didn't say anything, gently pulling her hand back, and then once again offered the loose change to Alexei. This girl, why was she so stubborn? Alexei thought to himself. After hesitating for a long time, he finally sighed deeply and reluctantly took the loose change from Julian. Seeing this, a faint smile appeared in Julian's eyes. Haven't eaten yet? Alexei asked. I've eaten. I have something to do. Goodbye, Alexei. With that, Julian turned and ran away. Holding the damp loose change in his palm, Alexei felt uneasy and had no immediate solution. Watching Julian's figure gradually disappear, he could only shake his head helplessly, thinking to himself that he should first resolve the server issue at the company before thinking of other solutions. Following the address given by Chester, Alexei arrived at a separate small courtyard behind the boys' dormitory. His assigned independent dormitory wasn't far from here. Knock knock. Alexei lifted his hand and lightly knocked on the door. The one who opened the door was a bespectacled, gentle-looking man. Alexei, right? The principal is on the phone. Come in first, the man invited. Alexei nodded in response and followed the man inside. Inside, the interior decoration resembled Chester's office, exuding an ancient, scholarly ambience. Seeing Chester on the phone, Alexei didn't interrupt. A while later, Chester ended the call and then smiled warmly at Alexei. Take a seat. The two sat opposite each other, drinking tea and chatting casually. Now, tell me why you're here. Don't say you came just to chat over tea. Chester, being an old fox, knew very well that Alexei wouldn't come without a reason. Hearing this, Alexei smiled awkwardly and got straight to the point. Zofiaki, I opened an internet company in Jiangzhou recently. We're developing an app but need a high-performance server for connection. Learning that Alexei had opened his own company, Chester was somewhat surprised. When he heard that Alexei wanted to lease the computer engineering department server, Chester chuckled wryly. Alexei, it's not that I won't help you, but the server you mentioned was developed by the dean of the computer science college and his team. Strictly speaking, even I, as the principal, can't make decisions on it. Alexei couldn't help but be surprised. Is there something the principal can't control at Jiangzhou University? Is this old man messing with me? Seeing Alexei's puzzled face, Chester explained with a bitter smile. Jiangzhou University's computer engineering department was rated A+ last year domestically, all thanks to Dean Frisco of the Computer Science College. Speaking of Frisco, he was also a renowned figure in the field of computer science, enjoying great prestige both domestically and internationally. In his youth, he had participated in the design of several large-scale national internet projects. Even in his twilight years after retirement, he remained a highly sought-after individual by top universities across the country. It was only because Chester had maintained a good personal relationship with Frisco since his youth and persistently pleaded for half a year that Guo finally agreed to serve as the dean at Jiangzhou University, along with an honorary professorship. As Chester put it, even if he himself made the request, it would only be for negotiation purposes. Whether to agree or not depended entirely on Frisco's own decision. If forced into a corner and he decided to leave, it would be a significant loss for Jiangzhou University. In that case, it would be troublesome if you could take me to meet Dean Guo. You're really giving me a hard time, Chester grumbled. It was only because he saw great potential in Alexei that he agreed. Otherwise, for any other student, he would have refused outright. Darian, bring the car over. We need to go to Dean Guo's residence. The man called Darian nodded and left. After leaving the school with Chester, they headed for Frisco's home. In the car, Alexei learned that Guo did not live on campus, but in a nearby residential area. He also found out from Chester that Frisco's spouse was from Yongqing, making him almost a son-in-law of Yongqing. About 10 minutes later, they arrived at their destination. In the living room, the three sat around a table. Two of them were Alexei and Chester, while the other was an elderly man in his 60s, Dean Frisco. Lao Kong, just get to the point. My wife has just come from Yongqing and will arrive soon. I don't have time for word games. Do we old buddies not enjoy tea and chat occasionally? Chester replied with an awkward smile. Alexei smiled wryly, confirming what Chester had said earlier. Dean Guo indeed had a straightforward personality and showed no favoritism toward Chester. You old man, always beating around the bush, which annoys us to no end. You're wasting my tea, Guanyin. Put down your cup and no more drinking. Frisco angrily snatched the teacup from Chester's lips. Seeing this, Chester blushed and retorted, Lao Guo, can't you give me some face in front of the student? Upon hearing this, Frisco turned to look at Alexei, examining him from head to toe. Hello, Dean Guo. I'm Alexei, a freshman in the School of Finance. Alexei? The national top-scoring student in science this year? Frisco asked. Yes, Alexei nodded. Even after learning that Alexei was the top scorer, Frisco did not react like others would have, merely glancing at him indifferently without much of a response. Lao Guo, I won't keep you guessing. Today, I'm here on Alexei's behalf to discuss something with you. Chester then explained the situation in detail. Upon learning the details, Frisco frowned and said, So, this young man wants to rent our department server? Yes, Lao Guo. Anyway, the server is just sitting there, not yet leased out. Family first, why not rent it to him at market price? The expenses will be handled by your department without interference from the school. Alexei looked at Frisco with some anticipation. However, Frisco's next words sent Alexei's hopes plummeting. No rental. Chapter 95. An unexpected encounter. Alexei had anticipated being turned down, but he never expected such a blunt refusal. It seemed that Chester's earlier evaluation of Frisco was still somewhat tactful. However, upon further thought, judging from their conversation just now, Frisco was a typical academician, naive in social matters. Often, it was precisely such people who could achieve success in their respective fields. As expected, Chester's expression at the time also wasn't too good. If it were private, it would be fine. He knew his old friend's personality all too well. Losing face wasn't something new. But this was right in front of Alexei. This stubborn old man didn't give him any face in front of students. Chester thought to himself, if this matter isn't negotiable, take him back. That server is the fruit of our labor. I'd rather let it gather dust than let it be tainted by the stench of money. You stubborn old fool. What age are we living in? Isn't what you made meant for people to use? You won't lose any money. Seeing Chester get upset, Frisco didn't back down either, puffing out his beard and glaring. What do you know? Can intellectual products be measured by money? Chester was truly furious and huffed. When will you ever change your ways? Shameless indeed. 4 years ago, the top student who was clearly cut out for computer science. But look at you. You persuaded that foolish boy to take the civil service exam with some middle-aged single female counselor. Shame on you. One thing at a time. Why are you bringing up old grudges? Just answer if you'll agree or not. Don't even think about it. I won't agree. Others might fear you as the principal, but I don't. The two argued until they were red-faced, like two old children. Beside them, Alexei laughed awkwardly. Who would have thought that these two respected figures in education and academia would argue like kids? While he was distracted, Chester had already stood up. I'm furious, you humph. Let's pretend I wasn't here today. Then he looked at Alexei and said, Alexei, let's go. Saying that, he walked towards the door first. Alexei rubbed his nose, feeling helpless. Who would have thought Frisco would be so difficult? Excuse me, Dean Guo. Alexei greeted Frisco and got up to follow. Since nothing could be done here, they could only think of other ways, unsure if they could find an appropriate server port before the app development was complete. Just as the two reached the door, it opened, revealing an elderly lady with white hair walking in. Immediately after, Frisco hurried over anxiously. Oh, how did you come by yourself? I was going to pick you up. Saying this, Frisco supported the elderly lady into the room. Alexei, who was bending to put on his shoes, only saw the lady's back when he stood up. He guessed this was Frisco's wife. Jingshan, why are you leaving just as I return? Sit down and have some tea. No, I can't afford that old guy's tea, Guanyin. Chester clearly was still angry, glaring at Frisco. Frisco then said, Old woman, ignore him. Let me help you rest for a while. While they chatted, Alexei caught a glimpse of the elderly lady, lightly exclaiming, Patsy? Hearing this, the elderly lady pushed her reading glasses down, sizing up Alexei and immediately smiling kindly. Child, why did you come to Jiangzhou? Patsy, you've forgotten. We met when I was in my final year of high school. Now I'm a student at Jiangzhou University, Alexei replied with a laugh. Come, sit, child. It's been a long time since we last chatted. The elderly lady called out, and Alexei hurriedly moved forward to sit beside her on the sofa. The world really was small. A few months ago, when Alexei sold milk tea from a stall near the City Construction Bureau's old building, he had rented a newsstand for a while. The owner of that newsstand was this elderly lady. Thinking back, they had quite hit it off during their conversations. The elderly lady often visited him while he was selling milk tea. Chatting, Alexei learned that her name was Amy, Frisco's wife. Because Frisco worked at Jiangzhou University and was always busy with so-called academic research, Amy disliked the hustle and bustle of Jiangzhou, finding it too restless. With her children not around and her husband always busy, she mostly stayed in Yongqing, guarding the newsstand to pass the time. Seeing his wife laughing happily with Alexei, Frisco felt an indescribable emotion. It was the first time he saw his wife laugh so happily. Old Kong, how does this child know my wife? Frisco asked. Hearing this, Chester huffed arrogantly. Guess. Frisco, am I a kid that you make me guess? Knowing too well the soft spot of his old friend, Chester coughed and said, Alexei, it's not early anymore. We should go back to school. Alexei nodded and turned to Amy. Patsy Han, I'm leaving. With that, he stood up and followed Chester, preparing to leave. Darling, how did you know that, child? Frisco hurriedly asked. You guess, Amy replied. Frisco. After Alexei and Chester left, just as they had walked out of the door for a few steps, they saw Frisco chasing after them. That, Old Kong, I thought about it carefully just now. You're right. It would be a waste if it's left unused. Since this child wants to rent it, let him do so. Looking at the embarrassed face of Frisco, Alexei was stunned. What's going on? He changed his mind too quickly. Seeing Alexei's doubtful look, Chester beside him smiled and whispered with a light chuckle. I forgot to tell you, this old man is henpecked. Despite his age, Frisco's hearing was pretty good. He glared immediately. You old fool, who is henpecked? It's just that I like this child. What do you know? Alexei touched his nose awkwardly. Men can kneel on a washboard at home, but outside, they must keep their dignity regardless of age. After scolding Chester, Frisco added, but I have one condition. This child hasn't chosen a second major yet, right? He must choose our department's second major, and I'll mentor him personally. Upon hearing this, Chester looked at Alexei, asking for his opinion. Yes, okay. It's an honor to be a student of Dean Gua. Alexei's obvious flattery made Frisco quite comfortable. After a brief chat, he left Alexei with a phone number and went back into the house. In the car returning to the school, Chester learned from Alexei about how he knew Amy. No wonder Lao Shu agreed. That old fool is fearless, but listens only to his wife. Alexei, it's clear that elder sister Yuan Ying likes you very much. With this connection, if your company needs any technical help in the future, you can get elder sister Yuan Ying to talk to him. No need to worry about the old man refusing. Maybe, in the future, we can even get that old man to work as a technical consultant for your company. Upon hearing this, Alexei's eyes lit up. If they could get someone like Frisco to join their company, even if just nominally, that would be fantastic. He couldn't help but give Chester a thumbs up. Not for nothing that you're the principal, indeed sly and cunning. Chester, Noon, if you can't compliment properly, don't do it next time. Chapter 96. Crawling into Timothy Magnus' arms. After returning to school, Alexei greeted Chester, and then went back to the dormitory. He didn't stay long in the dormitory, and drove straight to the company's old building. Regarding the specifics of renting servers, he felt it necessary to remind Jarrett in person a few more times. By the time Alexei left the company, it was already evening. When he drove near the school, it had become completely dark. As he passed a crossroads in front of the school, while waiting for the traffic light, he suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure under the illumination of the headlights. On the side of the road, a small, slender figure. It was Julianne. These past few days, besides handing out flyers part-time, she had also been diligently searching for other part-time jobs. Not only to repay Alexei, but also to earn her living expenses. Her student grant, after paying tuition fees and various miscellaneous costs, had all been left for her grandmother. Actually, she could have used all the money intended for her grandmother to pay Alexei at once, but she didn't, because her grandmother's health was poor and required continuous medication and regular hospital checkups. So, the only thing she could do was find as many jobs as possible and earn more money. Even though she was so introverted and frail, she tried hard to appear capable and hardworking. She had visited the school canteen and many stores around the campus. Every time she entered a place to inquire, it took her great courage, yet without exception, she was always rejected. Whether at the canteen or stores around the campus, most had seniors working part-time and didn't need additional help. Besides, with Julianne's frail appearance, no boss wanted her. She pulled out 2 buns and soy milk from lunch that she hadn't finished and ate them on her way. Even though it wasn't hot in the evening, she was drenched in sweat from walking so much. Screech. The brakes screeched loudly. The glaring headlights made Julian squint slightly, and although the tall figure approaching was somewhat blurry, the voice was clear. Timothy Magnus. As the figure came closer, Alexei's face finally appeared before Julianne. Classmate Alexei, Julian replied listlessly. Hearing the word classmate, Alexei felt somewhat helpless. This formality made him feel distant. Call me Alexei in the future, just like before. Oh, okay, Alexei? Julianne replied timidly. Alexei turned and opened the car door, waving his hand. Get in the car. I'll give you a ride back to school. No, it's fine. I can go back by myself. Julianne shook her head repeatedly. Seeing the half-eaten bun and half cup of soy milk in Julianne's hand, Alexei said, by the time you walk back, the canteen will be closed. Get in the car quickly. This is a timed parking zone. If I get caught, I'll have to pay a hefty fine. Upon hearing that Alexei might get fined, Julianne panicked and hurriedly ran to the rear door, intending to open it. Seeing this, Alexei silently locked the rear door. The back door is broken. Sit in the passenger seat. Oh. Julianne nodded and rushed to the passenger side to open the door. She didn't understand cars, but when she saw the luxurious interior, she hesitated. Just as Alexei was about to urge her, Julianne took out some crumpled tissues from her pocket and carefully laid them on the passenger seat. This car must be very expensive, and she was so dirty, having sweated so much. She couldn't bear to dirty Alexei's seats when he was kindly giving her a ride back to school. Julianne's actions made Alexei feel as if someone had gripped his heart tightly, causing a sharp pain. He grabbed the tissues, crumpled them into a ball, and put them in his pocket. Then he got out of the car and walked around to the passenger side. In Julianne's startled cry, he gently pushed her into the car. Buckle up. Alexei started the car, and Julianne, like a little kitten, curled up on the seat, clutching the seatbelt but inadvertently locking it, unable to pull it out. This made Julianne's face turn red. She sneakily glanced at Alexei, feeling extremely anxious. She felt so clumsy, fearing that if she caused Alexei to get fined for violating traffic rules, what would happen? Noticing her distress, Alexei leaned over in silence. They were only inches apart, and Alexei's profile almost touched Julianne's nose. Just a little bit more, and Alexei could have crawled into her arms. The breath of youth enveloped Julianne, making her face flush red. Her hands tightly clenched the edge of her pants, and her heart pounded faster and faster. After quickly buckling the seatbelt, Alexei withdrew, and Julianne breathed a sigh of relief. The car started slowly, and Alexei noticed her flushed face, his tone filled with concern. What's wrong? Your face is so red. Are you too hot? Julianne stammered a reply, hurriedly picking up the soy milk and gulping it down to hide her nervousness. But because she drank too quickly, she choked and started coughing, covering her little mouth. Drink slower. Did you choke? Alexei hurriedly handed her a tissue. However, Julianne's expression changed as she noticed soy milk had spilled on the seat and the carpet below. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Julianne apologized repeatedly. The front passenger space was large, and she was tiny, so she squatted down, using her sleeves to wipe the seat. But because the seat was light-colored, this only made the mess worse. Creak. Alexei suddenly stopped the car and turned to look at Julianne. Seeing this, Julianne lowered her head, clutching her pants tightly, thinking Alexei was angry because she had dirted the car. Looking at Julianne, who looked like a frightened quail, he felt both heartache and amusement. It's okay, Magnus. I was planning to wash the car anyway. Just wait for me in the car. Alexei said, then got out and walked toward a nearby bakery. A short while later, he returned with a delicate package containing some sweet pastries and bento boxes. You said sorry twice just now, which made me very angry. So, as punishment, you have to eat all of these. Seeing Alexei pushing the package into her arms, Julianne shook her head vigorously. She knew how expensive these items were from watching her roommates buy them, each one costing over 10 yuan, nearly her daily meal expense. No, I can't accept that. If not, fine, but I'm trying to lose weight lately, and this stuff has too much sugar. I'll throw it away. Alexei grabbed the box, pretending to throw it. Just like when they were in senior high, hearing Alexei would throw it all away, Julianne's face immediately changed. It didn't matter how old the trick was, as long as it worked. Alexei smiled. He knew Julianne couldn't stand wasting food. Here. He handed the box back, trying to ease her pressure by finding another reason. Our major involves a lot of theoretical knowledge, and I'm lazy. How about this, Magnus? You help me take notes again, and I'll treat you to meals. Fair enough? Julianne silently hugged the box in her arms, lost in thought for a moment without speaking. Not saying anything means you agree. Alexei was delighted, and started the car slowly. The engine's roar drowned out Julianne's soft words. Thank you, Alexei. Chapter 97. You're my adoptive Jake. Outside the girls' dormitory, the car stopped, and Alexei was hoping to chat with Julianne a bit longer when she immediately opened the door and ran back to the dormitory. What's this girl up to? Alexei shook his head with a smile as he watched Julianne disappear into the distance. He had wanted to ask her what she was doing outside so late at night. After starting the car again, he drove towards the boys' dormitory. Outside the boys' dormitory, Conway and the other three had just finished dinner and were chatting happily as they walked towards the dormitory. Alexei has been going out every day lately. I wonder what he's busy with. Going out so late? Is he meeting someone? Damn it. Has Alexei found a girlfriend already? Just after school started? No way. We must interrogate him thoroughly when he gets back. As they were gossiping about Alexei, a Maserati Gran Cabrio sped by, catching everyone's attention and causing many students to take out their phones to snap photos. Seeing this, Conway couldn't help but look envious. Lance even pouted, clearly envious and jealous. Pooh. Impressive with your fancy car? Tomorrow, I'll let the air out of your tires. See you show off then. Conway said with a tinge of envy. Sigh. This car is the ultimate chick magnet. Who on earth owns it? At that moment, the Maserati Gran Cabrio came to a stop. The engine turned off, and the door opened. Conway and the others also stopped, craning their necks to see who would get out of the car. Alexei stretched his legs and slowly got out of the car, closed the door, and gave a big stretch. Turning around, he saw Conway and the others waving to them. Wow, what a coincidence. You guys are just getting back too? Holy crap. All three were stunned, nearly popping their eyes out. Alexei? They exclaimed in unison. They had imagined all sorts of possibilities. Even if an old man with a receding hairline had gotten out of the car, they wouldn't have been surprised. But seeing Alexei got out, they were utterly astonished. Everyone knows that it's scary when your brother struggles, but it's equally scary when your brother drives a Range Rover. Yet, Alexei didn't just get a Range Rover. He went ahead and bought a nearly 3 million renminbi Maserati Gran Cabrio. Why are you guys staring? Alexei asked. Seeing Alexei approaching, the three exchanged looks before rushing over and grabbing him. Darn it. Alexei, this Maserati is yours. How could you not tell us earlier? Alexei rubbed his nose sheepishly, replying, You didn't ask? Conway clutched his chest dramatically. Not ask? And you didn't say anything? We were raving about the car in front of you, damn. Pure clowns. Lucius nodded vigorously, speaking with a slight accent. Absolutely true. Your life is our dream. Looking at their exaggerated reactions, Alexei couldn't help but laugh. All right, my bad. I'll let you guys borrow the car, okay? Hearing this, the three instantly grinned from ear to ear. Randall Rother-chun, for those words, you're my brother. Can I borrow it first? Go to hell. Not Randall Rother, it's Adoptive Jake. Adoptive Jake, lend me first? Me too. Alexei, I'll trade you 100G of seeds for it. With laughter and banter, they returned to the dormitory. Meanwhile, girls' dormitory. Back in the dormitory, Julian carefully placed the pastries and bento Alexei bought for her in the desk drawer, planning to eat them the next day. Her three roommates were chatting away. So annoying, military training is coming up. With this hot weather, sunscreen is a must. Hee. I bought a few bottles of Lancome Little Black Bottle and Helena Rubinstein sunscreen a few days ago. They're pricey, but they're supposed to be really good. Ugh, how annoying. I spent over 3,000 last week on a haircut. Why do we need to wear hats? Their conversation revolved around cosmetics, hairstyles, or trendy clothes that cost hundreds to thousands of yuan, normal for Jiang University students. Time of listening to them, Julian sat on her chair, nibbling on the half bun she hadn't finished. Although they lived in the same dormitory, it felt like they lived in different worlds. College life over these few days had made her feel the stark differences. She didn't have fancy wallpaper, bottles of cosmetics, a wardrobe full of dresses, or electronic gadgets like a tablet or laptop. She lightly bit her lip, swallowing the last bite of her bun, trying hard not to listen, not to care. After all, she had been living like this for so many years. But the thought of 4 more years ahead made her mood increasingly low. After wiping her mouth, she rummaged through the empty wardrobe for a long time, finding only a few old clothes and nothing else. A moment later, she looked at the towel on the hook, brought it to her nose for a light sniff, then got up and left the dormitory. At this time, in dorm 205 of the boys' building, Alexei was lying on his bed, listening to Conway and the other two chatting. College was different from high school. There were many places where one had to spend money. Alexei pondered that Julianne must also have a lot to prepare. Thinking about it, he got up and said, Chowsy, can you do me a favor? Conway was just thinking about borrowing Alexei's Maserati to show off, so he replied with a smile, Sure thing, Brother Chin. What do you need? Since you're well known in the class, find out who Julianne's roommates are and take a picture of their dorm for me. Though Conway was curious why Alexei suddenly wanted to know about a girl, he didn't ask further. No problem. I'm pretty much friends with most of the girls in our class. It has to be said, Conway was quite efficient. In just 2 or 3 minutes, he sent Alexei a photo of a girl's dorm. Alexei opened the photo and frowned. The other 3 beds were typical of female college students, pink and cute, full of decorations. Only the bed by the door was extremely simple and bare, not even a curtain to hide behind. It was clearly Julianne's bed. Ding-ling-ling. Suddenly, the phone rang. Seeing that the caller was Julianne, Alexei was delighted and hurriedly answered. Hello, is this Timothy? Alexei? On the phone came Julianne's soft voice. Yeah, it's me. What's up, little Magnus? Alexei chuckled softly. Can you come down? I am at the entrance of the boys' dormitory. Sure, absolutely. Wait for me. Alexei hung up the call, did a swift somersault to get out of bed, and rushed out of the dormitory like the wind. Chapter 98, It's Not Dirty at All. Outside the boys' dormitory, Alexei rushed out, and upon seeing the petite figure sitting on the flower bed, he approached with a beaming smile. Seeing Alexei approach, Julianne, who was on the flower bed, hurriedly stood up, her small hands behind her back. What do you need? Alexei said with a smile. I accidentally dirtied your car, so I want to clean it for you, Julian whispered. Upon hearing this, Alexei couldn't help but sigh slightly, feeling helpless and somewhat disappointed. So you came all the way here just to wash my car for me? Uh-huh. Seeing Julian nod, Alexei shook his head and replied, I told you I was going to wash it anyway, so no need. But she merely raised her head slightly, looking straight at Alexei with her determined eyes. Looking into her resolute eyes and her stubborn expression, Alexei was speechless. A moment later, he sighed again, took out the keys, and opened the car door. Seeing this, Julian got into the car and started cleaning busily. She cleaned very meticulously. Even though only a little bit of the seat and carpet had been dirted, she used the white towel in her hand to wipe the passenger seat, carpet, and even other areas multiple times. Watching Julianne's busy figure, occasionally wiping sweat from her brow, Alexei leaned against the front of the car with a smile playing on his lips. After working for quite some time, Julian finally let out a long breath. Done. Yeah, very clean. Cleaner than what they would do at the car wash, Alexei said without even looking. Well, I'll be off then. Julian turned to leave but saw Alexei open the car door and say, Get in. Come with me to buy something. Julian hesitated, clearly unwilling to go. Seeing this, Alexei replied with a smile. I'm going to buy some necessities for a very cute girl, but since I'm a guy, I don't know how to choose. Timothy Magnus, you wouldn't refuse such a small favor, would you? Looking at the mischievous smile in Alexei's eyes, Julianne hesitated. Her deskmate had helped her so much before. Now asking her for such a small favor, how could she refuse? Well, okay. Get in. Alexei's eyes were full of cunning satisfaction. After leaving the school, Alexei drove to a newly opened mall nearby. In the supermarket, within the daily necessities section, Alexei walked ahead while Timothy Magnus pushed the shopping cart behind him, resembling a casual couple out shopping. This one is good. This one too. It smells nice. Wow, this is a big brand. Get a few more. Alexei picked items from the shelves, tossing them all into the shopping cart indiscriminately. Everything from shower gel, shampoo, air fresheners, towels, wallpapers, tablecloths, 4-piece bedding sets, and women's personal care products flowed effortlessly from his choices. Looking at the mountain of goods in the cart, Julianne's mind was filled with big question marks. Didn't he say he needed help choosing? Alright, that's enough. Just these. Timothy Magnus, wait outside for me. Okay. Seeing Julian leave, Alexei went to the counter to pay. Holding the receipt for over 2,000 yuan, Alexei tossed it into the trash. This must not be seen by Timothy Magnus. Leaving the mall with several bags, he brought Julianne back to the school. Outside the girls' dormitory, the appearance of the Maserati Grand Cabrio caused many students to whisper among themselves. After getting out of the car, Julianne wanted to return. Wait. Alexei called out, opened the trunk, and took out the items. Take all these back with you. Startled, Julian asked doubtfully, all of this? Hearing this, Alexei chuckled playfully and replied, yes, didn't I say these are for a very cute girl? Julianne's face turned red immediately, and she shook her head vigorously. No need, I don't lack these things. Really? Then tell me, where did you get the towel you used to clean my car? Facing Alexei's question, Julianne clutched the towel in her hand tightly. This is what I use to wash my face every day. I wash it every day, so it's not dirty. By the end, Julianne had lowered her head, timidly saying, sorry, I should have explained beforehand. Clearly, Julianne thought Alexei was upset about the cleanliness of the towel she used to wash her face. Hearing the meekness in her voice, Alexei felt a twinge of heartache and resentment. He really disliked when Timothy Magnus always said, sorry. Sighing slightly, Alexei said, I'm not the type to take advantage of others. You used your own towel to clean my car, so I should have compensated you with a new one anyway. Besides, washing my car outside would cost a few $100 at least. So in a way, you saved me hundreds of dollars. He then pointed to the 2 large bags and continued, these things together only cost around $100, which can be considered as paying for the car wash. That way, neither of us loses out. Alexei said this without a hint of embarrassment. Julianne, Alexei, I'm not a little kid. Julianne was innocent, but not stupid. She had seen some of these items being used by her roommates before. The total cost could easily reach a few hundred. Cough, cough. Realizing that Magnus wasn't easily fooled, Alexei cleared his throat awkwardly and continued, alright, how about this? Whenever I need my car cleaned in the future, I'll come to you since you do such a good job, and I can save quite a bit of money. But this... Julianne lowered her head, still feeling it was inappropriate. However, Alexei quickly ran to the entrance of the girls' dormitory with the stuff, calling each staff member Auntie, and using his likable appearance to win them over. The dorm manager happily agreed to help Julianne bring the items up to her room. I'll head back now, Magnus. Remember to send me a photo once everything is set up. If my car gets dirty again, I'll find you. Alexei waved and drove off without giving Julianne any chance to refuse. Standing there, staring at the departing car, Julianne remained motionless for a moment. Aren't you going to move? Come on, let's take these up together, the auntie called out, snapping Julie and back to reality as she turned to walk into the dormitory. Back in his dorm, Alexei soon received a photo from Julianne. In the picture, Julianne's bed was neatly arranged. The wallpaper, curtains, tablecloth, and originally empty cabinet were now fully stocked. She finally had everything others had. The most challenging part of freshman life, military training, eventually arrived. I'm your drill master. Today we start our first lesson. Everyone, stand at attention for 20 minutes. Amidst groans, the dreaded military training officially began. Chapter 99, Too much. Sir, my stomach hurts. Sir, I have flat feet. Sir, I have hemorrhoids. During the military training, there are always some students who come down with strange and various illnesses. As for Alexei, he didn't go to the military training at all. After all, one of the conditions for Jiang University to admit him was to exempt him from military training. The app on the company's side had been developed in its prototype form and was now undergoing internal testing and server interface testing. Alexei was also quite concerned about this and specially went to the company. He left the company and returned to school just before dusk. By this time, a day of military training had finally ended. At the sound of "dismissed" from the drill master, the students ran to the canteen like horses that had broken free from their reins. In the crowd, a petite figure walked alone towards the canteen. The loose military uniform worn by Julianne made her look even more slender. Actually, she wasn't short. She was over 160 centimeters tall. However, because she was too thin and wore clothes loosely, plus she often lowered her head, it gave people a small impression of her. Even though it was only the first day of military training, her body was already struggling to bear it. Her body was originally frail, and in the past few days, she had been wearing a costume under high temperatures to distribute flyers. Her face, which was already pale due to malnutrition, looked very tired. Enduring the discomfort of soreness and fatigue, she had just arrived at the entrance of the canteen when she heard a voice behind her. Timothy Magnus. This unique nickname told her without thinking that it was Alexei. Alexei took big steps forward, stood still, raised the packed lunch bag in his hand, and said with a smile, "You're too slow. There are no seats left in the canteen. I just packed some food, and I packed too much. Can you help me eat some?" "No need. You really don't need to bring me food anymore." "How can that be? My car is a bit dirty. If you don't eat, how will you have the strength to help me clean it? Come on." In a corner of the school, Alexei parked his car on the side, leaned against the hood and started eating. Beside him, Julianne was taking small bites of the meal, her cheeks bulging. "I don't like meat. Here you go. These eggs aren't good, they're yours. And this soup, it doesn't suit my taste here. Fellow student Alexei, too much. I can't finish it." Seeing the pile of meat in her lunchbox, Julianne refused to let Alexei give her any more. "If you can't finish it, then throw it away." No, that's too wasteful. I can finish it." It seemed this method worked well on Julianne. She was afraid Alexei would throw it away, so she buried her head and started eating. Although she had said she couldn't finish it, in the end, not a single grain of rice was left. Maybe because she ate too quickly, she kept burping and felt embarrassed, not daring to look up at Alexei. Looking at the clean lunchbox, Alexei was not heartbroken. Such a tiny creature could actually eat so much, obviously indicating Julianne's appetite was not small. With such a large appetite, yet she usually eats so little, how can her body get enough nutrition? "Why did you eat so hastily?" "Choked." "Huh? Drink the soup." Although the intensity of military training wasn't too high, Alexei was worried that Julianne's body couldn't take it, so yesterday he privately approached Haddon. After explaining Julianne's health condition, he hoped she wouldn't participate in the military training. Haddon had received notification from the dean during the opening ceremony, asking him to take care of Alexei, the top student of the college entrance exam. Considering Julianne's poor health, he agreed. What neither Alexei nor Haddon expected was that Julianne refused, saying she could endure and complete the military training with her classmates, not wanting to be treated differently. While Alexei was distracted and thinking about it, Julianne finished drinking the soup in one breath, covered her mouth stealthily to burp, and then blushed as she cleaned up. "I'm full, student Alexei. Shall I help you clean your car now?" Hearing this, Alexei threw the things into the trash can casually. How could he possibly let Julianne do such work? It was just an excuse. "Next time, I suddenly remember I have something to do. See you tomorrow, Timothy Magnus." Watching the car driving away, Julianne's mind was full of big question marks again. Her desk mate had always been like this, always mysterious. In the following days, Alexei almost daily brought lunch to Julianne for different reasons. However, he noticed that for some reason, Julianne was unusually tired every day, and her complexion became increasingly haggard. In theory, although the military training has some intensity, it shouldn't have made her this exhausted. On this day, after following up on some app testing work at the company, Alexei rushed back to school right before the Giathon dismissal time. In the finance department of the School of Finance, Squad 2, which was Alexei's class, taking advantage of the instructor's brief absence, the students standing under the scorching sun in military posture couldn't help but grumble. "No way. I feel like I'm about to be dried into a raisin. Boo, in just 1 week, my skin tone has darkened by 2 shades. Yeah, even the best sunscreen is useless." The 3 bigwigs from dormitory 205 were also whispering among themselves. "I really envy Alexei. He doesn't have to go through military training." Conway said. "What good does envy do? Who would have thought he would be the top scorer in the college entrance exam?" Lance said helplessly. "If it were up to me, I'd give up all my seeds to get 1 day off." Lucius said. Regarding Alexei not needing to participate in military training, it wasn't a secret in the class, and many people were envious of him. Speak of the devil, and the devil appears. Not far away, the Maserati Grand Cabrio parked under the shade of a tree. The car door opened, and Alexei stepped out with long strides. Then, amidst the almost hateful gazes of his classmates, he opened the trunk, took out half a watermelon, dug out a spoon from his pocket, blew on it, and started eating large bites. All the students, facing those almost murderous glares, Alexei acted as if he didn't see them, greeting the instructor who had just returned. "Hey, instructor, have some melon?" "Yeah, it's quite sweet. Where did you buy it?" "From the gate." Seeing the instructor actually eating melon side by side with Alexei, the student's eyes practically turned green with envy. Glancing at the time, the instructor finally uttered that sentence which made the students cheer. Dismissed, rest for 10 minutes. Instantly, the dismissed crowd surged toward Alexei with burning desire in their eyes. Leading the charge were the 3 roommates from dormitory 205. Lance led the charge, shouting at the top of his lungs. Alexei, you're intentionally showing off, right? Brothers, let's take him down. Seeing this, Alexei calmly wiped his mouth. There's still plenty of watermelon and drinks. Help yourselves. Thus, the curses that were about to spill turned into, yeah, Alexei is so nice. Under the shade, people held melons in one hand and drinks in the other, feasting heartily. Alexei's gaze then fell upon Julianne, who was sitting alone in the shade of the steps. Chapter 100. Alexei became a love rival? To prevent someone from noticing that you are deliberately kind to her, you can only be good to everyone, using this method as a cover. This was a piece of life advice that Alexei came across online accidentally. Regarding such concealment, Alexei thought he did not need it. He wished the whole world knew how good he was to Kristen, Timothy Magnus. Just considering Timothy Magnus' personality, he did not want her to bear too much psychological burden, so he came up with some odd ideas. On the steps, Julian hugged her knees tightly and huddled into a ball, resting her head on her arms for a nap. She had been truly exhausted these days. Suddenly, a faint coolness mixed with sweetness spread towards her. Her eyelids twitched, slowly lifting her head, and she saw a watermelon slice in front of her. Timothy lifting her gaze again. Alexei's clean and handsome face appeared before her eyes. Here, I kept it specially for you. No seeds. Try if it's sweet. Alexei sat down next to Julianne. I bought it for our classmates especially. Everyone has a share. Eat with confidence. Alexei apparently guessed Julianne's thoughts and spoke up. Upon hearing this, Julianne hesitated for a moment before taking the watermelon and bit into it. Is it sweet? Alexei's eyes twinkled like stars, staring intently at Julianne. Yeah. Seeing Julianne's cheeks bulging because of the watermelon flesh, looking just like a hamster, Alexei laughed loudly. The doting look in his eyes seemed to overflow. Meanwhile, in a square formation of the South Campus, students, under the scorching sun, were grumbling miserably during their rest time, including Ellen. The heat made beads of sweat form on her forehead, her hair slightly dampened, and her cheeks rosy red. As the classic knowledge goddess, naturally, countless boys wanted to show off at such times. Nwanan, have some water? I'll fan you, Nwanan. I'll. Several boys approached but were all driven away by Darlene beside Ellen. Off with you, smelly men. Who gave you permission to call her Nwanan? Compared to Raven back then, Darlene as the little follower obviously performed better, constantly fanning and fetching water for Ellen. However, Ellen was not pleased or even distracted by other boys' attentions. Instead, she seemed absent-minded. So many days have passed. How come that Alexei still hasn't come to find me? What a nuisance. She muttered softly. After several days of exhausting military training, if Alexei could bring her a bottle of water now, perhaps she would forgive him. She clearly chose to attend Jiangzhou University for his sake, yet stubbornly refused to admit his mistake or lower his head to her. Alexei was indeed infuriating. Ellen, already bothered by the hot weather, became more restless thinking about this. If Alexei was so prideful as to never come find her, then fine, she'd see who couldn't hold out first. Achoo. While telling cold jokes to Julianne on the steps, Alexei sneezed suddenly. Which idiot is gossiping about me? Alexei rubbed his nose and mumbled. Next to him, Julianne had already left over half a dozen watermelon peels around. After the break, the drill master blew the whistle to assemble. Seeing this, Julianne quickly finished the remaining watermelon. Thank you for the watermelon, Alexei. After saying thanks, she stood up and joined the assembly. The next day, freshmen finally got a precious day off. Hadn't it all in the group chat, asking everyone to gather in the classroom. Inside the classroom, after so many consecutive days of military training, students looked like eggplants beaten by frost, limp and lifeless. Alexei sat in the last row, chatting with Julianne next to him. Conway and the other two, sitting a few rows in front of Alexei, were extremely bored. Originally, everyone was quite depressed, but when they saw Alessandra walk in, especially Conway, he immediately perked up. TSK, this Alessandra is really impressive. Her legs are almost longer than my lifespan. Absolutely. Do you remember Lucius's tutoring-themed movie yesterday? Alessandra's figure rivals that teacher. Yes, this Alessandra is truly gorgeous. At that moment, Conway slapped his chest and said, I've decided. I must win over this Alessandra. Alessandra, however, sat on the other side of Alexei. Alexei. Alessandra called out suddenly. Alexei turned around upon hearing this. Yeah. Class officers will be selected soon. Do you plan to run for any position? Though Alessandra usually acted carefree, she spoke softly in front of Alexei. Oh, I'm not interested. Alexei replied indifferently, turning back to continue talking to Julianne. Seeing Alessandra talking to Alexei, Conway wore a heartbroken expression, feeling like his young heart was about to break. Lance, who was sitting next to him, patted his shoulder. Cheer up, Chowsy. With Alexei around, you won't stand a chance. Lucius, who was nearby, nodded in agreement. Yeah, true that. Yesterday during military training, Alessandra even asked me about Alexei. Not only did outsiders feel this way, But even Alexei could sense that Alessandra had a crush on him, and it was quite obvious. He had clearly killed the conversation several times. Yet she would find ways to start new topics, dropping hints to add him on VX or suggesting they hang out together sometime. It couldn't be denied that Alessandra was indeed very attractive, with an amazing figure. In college, she would definitely be one of the sought-after types. But to Alexei, it was just not that big of a deal. If he could remain unmoved by Diana, then Alessandra still fell short compared to Diana. No matter how Alessandra tried to engage him in conversation, Alexei always showed little interest, responding half-heartedly while his attention was entirely on Julianne. Kristen, it's almost time for lunch. What do you want to eat? Alexei's earlier dismissive attitude hadn't gone unnoticed by Alessandra, leaving her feeling somewhat depressed. Especially seeing how proactive Alexei was towards Julianne made her even more upset. She couldn't help but scrutinize Julianne, who looked so frail and scrawny, like a bean sprout, not comparable to herself in any way. How frustrating. In what way was she inferior to Julianne? Why didn't Alexei show any interest in her? Alessandra thought. Soon after, Haddon walked into the classroom and announced two things from the podium. First was the class officer election, and second was the freshman welcome party. Many people participated in the class officer election, but Alexei had no interest in these things and thus didn't join. In the end, the class president position was won by Savannah, Alessandra's roommate. All right, that's all. Everyone can go back and rest now. Alexei, come with me for a moment, Haddon said. Chapter 101. No jest with a friend's wife. In the counselor's office. Alexei, I called you here to discuss the selection of freshman representatives for the welcome party. Haddon explained the situation briefly. Every year during the welcoming gala, besides regular cultural and artistic performances, a freshman representative is also chosen to give a speech on stage. College students all know that this welcoming party is the best opportunity to gain attention. Singing a song or dancing might just earn one the right to choose their partner first over the 4 years in college. As this year's top student in the college entrance exam, Alexei was naturally the most suitable candidate as the freshman representative. So the principal specifically asked Alexei to be the freshman representative. Haddon himself hoped that Alexei would go on stage, ideally performing a program to enhance the prestige of their school. Alexei wasn't too keen on taking the spotlight. He wanted to leave some room for other boys. But then he thought about how Chester had helped him with the server leasing issue before. Moreover, as a class advisor, Haddon basically had final say in many matters of his class, and Alexei hoped Haddon could take good care of Julianne later on. Building a good relationship with the counselor is paramount in college. After careful consideration, Alexei agreed. After leaving the office, he sent a message to Julianne. Come out for dinner. Not long after, Julianne replied. I'm going to sleep. All right, rest well then. By the way, my car needs cleaning. I'll pick you up from the dormitory tonight. After sending the message, Alexei put down his phone. Lance and Lucius were engrossed in watching a League of Legends match on the computer. F***ck yeah. RNG is really strong this year. God finally gets the last crown, Emilio NB. Man, I think IG is pretty awesome too. This S8 is truly the most hopeful year. Their conversation caught Alexei's interest. Esports were still in their developmental phase at the time, but within a few years, they would exhibit astonishing money-making ability and even be regarded as a second entertainment industry. And domestic esports were making a turning point starting from this year. Seems like another side gig as an old fox could earn me some extra cash. Alexei muttered to himself, while quickly thinking through ideas in his mind. It was only then that he noticed Conway was lying on his bed in an unusually listless manner since returning to the dormitory. What's up with Chow? Alexei casually asked. Hearing this, Lance replied, still because of Alalie. Chow likes her. Yeah, but it seems Alalie has feelings for you. Alexei, Lucius added. This comment sparked gossip in Lance, who laughed and said, Alexei, are you two going to become love rivals? The atmosphere in the dormitory became somewhat strange for a moment. Seeing Alexei's silence, Lance realized he made a slip of the tongue and hurriedly explained, I was just joking around. We're all brothers in the same dorm. There's no need to let a girl come between us. Right, Chow? Seeing no response from Conway, Alexei gave a bitter smile. Though he felt this kind of jealousy was somewhat childish, with experiences from being betrayed by Leonardo and Ellen in his previous life, he could understand Conway's feelings. Approaching Conway's bunk, Alexei fished a cigarette out of his pocket and offered it. Upon seeing this, Conway did not react and simply turned around. Despite this, Alexei wasn't angry. Though he wasn't too familiar with these three, they were still his roommates, and he didn't want to make things awkward over a woman. Chow, I'm not interested in Alalie. At this, Conway shot up and stared intently at Alexei. Really? Yeah, no jest with a friend's wife. Wait, no, it's no deceit against a friend's wife. Besides, I already have someone I like. Alexei's answer finally made Conway smile broadly, cheerfully accepting the cigarette and lighting it. Hee, knew you were cool. I'll treat everyone online later. Alexei agreed happily, thinking he had free time these days anyway. Hey Alexei, can we ride in your Maserati? F***ck yeah. You don't even have enough money for Alexei's gas. Screw off. I'll cover the gas. Let's go. The four guys from dormitory 205 cruised in Alexei's Maserati Grand Cabrio, drawing admiring glances as they arrived at the commercial plaza near the school. On the bustling square, several staff dressed in mascot costumes wandered through the crowd, handing out flyers. Under the scorching summer sun, which seemed to elevate the air temperature, one such mascot-clad figure sat in the shade of a wall. Today marked Julianne's 9th day working part-time distributing flyers. These days, during military training, she would take on part-time work during her noon break. Especially today, due to the scorching weather, several people didn't show up, so her tasks were heavier than usual, but her pay was also a bit higher. Panting heavily, she wiped the sweat off her face with her hand. That thick mascot costume felt like a steamer, making her feel as if she was about to be cooked alive. Looking at the little water left in her bottle, she hesitated for a moment, then unscrewed the cap and cautiously poured a tiny bit of water into her palm before wiping it on her face. Didn't you see more and more people coming? Don't be lazy. A man's reprimanding voice came from not far away. Julianne hastily got up upon hearing this. Perhaps because she stood up too quickly, a wave of dizziness hit her, nearly causing her to lose her balance. She hurriedly grabbed the wall and shook her head slightly, then bent down to pick up the fallen headgear. On the top floor of the mall, at a Net Cafe, the 4 boys from dormitory 205 were happily enjoying the air conditioning. Conway received a call and then said, "Lance, our food has arrived. The delivery guy can't find us. Go out and meet him." "Damn. Why me? My game is starting." "You're playing support. How about AFKing for a while?" "Addy up," Conway replied. With a friendly middle finger, Lance trotted off to leave the Net Cafe. The weather in Jiangzhou was unpredictable. The blazing sun was suddenly followed by a thunderstorm. Many pedestrians on the rain-soaked square were hurrying along with umbrellas or looking for shelter. Lance, holding his phone while talking to the delivery guy, waved when he saw the yellow work uniform nearby. Seeing Lance at the entrance, the delivery guy put away his phone. Due to the rain, the delivery guy had one hand wiping the rain from his face and the other gripping the handlebars of his electric scooter. Suddenly, a figure in a mascot costume ran over from the side. The bulky headgear obscured the person's vision, who was in a rush to find shelter and didn't see the approaching scooter. Screech. Although the delivery guy braked in time, the inertia caused the front of the scooter to knock the mascot down. Seeing this, the delivery guy panicked and stopped to help. The person on the ground, with the headgear slid off, revealed an extremely tired little face. Chapter 102. Which Julianne does he love? Julianne felt like her bones were about to fall apart. The rain splashed on her face, instantly turning her into a drenched chicken, with a look of pain on her face. Clearly, the collision had left her somewhat breathless. "Classmate, are you okay?" The delivery guy hurriedly helped Julianne up, fearing that he might have seriously hurt her. If it had been anyone else, they would probably have lain down ready to put on a show. But Julianne just shook her head. Lance at the door also witnessed the scene. His warm-heartedness showed as he cupped his hands over his head and ran forward. "What happened? Is she all right?" After stopping, Lance looked at the 2 people and asked. As Julianne bent down to pick up the headgear from the ground and stood up, Lance exclaimed in surprise. "Adia, aren't you? What's your name again?" Looking at Julianne's haggard face, Lance found her familiar but couldn't recall her name for a moment. A moment later, he finally remembered and slapped his thigh. "Oh right, Julianne, right? Are you okay? Do you need to go to the hospital?" In response, Julianne lowered her head, said nothing, only shook her head, then picked up the headgear with both hands and limped away. "What a strange girl," Lance muttered to himself, took the delivery from the delivery guy, and turned to leave. Inside the internet cafe, "Why did it take you so long to get the delivery?" Conway said, turning around and seeing Lance soaked to the skin. He was stunned and continued. "What happened? Did you go swimming?" "Forget it. It's raining outside. There's a huge thunderstorm." Lance spoke while eating, recounting what had just happened. The delivery guy accidentally bumped into someone who was wearing a mascot costume and distributing flyers. "I thought of helping. Turned out it was a girl from our class." "No way. Really? Who?" Conway asked. Lance scooped up a mouthful of rice and replied casually, "The one who often sits next to Alexei. Isn't her name Julianne?" Hearing this, Alexei's body trembled violently, and he turned to look at Lance. "Who?" "It's Julianne. She always sits next to you." "I definitely didn't recognize her wrong," Lance responded absent-mindedly. The moment the words left his lips, Alexei sprang up with a panicked expression and rushed out. Outside the mall, boom, thunder roared incessantly, as if trying to tear the sky apart. Pitter-patter. Watching the torrential rain pour down like curtains, Julianne huddled tightly in the corner by the wall. She didn't know when the rain would stop, and her tasks for today were not yet complete. The overhang above could barely shelter her, but many raindrops still blew in through the wind. Seeing the water on the ground nearly flooding her pink shoes, she tried to curl up even more. She squeezed herself into a small ball, burying her head in her arms. In this neglected corner, she looked like a tiny stray kitten, all alone. In a daze, she felt neither the wind nor the rain. Julianne smacked her lips and slowly lifted her head. Sometime along the way, an umbrella had appeared above her. Under the black umbrella stood a tall teenager. He held the umbrella with one hand, half his body already drenched, his bangs wet and sticking to his forehead. His clear eyes showed concern, anger, and helplessness. "You said you were napping in the dormitory," Alexei said. Perhaps sensing the faint trace of anger in Alexei's voice, Julianne hung her head in silence. Seeing her fragile figure huddled in the corner, the last bit of Alexei's anger vanished. "Come back to school with me." Alexei extended his hand, his tone unusually firm. After learning the situation from Lance, he bought an umbrella on the first floor and frantically searched the square. When he saw Julianne curled up in the corner, his heart seemed to shatter. Looking at the slender hand stretched out to her, Julianne shook her head. No, my work is not finished yet. Glancing at the half bottle of mineral water and the last bite of bread in the corner, Alexei's heart almost couldn't bear the pain. No wonder Timothy Magnus had been so exhausted these days. No wonder she had been so busy. Especially when he saw the mascot headgear on the ground. Alexei was startled. It looked familiar. Finally, he recalled. Before the military training, he and 3 roommates had come here, and Lance had knocked over a mascot person. That headgear was exactly the same as the one Julian wore. No wonder that mascot turned and ran away upon seeing him. At this thought, Alexei felt overwhelming regret. Why hadn't he recognized it was Xiao Magnus back then? He even had a bit of regret for dividing his scholarship in half before. If not for that money, perhaps Xiao Magnus wouldn't have been so desperate to earn money. After taking a deep breath, Alexei bent down slightly. Xiao Magnus, listen to me. I'll take you back to school. If it's about money, you don't need to do this. There's plenty of time, and you can take things slowly or find other jobs. I'll help you. As if in a trance, the rain gradually stopped. Julianne hung her head, her small hands tightly holding the headgear in her arms. Though she didn't look up, her tone carried an unwavering resolve. Classmate Alexei, I want to rely on myself. Upon finishing her words, she stood up and raised her head. Her wet little face, filled with exhaustion, and disheveled hair sticking to her forehead, but her eyes shone particularly bright. The rain has stopped. Thank you, classmate Alexei. I need to continue working. Putting on the headgear, Julian took out the flyers she had carefully protected in her arms and walked back toward the crowd nearby. Alexei stood dazed at the spot, deeply moved by something soft inside him. In the center of the square, the sky cleared after the rain. The sun hidden behind the clouds slowly rose, returning sunlight to the earth. Watching the figure moving among the crowd, continuously bending over and handing out flyers, Alexei's vision gradually blurred. His feelings for Julianne were something he hadn't fully understood himself. What kind of feeling was it? Was it love? Was it gratitude? Or was it guilt? Looking at the frail Julianne who tugged at his heartstrings, he suddenly realized. Previously, what had been buried in his heart, what he longed to run towards, was always the Julian standing in the fire in his past life. Even in dreams, his mind repeatedly played scenes of her being consumed by flames in his previous life. Because he owed her a lifetime, after being reborn, he made great efforts to treat her well. His feelings for her were intensely passionate, even crazy. But all of this was more because he owed her a life and a lifetime of affection. That wasn't a pure love from a man for a woman. Alexei stared blankly at the distant figure, his eyes filled with this frail yet stubborn and strong girl who evoked compassion. Some emotions quietly transformed at this moment. For the first time, he didn't see the shadow of her past life when looking at Julianne. The lingering confusion in his heart finally lifted like clouds dispersing. He found the answer. From now on, and forever after, he would stand by her side as her protector, under the identity of her man. Dropping the umbrella in his hand, Alexei, with red-rimmed eyes, strode forward resolutely. Chapter 103, Deep-Seated Fear. The air after a heavy rain always carries a damp heaviness. Drenched from head to toe, Julianne was entirely enclosed in a mascot costume, feeling her breathing somewhat labored. After bending down once more to hand out another flyer, she felt an even stronger wave of dizziness come over her. Exhausted by the intense physical labor, her frail body finally began to struggle. Wobbling a few times, she almost lost her balance, but suddenly a slender hand reached out from behind and steadied her. Turning around, Julianne saw Alexei behind her. This time, Alexei didn't persuade Julianne to quit. He just glanced at the thick stack of flyers still in her hands. Timothy, fool. If you keep handing them out like this, when will you be done? Upon hearing this, Julianne remained silent. Because there were fewer part-timers today, her workload was much heavier than usual. Additionally, due to the recent rain, there weren't many people around. At this pace, she might not finish until evening, possibly missing the dining hall's meal service again. Watch me. Alexei smiled and took the flyers from Julianne before jogging away. Vroom vroom. The unique roar of an engine suddenly filled the square. A silver-gray Maserati Gran Cabrio slowly drove into the center of the square, drawing the attention of onlookers. Getting out of the car, Alexei opened the door and raised his arms to shout. Time-limited photo opportunity with a luxury car. Just come here and take a flyer for a free photo. These days, even roadside stall vendors selling slippers used BMWs or Mercedes as gimmicks. Bringing a Maserati to hand out flyers was quite reasonable, right? Most people in the square were young adults or college students. Hearing they could take free photos with a luxury car, they went wild. Handsome guy, I want one. I'll go first. Get lost. Queue up, I was here first. F***K. Don't crowd. Damn it. Who touched my ass? This chaotic scene left the supervisor responsible for monitoring the part-timers baffled. Anyone who has handed out flyers knows that as long as you don't throw them in the trash, any method is fine as long as the flyers end up in someone's hands. It took only about half an hour for all the flyers to be snatched up. After dismissing the remaining crowd, Alexei walked back to Julianne with a smile, hands behind his back. Helping Julian take off the bulky mascot suit, he looked at her disheveled, soaked appearance with concern. Now, can we go back to school? Hearing this, Julian quickly glanced at Alexei and then lowered her head again. Thank you, Alexei. Normally, I should punish you, but this time, I'll accept your thanks. However, just saying it isn't sincere enough. Timothy Magnus, you should show your gratitude through actions. Looking at Alexei's mischievous smile, Julian felt lost, fidgeting with the hem of her pants. Haha, relax, it's something very simple. You'll know when we get back. Okay, wait for me a moment. With that, Julian hobbled toward a nearby man to collect her payment. Since she was already soaked, she carefully stuffed the change into her shirt. Watching this, Alexei clenched his fists by his sides. No matter what, he had to find a way to stop Julian from doing such grueling work. Inside the car, Julian sat stiffly, barely touching the edge of the seat, afraid to lean against the backrest. Timothy Magnus, is the seat too hot? Alexei said helplessly. Hearing this, Julian shook her head, stuttering, I'm all wet. I'm afraid. I'll make it dirty. It's okay. If necessary, you can just clean the car for me later. Despite Alexei's reassurance, Julianne continued to sit uncomfortably. Soon, the car stopped. After getting out, Alexei walked to the passenger side and opened the door. We're here. Get out. After getting out, Julianne stared blankly at the hospital entrance. We're not going back to school? I heard from Lance that you were hit by an electric scooter. You need to get checked. Alexei had noticed her limping earlier and wasn't willing to let her leave without checking. And no need. I'm fine, really. Hearing that she had to go to the hospital, Julian shook her head anxiously. She hated hospitals and the smell of disinfectant. Moreover, everyone subconsciously associated hospitals with spending a lot of money. No, listen to me, Alexei said in a mock-serious tone. I want to go back to school. To his surprise, Julianne refused outright. Even though she was in pain, especially in her calves, she wasn't willing to spend money on a checkup. Seeing her about to leave, Alexei sighed helplessly. Taking a step forward, he bent down and scooped Julianne into his arms before striding into the hospital. Julianne let out a small scream, kicking her slender legs continuously. What are you doing? Put me down. Noticing everyone's gazes on her, Julianne drooped her head, her voice verging on tears. Please, Alexei, put me down. But Alexei pretended not to hear. Indeed, men have to be a bit domineering when it's necessary. On the way, facing the stares of others, Julianne didn't dare to struggle anymore, wishing she could bury her head in Alexei's chest. In the office of the surgical ward, Julianne sat on the bed, her head hanging low. The dreaded smell of disinfectant and the stark white walls filled her with inexplicable dread. Under her pant leg, her extremely slender calf bore a large bruise. This sight tugged at Alexei's heartstrings. How is she, doctor? Alexei asked. The bone is injured, but it's not too serious. She needs to rest for a while after going home, but must be careful from now on. The patient has low bone density, making her bones fragile, likely due to long-term malnutrition. After remembering the doctor's advice, Alexei thanked him, picked up the medicine, and helped Julianne leave the hospital. On the way, Alexei noticed something odd. Since they entered the hospital, Julianne's face had been off, and she hadn't said another word of refusal, which made him somewhat worried. Magnus, do you feel unwell anywhere? Perhaps because they had left the hospital, Julianne no longer felt so oppressed. Shaking her head, she timidly replied, I don't like this place. Why? Alexei asked casually. Upon hearing this, Julianne's mood dropped. She lowered her head, her small hands gripping the edge of her pants. My grandfather, it was here. Chapter 104, Sleepless Night. Deep in everyone's memory, there will always be something most feared for various reasons. Just like being bitten by a dog or scratched by a cat as a child, one would develop an intense fear of cats and dogs later on. And Alexei sensed a hard-to-conceal sadness and fear from Julianne's tone. Maybe his unintentional words just now stirred up memories she did not wish to recall. At the school, in the girls' dormitory, the car slowly came to a stop. Timothy Magnus, you've heard what the doctor said. You need rest. The hospital issued a diagnosis report, show it to the counselor, and skip the military training. Okay. Julianne nodded. These are your medicines, both oral and topical. The doctor said this oral one is twice a day, each time. Alexei held the bag and patiently gave instructions, afraid that Timothy Magnus might forget, so he wrote down the dosage on each medicine box. Be sure to take the medicine on time when you get home. As for the counselor, forget it. I'll talk to him. Alexei first took a photo of the diagnosis with his phone and sent it to Haddon before making a call. Hey, Counselor Tan, it's Alexei. There's something I want to tell you. After understanding the situation, the counselor directly approved Julianne's medical leave. Sitting in the passenger seat, Julianne lowered her head and looked at the medicine in her hand and the writing on the package, not knowing why her eyes became slightly red. Why are you so nice to me? That faint voice was too weak to be clearly heard. Alexei put down his phone, as if he heard someone speaking beside him but didn't know what was said. Adia? What's wrong, Timothy Magnus? It's nothing. Julianne shook her head and didn't repeat what she had just said. However, her little hands tightly held the medicine box in her arms. Classmate Alexei, the money for the doctor, I will pay you back, Julianne suddenly said. For her stubborn nature, Alexei felt somewhat helpless and chuckled bitterly. All right, but you need to take care of yourself first, then you can work and earn money. Yes, I will. After a moment of silence, Julianne seemed to remember something and continued. Also, you said, you wanted me to do something? That's not urgent. Let's talk about it after you recover. Can you go back by yourself? I can negotiate with the dorm supervisor and send you back to your room, Alexei said. No need, I can manage. Julian shook her head and pushed the door open, getting out of the car. As the engine started, Alexei was about to turn around. Classmate Alexei. Outside, Julianne's voice suddenly sounded again. Alexei rolled down the window and leaned out slightly. What is it? Looking at the teenager's hair ruffled by the breeze, Julianne's voice finally reached Alexei's ears with the wind. Thank you. She then bent slightly and turned around, slowly walking into the dormitory. Watching her gradually disappearing figure, Alexei was lost in thought for quite some time. This delicate girl, who armed herself with strength, had already deeply rooted herself in his heart. After leaving the girls' dormitory, Alexei returned to the North Campus. Room 205. The moment Alexei walked in, he felt the overwhelming resentment. What are you three doing, sulking like aggrieved women? Alexei teased. Bye, you're no good. You left us behind. Tell us, where did you go? Facing Lance and Conway's interrogation, Alexei raised his hands in surrender and laughed bitterly. It was a special situation. Nice move, you forgot about us, huh? Brothers, let's get him. Lance shouted, and the other two immediately pounced. In the laughter and scuffling, this rare day off quietly slipped away. Since Julianne was granted sick leave, she stayed in her dormitory and didn't participate in military training. And Alexei would check on her daily to see if she took her medicine on time. A week passed quickly. After enduring a torturous week, the freshmen finally had another day off. There wasn't much happening at the company, and Julianne was resting in her dormitory, so Alexei had some free time in the dormitory. Hee Brother Chun, taking a break? Suddenly, Lance grinned and walked up to Alexei's bunk, handing him a cigarette. Hearing the Brother Chun title and seeing Lance's grin, Alexei shook his head and laughed. You're being unusually nice, what's up? Only Brother Chun can handle this. Let me think how to say this. Lance scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. Beside him, Conway glanced over. This guy Lance apparently met a few girls from the nursing school somewhere and has plans to hang out with them today. He wants to borrow your car to show off a bit. Caught by Conway, Lance's face flushed red, and he smiled awkwardly, saying, cough, well, that's the deal. Alexei, no, Brother Chun. You see? Alexei figured that since there was nothing else to do today, and they were all brothers in the same dorm, helping out with girls would be a good deed. All right. Saying this, he threw the keys to Lance. Lance caught the keys and gave them a hard kiss. Thanks. And off he went in a flurry, only to return moments later and stylishly tousle his short hair. Hey, if they check our dorm tonight, please cover for me. I've already brought my ID card, so tonight's going to be a sleepless night for sure. Hearing this, Alexei couldn't help but shake his head and smile. College life, huh? It's really good. Closing his eyes for a brief rest, Alexei's phone in his pocket suddenly rang. Still dazed, he picked up the phone. Just as he put it to his ear, someone's gruff voice blared out. Timothy, where have you been? Not even a message for days. Listening to Hideo's nagging over the phone, Alexei silently held the phone away from his ear. After a couple of minutes, he finally sat up. Aren't you guys still in military training? It's almost over. We're resting today. What about you? Got any free time? Alexei nodded and replied, yeah, what's up? Are you coming here? You haven't contacted me for days, and you want me to come find you? No way. You come to me. Thinking about it, it had indeed been over half a month since he last saw Hideo. Alexei nodded and replied, all right, I'll come find you. Putting down the phone, Alexei got up and quickly tidied up before leaving the dormitory. Realizing the car was lent to Lance as he instinctively checked his pocket, he cursed softly and called a taxi at the entrance. Driver, to Jiangzhou College. The distance to Jiangzhou College would only take about 30 minutes by car. Dozing off for a bit on the ride, Alexei woke up just as they arrived. Stepping out of the car, he stretched lazily and looked at the main gate of Jiangzhou College, then pulled out his phone to message Hideo. I'm here, at the entrance. Chapter 105. He's just a despicable time-a-thicker. Outside Jiangzhou College. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Alexei finally heard a familiar voice. Timothy. Following the direction of the voice, Alexei raised an eyebrow, his expression somewhat peculiar. What the heck? Don't tell me you don't recognize your dad anymore? Seeing Alexei's odd demeanor, Hideo hurried over and slung an arm around Alexei's shoulder. You. Alexei hesitated for a moment before finally speaking in a strange tone. Did you go bodybuilding? Oh ho, what do you mean? Did you notice how good my physique has gotten recently? Seriously, I'm almost getting abs now. No, I meant, why are you so dark? You look like you only have one row of white teeth left. Alexei said. Hideo, crying face, shut up. Walking through the campus together, Alexei and Hideo attracted many students' gazes. But this time, the attention wasn't on Alexei, it was on Hideo. Is that foreigner next to the handsome guy really a foreigner? He must be a foreign teacher. But wait, I don't think we have any African foreign teachers at our school. Hearing the discussions around him, Alexei couldn't help but chuckle. Originally, after the college entrance exam, Hideo had already tanned quite a bit while practicing driving. After going through military training, he truly turned into a black coal ball. Uriel, you're really something. How did you get so dark? Alexei laughed. Don't mention it, it's super annoying. Our drill master is literally a devil. Every time I'm late, he makes me stand in the sun as punishment. My delicate skin can't take it. Hey, why are you still so white? I don't need to attend military training. Alexei's answer made Hideo envy him even more. As they walked and talked, Hideo suggested showing Alexei around the campus first, then calling some of his dorm mates later for dinner together. Meanwhile, inside Jiangzhou College's male dormitory, a boy with a long face sat in front of a chair, typing furiously on his phone. Recognizable by the distinctive mole under his mouth, it was Leonardo. Old Chin, still thinking about your Alice? Can you actually meet her? His roommate's voice made Leonardo feel somewhat uncomfortable. Today was their day off, and he originally planned to take Alice out for a meal and show off in front of his roommates. After all, since the first day in the dorm, he had been showing everyone photos of Alice, claiming she was his girl, and even dug up a video of Alice hugging his arm from the number 4 high school forum. Of course, the part where Alexei and Hideo beat him up had been edited out. Seeing Leonardo silent, the other roommates started chatting among themselves. Just as I thought, Old Chin is full of hot air. Alice is such a queen bee, not to mention she goes to Jiang University. She's definitely a goddess. Speaking of Jiang University, I heard from my classmates there that this year's top national college entrance exam score also enrolled in Jiang University. What's his name again? His name is Alexei. My cousin is at Jiang University, and she told me that Alexei not only excels academically but is also handsome and apparently very rich. At the mention of Alexei's name, the roommates became excited. Although they expressed envy and jealousy, they couldn't stop praising Alexei. But for Leonardo, those words were grating on his ears, and a surge of anger rose up. He learned about Alexei's situation at Jiangzhou University from Raven a few days ago. Thinking about Alexei being in the same university as Alice made him uneasy, afraid that something might happen between them. This was why he had intensified his efforts these days, trying to invite Alice out whenever possible. As his roommates exaggerated more about Alexei, Leonardo couldn't help but sneer. What wealth does he have? Do you think I don't know him? He's just a despicable licker. Hey, Old Chin, you know this Alexei? A roommate asked. Seeing his roommates gathering around, Leonardo felt mixed emotions. On one hand, he hated Alexei to the core, but on the other, their reaction made him feel that knowing Alexei was somehow worth boasting about. How vexing. Of course I know him. We were classmates from junior high to high school. I know everything about this kid. His father is just a stinky worker. How could he have any money? At that time, he was just Alice's despicable licker, rejected countless times, always crying and asking me to drink with him. When we were buddies, he was just my little follower. He always tried to suck up to me, and I didn't even want to pay attention to him. Super annoying. And more. Leonardo spoke with gusto, belittling Alexei and exaggerating how obedient Alexei used to be. After venting out all his frustrations, Leonardo felt extremely relieved. Glancing at his phone, which still had not received a reply, he waved his hand and said, "Forget it. Let's just go out for a meal today. I'll treat you." Outside the male dormitory, Leonardo and his mates left with laughter. Not long after they left, in another direction, Hideo also led Alexei around campus and then visited his dormitory. Originally, Hideo wanted to take a few of his dorm mates out for a meal, but everyone claimed they had things to do later, so in the end, only Hideo and Alexei went to a nearby buffet restaurant near the school. According to Hideo, this was the closest buffet restaurant to Jiangzhou College, offering student ID discounts. So every weekend or break time, most Jiangzhou College students would eat here. At the dining table, Hideo kept bumping into several classmates, exchanging greetings with laughter. Seeing that Hideo was getting along well at school, Alexei felt reassured. Engrossed in conversation over dinner, they talked from high school to the present day. But eventually, the topic inevitably turned to Leonardo. MD, mentioning that guy makes me angry. Back in high school, after we beat him up, he didn't dare make a sound. Now he has mixed well with a few seniors and became a member of the student union. He's really got arrogant as hell. Listening to Hideo's complaints, Alexei remained silent, but a faint coldness flashed in his eyes. From past experiences, he knew that people like Leonardo could always fit in anywhere because they were good at pretending. Though he did not have much energy to deal with Leonardo now, thinking of how comfortable this guy was living in school made him a bit uneasy. It seemed that he needed to think of some methods so that Leonardo wouldn't live too comfortably in school, Alexei thought. Shortly after, Alexei got up to get condiments, while Hideo played with his phone at the table. Hey, isn't this Uriel? Why are you eating alone? A sudden laugh came. Hearing this voice, Hideo's face immediately changed. Chapter 106, Behaving Obediently in Front of Me. The good mood that Hideo had for meeting Alexei today was completely ruined by the people in front of him. Looking at the 4 people from Leonardo, Hideo was so angry that his mouth kept twitching. Go to hell, don't talk to me. Leonardo sneered coldly but wasn't actually angry. He had just finished playing pool with his roommates and thought of having some buffet on the way back, never expecting to run into Hideo here. One of his roommates next to him started a verbal spat with Hideo. Hideo, clean up your damn mouth. F***K. You're threatening me? I'll curse. What are you gonna do? With such a violent temper, naturally Hideo wouldn't back down. He slammed the table and stood up. Seeing this, Leonardo calmly pulled his roommate back with a smile, saying mildly, in a public place, let's all behave. After saying that, he had his few roommates sit at the adjacent table while he strode over to Hideo. Now he was feeling extremely pleased with himself. After falling out with Alexei in high school, he had indeed gone through tough times. But things were different now. In this unfamiliar city, In this new university, he had managed better than Hideo and even befriended many seniors. Biney, it's not high school anymore. You'd better change your temper, or else next time when my senior brothers hear it, I won't be able to hold them back. Recalling this matter, Hideo couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth, utterly humiliated. A few days ago, he had an argument with Leonardo in the cafeteria. He originally thought about starting a fight immediately, but Leonardo was with several senior students who surrounded him right there in the cafeteria, 7 or 8 of them. In the end, Hideo was threatened several times. As a freshman, he could only swallow his anger. Seeing Hideo's terrible expression, Leonardo felt exceptionally delighted. Haha, Biney, Biney, you just behave obediently in the future. I will look after you at school. For more years, no need to rush. Patted Hideo's shoulder, Leonardo turned around and went back to his seat. Looking at Hideo again, his white teeth almost clenched to pieces. A few minutes later, Alexei returned to his seat. Seeing Hideo's terrible face, he asked doubtfully, "What happened, Biney? Why does your face look so bad?" "Shit, I ran into some bastard." "Look at the next table," Hideo replied. Hearing this, Alexei turned to look and then noticed Leonardo and others at the next table. And naturally, Leonardo also saw Alexei. Their eyes met. Alexei looked calm as if seeing a passerby and soon withdrew his gaze. Conversely, Leonardo's eyes were filled with deep resentment. When they first fell out in high school, he didn't hate Alexei that much. It was because of Alinchi's relationship and being publicly targeted by Alexei many times that made him increasingly upset. Of course, the real reason was the jealousy hidden deep within him. He enjoyed dealing with weaker individuals because that made him feel superior. Alexei and Hideo used to be recognized as underachievers in school, especially Alexei, who was often ridiculed by everyone. Back then, every time he saw Alexei being rejected by Ellen and being laughed at, he felt secretly pleased. However, later on, Alexei suddenly changed, becoming brilliant and outstanding, letting go of Ellen and eventually becoming the top student in the college entrance exam. Even in this unfamiliar university, he occasionally heard people talking about Alexei's performance in the exam. Why did Alexei become so excellent only after they fell apart, while being nothing during their brotherhood? And why was he getting worse instead? Especially during the vacation after the college entrance exam, due to only getting admitted to a second-tier university, he was frequently compared to Alexei by his father and scolded. In his view, all these frustrations were due to Alexei. If Alexei remained a wimp and a clown, he wouldn't have suffered so much. Just from one glance, countless thoughts flashed through Leonardo's mind. Why do I think the guy with Hideo looks like Alexei? I seem to have seen his photo on some forum, one roommate suddenly said. Wait, my cousin sent me a post from their school which has a picture of Alexei. One of the roommates took out his phone and looked at it, then turned to stare at Alexei before exclaiming in surprise, "Well, it really is Alexei. TSK, this is the national top student in the college entrance exam? Damn, he seems handsomer than me by a tiny bit. Who would have thought Hideo would know such a big shot?" Hearing what his roommates were saying, Leonardo's face turned somewhat unnatural. "Oh, Old-chan, introduce us." "Yeah, the highest scoring top student in history. If we could take a photo with him, we could brag to the girls in our class." "Fuck, isn't this a small matter?" Old-chan said that Alexei is just his lackey. "How about having the top scorer of the college entrance exam light our cigarettes?" Haha. His roommates urged him on, insisting that Leonardo introduce them. Leonardo felt like he had swallowed an Ariga cookie at that moment. He had been boasting in the dorm earlier, but he hadn't expected to run into Alexei so soon after. Seeing that Leonardo wasn't speaking, one of his roommates joked, "Old Chun, what you said back in the dorm, wasn't it just blowing smoke?" "Bullshit. Everything I said is true." Leonardo flushed and rebutted. He had boasted, and even if it pained him, he had to stick to his story. After some hesitation, Leonardo reluctantly got up and walked over to Alexei's table. Hideo and Alexei were chatting when they both noticed Leonardo approaching out of the corner of their eyes. Stopping in front of them, Leonardo's lips twitched several times before he forced a fake smile. "Xiao Timothy, what a coincidence. You are also here. Get lost." Before Leonardo could finish his sentence, Alexei coldly cut him off with a single word. Leonardo's face turned alternately green and red, like a character in a grand drama. He didn't want to lose face in front of his roommates, so he suppressed his disgust and anger, forcing a grin. "Xiao Timothy, we're in college now. Let's put high school behind us. We're all brothers. Talk." Alexei set down his chopsticks neither too lightly nor too heavily, turned to look at Leonardo, and spoke in the same cold tone as before. "I said, get lost." "You." Leonardo was speechless with rage, grinding his back molars together audibly. "Are you deaf? Didn't you hear Xiao Timothy telling you to get lost? Don't ruin our appetites." Hideo berated him mercilessly. Hearing this, Leonardo's expression was priceless. He glared fiercely at the two of them, then stormed back to his seat in a huff. The other roommates had witnessed the entire scene and exchanged glances. Though none of them commented, the atmosphere inevitably became somewhat awkward. The two tables were in different moods. Having gotten a chance to vent, Hideo chatted happily with Alexei. On the other hand, Leonardo remained gloomy throughout. Soon, when he saw two girls walk in through the door, his spirits lifted, and a smile crept onto his face. Chapter 107, The Unutterable Secret. A man can have many brothers, but a woman can only have one best friend. In a way, Raven and Leonardo are the same kind of people. One fawns over Ellen, and the other licks her boots. Since the day she sent Ellen to register for school, the former hasn't paid much attention to Raven. Adley, there is a buffet near our school, and they offer discounts with student IDs. Let's come here next time, okay? While finding an empty seat with her roommate, Raven was sending voice messages to Ellen. She was considering that her birthday was coming soon and how to hint to Ellen to buy her favorite clothes in her shopping cart as a gift. Now that she and Ellen were not in the same school, this gave her a strong sense of crisis, fearing that someone would replace her position by Ellen. Judgia. Suddenly, a familiar voice came. What a coincidence, Judgia. Want to eat together? I'll treat you, Leonardo said with a grin. Raven hadn't thought about paying attention to Leonardo, but hearing the offer of free food, she pretended reluctantly and hummed, lifting her chin. All right. When she saw Alexei and another person sitting at the neighboring table, Raven was somewhat surprised. Alexei? Why is he here too? Forget about him. Let's just eat. By the way, let me introduce you. These are my roommates. This is Raven, my high school classmate and also Ellen's best friend. The phrase, best friend, greatly pleased Raven. Although her appearance and figure were far inferior to Ellen's, she was still better than average girls. Plus, with her makeup skills that seemed almost magical, she could pass off reasonably well after dressing up. With Raven and her roommates joining, Leonardo and his group became visibly more excited. Especially Leonardo, who felt he had regained some face. At this moment, Hideo glanced sideways at the neighboring table, his mouth dropping. These two bastards together really are like rats in a den. Alvis, why am I so unlucky to be in the same school with these two clowns? It's suffocating me. Upon hearing this, Alexei frowned. If it was just simple complaints, he would have considered Hideo just venting. However, from Hideo's tone, he sensed that it wasn't that simple. His resentment towards Leonardo was unusually deep. Uriel, are you hiding something from me? Alexei suddenly asked. Nothing. I'm just complaining. Hee, really nothing, Hideo replied with a smile. About his own frequent targeting by Leonardo at school and enduring humiliation, how could he possibly admit such embarrassing matters to his best brother? Uriel, we're brothers. Alexei suddenly blurted out, looking seriously at Hideo. He knew Hideo too well. He could tell if he was lying with just one glance. You? Sigh. It's too damn embarrassing to talk about. Hideo sighed deeply, his mood turning low, but under Alexei's stern gaze, he finally told the story. For a moment, the atmosphere at the table turned heavy. Alexei remained silent, his expression unchanged, only occasionally glancing at Leonardo with a cold light in his eyes. Alvis, I can handle this myself. Hell, I don't believe I can't deal with a guy like Leonardo. Alexei nodded indifferently, lowered his head to continue eating, lost in thought. A short while later, Hideo received a call from his roommate saying the student union would check the dormitories tonight and asked him to hurry back and clean up. Alvis, we've eaten enough, right? How will you get back? Hideo asked. If you have something to do, go ahead. I'll take a walk upstairs later and then grab a taxi home, Alexei replied. Hearing this, Hideo nodded, chatted briefly, and left the restaurant. Alone at the table, Alexei scrolled through his phone. Before long, seeing Leonardo get up and leave, he followed him. In the restroom, after relieving himself, Leonardo shook off and walked out, only to see Alexei doing the same. Seeing Alexei, Leonardo's eyes flashed with venom, and he deliberately took out his phone, raising his voice as he passed by Alexei. Warm, Judja and I are having a buffet outside. We're planning to visit you at Zhang University next week when we're off. Will you be available? Hearing Leonardo's voice, Alexei turned around to see the smug smile on Leonardo's face. Eye to eye, Alexei suddenly laughed. For himself and Hideo, this trip should definitely leave something for Leonardo. It seems you haven't given up on Ellen. Not expecting Alexei to speak to him suddenly, Leonardo sneered. Since there were no outsiders, he didn't bother to pretend anymore. What's it got to do with you? With a smirk, Leonardo seemed to recall something and said teasingly, What about it, Alvis? Could it be that you're still thinking of Adley? Ah, I took your long-cherished goddess from you. Aren't you angry with me? Seeing such an obvious ploy from Leonardo, Alexei shook his head and laughed. There's a saying, the one who gets the moon first is the one closest to the pagoda. Guess what, if I pursue Ellen now, do you think she would say yes? Upon hearing this, Leonardo's expression changed instantly, and he forced himself to suppress his displeasure, retorting, Ridiculous, didn't you say you no longer liked Adley? Didn't you always say that Ellen was just playing hard to get with me, encouraging me to keep trying? Look, now I'm doing the same with her. Leonardo's face grew even darker as Alexei continued with a smile. You should know Ellen's personality. If I apologize and admit my mistakes now, do you think she'll give me another chance? I've been pretending for so long, and it's quite exhausting. I've liked Adley for so long. How could I give up easily? She only has me around now. If I want, I can see her every day. Judging that the time was right, Alexei flicked his hand and turned to look at Leonardo. If you want to compete with me, you're not qualified now. But don't worry, once I get tired of her, it will be your turn. Finally, unable to contain his anger after being hit in the soft spots by Alexei's words, Leonardo exploded. Alexei, you dare. Adley is mine. Before Leonardo could finish his sentence, Alexei suddenly sneered and kicked him hard in the abdomen with a bang. Leonardo never expected Alexei to attack suddenly, leaving him unprepared. With a cry of pain, he clutched his stomach and curled up on the ground like a shrimp. Anyone who has been kicked knows just how excruciating a blow to the lower abdomen can be. Looking at Leonardo on the ground, Alexei's eyes revealed his concealed hatred. He would never forget the scene of Leonardo and Ellen defiling his corpse. That kind of hatred had sunk deep into his bones, even after rebirth. At this moment, he truly felt an urge to kill Leonardo. Timothy his foot, he walked step by step towards Leonardo. Chapter 108. I will be your Timothy-long nightmare. Inside the bathroom, only Alexei and Leonardo were there. Alexei gave an all-out kick that left Leonardo unable to even muster the strength to stand up. After standing still, Alexei took a deep breath, barely suppressing the Feng impulse in his heart. Squatting down, he grabbed Leonardo by the hair, pulling his head up. Look closely and remember my face, because for the rest of your life, I will be your nightmare. After saying this, he viciously threw Leonardo aside. He stood up, went to the hand dryer, took out a paper towel, wiped his hands, and casually threw it on Leonardo's body before walking away nonchalantly. Leonardo lay on the ground for 3 to 5 minutes before he finally recovered and shakily got to his feet. Timothy, Chun. The deep-seated resentment in his heart made Leonardo's facial features contort with rage as he roared and rushed out of the bathroom. Outside the restaurant, Leonardo led his 3 roommates out in high spirits. As for Alexei, he had already taken a taxi. Looking at Leonardo and his group not far behind him, Alexei hummed a tune leisurely. He was no fool. Having the upper hand and not running, only to wait for a beating, would be ridiculous. As for the words he said to Leonardo in the bathroom, they were just spoken to upset him. Apart from disdain, Alexei had no feelings for Tanya whatsoever. By the time he returned to school, it was already evening. Just as he entered the dormitory, Alexei saw Lance approaching with a dejected look. Alexei, here's your key back. Taking the key, Alexei asked curiously, you're back so soon? It was a casual question, but Lance suddenly blushed and climbed onto his bed, hiding his head under the pillow like an ostrich without saying a word. What's going on? Alexei was utterly confused. Haha, you don't know yet? This guy invited a girl to dinner, but she can't drink cold drinks. Timothy listening to Conway's words, Alexei was still puzzled. What do you mean? My God, are you serious? Alexei, don't you know? Can't drink cold drinks. It means she's on her period. How could Lance rush through red lights for her? She probably wouldn't like that either. Ha ha ha. Alexei, ring in equal to I can only say, impressive. The short break soon ended, and freshmen finally welcomed the last week of military training. 3 weeks of military training almost darkened everyone's skin and made them thinner. As for Julianne, she hadn't changed much. Although she didn't participate in the latter half of the training due to resting in the dorm, her frailty caused by long-term malnutrition and her sallow face couldn't be recovered in a few weeks. However, after some time resting, her leg injuries were about 70 to 80% healed. Of course, Alexei also brought her a nutritious lunch every noon. At first, Julianne refused, but Alexei simply placed the food outside the female dormitory fence and sent her a photo. I've put the food here. If you don't eat it, it'll stay here. Anyone who wants it can take it. Gradually, Julianne got used to it. That day, Alexei placed the lunch outside the fence as usual and took a photo. Soon, a familiar figure appeared. Julianne took the lunch Alexei handed over and couldn't help but ask, Student Alexei, my leg is almost fully recovered. Can you tell me what you need me to do for you? During this time, Julianne was anxious because she couldn't work part-time due to her injury and had to accept Alexei's lunches without contributing anything in return, making her eager to repay him somehow. Soon, wait until the end of the military training performance. Alexei smiled and waved goodbye as he left. The next day, the military training performance proceeded as scheduled. In light drizzle, the freshmen's military training finally came to an end. During the training, the freshmen hated their drill masters to the core, cursing their ancestors countless times. But when it was time to see them off, they felt extremely reluctant to part ways. The originally detestable drill masters became so lovable at the farewell moment. Of course, there were also a few girls who cried profusely, as if experiencing a tragic farewell. The reason being, every year during university military training, some girls would experience a brief yet memorable romance with their drill masters. The moment they took off their training uniforms marked the official start of university life. However, Alexei took leave on the first day of the class meeting, because he received a call from Diana informing him that the company had completed all internal testing of the app and just needed to connect to the server before officially launching. Upon receiving the news, Alexei rushed to the company right away. In the conference room, after a discussion led by Alexei, Diana, and Jarrett among other core members, Alexei made the final decision. The company app's name would be called Sun Ming. Although the name sounded somewhat literary and even strange, Alexei didn't care. As the saying goes, originally there was no path in this world, but as more people walked on it, a path was formed. Just like names, they may seem odd when not widely known, but once they reach a certain scale and have enough users, they will become natural to say. Boss, since we've decided on the name, should we immediately start injecting funds to attract traffic after the launch? Let's not rush. We definitely need to attract traffic, but before that, we need to focus on building up our content sections. Without good content, no matter how much traffic we get, it won't stay. Therefore, content is the key. Hearing this, Diana nodded and replied, yeah, I agree with this point. So our next priority should be creating quality content. The brothers De Irwin and Xiao Irwin create content that resonates well with the audience, and their fan base is quite sticky. We need more talents like them. Alexei nodded and turned to Jared. How many on that list I gave you last time have been settled? Jarrett handed over a list and pointed out, those marked are all signed. A rough count showed about half. There's one more thing, boss. Our office space is getting crowded as the company grows. Several new interns are working from home online, Jarrett said with a bitter smile. Zofia, how much longer until we can move into the new office building? Upon hearing this, Diana cast an annoyed glance at Alexei but didn't comment in front of others. She replied, about a week. Most of the renovation work is done. Great. So for this week, apart from opening all permissions for users to freely create content, our internal contracted creators must produce 2 high-quality videos each day, graded by data. Videos reaching 10 million views will be considered hits, and creators will be rewarded with 10,000 yuan per video. Got it, boss. I'll arrange it right away, Jarrett nodded. After giving some additional instructions, Alexei dismissed everyone. Sigh, being a boss isn't something just anyone can do. Alexei stretched lazily and turned his head to find Diana looking at him like a wronged wife. What's wrong, Zofia? Who made you upset? Chapter 109. Zofia Sunderstood. Just now, in front of the company staff, Diana naturally gave Alexei some face. Now that they were alone, she couldn't help but look at Alexei with a resentful gaze. What do you think? Alexei rubbed his nose sheepishly, knowing that Diana was blaming him for once again playing absentee boss for half a month. He had focused much of his attention on Kristen during this period, neglecting the company to a certain extent. With the company gradually getting back on track and increasingly busy, especially concerning personnel management and internal matters, Jarrett wasn't skilled at handling these tasks. Diana managed almost everything. Such heavy burdens on her shoulders indeed made Alexei feel somewhat guilty. Diana, you've really worked hard over this period. Tisk, just talking doesn't count. Diana raised her chin slightly with a mischievous glint in her eyes. Seeing this, Alexei stroked his chin thoughtfully, sizing up Diana from top to bottom. Over this time, Diana's air as a female CEO became even more pronounced. In a set of beige OL suit, her slender legs shone like jade under a pair of red heels, her long black hair casually draped over her shoulders. She was undoubtedly a beauty. Noticing Alexei's unblinking stare, Diana instinctively looked away and then huffed playfully, shaking her fists. What are you staring at? I think Diana is right. Just words and deed don't show sincerity. After a moment of contemplation, Alexei snapped his fingers, his eyes crinkling into crescents. Diana, let's go to your place. I'll cook noodles for you. Diana, nung I'll worry on nung. A rosy blush rapidly spread across her delicate face. She wasn't some naive girl, though she had no dating experience. She knew enough not to misinterpret such words lightly. Perceiving her own shy thoughts, Diana's cheeks blushed all the way to her ears as she exclaimed angrily, You little rascal. Seeing her reaction, Alexei scratched his head, puzzled. Then he realized the ambiguity in what he said about making noodles. Oh my. Alexei swore he only meant to cook noodles for Diana, nothing else. Diana, I meant making noodles, not. I meant making instant noodles. Spring onion noodles. It's my specialty. Ugh you. Can't you stop saying things that cause misunderstandings? Diana pouted. Hee, so what did you think I meant? Could it be? Alexei winked, teasing her. This comment made Diana both flustered and annoyed. You're such a troublemaker, Alexei. Just wait till I get you. Adiumph, don't run. Diana brandished her small fists. He ran. She chased. Outside the company. Since Diana still needed to finish preparations for the app launch, she agreed to meet Alexei later to try his cooking. Knowing from his roommate that the class meeting had ended, Alexei rushed back to school. Outside the dormitory, as Alexei walked toward the dorm door, he spotted a familiar figure near the flower bed. After the class meeting ended, Julianne came straight to the dorm entrance and waited for Alexei. Seeing this, Alexei quickened his pace and approached her with a smile. Waiting for me again? Alexei chuckled. Julianne nodded. From what Alexei knew about her, she must have been waiting here since the meeting ended, nearly 2 hours. Noticing the fine layer of sweat on her forehead, Alexei shook his head and said, Time a fiddle silly. How could you wait out here in such heat without sending me a message? Did you really intend to wait here until I returned? I did send you a message. Hearing this, Alexei checked his phone and saw a message from Julianne. Looking at the timestamp, he slapped his forehead. Julian sent the message when he was in a meeting at the company and hadn't checked his phone. Why did you come find me? Are you hungry? Let's go eat. Alexei laughed lightly. Julianne shook her head, hesitating for a moment before timidly looking up at Alexei. Classmate Alexei, now that military training has ended, will you tell me what I need to do? Turns out, she specifically came to find him for this matter. Zofia military training had ended, and her leg injury was nearly healed. She couldn't just accept his kindness without reciprocating. For this reason, Alexei stroked his chin in thought for a moment, then smiled and replied, All right, follow me. Calling out to Julianne, Alexei turned and walked towards the car parked nearby. Julianne, noticing this, hesitated for a moment but followed him nonetheless. After getting in the car, the two of them left the school. Inside a large supermarket, Alexei pushed a shopping cart and went on a shopping spree. Following behind, Julianne quietly pushed a small cart. Could what her desk mate asked her to do be accompanying him to shop? And the things he was buying were so strange. Why buy so many vegetables and all these miscellaneous items? Her desk mate sure is an odd person. Julianne didn't dare voice her confusion aloud. After about half an hour, They returned to the school. Alexei walked ahead with several bags in his hands, while Julian struggled to carry a large bag, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. "Shao Magnus, don't push yourself, give it to me." Shaking his head, this was already the 5th time Alexei said such words during the walk. In response, Julian shook her head, her bright eyes flickering with determination. "No, I can do it." To her, from high school until now, her desk mate had helped her so much. He even split his scholarship to pay for her college fees and took her to the hospital. Now, helping him carry some items was too trivial in comparison. Alexei was quite helpless with Shao Magnus' stubbornness. "Yeah, just hold on a bit longer, we're almost there." Alexei led the way, and the two walked through a forest path behind the boys' dormitory. Seeing the lush bamboo forest, stone-paved paths, and fountains on either side, Julianne was slightly surprised. The gentle breeze rustled through the bamboo, and the trickling water stream brought a unique tranquility to the sweltering summer day, soothing the mind. "Beautiful, really beautiful," she subconsciously exclaimed. Hearing this, Alexei turned back and smiled lightly. "See those standalone cottages? The independent dormitory assigned by the school is right there." Before long, they arrived at the courtyard entrance. Alexei took out the key, opened the door, and walked in. This cottage originally belonged to a visiting professor. The decoration style was simple, not much different from an ordinary residential building. Yet, Julian couldn't help but sneak peeks around the room. She never imagined a dormitory could be so beautiful. "Shao Magnus, how do you like it?" Alexei suddenly asked. "Yes, very beautiful," Julian nodded. Alexei jingled the keys in his hand. "Well then, it's yours." Chapter 110. You are my full-time personal maid. If Chester were present, he might have spat out a mouthful of blood in frustration. The school's individual dormitories were allocated with fixed quotas. At the time, quite a few renowned lecturers and professors were also vying for this courtyard residence. But to secure Alexei, the top scorer in the National College Entrance Exam, Chester had endured considerable pressure to allocate this dormitory to him. Now, not only did Alexei himself move to the male dormitory, but he also wanted to give away this courtyard. Julianne was momentarily taken aback, then she thought Alexei was joking around. "Classmate Alexei, you don't joke like that." "Look at me. Do I seem like I'm joking?" "Magnus, since I hardly stay here anyway, if you like it, I'll give it to you." Hearing Alexei's tone didn't sound playful, Julianne panicked. She felt she already owed Alexei so much. If she accepted such a beautiful independent dormitory, the pressure on her would be too great. "And no, I can't take it. This is the individual dormitory given by the school to classmate Alexei. I won't accept it." Seeing Julianne shaking her head vehemently, Alexei couldn't help but find her endearingly cute. "Magnus, can you cook?" A little bit." Julianne nodded. Since childhood, she lived with her grandparents and matured early. Housework and cooking were things she mastered from elementary school onwards. "In that case, lunch is up to you. How about that?" "Classmate Alexei, you're saying let me do cooking?" Julianne asked in a low voice. What's wrong? Don't you want to?" Hearing this, Julianne shook her head rapidly and replied, "No, willing." To her, having been helped so much by her desk mate, cooking a meal seemed like the least she could do. How could she refuse? After slipping into the kitchen, she started bustling about. Outside the kitchen, Alexei leaned against the door frame, watching Magnus' busy figure with a faint smile playing on his lips. It was obvious she was adept at housework and cooking. All her movements were so proficient, but Alexei knew that behind such proficiency lay much hardship. Everything in the kitchen was well equipped, and the ingredients Alexei bought were common ones, so it wasn't particularly laborious. Before long, Julianne carried the last dish to the table and turned to look at Alexei. "Dinner's ready. Wash your hands and eat." Alexei's body shuddered inexplicably, his gaze softening even more when looking at her. 2 meat dishes, 1 vegetable, and a soup. After washing his hands, he sat down eagerly and picked up his chopsticks. It tasted really good, especially with the special buff from Magnus. It felt like a gourmet feast. Noticing Julie and standing beside, Alexei said, "What are you standing there for? Come sit and eat." I'm not hungry." Gurgling. Just as she finished speaking, Julianne's small belly protested embarrassingly, which made her cheeks flush red. This adorably embarrassed demeanor made Alexei feel an overwhelming urge to ruffle her hair. "But didn't I say I was on a diet? I can't finish it alone, and if you don't join me, it will go to waste. It's too hot outside now, food shouldn't be left overnight." "But there's a fridge." "That's still overnight food, and I don't like that." "Then okay." At the dining table, they sat opposite each other. Alexei symbolically tasted each dish and then declared he was full, leaving everything else for her to finish. While Julianne ate, Alexei watched her. Such a tiny mouth, yet she managed to consume so much food. As expected, Julianne finished all the food, not even leaving a grain of rice in her bowl. After burping softly and covering her little mouth, Julianne stood up and went to the kitchen with the bowls and chopsticks, not only cleaning them thoroughly but also sweeping the kitchen again. Wiping sweat off her forehead, Julianne looked at Alexei and asked, "Classmate Alexei, is there anything else you need me to do?" "How about this, Magnus? From now on you can be responsible for cooking my meals and cleaning the place. In return, after graduation, consider the student aid paid off. You can use anything here and live here. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Julianne pondered for a moment before shaking her head. "Cooking for you and cleaning the place, these I can do, but I still have to pay back the money." Alexei couldn't help but laugh bitterly. What a silly girl. Magnus, do you know how much it costs to hire a random housekeeper in Jiangzhou? If I were to hire one from outside, I'd have to pay no less than 5 or 6,000 yuan per month, which adds up to over 200,000 over 4 years. Ah, forget it. Since you don't agree, I'll hire one from outside. As he spoke, he picked up his phone and pretended to make a call. Hello, the housekeeping company? What's the price for hiring a housekeeper? Oh, 6,000 yuan a month. When Julianne heard the price Alexei mentioned, she was quite startled. She hadn't expected the expenses in big cities to be so high. Just cooking meals and cleaning could cost 6,000 yuan per month. Her face turned red with worry as she kept shaking her head at Alexei. Classmate Alexei, don't spend so much money. I'll do it. Seeing this, a flash of amusement crossed Alexei's eyes. He put down the phone and said, then it's settled. With that, he took Julianne around the room. There are 2 bedrooms. You can come stay in the other one anytime. Oh right, I need to go out for a bit. Wait for me obediently. Having said that, Alexei turned and left. He drove to an electrical appliances store nearby and bought some items. A washing machine, vacuum cleaner, mop, automatic dishwasher, basically anything smart that could save Julianne some effort. After getting everything, he showed Julianne how to use each item one by one. There is an air conditioner in the house and everything you need in the bathroom, like shower gel and shampoo. Feel free to use them. This washing machine is brand new. You can bring your dirty clothes here to wash. Here's the key. We each have one. From today on, Magnus, you will be my full-time personal maid. I've got things to do. Remember to lock the door when you leave. Bye. As if fearing that Julianne would change her mind, Alexei left the key and quickly ran out of the house. Outside, Alexei stood on the path, waving at Julianne from afar before turning and running off. Looking at his retreating figure, Julianne stood in a daze for a long time. After carefully putting the key in her pocket, she glanced at the air conditioner still on cooling mode and decided it would waste electricity, so she turned it off. She then grabbed the mop and started cleaning the house seriously. For those hard-to-reach corners where the mop couldn't clean properly, she knelt down and wiped with a cloth. Because the air conditioner was turned off and she had been busy for a while, she was all sweaty. Standing at the bathroom door, she hesitated for a moment, sniffed her clothes slightly, wrinkled her little nose, and finally entered the bathroom. The sound of water flowing in the bathroom echoed, but it was clear from the sound that the water flow was very small. She didn't want to waste Alexei's water and electricity, unaware that all utilities for the courtyard residents were covered by the school. At this moment, the tightly closed door suddenly opened, and a figure walked in. Julianne in the bathroom was completely unaware. Chapter 111. For a girl. In the living room, Alexei pushed the door open and walked in. He had rushed out just now and forgotten his phone, so he returned to fetch it. Picking up the phone, he was just wondering where little Magnus had gone when the bathroom door opened. After a quick rinse, Julianne came out of the bathroom with a towel wrapped around her. She saw Alexei as she stepped out. Previously, her thick bangs always covered her eyebrows, and she liked to keep her head down. But now, due to the shower, her wet hair was tied up carelessly, revealing her whole face. As Alexei's gaze lingered, he found himself entranced. Although still somewhat malnourished and sallow, Julianne's features were exquisitely delicate, especially her eyes, which were unusually bright. From her facial expression, Alexei could already faintly see a hint of the stunning beauty she would become in another life. He believed that as long as she was cared for attentively, the once ignored ugly duckling would eventually transform into a noble and beautiful swan. Seeing him staring so intently, Julianne lowered her head. Tightening the towel around her, she hurriedly whispered, I just took a quick rinse. I didn't use those shampoos or body washes and I'll clean this towel. Clearly, she had misunderstood Alexei's intentions. Noticing the humility in Julianne's words, Alexei's expression softened, and he couldn't help but slowly raise his hand, wanting to pat the small, adorable girl before him. However, Julianne stepped back, startled. Her cheeks flushed as she looked at Alexei. Realizing his action seemed a bit rash, Alexei awkwardly lowered his hand, cleared his throat, and said, Didn't I say you can use anything here? Julianne only shook her head. While rinsing off, she had seen those bottles, which seemed expensive, and she didn't want to take advantage of Alexei. To make her feel at ease, Alexei shrugged and put on a deliberately serious tone. I've already told you, compared to hiring a nanny outside, I'm the one who's getting the better deal. I don't like taking advantage of others. It makes me uncomfortable. So everything in this house is for your use. Oh. Julianne weakly nodded, not sure if she fully understood. Well, never mind. Let's dry your hair first. After asking Julianne to sit down, Alexei found the new hairdryer he had bought. Seeing him about to help dry her hair, Julianne shook her head and said, Student Alexei, I can do it myself. But Alexei pointed at the hairdryer and replied, This is the latest model. You might not know how to use it, so let me do it. Latest model? Looking at the common hairdryer in Alexei's hand, which could be found anywhere in supermarkets, Julianne could only nod quietly after a moment. Standing still, Alexei gently lifted a strand of her hair, feeling its slightly rough texture. His eyes softened with tenderness as he looked at the frail figure before him. The gentle warm breeze from the dryer blew over Julianne's hair. Her tiny hands, resting on her legs, unconsciously clenched into fists. This scene reminded her of her late grandfather. When she was young, her grandfather used to dry her hair after every wash. Since her grandfather passed away, and her grandmother often fell seriously ill, She had never felt someone take care of her like this again. Alexei's actions clearly touched her softest inner memories. At this moment, she felt a sudden sting in her nose. Alexei, standing behind her, naturally didn't notice the change in her expression. Each absorbed in their own thoughts, they enjoyed this brief tranquility. All done. Shortly after, Alexei reluctantly put down the bundle of hair in his hand. Standing up, Julian kept her head low, holding the towel tightly around her as she whispered, I should go back now. I'll wash this towel. Alexei glanced at her, a touch helplessly, then took the towel from her hand. You can use the washing machine for these. Also, regardless of whether you use them or not, I will replace all the toiletries in the bathroom monthly. Anything left unused will be discarded anyway. Just do what you think is right. This. Sure enough, Julian always easily fell for Alexei's seemingly wasteful behavior. Though he felt it wasn't quite right to trick little Magnus this way, Alexei knew he had to use some special methods to protect her stubbornness and self-respect. After leaving the courtyard, Alexei first drove her back to the girls' dormitory. Returning to his dorm and taking a short nap, he checked the time. It was almost Diana's off-duty hour. After tidying up briefly, he drove away from the school. Since he had promised to cook a meal for Diana as a reward, he naturally couldn't go back on his word. Moreover, he did have some matters he planned to discuss with Diana. The company was gradually expanding, and it was necessary to find someone suitable to help Diana shoulder the load. He already had the perfect candidate in mind. At Jean Dinghaofu, in the living room, the door opened, and Diana walked into the house. Another busy afternoon left her looking somewhat weary. After rubbing her temples with slender fingers, she bent down to take off her high heels and suddenly spotted a pair of men's shoes in the shoe cabinet. After a momentary daze, she heard clinking sounds coming from the kitchen. Big Sister Zofia is back? A familiar voice came from the kitchen, and then Alexei poked his head out, wearing an apron and holding a spatula, smiling at Diana. Seeing this, Diana paused, then asked, Why are you here? Big Sister Zofia, I said I would cook a delicious meal for you tonight. She had thought that Alexei was just saying it casually during the day, but she didn't expect him to actually cook for her. Looking at Alexei dressed as a house husband, Diana smiled faintly, her fatigue completely vanishing, replaced by a hint of sweetness in her heart. TCH, can you even do it? Don't end up making dark cuisine? Hee, just wait and see, Big Sister Zofia. Rest for a bit. I'll call you when it's ready. With that, Alexei went back into the kitchen and got busy again. The clinking sounds continued in the kitchen while Diana changed into a cute pink pajama set, took off her makeup, and sat cross-legged on the sofa, working on her laptop. However, her gaze often drifted toward the kitchen, sniffing the faint aroma of cooking food, her beautiful eyes twinkling with a gentle smile. Dinner's ready. After putting the last dish on the table, Alexei took off his apron, glanced at Diana, and said, Big Sister Zofia, wash your hands and come eat. Seeing the very presentable spring onion noodles and a few exquisite dishes, Diana felt quite excited. Slurp. Taking a slurp of the noodle and a bite of a dish, Diana was quite surprised. Not bad at all. Didn't expect you could really cook. Of course. Especially these spring onion noodles. I spent a lot of time learning. They taste good, right? Alexei replied. Hearing this, Diana couldn't help but chuckle mischievously and said, You wouldn't have learned it for some girl, would you? This sentence made Alexei pause, chopsticks in midair. Looking at his signature dishes on the table, he suddenly felt a touch of irony. Chapter 112. She really blocked me. Only after getting rid of the tan dog identity will you realize how excellent you are. This was a tongue-in-cheek saying about tan dogs that Alexei often came across in his past life. However, back then, he was just like most tan dogs, blindly believing that he wasn't good enough for a Linyuan. So even after marrying a Linyuan, he was always worried and worked tirelessly to improve himself. He learned to play sports, cook, make bubble tea and pastries, sing, play musical instruments. As long as it was something a Linyuan liked, he would pursue it wholeheartedly. Even though he was already very excellent in the eyes of others at the time, he never realized this fact. Thinking about this, Alexei couldn't help but feel somewhat sentimental. Indeed, every tan dog has great potential because they can go to any length to win the heart of their goddess, pushing themselves to become better. Seeing Alexei lost in thought, Diana thought she might have said something wrong and hurriedly asked, Alexei, what's wrong? Are you okay? Regaining his composure, Alexei smiled lightly, shook his head, and didn't want to dwell on this topic too much. By the way, Sister Zofia, I plan to find someone to handle internal management and personnel matters in the company to ease your burden. What do you think? Although Alexei's intention was for the company and also to give Diana some relief, in a certain sense, it would also take away some of Diana's power within the company. Fortunately, Diana didn't overthink it and instead sighed with relief. That's great. Do you have anyone in mind? If not, I'll post a job opening right away. I actually have someone in mind. It's my cousin, Serenity. Alexei's grandmother had a younger brother, Alexei's great-uncle, who had a granddaughter named Serenity. Alexei had a rather deep impression of this cousin. According to his memory from his past life, this cousin was an outstanding student, a top graduate from Fudan University's Engineering Management Department, and pursued a PhD after completing her master's degree. In this regard, she was quite similar to Diana, both being individuals with enormous potential. Moreover, calculating the timeline, Serenity should still be preparing for her postgraduate entrance examination. He definitely needed to persuade her to join him. After explaining Serenity's background, Diana was also quite surprised and urged him repeatedly to contact her immediately, clearly hoping to relieve some of her pressure sooner. Seeing how eager she was, Alexei decided to call Serenity first to gauge her reaction. Speaking of which, they used to get along quite well when they were young, but after meeting Alinuin in junior high school, he rarely went back home, so they gradually lost touch. Pulling out his phone and finding Serenity's contact, Alexei dialed the number. Hello, who is this? Soon, a slightly tired female voice came from the other end of the line. Cousin, it's me, Alexei. I've told you many times not to call me cousin. What do you want? Hearing this, Alexei couldn't help but laugh bitterly. He sensed Serenity's dissatisfaction with him, and he could understand it. Since junior high school, due to Alinuin, his grades plummeted, and he seldom returned home during holidays, causing family elders to have opinions about him, thinking he lacked a sense of family affection and courtesy. After pondering for a moment, Alexei organized his thoughts and said, not much. You're probably still preparing for the postgraduate exam, right? Do you have any other plans, like looking for a job? Alexei, I'm very busy. Don't beat around the bush. Speak your mind. Serenity's voice carried a hint of impatience. Alexei glanced at Diana, who seemed to be enjoying his discomfort, and felt somewhat embarrassed. He quietly lowered the volume before explaining the situation briefly. There was a long silence on the phone before Serenity spoke again. So you're saying you opened a company? In Jiangqing? And you want to hire me to work for you? Yes, I really need people. And I think... Before Alexei could finish, Serenity interrupted, her voice tinged with anger. Alexei, I don't have the mood for your nonsense. If there's nothing else, don't disturb me while I'm studying. Cousin, I'm not joking. I really did open a company, Alexei explained helplessly. The phone crackled as if books were being flipped, followed by Serenity's impatient tone. I said, don't call me cousin. Besides, I'm really busy. If you call to joke around, I might have to block you for a while. How about I come to the office later, and we can video chat? Just as Alexei finished speaking, he heard the beep-beep dial tone from the other end of the phone. He thought that perhaps and had another call coming in and dialed again. Sorry, the number you dialed is busy. Sorry, the number you dialed cannot be connected at the moment. Sorry, the number you dialed is invalid. Alexei, equals. Well, and really did block him. How about it? Did she refuse? Diana asked beside him. Upon hearing this, Alexei could only laugh helplessly. Considering Anne's personality, such an action was indeed possible. Never mind. I'll go back to my hometown during National Day and see if I can talk to her in person. After putting down his phone, they did not continue discussing this matter. At the dinner table, while eating and chatting, besides some daily company affairs, they also talked a lot about their high school days. Mentioning high school memories, especially Alexei's embarrassing moments when he was punished by Diana for poor grades and skipping classes, both of them laughed nonstop. By the way, Sister Zofia, Julianne is at the same university as me, and Uriel is at Jiangzhou College. If you have time, would you like to meet them for a meal or something? Julianne is also at Jiang University? Diana said in surprise. Then, it seemed she thought of something. She had always assumed that the reason Alexei chose Jiang University instead of Tsinghua, Peking, or Fudan was because the company was located in Jiangzhou. But now, she wasn't so sure. After pondering for a while, she casually asked as if it didn't matter much. So, when you applied to Jiang University, was Julianne part of the reason? You guess. Alexei winked. This answer was just like what he replied when Diana asked before whether he liked Julianne. In high school, Diana had witnessed Alexei's meticulous care for Julianne. Therefore, even though Alexei did not directly respond to these questions, she had some idea deep inside. Diana? Seeing Diana's absent-minded expression, Alexei called out. Idea? Oh, what are you thinking about? Hearing this, Diana smiled somewhat awkwardly. Nothing, I'm almost done with my meal, and I still have some work to finish. After saying this, she got up and sat cross-legged on the sofa, but stared blankly at a document without any content. Seeing this, Alexei shrugged, sighing inwardly that Sister Zofia really worked too hard. As the boss, he found it truly comforting. After tidying up the dishes, Alexei said goodbye to Diana and left. Chapter 113. The First Affection of 205. Just after leaving Jean Ding Mansion, Alexei was called to the office by Chester Wright as he arrived at school. The freshman welcome party was approaching, and as this year's representative for the new students, he naturally had to participate in rehearsals and such. At the end of September, with the National Day holiday just around the corner, the freshmen were already getting restless. In the JT classroom of the teaching building, Alexei looked at the prepared speech in his hand out of sheer boredom. If he had known it would be so tedious, he shouldn't have agreed to be the freshman representative back then. As for Julianne beside him, she was busily organizing her notes. Alexei did not disturb her. During the break, Alexei and a few people, including Conway, went to smoke outside the restroom. After they came out of the men's restroom, they felt a wave of fragrance coming their way. Looking up, it turned out to be Alessandra with her wavy hair. Seeing the alluring Alessandra, Conway's eyes lit up, staring straight at her. However, Alexei merely glanced at her briefly, then turned his gaze away and started walking. But Alessandra sidestepped to block him. Upon seeing this, Alexei raised an eyebrow and asked, "What is it?" Noticing Alexei's indifferent tone, Alessandra smiled gently, losing her usual carefree manner and speaking softly. "Alexei, I plan to sign up for a duet performance at the welcome party. Do you want to join me?" At that moment, Alexei seemed to hear something breaking with a crack. He glanced over at Conway beside him, seeing his painful expression. Oh, it's a fragile teenage heart. Turning back, Alexei looked at Alessandra in front of him. Alessandra was clearly very confident about her looks and figure. She knew exactly where her advantages lay. Facing Alexei's gaze, she didn't shy away but even puffed up her well-endowed bust, surpassing most girls of her age, with a touch of delight. Thinking that perhaps she had been too reserved last time, she decided to be more direct this time. With her charm, if she took the initiative, she couldn't believe any boy could resist her. Classmate Alessandra? Alexei spoke softly, looking into her slightly fervent eyes before saying something rather indifferent. First, thank you for your invitation, but you're not my type. Please keep a proper distance from now on. With a somewhat stiff smile, Alessandra watched as Alexei strode away. Alessandra stood there dumbfounded. She was actually rejected, and so bluntly. She just couldn't understand why Alexei showed no interest in her despite her boldness. Before Julian, he had been so proactive, yet why not her? Conway and the others, who witnessed the entire process, were speechless. Alexei is such a stubborn straight man. Turning down someone like Alessandra. Look at those long legs. Lance whispered. Yeah. But Alexei surely doesn't want to compete with Chowsy for a girl. Chowsy, your chance is here. Lucius still spoke in his dialect-influenced Mandarin. Hearing this, Conway suddenly saw an opportunity. Having just been rejected by Alexei, Alessandra must be devastated. This was the perfect time to strike. After fixing his hair, he stepped forward boldly with a sentimental look. Classmate Alessandra. Already irritated by being rejected by Alexei, Alessandra frowned when she saw Conway. What do you want? Her usual tomboy personality re-emerged. In fact, I like you. Would you like to go out with me? Conway flicked his fringe coolly. Alessandra? You must be crazy. Since the start of school, they hadn't even exchanged a word. How could he declare his love so abruptly, especially at her most vulnerable moment? Yes, I'm sick with longing. From our first meeting, I've been in love with you, Conway continued romantically. Alessandra gave Conway a disapproving glance, crossing her arms. You're not my type. Despite being rejected, earning the title of the most romantic of Dorm 205, Conway looked at Alessandra seriously. I know you like Alexei. If you date me, you can see Alexei every day. Think about it. Alessandra, you're an idiot. The grand freshman welcome party finally began as scheduled. Due to the large number of freshmen, the venue changed from the auditorium to the North Campus playground. The large playground could accommodate all the freshmen, while the podium was temporarily converted into the main stage. Banners, balloons, professional stage design, various camera equipment, big booms. Once these things were set up, the atmosphere was instantly in place. Dear students, hello. I am Chester, the president of Jiangzhou University. First of all, on behalf of Jiangzhou University, I welcome you to join us. On the podium, Chester held a speech manuscript and delivered a procedural opening address step by step. Alexei, backstage, was yawning incessantly, not to mention the freshmen below the stage. Finally, after Chester finished, two handsome and beautiful juniors from the broadcasting department came on stage as hosts, which finally stirred up some enthusiasm among the freshmen. Dear students, first, let's welcome the representative of the freshman class of 2018, Alexei from the School of Finance, to give a speech. Please welcome him with applause. Upon hearing Alexei's name, the freshmen below started whispering to each other. As the rising star among this year's freshmen, Alexei's name was known to almost half of the freshmen present. At that moment, the three old bees from Dorm 205 also wore envious faces. The position of freshman representative gave Alexei a firm grasp on the university's preferential right to choose a partner. Among the crowd, a girl stood out. Her exquisite looks and meticulous attire made her stand tall like a princess among the crowd. When Alexei appeared on stage, the continuous exclamations and discussions around him made the girl raise her chin proudly, full of self-satisfaction, because she knew that such an outstanding Alexei had come to Jiangzhou University for her. Omega, so he is Alexei? Indeed. He is super handsome. Yeah, he is too handsome, even more than those internet celebrities. Two girls looked at Alexei on the podium with admiring eyes, their eyes twinkling. Beth, Waverly, you two are drooling enough. Can you be more composed? Darlene said, displeased. These girls sitting together were naturally Elenyang and her three roommates. Seeing her two roommates drooling over Alexei, Elenyang felt extremely pleased. Then she straightened her back and pretended not to care. Yeah, you two should be more composed. I think he is just Did you hear that? Look at Nuanye. Just a stinky man. Where's he handsome? Looks like a pretty boy. Hearing Darlene's words, Elenyang frowned slightly, feeling annoyed. She could say whatever she wanted about Alexei, but she didn't like others criticizing him, especially since she was now sure that Alexei had come to Jiangzhou University for her. Alexei's merits and demerits should be judged by her alone. Others had no right to comment. Chapter 114. The most important person. On the stage, Alexei was in the spotlight, reciting his prepared speech step by step. Although it seemed like he was reading from a script, with various accolades under his belt, he still received continuous applause as he bowed and thanked the audience before stepping down from the stage. Next, please enjoy the song and dance performance, Meow Meow, brought to you by the Foreign Languages College. Let's give them a round of applause. We all learn to meow together. Meow 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 meow. I act coquettish in front of you. Oh my, meow 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 meow. My heart beats wildly, fascinated by your mischievous smile. You don't say you love me, then meow meow meow, meow. 3 senior students dressed in cat-made outfits danced on stage to the catchy tune, making the crowd of young fans below roar and cheer incessantly like Tarzan. As each song progressed, the atmosphere at the gala became increasingly lively. Until the host announced Alexei's performance, the audience erupted into thunderous applause. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Alexei held a guitar borrowed from the music department and sat on a tall stool. After a brief tuning, he adjusted the microphone with one hand. Glancing at the sea of faces in the audience, he chuckled softly. The next song, I want to dedicate to someone very important to me. As soon as he spoke, the fans fell into endless speculation. Did you hear that? Alexei must be talking about me. It's me. On the day of registration, I brushed past Alexei and even touched his sleeve. Do you have any connection like that? Stop arguing. Actually, Alexei is talking about me. A towering, muscular man said bashfully. Understand, nerd. Why do you join in, being a guy? What do you know? True love is between men. Hearing the heated debates and cheers around her, Elenuan felt incredibly delighted. Looking around, she couldn't help but smirk in self-satisfaction. These people are so ridiculous. Alexei's important person is clearly her. On stage, after lightly strumming the strings, Alexei began playing slow and melancholic melodies, gently singing. Let me look at you once more, from south to north, as if our eyes are covered by the 5th ring road. Please tell me again about that day. I know those summers will never come back, just like youth. Replacing dreams can only be done with half-hearted efforts. I know boasting will also fade away with youth. Let me stay trapped in the city, remembering you. His deep, magnetic voice resonated throughout every corner of the stadium. Folk songs are inherently intertwined with school life and youth, evoking heartfelt emotions with simple yet poignant lyrics. Every freshman listened intently, captivated. I know this world has too many regrets every day. So hello goodbye. As Alexei reached the climax of the chorus, those soul-stirring lyrics made many in the audience choke up. Crying face, curse Alexei for singing this explosive folk song. I'm feeling emo. Alexei sings so beautifully too. Sniffle. I'm really going to cry. Sniffle. He sang so well, I think I've fallen in love for the first time. Indeed, Andy Bridge never plays low-tier games. This was Alexei's favorite folk song from his previous life. Especially after reincarnation, he had a deeper understanding of this song. Regret is the eternal theme people chase their whole lives, accompanying everyone from beginning to end. When first heard, the meaning wasn't understood. Upon hearing again, it strikes home deeply. As his fingers swept across the strings, Alexei looked into the crowd. Even among countless people, he found her instantly. In his past life, his greatest regret was wasting his youth, loving the wrong person, and letting her down. He never even managed to say goodbye to her in the end. But he was lucky. Given another chance, he found her again. The audience was lost in his music, with many recording the entire performance on their phones. Watching the dazzling Alexei under the spotlight, Julianne, who always stayed in the corner, slowly lifted her head and stared blankly at him. My deskmate is truly outstanding, so brilliant that I can hardly bear to look directly. The brilliance of Alexei made her feel increasingly insignificant. She envied his fame but knew she could never achieve it. The small hand resting on her thigh clenched tightly, unable to withstand his overwhelming radiance. Eventually, she lowered her head weakly again, unable to look directly. Not far from Julianne, another pair of eyes was watching Alexei. It was Elenuan. Alexei, 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 Alexei. The freshmen below all shouted Alexei's name in unison, their voices rising up to the sky, deafeningly loud. Listening to the crowd shouting Alexei's name, Ellen watched him with a dazed look. At this moment, she finally realized that the boy she had once treated like a clown was so outstanding, even making her feel a faint sense of inferiority. But when she met Alexei's gaze, she felt he seemed to be looking at her. This song, I want to dedicate it to someone very important. Alexei's previous words echoed suddenly in her mind. She trusted her sixth sense. Alexei was singing this song for her, and that important person he mentioned was her. That faint sense of inferiority was quickly drowned out by her deep-seated pride and confidence. She coldly snorted, now looking at Alexei with a touch of dissatisfaction. If only you knew better back then. Even if Alexei gave up on Tsinghua and Peking University for her and apologized indirectly in front of all the freshmen, she wouldn't forgive him easily. Yet deep down, she hoped Alexei could be as obedient and attentive as before. Even if she didn't like him, she wanted to monopolize such an outstanding Alexei and declare to everyone. Even such an excellent Alexei would ultimately bow at her feet, and she was the one who deserved all the love and attention. On stage, the final notes of the guitar faded away, signaling the end of the song. After bowing off the stage, the applause from the audience continued endlessly. Alexei's performance was too touching, so much so that the following act seemed somewhat bland in comparison. Fortunately, the senior students from the dance academy and the broadcasting department, wearing hot pants and black stockings, dancing wildly, livened up the atmosphere again. This welcome party, Alexei had originally planned to just go through the motions. After his act ended, he didn't even stay long at school, discussing app promotion plans with Diana and Jarrett at the company for several hours before returning to the dormitory. But he never expected that after waking up from a night's sleep, he became a sensation at Jiangnan University. Chapter 115, Beauty Coming of Age. Discussion on the legendary Timothy performance by this year's top national college entrance exam student. A mobile phone recording with this title suddenly swept through all major forums of Jiangzhou University. The posts on Tieba, official blogs, headlines, and public accounts. Any content related to college campuses has always been one of the mainstream hotspots on the internet. Watching the overwhelming comments and amateur cover videos, Alexei had a sudden inspiration. This seemed like an excellent promotional opportunity. After obtaining the complete video footage of the gala from the school, he handed it over to the company's technical team to upload it onto the Xiaoming app. The entire network only provided high-definition, complete version recordings on the Xiaoming app. One day, Jarrett brought good news to Alexei over the phone. "Boss, our registered active users have already exceeded 80,000 people. Haha, you've given us perfect advertising." Alexei was somewhat amused and speechless at this. It turned out to be a lucky success. While the buzz was still going strong, Alexei immediately convened an internal company meeting. After formulating a series of detailed promotional plans, he directly transferred 20 million yuan into the company account for promotion expenses. He also tasked the R&D department with preparing to launch the Xiaoming app's fast version and introduced the Xiaoming Earn Money activity. All active users of the Xiaoming app would receive some remuneration just by signing in daily, accumulating online time, or completing achievements as creators. They could even withdraw the money. Though the amounts weren't large, Alexei understood these users very well. For them, they didn't care how much they got. Free was always better. Additionally, there was one crucial issue to consider. Given industry competition, Alexei worried that the company might become too conspicuous. After discussing with Diana and others, they decided to privately establish several companies to develop and launch various video social apps. It didn't matter how much profit was made as long as they didn't incur losses. The key was to create confusion. By muddying the current market, they could appropriately divert some attention away from their company. Working at the company until nearly 9 o'clock in the evening, Alexei finally prepared to return to the school. Checking his phone, he hadn't received any message from Julianne yet. Upon returning to the school, he went straight to the separate courtyard. Seeing no one in the room, Alexei raised an eyebrow. Recently, Julianne would almost always wait for him here after class to eat together. Why hasn't she shown up yet? Just as he was about to send a message, the door opened, and Julianne walked in, panting slightly. Wiping the sweat off her forehead, Julianne glanced at Alexei shyly. "Sorry, Alexei, I'm late today." "No problem, I just got back myself." Alexei chuckled lightly. "Well, let me go cook then." Julianne quickly darted into the kitchen and started cooking. Over the past few days, she had gradually gotten used to Alexei's unique way of treating people. At the dining table, Julianne didn't need Alexei to initiate conversation. She picked up her chopsticks obediently and began eating. Looking at Julianne, who was eating small bites but quite rapidly, Alexei couldn't help but smile. Since the end of military training, Julianne's meals had been plentiful and nutritious. Her face had finally gained a bit of plumpness, her complexion improved, and her hair wasn't as dry and yellow as before. Though the changes weren't drastic, Alexei could still feel the difference. Julianne inherently had good looks, but due to chronic malnutrition, those features had been hidden. "Timothy, Alexei." "Yes?" Julianne's eyes darted nervously around. She noticed that Alexei had been staring at her since dinner started, which made her quite embarrassed. Do I have something on my face?" Hearing this, Alexei's lips curled up, his eyes forming crescents as he nodded. "Yes, you do. You have a flower, a very beautiful one." That comment made Julianne's cheeks instantly turn red like an apple, her head almost dipping into her bowl. "All right, I won't tease you anymore. Eat your meal." Alexei smiled indulgently. After finishing a bowl of rice, Alexei was mostly full, while Julianne was diligently finishing the remaining dishes on the table. This was because Alexei always prepared enough ingredients for only one meal and told her to finish everything in one sitting. At first, Julianne felt a bit awkward and only ate sparingly unless Alexei said something. It wasn't until Alexei threw the leftover food to the neighbor's big black dog in front of her that she understood. If she didn't finish the meal, Alexei would indeed throw it away. So every time, no matter how much food was prepared, she tried her best to finish it all. At first, Alexei was still worried that Julianne was forcing herself to eat everything, fearing that eating so much would make her uncomfortable. But after a few days, he finally recognized a fact. His little Magnus really has a large appetite. By the way, National Day is coming soon. Do you plan to go home? If you do, we can go together. I'm going to Jialing City anyway. Seeing Alexei speaking to her, Julianne quickly swallowed the rice in her mouth, secretly burped, and then shook her head. Although she also missed her grandmother very much, the round-trip expenses added up to several hundred yuan, which was too expensive. "I found a part-time job. It will be very busy during the holiday, so I won't go back." Hearing this, Alexei's eyebrows slightly raised, asking, "Why are you taking on a part-time job again? Is it handing out flyers?" "No, not that, it's at a nearby restaurant." Although she agreed to help Alexei cook and clean, Julianne still kept thinking about the money she owed Alexei. Though she didn't say it out loud, she planned to pay it off gradually. Moreover, the living expenses she brought at the beginning of the school year were almost used up. She didn't want to take money from her grandmother, nor did she want to freeload off Alexei for 4 years of college, so she found a part-time job. Alexei sighed inwardly. This stubbornness of hers really left him without many good solutions. "What if I talk to the principal and find you a suitable part-time job in the cafeteria, where you can work more easily?" "No need, Alexei classmate. The restaurant is run by an elderly lady, and she is very kind. To Julianne, Alexei had already helped her too much. How could she ask for more help? Well, alright then. If later you don't want to continue, or if there are any other situations, remember to tell me. Alexei could only say this. He didn't want to force Julianne to accept his goodwill, as that might not be what she wanted. On the day before the holiday, after the morning classes ended, quite a few students had already left early. The 3 roommates in 205 dormitory, except for Conway, also left early. As for Alexei, before leaving, he specifically went to the restaurant where Julianne worked part-time. Seeing that the owner was indeed a kind old lady, he felt somewhat relieved. Ring ring. Just as he walked out of the restaurant, Alexei received a call from a stranger. Hello. May I speak to Mr. Alexei? Yes, this is me. Who is this? Alexei asked. Chapter 116. I really haven't broken any laws. The unfamiliar male voice on the phone puzzled Alexei. Hello, Mr. Timothy. I'm from Yongqing's Housing and Construction Bureau. This call is about. The man on the phone explained his purpose. After hearing him out, Alexei slowly raised the corner of his mouth into a smile. It had been around 3 months since he bought number 183 Sejong Road commercial building. Just like the historical events in his previous life, that area was now scheduled for demolition. After learning that number 183 commercial building had changed ownership, the relevant department reached out to him. I'll be back in Yongqing these days. We can talk in person then. After a brief chat with the caller, Alexei hung up the phone. He had just put down his phone when he saw Julianne come to work. Seeing Alexei, Julianne froze for a moment. Although her eyes still darted away, after this period of time spent together, she wasn't as reserved as before. Afternoon, Alexei. Good afternoon, Xiao Magnus. Yeah, the elderly lady's skills are indeed impressive. Her noodles are really tasty, and she's very nice, Alexei said with a smile. Julianne only nodded upon hearing this. I have to start working. With that, she quickly walked into the store. Xiao Magnus. She heard Alexei's voice just as she reached the door. Turning around, she saw him standing tall under the sunlight. Lifting his hand, Alexei clenched it into a fist and waved it. Good luck, Xiao Magnus. Julianne looked at Alexei in a daze. Infected by some emotion, she smiled, a rare sight. This smile made even the roadside flowers seem to pale in comparison. Yeah, good luck. Giving Alexei one last glance, Julianne turned and walked into the shop. Watching her disappearing silhouette, Alexei took a deep breath, feeling an immense sense of comfort. Compared to before, he seemed to prefer the way things were with Xiao Magnus now, despite having to hide many things from her and think of ways to persuade her. But simply accompanying her while she grew up brought him happiness. Ring ring. While lost in thought, his cell phone rang again. Upon seeing the contact note, Alexei silently answered the call and held the phone a few centimeters away from his ear. In the next second, Hideo's raspy voice echoed through. Timothy, did you crawl here? I've been waiting for an hour. Are you coming or not? After listening to Hideo's rant, Alexei replied lazily, half an hour. I'll be there. He had already arranged his return time with Hideo yesterday and booked his flight. After hanging up, Alexei hailed a taxi straight to the airport. At Shaoshan Airport, after getting out of the car, Alexei saw a small, dark-skinned chubby boy sitting on a chair. Uriel. After greeting, he dragged his suitcase over. As he got closer, Alexei couldn't help but laugh. From afar, he looked dark, and up close, he was even darker. Uriel, did you secretly go for tanning? Hideo, hearing this, pouted angrily, especially when passersby exclaimed, look, it's an African, while taking photos with their phones. Shut up. If you hadn't convinced me to practice driving during the summer vacation, would I be this dark? Ha ha ha. Looking at Hideo's bright white teeth, Alexei couldn't hold back his laughter. F***CK. You're still laughing? Wah, take this. The two played around outside for quite a while, then went to get their boarding passes and passed through security just in time. Once they arrived in Yongqing, they parted ways to head home. As Alexei neared the entrance of the residential complex, he spotted his father, Gillis. Just as he was about to approach, he noticed his father chatting happily with a woman who looked somewhat familiar. Alexei scrutinized carefully and laughed. Isn't this Aunt Vicky who drove his father home last time? Initially, he wondered if his father missed him or felt lonely after his long absence. However, seeing his father's cheerful expression, Alexei realized he must have overthought. At the entrance of the residential complex, Gillis hesitantly pushed the electric bike towards Aunt Vicky. Really won't stay a bit longer? No, Bowen should be back soon. It wouldn't be good if he saw us. Besides, Addie Yenwin is also coming back soon. I need to cook for her. Taking the electric bike from Gillis, Aunt Vicky waved goodbye and rode off. Gillis watched her leave, his gaze fixed on her retreating figure all the way until she disappeared. Distracted by watching her, Gillis didn't notice someone beside him. Enjoying the view? Without thinking, Gillis nodded and replied, yeah, she looks good. Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly froze and turned around to see Alexei standing beside him with a smile. Cough, brat. When did you come back? Lorenzo cleared his throat and asked. Old man, who was that person just now? Hearing this, Lorenzo felt a bit embarrassed, waving his hand in response. A colleague from the factory. We just happened to meet and chatted a bit. Oh, just a colleague? Seeing Alexei grinning mischievously and winking, Lorenzo's face turned red. Nice try. Smart mouth at your old man now, huh? Haha, Dad. I'm hungry. Alexei grinned but stopped joking. Dinner's been ready for you. Let's go home. Looking at Alexei, who had grown taller than him, Lorenzo couldn't hide his joy. At the dinner table, Alexei told Lorenzo many things about university, while Lorenzo shared some amusing stories from the factory. Time flew by with laughter. After putting down their chopsticks, Alexei said, "Lorenzo, I have good news for you." Coincidentally, Lorenzo has good news for you too. The father and son smiled at each other. "Good boy, you go first. Lorenzo's got big news, must save it for last." Seeing Lorenzo teasing him, Alexei chuckled, then got up and took a few bags from his suitcase. "Here, for you, Lorenzo. You're already doing this before even starting work, huh?" Lorenzo can't be short of anything. Though Lorenzo scolded, there was a clear hint of a smile in his eyes upon seeing what Alexei bought. But upon seeing the contents, Lorenzo was completely stunned. "Brat, did you rob a bank? Or borrow from loan sharks?" Alexei, Lorenzo, can you please stop doubting me?" Lorenzo asked repeatedly, only relaxing after confirming Alexei had done nothing illegal. But looking at the items, he still felt uneasy. Chapter 117. My son has the demeanor of a genius. 4 cartons of 9.5 cigarettes, 2 bottles of Mount Eye liquor, an expensive men's belt, and a Longines Conquest diver mechanical watch. Mr. Gillis trembled as he glanced at them. Though he was just a low-level worker, he knew that none of these items came cheap. "Lorenzo, try on the watch first to see if it fits." Alexei had originally thought about getting his father a Rolex or something like that. Boasting a bit, since he now had several minor goals worth of assets, getting his father a Rolex was not unreasonable, right? But he knew that if he really bought his father a 100,000 yuan or even a million yuan watch, given his father's character, he would definitely refuse it. So, he settled for a second choice, buying a Longines watch, costing around 10,000 yuan, which he figured his father could barely accept. It suits you pretty well. Lorenzo, smoke the cigarettes and drink the liquor as you wish. During winter break, I'll bring a few cases back home for storage." Lorenzo's lips twitched upon hearing this. A few cases? Anyone who didn't know would think they were buying cabbages in bulk. He usually only smoked cigarettes priced at a dozen yuan or so, and mostly drank cheap wines like Nuno. He had never tasted 9.5 cigarettes or Mount Eye. "Son, where did all these things come from?" "I bought them," Alexei casually replied. "These must cost tens of thousands together. Tell me honestly, where did you get the money from?" Seeing his father's stern expression, Alexei wasn't particularly surprised. He knew his father would ask this, and since the fact that he started a company would eventually be known, he might as well tell him now so his father wouldn't work so hard in the future. "Lorenzo, I started an internet company myself and made some money recently." "Company? When did you start it?" Why didn't Lorenzo know? That doesn't make sense. How did you get the capital? Didn't you keep your scholarships with me? Faced with his father's rapid-fire questions, Alexei patiently answered, but chose to hide some details, simply telling his father that the startup funds came from a school grant. "Why didn't you discuss such a big matter with Lorenzo?" Gillis looked evidently unhappy. To him, starting a business was a significant decision, and Alexei not telling him made him worry about potential scams. "Lorenzo, rest assured. The principal of Jiang University is a good person. The company has been running smoothly despite being newly established. The grants from the school have also been repaid, so there will be no financial disputes." Hearing this, his father's mouth moved but nothing came out. He merely sighed softly. Looking at Alexei, who stood half a head taller than him, his eyes held a complex mix of emotions. He didn't have much education and was a simple worker, understanding little about what Alexei had said. At this moment, he suddenly realized his son seemed to have grown up overnight. "By the way, Lorenzo, didn't you say you had some good news? Tell me about it." Alexei smiled. Hearing this, his father couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Compared to Alexei becoming a boss himself, his own news seemed insignificant. "Our factory was acquired by foreign investors. Fortunately, Lorenzo didn't resign then. Our wages increased significantly for those with over 5 years' experience." Alexei wasn't surprised. He'd advised his father to stay for this very reason. "Lorenzo, I've built my own career now, and with the past scholarships, we're not short of money anymore. Just do your job at the factory without pushing yourself too hard. If you don't want to work anymore, feel free to quit. Your son will support you." Alexei knew he couldn't convince his father to quit. No matter how many small goals he achieved, his father preferred riding his electric scooter to work daily. Parents always have different attitudes and lifestyles from their children. Labor had become a habit for them, whether they were poor or rich, and having money doesn't necessarily mean they can stay idle. You young people, Lorenzo is still capable and far from old age. Every man has ambition, especially when they are still in their prime. They wouldn't want their sons to support them so early. "Son, how much have you earned? Don't buy things for us anymore. You need the money for your business." How much did he earn? This question made Alexei pause for a moment before bending his index finger. Seeing this, his father was taken aback. 900,000? No. The things you bought must add up to several tens of thousands. Could it be 9 million? Alexei didn't reply upon hearing this, his expression a bit odd. His silence was interpreted by his father as confirmation. Suddenly, his father slapped his thigh heavily and picked up his phone without another word. "Lorenzo, what are you doing?" Alexei asked in confusion, but his father ignored him completely, getting through on the call with an excited red face. "Third Felix. Adieri, go check our family's ancestral graves again. Has smoke started rising from them again?" Alexei. When did he say it was 9 million? He was planning to tell his father that he had earned a 9-figure sum. Jake, actually, just as he wanted to say something, his father put down the phone and gave him a tight hug. Great job. Good son. His father's voice was slightly choked, his eyes reddened. Jake, are you crying? Alexei asked. Haha, Jake is just so happy. Come on, son, you're an adult now. Have a drink with your old man today. Watching his father bustling about, Alexei could only swallow back what he wanted to say. Just for 9 million, his father got this worked up. If his father knew he had achieved several minor goals now, their old Timothy family grave would definitely be chaotic. That night, his father drank until he was thoroughly drunk. Drunk, he hugged Alexei, laughing and crying, and made calls to everyone on his contact list saying how accomplished his son had become. After helping his father lie down, Alexei tidied up the dinner table. Back in the bedroom, he sprawled out on the bed, stretching lazily. Indeed, nothing compares to the comfort of one's own bed. That night, Alexei slept soundly with a constant smile on his face. The figure in his dreams was no longer the silhouette in a black dress swallowed by flames. Instead, it was a cute girl wearing an apron, busy in the kitchen, blushing when she faced him. The next day, another day of sleeping in late. With his father still hungover and complaining of a headache, Alexei cooked a meal and bought a bottle of chilled yogurt from the nearby supermarket for his father. After finishing all this, he finally went out. Outside the Housing Construction Bureau, Alexei parked his electric scooter, took out his phone, and dialed a number. Hello, this is Alexei. I've arrived. Chapter 118. Regret. Before returning to Yongcheng City, Alexei had already arranged a meeting with the Housing and Construction Bureau. Sure, Mr. Timothy, please hold on. A man's voice came from the phone. After hanging up, about 5 to 6 minutes later, a man in his 30s jogged out of the building. The man wore glasses and looked cultured. Mr. Timothy? Seeing only a young teenager at the door, the man asked tentatively. Yeah, it's me. Nice to meet you. Alexei extended his hand amicably. Upon seeing this, a flicker of surprise flashed in the man's eyes, but as someone who worked in the system, he quickly composed himself and responded with a chuckle. Didn't expect Mr. Timothy to be so young. Truly outstanding for your age. Please follow me. Inside the office, the man chatted politely with Alexei for a few moments. During their conversation, Alexei learned that the man's name was Timothy Xiang. Mr. Timothy, we have received an order from our superiors to expropriate the area around 4th Zofiatal School Road. Since number 183 is under your name, we have also obtained compensation appraisals from relevant departments. Here is the contract. Alexei took the documents handed by Timothy Xiang and carefully read through them, finding no significant issues. When he saw the final compensation amount, Alexei couldn't help but whistle quietly to himself. As expected, since there were no targeted demolition policies this year, there were still many so-called compensation second-generation beneficiaries who became rich overnight with the compensation money. Of course, Alexei was well aware that in about 4 or 5 years, once the related policies came out, these astronomical compensation amounts would become very rare. In addition to the terms in the contract, I have one small personal request. I hope that 2 additional apartments could be gifted to my name in the new residential complex at number 183. He knew that current 4th Zofiatal School was now classified as a city key middle school, and the properties around number 183, including those near the middle school, were categorized as school district houses. Their prices had skyrocketed tenfold in just 3 months. He had to secure at least 2 units for himself. It wasn't really about valuing just those 2 houses. He was also considering giving his father a new house, and Aunt Vicky as well. If things developed between his father and Aunt Vicky, another house would definitely be necessary. Timothy Xiang did not immediately agree to Alexei's request, but called his superior first before approving it. Sealing the deal with a fingerprint and signature, the contract officially came into effect. Mr. Timothy, I need to report to my superiors, so I won't see you out. Hope to have tea and chat with you again sometime. Timothy Xiang said this sincerely, truly hoping to cultivate a friendship with Alexei. To achieve such accomplishments and wealth at such a young age was unprecedented even in his experience within the system. After exchanging some pleasantries and contact information with Timothy Xiang, Alexei left the building alone. Making more friends always meant having more opportunities, especially with Timothy Xiang's special status. Who knows when it might come in handy? Having lived 2 lives, Alexei knew very well that in this world, money was never more powerful than power. Though he wasn't particularly interested in governmental work, he didn't mind making more friends in that field. Just as he left the office, he received a text message notification. The compensation payment had been credited to his account. Deducting all sorts of fees, the net amount was 110 million based on the current market evaluation. This was 11 times what he had initially invested. Meanwhile, in a standalone 3-story office building in Yongcheng City, Timothy Zofiang paced back and forth in his office. After getting 1 million from Alexei 3 months ago, his company had revived, and he had been feeling quite smug until he suddenly heard the news about number 183 being categorized as a school district and expropriated for demolition. Boss, we confirmed it. The construction bureau says the current market evaluation price is 10 times higher. Hearing this from his assistant, Timothy Zofiang felt like crying and beating his chest in regret. He had anticipated the property value might increase, but never thought it would happen so quickly and to such an extent. Wah, I hate it. I missed out on 100 million, wah. With an extra 100 million in savings, Alexei called Hideo happily. Such a significant event deserved a celebration. After indulging in eating, drinking, and entertainment for the day, the first day of the holiday passed quickly. The next day, due to a scheduled break at the factory, Alexei returned to his hometown with his father. Before leaving, his father didn't forget to pack 3 cartons of cigarettes and a bottle of mutai. On the road, Alexei remembered and casually asked his father, "Lorenzo, is cousin Erwin coming back? I heard from granduncle a couple of days ago that your cousin's family seems to be coming back." Since Anne was also returning, it was just the right time to have a thorough chat with her about company matters. In the small courtyard of a farm in Bayshore village, Patsy and Elwin, having heard that Alexei was coming back, had been waiting at the door early on. "Oh my eldest grandson is back. Bohin, let Patsy take a good look at you. Oh, how come you're so skinny?" Seeing Alexei, the elderly couple treated him like a precious gem, dragging him into the house. The whole family gathered around the table, laughing and chatting as they enjoyed a reunion dinner. Zofiadway through the meal, Gillis took out the bottle of Mautai, saying that Alexei had earned the money himself and bought it to show respect for Elwin. Elwin Timothin Hongwei, who had drunk wine all his life, lit up with joy and wouldn't let Gillis drink much more. "Lorenzo, you are too stingy. I haven't even tasted this Mautai. Go away. I still have half a bottle of Erguo too. You can drink that. This Mautai is what my eldest grandson gave me. I must keep it as a collection." After a few rounds of drinks, Alexei said his excuses and thought about visiting Anne's home. Patsy's hometown was Nanshire village, separated from Bayshore village by a major road. Buying some fruits and milk from a roadside supermarket, he headed straight for Anne's home. In the yard, Alexei walked in with his things. "Granduncle, cousin Felix," Alexei called out. Shortly after, 2 people came out of the house, Granduncle Jiangguoda and cousin Felix Cooper. "It's Bohin. Come here quickly, let Granduncle take a good look." "Oh, our top scorer is back, haha." Seeing the 2 dote on him so warmly, calling him top scorer one after another, Alexei couldn't help but laugh and cry. About him being the top scorer in the college entrance exam, originally only his grandparents knew, but due to Lorenzo and Felix's enthusiastic promotion, not only Granduncle's family but almost everyone in Bayshore village and Nanshire village knew about it. Inside the room, Granduncle and cousin Felix chatted with Alexei for a while. Alexei searched around the room but hadn't seen, and since he came in, "Cousin Felix, isn't cousin Erwin back with you?" Alexei asked. Chapter 119. Something happened to Patsy. For this trip back to his hometown, besides wanting to see his grandparents, Alexei mainly wanted to have a proper conversation with Anne. Cooper also took out his phone in front of Alexei and called Anne. "Daughter, where are you? What? Haven't set off yet? Come back quickly. Bohin is at our place, and it's been a while since the 2 of you saw each other." Upon hearing that Alexei was there, Anne immediately changed her tune on the phone, saying she had some sudden business and wouldn't come back. Because the call was on speaker, Alexei could hear the whole conversation between father and daughter clearly. From what Cooper said, it seemed that Anne had originally planned to come back, but as soon as she heard she would meet him, she immediately changed her mind. This was clearly avoiding him. Alexei couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It seemed that because of his previous indiscretion, Anne held quite a grudge against him. Although he didn't get to see Anne this time, Alexei still stayed at his great-uncle's house for a while. To persuade someone like Anne to join the company, he would need his great-uncle and cousin Cooper to do some persuasion in the future. By evening, Alexei politely declined an invitation from his great-uncle's family to stay for dinner. When he got back to his grandfather's house, as expected, his father and grandfather were both very drunk, snoring away in unison on their beds. After staying in his hometown for 2 more days, Alexei returned to the city with his father. It was now his father's turn to work at the factory. Hideo had been frequenting the driving school these days, continuing to strive for his driver's license. One day, after packing up some essentials, Alexei left a bank card in his father's room and sent a text message to inform him. Meanwhile, at a certain factory, "Old Timothy, stop working and come have a cigarette. Xiao Wang, come here, have a cigarette and take a break." Timothin Zijuan, Alexei's father, cheerfully passed out 9-5 cigarettes to the workmates he was close with. "Hey, old Timothin, smoking 9-5s now? Brother Timothin, aren't these expensive?" Hearing this, Timothin Zijuan laughed even harder and proudly replied, "My son bought them. He bought several cartons." "Old Timothin, you really have good fortune. I wish I had a son like yours, alas. Your luck is something we can only envy. Who wouldn't be proud to have such an outstanding son like Brother Timothin's?" Hearing the envy from his colleagues, Timothin Zijuan felt extremely happy. Ding. Suddenly, the sound of an incoming text message interrupted him. It was a message from Alexei. "Old Dad, I have something and we'll head back to Jiangzhou first. There's a bank card on your bedside table. I've deposited 500,000 yuan. The password is your birthday." 50,000 wasn't much to Alexei now, but to his father, it was undoubtedly a huge sum. Including the previous 200,000 yuan scholarship and Timothin Zijuan's savings over the years, they now had a combined wealth of over 800,000 yuan. Looking at the screen of his phone, Timothin Zijuan's eyes welled up. While he was typing a reply to Alexei, a rebuke came from not far away. "Slacking off during work hours, right? Timothin Zijuan, don't tell me the 3 of you have no sense of responsibility?" Following the voice, a middle-aged man who resembled Colby somewhat walked over angrily. It was Colby's father, Landon. "Timothin Zijuan, you've been in the workshop long enough, don't you know this rule? We pay you so you can slack off?" Landon berated the 3 of them before leaving triumphantly. But before leaving, he cast a furious glance at Timothin Zijuan. "TCH, Landon, relying on brown nosing to become a group leader, strutting around like a peacock. I really can't stand him." Sure, keep it down. He's the group leader now. We can't afford to offend him. Timothy Zijuan's expression turned grim, clearly infuriated. Ever since the first round of layoffs and pay cuts at the factory, many senior workers had left. After the factory was acquired by foreign investors, not many of the remaining seniors were left. In his workshop, only he and Landon were the most experienced. Originally, both of them had a chance to become group leaders, but Landon managed to secure the position through flattery and favoritism. As old rivals, the two never got along, especially after Landon became the group leader, intentionally looking for trouble with Timothy Zijuan multiple times. Just as Timothy Zijuan was feeling dejected, a well-preserved middle-aged woman approached. What's wrong? Is Landon bothering you again? Timothy Zijuan nodded, fuming. He's been targeting me for days. He just wants to squeeze me out. But I'm not going anywhere. Let's see who will give up first. Timothy Zijuan was clearly very upset, and the middle-aged woman spoke softly. All right, calm down. Who in the factory doesn't know about his petty nature? Let's just try to avoid him as much as possible. By the way, Vicky, hasn't that guy been harassing you again recently? Seeing Vicky shake her head, Timothy Zijuan's expression finally eased somewhat, and he snorted. That old lecher. He already has a wife, but still harasses you every day. If he dares to harass you again, I won't let it go. You're so grown up, yet your temper is still like a child. Get back to work, or he'll find another reason to criticize us. Meanwhile, at Shaoshan Airport, before leaving, Alexei had called Jared and asked him to arrange for someone to pick him up. After getting into the car, Alexei also instructed the driver to take him straight back to Jiangzhou University. On Jiangzhou Road, outside a small restaurant, although many students from nearby schools had returned home for the National Day holiday, quite a few were still on campus. Therefore, this long-established little restaurant was doing decent business. It wasn't until after mealtime, after working hard all noon, that Julianne got a brief rest with the boss's permission. Outside the small shop, Julianne walked out of the restaurant, using the apron around her to wipe the sweat from her forehead. Although she was very tired these days, because it was the holiday season, she earned double her usual pay, which made her very content. She squatted in a shaded corner, holding a meat bun in her hands, and soon finished it with small bites. She took out a brand new phone from her pocket. This was the phone Alexei gave her in high school. She hadn't bought a phone case or screen protector, but had taken good care of it. Glancing at several missed calls, she hurriedly dialed back. When the call connected, a middle-aged woman's voice came through. Oh, Magnus, why didn't you answer the phone? Hearing this, she quickly said, Esther, I'm sorry, I was working and didn't receive your call. Magnus, your grandma's condition has worsened. What? Chapter 120. Don't let Annie down. This news immediately made Julianne's face turn pale with shock. She hurriedly stood up, her eyes welling with tears. How is Patsy? Esther, where's my grandma? Lucky I found out early yesterday, Magnus. I sent the elderly lady to the hospital. The money used for this was all from me. Upon hearing this, Julianne let out a long sigh of relief and quickly said, Thank you, Esther. Oh, we've been neighbors for so many years now. I treat you like my own daughter, so it's only natural that I help take care of the elderly lady. But Magnus, the doctor is pressing for immediate surgery and can't keep borrowing my money, right? Sigh, your grandmother has such a stubborn personality. When I suggested using some of your scholarship money, she refused to give me the password, insisting the money was for your education. All Annie can do is worry. How about giving Auntie the password? It wouldn't be right to delay treatment indefinitely. Medicines and checkups cost a lot. Julianne knew her grandmother's character all too well. After hesitating for a moment, Julianne stammered, But, what is there to hesitate about, Magnus? Do you think Auntie has any designs on your scholarship money? If you really thought that, you'd be hurting my feelings. I kept all the receipts for buying medicine and doing checkups for your grandmother. We can verify them anytime if you don't believe me. Think about it. In the past, when you were still at home, didn't Annie help your family a lot? When you went off to university, other neighbors avoided getting involved. Only Auntie took pity on the lonely, elderly lady and promised to look after her for you. Why would you even have such thoughts? Time of listening to Esther's complaints over the phone, Julianne turned red with anxiety. And no, it's not like that, Esther. I didn't mean it that way. I know you're filial, Magnus, but in today's society, everything costs money, especially at the hospital. This time, Julianne did not hesitate, fearing that her actions might hurt Esther's feelings, and thus gave her the bank card password. Esther chuckled happily over the phone. Just focus on your studies, dear. Everything here is taken care of by Andy. Oh, and don't tell your grandmother about this. Otherwise, she'll definitely argue with me again. Well, gotta go now. I still have chores in the chicken coop. Beep beep beep. Esther hung up abruptly, putting down the phone and letting out a long sigh. Sitting on a stone step in the shade, she stared blankly at the passers-by, some dressed fashionably, others driving cars by, feeling somewhat lost. A while later, she rested her head on her knees, hugging herself tightly as her shoulders began to shake slightly. Fate seemed to always pick on those who already suffered. Despite life being so tough, she had always remained strong. Yet, at the end of the day, she was just an 18-year-old girl. For the first time in her life, she was so far away from her grandmother, surrounded by unfamiliar surroundings, and worried every day about her grandmother, trying hard not to dwell on it. But when she learned about her grandmother's severe condition, the emotion she had been suppressing finally erupted. After crying for a long time until her tears dried up, She slowly raised her head and wiped her eyes with her apron. Even when crying, she dared not cry for too long because she still had work to do. At the restaurant, after sending off the last guests, she carefully wiped the dirty tables left by the customers. Ding! When she heard the bell ringing at the door, Julian quickly finished wiping the last table. Turning around, she stood there somewhat awkwardly, her head slightly lowered. Welcome. Though by nature she wasn't good at interacting with others, she had to deal with customers as part of her part-time job. So each time, she mustered up all her courage to force herself to do it. The guest who walked into the shop sat at a table, propping his chin with one hand, smiling warmly at Julianne, who looked like a little quail. Xiao Magnus, bring me some rolled noodle sheets. Recognizing the familiar voice and unique nickname, she was startled and subconsciously looked up. Her eyes met Alexei's clean and handsome face, smiling warmly at her. Alexei? Adium, it's me. Alexei nodded. Weren't you going back? Julianne asked puzzled. I did, but I'm back. Xiao Magnus, I'm hungry. Seeing him rubbing his stomach, Julianne hurriedly nodded and turned to jog into the back kitchen. The elderly lady of the restaurant, although she had only met Alexei once, had a deep impression of this particularly likable boy. Therefore, she specially added many ingredients to Alexei's rolled noodle sheets. Young man, you're here again. Yes, Grandma, your skills are getting better and better. Another serving for me. Alexei put down the empty bowl he had just finished with a smile. After eating 2 servings of rolled noodle sheets, Alexei got up to pay the bill, and then said, Xiao Magnus, let's go back to school. Upon hearing this, she shook her head. I haven't finished my shift yet. The old grandmother sitting on the recliner smiled at the two in front of her and suddenly said, Girlie, you go back first. I'll close early today. Your salary will be paid as usual. Oh, thank you, Grandma. With the elderly lady giving permission, Julian took off her apron, folded it neatly and placed it on the counter, said goodbye to the elderly lady, and left the restaurant with Alexei. Outside the female dormitory of the South Campus, the Maserati slowly came to a stop. As soon as Julian got out of the car, she saw Alexei roll down the window and said, Xiao Magnus, go change your clothes. Idea? Julianne was puzzled. I'm taking you somewhere. Oh. Julian didn't think much about it. She thought since Alexei had already returned to school, he must want to take her shopping for groceries or other daily necessities. Afraid of keeping Alexei waiting too long, she spent less than 10 minutes changing into another outfit and quickly ran back. She wore a faded pair of blue jeans and a white short-sleeve shirt. Since the start of the semester, she only had 2 sets of clothes, which she alternated between washing and wearing. Alexei glanced over discreetly and said, Buckle up. Having ridden in the car so many times, she was no longer as awkward as when she couldn't even fasten her seatbelt during the first ride. Zoom. The Maserati's engine roared, slowly leaving the school grounds. It took nearly half an hour on the road and they still hadn't arrived. After working all day, Julianne, under the comfort of the cool air conditioning in the car, started feeling sleepy and eventually fell into a deep sleep without realizing it. Noticing Julianne's sleeping figure from the corner of his eye, Alexei chuckled softly. After parking the car by the roadside, he gently adjusted the seat so she could sleep more comfortably, reduced the cold air slightly, and fetched a blanket from the back seat to cover her with. Looking at the fatigue around her eyes and brows, Alexei felt deeply sympathetic. Sighing lightly, he quietly opened the navigation system and entered the destination, Jialing City's Haiyan County. Chapter 121. Taking you home. Haiyan County is one of the poorest counties in Jialing City. The journey from Jiangzhou to Jialing actually takes just over an hour, nearly 2 hours. But Alexei had only recently obtained his driver's license, and as a model student, he naturally followed traffic rules. He couldn't take the highway and could only drive on rural roads. By the time they arrived at the destination, it was already dusk. After nearly 4 hours of driving, Alexei was also inevitably somewhat tired. Of course, when he turned his head to see Julian sleeping soundly in the seat, his fatigue vanished instantly. Julianne's eyelids fluttered faintly, and she groggily moaned softly before slowly opening her eyes. Looking at the blanket covering her body, she regained her senses but realized that Alexei was nowhere to be found beside her. This situation made her inexplicably panic. She quickly sat up and then saw Alexei leaning against the front of the car, smoking. Alexei turned around upon hearing the door open behind him and chuckled. Did you wake up? Upon hearing this, Julian hung her head, feeling quite embarrassed and muttered softly, I'm sorry, I fell asleep without noticing. Seeing the adorable person in front of him speaking so politely, Alexei felt rather helpless. After extinguishing the cigarette butt, he nodded and said, Forget it. Let me take you home first. Home. Julianne was stunned by these words. It was only then that she suddenly noticed that the surroundings were somewhat familiar. Upon closer inspection, she couldn't help but open her small mouth in surprise. Wasn't this her hometown county? They were still at school when they got in the car. How did they end up here after a nap? Seeing her astonished expression, Alexei secretly rejoiced inside. As for why he knew Julianne's hometown, it was because he had memorized all the information in her file long ago. Even he missed his father back home sometimes. How much more so for little Magnus? He knew she chose to stay at school because she didn't want to spend money on tickets. I mentioned before the break that I had some errands to run in Jialing, so I decided to bring you back with me. Then he playfully blinked and added, Timothy Magnus, will you blame me for bringing you back without asking? No, of course not. Clearly, Julianne was excited at the moment, even speaking incoherently. But her bright eyes were filled with excitement. She really missed her grandmother. Get in the car, you'll have to guide us from now on. Alexei waved his hand to call her. After they both got in the car, they slowly drove away. Zhangji Town, Haiyan County. Alexei, it's fine here. I can walk back myself from here. Seeing the bustling crowd on the road, with even electric scooters stuck in traffic, Alexei nodded and said, okay, I have some errands to run downtown. I'll message you once I'm done. All right. Nodding, Julianne opened the car door and got out. After waving goodbye to Alexei, she turned and trotted away happily. Even though it was just her back, Alexei could still imagine how excited Julian must be at this moment. Watching her figure gradually disappear, he then took out his phone and sent a voice message to Diana. Sister Zofia, please send me the contact details of those difficult streamers you mentioned last time. I'm currently in Jialing, and I'll go find them for a talk later. In a village in Zhangji Town, in a courtyard, an old woman with a hunched back was sitting on a bench, weaving a bamboo basket with her hands. Her eyes were abnormally cloudy, and she had to hold the bamboo strips very close to her face. Her weaving movements were very slow and somewhat awkward. Oh, madam, didn't I tell you to rest inside? Why are you working again? At that moment, a middle-aged woman walked into the yard. The old woman didn't turn around but smiled and said, It's you, Elsa. It's fine. I know my own condition. At your age, why keep pushing yourself? Never mind. I've put the medicine where it usually goes. Thanks for spending money again, Elsa. I'll sell these baskets tomorrow and pay you back. Hearing this, the woman opened her mouth instinctively and replied, Madam, this money isn't. Halfway through her sentence, the woman changed her tone. Don't worry about the money. We've been neighbors for so many years. Before Magnus left, she asked me to take care of you. The medicine is placed there. After leaving the things, the woman chuckled and left the yard. In the empty courtyard, the old woman moved extremely slowly. Soon, when she heard the sound of the big iron gate again, the old woman spoke. Is it Elsa coming back? In the next moment, a voice full of longing came from behind. Patsy. Familiar voices made the old woman stop her hand's actions as she hurriedly stood up and turned around. Those abnormally cloudy eyes blurred her vision, allowing her only to see a vague figure at the doorway. But she recognized it instantly, with wrinkles on her face crinkling up in a joyful smile. Girlie, is that you back? Patsy. Julianne, with red-rimmed eyes, ran towards her grandma and threw herself into her arms. Sob. Patsy, I missed you so much. Only in front of her grandma did she let down her guard, crying her heart out in a way that tugged at anyone's heartstrings. Feeling the frail body in her embrace, Patsy Song Timothy shed tears as well, gently stroking Julianne's head. Come, let grandma take a look. She tried to get closer but still couldn't see clearly, her dry, calloused hands pinching Julianne's cheeks gently. Girlie, you seem to have put on some weight. Patsy, your eyes. Seeing those cloudy eyes of her grandma, Julianne couldn't hold back her tears any longer. Just an old problem, sometimes better, sometimes worse. No big deal. Girlie, didn't you say you wouldn't come back? Why are you here now? Hearing this, Julianne wiped away her tears. It was my classmate who had some business downtown and gave me a ride back. Girlie, tell grandma about your university life. Have you made new friends? Have you been studying hard? Sitting on stools, Julianne recounted everything that happened at school to her grandma, including how Alexei shared his scholarship with her and asked her to help with cooking and cleaning. She told it all. After hearing these stories, the smile on her grandma's face faded immediately. At her age, her experience was abundant. Even though, according to Julianne, everything Alexei did was mutual benefit, Grandma knew there was no such thing as unconditional kindness, especially not between a man and a woman. However, Julianne's thoughts were simpler. From the moment she met Alexei until now, she truly believed that his kindness towards her was just an equal exchange, never having any other thoughts. After all, Alexei was outstanding, while she was just a nobody. Girlie, living in such a big city, you must be more cautious. We need to pay back the money we owe your classmate. You should take all the scholarship money from the card to return it. Patsy, I've already agreed with Alexei to help him cook and clean. Plus, I have other part-time jobs. I can repay it myself. That money is for you to see the doctor. I don't want it. Patsy knew her granddaughter's character well. You, Girlie, are just like your grandpa. How about inviting your classmate over for a meal? He helped you so much. Grandma needs to thank him personally. Chapter 122. She doesn't deserve you. In the urban area of Jialing, at a certain restaurant, with a pair of young men and women smiling obsequiously, Alexei was the first to walk out of the restaurant. Then, under the reverent gazes of these two people, he gracefully pulled open the door of the Maserati and sat in. This couple of men and women were the million-level streamers that Diana and Jared had been unable to handle for a long time. However, Alexei only spent half an hour to successfully resolve the issue. The remaining 1+ hours basically involved this couple trying to get close to him. Inside the car, he took out his phone and sent 2 words to Diana. Resolved. Diana? So fast? How did you do it? Seeing this, Alexei laughed. In this world, there is nothing that can't be solved with money. If there is, then add more money. Of course, this premise was also because he clearly understood that the online influence of this young couple as streamers in their past life was quite significant, and they would be able to create sufficient value afterward. Otherwise, he wouldn't have invested so generously. After taking a short rest in the car, He was thinking of sending a message to Julianne when unexpectedly, her message arrived first. Are you busy? Alexei, just finished. What's up? Julianne, my grandma wants you to come over for dinner, okay? Looking at the message on the chat window, Alexei suddenly became alert. Meeting parents so soon? Isn't it a bit too early? Awful. Why am I feeling nervous all of a sudden? After rubbing his hands, he calmed down this somewhat absurd thought. Probably Xiao Magnus told her grandmother about the scholarship matter, so she's inviting him over for dinner to express gratitude. Sure, wait for me at where we parted just now. After replying to the message, Alexei initially considered whether he should bring some gifts for the first visit. But after a second thought, it didn't seem appropriate. If he really bought something, it might lead to gossip. Starting the car, he headed toward the destination. After picking up Xiao Magnus in town, the two went towards her home. A top-of-the-line Maserati Grand Cabrio appearing in a village can be imagined what kind of impact it would cause. The farmers carrying shovels and hoes who passed by were pointing and whispering. Stopping outside the gate, Alexei and Julianne walked into the house. Patsy. Julianne ran into the room. Soon after, she led out her grandma, Song Timothean. Patsy, he's my classmate, Alexei, said Julianne. Upon hearing this, Alexei stepped forward and greeted with a smile. Patsy. Oh, dear child, come in, sit down. Patsy warmly invited Alexei into the house. Inside, Alexei glanced around roughly. The mold stains on the wall corners indicated that the house was quite old. The furniture inside the room was minimal, a table and a few stools. On the table opposite the door stood a black and white photo. The kindly-looking elderly man in the photo was probably Julianne's deceased grandfather. Alexei thought to himself, Dear child, the house is simple, don't be picky. Seeming to notice Alexei observing the surroundings, Patsy said. How could I, Patsy? I also came from a village. Alexei's words made the grandma's eyes twinkle with delight. Girl, go to the kitchen and prepare those dishes. Patsy will chat with your classmate. Okay. Julianne responded, sneakily glancing at Alexei before turning to leave the room. Child, sit down. Patsy gestured for Alexei to sit while she herself leaned on a cane and fumbled to pull over a chair to sit down. Before coming here, Alexei had heard from Julianne that Patsy had eye problems, sometimes better, sometimes worse, often making her vision blurry. But at this moment, Alexei felt that although the old lady's eyes looked yellowish and hazy, they gave off an unusually bright impression. Both remained silent for a long time until finally, Patsy Song Timothean spoke. Child, our girl has told me about the school matters. Thank you for taking care of her recently. You're too kind, Patsy. After some consideration, Alexei could only respond politely. Dreamhan, this girl is stubborn yet too innocent. Therefore, some things still need to be said by me, this old lady. Alexei sighed inwardly, guessing what Patsy Song Timothean would say. Child, tell this old woman why you are so nice to our girl. Although my eyesight isn't good, my heart is very clear. Don't try to fool me with talk about classmates helping each other. After a moment's hesitation, Alexei slowly said, In the past, it was because I owed her a great favor, so I wanted to repay her as much as possible. But now it's different. Now it's because of me. Pausing here, his tone grew more deliberate. I like her. Patsy did not seem surprised at all by this answer. From what Julianne had told her, she had vaguely guessed as much. What puzzled her was that Alexei was so outstanding, young, and wealthy, even the top scorer in the college entrance exam. In today's society, relationships between men and women are complicated. She understood their family situation. They were from two completely different worlds compared to Alexei. So her first reaction was that Alexei was just playing around. You kids, you admit things directly. I, an old woman, shouldn't meddle in young people's affairs, but my girl has already suffered enough. You're from two different worlds. She lost her grandfather early, and I only have this granddaughter. An old woman like me can't just let her fall into a pit of fire. Hearing this, Alexei couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, feeling somewhat unhappy. He could tell that Patsy Song Timothean thought he might be deceiving Julianne's feelings. But from another perspective, he could somewhat understand Patsy Song Timothean's thoughts. Perhaps from an outsider's point of view, Julianne indeed seemed to come from a different world than himself. His kindness might have been misunderstood as an attempt to deceive her. So, Patsy, do you think I'm not sincere with Xiao Magnus and just playing around? Alexei asked with a calm tone. Even though I don't want to admit it, Julianne is indeed not good enough for you. But, just as Alexei was about to say more, Julianne walked into the room carrying dishes. Patsy, the food is ready. Seeing this, the originally stern expression on Patsy's face softened instantly, looking at Alexei with a smile. Child, our family conditions are poor. Please make do with what we have. Her words continually emphasized the gap between their families. With Julianne present, Alexei didn't feel right saying more. Because of the earlier conversation, the atmosphere at the dinner table became awkward. After all, the elderly lady was the most important person to Julianne. So Alexei felt depressed about being misunderstood by her. Even though Julianne had prepared the meal herself, the food tasted bland in his mouth. Patsy, thank you for your hospitality. I still have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Standing up, Alexei glanced at Julianne and then at the elderly lady. Girl, go see your classmate off. Chapter 123. This must be your boyfriend. Outside the main gate, Alexei walked in front, while Julianne followed behind. Alexei still had some unresolved feelings from the earlier conversation with the elder at the table, his mind filled with all sorts of chaotic thoughts. And Julianne, who was following behind, cautiously stole a glance at Alexei. Although she did not have an extremely keen power of observation, she was not stupid. Just now at the dinner table, she sensed that the atmosphere was somewhat off. Most importantly, she had never seen Alexei like this before. Stopping by the car, Alexei stood still, suppressed his jumbled thoughts, and then turned to look at Julianne with a light laugh. Timothy Magnus, today you should keep Grandma company well. I'll come back for you tomorrow. Classmate Alexei. Julian hesitated for a moment, then continued in a low voice, you seem unhappy. Hearing this, Alexei was taken aback and then gave a wry smile. With his experience from 2 lifetimes, he could usually control his emotions well, but the earlier conversation with the elder was indeed unpleasant. Moreover, it also involved Julianne, which is why his heart was momentarily disturbed. It's just some minor troubles at work, I can handle it. Alexei shook his head, finding a reason that sounded plausible. After opening the car door, he was about to get in when he suddenly paused and turned to look at Julianne. Timothy Magnus. Yeah. Looking at the lovable figure in front of him, there was a hint of nervousness in Alexei's tone for the first time. Do you trust me? For this seemingly nonsensical question, there was confusion in Julianne's bright eyes. But after pondering for a moment, she nodded her head emphatically with a strong, yeah. Hearing this, Alexei laughed, his eyes full of warmth as he leaned against the car door, smiling and saying, Timothy silly, don't you want to ask me what specifically happened? Even though I don't know why you suddenly asked that, classmate Alexei. But you're a good person, different from others, so I believe you. Looking into Julianne's sincere eyes, Alexei felt both moved and somewhat amused. You are a good person. These 4 words always made him feel like he was receiving a good person card. After gazing silently at Julianne for a moment, Alexei couldn't help but speak up. If one day, hypothetically speaking, you discover that I... Before he finished his sentence, he was interrupted by a sudden voice. Oh, Magnus girl, how did you come back? Following the voice, they saw a middle-aged woman running towards them. Esther. Seeing the person, Julianne politely greeted her. Esther hugged Julianne tightly, her face showing excessive enthusiasm. Oh my, our Magnus girl has gained weight, become fairer, and even more beautiful. While speaking, Esther's gaze inadvertently glanced at Alexei beside her, and upon seeing the Maserati Gran Cabrio, her smile widened even more. Magnus girl, this must be your classmate, right? Julian nodded and was about to speak when Esther ignored her and went directly to Alexei, grabbing his hand and starting to chat warmly. What a handsome young man. Young man, you're Magnus girl's classmate. Just call me Esther. I've been neighbors with Magnus' grandma for almost 20 years. I've always considered Magnus girl as my own daughter. Seeing Esther's overly enthusiastic demeanor and constant emphasis on her closeness to Julianne's family, Alexei slightly raised an eyebrow and discreetly withdrew his hand. He saw clearly that when talking to him, Esther's eyes would often glance at his car. As for the reason for such warm treatment, he could guess part of it. Esther, I have something else to attend to. Nice meeting you. Alexei smiled lightly and then glanced at Julianne. With such an unexpected interloper, he didn't feel right continuing their previous conversation. After starting the car, he slowly drove away. Watching Alexei leave with naked disappointment in her eyes, Esther felt somewhat disheartened. She had been busy in the chicken coop, but upon hearing from a few villagers that Julian had returned and brought a boy with a luxury car, she got excited and hurried back without finishing her work. Magnus girl, what's your relationship with this classmate? Why didn't you tell Auntie earlier that you knew such a classmate? Esther said. Adia? He's just a classmate. Julianne responded, somewhat confused. Upon hearing this, Esther moved closer, her eyes full of suggestive hints. Magnus, you don't need to feel embarrassed talking to Esther. Ordinary classmates wouldn't be brought home like this. You're university students now, not in high school anymore where early romances are discouraged. Be honest with Esther, is that classmate your boyfriend? This question left Julianne stunned at first. Then her cheeks flushed red all of a sudden, making her look incredibly adorable. Addie, Melinda, don't say such things randomly. I and Alexei are just classmates and not the relationship you think. Regarding her relationship with Alexei, Julianne always considered them as mere classmates. Due to her sensitive and inferior personality since childhood, she had few friends, let alone male friends. Because of this, even though others were already precocious in dating, holding hands and kissing, she remained somewhat naive about romantic relationships. The village women always had a bit of gossip in their blood, especially when they saw Julianne blushing so shyly. It made Melinda more convinced that her guess was right. You're grown up now, what's there to be embarrassed about? Magnus, if you end up with this classmate in the future, don't forget Esther. Addie, Melinda, I'm going back. Feeling quite embarrassed by Melinda's remarks, Julian turned around and hurried back into the courtyard. After leaving the village, Alexei checked into a hotel room in town. Normally, after driving for so long today and running errands in the city, his body should have been somewhat tired. But for some reason, after lying down, he kept tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. Whenever he closed his eyes, he would think about what Julianne's grandmother said earlier. Time passed unknowingly, and after countless cycles of closing his eyes, checking his phone, and closing his eyes again, he sat up, feeling rather frustrated and scratching his hair. Standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window and looking down at the night view below, Alexei stood there in a daze for a moment. Taking out his phone, he sent a message to Julianne. Alexei, are you asleep? Julianne, No. Alexei, wait for me at home. After sending the message, he put away his phone, changed clothes, and left the hotel. Chapter 124, Zofiad Night Invitation. In the small courtyard, Julianne was sitting on a stool, washing her grandmother's last piece of clothing by hand and hanging it out to dry. After doing this, she carefully cleaned the house. Earlier, Alexei had said he would come over to find her. She thought he was planning to head back to Jiangzhou earlier than scheduled. Before leaving, she wanted to help her grandmother wash some clothes and tidy up the house. At the doorway, she sat on a bench, propping her chin with both hands, frequently glancing down the distant path. But after being busy for so long, she was really too tired and started dozing off frequently. Suddenly, a beam of car headlights appeared. Screech. Seeing that familiar Maserati stop, she quickly snapped out of it and stood up. Why are you sitting outside? Alexei asked as he got out of the car. Student Alexei, are we leaving now? Hearing this, Alexei chuckled softly and said, get in the car first. Oh. Julianne responded, put the stool back into the yard, and carefully closed the big iron gate. Walking to the car, she looked back at the gate with lingering reluctance. At this hour, her grandmother was already asleep, and she didn't want to wake her up. She also feared she would be even more reluctant to leave. But most of all, she didn't want to delay Alexei's plans because of her. Looking at Julianne sitting in the passenger seat, somewhat downcast, Alexei smiled. Don't worry, we're not leaving today. Upon hearing this, Julianne hurriedly turned around and asked curiously, We're not leaving? Yes, I can't sleep and just want to go for a drive. But I'm not familiar with this place, so I'll let you be my guide and find a suitable place to unwind. Previously, when Alexei left, he mentioned casually that he had some troubles at work. Therefore, Julianne subconsciously assumed Alexei couldn't sleep due to work-related issues. I know a place. When I was little, I used to come here often with Elwyn. The car slowly started, and Julianne gave directions as they drove along. Less than 10 minutes from the village entrance, the car turned onto a deserted dirt road and continued forward, up a mountain trail, until halfway up the mountain, the car finally stopped. Opening the car doors, Alexei and Julianne got out one after another. Julianne pointed to a nearby slope and said, it's there. My grandpa used to bring me here when he passed by. He said from here you can see the entire village and many stars. The two walked side by side to the slope. Standing still, Alexei overlooked the village below, where countless lights twinkled faintly, and occasional barks of dogs could be heard. And in the distant sky, the pitch-black night sky was dotted with shimmering stars, bright and splendid. At this moment, Alexei's originally restless heart calmed down significantly. Yes, it's indeed beautiful. Alexei turned his head to look at Julianne beside him, finding her sitting on the ground, hugging her knees tightly, staring blankly at the night sky. A gentle breeze blew, tousling the strands of hair by her temples. Sensing her low spirits, Alexei turned and sat next to her. Both quietly gazed at the distant night sky. Shao Magnus. Replied Julianne. Can you tell me about your grandfather? Hearing this, Julianne fell silent. After a moment, she lifted her head slowly, her bright eyes shimmering slightly with moisture. Back then, I attended elementary school in the village and was often bullied by classmates. Until that time, Julianne's tone was soft and slow, almost as if talking to herself, recounting the stories of her past with her grandfather. Alexei listened silently as her most loyal listener. He watched Julianne quietly. Sometimes she was sad, sometimes happy, and sometimes lost. This was the first time Alexei saw such varied emotions on Julianne's young face. When she was bullied at school, she would cry alone under the covers, and her grandfather would bring her here, letting her ride on his shoulders, looking at the night sky, venting her grievances loudly to the sky. Talking about these memories, Julianne's lips curled involuntarily, and joy couldn't be concealed from her eyes. That smile made the countless stars dim in comparison. Alexei was entranced. After talking for what felt like ages, she felt parched. Turning back, she noticed Alexei staring intently at her, making her cheeks flush. Just now, while talking about her grandfather, she couldn't control her emotions and ended up saying a lot. Sorry, student Alexei. Did I talk too much? Alexei froze momentarily upon hearing this. A hint of amusement flashed in his eyes before he stood up and extended his hand to her. Come with me. Seeing this, Julianne couldn't help but pause, hesitating without any action. But then, Alexei smiled, bent down, and pulled her up by the wrist. The two jogged all the way to the end of the slope. Standing here made it feel as though the distant night sky was just within reach. They could almost touch those seemingly unattainable stars with an outstretched hand. Shao Magnus, do what your grandfather used to make you do. What? Julianne asked in confusion. Alexei cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted loudly toward the distant horizon. Letting out this shout, Alexei felt a great sense of relief. Since being reborn, he had carried a mindset that didn't match his age. There were always many things on his mind, never allowing himself to truly relax. Just like that, shout it out, let all your grievances and worries come pouring out. I. Faced with Alexei's suggestion, Julianne clearly felt some embarrassment. Seeing that she was holding back, Alexei simply smiled, turned to look into the distance, and took a deep breath. Alexei, I will become very strong. I want to protect that girl for my entire life. His voice echoed in the distance before fading away. After shouting, Alexei turned back to look at her, chuckling softly. Give it a try, shall Magnus. Say everything you want to say from the bottom of your heart. Julianne hung her head, still feeling awkward. Just as she was hesitating, streaks of starlight suddenly flashed across the distant sky. 1, 2, 3. Strings of light swiftly crossed the night sky. Julianne's eyes widened in astonishment, and even Alexei was pleasantly surprised. It was actually a meteor shower. Adiary. Shall Magnus, it's meteors. If you wish on them sincerely, it's said that your wish will come true. Hearing this, Julianne lightly bit her lip, clearly tempted. She stared entranced at the meteors that looked like brilliant fireworks in the sky. So beautiful. She muttered softly, also feeling moved. If one wished sincerely, would it really come true? He slowly raised both hands, clasping them together and gazing devoutly at the meteors streaking through the sky. I hope Patsy stays healthy, and I hope I can grow up quickly, to protect the person I want to protect. Shall Magnus, your voice is too soft. You need to shout it out loud, just like I did, Alexei said with a smile. Julianne tilted her head slightly to watch the meteor flashing across the sky, its brilliance reflected in her dark, bright eyes. Imitating Alexei's earlier gesture, she took a deep breath, mustered her courage, and shouted towards the meteor in the sky. I hope Patsy stays healthy, and I want to grow up, to protect the person I want to protect. Chapter 125 Good news. When alone, the night always feels long. But for Alexei, this night passed by too quickly. If not for the cool night breeze, he really wished to stay with Julianne, watching the stars and moon at night, then waiting for the morning sun together. On the mountain road, the bright headlights of a car cut through the night, slowly moving forward. After driving all the way to the village, it stopped in front of the small courtyard gate. After seeing Julianne enter the courtyard, Alexei stood outside and smoked 3 cigarettes. After one last look at the direction of the gate, he turned and got into the car. After taking a brief nap back at the hotel, he was woken up by the alarm. He sent a message to Julianne in advance. Pack up, we're going back to Jiangzhou. I'll pick you up later. After tidying up simply, he packed some breakfast at the hotel and headed towards Julianne's home. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, after receiving Alexei's message, Julianne intended to tell her grandmother. But after searching around, she couldn't find her grandmother. Click. At this moment, the courtyard gate opened, and Esther walked in. Seeing the visitor, Julianne hurriedly went forward. Esther, did you see my grandma? I'm here just for that matter. The old lady went to town early in the morning. After saying this, Esther searched in her pocket for a while before finally pulling out a bank card, which she reluctantly handed over to Julianne. And this, the old lady said, if you were leaving, let me give you this card. She said something about making sure you repay the money as soon as possible. Dreamhan, what's going on? Did you owe money outside? Upon hearing this, Julianne felt a tingling sensation at the tip of her nose. When she woke up in the morning, she found that the bamboo baskets and the bicycle in the yard were gone. She knew her grandmother must have gone to town again to sell the baskets. Since her grandfather's passing, her grandmother relied on this meager income to raise her. She softly sniffed and shook her head. Seeing that she wasn't speaking, Esther grew a bit anxious. Dreamhan, what's going on? Do you really owe money? Oh, then, what should be done with the money in the card? If you take away the card, how will the old lady manage? Without her saying, Julianne wouldn't take all the money from the card. Finally, she decided to leave the card behind for her grandmother's daily expenses and medical checkups. Esther immediately smiled and agreed. Don't worry, Dreamhan. Seeing your filial heart, Auntie will definitely take care of the old lady well. If there's anything at school that you can't tell her, feel free to talk to Annie. Don't treat me as an outsider. As they spoke, the sound of a car horn came from outside the door. Seeing the Maserati Grand Cabrio parked at the entrance, Esther's smile deepened. She pulled Julianne out of the courtyard. Seeing Alexei get out of the car, she blinked at Julie and whispered, Dreamhan, work hard. If you get yourself a rich husband, don't forget to share the good luck with Annie. Hearing this, Julianne's face turned red. Esther, please, don't say such things. I'm leaving now. Please take good care of Grandma. Bowing slightly towards Esther, she glanced repeatedly at the house as she sat in the passenger seat. Under Esther's fiery gaze, the car slowly drove away. On the road, while chatting with Julianne, Alexei also learned about the elderly lady going to town early in the morning. Seeing her downcast mood, occasionally glancing towards home, Alexei felt a pang of pity. If you really can't bear to leave, go to town and say goodbye to the old lady. Hearing this, Julianne shook her head and sniffed lightly. This departure would mean her next return wouldn't be until winter break. Although she really wanted to see her grandmother one more time before leaving, she was afraid she would become even more reluctant to part. She even feared she might give up on this hard-won opportunity for education. During the first few days of school, she missed her grandmother constantly and even had impulses to drop out and return home to accompany her grandmother, to take care of her. Especially a few days ago, when she learned over the phone that her grandmother had fallen ill and been hospitalized. She was truly terrified, and the idea of dropping out became even stronger. But she knew that, in a sense, attending school was her only chance to change her fate. Even her choice of finance as a major was due to her homeroom teacher telling her that this field was promising after graduation and easy to find a job in. Alexei. What's wrong? Alexei asked. Hearing this, Julianne lowered her head, lost in thought. After a moment, she finally said, after graduating from university, we will really be fine. Find jobs? I'm not sure about others, but you will definitely find one. Hearing Alexei's certain tone, Julianne couldn't help but ask doubtfully, Really? Of course, because little Magnus, you are very excellent. As he spoke, an image that had not appeared in his mind for a long time involuntarily surfaced in Alexei's mind. Clearly, these words didn't seem convincing to Julianne and even made her feel a bit awkward. Seeing that she didn't respond, Alexei just chuckled softly and did not explain further. Though he didn't know much about Julianne from his past life, the graceful figure in black left a deep impression on him. Her demeanor and way of doing things had always caught his attention. He really couldn't figure out what Julianne would go through if history unfolded as usual to bring about such a dramatic change. Initially, he had planned to chat briefly with Julianne's grandmother and try to get some information about Julianne's background indirectly. But now, this idea was unlikely to work. The elderly lady's first impression of him was clearly not good. Noticing the negative emotions creeping into his mind again, Alexei quickly stopped them. Although they only stayed at home for 2 days, Julianne had been busy working all the time. She stayed up late with Alexei yesterday for relaxation and got up early today. Sitting in the passenger seat for a while, she started dozing off and eventually fell asleep. After nearly 4 hours of driving, they finally returned to Jiangzhou. On the way, Alexei stopped the car, glanced at Julianne, who was still napping in the passenger seat, rubbed his temples, and stepped out to smoke a cigarette for refreshment. Ding dong. Suddenly, his phone received a voice message from Jarrett. Boss. As of now, the active users on the platform have surpassed 600,000. At this rate, if everything goes well, it should hit 1 million in no more than a week. Chapter 126. Stop competing. Upon receiving Jarrett's message, Alexei instinctively felt excited. This piece of information was completely out of his expectation. But then he thought again. No, it's not right. The holiday hasn't ended yet. Why is Jarrett still at work? Brother gang, what's going on? The holiday hasn't ended yet. Why are you still working? Jarrett, haha boss, not just me, everyone in the company is working. Everyone knows that this is a critical period and they don't want to take a rest. If the term involution hadn't appeared this year, Alexei would have really suspected that these people had already started competing with each other. However, having such a group of people working under him, Alexei felt fortunate that he chose the right people. I've just returned to Jiangzhou. I'll go to the company later. He sent a voice message, extinguished the cigarette butt, and got into the car, first heading for the school. Outside the girls' dormitory, seeing Julian still sound asleep, Alexei unfastened the seatbelt and whispered softly, Timothy Magnus, we're here. Smacking. Obviously, she was sound asleep. She smacked her little mouth, slightly turned her body, and clung tightly to the blanket in her arms without hearing anything. Seeing this, Alexei shook his head and laughed lightly, leaned closer, and gently scratched her nose with his finger. Timothy Magnus, wake up. We're here. The girl's voice when she just woke up was soft and lazy. This one sound almost melted Alexei's heart. Looking at Julianne, who was slowly opening her eyes, her hair slightly messy, she looked like a lazy little cat, making Alexei feel like his heartbeat had quickened. We've arrived, Alexei said. Hearing this, Julianne rubbed her eyes and realized she had fallen asleep again. She nervously scratched her fingers. After neatly folding the blanket on her body, she opened the door and got off the car. Thank you, classmate Alexei. Outside the car, Julianne slightly bent down and then turned around to run into the girls' dormitory. This kid runs pretty fast. Alexei laughed lightly. He had originally planned to tease Xiao Magnus a little by saying thank you. After starting the car, he left the school and went straight to the company. Inside the company, Alexei's appearance always maximized the enthusiasm of all employees. In the office, Alexei listened to Jarrett report on recent work. Upon learning that since the National Day holiday, everyone in the company had been voluntarily working overtime, and even those from the R&D department often stayed up until midnight, eventually opting to sleep on the floor in the office, Alexei was somewhat surprised. The best reward for employees is money. Alexei was very clear about this. So he didn't bother to say those grandiose words, but directly transferred 500,000 yuan to Jarrett, asking him to distribute it as bonuses to the employees. It can be imagined what the employees' reaction was when Jarrett excitedly announced this news. Each and every one of them was so excited that their eyes seemed to sparkle, working even harder, hoping to make the keyboard in their hands smoke. In the meeting room, Alexei called Diana, Jarrett, and other core leadership to discuss the subsequent publicity and key directions together. Following Alexei's suggestion, the company finally formulated a plan. Continue to use incentives to encourage internally signed influencers to create high-quality content. Meanwhile, prepare a sum of money to invite some public figures to register accounts on the Dreamseeker app. From famous internet celebrities to emerging stars, fresh meat, and young actresses, all were contacted. Relying on the advantage of his past life memories, Alexei clearly knew which new rising stars would be popular in the next few years. He gave Jarrett a list, asking him to find relevant film contacts or agents. For today's users, most of them have herd mentality. Especially when they find out that their favorite stars or idols are also using a certain software, they would blindly follow the trend. At that time, person-to-person transmission, plus some promotional methods, would create a wave of massive heat. Haha, boss, I have only 2 words for you. Convinced? After listening to Alexei's ideas, Jarrett sincerely gave him a thumbs up and continued. By the way, boss, our company has never organized a team-building event or dinner since its establishment. How about taking this opportunity to organize a victory party? After all, Everyone has been fully committed during this period and is quite tired. Yes, okay, you go ahead and arrange it. Alexei nodded, supporting Jaret's idea. The company had recently signed many influencers, and because it was still located in the old building, space was limited, with many employees working online. Organizing a victory party and gathering everyone together could help unite hearts, which was necessary. After the meeting, Jaret went to arrange the victory party, and others continued their respective tasks. After stretching lazily, Alexei stood up and noticed that Diana was still sitting beside him, giving him a full look. Today, Diana had her hair tied up in an efficient high ponytail, wearing a black OL suit skirt. Her long legs were crossed, and she wore a pair of high heels on her delicate feet, exuding the air of a female CEO more intensely than ever. Alexei smiled and walked behind Diana. Zofia G, you've become even prettier after a few days. As he spoke, Alexei seemed to be seeking forgiveness as he gently massaged her shoulders. Hearing this, Diana gave a delicate humph, lightly tapping Alexei's hand, then turned to look at the handsome young man in front of her. She had made up her mind before coming to have a good rant. But upon seeing Alexei's handsome face, her anger melted away instantly, leaving only a full glance. Boss Timothy, did you forget something? Hearing Diana call him boss, Alexei scratched his nose awkwardly, smiling bitterly. What is it? You. Seeing that Alexei really had forgotten, Diana pouted angrily and said, Adiemph, didn't you say you would find someone to share my workload? You're trying to ditch me, right? Only then did Alexei recall what she was referring to, sighing as he supported his forehead. Oh, don't mention it. There was a little mishap. Zofia G, do you have anyone suitable for now? We can temporarily get someone to cover for you. I still need to communicate with my cousin properly. Seeing Alexei's expression, Diana chuckled softly, covering her mouth with her hand. Though she didn't know what exactly happened when Alexei returned to his hometown, it was clear he had faced some difficulties with his cousin. She had overheard parts of the conversation when Alexei called his cousin recently, understanding some things from their exchange. Is there a misunderstanding between you and your cousin? If it's really difficult, never mind. We can find someone else. Although she often joked that Alexei was a negligent boss and occasionally complained a bit, Diana had never truly blamed him. The reason she wanted Alexei to find someone to help with her workload was simply so that he could focus more on other important tasks rather than waste time on trivial internal matters. Hearing this, Alexei laughed lightly and replied, Zophia's understanding, perhaps, just youthful folly. It's a small issue. I can handle it. Just as Diana was about to say something more, her phone rang. Recognizing the number, her expression changed slightly, and she glanced uneasily at Alexei. I'll take this call. With that, she stood up and left. Chapter 127. Too many wolves, not enough meat. Jaret's efficiency was impressive. In just over 10 minutes, he had arranged everything for the victory celebration banquet. In the corridor outside the meeting room, Alexei pushed the door open and walked out, seeing Diana on the phone in a corner. He approached her with long strides. At that moment, Diana was talking to someone unknown, her eyes slightly red, looking quite dispirited. Hearing footsteps, she turned her head and saw Alexei. She hurriedly whispered a few words, hung up the call, and gently wiped her tear-stained eyes with her fingertips. Meiji, who are you talking to? For so long, Alexei asked casually. Hearing this, Diana turned around, smiled, and replied, just a friend. Big Gang has already made all the arrangements. Let's go now. Since it was a victory celebration banquet, as the boss and CEO, Alexei, along with Diana, naturally had to attend. However, Diana's expression seemed unnatural. Alexei, I have something come up unexpectedly. I can't make it to the celebration banquet. Please apologize to Big Gang and the others on my behalf. Only then did Alexei notice that something was off with Diana. There seemed to be traces of unshed tears at the corner of her eyes. Meiji, is something wrong? Nothing, just a relative came to Jiangzhou. As it was someone else's personal matter, Alexei couldn't press further. So, he nodded and said, all right, I'll head over first then. After saying goodbye to Diana, Alexei walked a few steps but suddenly stopped. He turned around and looked seriously at Diana, saying calmly, Meiji? Diana, lost in thought, raised her head instinctively. Whether from a personal or company perspective, Alexei held Diana in high regard and was grateful for her contributions. Although unclear about what Diana was hiding, to avoid a repeat of last life's tragedy, Alexei wanted to pay more attention to her. Remember, you are mine now. No matter what trouble you encounter, you must tell me. Alexei's voice lingered in Diana's ears, leaving her stunned, with a faint blush on her cheeks. Suddenly, she smiled, as if mist was gathering in the corners of her eyes. Yet she tried hard to control herself, feigning displeasure and scolding Alexei affectionately. Brat, don't talk nonsense. Who says I'm yours? Realizing his words might not have been appropriate, Alexei rubbed his nose awkwardly before continuing. I'm the boss of the company, and you're the executive president. In a way, aren't you mine? Diana covered her mouth and laughed softly, replying, all right, don't keep everyone waiting. Go ahead. After a deep look at Diana, Alexei finally turned and left. Watching his tall figure gradually move away, Diana tightly gripped her phone. Foolish boy, you've helped your elder sister a lot, but some things she must face on her own. Muttering to herself, she took a deep breath and turned to leave. The victory celebration banquet ended successfully, and the holidays also came to an end. The renovation and ventilation work for the company's new building had been completed, and Jarrett had already started organizing the relocation process. As for internal personnel management and other administrative tasks, Alexei could only choose a suitable person temporarily from the numerous applicants until the issue with Anne was resolved. After National Day, autumn officially arrived according to the seasonal calendar. But the weather in Jiangzhou remained hot, sometimes even reaching temperatures above 30 degrees Celsius. On the first day back from the holiday, the four major figures of dormitory 205 chatted and laughed as they headed towards the dormitory. After parting ways with them, Alexei returned to his standalone courtyard with a bag of ice creams. But after waiting for a while, Julianne didn't show up to prepare dinner. Finally, he found Julianne at the entrance of the male dormitory. Seeing her small figure wiping the car under the scorching sun, Alexei approached angrily and almost forcibly pulled her out of the car. On such a hot day, the air conditioning wasn't turned on inside the car, which felt like a steaming pot. Continuing this way, Julianne would definitely suffer from heat stroke given her petite build. Julianne explained that during the holiday when Alexei took her back to his hometown, they traveled on muddy village roads, making the car dirty. She wanted to clean it up. After lunch, there was only one class in the afternoon. After class, Alexei and the three other senior Bs wandered around the campus. As for Julianne, she rushed to work part-time at the store right after class. After the holidays, the various clubs in the school also began recruiting new members. Freshmen, I see you have an extraordinary aura. A golden light sprang out of your crown. Remarkable indeed. Want to join our Go Club? Freshmen, join our cosplay club, where you can find all kinds of anime girls, from maid outfits to Lolita dresses. Freshmen, with such a great figure, why don't you join our dance club? Looking at the various clubs recruiting new members all over the campus and occasionally seeing cosplayers or people in theatrical costumes, Alexei found it quite novel. As for the other three old Bs from the dormitory, when they saw several Lolita seniors wearing white stockings from the cosplay club, they were like dogs attracted by bones, following the scent right over. Unsurprisingly, the most popular were the cosplay and dance clubs. However, those lining up to sign up were mostly males. Alexei shook his head with a smile, not really interested in these clubs. Just as he was about to leave, a thin boy who looked like a bamboo pole with glasses walked over. Freshman, want to be as strong as me? Join our Sanda club. Strong? Alexei looked at the senior in front of him with an odd expression, feeling that even a sneeze could blow this guy away. Sorry, senior, I have no plans to join any clubs for now. Alexei gave an apologetic smile, and then headed back to the dormitory. After a short nap in the dormitory, he was woken up by the commotion of the other three returning. Seeing the three of them come back dejectedly, Alexei couldn't help but tease. Back so soon? Lance sat down on the chair angrily and said, Don't even mention it. What a scam. The cosplay club is just a bunch of frauds. Yeah, they promised cute artsuri shijia, anime girls, with white stockings, but it turned out to be cross-dressers. Lucius said gloomily. Seeing their gloomy faces, Alexei laughed, jokingly saying, It can't be that bad. There should be some good-looking seniors in cosplay. Beside him, Conway, looking depressed, took out a cigarette and lit it. After a long puff, he raised his head slightly, looking heartbroken. Alexei, you didn't go, so you don't know what happened there. Apart from a few cross-dressers, there were indeed two seniors. Pausing here, he took another hard puff and continued, But damn it. Only two seniors, not enough to share among us. 20 or so freshmen signed up together. All men, not to mention the upperclassmen, too many wolves and not enough meat. Frankly speaking, if we had to compete, we wouldn't even get a warm meal, let alone anything else. We directly quit and didn't ask for the registration fees back. What a ripoff. Hearing this, Alexei burst into laughter. After discussing it, we decided to join the Sanda Club. Want to join us, Alexei? Conway asked. Chapter 128, The Old Utility Guy. Alexei was relatively familiar with the antics of these three old BS in the dormitory. Especially in college, clubs like this are essentially large gathering places for single men and women. Scatterhand Club? There probably aren't many girls there, Alexei said. Hearing this, Conway gave him a look of disdain and put up his middle finger. Vulgar. Do we look like lechers? We're not joining the Scatterhand Club to flirt. We want to learn some skills. I heard the club president is really cool and has won many city-level Scatterhand championships. On the side, Lance and Lucius nodded in agreement. Not at all. We won't tell you that the president is actually a senior, fair-skinned, beautiful, with long legs, and still single. Exactly. We absolutely didn't join for the female president, or those dozen girls who signed up. Alexei, eyes closed face. A fair-skinned, beautiful, long-legged female president? And a dozen girls who signed up? No wonder these three old BS suddenly wanted to join the Scatterhand Club. Alexei couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Nowadays, college boys play cosplay, while the delicate girls are interested in things like Scatterhand. The world has indeed changed. I'm not interested in these school clubs. Although learning Scatterhand isn't bad, as Alexei saw it, he didn't think he could learn anything useful on campus. If he really wanted to learn, he wasn't short of money and could hire a private coach outside for a high salary. He had just lain down to rest for a while when he saw the three people walk during Cheetah Dodal Tachongchan. Seeing the three old BS looking at him flatteringly, Alexei sat up, raised an eyebrow, and said, What are you three plotting now? Brother Chun, can we discuss something? Looking at Lance's beaming face, Alexei rolled his eyes and fished out the car keys from his pocket. You need the car again, right? Take it. Remember to refuel. No, it's not about borrowing the car, Lance shook his head. The three exchanged glances, and finally, Conway cleared his throat and rubbed his hands together. Alexei, here's the thing. After we quit the cosplay club, we intended to join the Scatterhand Club, but we were too late, and they already filled up the spots. So? Alexei asked. Hee, we mentioned you to a senior. Upon hearing your name, he offered to get you into the club and make an exception for us three. So, these three old BS wanted to use him as a utility guy. Nope. Alexei flatly replied and turned over to sleep. Seeing this, Lucius and Lance both looked disappointed. Conway played the pity card, whining, Alexei, no. Brother Chun, please help your brothers. Alali always ignores me. Brothers can't hang on one tree forever. My future years of happiness in college depend on you, Brother Chun. Brother Chun, what Supers say is true. Help us. Oh, the girls from the medical school don't talk to me anymore. I don't want to stay single. Yes. Alexei, if you help me, I'll give you all my 1 terabyte of seeds on the hard drive. The trio started begging and even climbed onto his bed, hugging his arms and legs, sobbing dramatically. At this moment, Alexei truly couldn't help but laugh and cry. Having these three old BS as roommates was the unluckiest thing in 8 lifetimes. After sitting up, he pushed away Lance's face that was plastered on his arm and rolled his eyes at the three. This is the last time. Oh yeah, Brother Chun is generous. Lance cheered, lifting his arm, and Conway slapped him on the forehead. Who's Brother Chun? This is our Godfather. Godfather above, please accept the salute from your sons. Seeing the three bow to him in unison, Alexei couldn't help but chuckle. On campus, the club enrollment was still ongoing. The three old BS from dorm 205 dragged Alexei and hurried to the Scatterhand Club registration booth. The one responsible for registration was the tall and skinny senior who tried to recruit Alexei before. What the heck? You are Alexei? Recognizing Alexei as the one who refused him earlier, the skinny senior was quite surprised. Seemingly afraid he might be fooled, he pulled out his phone and found the video from the welcoming party, comparing it with Alexei in front of him, then laughed loudly, showing his back molars clearly. Great. Welcome to the Scatterhand Club, Alexei. The skinny senior shook Alexei's hand warmly, his eyes burning hot, making Alexei suspect whether he was gay. With Alexei joining us, our Sonda Club will become even stronger. Rest assured, Alexei, in our club, you will become the strongest man at Jiangzhou University. No one can compare. The lanky senior praised Alexei to high heavens, but Conway and the three others were anxiously scratching their heads. Well, senior, what about us? Didn't we agree on this? Shoo, go fill out the forms over there. The lanky senior waved them away without even turning his head. After filling out the registration forms, Alexei didn't even pay the membership fee. After completing their forms, the three old BS happily dragged Alexei away. Once they left, the lanky senior immediately started packing up with his companions. Addiary, get a banner ready, then notify all club members and new students to gather at the gym. What? So soon? Isn't it usually the day after registration for the meeting? Are you an idiot? With someone like Alexei here, we need to generate some buzz. Later, we can apply for a larger venue and more funds from the student union. In the female dormitory of the South Campus, Ellen was intently watching makeup tutorials on her phone. Adley, I'm back. Guess which club I signed up for? Darlene walked in. Xiao Shui, I don't have time for your riddles. Ellen kept watching the tutorial while applying makeup on her face. Despite Darlene's attempts to strike up a conversation, she paid no mind. Then Darlene put her hands on her hips. I joined the Sonda Club. I heard the president is very skilled and a senior sister. Once I learn Sonda, I'll help you beat up those clueless jerks. Aha, that's good. Ellen replied absent-mindedly. Ding dong. At this moment, Darlene's phone rang. It was a notification from the Sonda Club group. At all members, everyone, please gather at the second floor of the gym in North Campus in 2 hours. Those who miss it will be kicked out of the club. Exceptions for special circumstances. Putting away her phone, Darlene said enthusiastically. Adley, our club is gathering. Do you want to come with me? No. Ellen directly refused. Hearing this, Darlene felt a bit disappointed but still smiled as she sat next to Ellen, trying to get closer. At the North Campus Gymnasium, on the second floor, a large area was covered with foam mats, serving as the activity ground for the Sonda Club. Members were arriving one by one, including the three old BS from dorm 205. A banner caught everyone's attention. Warm welcome to Alexei joining the Sonda Club. Chapter 129, The Devil Scion. At Jiangzhou University, there was no better publicity tool than the name Alexei. The freshmen who were seated in a circle were whispering to each other, and even many of the older students were gossiping. Seeing this, Domenico, the vice president, and also the tall senior in front of the crowd, nodded with satisfaction. Everyone is here, right? Since the president isn't here today, we need to keep things under control. I've taken attendance. 2 people are still missing, an older student replied. As soon as he finished speaking, a girl ran in breathlessly. It was Darlene, who had arrived late. Domenico adjusted his glasses, glanced at her, and said in a harsh tone, I notified everyone 2 hours ahead in the group chat, yet someone is still late. There are rules in this club. This won't happen again, or I have the authority to make you quit the club. Thinking it was time to establish his authority in front of the freshmen, Domenico added arrogantly, who's the last one not here? Let me see. Oh, it's Alexei. In the next second, Alexei appeared in everyone's sight. Sorry, senior. I just finished my elective class. Initially, to rent a server, Alexei agreed to be Frisco's student and chose computer engineering as his second major. Seeing Alexei arrive, Domenico instantly put on a pleasant smile and trotted forward. Oh, brother Alexei, no worries about that. Everyone has special circumstances sometimes. Now that you're in the club, we're all family. People looked at each other, feeling that Domenico's change of attitude was too quick. Especially Darlene, seeing such differential treatment, felt extremely annoyed, especially when she realized the person was Alexei. What a hateful and stinky man. Darlene glared at Alexei fiercely. Domenico forcefully pulled Alexei to the center of the circle, cleared his throat, and then introduced him solemnly. Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce you to Alexei, our new member of the Sonda Club. With Alexei joining us, I believe our Sonda Club will surely become the largest club at Jiangzhou University. Then he turned to look at Alexei and continued with a smile. Timothy, brother Timothy, say a few words. Now we're all family. Looking at the naive college students below, their eyes blazing hotly, Alexei felt like a monkey in a zoo. He should have known better than to agree to the three jerks from his dorm. But since it came to this, he could only tough it out and speak briefly. I'm Alexei, hope you can all guide me well in the future. This simple and almost perfunctory statement, however, caused a frenzy among the fangirls. Omega sisters. It's really brother Alexei himself. He's so handsome. It's making me swoon. Nung, brother Alexei is so handsome. Sister. I'm actually in the same club as brother Alexei. Omega, I wonder if I'll ever get the chance to practice alone with brother Alexei. So embarrassing. Among the girls, only Darlene stood out. She looked at Alexei with disdain from start to finish. Especially when a girl beside her screamed shrilly, it made her mouth droop to the ground. A bunch of inexperienced girls going crazy over a smelly man. Is it really worth it? Under the fervent gazes of the girls and the envious looks of the boys, Alexei walked to Conway and the three jerks from his dorm. At that moment, Conway and the three others were looking at Alexei with eyes full of envy. They were all men. But why did Alexei always manage to attract a crowd of little fangirls wherever he went? Seeing that all members were present, Domenico gave a long speech filled with formalities and recounted the club's glorious history. Noticing the freshmen starting to nod off, Domenico exchanged glances with some older students. Clearing his throat, he continued, to help the new members understand Sonda more deeply, I am going to introduce a heavyweight figure next, the other vice president of our Sonda Club. Everyone, please stand up. In 2004, he fought freestyle boxing for the first time in Woolton and won the championship. In 2008, he defeated the renowned heavy puncher Lei Long. Then, for 3 consecutive years, he swept through all karate and Sonda masters in Southeast Asia, winning all tournament championships. Nicknamed the Devil Scion, Eve. Following Domenico's pointing finger, everyone saw a lean man with dark skin, hands in his pockets, walking into the gymnasium. Many of the boys were excited, never imagining that there was such an awesome person in the school. As for Alexei, he slightly raised an eyebrow. Devil Scion? He originally thought this sounded a bit far-fetched and too fantastical. Taking a glance at Eve, although his physique was not particularly robust, he still had a well-toned body with visible muscles. Coupled with his dark skin and neatly trimmed short hair, his gaze was quite sharp. One shouldn't judge a book by its cover. Perhaps this person really was very capable. If the vice president was already this impressive, then the mysterious fair-skinned and attractive long-legged president must indeed be a true Sanzho master as rumored. Besides the president, the Sanzho club had 2 vice presidents. One was Domenico, but with his reed-like physique, he couldn't even beat a few female students in the club. His main responsibilities were recruitment and other club activities. The other vice president was Eve, who handled regular training guidance. Because the number of new members this time was large and the president wasn't around, Domenico called Eve to keep things under control. Next, I will invite a male student to come up for a friendly exchange with Vice President Wang. Any volunteers? Although all the boys present were full of youthful vigor, they now looked at each other hesitantly. For some reason, everyone's eyes subconsciously turned to Alexei. Indeed, fame is burdensome. Alexei's eyes twitched slightly, trying to act oblivious. Alexei, how about you go up and give it a try? Conway said. I support you, Alexei. Lucius said. Go on, old Timothy. Don't disgrace the name of our 205 giants. Lance chimed in too. These 3 spoke so easily from the sidelines. Alexei silently rolled his eyes at them. They were all enthusiastic when chasing girls, but now they pretended to be dead. No one would willingly be the first to step up. Standing right behind Alexei, Darlene's eyes darted around furtively. Seeing no one noticed her, she sneakily pushed Alexei hard from behind. Caught off guard, Alexei stumbled forward a few steps. Damn, you 3 jerks. Alexei felt his lips twitching with anger. He turned to look at Conway and the others, only to see them all shaking their heads with puzzled looks. Haha, good. It takes courage, Alexei. Eben, why don't you spar with Alexei? Domenico chuckled happily. Chapter 130. Got KO'd? The news that Alexei was going to spar with Eve, the vice president of the Sonda Club, quickly spread throughout the gymnasium. At that moment, many freshmen and seniors were already gathering around the arena. As for Alexei himself, he felt a bit like a duck being forced onto the stage. Seeing that Eve had already started warming up, Alexei touched his nose awkwardly and said to Domenico, Senior, if I say I was pushed forward, would you believe me? Alexei's words immediately caused the freshman behind him to chatter, especially Darlene, who pouted and deliberately raised her voice. TCH, if you're scared, just admit it. What a man you are. Other boys, already jealous of Alexei, naturally joined in with some sarcastic remarks. Indeed, why act as the one sticking out? Pretend all you want. Just admit you were pushed forward. Why not just give up now? Upon hearing someone mocking Alexei, Conway and Lance immediately argued back. Come on, so you know how to yap? Try yourself then. Just enjoy talking tough? Keep it up, and I'll rip your mouth open. Seeing Conway and the others getting aggressive, Domenico first maintained order before turning to Alexei. How about this, Junior? Consider this a performance class for Eben. Don't worry, we have safety gear, and Eben will hold back. Well, okay. Alexei reluctantly nodded. Seeing Alexei's skilled movements while putting on protective gear, Domenico exclaimed softly, Junior, you've practiced Sanda before? Kind of. Learned a bit of the basics. Alexei tightened his gloves. In his previous life, he was unaware of Ellen's affair with Leonardo, pouring all his heart into his son. His eldest son liked Sanda and combat sports, so he drove him every day, learning a few moves himself when interested. But this indeed looked formidable. He pondered that even if he lost, he shouldn't lose too embarrassingly. After carefully checking the equipment to ensure his safety, he walked to the center of the ring. Eben, be gentle. Don't hurt the junior. But don't trip up either, huh? Domenico chuckled and patted Eve's shoulder before clearing the space for them. In the audience, room 205's three troublemakers already looked miserable. All done for. Timothy is great at studying, but fighting, ouch. I can't watch this. Damn, all your fault for dragging Timothy here. If not for you, he wouldn't be beaten up. Chowsy, have some conscience. Was I the only one dragging him? Are you making me take all the blame? The two blamed each other. Even though it hadn't started, they seemed to already see Alexei being brutally beaten. Even the girls around felt sympathetic. Oh no, Vice President, please don't hit Alexei Gij's handsome face. I'll be heartbroken. Yeah, if you dare hurt Gij, I'll scratch you to death. Seeing Alexei's supporters were all cute girls, Eve's eyes twitched slightly. After wearing his gloves, he got into position. Senior, aren't you wearing protection? Alexei reminded kindly. Eve sneered and replied, only the president has the right to make me wear protection. Clearly, envious of Alexei's popularity among girls, Eve spoke unfavorably. But seeing Domenico signaling discreetly, he understood immediately. Alexei was their club's future golden asset, and Domenico clearly wanted him to go easy. Don't worry, Junior. I won't let you lose too badly. Ready? Hearing this, Alexei stretched his wrists and ankles, nodding seriously. For this somewhat staged sparring, everyone seemed to have guessed the result. After all, Alexei was the top scholar, not the martial arts champion, and against Eve, it was a sure loss. The most excited was naturally Darlene, who couldn't wait to start recording, waiting for Alexei to be humiliated after being knocked down. Begin. With Domenico's shout, the sparring began. Eve roared and advanced with staggered steps, bending over to throw a straight punch at Alexei's left side. Though Alexei hadn't practiced Sanda for a long time, his reborn body's functions and qualities far surpassed those of an average person. His quick reaction allowed him to calmly raise his forearm to block the punch, retaliating with a hook. Bang! Before Eve could react, he took a heavy blow to the chin, his body weakening and collapsing directly onto the sponge mat. One punch KO. In an instant, the arena fell silent. Everyone's eyes bulged like cows' eyes, their mouths wide open, and their expressions eerily uniform as they all blurted out the same two words instinctively. What the heck? Not just the onlookers, even Alexei was stunned. What's going on? This? Ended already? Wasn't he nicknamed Devil Scion? Alexei had expected that his hook would be dodged by Eve, and then they'd exchange a few moves, ending with him narrowly losing. But unexpectedly, Eve turned out to be so weak. Thought he was a king, but turns out to be a bronze. Although Eve didn't wear protective gear, fortunately Alexei had gloves, allowing him to control the force perfectly, stunning without injury. Domenico was the first to snap back to reality, leading two others to help lift Eve aside to rest. Junior, you're not playing fair. You were pretending to be weak, right? Domenico said with mock anguish. Alexei was speechless and couldn't directly say it wasn't because he was strong, but rather because Eve was weak. As for the spectators, especially the fangirls, they burst into excitement. Greater than over equal to nabla less than over equal to. Alexei is too cool. Handsome god. Good looks, smart, can even do Sanda. Oh my, I'm in love. The three guys from dorm 205 also cheered at the top of their lungs while hyping Alexei up. Who said Alexei would definitely lose just now? Speak up. Hey, it was you who said it, right? Keep talking. Bullshit. When did I say that? Do you have proof? You remember the taste of chives in your mouth, I do. The arena was a mess, and as for Eve, after coming to, he lost face and slunk away. Videos of Alexei knocking out the vice president of the Sanda Club quickly spread across various school forums. After several reposts, they finally started circulating on the Dreamseeker app. In the female dormitory of the South Campus, Ellen sat at her desk, while her two roommates chattered excitedly, hugging their phones. My goodness, isn't this Alexei too perfect? Yes, good looks, excellent grades, great singing. Now he even beat the vice president of the Sanda Club. He's a high-quality god. Chapter 131. Your idol is might and dog. Time of listening to her two roommates praise Alexei, Zoe felt somewhat uncomfortable. She, of course, had come across those videos as well. The scene from the welcome party where Alexei was in the spotlight still left a deep impression on her. She found that every time she heard news about Alexei, it would sasheen her perception of him. By the way, Nwanwan, I remember you also attended Yongqing No. 4 high school, right? So, you and Alexei are schoolmates? Roommate Beth suddenly said. Yes. If Fong hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten. Nwanwan, you were classmates with Alexei? Do you two know each other? Waverly followed up. Hearing this, Zoe slightly raised her sharp chin, her eyes filled with some pride. Of course, how could I just know him? He has been pursuing me since junior high, okay? I was just too lazy to tell you guys. Zoe's answer immediately sparked their curiosity. Wow, really? Alexei ever pursued you? Beth asked. Beatrix, who was sitting next to Zoe, quickly interjected, not in a good mood. Nwanwan was the school flower in high school. There were many people chasing after her. It's just you all who treat Alexei like a treasure, right, Nwanwan? The more outstanding Alexei became, the prouder Zoe felt inside. Because only she knew that the idol worshipped by countless girls in the school and her own roommates, Alexei, used to be just a tan dog at her feet. To be able to monopolize such an outstanding Alexei again, she even pulled Alexei out of her blacklist. But until now, Alexei hadn't sent her a single message on his own initiative. Thinking of this, she felt a surge of anger. At this point, she snorted coldly. Uffed, his pursuit of me, who in the whole No. 4 high school doesn't know. I rejected him so many times back then and told him I wouldn't date before college. Otherwise, do you think he, the top scorer of the college entrance exam, would come to Jiang University instead of Tsinghua or Peking? People who could get into Jiang University were pretty smart. After pondering for a while, they guessed the implication in Zoe's words. The three roommates exchanged glances, all seeing surprise in each other's eyes. So, Alexei applied to Jiang University for you, Nwanwan? My goodness, this is too explosive. Now I remember. On the night of the welcome party, Alexei said he wanted to sing a song for a very important girl. Could it be you, Nwanwan? Seeing their shocked reactions, Zoe felt incredibly proud and nodded coldly. As for Beatrix beside her, she quickly added, Nwanwan, tell us more about how Alexei used to pursue you and how you rejected him. Ugh, I didn't want to talk about these things. It feels like I'm bragging or something. Zoe feigned dissatisfaction, but her eyes clearly showed her pride. Nwanwan, please tell us. Yeah, Nwanwan, hurry up and tell us. I really want to hear this. Beth and Waverly pleaded desperately, and Zoe agreed accordingly. Immediately, she recounted everything Alexei did to chase her from junior high to high school, portraying him as a complete fool throughout. Of course, she naturally wouldn't mention what happened after Alexei's sudden change in personality 3 months before the college entrance exam. To add credibility, she even took out a lot of photos and videos. There were love letters written by Alexei, videos of him confessing in public, and gifts he gave her. In fact, at one moment, Zoe felt a flash of complicated emotions. What she once discarded and even loathed now became her capital for boasting to others. After hearing Zoe's story, the three roommates smacked their lips, all feeling amazed. My goodness, Nwanwan, you're too charming to make Alexei like that? Hearing Nwanwan's story, Alexei really seemed like a fool back then. It seems Alexei came to Jiang University just to be in the same school as Nwanwan. Putting away her phone, Zoe lifted her chin proudly. So, don't praise Alexei in front of me anymore. To other girls, he might be some kind of god, but to me, he's just my tan dog. The term tan dog was already spreading on the internet, especially among college students. After saying this, Zoe got up and left the dormitory. Looking at Zoe's confident back as she left, the other three looked admiring, especially Beatrix, who hummed proudly and looked at the two roommates beside her. You heard what Nwanwan said, right? Alexei is just a tan dog. Our Nwanwan is such an outstanding girl that no man in this world can match her. After saying this, she hurriedly climbed onto her bed. After drawing the curtain, she took out another phone and opened a document. With a click, Zhao Xue transformed back into an internet warrior, quickly typing the title. Unmasking the high-quality godly man. His true identity is just a tan dog. Her fingers rapidly danced on the keyboard, finishing an aggressive post. Looking at her work, Zhao Xue was quite satisfied and hummed with pride. Dead Alexei, you stinky man, do you think you can touch my Nwanwan? Pa. Achoo. Alexei, who was sitting at the table eating dinner with Kristen in the annex, sneezed. Who's talking about me behind my back again? Alexei rubbed his nose, thinking to himself. Classmate Alexei, is the air conditioning too cold? Should we raise the temperature? Julian asked. Hearing this, Alexei waved his hand, and then placed a large piece of lean meat on her bowl. Seeing Xiao Magnus burying her head in her meal, Alexei's mouth was full of smiles. Through this period of interaction, he could feel that there was less distance between them. Often, Julian wasn't as restrained in front of him anymore, though most of the time she was still polite, often saying thank you and sorry. At least, she didn't seem resistant towards him, and the rest would be left to time. After all, such things couldn't be rushed. Ding dong. At this moment, Jarrett's call suddenly came through. The moment the call connected, Jarrett's hearty laughter echoed through. Haha, boss, you're truly a blessing to the company. Our active users have more than doubled. We've reached 1.5 million already. Alexei paused mid-chopstick motion, a flash of excitement passing through his eyes. Wow, according to their last meeting's estimation, it should take another week or so to break the 1 million barrier. But he hadn't expected that. Before even a week had passed, the number of active users had skyrocketed from 600,000 to 1.5 million. Great. Very good. I'll be at the company immediately. Chapter 132. You've really gone viral. Alexei had intended to stay behind the scenes as a laid-back boss. He never expected to go viral so unexpectedly. However, he didn't want to deal with this overwhelming influx of traffic. Clips of his performance of On Heartbreak at the freshman welcome party were found on many external platforms, but the exclusive, high-definition full video was available on the Xiaoming app, thus attracting numerous users. Combined with the video of him killing Eve with one punch, many curious netizens began digging into Alexei's background. This investigation uncovered several highlights from Alexei's life. During his senior year in high school, there was the tomahawk slam dunk on the basketball court. In exams, he casually walked out of the testing room first with both hands in his pockets, looking cool and confident. As the top student of the college entrance examination, there were photos of him alongside various leaders. Timothy, a stone that stirs up 1,000 waves, having so many accolades on one person finally got netizens hyped in the comment sections. Damn, jealousy is driving me mad. Why is he so impressive? I'll offer $100 for Alexei's contact info. I'll marry no one but him. Top floor, you might as well give up. Alexei is already in my sister's bed. You have no chance. My tears wet my pork rice. Why has Alexei evolved so fast compared to other humans? He plays ball well, looks handsome, can sing and play instruments, knows sanda, Chinese kickboxing, and topped the college entrance exam scores. He's just a perfect man. Looking at the two videos that had garnered millions of likes and billions of views, Alexei, sitting in front of the computer, felt somewhat amused and at a loss. Finally, under Jarrett's encouragement, Alexei registered an account on the Xiaoming app himself. Because the company had just moved into a new building, Jarrett took Alexei around to familiarize him with the place. With their own office building, all employees could now work on-site, and the company had grown to over 100 people. Especially due to the recent surge in user numbers, the review department had expanded significantly. At this moment, an employee who usually reviewed videos at their desk suddenly saw a text piece titled, "Unmasking the High-Quality Man's Deception. The real identity is just a Timothy dog." Seeing the name, Alexei, the employee paused. "Brother Timothy, look at this. Is this content inappropriate? And is the name fine?" The senior employee glanced at it roughly and said, "There are plenty of people with the same name. Besides, our boss is so popular now, there will be those who try to capitalize on his fame. We have so much work. Just don't waste time unless it's overly inappropriate." Got it, Brother Timothy. These two employees never imagined that a piece they thought was just coincidentally named would stir up a huge storm on the Xiaoming app. Meanwhile, Darlene, the author, sat with her legs crossed, munching on sunflower seeds while her phone dinged nonstop with replies in the comment section. It's happening so fast? Trying to capitalize on fame gone crazy? Really can make things up. Alexei a lick dog? Can other men even live? I guess the author is probably an ugly girl who had unrequited love for Alexei, turning hate into jealousy, intentionally defaming. Are you spreading rumors? Legal notice warning. Don't insult my Alexei idol. *starred author. Think I'll confront you in real life? As a seasoned internet warrior, Darlene had always been the one criticizing others. She'd never been trolled like this before. Angered, she threw her sunflower seeds aside and rapidly typed responses on her keyboard, replying to each message. Blowing smoke. Me liking him secretly? Tear your mouth apart if you keep lying. Funny, did I spread rumors? Who in Yongqing 4th Zophiatal School and 3rd Zophiatal School doesn't know about these things? Only losers in real life would praise him. Please ask around at Yongqing 4th Zophiatal School about Ellen. Send the legal notice. I'm waiting. Are all supporters of Alexei this big lick dog? Ahaha. Though she rebutted each comment, she still felt unsatisfied. She had only mentioned some facts, yet so many people came to defend Alexei, which made her even more irritated. After years of playing online, she was smarter than ordinary people and had joined many shill groups and hype trains. To vent her anger, she reluctantly used half of her living expenses to hire a lot of shills to start stirring things up. Don't praise Alexei anymore. There's a revelation next door at One Small Snowflake. Alexei is just a joke, alright? Go check out her pin post at One Small Snowflake. At One Small Snowflake, she's the one who's ching-ching sober. Everyone else has been brainwashed. Under the influence of shills, quite a few people who knew the real situation were indeed stirred up. Some claimed to be from Yongqing 4th Zophiatal School, while others said they were Alexei's junior high school classmates, that is, students from Yongqing 3rd Zophiatal School, coming forward one after another to expose inside stories. After all, the fact that Alexei had relentlessly pursued Ellen back then was something everyone in the same school knew about. As more and more people familiar with the situation began to speak up, some even posted videos and photos from years ago, public opinion started to shift. Holy *T. Alexei really was a lick dog, damn. The internet is terrifying, I almost got fooled. I'm from 4th Zophiatal School, and I was in the same grade as Alexei. His pursuit of Ellen was known by everyone in our school. We used to call him a clown. How did he become a god in your eyes? Do you think it's right to expose someone's privacy like this? Yo, the person upstairs must be an unconditional love girl. Feeling sorry for your brother? You can be Alexei's lick dog then, haha. Suddenly, Darlene's comment section became the main battlefield of this Alexei incident. Seeing her followers and views soaring rapidly, Darlene couldn't stop grinning, and she stayed up late writing several more essays to publish, all of which attacked Alexei without exception. That day, after morning classes ended, Julianne went to work at the store again. Alexei walked back to the dormitory with his 3 roommates. On the way, he felt their gazes on him seemed off. "What's with those looks?" Alexei asked. The 3 exchanged glances, and finally, Conway spoke up. "Alexei, you haven't been checking the school forum or the official campus wall account recently, have you?" "No interest." Alexei shook his head. "How about the Shuiming app? A new software that came out recently, do you use it?" Conway asked again. Although it was their company's app, he had been busy with other company matters, taking elective courses, and taking care of little Magnus, leaving no time to browse videos. "Just say what you want to say, don't beat around the bush," Alexei said irritably. Let's talk about it back at the dorm." Just as Conway finished speaking, 2 people jogged over from not far away. One was a strikingly attractive girl holding a microphone, and the other was a boy carrying a tripod on his shoulder. "Hello, Alexei. We're from Jiangda Campus Wall. Could we take a few minutes of your time for a simple interview?" Chapter 133, Unmasking the Troublemaker. Alexei was not familiar with the campus wall, and had no intention of accepting this so-called interview. However, upon hearing from Conway that it was very popular at Jiangzhou University, Jiangda, and was the only and most authoritative platform there, he had no choice but to reluctantly agree. After all, he was now a student at Jiangda. After finding a quiet place with few people around, the interview began. At first, the questions were as Alexei had anticipated, mostly related to his status as the top scorer in the college entrance exam and his studies. He answered them in the most positive and uplifting manner possible. "Student Alexei, the next question might be a bit sharp. I hope you can answer honestly," the senior sister said with a mischievous smile. "Student Alexei, it is rumored outside that you applied to Jiangzhou University for a girl, and that you've been pursuing her for many years. Is this true?" Upon hearing this, Alexei's eyebrows couldn't help but twitch. Noticing Alexei's expression, the senior sister sensed a juicy gossip and pulled out a mobile phone to show him. "Alexei, before answering, please take a look at this." Seeing the screen, Alexei noticed it was a post on the school's Tieba forum titled, "Exposing the Hypocrisy of a High-Quality God. His True Identity is Just a Time a Thicker Dog." After calmly reading the content of the post, Alexei handed the phone back. The senior sister was somewhat surprised by Alexei's calm demeanor, which was far from what she had imagined, either furious or embarrassed. "Alexei, can you share your thoughts on this?" The senior sister continued to press. "Oh, nothing much," Alexei replied indifferently. Then may I ask, is the content of this post true? Did you indeed pursue this girl named Elenuan from junior high through high school?" Alexei's eyes flickered with a faint coldness, then he smiled lightly and nodded. "Yeah." For this unchangeable fact, Alexei saw no point in running away from it. "So, when you mentioned an important girl during the freshman welcome party, you were also talking about Elenuan? Student Alexei, are you still pursuing her?" "Sorry, senior sister, I have some urgent matters. This interview ends here." Alexei smiled, waved his hand, and turned to leave. Back in the dormitory, Conway and the others immediately surrounded him, peppering him with curious questions. "Alexei, did you offend someone recently? The internet has been buzzing with negativity about you, calling you a liquor dog and a scammer. What's going on?" "I read that article too, Alexei. Is it true? Did you really pursue Elenuan?" "Yes. I'm also curious. Was the girl you once said you liked Elenuan?" Alexei remained calm. "What do you think? For heaven's sake, why are you holding out now? You're almost becoming the symbol of a liquor dog on Shuiming app. If you offended someone, just say so, and we'll go to bat for you." Lance was visibly anxious, grabbing his hair and showing Alexei the phone. After glancing at a few texts and videos on the screen and skimming through the comments section, Alexei handed the phone back, unfazed. Since they were roommates, there was no need to hide anything. "Yeah, back then I was young and foolish, and yes, I did pursue her, but now I have no interest in her." Hearing this, Conway smacked his thigh and exclaimed, "Damn, I knew it. There must be someone intentionally slandering you. Even someone like Alali, whom you turned down, you didn't care about. Why would you chase after Elenuan? Lance, get more people. Start a group chat and fight back." All 3 agreed immediately, shouting about helping Alexei settle the score. Alexei didn't stop them. It was just some minor fuss. Let them handle it. But his first thought when this happened was Elenuan. However, thinking further, there were many people who knew about his past with her, so it could be someone else as well. If this had blown up on another platform, it would have been harder to trace. But since it happened on Shuiming app, it would be easier to investigate. Just as he was considering calling Jarrett called him. "Boss, there's a situation I think you should know about, concerning your personal privacy." Although the Alexei incident wasn't among the hottest topics on Shuiming app, the exposure of some photos quickly caught the attention of company employees. After being reported through multiple levels, Jarrett was shocked. Good grief. Rumors about their boss were spreading everywhere, and even worse. How did such content pass moderation? He immediately ordered a strict investigation and hurriedly called Alexei to describe the situation in detail. "Boss, this is my responsibility, as well as a failure of the review department. Please rest assured, we will definitely find out who is spreading rumors." "Rumor? Who said it's a rumor?" "It did happen." Alexei replied nonchalantly. "Well, this." A single sentence left Jarrett speechless on the phone. "So, what do you think should be done about this?" Jarrett asked cautiously. "Let it develop for now," Alexei said. "But if it goes on like this, Wouldn't it be bad for your personal reputation? Jared's concern wasn't groundless, but Alexei just chuckled lightly and replied, I know what I'm doing, but I need to know who this ID called a small snowflake really is. Don't worry, boss. I'll have the tech team check the IP right away. After hanging up, Alexei leisurely took out a cigarette and lit it, tapping his fingers lightly on the desk. A Lenuin? Or Leonardo? Or perhaps someone from his middle school days who had conflicts with him. To describe those events with a Lenuin in such detail, it should be someone he knew. Just as he finished the cigarette, Jared sent him a message. Boss, we found out. Based on the account's IP, it's a girl from Jiangzhou University named Darlene, with an ID number of. These days, surfing the internet requires real name registration. With the IP address, the identity can be easily confirmed. Darlene? Hearing this unfamiliar name, Alexei couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. He didn't know anyone by that name, and with so many students at Jiangzhou University, there could be plenty of people named Darlene. Tracking each one down would be impractical. Fortunately, Jiangzhou University's campus network was set up with student IDs, and each dormitory had its own independent IP. With this in mind, he called Charlie. Hello, Teacher Chi. I have a favor to ask. On the phone, Alexei directly explained his request, asking Charlie to help check a campus network IP. Alexei, you really give me tough tasks. This kind of information falls under personal privacy. Even the school can't disclose it casually, Charlie sighed. Chapter 134. The internet is too violent. Under normal circumstances, this indeed involves a privacy issue. However, after Alexei recounted the post on the school forum in detail, Charlie was also stunned. What? Such a thing happened? The admissions office's daily work is quite busy, and as a teacher, Charlie hasn't paid much attention to the school forum recently. After all, Alexei came to their Jiang University as the top scorer nationwide. If he were to be treated like this now, it would completely tarnish Jiang University's reputation if news of this spread. Teacher Chi, such behavior has severely infringed upon my right to reputation. I can report it to the police if I want to, but I don't wish to get the school involved. So, I just want to find out who this person is and resolve it privately. Once reported to the police, this matter would certainly escalate, affecting the school inevitably. Charlie clearly knew the gravity of the situation. Given the facts, Alexei had every right as a victim to investigate the IP address. Soon, he instructed the school's technical personnel to trace the IP based on the information provided by Alexei. They then sent a photo of the dormitory personnel registration information. South Campus Female Dormitory 404. Dormitory members, Waverly, Beth, Darlene, Ellen. Upon seeing Ellen's name, Alexei gave a cold laugh. It turned out they were in the same dormitory. This explained everything. No wonder Darlene knew everything about his situation. Anyone could guess she must have heard it from Ellen. With Ellen's vanity, it might well be that she convinced Darlene to release these things. Ding dong. Just as his thoughts wandered, his phone rang. Seeing it was Hideo calling, Alexei answered, Hello, Uriel? Alvis, what are you up to? Come see your daddy urgently. Not lately, I'm busy, Alexei said. After speaking, an angry voice from Hideo came through the phone. Damn, I knew you'd say that. I'm already at your school gate. I'll kill you if I don't see you in 10 minutes. All right, wait for me there. After hanging up, Alexei got up and left the dormitory. Outside Jiangzhou University's gates, a black, pudgy fat man squatted by the roadside, holding half a cigarette in his mouth, occasionally eyeing the female students entering and exiting. TSK, the quality of girls here at Jiang University is different. Damn, I envy Alvis so much. Looking at those long legs, Hideo felt extremely envious. Not long after, when he saw Alexei's figure, he threw away the cigarette butt and trotted forward with glee. Seeing Hideo flashing his big white teeth, Alexei smiled. This guy has gotten even darker since the last time they met. Why did you suddenly think of coming to me? Alexei took out a cigarette and handed it over. Normally, Hideo would have snatched the entire pack directly without a second thought. But this time, he didn't reach out to take it, instead replying angrily, I've come to interrogate you. You didn't tell me about something so significant? Damn, don't consider me a brother anymore? What's going on? Alexei asked. Damn, are you crazy? Don't go online at all? Your internet trolling is out of hand. Some bastard exposed all the stuff between you and Ellen online. Seeing Hideo was aware of the incident, Alexei merely chuckled and nodded. About that? Yeah, I know. Seeing Alexei's calm demeanor, Hideo fidgeted in frustration, pulled out his phone, logged into the dream-seeking app, and quickly scrolled through the comments. Look at it yourself. They're all cursing you as a tango. Some fools even claim your top score in the college entrance exam was cheated. Damn, it infuriates me. Have you offended someone at school? Why didn't you tell me you and Ellen were at the same school? Damn, it must have been that bitch. I've asked one of my tech-savvy friends from our department to help out. Damn, anyone bullying my brother, I'll finish them. Watching Hideo rambling incessantly, Alexei remained smiling. Honestly, he found Hideo swearing quite handsome at this moment. Uriel, are you hungry? Alexei suddenly asked. Hearing this, Hideo was taken aback and became even angrier. Brother, did you hear what I just said? Are you thinking about eating now? At this rate, even the color of your underwear will be revealed. I'll treat you, Alexei added. I am a bit hungry. What should we eat? Hideo changed his tone instantly. Hearing this, Alexei laughed and put his arm around Hideo's shoulders, saying, Let's go, and I'll introduce you to an acquaintance while we're at it. After arriving at the place, Hideo's mouth twitched when he saw the rather shabby storefront in front of him. Your grandpa came all the way to find you, and this is what you treat me to? At the very least, I need to eat enough to cover my taxi fare, right? Sure, definitely next time. Alexei patted Hideo's shoulder with a smile and led the way inside. Since it wasn't mealtime, there were no customers in the restaurant. Clang. Hearing the bell sound, Julianne, who was wiping the counter, hurriedly put down her cloth and ran to the door. Welcome. Shao Magnus, see who I've brought, Alexei said with a smile. Upon hearing Alexei's voice, Julianne slightly raised her head and only then noticed that there was a small, chubby black guy standing beside Alexei. Julianne? You're also at Jiang University? Hideo asked, quite surprised. Julianne's little head was filled with countless question marks. She looked at Hideo but couldn't recognize him at all. Damn, you don't even recognize me, Julianne? Hideo exclaimed. Alexei chuckled beside them and said, Shao Magnus, this is Hideo? Oh you hello, classmate Hideo? Of course, she had an impression of Hideo, glancing furtively at him again. She remembered this person used to be a somewhat cute chubby boy. How did he turn so dark now? 2 orders of cold noodles, Shao Magnus. After saying that, Alexei led Hideo to an empty table by the entrance and sat down. Alvis, what's going on here? Why is Julianne also at Jiang University? And tell me, do you still like her? I've said, this is true love. With Hideo, Alexei wouldn't hide anything. Upon hearing this, Hideo looked startled, feeling Alexei's forehead and then his own. You don't seem to have a fever. True love. Huh? I thought you were just after something fresh after being rejected by Ellen, chasing Julianne out of boredom. Didn't expect you to be serious. If that's the case, you must have chosen Jiangzhou University just for Julianne back then. Alexei nodded, admitting it openly. When Julianne came over with 2 plates of cold noodles, he got up to greet her. At the table, Hideo picked up his chopsticks, glanced at Julianne busy at the counter, and smacked his lips. Man, you really live your life extravagantly. One is a long-lost first love, the other is true love, and they're both at the same school. That's quite explosive. Alexei couldn't help rolling his eyes. Not even food can shut you up. How's everything at school recently? Has Chengzhou given you any trouble? Chapter 135, One-Sided Public Opinion. At the mention of Leonardo's name, Hideo merely curled his lips. What is he without those senior students backing him up? I can't take him now, but can't I just stay away from him? Damn it, just thinking about that guy gets me angry. Hideo slurped the hand-pulled noodles in his bowl while cursing Leonardo's ancestors. Hearing this, Alexei couldn't help but frown. With the conflict between him and Leonardo out in the open, Hideo would inevitably be dragged into it as well. Fuck, you let us off topic there. Don't worry about my problems, just talk about yours. How do you plan on fighting back? Fighting back? Fighting back against what? Alexei asked. Hearing this, Hideo nearly choked on his noodles and hurriedly gulped down some sugary water before patting his chest. Damn it, of course to fight back against those who spread rumors. I'm sure that bitch Ellen Yuan did it. Alexei chuckled at this and put down his chopsticks, replying, alright, even if it was Ellen Yuan, how exactly do you suggest we fight back? Well, let me think. Despite all his bravado earlier, when it came to giving ideas, Hideo suddenly became speechless. Scratching his head, he couldn't come up with anything substantial. Seeing his embarrassed expression, Alexei laughed. Just save yourself the mental effort. I already know who did it, and have a plan. Hideo slapped his thigh and grinned, showing off his white teeth. I knew you were smart. Tell me, what's your plan? To bring someone down, make them go mad first? After Alexei revealed his plan, Hideo's expression turned slightly odd. Shao Timothenzi, isn't this a bit too underhanded? It was Darlene who did this, not really related to Ellen Yuan. Also, you two used to. Too harsh? I don't see it that way. Whether she did it or not doesn't matter. I'm simply using their tactics against them. After hesitating for a moment, Hideo didn't say much more, only scratching his head and saying, alright, anyway, I'm always here for family over justice. Whatever you do, I support you. Apart from his father Gillis, Hideo might be the only one who could be trusted wholeheartedly right now. For that sentence, Kimura, one more serving of hand-pulled noodles. Shit, I said something so heartfelt, and you just gave me another serving of noodles? At least add an extra sausage. The two chatted and laughed for quite some time. After finishing 4 bowls of hand-pulled noodles, Hideo had to rush back to school for a class meeting. While waiting for the bus with Hideo, Alexei suddenly said, by the way, Uriel, are you still in touch with your classmates from junior high? Of course. Don't you know how good my relationship is with everyone? I'm still in contact with my elementary school classmates too. What do you ask this for? I remember. Weren't there 4 boys in our class who were all chasing after Ellen Yuan back then? Upon hearing Alexei mentioning junior high, Hideo paused for a moment, then nodded. Don't remind me. Back then, you almost got into a fight with those rivals because of her. We were young and naive back then. Thinking about it now, Ellen Yuan is nothing but a complete trash girl. Her backup boys could form a soccer team. After reminiscing, Hideo smacked his lips and continued, why do you ask? Just wondering. Soon, a taxi arrived, and Alexei sent Hideo off, returning to school alone. On the way back to the dormitory, many students were pointing at Alexei and whispering among themselves. Alexei didn't seem to care, as if he had expected such reactions. As anticipated, The campus wall's interview with him had been uploaded to the official account. Being the most authoritative campus media of Jiang University and interviewing none other than Alexei, the influential figure of Jiang University, it naturally garnered extremely high attention. Within an hour of its release, the interview video swept across the entire Jiang University. Initially, regarding the Alexei incident on the school forum and the dream-seeking app, many people had doubts or were just curious spectators. However, with the release of this interview content, public opinion quickly turned one-sided. After all, Alexei admitted on camera that he had pursued Ellen Yuan for years, and when asked whether he was still pursuing her, a sensitive question, he chose to evade it rather than answer directly. Anyone with sharp eyes could see that evasion equaled guilt, indirectly admitting. In no time, numerous onlookers on the Jiang University campus wall, other forums, and even the dream-seeking app firmly believed one thing. This idolized, new generation campus god Alexei was indeed Ellen Yuan's loyal little lapdog. The incident continued to heat up on the campus of Jiang University for several days, with no sign of cooling down. As the person involved, Alexei ignored it all. Even though his 3 roommates were urging him daily to come forward and clarify the situation, he remained inactive. He attended classes as usual, took breaks to have a bowl of rolled noodle skin at the store, or accompanied Julian grocery shopping in his spare time, seemingly indifferent to the whole matter. Ellen, on the other hand, had already gained considerable fame due to her striking appearance and figure even before this incident. After this event, many people out of curiosity wanted to see what this beauty, who Alexei had been chasing for years, looked like. One morning, after class ended, Ellen walked through the campus with her 3 roommates. With these 3 friends around her, she stood out even more. Coupled with her recent popularity, she became the center of attention wherever she went. Noticing the gazes fixed on her, Ellen smiled, chin raised slightly, resembling a proud and noble swan. She walked ahead gracefully, her long legs and flowing hair making her incredibly dazzling. Her 3 roommates followed behind, carrying her bags and holding bouquets from admirers, acting almost like her entourage. However, they had no complaints, even enjoying their role as her helpers. Adley, so many people are looking at you. I envy Adley. She's become a celebrity at school. I heard she's even been voted as the most beautiful freshman girl. Hearing Beth and Waverly's envious praise, Ellen's eyes shone with satisfaction. Of course, someone like me is destined to be the center of attention wherever I go. At that moment, Ellen felt as if she had returned to her high school days. In her senior year, her pride and vanity had almost vanished under Alexei's repeated blows. Now, all that came rushing back. Looking at the admiring glances around her, a faint disdain flickered in her eyes, and she couldn't help but think of Alexei. See this, Alexei? This is the charm of Ellen. Even though you've improved a lot since then, but in front of me, you should kneel like the rest of them, bowing and fawning over me. This thought was deeply rooted in Ellen's mind. Ring ring. Suddenly, her phone rang. Seeing an unfamiliar number, she answered it. Hello, is this Ellen? Yes, who is this? Chapter 136, A Woman's Intuition. I'm from Jiang University's campus wall. I'm calling to set up a time to meet with student Ellen Yuan for a brief interview. Upon hearing it was from campus wall, Nguyen Yuan's eyes brightened slightly, but she pretended to be hesitant. But I've been really busy lately. Student Ellen Yuan, it won't take too much of your time. If it's because of classes, we can help you ask for leave on campus wall's behalf. After a few more polite exchanges, Nguyen Yuan reluctantly agreed and hung up the phone after setting the time and place. Sophomore sister Nguyen Yuan. Just then, a senior suddenly jogged over, holding a bouquet of flowers. This senior seemed a bit shy. Standing in front of Nguyen Yuan with a red face, he scratched his head and mustered up all his courage to present the flowers. Here are some flowers for you, sister. You look very beautiful. Can I add you on WX? Hearing this overly slick pickup line from the senior in front of her, Nguyen Yuan felt a flash of disdain in her eyes, but her smile remained sweet. Thank you, senior. Nguyen Yuan took the flowers with apparent shyness and brushed her hair behind her ear. Every gesture highlighted the innocence of a college girl perfectly. After successfully adding Nguyen Yuan's WX, the senior danced joyfully, thanked her, and immediately reported the good news to his roommates on his phone. Guys, I've added Nguyen Yuan's WX. She is incredibly pure and beautiful and so down to earth. Only after the senior had walked far enough did Nguyen Yuan pout, glance at the friend request notification on her screen, change the note to Backup 13, and then handed the flowers to her roommate without turning back. Let's go back to the dormitory first, Nguyen Yuan said. Nguyen Yuan, where are you going? Do you want us to go with you? Asked Beth. The campus wall team wants to interview me alone. Why would you come along? It wouldn't make sense if you went and got in the way. Nguyen Yuan replied. The roommates exchanged looks. What about these flowers? Find an empty spot and throw them away. Leaving that remark casually, Nguyen Yuan walked straight toward the school gate. In the South Campus dining hall on the 3rd floor, inside the Blue Emperor coffee shop, 2 members of campus wall were already waiting here, looking like the senior sister who interviewed Alexei last time, and the senior brother in charge of filming. After finishing a whole cup of coffee, the senior sister glanced at her watch, becoming slightly impatient. Finally, a graceful figure rushed over hurriedly. Sorry, seniors, I kept you waiting. Seeing the faint sweat on Nguyen Yuan's forehead, the senior sister couldn't say anything and just nodded. Let me introduce myself. My name is Lainey, a 3rd-year student in broadcasting. This is Chad, also a 3rd-year student in photography. After the brief introduction, Lainey prepared for the interview. Lainey sat opposite Nguyen on the sofa. After setting up the equipment, Chad ordered another coffee and placed it in front of Nguyen. Seeing this, Nguyen lifted her head, her long lashes fluttering like fans, her dark eyes twinkling, and smiled charmingly. Thank you, Senior Jean. Caught in Nguyen's gaze, Chad's old face turned bright red like a monkey's bottom, and he scratched his head, laughing awkwardly. No problem, sister. Lainey, as another woman, frowned imperceptibly. Though Nguyen was clearly polite, and they were meeting for the first time, somehow Lainey felt that Nguyen's every move was too rehearsed. Perhaps it was a woman's intuition. Student Nguyen, shall we begin? Yes, anytime, Senior Lainey. In the North Campus, inside a detached villa, Alexei was on the phone with Jarrett. Boss, currently including Big Irwin's brothers and the couple from Guangdong, we have 5 influencers with followers exceeding 1 million. Many merchants across various industries have started approaching the company, and many domestic and international manufacturers want to collaborate with us. Following the matrix operation concept you proposed, we have successfully tested 20 derivative accounts. Additionally, regarding the short drama module you mentioned, there are very few people working on this domestically right now, and we cannot find suitable resources. The directors we hired can't write such content. The matrix operation concept was something Alexei had decided early on as one of the company's future directions. At present, network new media hadn't fully matured yet, so these concepts hadn't been widely applied. Including the short dramas mentioned earlier to Jarrett, the same applied. What he needed to do now was to fully implement the old Six spirit and seize the upcoming major opportunities. Sure, discuss the collaboration details with Sister Zofia. I only care about the results. As for the short drama, if our people can't write it, we'll acquire existing works. If that doesn't work, go to some novel websites and pick out suitable IPs to adapt. Boss, that's what I was going to tell you. There are indeed a few suitable authors, but the copyright fees they're asking for are really too high. Upon hearing this, Alexei's eyebrows raised. If we can't negotiate with top-tier authors, find mid to low-tier ones, especially those struggling writers whose daily earnings barely cover their living expenses. A little extra will get them on board. Remember, we don't need big IPs. The more dramatic and lowbrow, the better. Look for stories like those of Long Ao Tion or Yi Timothy Chan. Just follow that route. The only requirement is that the content can be poor, but the quality of actors must be high. Make sure the cast has good looks. Got it? On the phone, Jarrett agreed and started making arrangements. After hanging up, Alexei put his phone aside with a smirk. All that nonsense about content is king. It's just brainwashing from those who already sit atop the wealth pyramid to keep the lower class in line. Only he knew that in the coming years, traffic would reign supreme. He needed to seize this wave before everything fully developed. Alexei, dinner is ready. Wash your hands and come eat. Suddenly, Julianne's voice came from the kitchen. Hearing this, Alexei put aside his thoughts and got up cheerfully. After washing his hands, the two sat down at the table. Shao Magnus, Alexei said suddenly. Adia? At the sound of her name, she hastily put down her chopsticks, her cheeks puffed out. Do you know about the things happening on the school forum? What things? Julianne replied with confusion. For others, browsing online, being active on social media, and playing games were normal entertainment methods. But Julianne didn't even have a phone before meeting Alexei. Her first phone was a gift from him, and even the apps like QQ and WX on her phone were initially installed by her homeroom teacher for college application purposes. To this day, she only had these 2 apps, nothing else. After all, her time was entirely devoted to classes, cooking for Alexei, cleaning the house, or working part-time. She had no time for any entertainment. Chapter 137. The higher you float, the harder you fall. Alexei had initially been worried that the negative comments online might cause Julianne to misunderstand the situation. Though he could have directly clarified the facts and explained everything, he chose not to at this moment. It was time for Zoe to face the consequences after all her antics. Shao Magnus, no matter what you hear or see about me, don't believe it, okay? Alexei said. Julianne tilted her head slightly, clearly puzzled by Alexei's seemingly nonsensical words. Oh. Fortunately, Alexei had always been like this in front of her, often saying things she didn't understand, and she never pried too much. After dinner, she went into the kitchen to wash the dishes, then left the courtyard to return to work at the store. Sitting in the living room for a while, Alexei eventually returned to the dormitory. With no classes in the afternoon, the 3 guys gathered around Conway's Alienware laptop, watching the League of Legends World Championship. Let me tell you, 3 LPL teams have made it to the quarterfinals this year. This is the most hopeful year ever. Emilio is so OP, aiming for the S8 championship, finally going for the Grand Slam. But I think IG is also strong this year, especially their top laner Bridger. His Fiora and Renekton are flying everywhere. Hearing their discussion about the quarterfinal matches, Alexei found it interesting and lay on his bed, pulling out his phone to search. This year would mark a significant turning point for esports in China. It was after this year's S8 World Championship that esports in China experienced rapid development. Alexei realized that if he wanted to build his own business empire, he shouldn't limit himself to the current scope of his company's operations. He needed to broaden his horizons. As for traditional industries, he currently had no clear path to enter them. Moreover, with the real estate market likely to burst in 4 to 5 years, he had no intention of getting involved. Instead, these emerging and lighter industries were his main focus now. Glancing at the schedule, the quarterfinal matches would be held in 2 days. RNG versus G2, Another focal match that will go down in infamy. Alexei sighed softly. Although this day was bound to break the hearts of Chinese esports fans, he still intended to seize any opportunities that arose. After all, this freely available buzz presented a huge opportunity for the current DreamSeek app. With that thought, he called Jarrett. Hello, boss. Gang, do you have any resources within the esports community? Alexei asked straightforwardly. In his previous life, he hadn't ventured into esports, so he lacked relevant connections. But Jarrett, having spent years in both Shanghai and Jiangzhou, might have some contacts. Esports? Boss, you're interested in esports? In the coming years, esports will be a major emerging industry in China, especially with games like League of Legends. Currently, several leading live streaming and video platforms in China are broadcasting the S8 World Championship. We need to find a way to connect with the official organizers and purchase a broadcasting right. Broadcasting rights? Jarrett paused for a moment. He did have some economic circle resources and understood this to an extent. With the major platforms already involved, it might be challenging to attract significant traffic. After airing his doubts, Alexei merely chuckled. Just do as I say. I have my plans. Yes, boss. I'll get on it immediately and report back once I have news. After hanging up, he put down his phone. Back at the computer, the three guys continued browsing their phones after finishing the game. All three were regulars on the school forum, casually checking Weibo or surfing Baidu Tieba in the campus wall. Lance aimlessly scrolled through the campus wall when he suddenly came across a newly posted video. He froze for a second, glancing at Alexei on the bed before nudging Conway. Chow. What? Conway responded. Lance passed him the phone and gestured with his mouth. Taking a look, Conway frowned, while Lucius joined in to watch curiously. Adia? Isn't that? Xiang. Sure. Before Conway could finish speaking, both he and Lance motioned for silence. They exchanged a glance. Chow, what should we do? Should we tell Xiao Timothy? Looks like he doesn't know about this yet. Alexei was busy on his phone when he suddenly noticed the three guys standing beside his bed. After getting up, he glanced at the three people who seemed to be holding back and raised an eyebrow, saying, "What's going on?" Hearing this, Lance scratched his head and said, "Bye. You really don't check the campus wall, do you?" As he spoke, he handed over the phone. "Take a look at this." When he tapped open the video on the screen, it was Ellen being interviewed. Interviewer: Ellen, regarding the recent online claims that Alexei has been pursuing you for years and is called a lick dog, what are your thoughts? Alexei has indeed been pursuing me since middle school, but I always considered him a good friend. During his pursuit of me, he did do some silly things, but I don't want others to call him a lick dog. I think it's unfair to him. After saying this, the Ellen in the video stood up, bent slightly toward the camera, and spoke with a pleading tone. I beg everyone to stop discussing this topic. I just want to finish college peacefully. Moreover, Alexei has had a tough time, so please don't attack him with negative words. It only makes me feel more guilty. Interviewer: Alexei has been pursuing you for so many years. Why haven't you agreed to date him? And is he still pursuing you now? Ellen: I appreciate how kind Alexei has been to me, but that's not love. I don't want to hold him back, nor do I want to hurt him. So, we agreed that after the college entrance exam, once we're in college, perhaps we might consider accepting him. Interviewer: It seems Alexei gave up Tsinghua and Peking universities to choose Jiangda University for you. Now that you're both at Jiangda, have you thought about dating Alexei? Ellen: I'm not sure. I've never been in love before and don't know how to handle romantic relationships. I guess you could say I'm a love novice. At first, I didn't get together with Alexei because he pushed me too hard. Also, during the time before the college entrance exam, he did many things that hurt me. I don't want to elicit sympathy or pity, so I won't talk about it. Besides, Alexei is now so outstanding that maybe many people think I don't deserve him. Interviewer: Ellen, a girl like you shouldn't lack suitors. Have you really never been in love? Alexei wasn't interested in reading further into the conversation, which mostly consisted of Ellen praising herself. Looking at the extremely hypocritical smile on the screen, Alexei remained calm, but there was a sharp cold light flashing in his eyes. You keep floating. The higher you float, the harder you'll fall. Chapter 138. The hermit has his own ingenious plan. She doesn't mention liking you in her words, yet every sentence of yours is "I will." Your excitement just from a reply she gave when feeling lonely. In the Maserati Grand Cabrio, Alexei softly hummed a song he had once heard accidentally in his previous life. It couldn't be helped. The lyrics matched his tragic history of being a devoted follower so perfectly. After arriving at the company, Jarrett had news regarding the esports resource contacts. Following his facilitation, the company successfully purchased the broadcasting rights for an official event. Alexei immediately instructed the R&D department to set up an official account dedicated to broadcasting this year's competition. Because the match was imminent, time was short, and much preparation was needed. The event commentary, professional live streams, including on-site commentators, reporters, tasks were rather disorganized, and Alexei spent nearly an hour in meetings with Jarrett and others at the company to sort everything out. Of course, during the meeting, Jarrett and several other key employees also raised their concerns. They questioned how Alexei's seemingly spontaneous move would generate traffic. The time is tight, so we'll just follow the examples of our neighboring platforms. Whatever they do, we do as well. But there's one thing. Alexei rhythmically tapped his fingers on the desk and continued. On the official betting platform, we need to add a feature. Once the account is established, prepare 20,000 iPhone XS units and 100 million yuan worth of red packets in cash under the company's name. When RNG wins against G2 in the upcoming matches, we'll give them all away through a lottery draw. Upon finishing, an immediate silence fell over the entire meeting room. Everyone exchanged puzzled glances. Obviously, Alexei's actions seemed overly generous in their eyes. One must know that activities like these, on other platforms, are usually mere gimmicks, where whatever benefits are prepared end up mostly internalized. Their company, however, was recently established, and many things weren't ready yet for setting up such an esports official account. After receiving Alexei's instructions, many people at the scene promptly looked into this year's S-Series tournament. This RNG versus G2 showdown was almost a surefire landslide victory, akin to adults playing soccer against children. The eventual winner was obvious. Although everyone understood that Alexei wanted to maximize heat for Swimming app and attract more viewers, this investment seemed too enormous. Ultimately, all eyes involuntarily turned towards Diana. Besides Alexei, Diana was undoubtedly the person with the most say in the company. What does manager Zhang think? Jarrett awkwardly said. Diana had almost no knowledge of esports. Moreover, given her past teaching career, she even harbored a slight aversion to video games. After receiving Alexei's message, she promptly did considerable research. Although she acknowledged that esports indeed had substantial growth potential, the company's foundation was weak, and Alexei's approach seemed quite risky. Pausing for thought, she finally turned to Alexei and said, based on what you've proposed, combining such incentives with the tournament's inherent appeal would indeed attract numerous new users. However, isn't this investment excessively large? Alexei surveyed the group, knowing it wasn't just Diana who felt this way. I understand what you're thinking, but I've already said it's just about making headlines. In esports, the outcome is always uncertain. A somewhat younger employee nervously glanced at Alexei. Sir, I've been playing League of Legends, LOL, 4 years, and have watched countless matches. RNG versus G2? It's definitely a freebie round. RNG will definitely win. Do we really have to give out all those prizes if they win? Really? Yet I feel the less certain a situation appears, the more surprising the outcome might be. Alexei chuckled lightly without further elaboration. Everyone exchanged glances again but didn't object further, as Alexei was the boss and they'd just follow his lead. After arranging some detailed tasks, Alexei let everyone get back to work. Watching Diana tidy up her documents, Alexei approached and laughed softly. Sis Sophia, you seemed distracted earlier. What have you been busy with these days? Since missing the celebratory banquet last time, he hadn't seen Diana for days. And during the meeting, she seemed rather preoccupied. Taken aback by the question, Diana managed a somewhat forced smile. Maybe I'm just too tired lately, nothing much to worry about. Under Alexei's intense gaze, she felt inexplicably flustered, as if afraid he might see through her. You still have time to worry about others. I think you've been getting quite famous recently. I saw a lot of your videos these days, like those things between you and Ellen. Regarding the matters between Alexei and Ellen, when she was still a teacher, she knew a little, but not much. Yet, whenever she saw so many negative comments against Alexei, she always felt uncomfortable inside. Why don't you ask the tech team to do something? You should know how influential public opinion can be. If this continues, it might be hard to shake off the labels of scumbag, liar, and stalker. Alexei, however, rested his chin on his hand and playfully blinked. Oh wow, Sister Sophia is worrying about me? I didn't expect you to care so much about my personal affairs besides work. Diana immediately blushed, huffing slightly. Stop flattering yourself. I'm being serious, don't joke around. The impact of this could be huge. If your identity ever gets exposed, it might also affect the company's reputation. Don't worry, Sister Sophia. I've got it all figured out. Alexei smiled slyly, but there was a flash of determination in his clear eyes. Knock knock. The sound of knocking interrupted them, and an employee entered the room. Boss, the person has arrived. Brother Du sent me to inform you. All right, noted. Alexei nodded and stood up, saying goodbye to Diana before leaving the meeting room. Before coming, he had specially instructed Jarrett to find someone for him to meet in person. In the office, a boy around 24 or 25 sat on the sofa, fashionably dressed and quite handsome. Upon seeing Alexei enter, he quickly stood up. Boss, Brother Du said you wanted to see me? Just let me know what you need, and I'll make sure it's done. Alexei examined the boy before him and nodded slightly. Yes, I do need you to handle something. It's a personal matter of mine, but within your expertise, and it should be simple for you. Chapter 139 I believe in him. In the office, Alexei chatted with the boy for nearly an hour before leaving the company with a satisfied heart. On the Swimming app, the redo of the Alexei incident continued to escalate. Because of Alexei's tacit approval, the technical department of the company turned a blind eye to the related video reviews. Especially when the interview video of Ellen on campus wall was reprinted on the Swimming app, it added fuel to the fire. Countless comment sections overwhelmingly supported Ellen. Wow, this is Ellen? So beautiful. No wonder Alexei chased her for years. She's so beautiful, so pure, and such a good student. A goddess for sure. Support Ellen Goddess. That dog breath Alexei doesn't deserve Ellen Goddess at all. Who would have thought such an outstanding girl has never been in a relationship? She's truly the epitome of purity. What did that dog breath Alexei do to hurt Ellen? Any scoop? Everyone. I've met Junior Ellen in person, and she even gave me her WX. She is really super nice and approachable. In the girls' dormitory at South Campus, Darlene, Waverly, and Beth sat together, scrolling through the comments online. Adley, you're really a celebrity now. Many people online are supporting you. How envious of Adley. She just registered for the Swimming app yesterday, and today she already has tens of thousands of followers. Hee. Maybe our Adley will become a big star someday. The admiration from her friends and the online comments maximally fulfilled Ellen's vanity. Watching her fan count skyrocket and the 99+ private messages, her smile widened uncontrollably. Alexei, it seems I really should thank you. Ellen mumbled to herself, feeling quite smug. Such an excellent person as her would always be the center of attention wherever she went. Even if she wished, she could just step out and say some words to drown Alexei in netizens' criticism, potentially ruining his reputation. But for now, she didn't want to do that yet. She was still upset about what Alexei had done to her before. She had to wait until Alexei couldn't bear the pressure and came to apologize to her, ideally becoming her devoted lapdog again like before. This huge drama had spread among this year's freshmen. Especially after Alexei's reputation collapsed, many former fans were heartbroken. In another girl's dorm, Julianne, who had just returned from the store, was diligently preparing her course notes at the desk. Her 3 roommates were applying face masks and chatting noisily about the Alexei incident. Have you seen the recent drama on Campus Wall and Swimming app? The one about Alexei and Ellen? Yeah, I saw it. I never thought Alexei, such an outstanding guy, would end up being a tango. That Ellen is indeed great. I'd probably like her too if I were a guy. And Alexei, he went too far. Just because Ellen rejected him, he actually did that. Exactly. I heard he publicly insulted her and even got physical with her, and then pretended to flirt with other girls. What a disappointment. Pa. Initially focused on her notes, Julianne paused at their conversation. She didn't use the internet much and thus didn't know about these events, but hearing them describe Alexei so negatively made her lips move slightly. Originally wanting to say something, she quickly lowered her head when she noticed her roommates suddenly turning to look at her. Julianne, have you followed this drama recently? You're in the same class as Alexei, right? Stay away from him. Hearing this, Julianne gripped her pen tightly. Alexei's words echoed in her ears. Shao Magnus, do you believe me? Shao Magnus, no matter what you see or hear about me, don't believe it. Thinking of Alexei's always smiling eyes, Julianne slowly turned back and resumed writing her notes. At the same time, a faint voice whispered, I believe in him. After the afternoon public class, Alexei was dragged by Frisco to attend the elective course for his second major. Shao Magnus, don't wait for me for dinner. Use the ingredients in the fridge. Remember to finish them. Receiving Alexei's message, Julianne replied with a MM, and then headed to work at the store. Because the elderly lady who owned the store had not been feeling well recently, she had been resting at home. Also, as the shop was not too large, currently only Julianne and another full-time auntie were running it. After seeing off a group of customers, Julianne was diligently cleaning up. A middle-aged woman came out from the kitchen. Hey, little girl, can I ask you for a favor? Julianne turned around, wiping the sweat from her forehead with her arm in a sleeve protector. My husband has drunk too much again, and no one is there to pick up my child. I need to go get him from school. There are no customers now anyway. Could you watch the store for a while? I'll be back as soon as possible. At the thought of having to manage the store by herself, Julianne felt somewhat guilty. For her, this was obviously challenging. Even saying welcome required significant mental effort. However, seeing the pleading look on the auntie's face, she couldn't bring herself to refuse. Well, okay. Yes, thank you so much, little girl. I knew you were kind-hearted. The auntie beamed, quickly took off her apron, said a few nice words, and hurriedly left. After finishing the cleaning in the store and the kitchen, and seeing no more customers coming in, she sat down at an empty table, took out her unfinished notes from the morning, and buried herself in studying. About an hour later, some customers began to arrive one after another. Though the auntie wasn't there, fortunately, Julianne had previously learned how to make rolled noodles from the elderly lady, and the process was simple enough for her to handle alone. Why you're welcome. Here's your rolled noodles. Julianne placed the cold rice noodle sheets on the table, slightly bowed, and then turned to continue working. Coincidentally, these customers happened to be Alessandra and her roommates, including the class president Savannah. Seeing Julianne busily serving them and glancing at the rolled noodles on the table, Alessandra muttered with some discontent. I really don't understand what makes her better than me. This time, you should finally give up on Alexei. All his deeds have been exposed online. He's just a scumbag, Savannah said. Upon hearing this, Alessandra raised an eyebrow. Given that Alexei incident was all over the internet and considering her interest in Alexei, she had naturally been following the situation closely. Do you really believe everything you read online? Personally, I don't think Alexei is that kind of person. Pausing slightly, Alessandra continued. Besides, I think Ellen is just average. Alexei wouldn't even look at me. Why would he become a dog for Ellen? I trust my own judgment. Suddenly, the doorbell jingled. 4 girls walked in together. Adley, don't mind the shabby appearance of this place, but my cousin told me it's a long-standing shop with excellent skills. Chapter 140. 3 women make a play. Looking at the somewhat shabby decorated shop, Ellen's eyebrows knitted. I really don't know why you like to come to such rundown places for meals. They look so dirty. She wore a face full of disdain. After all, being regarded as a pearl in the palm since childhood, she had never been to such a cheap little diner before. Originally wanting to treat them, Beth's smile became even more awkward upon hearing Ellen's words. Forget it. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll just accompany you guys to eat casually, Ellen said on her own accord. She She was indeed in a pretty good mood today. But there was another reason. This month's living expenses were used by her to buy a new iPhone XS Max, and her family had recently been controlling her spending. Out of spite, she had blacklisted her family members. Otherwise, she would never come to such a place for a meal. The 4 people found an empty table, with the other 3 sitting down directly. However, Ellen took out wipes from her bag, wiped several times, and only then did she sit down. Seeing the customers, Julianne hurried forward and stood still, slightly bending over. Welcome. Originally, Ellen was playing with her phone while looking down, but she suddenly paused upon hearing this voice. Raising her head and seeing that the person in front of her was Julianne, she froze. Julianne? Why would she be here? And Julianne naturally recognized Ellen as well. Making eye contact, she quickly averted her gaze, nervously tugging at her apron, apparently quite afraid of Ellen. Hey, what are you doing here? Ellen asked in bad temper. Although during high school she didn't interact much with Julianne, she had a rather poor impression of her. After all, during the time Alexei neglected her before the college entrance exam, he showed great concern towards Julianne, making her feel a bit jealous of her back then. Adley, do you know her? In response to her roommate's question, Ellen glanced at Julianne and replied, "Tch, we were only in the same school back then. She's not worthy to be mentioned together with someone like me." Then she looked at Julianne again and continued, "Hey, didn't you hear me talking to you?" I am working here." Julianne stammered. Seeing the grease on Julianne's apron and sleeves, along with the calluses on her hands, Ellen's eyes filled with contempt. She almost forgot about Julianne earlier, but now meeting her face to face, memories of how Alexei stood up for Julianne in high school, and how he embarrassed her in public one after another came rushing back. In front of herself, Julianne was nothing but an insignificant duckling with a poor aura. Back in high school, why would she lose to such a person? Why would a penniless transfer student take away Alexei's affection towards her? Thinking about it made her find Julianne increasingly unpleasant to look at. 4 bowls of hand-rolled noodles, hurry up. After Darlene dismissed Julianne, she noticed something was off with Ellen's expression and approached her with a laugh. Adley, what's wrong? Your face looks terrible. Just saw something disgusting. If I had known she worked here, I wouldn't have come, Ellen replied. Seeing Ellen's gaze still fixed on the direction where Julianne left, Darlene's eyes twinkled. Adley, did that person offend you before? If so, tell me, and I'll teach her a lesson. Forget it. I'm not that familiar with her, and I'm too lazy to deal with her. Originally, Ellen just felt uncomfortable seeing Julianne, without any other intentions. How could that be? Leave it to me. I'll teach her a lesson later. Anyone who offends our Adley will not be spared. Hearing Darlene say that, Ellen hesitated for a moment, then nodded. After all, Alexei cared so much about this Julianne back then. Since they met, giving her a small lesson seemed fine. Anyway, she didn't need to do it herself. She just liked the feeling of having someone rush to do things for her. Meanwhile, at another table in the corner, Savannah also noticed Ellen and her group. Look, that must be Ellen. She seems prettier in person than in videos. This time, you've got a rival. Actually, from the moment they entered, Alexia had also recognized Ellen. Despite feeling some sense of crisis towards Ellen's outstanding appearance, she wouldn't admit it verbally. TCH, she's just okay. Looks so prim and proper, way below me. It seems Ellen knows Julianne, and from their conversation earlier, it looks like they don't get along very well, Savannah said. Upon hearing this, Alexia flicked her wavy long hair. Can't be bothered with them. Neither Julianne nor Ellen left a good impression on her. One was the girl Alexei once pursued, and the other was the girl who was currently closest to Alexei. She viewed both as rivals. Before long, Julianne approached their table with a tray in hand. Fumbling around, "You're too slow." Julianne responded quietly to Darlene's dissatisfaction. Sorry, I kept you waiting. Go away, don't ruin our appetite." Darlene waved her hand. Seeing this, Julianne bent down slightly and left with her head hanging low. Witnessing this scene, Alexia raised an elegant eyebrow from the corner but did not say anything. At a table near the cash register, Julianne was diligently taking notes when she suddenly heard Darlene's angry shout. "Hey, you, come over here." Upon hearing this, Julianne hurriedly got up and jogged forward. How can there be hair in the noodle skin? It's so unhygienic. Darlene picked a strand of hair from the bowl, glaring fiercely at Julianne. Julianne was frightened and quickly explained, but I just checked carefully, there really isn't any." Before she could finish, Darlene slammed the table and placed a hand on her hip. "What do you mean? Are you saying I put the hair in myself and then falsely accuse you? Customers are gods, understand? That's your attitude? Where's your boss? Let him come out. I want to file a complaint." "And no, that's not what I meant. Sorry. I'll make a new one right away." Seeing Julianne's flustered appearance, a smug look flashed in Darlene's eyes as she winked at Ellen beside her. "Who knows if the others have hair too? Make us 4 more servings. Addy up, or we won't pay." Hearing this, Julianne hastily removed the bowls from in front of them and rushed into the kitchen. Savannah in the corner obviously couldn't stand seeing this. Julianne had been busy in the back kitchen and didn't know what happened, but Savannah did. "It's outrageous. I clearly saw that pimply-faced girl pull out her own hair and put it in. She's deliberately picking a fight. Just eat your meal." "It's none of our business," Alexia said indifferently. Of course, she had seen it too but didn't intend to get involved. At the dining table, the roommates were all giggling and talking about Julianne. "Adley, did you see that person's expression just now? She was almost crying. Haha, so amusing. She's too timid. Xiao Shuai only scolded her a few times. With a proud expression, Darlene added, Pift, that's nothing. Watch how I teach her a lesson later. I have to vent for Adley. Chapter 141. Retract your sympathy. After busying herself in the kitchen for a while, she brought out 4 portions of noodle sheets again. Darlene gave Ellen a look and then cleared her throat to say, Hey, hold on. She stared straight at Julianne, who became somewhat uneasy under her gaze and lowered her head. Let me see your hands, Darlene said. Hearing this, Julianne wiped her little hands on her apron and extended them out. It was hard to imagine these were the hands of a young girl. Though her fingers were slender, her palms were full of calluses, and the skin on the back of her hands was very rough, clearly due to years of hard labor. Wow, are these hands or claws? So dirty. Hey, you used these dirty claws to make noodles for us? How disgusting. Seeing Darlene's look of disdain, Julianne shook her head and replied hastily, I washed my hands. It's really not dirty. Forget it. Go prepare some condiments for us separately. Remember to wash your hands. Who knows how many bacteria you have on you? Girls are supposed to be clean. Darlene's words made Julianne shudder slightly, and she inconspicuously hid her hands behind her back. What are you standing there for? Go quickly. Darlene put her hands on her hips and shouted aggressively. Julianne hung her head, with her thick fringe obscuring her face, making it impossible to tell what expression she had. She turned and ran into the back kitchen quickly. After preparing the condiments, she hurriedly walked towards the table where Ellen and others were sitting. Seeing this, Darlene exchanged a glance with Beth beside her, who seemingly casually stretched out her foot. Not noticing the foot, Julianne tripped over and fell forward with a small cry. Clank! The small bowl containing the condiments shattered, splashing onto Darlene's trouser leg. Seeing this, Julianne ignored the pain in her wrist and quickly got up to bow repeatedly in apology. Sorry. I didn't mean to, sorry. You did it on purpose, didn't you? Do you know how much these trousers cost? Darlene stood up angrily, one hand on her hip and the other pointing at the stains on her trouser leg, berating Julianne fiercely. Seeing Julianne's submissive manner as she repeatedly bowed in apology, Ellen's eyes flashed with a hint of triumph. Examining Julianne carefully, she pursed her lips and suddenly spoke, Xiao Shuai, don't be so harsh on her. I believe she didn't do it on purpose. Adley, you're just too kind. Seeing Julianne's helpless appearance, Ellen turned her body around, crossing her legs, looking extremely self-satisfied. Julianne, I am a reasonable person. Since we were classmates before, I'll intercede for you to Xiao Shuai, clean up the mess on the ground, and then compensate her with a new pair of trousers. Then it's settled. Seeing the signal from Ellen, Darlene smiled coldly, turning her eyes towards Julianne. All right, I'll give Adley some face. This is the latest model I bought from the store. Just ask for 500 yuan. What? 500 yuan? Hearing that a pair of trousers would cost her 500 yuan in compensation, Julianne panicked. 500 yuan? It was almost enough for her monthly expenses. How about it? Not willing to pay? Huh? All right, let's get your boss here to arbitrate, and you'll end up paying more than 500. Hearing this, Julianne bit her lower lip lightly and gripped her apron tightly. After a long time, she finally mustered the courage to raise her head and look at Darlene, her voice small but determined. But just now I was tripped. She wanted to explain herself, but Darlene wouldn't give her the chance. Her online skills of verbal abuse translated well into reality. Nonsense. Do you have any evidence? According to you, it was my roommate who tripped you deliberately? Are you blind? Can't you watch where you're going? After this tirade, Julianne was left speechless. Darlene's voice was very loud, disregarding the presence of other people in the restaurant. In a corner, Savannah watched everything and felt increasingly indignant. Xiao, they are being way too unreasonable, bullying people like that. It's not you they are bullying, retract your sympathy, Alexia said indifferently. Hearing this, Savannah looked at the weak and helpless figure and said, but she is still in our class. I'm the class president. Well, go ahead then, but I couldn't care less about her, Alexia replied. Xiao, what happened to your old tough spirit? Forget it, if you won't manage, I will. Humph. As the class president, Savannah obviously couldn't stand by and watch idly. On Darlene's side, after berating her for a few more sentences, she waved her hand triumphantly. Clean up the mess on the ground immediately. Otherwise, I'll ask your boss for justice and you'll be fired. Hearing this, Julianne lowered her head deeply, not bothering to explain for herself anymore. She slowly squatted down and picked up the ceramic shards on the ground with her bare hands. Suddenly, Savannah walked over, grabbed Julianne, and then glared angrily at Darlene and her group. Hey, you're bullying people too much, right? Who are you? Seeing Savannah appear suddenly, Darlene was very dismissive. I'm Julianne's class president. I saw everything just now. You put the hair in yourself, and the girl next to you deliberately tripped Julianne. Bullshit. Which eye did you see it with? Just because you say so? Do you have any evidence? In terms of unreasonable behavior, Darlene was adept at this. Moreover, having been an internet troll for so many years, her verbal skills were already at their peak. During the confrontation, she made Savannah retreat step by step, mainly due to Savannah's weaker demeanor. As for Julianne, she naturally knew this class president. Seeing her speak up for her, she gently tugged at the latter's sleeve. CLA, class president, thank you. After saying that, she continued to squat down and wipe the stains off the floor. Julianne, can't you be a little tougher? Can't you see they are deliberately picking on you? Stand up for yourself. Savannah angrily pulled Julianne up again. In the corner, watching this farce in the shop and seeing Savannah being pushed back step by step, Alexia leisurely took out her lipstick and reapplied makeup in front of the mirror. Looking at Julianne, who seemed like a chick being protected behind Savannah, she felt somewhat buffuchi, unconvinced. I really don't know what you see in her. Click. Closing the mirror, she flicked her wavy long hair lightly, got up, and walked over. Just as Savannah was about to break down red-faced from Darlene's taunts, a lazy yet charming voice suddenly came. Enough of the noise. Chapter 142, Full Firepower. Allalee's appearance made the previously noisy group fall silent instantly, especially Darlene, who seemed to lose some of her bravado when she saw the tall and statuesque Allalee with her burgundy wavy hair walking over. Clack clack. Her legs, long and shapely beneath her shorts, tapping on high heels gave Allalee a dominating and fierce presence that immediately made her the center of attention. Being women, and beautiful ones at that, upon seeing Allalee, Alenuan felt an instant sense of facing a rival. Seeing Allalee, Julian whispered softly, Goo, classmate. Noticing Julian speaking to her, Allalee merely turned her head and glanced at her without responding. Hey, who are you? Darlene huffed in discontent, but was clearly much less confident facing Allalee. In response, Allalee lightly flicked her wavy long hair, crossed her arms, and gave the group, including Darlene, a sweeping glance in a queen-like manner before finally resting her eyes on Alenuan. Their gazes met, seemingly sparking invisible fireworks. Alenuan brushed back a strand of hair behind her ear and displayed a very sweet and amiable smile. However, upon witnessing this, Allalee sneered contemptuously and withdrew her gaze. Hey, we don't have time to banter with you. Pay up. Darlene glared at Julianne. Before Darlene finished speaking, Allalee let out a cold laugh and delivered a verbal blow right away. Stupid bee. With just one sentence, Darlene was completely taken aback. You. How dare you insult me? Are you classmates all ganging up on people? Seeing Darlene resorting to her usual nonsensical argument tactics again, Allalee idly twirled her wavy hair while replying in a lazy tone. An ugly person making trouble. I wonder how you managed to get into Jiang University with your intelligence. Hair. You placed it yourself. You also knocked over the seasoning. As for compensation, pausing momentarily, Allalee gave Darlene a quick glance and pursed her lips. All your cheap knockoffs wouldn't even add up to the cost of my single lipstick. You. Allalee's sharp words left Darlene speechless, sputtering indignantly. You're talking nonsense. Where did you see that? Do you have any evidence? Oh, then what evidence do you have that proves these things were done by Julianne? Since there's no surveillance, what I say is the truth. If you disagree, then suffer in silence. This is nonsense. How unreasonable. It infuriates me. Angered to the point of trembling, Darlene found herself completely outmatched by Allalee in their word game. Alenuan, who had been silent all along, frowned slightly but still managed a sweet smile. Classmate, we're just discussing the matter at hand. My name is Alenuan. Classmate. Before Alenuan could finish her sentence, Allalee rolled her eyes, covered her nose disdainfully, and said, Yen, what is this smell? So tea-like, it's stifling me. Hearing this, Savannah paused, then nodded understandingly in perfect harmony. Yeah, I smell it too. Really stinky. The two exchanged jibes, which Alenuan couldn't fail to notice were aimed at her. She clenched her teeth. A moment later, suppressing her irritation, she lifted her head and looked at Allalee with her big, innocent eyes, which seemed to mist up slightly. Classmate, I think we've never met before, but it feels like you have something against me. This pitiful appearance was an absolute winner in winning hearts, and it had always been Alenuan's prideful trump card. But Allalee clearly wasn't buying it and responded mercilessly. Remove the think. I do have an issue with you. We indeed haven't met, but I simply find you irritating. That's all. You. Even with Alenuan's skill set, she felt her composure slipping at this moment. Under the full firepower of Allalee's presence, both Alenuan and Darlene found themselves constantly on the back foot, let alone the other two who didn't dare utter a single word. After a while, Alenuan only grunted angrily, shot a glare at Julianne and Allalee, and started to leave. Seeing her about to leave, Darlene and the others hastily packed up their belongings to go as well. Hey, remember to pay before you leave. It's 8 servings, Allalee said indifferently. What 8 servings? It's clearly 4 servings. They are paying us compensation, Darlene said indignantly. In response, Allalee waved her hand dismissively and said, Yin, call the police and tell them someone is dining and dashing here. Oh, okay. Seeing Savannah actually take out her phone, Darlene panicked, stomped her foot in anger, and nudged Beth beside her. Why are you just standing there? Go pay. And so, they obediently paid the bill and quietly left the small shop. The farce finally ended. Savannah walked up, linking arms with Allalee, and said with a grin, Hee hee, that's the Xiao I know. You were so cool just now. Seeing this, Julianne hesitated for a moment, but finally mustered up the courage to step forward. After stopping, she bowed slightly to both of them in gratitude. Thank you. Upon hearing this, Allalee didn't even glance at Julianne and replied coolly, Don't flatter yourself. I don't know you. If it weren't for Yin Yin being here, I wouldn't bother with you at all. Savannah hurriedly interjected to smooth things over. Julianne, Xiao is just blunt, but she's actually very nice. We're all classmates, of course we couldn't just stand by and watch you get bullied. Savannah had a warm heart. She actively helped Julianne clean up the mess on the floor and even chatted quite a bit with her, adding her on WX before they left. Xiao, let's go. After settling the bill, Savannah called out. As they reached the door, Alalie looked back at the slim, petite figure. Hey, Julianne. She suddenly called out. Julianne stopped what she was doing, turned around, and wiped the sweat from her forehead. Yes, what is it, classmate Gu? Staring intently at Julianne, Alalie moved her lips. Nothing, let's go. On their way back to school, Alalie seemed preoccupied. Noticing this, Savannah suddenly smiled mysteriously. Xiao, want to know what I chatted with Julianne about? Not interested, Alalie replied. Oh, really? I was going to tell you about Alexei's high school days, but never mind if you're not interested. Hearing this, Alalie's eyes lit up, and she quickly urged, tell me quickly. Hey, didn't someone just say they weren't interested? You, Savannah, stop teasing me. Tell me. The two played and joked as they walked, with Savannah roughly recounting her conversation with Julianne. Alalie had been wondering why Alexei cared so much about Julianne. After listening to Savannah, everything became clear. So they were seatmates in high school, and Julianne tutored Alexei. No wonder. Seems like I'm not completely out of luck either. Shortly after the two left the shop, Julianne finished cleaning up. Her aunt, having picked up her child, returned to the shop. Ding dong. While dozing off at the table, Julianne heard her phone ring. Seeing it was a call from Esther back home, she hurriedly stepped outside the shop. Finding a corner, she answered the call. Esther. Chapter 143. Did I irritate you? When living alone, the thing you fear most is receiving a call from home. Julianne felt exactly this way right now. Ever since her grandmother had fallen ill suddenly last time, she was always afraid whenever Esther called, worrying something had happened to her grandmother. Fortunately, this time it was her grandmother who borrowed Esther's phone to call and just wanted to chat casually. Patsy, everything is fine here. Don't worry about me. Julianne squatted on the ground, drawing circles with a twig in her hand. Girlie, don't be hard on yourself out there. Hearing her grandmother's caring words over the phone, Julianne felt inexplicably choked up. She wiped her eyes randomly with the back of her hand and replied, Patsy, I'm doing well. I miss you very much. She chatted for a long time until her phone indicated low battery. Only then did she reluctantly hang up. Carefully putting away her phone, she remained squatting there. There were several scratches on her fingers from broken ceramic shards, but she didn't care, just staring blankly at her rough hands full of calluses. How could a girl get so dirty? Isn't that disgusting? Darlene's words earlier still echoed in her ears. No girl is born not loving beauty, and neither did she. But due to her circumstances, she never cared nor tried to pursue these things intentionally. As a result, she was rather sensitive about them. After all, she was still in the blooming years of youth, when everyone was seeking beauty. Back in her hometown county, she hadn't noticed much. But ever since coming to Jiangzhou University, to this so-called big city, her sense of disparity grew bigger and bigger. Everyone around her lived the life she dreamed of. They could easily obtain what she longed for. The chaotic thoughts in her head made her feel almost suffocated. She really wanted to escape from her current life and just stay by her grandmother's side, preferably forever unnoticed by anyone. But thinking of her grandmother's health, she had to persevere through college and then find a job so they could live a normal life. Lost in her own thoughts for a while, she finally stood up, planning to return to the store. Due to hypoglycemia and not having eaten much, plus squatting for so long, she felt dizzy and unsteady as soon as she stood up. Staggering a few steps, she was about to fall. Suddenly, a slender hand grabbed her frail shoulder. Julianne froze, finding herself leaning into a warm and solid embrace, with a familiar scent of soap filling her nostrils. Shaking her head slightly and turning it slightly, she saw Alexei's clear face right before her eyes. Upon realizing this, Julianne blushed and hurriedly freed herself from his gentle embrace, taking 2 steps back. Timothy, Alexei classmate, when did you come? I've been here since someone was crying just now. Alexei joked, but concern was evident in his black and white eyes. He originally planned to visit Julie and during his elective break, but found her squatting and talking on the phone, later even sobbing quietly. He guessed Xiao Magnus missed her grandma again, so he didn't have the heart to disturb her. Feeling embarrassed that Alexei saw her crying, Julianne became more flustered. You? Aren't you going to your elective class? Let me go back and cook for you. Don't trouble yourself. I'll eat something at your place and then go back to class. Alexei shrugged. Inside the shop, Julianne made rolled noodles for Alexei. While placing the bowls and chopsticks on the table, Alexei noticed the prominent cuts on her palm and fingers. Startled, he instinctively grabbed her small hand, feeling particularly pained by one deep cut. What happened? Does it hurt? Concern flooded his tone. His sudden intimate gesture turned Julianne's face red like an apple. She gently pulled her hand back. Earlier, Alinuan and Darlene deliberately made things difficult for her, and in her haste slicing the noodles, she accidentally cut herself. Some wounds came from clearing up the broken pieces on the floor, but she didn't take them seriously. No, I'm fine. Seeing her about to duck into the kitchen, Alexei raised his brows, expression stern, and without a word, got up and pulled her back. With a soft exclamation, Julianne was pulled out by Alexei without any explanation. Timothy, Alexei classmate, what are you doing? I I haven't finished work yet. Unmoved by her words, Alexei dragged Julianne to his car, opened the door, and lifted her small body into the passenger seat. After closing the door, he went inside the store to inform the elder sister working there before driving back to the school. Throughout the journey, he remained serious, dragging Julianne back to their dorm. In the living room, Julianne sat on the sofa still wearing her apron and oven mitts, her head hanging low. She occasionally glanced at Alexei's direction, feeling slightly afraid. Her deskmate seemed upset earlier. Did she do something wrong? Timothy Magnus' heart raced with uncertainty, unsure of where she had displeased Alexei. Soon, Alexei walked over with a small box and sat down beside her. Give me your hand, Alexei said. Oh. Julianne shyly extended her little hand. Holding her hand, Alexei gently disinfected it with cotton swabs soaked in iodine and then applied medicine. Seeing Alexei's stern face, Julianne dared not speak. Even when the medicine stung, she clenched her pants leg tightly, making no sound. However, when treating a deeper wound on her fingertip, the sharp pain made her involuntarily shiver. Noticing this, Alexei paused, his expression turning tense. Did it hurt? No. Subsequently, Alexei handled the application of medicine even more carefully. But looking at Julianne's palm made him feel particularly bitter. It was hard to believe these were the hands of a girl. Compared to them, his hands looked almost like those of a girl. The layers of calluses and varying sizes of wounds all spoke volumes about Julianne's hardships. Timothy Magnus. Carefully applying the last bandage, Alexei asked, Come clean. How did you get these injuries? It happened when I was cutting vegetables. I accidentally did it. Julianne replied with her head down. Upon hearing this, Alexei raised an eyebrow. While applying medicine, he had also observed the wounds closely. A few deeper cuts indeed looked like they were from cutting vegetables. But the wounds on her palm were clearly caused by something sharp and appeared to be fresh injuries. Chapter 144, The Focus Battle. Julianne didn't want to talk about the incident at the store where she was deliberately provoked by Eleni and Darlene. She really didn't want to keep causing Alexei trouble. In her impression, her deskmate had always been an impulsive person. She still remembered when she first transferred to number 4 high school. Her deskmate almost got into several fights with other boys in order to stand up for her. His kindness only made her feel more pressured. After asking a few questions and getting no satisfactory answer, Alexei eventually gave up. You haven't eaten yet, right? I'll go cook for you, said Julianne, her face flushed. She was about to get up when Alexei gently pressed her back onto the sofa, looking at her seriously. You're the injured one today. It's my turn to cook. Can my deskmate actually cook? Looking into Julianne's big dark eyes full of surprise, Alexei stood up, put on an apron, and winked. I have to show off my cooking skills today. While busily preparing food in the kitchen, Julianne felt somewhat apologetic. Originally, it was agreed that she would be responsible for cooking and cleaning for Alexei. Now how could she sit there idly? Thus, she went to the kitchen several times, offering to help, but Alexei always pulled her out by the collar of her shirt. Finally, he closed the kitchen door and worked quietly inside. Listening to the vague clinking sounds from the kitchen, Julianne looked down at the bandage on her palm, her big dark eyes flickering with unnamed ripples. Patsy, I seem to owe him more and more. What should I do? Recalling what her grandmother had said on the phone, Julianne felt lost. Dinner is ready. As Alexei called out, the last dish was placed on the table. Seeing the 4 dishes and 1 soup, all beautifully presented, Julianne was stunned. In her memory, her deskmate had always been poor at taking care of himself. Otherwise, he wouldn't have kept asking her to help with cooking and cleaning. But now she realized that her deskmate's cooking skills were actually excellent, perhaps even better than hers. Don't just stare. Try some and see how it tastes. Alexei ladled out rice and handed over chopsticks. Shao Magnus, this is the first time I've cooked for you. If you don't eat, it would be like refusing my goodwill. Alexei pretended to be displeased. Hearing this, Julianne hurriedly took the chopsticks and, hesitating for a moment, carefully picked up a bite. How is it? Alexei asked anxiously. It's delicious. Julianne's bright eyes sparkled. She wasn't flattering. It truly tasted good. Then eat more. This one, and this one, are all yours. At the dining table, since this was the first time Alexei cooked, Julianne was afraid that eating less would make him misunderstand, so she kept chewing nonstop. Eat slowly. It's all yours. Shao Magnus, if you can't finish, don't force yourself. Dinner shouldn't be too full. After finishing a bowl of rice, Alexei set down his chopsticks and served more rice for Julianne while smiling at her. Her yellowish face now showed a bit of plumpness, revealing a faintly fair complexion, and her thick hair fluffed up around her cheeks, making Alexei find her increasingly adorable. However, somehow, thoughts of his conversation with Julianne's grandmother crept in. You two aren't from the same world. No matter how hard I try not to admit it, Magnus isn't worthy of you. Thinking about this made him restless. Sighing lightly, Alexei suddenly said, Shao Magnus. Upon hearing Alexei call her, she hurriedly looked up and swallowed her food. If one day, hypothetically speaking, you meet someone very important to you, but you must choose between this person and your grandmother, would it be very difficult for you? Although he knew this thought was selfish, Alexei couldn't help but ask. Not at all, replied Julianne without hesitation. The innocent girl didn't understand the deeper meaning behind Alexei's words. After pondering for a moment, she continued, Patsy is my only family. Yes, In my heart, Patsy is the most important person. Seeing Julianne's rare resolute expression, Alexei was momentarily dazed. Suddenly, a tinge of jealousy welled up inside him. Just as this thought arose, he suppressed it. Sure enough, people in love can be a bit irrational, and even he, with his 2 lifetimes of experience, wasn't an exception and would have these inexplicable thoughts. Alexei, why are you asking this? Julian asked. Nothing much, just asking casually. Let's eat quickly, Alexei replied with a light laugh. Before long, the dishes on the table were mostly finished, and Julian patted her little stomach, covering her mouth as she burped. She intended to clean up the dishes but was stopped by Alexei, who insisted that the wound cannot get wet, and made her sit back on the sofa. After tidying up the kitchen, Alexei escorted Julianne back to the girls' dormitory. After finishing the last elective class, he returned to the dormitory and chatted with the 3 old boys for a while. Soon it was time to turn off the lights and go to sleep. That night, he didn't sleep soundly. If he couldn't clear up Julianne's grandmother's misunderstanding about him, then his worries would eventually come true. October 20th. For countless young esports enthusiasts, it was an incredibly important day. In Jiang University campus, most of the boys' dormitories had banners hung on their balconies. RNG win. Looking forward to a golden reign. Emilio charge. Students from universities all over the country were also cheering for China's top seed RNG. Meanwhile, a notification posted by the official Dreamseeker app caused a sensation online. Focus battle. Dreamseeker app invites all summoners to gather in the live stream room to cheer for RNG. There are also surprise gifts waiting for you. Summoner, are you ready? This shocking news sparked heated discussions among netizens. Wow. I heard that if RNG wins, Dreamseeker will give away 200,000 iPhones XS and 100 million yuan in cash. Is that real? Wouldn't that make them big losers? RNG is definitely going to win. A few other platforms are only giving out skins and coupons at most. Is Dreamseeker crazy? Everyone knows RNG will crush G2. The match hadn't started yet, but in terms of popularity, Dreamseeker app had already caught up with other major platforms and showed a trend of surpassing them. It was inevitable. Several large platforms, including Maya Timothive, which has been cooperating with LOL for a long time, knew that RNG would surely win this focus battle, and there was no reason for them to lose. Therefore, these platforms only symbolically offered some welfare. In comparison, Dreamseeker's generous offer had stunned the entire esports circle and the internet. Chapter 145. Can't even come up with the money. Jiang University, North Campus. In dormitory room 205, 3 senior brothers gathered around Conway's Alienware laptop. The highly anticipated quarterfinal of the S tournament was generating a lot of buzz, somewhat diverting attention from the Alexei incident in certain aspects. These 3 senior brothers were quick to pay attention to the official notification released by Dreamseeker. Damn, this Dreamseeker is purely here to send warmth. Peng Chao, you know this stuff? Is this thing reliable? It should be. I saw on their official website that active users are less than 2 million now. Besides, they'll draw lots live, and there are too many quotas. Even inside accounts can't possibly have so many. Exactly. I've already had my parents register for a Dreamseeker account just now. That way, the winning chance will definitely be much higher. Time of listening to the 3 senior bros discussion, Alexei lay on his bed with a contented look on his face. Though the match hadn't officially started yet, the popularity of the Dreamseeker app's S8 event official livestream had already exceeded 50 million, which meant there were at least 100,000 people. This made the other big platforms quite envious. Maoya, a platform, let's compete fairly. Are you coming up and flipping the table? Adieu, another platform, we all give away skins and tokens, and you come up and give away your entire estate? Envy aside, the leaders of these 2 major platforms didn't have Alexei's daring. After all, in their view, Dreamseeker's move was simply giving money away. At 12 p.m., as the number 2 seed team in China, the IG team faced off against Korea, who was also the most favored champion team of this S tournament. Almost everyone online was pessimistic about this, including the 3 senior brothers in the dorm. But only Alexei knew that these 5 white shirt youths would leave an indelible mark on the history of esports, both domestically and internationally, starting from today. He had also considered betting on overseas websites. Whether it was IG or RNG, the odds for these 2 focal matches were ridiculously high. However, unlike the previous World Cup where he could bet legally at regulated lottery shops, esports betting wasn't legal in China at the moment. He could potentially bet all his assets online and multiply his net worth by over 10 times. But such a large sum of money would undoubtedly attract the attention of relevant authorities, leading to problems if investigated. Thinking about this, Alexei couldn't help but feel helpless. Indeed, rebirth is one thing, but not every melodramatic plot twist could unfold, even with the advantage of rebirth. Every action still needed to be carefully weighed. As for the match, he naturally wasn't interested since he already knew the outcome. Alexei, where are you going? The IG game has just started, aren't you going to watch? Conway asked. Alexei replied without turning back, no need to watch. Remember, S8 IG is invincible. With that, he left the dormitory. And as expected, IG managed a tough win over KT with a score of 3-2. The whole internet cheered for IG's hard-won victory and looked forward even more to RNG versus G2. Meanwhile, Dreamseeker Technology Company, Technical Department Office, Jarrett, Diana, and some core technical members watched the livestream data on their computer screens tensely. The screen showed a countdown for the RNG versus G2 match. Though the match hadn't started, the livestream data shot up like a rocket. Boss Zhang, the heat has already broken 100 million. Watching the continuously rising heat and increasing number of participants for the welfare event, Jarrett was sweating coldly. Such high attention undeniably put them on the edge. Diana, not fully understanding this, had only done some temporary homework over the past few days and frowned immediately. I heard from insiders of other platforms that similar welfare events usually use internal absorption methods or tamper with the winning mechanism. Can we do the same? Hearing this, Jarrett bitterly smiled. Boss Zhang, I've thought about this too. But this time the quotas are too many, and so far, 2 million netizens have registered. And according to Boss's idea, it will be streamed live, leaving no room for maneuver. Such high traffic should be something to celebrate, but the office fell into silence instead. Sighing deeply, Jarrett continued, unless RNG loses. Only then can we save this enormous amount of money while maintaining our reputation. But according to our esports analysts, the probability of that happening is only 1%. The gap in strength between the two teams is simply too great. Although he put it tactfully, everyone present understood. In other words, those 20,000 units of iPhone XS and 100 million cash were as good as given away. At this moment, Diana's face was somewhat displeased, especially since Alexei wasn't even there during such a critical time. She could understand that Alexei wanted to build momentum for the company and indeed had brought in a wave of traffic, but this initial investment was excessively large, even exceeding what she thought the company could bear. Based on her recent exchanges with the company's esports analysts, domestic esports were still in a rising phase, with limited profitability at present. How were they going to make all this back? Just as everyone was feeling both elated and worried, a light chuckle came from outside. Hey, you're all here. Everyone looked up to see Alexei smiling and walking into the office. Jarrett and others hurriedly greeted him. As for Diana, her expression turned to one of grievance upon seeing Alexei. Alexei smiled back at everyone, then glanced at Diana. Noticing her expression, he chuckled lightly. After looking at the back-end data on the computer, Alexei nodded approvingly. Not bad at all. It looks like the publicity effort has been quite effective. The attention is even higher than I expected. Alexei's calm and relaxed demeanor contrasted sharply with everyone else's tension, as if he didn't care about the situation at all. Especially when he sat down and grabbed a handful of sunflower seeds to snack on contentedly, everyone exchanged uncertain glances. Wasn't their boss being a little too laid back? But no one dared to say anything except for Diana, who asked, "Aren't you at all nervous?" "Nervous? Why should I be?" Alexei said calmly. "Alexei, how do you plan to wrap this up?" "Wrap it up? I haven't thought about it. What do you mean?" Seeing Alexei's smile, Diana stamped her foot in frustration, forgetting for a moment that others were present. "Hey, this is serious. Can you take it seriously? I'm asking you 100 million cash plus 20,000 iPhone XS units. Combined, that's over 10 billion yuan. Do you realize what that means? Can the company really come up with so much money? By the recent market price, 20,000 iPhone XS units would cost at least 10 billion yuan, plus another 100 million cash, making it an incredibly daunting figure. 10 billion yuan? Indeed, we can't come up with it." Alexei's response left everyone in stunned silence. Chapter 146. Do you believe in Murphy's Law? Alexei's financial resources have always been a mystery to everyone in the company. Not just Jarrett and others, even Diana has never been clear on where Alexei got all this money from or how much he had. But one thing was certain. No one, including Diana, ever doubted that Alexei couldn't come up with the money. After all, since the establishment of the company, every time funds were needed, Alexei had always been generous. Even though Diana didn't quite support this decision of Alexei's, it was only because she felt the investment was too large, risky, and likely to result in a loss. She never imagined that Alexei would be unable to provide the necessary funds. But now, their Mengchen technology had been pushed to the brink, and everyone was waiting to see if they could fulfill their promises. And then, Alexei told them that the company couldn't afford such a sum? Alexei, at a time like this, you still have the heart to joke around. Diana was the first to react, instinctively thinking that Alexei was joking. After all, based on her understanding of Alexei, he never did anything without being sure. In response, Alexei shrugged his shoulders and said, "I'm not joking." "You." Diana froze, her mind buzzing. Meanwhile, Jarrett and the rest also gasped, feeling an intense panic. Their official announcements had already been released. With such high visibility, so many people, including competitors, were closely watching them. If they couldn't fulfill their promises, it wouldn't just be a case of false advertising. There could be serious repercussions. Jarrett wiped the cold sweat off his forehead as he thought about the potential consequences. Even the usually calm Diana began to feel anxious. Seeing everyone's expressions, Alexei suddenly laughed softly. "Hey, you're still laughing? What time is it for you to laugh?" While everyone else was pacing anxiously or scratching their heads, Alexei remained composed, waving his hand. "Calm down. I never planned to spend that much money from the beginning." "Alexei, what exactly are you doing?" Diana asked irritably. "Zofia G, do you know Murphy's Law?" Alexei casually popped a sunflower seed into his mouth. When Diana angrily huffed without responding, Alexei smiled wryly and turned to look at Jarrett and the others. "Do you all think RNG will definitely win this match?" Everyone was silent, but their answers were affirmative. Only Jarrett, wiping the sweat off his brow, responded with a bitter smile. "Boss, we consulted several renowned esports analysts both domestically and internationally. Based on overall strength and historical match records, the probability of RNG losing is only 1%. We also considered the possibility of a match-fixing scandal. The S8 championship is crucial for domestic esports and for RNG as well as the players, making a fixed match unlikely. Alexei didn't deny this point. But life is sometimes frustrating. The more confident you are, the easier it is to make mistakes. In the previous timeline, it was precisely because fans worldwide believed that RNG would achieve an unprecedented Grand Slam. But ultimately, they were immortalized on the shame pillar of esports history. The more confident you are in something, the easier it is to go wrong. That's Murphy's Law, Alexei said, tapping his temples lightly after clapping his hands. When people start considering low-probability events, it means they've subconsciously acknowledged this possibility, he continued. This left everyone exchanging puzzled looks, unsure of what to say. In their hearts, however, they found Alexei's words somewhat absurd. Would they really bet 10 billion yuan on that supposed 1% chance? Though they didn't speak, Alexei read their thoughts from their expressions and didn't elaborate further. Truthfully, he never intended to give away phones or cash in the first place. He couldn't even come up with 10 billion yuan right now. Forget giving away 200,000 phones or 100 million yuan. He could announce that if RNG wins, he'd give every one of China's 1.4 billion citizens 100 million yuan each. But the key was, RNG couldn't win. So how much giveaway he promised mattered little. It was just a number, something he could easily say. The atmosphere in the office was suffocating, with only Alexei remaining completely calm. Finally, at exactly 2 p.m., the highly anticipated match began. RNG won the first game almost effortlessly, taking the lead 1-0. Dreamseeker's official livestream erupted with cheers. Boring match. It's practically 3-0 already. Such a huge skill gap. RNG is completely dominating. Haha. Dreamseeker official will be bleeding big time this round. 20,000 units of iPhone XS and 100 million in cash. That adds up to over $1 billion, right? After the match, there'll be a live lottery. I want to see if this official is just bluffing. I've got my waterbed ready. The girls are all dressed up, and I'm watching the match here. If they dare to bluff, I'll be the first to report them. Such a big platform, they probably won't bluff, right? The barrage of comments flooded the screen, not only celebrating RNG's impending victory, but also at Dreamseeker official, jokingly reminding them to prepare the money. The viewers were grinning ear to ear, but Jared and others, watching the live stream from backstage, were inwardly gritting their teeth. Some were even covertly observing Alexei's expression, only to find him completely unperturbed. Diana was gnashing her teeth in frustration, looking at Alexei and saying, even I, an outsider, can tell that these two teams are not on the same level. Now everyone on the web is watching us. How do we clean this up? Hearing this, Alexei turned to Diana with a playful wink. Sis Sophia, it's too early to jump to conclusions. Why don't we make a bet? At this point, you still have the heart for betting? You're driving me crazy. Diana glared at Alexei. Alexei shrugged lightly and replied, everyone else is asleep at the wheel, but I'm wide awake. Sis Sophia, even if I did miscalculate, I have a way to handle it. You don't need to worry. Of course, if I'm right. Suddenly, Alexei gave a mysterious smile and beckoned Diana closer. Sis Sophia, come closer. Seeing Alexei act so mysteriously, Diana muttered Bumanda Dunang Yisung but still leaned in slightly. They whispered quietly, and Diana's cheeks flushed, whether from what Alexei was whispering or simply because they were too close. How about it, Sis Sophia? Hmph, who's afraid of whom? When the time comes, I won't care if you cry. Chapter 147. In esports, being bad is a sin. Diana was very puzzled. Where did Alexei get his confidence from? It was clear that it had already been acknowledged across the web, yet on what grounds did Alexei stand against everyone? Not just her, but the employees present in the room all shared the same question. Some of them were already thinking to themselves that once this match was over, the company would probably be not far from bankruptcy, so they needed to find a way out quickly. Amidst everyone's anxiousness, the second game between RNG and G2 finally began. True to the LPL, Chinese team, style, RNG intentionally lost a game when they were ahead. The score became 1-1. Even so, all the viewers still didn't believe that this would change the final outcome. The official Xueming live broadcast chat was still mocking the official Xueming. RNG is really putting on a show of human relations. This was clearly a gifted game. I wonder if the official Xueming feels panicked? Xueming boss, don't talk about it. I'm panicking like crazy right now, knowing that RNG must win, but still giving away so much money. It's clear that Xueming's boss is a hardcore fan. Unsurprisingly, RNG won the second game again, making the score 2-1, successfully getting the match point. But what the netizens didn't expect was that in the third game, RNG lost again, making the score 2-2, forcing G2 into a decisive game. At this point, everyone finally realized something wasn't quite right. From the third game onwards, it seemed RNG's condition was a bit off. Why do I feel there's a mole? RNG has to play a decisive game now? This script doesn't seem right. Holy cow. Don't joke around. Boss Xueming is ready to lose a fortune. If RNG loses, this is too absurd. I think RNG is going downhill. Bro who checked into the room with Black Silk Girl earlier, give me the room number. I'll fight for you. You watch the game. Compared to the lively live broadcast room, Diana and Jared, who were watching the game in the office, felt their moods swinging like a roller coaster. Initially preparing for massive losses or even company bankruptcy, everyone was even more nervous now. At this moment, Diana's slender hand placed on her black silked legs clenched slightly. She secretly glanced at Alexei, seeing his calm demeanor, which made her heart drum a little uncertainly. Seemingly sensing her gaze, Alexei turned back, meeting her eyes, then formed two fingers together, pointed at his temple, and mouthed the words, Murphy's Law. As the decisive game BP, ban and pick phase began, the heat in the official Xiaoming live broadcast room reached an astonishing 1 billion. Even a large number of viewers from other platforms were attracted to Xiaoming's official live broadcast room. Looking at the barrage covering almost the entire screen and the continuously rising number of viewers, Jarrett and others felt their hearts pounding in their throats. The official live broadcast commentator also announced the ad card in hand. Welcome to the official Xiaoming live broadcast room. As you can see, both sides have gone to 5 games. Official Xiaoming supports RNG. If RNG wins, 20,000 lucky viewers will be drawn to receive iPhone XS as prizes after the match, and all players are invited to share a 100 million cash red envelope. In the last decisive game, Tyler, the Jungle King who had saved RNG countless times, took up the challenge and substituted onto the field. Everyone could see that RNG really wanted to win. But unfortunately, after a grueling 38-minute battle, with the commentator choking on, Timothyl Dogfell, RNG's nexus exploded. Emilio, the man whom Chinese esports fans called God, and the player many hoped for RNG, fell in the quarterfinals, losing to G2, which they and their fans never took seriously. In the live broadcast room, the commentator, with reddened eyes, forced a professional smile. Let's congratulate G2 for defeating RNG and advancing to the semifinals. At this moment, a deluge of barrage comments flooded the live broadcast room. Damn, really lost? This can't be true. RNG lost to G2. Soft under pressure. Truly shameful. Xiaoming gave us so much money, and they still lost. Top seed? Are they worthy of Xiaoming's support? Really don't know whether the Xiaoming boss should cry or laugh now, saving over 10 billion, but RNG is gone. Not only in Xiaoming's official live broadcast room, but all platforms broadcasting this event, without exception, were filled with scathing criticism. Seeing the flood of barrage comments, Alexei wasn't surprised at all. A feature of domestic players, blow hard when things are good, criticize harshly when things turn bad. In esports, being bad is a sin. As for Jarrett and the others, they were all excitedly flushed, with some even cheering on the spot. Lost, lost. Ha ha ha. The company is saved. Our jobs are saved. I thought the company was going to go bankrupt. TT, but I'm a Emilio fan. I don't know whether to laugh or cry. They were not passionate esports youths. They needed to earn money and support their families with wages. Who won wasn't important. What mattered was that the company was saved, as well as their jobs. Jarrett walked up to Alexei with excitement, repeatedly giving him a thumbs up. Haha, boss, I really admire you. You guessed it right. Not guessing, you said it right. The low probability event really happened. Even Diana, at this moment, patted her chest lightly, feeling as if a big stone in her heart had finally landed. If RNG had really won, even if Alexei could come up with so much money, it would likely cause a great impact on the company, possibly leading to bankruptcy. But fortunately, the goddess of luck was on their side. How about it, Sophia? Do you believe now? Alexei said with a smile, pointing at his temple again. Upon hearing this, Diana shot Alexei an admiring look. How did you know they would lose for sure? Don't tell me it's really a low probability event. I'm not that easy to fool. Glancing at the 5 young men retreating with regret on the screen, Alexei shook his head slightly, replying with 4 words. Pride leads to downfall. With the end of this focal battle, the so-called post-match live lottery draw naturally fizzled out. This move by Xiaoming preserved its reputation and brought unprecedented huge traffic. There was a small interlude where many tried to smear Xiaoming. Heard that Xiaoming's boss and RNG's owner bet outside, and both made over 10 billion. Surely, otherwise why would Xiaoming offer such benefits before the match? It was obvious they knew RNG wouldn't win. MD, is it so hard to admit RNG is weak? Just saying it's inside information every time. A bunch of brainless idiots. The boss of Xiaoming simply likes RNG. He's a genuine esports fan. You're right. I support Xiaoming's official stance too. The online buzz spread like wildfire, pushing Xiaoming's mysterious pre-match operation to the trending topics on various platforms and Weibo. Chapter 148, Assad. As the saying goes, a tall tree catches much wind. Since its establishment, the development speed of Mingchen technology has been so rapid that it naturally attracted envy from others. Facing the overwhelming online criticism, Alexei promptly instructed Jarrett to issue a clarification notice on behalf of the company. The statement strongly condemned those who unjustly defamed them and clarified the company's position, emphasizing their support for the domestic esports industry without any profit-seeking ulterior motives. After the statement was issued, combined with the efforts of numerous water armies and marketing accounts using slicing tactics, the reputation of Mingchen technology and the Xiaoming app gradually turned positive. Taking advantage of this wave of popularity, Alexei once again approved another 30 million yuan for promotional expenses, including ground promotion, posters, and advertisement spots in major commercial squares. With these measures, 4 days after the RNG match ended, the number of registered active users of the Xiaoming app surpassed 6 million and continued to rise steadily. In the office, all core members of the company were reporting their recent work progress to Alexei. The Alfing manufacturer and Red Bull have expressed interest in cooperating with us. Here are the contracts they both drafted. Please review them, boss. Mercedes-Benz 4S store hopes to buy exclusive naming rights for our official S8 tournament livestream. This is their contract. Please review it, boss. As of now, a total of 200,000 brands want to form long-term strategic partnerships with Irwin Gu, Big Irwin, and Timothy Irwin, the Yueguang couple, Xiao Fenggu, and other influencers in our company, totaling 10 people. Boss, many other manufacturers, and even some platforms managers also wish to meet you. Currently, the large ship that is Mengxian Technology had gradually stabilized, and as the boss, Alexei understood his role was just to steer and control the big picture. After specific work assignments were distributed, everyone dispersed. Alexei retained Diana and Jared alone. Zophia's sister, gang brother, you two represent the company to meet these manufacturers and executives. I don't want to show my face yet. Diana and Jared nodded in agreement with no objections. There's another matter. There were too many people just now, so it wasn't convenient to discuss it. The Jiangzhou Internet Association and the Cultural Department also want to see you, said Diana. Upon hearing this, Alexei couldn't help but frown slightly and replied, it seems we've caught the attention of government officials. Alexei had anticipated such a day but didn't expect it to come so soon. After all, Mengxian Technology developed incredibly fast, and the publicity during this period was extensive. Moreover, Xiaoming was a video social platform for free creation by all citizens. In some aspects, it related to livelihood issues, so being summoned by government officials was not unexpected. After a moment of contemplation, Alexei waved his hand and said, these days, I'll be very busy. If it's not someone significant, Sophia's sister, you can handle it. Given Diana's status as the executive president, meeting these officials would be giving them enough respect. Furthermore, Diana used to be a teacher, so dealing with these people should be more effortless for her. Oh, right, gang brother, how did the contact with the IG club go? Asked Alexei. Jared gave an embarrassed smile and responded, the highest level person I could reach was their team manager. As for the club owner. Before the quarterfinals, apart from instructing Jared to prepare for setting up the official livestream room, Alexei also told him to contact the IG club about potential cooperation. However, despite using all available resources and connections, he could only reach their team manager. None of the upper management, let alone the owner, met with him. To put it bluntly, he simply didn't have the qualifications or clout. This was something Alexei could have foreseen. After all, IG was unlike any other domestic club. Its backer was none other than the man known as Assad. I talked over some intentions with their team manager, but he said, it's not within his decision-making power. He mentioned discussing things in person after returning home following this S tournament. Alexei's eyes twitched slightly. By the time the S tournament ends, everything will be old news. At that point, if IG wins their first historical championship, their popularity would be terrifying. By then, every platform and brand would rush to collaborate with them. Where would he stand then? Besides, he had his own crucial reason to make the trip. This related to an important step in building his future business empire. After a brief pause, Alexei spoke up, gang brother, how soon can we get a visa for K country? I know people. For such a small country's visa, it could be processed as quickly as tomorrow. What's up, boss? Are you going personally? Jared asked. Yes, expedite the process for me. After speaking, he turned his head to look at Diana and said, Sophia's sister, gang brother, and I will go to K country tomorrow. The company is handed over to you now. You aren't thinking of meeting that principal? This person's reputation isn't very good. He's just a typical pampered rich kid. As a representative of outstanding modern women, Diana clearly had no fondness for princelings like the principal. Doing business, what matters is equal exchange of benefits. Other things are not important. Moreover, this person is far more complex than he appears on the surface. After leaving his identity documents with Jared, Alexei returned to school. He had a lot of preparations to make for this trip to K country. By the time he finished everything, it was already evening. Checking the time, he thought Xiao Magnus should have finished work by now, so he got up and rushed to the villa. In the living room of the villa, Alexei walked in, but after looking around, he didn't see Xiao Magnus anywhere. Seeing that the door to his room was open, he approached it. Only when he stood still did he notice Xiao Magnus was facing away from him, kneeling on the bed as if busy with something. Xiao Magnus, Alexei called softly. Ah. Startled by Alexei's voice, Julian quickly got off the bed, her hands behind her back, her face flushed red as she looked at him. Seeing her strange behavior, Alexei asked curiously, what are you doing? I. Alexei had only asked out of curiosity, but Julian seemed flustered, nervously pulling at her pant legs. Nothing. Just changing your sheets and bedding. Changing sheets and bedding? Alexei glanced past her at the fresh bedding. Since buying these, he hadn't slept in this room, so there seemed no need for a change. You really are an awkward little liar. Alexei shook his head with a light laugh, walking to the bed. He noticed the bedding in the corner was wrinkled. Leaning down and lifting a corner of the bedding, Alexei's expression froze. Behind him, Julian lowered her head even further, like a child who has done something wrong. Chapter 149. Doing this in my room? Seeing the things under the corner of the quilt, Alexei couldn't help but feel mixed emotions. Turning around, he gave a helpless look at the girl in front of him. So you sneaked into my room late at night just to do this? Alexei pointed at the pile of banknotes with varying degrees of wear tucked under the quilt, estimating there was about 1,000 or more. I got paid. It's a total of 1,585 yuan. I originally wanted to give it to you in person, but her voice became quieter towards the end. leaving her sentence unfinished. She just wanted to say that if she had given the money in person, Alexei would have certainly refused, because they initially agreed that she would take care of cooking and cleaning for Alexei as his dedicated little maid. In exchange, the debt she owed Alexei would be settled. But recently, she felt increasingly uncomfortable. It seemed like she was owing her desk mate more and more while what she did were merely insignificant tasks. After receiving her salary, she pondered for a long time before coming up with this idea, to secretly put the money in Alexei's room. But we agreed. You working as my dedicated maid meant you didn't need to pay back that money, Alexei said. Upon hearing this, Julian shook her head, gripping the hem of her trousers tightly. After taking a deep breath, she mustered the courage to look up at Alexei. No, I want to repay it. Noticing the firm determination in her eyes, Alexei sighed helplessly. Indeed, considering Xiao Magnus' nature, making her accept his kindness without any conditions or hesitation was quite challenging. What if I insist on not letting you repay me? Alexei asked with a slight laugh. Staring into Alexei's loving gaze, Julian felt an inexplicable warmth in her cheeks. For some reason, each time she looked into his eyes, she felt inexplicably nervous. Though she always gathered all her courage, she couldn't control herself once she saw his beautiful eyes. Classmate Timothy, Alexei, you've already helped me so much. I don't know how to repay you, but Grandma told me that if someone is kind to you, you should return their kindness tenfold. Xiao Magnus, do you think I've been kind to you? Alexei leaned in slightly, lowering his body, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. The suddenly intense teenage aura made Julianne instinctively step back half a step, nearly burying her head in her chest. Looking at her flushed face, Alexei felt the urge to gently nibble on it. Good. It took her considerable effort to reply with just a word. Well then, how do you plan to repay me? Alexei leaned even closer, his nose almost touching her bangs. Stepping back again, Julianne's heart pounded wildly, trying to distance herself from his almost suffocating warmth. Facing Alexei's question, she remained silent for a long time, clenching her fists tightly, then lifted her head to meet his clear black and white eyes. I will work hard to earn money, cook well, clean your room carefully, and also take good notes for you in class. Looking at her determined expression, Alexei smiled suddenly. Straightening up, he gazed at Julianne with a complicated look. Xiao Magnus, what you owe me has never been these things. A look of confusion flashed across Julianne's face, then she asked, then, what is it? You might find out the answer someday. Julianne clearly didn't understand this ambiguous response. Her desk mate was always so strange, saying things she often didn't understand. Seeing Alexei turn to pick up the money and hand it over to her. Why don't you use this money to buy a new phone for your grandma? Didn't you say the elderly lady has to borrow Esther's phone whenever she calls you? Alexei's suggestion did move Julianne. If Patsy had a phone, she could call her often and even video chat. But this money was what she saved to repay Alexei. Seeing her hesitation, Alexei continued persuading her with reason and emotion. The elderly lady is alone at home with no one to talk to. Don't you want to call or video chat with grandma often? Besides, I said earlier, when you find the answer, whatever you decide to do, I won't refuse you. But, seeing Julianne still hadn't made up her mind, Alexei simply said, all right, let's consider this money repaid, and I'll lend it to you again. After all, more debts can't hurt, right? That's settled. Now let's choose a phone for Patsy. With that, Alexei dragged her into the living room and opened the JD.com app. How about this one? It seems a bit too fancy for an elderly lady. Yeah, this one is good, but the battery life is short. As she watched Alexei pointing at the phones on the screen and making selections, Julianne silently noted down the expenses in her heart. She planned to work extra hard this month to earn more money to repay Alexei later. The two of them browsed through quite a few models in the online store, and the dazzling array of phone brands left Julianne dizzy. What surprised her most was the price. Phones were really expensive. The ones Alexei looked at were mostly 5,000 or 6,000 yuan, and even some were 7,000 or 8,000. Classmate, Alexei, Julianne suddenly said. What's wrong? Is there any cheaper one? I don't have that much money. Hearing this, Alexei paused for a moment, then smiled and found a Redmi Note 2 that had been released not long ago. This one is also good, very simple to use, perfect for the elderly. It's also a smartphone. Glancing at the price tag of 1,099 yuan, although it still seemed a bit expensive to Julianne, she bit her lip and nodded when she thought about buying it for her grandmother. All right, let me place the order for you. You fill in the address and put Esther as the contact person. After filling out the order details, just as Alexei was about to pay, he suddenly spoke up, Xiao Magnus, go get me a glass of warm water. Oh, Julianne answered and turned to get the water. As soon as she left, Alexei quickly canceled the order and swiftly selected a high-end Honor Magic 2, paying and placing the new order. Although the elderly lady didn't have a good impression of him, after all, she was Xiao Magnus' grandmother, and how could he be stingy? Xiao Magnus, the order is placed. If there are no issues, it should arrive in 3 or 4 days. Go pack up, we're going out for dinner tonight. Do we have to go out? But I've already prepared the meal. Alexei waved his hand. Let's celebrate your paycheck. I'll treat you, let's go. This unexpected suggestion made Julianne blink her big eyes in confusion. Why was her desk mate treating her just because she got paid? Chapter 150A Stomach, Timothy, a Devil Fruit. Inside the Joyful Ranch self-service restaurant. At a table, Julianne sat on the sofa somewhat nervously, sneaking glances at the luxurious decor from time to time. She had never eaten at such a fine place before, so subconsciously, she believed that dining here must be very expensive. Timothy, Alexei, shall we find another place? Julianne said. Why? This buffet is quite famous. Many students come here. Julianne glanced at the fashionably dressed passers-by and said worriedly, It must be very expensive here. I saw just now, even the entrance ticket costs $188. Hearing this, Alexei was taken aback. If anyone else had heard what Julianne said, they would have laughed mercilessly, calling her an inexperienced bumpkin who has never tried self-service. But Alexei felt only heartache at that moment. Don't worry. We only need to pay for the admission fee. All the ingredients are free and self-served. You can eat as much as you want without any extra charge. Julianne opened her small mouth in surprise. What seemed incredibly rare to her, the buffet, was actually a daily routine for her peers. Really? Can I eat whatever I want? As much as I want? There was a hint of excitement in Julianne's eyes. Passing by many shelves earlier, she had seen so many delicious foods, many of which she had only seen on TV but never tasted. Yes, of course. Today our goal is simple. Get our money's worth. Timothy Magnus. Can you do it? Alexei chuckled lightly and handed over the unpacked cutlery. Yes, I can. Julianne nodded with her face blushing slightly. For Alexei himself, eating enough to break even at a buffet would be challenging. And before coming, he knew well that with Xiao Magnus' appetite, they could definitely make it. But he never expected that not only did Julianne break even, but she nearly got them both on the restaurant's blacklist. Looking at the pile of grilled meat platters, vegetables, desserts, fruits, the entire table was almost overwhelmed. Tiny Julianne was gnawing vigorously on a large chicken leg, causing Alexei to shake his head and smile. While she focused on eating, he took care of the grilling. Ugh, cough, cough. Eat slowly. They're all yours. SSS ha. Not sure if she had eaten something spicy, Julianne stuck out her tongue repeatedly, blowing cool air into her mouth. Seeing this adorable scene, Alexei's heart melted. He passed her a cup of beverage with a smile. He thought he knew exactly how much Julianne could eat, but now he realized he was wrong. My little Magnus, is your stomach made of devil fruit? How elastic it is. Actually, with his current wealth, he could easily take Julianne to an upscale Western restaurant for thousands of dollars per slice of Wellington beef, or even tens of thousands. But he knew that if they went to such high-end places, Julianne's nature would prevent her from enjoying her meal fully. Now he had the means to provide her with a life of abundance, yet he feared overwhelming her with too much indulgence. Though this process needed careful handling, Alexei found pleasure in it. As long as Julianne was willing, they could feast every day on sumptuous dishes and wear lavish clothes. But if she preferred otherwise, even a simple life with coarse tea and plain food would be perfectly fine with him. Clearing the last plate of bacon from the table, Julianne noticed Alexei staring at her intently. She felt a bit embarrassed, wondering if she had eaten too much or if her mannerisms were unbecoming. Alexei, why aren't you eating? Caught in his gaze, Alexei smiled gently when he heard Julianne speak. Let me eat too. With that, he picked up half a meatball from the grill paper and popped it into his mouth. Seeing this, Julianne's face turned red as she hurriedly said, That's been bitten by me. She intended to say it had been bitten by her, but seeing Alexei's smiling eyes, she couldn't bring herself to say it. After chewing, Alexei nodded with evident enjoyment. Yes, sweet. The moment their gazes met, Julianne's cheeks flushed even more deeply. Glancing at the empty table, Alexei patted his belly. Well, it's about time. Shall we head back to school? Just as Alexei was about to stand up and leave, Julianne suddenly spoke. Alexei. What is it? I can still eat? Alexei, . And so, Alexei fetched another 20 plates of grilled meat, several squid skewers, 2 plates of lamb slices, and some light cooked dishes. Crunch crunch? Timothy Magnus held a squid skewer in each hand, her small mouth opening and closing as she quickly devoured one skewer. Watching the plates on the table rapidly decrease, Alexei looked at the petite girl in front of him with surprise. Sometimes he wondered where all the food went with Timothy Magnus' huge appetite. Wasn't she going to be full? Customers were leaving table by table, and it was almost time for the restaurant to close. Although several waiters occasionally pretended to mop the floor to hint that they were about to close, Alexei ignored them. If necessary, he could just buy this restaurant and have these waiters serve Timothy Magnus every day. Finally, after finishing the last plate of grilled meat, Julianne discreetly burped. Seeing Alexei staring at her intently, she felt a bit embarrassed. Alexei, did I eat enough to cover the cost? Hearing this, Alexei chuckled, resisting the urge to ruffle her hair. Not just cover the cost, if you keep eating, the owner might blacklist you. Alexei pointed to a few shocked-looking waiters in the corner. Upon hearing that she had covered the cost, Julianne surprisingly smiled. She was glad because she didn't make Alexei lose money. After leaving the restaurant, Alexei drove Julianne back to her dormitory. In the car, whether because the road was a bit bumpy or because she was really full, she burped several times on the way. Although she kept covering her mouth, sounds still escaped. Alexei smiled and said, Timothy Magnus, I'm going on a business trip tomorrow and we'll take a few days off. There are still plenty of vegetables in the fridge at the villa. Cook your own meals these few days. Don't let them go to waste if you don't finish them. Oh, I know. Julianne nodded obediently. Soon, the car stopped not far from the girls' dormitory. It It was then that Alexei suddenly remembered an embarrassing fact. They had stayed at the buffet too long, and the dormitory was now closed. Alexei rubbed his nose ruefully, inwardly vowing, I didn't mean to do this. I just wanted to take Timothy Magnus out for a big meal before I left. Well, this is quite unexpected. Though he thought so, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise higher than an AK's trigger. Chapter 151. Help you pursue Sister Sophia? Remembering the dormitory curfew time is a must for every college male student. Oh, Shao Magnus, what should we do? We were busy eating and forgot about the curfew. Otherwise, Alexei tried to make his smile look less evil as he continued. Otherwise, you can stay at another courtyard tonight. No, it's not possible. There will be checks in the dormitories at night. If Annie records my name, it will deduct credits. Credits were nothing much to Alexei. All he had to do was give notice to the counselor, just a few credits, he could still ask for some leniency there. But Shao Magnus insisted on pleading with the dormitory aunt to avoid having her credits deducted. To this, Alexei thought, Shao Magnus was still too young. The aunties at the female dorms were not like the uncles at the male dorms. Calling them uncle and giving them a cigarette wouldn't easily get them to open the door. The female dormitory attendants were stubborn and firm. Yet, beyond expectation, Shao Magnus just said a few soft words to the dormitory auntie and walked straight in. Alexei, what the heck? How did that work? Didn't they say the female dormitory attendants were stubborn? Wasn't she being too accommodating? Seeing Shao Magnus wave goodbye from behind the fence, Alexei helplessly waved back. After watching her silhouette disappear, he let out a string of curses. Damn! Slamming the car door fiercely, he drove off. At the male dormitory, seeing the tightly closed dormitory gate, Alexei didn't care and strode forward. Alexei, Felix, I'm from room 205. Could you open the door for me? Felix, why so late? Upon hearing this, Alexei didn't panic. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a pack of Lotus Diamond cigarettes, handing one over. Felix, please give me some convenience. Something really delayed me tonight. Not acceptable, kid. Don't play this card. After curfew time, you can't go in. Alexei reported his name seriously, hoping he would receive some favor. Felix, I'm Alexei. Felix, what kind of Timothy? Alexei, what kind of Chon? All right, Felix, you take a rest. I won't go in. Alexei put away the cigarette and turned around to leave elegantly. Damn. Looks like he had to sleep alone at the courtyard tonight. Lying on the bed, Alexei looked up various materials on his phone, preparing for tomorrow's face-to-face talk with the IG club regarding cooperation. The next day, Jarrett reported that the visa had been processed. Boss, everything is ready here. Should we come to pick you up from school now? Jarrett said. Sure, pick me up at the entrance of the North Campus male dormitory. After hanging up the call, Alexei got up to wash up and suddenly noticed an embarrassing problem. He actually didn't have suitable clothes. No matter what, since he was representing the company for business talks, his usual casual attire wasn't appropriate, and it also seemed beneath him. Back at the dormitory, he picked out a somewhat decent outfit. Outside the male dormitory, a black C260 was already waiting by the door. Seeing Alexei come out of the dormitory, Jarrett hurriedly stepped forward with a garment bag. Boss, General Manager Zhang asked me to hand this to you. Hearing this, Alexei raised an eyebrow and took it. Upon opening, he found a set of men's casual suit inside. General Manager Zhang said you need to dress formally for this trip. She knew you hadn't prepared any, so she bought this specially and asked me to bring it. Jarrett said smilingly. Diana always made sure things were worry-free. Those who know me well include Sister Sophia. Alexei smiled. The relationship between Alexei and Diana had always been the most talked about gossip within the company. After all, everyone could see that their relationship was more than just a superior subordinate one. Only Diana could receive special treatment in front of Alexei. Of course, no one in the company dared to comment on these matters, even Jarrett. However, after knowing the two of them for so long, Jarrett's old man's curiosity heart couldn't help but stir a little. Yes, General Manager Zhang is indeed the best woman I've met over the years, both in appearance and ability, she's the top-notch. Hearing Jarrett's heartfelt admiration, Alexei put away the suit and jokingly said, Sister Sophia is still single. How about I introduce you too? Alexei's words scared Jarrett's face white, shaking his head vigorously. No. Boss, I didn't mean that, ha ha ha. Nice weather, huh? Boss, hurry up and change. We should get going. Seeing such a big reaction, Alexei shrugged. It was just a joke. After sending Alexei into the dormitory, Jarrett wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. At this moment, the driver beside him scratched his head and casually said a sentence. Boss do, I think CEO Zhang suits you very well. If Boss Timothy were to play matchmaker. Ouch. Before he could finish his sentence, Jarrett flicked him on the head. Shut up. You don't know anything. A woman like CEO Zhang isn't just anyone's to handle. Shortly after, Alexei, now changed into the suit, got into the car, and they set off for the airport. As the car drove toward the school gate, Alexei, sitting in the back seat, sized up the suit he was wearing. To tell the truth, it fit perfectly and was very comfortable, just the style he liked. He sent Julianne a message on his phone, reminding her to eat on time, then cracked open the car window slightly. He preferred the natural breeze over air conditioning. Just as he was about to doze off, chirping voices floated in through the crack in the window. Quick look. It's our junior classmate Ellen. She's so beautiful in real life. Let's go take a look. Outside the North Campus gate, a beautiful and pure-looking girl entered the campus, surrounded by admirers like stars circling the moon. Although the Alexei incident had been somewhat overshadowed by the World Championships, Ellen still enjoyed a high reputation in the school. Sure enough, as soon as she appeared, several boys swarmed around her. Ellen looked like a princess above it all, basking in the attention of the crowd, with Beth and Waverly trailing behind, one carrying her bag and the other holding her books. As for Darlene, she held a cup of milk tea in one hand and used the other to hold an umbrella over Ellen. Wow, Adley, look at that big Bentley. Beth excitedly pointed at the black C260 slowly approaching from a distance. Fong, can you be more reserved? It's just a Bentley. See how excited you get. Didn't a senior with a BMW ask Adley out for a ride the other day, and she turned him down? For Adley, a Bentley is nothing much, Waverly echoed her praise. But Ellen only cast a casual glance at the passing car before withdrawing her gaze. As the car slowly passed them, she felt a strange sensation and frowned, glancing towards the back window of the car. However, due to tinted windows, she couldn't see who was inside. Outside the car, Ellen kept staring at the rear window. Inside the car, Alexei, noticing Ellen just a pane of glass away, sneered coldly. So, she really enjoys being the center of everyone's attention. No rush, the time isn't right yet. Giving one last cold glance at Ellen outside the car, he withdrew his gaze. Chapter 152. Is the collaboration in jeopardy? Shaoshan Airport. The driver dropped Alexei and his companions off outside the waiting hall, and then returned to the company. This time, besides Alexei and Jarrett, a man named Garrett was also part of the group. The three traveled in first class, dozing off for a couple of hours during the 2 to 3 hour flight. K-Country, Guangzhou Airport. Jarrett had already dispatched 2 employees ahead of time to prepare hotel accommodations. Upon exiting the terminal, a black business van was waiting by the roadside. After getting into the car, they headed straight to their accommodation hotel. Inside the car, Alexei also began discussing specific details of this collaboration with Jarrett. Garrett, where are those documents you prepared? Jarrett asked. Hearing this, Garrett hurriedly took out a document from his bag and handed it over to Alexei with both hands. Boss, this is the material I prepared overnight yesterday, as well as the proposal for collaborating with IG Club. Taking the document, Alexei skimmed through a few pages and couldn't help but be slightly surprised. The document provided a detailed analysis of IG Club's current standing in China's esports scene, including its future development potential, and listed several models for cooperation between the company and the club. Did you do all this? Alexei asked. Yes, boss. However, because of the tight schedule, many details aren't perfect yet, but I have them all memorized. Alexei nodded lightly and smiled. Well done. Praised by Alexei, Garrett was visibly excited. Jarrett also spoke up. After all, Garrett was a new recruit he had hired recently, so naturally, he needed to vouch for him. Boss, Garrett used to be the deputy manager of a domestic club team. He's young but very capable. Just stop it, brother gang. What kind of club? It was just a bottom-tier team in the second division. Putting away the document, Alexei appraised Garrett. Judging by age, he should be around 26 or 27. Although it was just a second division league, to become a deputy manager at this age indeed showed that he was talented in esports. Our esports division is still developing, and we need professionals like you. You can join us for the discussion later. You're more professional in this area, Alexei said with a smile. Initially, Garrett felt quite nervous about this trip. Previously, he was only a deputy manager of a second division team. A fancy title, but essentially just a worker dealing with player data daily. This was his first meeting with Alexei. He had always imagined that the boss of such a big company would be an intimidating figure, wearing flashy jewelry and puffing on a cigar. However, seeing Alexei in person completely changed his perception. Not only did Alexei look like a college freshman, but there was no trace of the typical corporate boss attitude. Especially after receiving Alexei's praise, Garrett was even more thrilled and nodded vigorously. Thank you, boss. Rest assured, I am confident I can achieve this collaboration. Alexei nodded and closed his eyes to rest. The official hotel arranged for the 4 semi-final teams was near Guangzhou Hotel, only a 10-minute drive from the venue. Alexei's hotel was just across the street from Guangzhou Grand Hotel. Adhering to the principle of arriving early, once they got to the hotel, Alexei instructed Jarrett to arrange a meeting time with IG. Jarrett handled it promptly, and after finalizing the arrangements over the phone, the three went directly to Guangzhou Grand Hotel where IG was staying. When hearing they were meeting at the hotel, Alexei felt a little disappointed. He had hoped to meet at IG's training facility, possibly catching a glimpse of the 5 white-shirt youngsters and fulfilling his esports dreams from another life. In a private room at Guangzhou Hotel, besides Alexei's trio, there were also 3 representatives from IG, 2 upper management officials, and the vice president of the club, a man named Bar, who was about Jarrett's age. Jarrett felt somewhat displeased. Since Alexei, their boss, had come in person, it showed their sincerity. Yet, IG had only sent their vice president. Alexei didn't take it personally. He knew it didn't matter who he talked to since the final decision rested with the principal. As they were discussing collaboration, some eating and drinking were inevitable. President Timothy is indeed impressive. DreamChin technology and the Dreamfinder app have gained significant recognition in China recently, Bar said with a smile. Initially, when Jarrett proposed collaboration, Bar hadn't taken it seriously. Ever since the match with RNG, DreamChin technology had gained widespread recognition, making them realize that DreamChin technology indeed possessed substantial financial strength. Without mentioning anything else, Just the welfare activities worth over $1 billion were enough for him, the vice president of the club, to personally handle this. At the dinner table, Alexei also complimented with some formal pleasantries before delving into the main topic. Mr. Liu, I believe you know why we are here. As he spoke, he gestured toward Garrett beside him, who immediately handed over a document. This is a detailed document we have prepared. It contains thorough analysis and cooperation models. Please review it, Mr. Liu. Taking the document from Alexei, Bar calmly scanned through it. I must say, Mr. Timothy has good taste in choosing us IG. You should know who the real owner of our club is. Other clubs might need financial support, but for us, money has never been an issue. Indeed, being under the principal's wing, even his speaking style is remarkably similar. But Alexei had to admit that among domestic clubs, only S8IG could confidently say, we don't lack money. Although our club was established not long ago, if we wish, more powerful companies or platforms would queue up to collaborate with us. This statement was indeed somewhat arrogant. Jarrett, overhearing this, subtly frowned and quickly signaled Garrett sitting next to him. Seeing this, Garrett promptly stood up, knowing it was his time to shine, and began to express all his thoughts. But Bar ignored him completely, just lit a cigarette, put down the document in his hand, and looked at Alexei with a smile. Besides these paper things, what else can Mr. Timothy offer to convince us? If that's all, we may need to reconsider. With the situation developing like this, Garrett's face turned somewhat disheartened, as he sat next to Alexei with his head hanging low. Sorry, Boss Timothy. Hearing Garrett apologize to him in a low voice, Alexei smiled. He hadn't expected Garrett to persuade them right away. He had only hoped not to dampen his enthusiasm. I believe whatever I can offer, Mr. Liu, and even the principal would not refuse. Oh, Mr. Timothy, do tell? Bar said with interest. Chapter 153, Lethal Temptation. In fact, even before he came, Alexei knew it wouldn't be easy to convince the other party. Fortunately, he was well prepared. The one thing that mustn't falter in a negotiation is morale. Alexei took out a Lotus Diamond cigarette. Seeing this, Jarrett quickly lit it for him. After exhaling a long puff of smoke, Alexei gently tapped his fingers on the table. Although we know you're not short of funds given your capabilities, as a gesture of sincerity, Mengxian Technology is willing to cover all expenses for IG during the S tournament. Additionally, our company will invest 1 billion yuan to invite IG's current players to livestream on our platform, the Dream Seeking app, with a contract duration of 2.5 years, sharing live streaming revenue according to agreed proportions. This casually proposed condition made Jarrett beside him tense up, feeling parched and adjusting his tie. These terms were too much, almost like a curse. Covering all expenses for IG during the tournament might not cost much, but a 1 billion yuan contract for just 2.5 years, with shared streaming revenue, didn't sound like a very good deal. It's important to know that despite IG being backed by the Ainsworth, the domestic esports scene isn't particularly promising yet. Compared to other veteran clubs, IG has weaker foundations and fewer fans. So no matter how hard Jarrett thought, he couldn't understand the deeper reasoning behind this offer. Of course, after the previous experience with RNG, he knew Alexei must have had his own intentions. Bar merely smiled at Alexei's offer, looking unperturbed. If it weren't IG sitting here but another club, they might have agreed right away. Given the current esports landscape, a 2.5-year contract worth 1 billion yuan would indeed be astronomical. But for IG, money has never been an issue. Anything else? Bar said indifferently, clearly unimpressed by Alexei's offer. This wasn't surprising to Alexei. After tapping his fingers rhythmically on the table, he lightly bit down on his cigarette holder. There's more. I can ensure that IG becomes the first champion in China's esports history, setting a milestone. Really? Bar raised an eyebrow, suddenly interested. After all, apart from personal passion for esports, one of the reasons the Ainsworth reformed the club was to break the dark era of China's lack of esports titles. Alexei's words hit right at their core. Bar's eyes sparkled with interest. In esports, victory is always uncertain. Though IG had successfully reached the semifinals, no one dared to claim they could surely win the championship. Even RNG, despite its strength, was eliminated in the quarterfinals. Was there some hidden strategy behind Alexei's words? What exactly do you mean, Mr. Timothy? Take it at face value, Alexei said with a smile. Bar. A simple phrase indeed. Calming down the slight excitement in his heart, Bar pondered over it carefully. He felt Alexei might be exaggerating. Manipulating a competition of this level, even for the Ainsworth, was impossible. He doubted Alexei really had the ability to determine the champion. Seeing Bar's silence, Alexei continued, I know you're skeptical about what I just said, but I can guarantee it with our company's reputation. Moreover, if the Ainsworth agrees, we can sign a performance bet agreement. How about that? Performance bet agreement? This time, Bar lost his composure, furrowing his brow deeply. Daring to sign such an agreement meant Alexei had absolute confidence. He stared intently at Alexei, trying to read something from his expression. Unfortunately, Alexei remained calm and unreadable, leaving Bar unsure. Alexei knew that under the current situation where no LPL team had won a world championship, an S-tournament title held irresistible appeal for any domestic esports club, including the Ainsworth. Besides what I've mentioned, from a personal perspective, I might have one reason that you simply can't refuse. This point concerns the Ainsworth personally. Hearing the significance in Alexei's words, Bar frowned. Mr. Timothy, let's talk about this in private since it's a sensitive topic, Alexei suggested. As the spiritual pillar of IG, While the Ainsworth stands, so does IG. With Alexei suddenly bringing up a personal matter about the Ainsworth, Bar, as his subordinate, naturally took it seriously. Mr. Timothy, you should be aware of what you're saying. The Ainsworth is not to be joked about. Seeing Alexei use the Ainsworth as a bargaining chip in the negotiation, Callan's tone became displeased, and he had already started addressing Alexei by his formal title, Mr. Timothy. Upon hearing this, Alexei merely smiled, stubbed out his cigarette but stood up and turned to walk towards the exit. Witnessing this, Callan furrowed his brow and pondered for a moment before finally standing up to follow him. After the two left, the few people remaining in the private room exchanged bewildered looks, and the atmosphere inevitably became awkwardly heavy. No one knew what Alexei had said to Callan outside. When the two returned to the private room, Alexei still wore that smiling expression, while Callan was frowning, appearing somewhat absent-minded. President Liu, thank you for your hospitality. We won't disturb you any longer. Seeing Alexei about to leave, Callan's frown relaxed, nodded, and his attitude was no longer as it was before. President Timothy, please don't be too formal. If there was anything unsatisfactory about our hospitality, I apologize. I look forward to your good news, President Liu. Alexei smiled, turned to leave the private room, and Jarrett and Garrett, seeing this, were puzzled but still got up to greet Alexei and followed him. Looking at the tightly closed door of the private room, the two high-level executives of IG Esports looked at each other questioningly. Brother Liu, what did President Timothy tell you? That Alexei looks very unfamiliar. We've never heard of such a person in the domestic scene. How does he know the Ainsworth? Hearing this, Callan glared at the two and scolded. Is the Ainsworth's business something you should inquire about? Don't ask what you shouldn't. After scolding them for a few moments, Callan hesitated for a bit, then took out his phone and made a call. Dialing tone. Time listening to the dialing tone, he subconsciously touched the item in his pocket. It was a piece of tin foil from a cigarette pack, with some faint handwriting on it. Thinking about what Alexei had just said, he felt uneasy. This matter was beyond his responsibility, and he had to report it to the Ainsworth personally. Finally, the call connected. Hello. A slightly lazy male voice came from the phone. Ainsworth, I have something important to report to you. Chapter 154 Meeting with an Immediate Challenge. Inside the hotel room, Alexei sat at the table, reviewing some work on his computer. He then took out his phone and called Diana. Zofia, please prepare a contract for me. Yes, it's with IG. I've already sent the reference materials to your email. After a brief chat with Diana over the phone, he hung up. Standing beside him, Garrett and Jarrett exchanged puzzled glances. What was going on? There hadn't even been any discussions yet, so why start preparing a contract now? Boss, are you really preparing the contract now? Jarrett asked awkwardly. Seeming to know what Jarrett was thinking, Alexei closed his laptop, leaned back in his chair, and placed his hands behind his head. Yes, they won't refuse. Hearing his confident reply, Jarrett said, Boss, do you know the principal? After some consideration, he thought that the only possible reason for such confidence was that Alexei knew the principal personally and had a good relationship with him. Upon hearing this, Alexei nodded. Yes, indeed. Seeing that it was just as he had guessed, Jarrett couldn't help but sigh in relief and smiled broadly. He had worked his way through the middle to lower ranks for so long and of course knew how influential the principal's family was in the country. Alexei having a personal connection with the principal was like securing a strong ally for the company. Boss, you're too low-key. Since you know the principal, why didn't you say it earlier? Before he could finish, Alexei shrugged and continued, Who doesn't know the Assad? I know him, but he doesn't know me. Jarrett, ring an equal and equal. It seemed logical, and for a moment, he couldn't find any reason to argue. If he doesn't recognize him, why would he be so sure they wouldn't refuse? These doubts lingered in his mind, but he didn't dare voice them directly. Boss, what should we do now? Jarrett asked. Alexei stood up and stretched. Have meals when we need to, have drinks when we need to, or maybe just sleep. No, nothing else? Yes, that's all. In the end, Jarrett didn't know how he left the room. How come he felt like he hadn't played any role at all during this trip to Country K with Alexei? The three spent the night sleeping in their respective rooms. The next morning, Jarrett and Garrett were neatly dressed, found Alexei, and waited for further instructions. However, Alexei led the two on tours around Guangzhou's famous attractions, eating and drinking. At one point, Jarrett even doubted whether they were here for business or tourism. Throughout the tour, both he and Garrett looked worried, while Alexei seemed to have completely forgotten about the collaboration with IG Club. Another day passed. Bar finally got back to them. After receiving Bar's call, Alexei wasn't surprised at all. Hello, Mr. Liu, Alexei said. Mr. Timothy, I've relayed our previous conversation to the principal, and he wants to meet you. Sure, no problem. Over the phone, they agreed on the time and place before hanging up. That evening, the three took a car to the agreed-upon location. On the way, Jarrett learned they were going to meet the principal and couldn't help but feel a little excited. But upon arriving at the location, he and Garrett were stunned. Even Alexei was somewhat taken aback. Though they couldn't read the Korean script, they could instantly tell what it was. It was a nightclub, a large-scale nightclub with luxury cars parked outside. Regaining his senses, Jarrett turned around and scolded the driver. How did you drive? You got the route wrong? Driver, brother gang, I didn't get it wrong. I followed the navigation. Seeing the driver's aggrieved expression, Jarrett was about to scold him again but stopped when Alexei waved his hand, saying somewhat helplessly, No, it's here. Given the principal's style, discussing business in a nightclub wasn't out of the ordinary. After sending a message to Jarrett, the three waited briefly at the entrance, and then a man approached them. "Mr. Timothy, please follow me." The man led the way. Despite the queue at the entrance, after a few words with the bouncers, Alexei and the others walked right in. After passing through the security checkpoint, they could hear the continuous beat of electronic DJ music coming from not far away. Just inside the door, Alexei felt a wave of heat hit him. The heavy metal music and rapidly flashing colored lights overhead nearly made Alexei lose his breath. In his previous life, he had put all his efforts into pursuing Ellen Chang, never having the thought to come here and pick up girls. He was still not used to the atmosphere. Following the man, they arrived at a private room on the second floor. Upon entering the private room, the scorching heat and the piercing music instantly diminished significantly. The private room was spacious, about 100 square meters, with a large floor-to-ceiling window that overlooked the entire first-floor scene, facing directly towards the dance floor. The decoration inside the private room was even more luxurious. Alexei only briefly glanced around before focusing on the people in the room. Apart from the leading man, there were two unfamiliar men in the room, and Bar was also present. Bar looked at Alexei and nodded slightly, acknowledging him. Alexei also nodded in response, and finally turned his gaze to the figure sitting on the sofa. Wearing a plain white short-sleeved shirt and a pair of jeans, with only a green water ghost watch on his wrist, he looked quite ordinary. Of course, this didn't prevent the two semi-permanent beauties next to him from throwing themselves at him. After secretly appraising the situation, Alexei smiled and nodded. Just as he remembered, the principal kept a low profile where necessary and made a big splash when needed. Bar stood up and walked to the principal, whispering a few words. The principal's gaze paused momentarily on Alexei but paid no further attention, continuing to sing along with the beauties beside him. This seemed like a way to give them a bit of a welcome warning. However, Alexei did not get angry, knowing the principal always acted this way. Otherwise, how could he have been called the most controversial second generation? Jarrett and Garrett, standing in front of this rumored principal, clearly felt very nervous, unsure of what to do. Alexei, however, strode forward boldly, walked straight to the sofa, sat down, leaned back comfortably, and stretched lazily. Even Bar would have only stood beside. Seeing everyone in the room, except for the principal, looking at him, Alexei felt no embarrassment at all. He got up, took a piece of fruit from the fruit plate on the table, tossed it into his mouth, rested his hands behind his head, and hummed a tune leisurely. This seemingly disrespectful act made Bar frown. Clearing his throat, he said in a stern voice, "Mr. Timothy, this is the principal." Bar deliberately emphasized the word principal, obviously hinting that Alexei's current behavior was somewhat overshadowing the host. Chapter 155. Anyway, no one is richer than me. Alexei squinted his eyes with a smile as he looked at the somewhat warning glance from Bar. So what? You. Bar was momentarily speechless and instinctively turned to look at the principal on the sofa. At this moment, the principal also seemed to be drawn by Alexei's words. He put down the microphone in his hand and turned to look at Alexei. Seeing this, Alexei met the principal's gaze boldly without showing any fear. In his previous life, Alexei was merely a small-time boss worth a few million, only able to look up to people of the principal's caliber. But now, he could sit here and converse with the principal. Though he knew there was still a gap between him and such level of individuals, at least he had gradually found his own path. And the principal in front of him was a very important stepping stone. After sizing Alexei up for a few moments, the principal seemed to have taken some interest and passed over the microphone. "How about a song?" "Sure." Alexei took the microphone generously, thought for a moment, and then said with a light laugh, "How about If Love Has Forgotten by Vicky? Not bad, quite good taste." The principal nodded, gestured for Bar beside him to select the song. This strange conversation left everyone present puzzled. It didn't look like they were here to talk business at all. Alexei's unique magnetic voice gave this female song a different flavor. The two permanent beauties in the private room were entranced, looking at Alexei with almost adoring gazes. Although they couldn't fully understand the language, they knew when it sounded good, and someone like Alexei, a natural good-looking man, wasn't common in Country K. As the last note faded, Alexei put down the microphone. "Apologies for my poor performance, Zofiaki." Clap clap. The principal led the applause, and soon everyone else in the room joined in. Alexei wasn't surprised. After all, the song choice was great. Knowing the principal from his past life, he was well aware that as a half-celebrity, the principal was known for his critical eye in the entertainment circle, earning the nickname Entertainment Inspector. Few female stars could catch his eye, but Vicky was openly favored by the principal. He even boasted that if he had met Vicky earlier, he would definitely have pursued her. "Your name is Alexei, right?" the principal asked. Alexei nodded with a smile. "Do you know why I asked you to come today?" The principal leaned back on the sofa, speaking lazily. It was impossible not to feel any pressure facing the principal. The legendary figure was unpredictable. But one thing Alexei knew clearly was that he must not appear weak. He remembered the principal once famously said, "I judge friends by first impressions, not by whether they are rich. Anyway, no one is richer than me." After suppressing his slight nervousness, he shrugged and replied calmly, "Of course, we're here to talk business." "Talk business, huh?" The principal smiled meaningfully, then patted the black stocking-clad thigh of the beauty next to him and waved a hand. The two women understood and glanced at Alexei reluctantly before leaving. After instructing Bar to turn off the sound system, the principal leaned back on the sofa, speaking lazily, let's get started. I believe you are already aware of my conversation with President Liu earlier. I'm not interested in money and don't lack your little bit. However, are you sure you can guarantee IG wins the championship? I don't like others making promises they can't keep. Hearing this, Alexei nodded solemnly. If RNG hadn't been eliminated, it might have been uncertain. But without RNG, I have ways to ensure IG wins the championship. This is my promise. While saying this, Alexei remained unperturbed, acting as if he were incredibly professional. But deep down, Alexei knew he didn't really have special means. The championship originally belonged to IG. And I also know that you, Zofiaki, aren't just focused on winning a title. What you want is for IG or for yourself to become a milestone in China's esports scene. To you, Zofiaki, you hope that someday, when domestic esports players think of esports, they first think of IG and your name. Alexei's casual words made the principal narrow his eyes slightly, staring intently at him. People always say the principal is a dissolute playboy, but only when truly facing him could one feel how absurd this claim was. A person born at the end of Rome's road was someone ordinary people could only look up to, never a simple pleasure seeker. You're not bad and suit my taste. After a long pause, the principal finally nodded and said this much. Hearing this, Alexei couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief inwardly. Although he had some knowledge about the principal from his past life, after all, this was his first time dealing with the real person, so he still felt a bit uncertain. But from the current situation, at least the first step seemed to have passed. Jian, the principal called out, and Bar promptly moved forward upon hearing it. Have someone draft a contract. Seeing that the principal was truly agreeing to cooperate with Mingchen Technology, Bar was taken aback. He glanced at Alexei and then cautiously said, Zofiaki, isn't it a bit hasty? Perhaps. Before he could finish, the principal frowned. Hasty? For deals worth tens of billions, I only take a few minutes, and you think I'm being hasty over something like this? No, that's not what I meant. I'll get it ready right away. Bar wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and turned to leave. No need for the trouble, I've brought the contract. Seeing Alexei take a contract from Jared's hand, both Bar and the principal were stunned. After regaining his composure, the principal suddenly laughed a few times. You're an interesting guy. Clearly, Alexei had been well prepared and had anticipated the principal's agreement beforehand. After glancing through the contract, the principal handed it to Bar, and Alexei also signaled to Jared. Bar and the others left the private room in sync. Since the intention to cooperate was established, they would only need to complete the rest. Inside the private room, only Alexei and the principal remained. Alexei, you should know that your so-called cooperation isn't very appealing to me, the principal said. In response, Alexei gave a rather mysterious smile. In his previous life, the principal had ambitiously started a business with 500 million given by his father, founding the Longmao platform. In some sense, Alexei and the principal could even be considered competitors, and indeed, there was no reason for him to agree to this cooperation since the 5 active IG players were always live-streaming on Longmao. However, Alexei was well aware that this seemingly prosperous facade was already riddled with problems. Calculating the timeline, in about 6 months, the Longmao platform would shut down, and the principal would withdraw his investment from IG. In other words, the current Longmao was not only unprofitable, but also a burden on the principal. At that time, this once celebrated national husband would be plunged into a debt crisis. After all, the money belonged to their family, not to him alone. His independent entrepreneurship was driven by his unwillingness to be bound by the family or follow in his father's footsteps. I never expected such a small contract to impress you, Zofiaki. Facing the principal, Alexei didn't want to hide anything and admitted it straightforwardly. You're quite a straightforward man. So, at this point, the principal's tone slightly deepened as he took something out and placed it on the table. Let's talk about this instead. Chapter 156. A hero cuts off his wrist. On the table, there was a piece of tin foil from a cigarette pack, with a line of handwriting on it. This was exactly what Alexei had handed over to Carmine at that time. Originally, the principal had no interest in Alexei's deal. However, when he saw the words on this piece of tin foil that Carmine took out, he changed his mind. Looking at the principal's somewhat unfriendly gaze, Alexei showed no sign of nervousness. What do you know? The principal's eyes flickered slightly. Whatever I should know and shouldn't know, I know. Alexei replied calmly. The principal was clearly unsatisfied with Alexei's ambiguous answer. There were only a few words on the tin foil: sell Dragon Cat, save Pulse. But these 6 words left the principal restless for a long time. How did you find out about this? Apart from certain people in the circle, the principal hadn't leaked this information to anyone else. After all, if this matter became public, it would be catastrophic for him personally and might indirectly affect his family as well. In the previous life, incidents concerning the principal dominated headlines across major media outlets. How could Alexei not know about them? In the previous life, leveraging substantial financial power and family support, the principal attracted many investments and made the Dragon Cat platform very successful. But from 2 years ago to now, the past 3 years witnessed fierce competition in the live streaming industry. In the end, only 3 platforms remained standing: Maoya, Adiu, and Dragon Cat. Unlike Maoya and Adiu, although Dragon Cat managed to hold on until now, poor management and the principal's extravagant lifestyle led to significant losses. Although after IG won the S8 World Championship, the platform saw resurgence due to the immense popularity of the 5 players, it eventually collapsed. Especially after IG faltered in S9, With players leaving one after another, the club declined, forcing the principal to withdraw investments. Moreover, this series of events triggered a debt crisis for the principal's family. Under multiple pressures, this once charming principal quietly returned to take over the family business. Of course, these were the historical trajectories of the previous life, which had yet to unfold. After a moment of contemplation, Alexei smiled mysteriously and replied, "How I found out isn't important. What's important is that I want to make friends with the principal, nothing more." Staring intently at Alexei for a long time, the principal finally sighed softly and leaned back on the sofa. "If you want to be friends with me, you need to show your value. There's a Chinese idiom called, a hero cuts off his wrist. Although the Dragon Cat platform has been your labor of love, bluntly speaking, it's beyond saving. If I'm not mistaken, you're hoping for Luiko and Kihu 360 to rescue it, right? But unfortunately, you won't see that happen. I don't believe Luiko will be willing to take it over after learning the whole truth. Even though you have a good relationship with Amrit from Kihu 360, most of the game content on Dragon Cat is from Tencent. The relationship between Tencent and Kihu 360 is clear to everyone. So, the only solution is..." Alexei spoke at length, and then lightly tapped the tin foil on the table. "Zofiaki, don't forget that Dragon Cat and IG are just your hobbies. But Pulse is your foundation." Upon hearing Alexei's words, the principal's face didn't change much, but it was easy to notice the shock in his eyes. Initially, he thought Alexei was just bluffing, or had heard some rumors. But he never expected Alexei to really know so much and be so well informed about the current situation. It felt like Alexei had witnessed everything firsthand. Taking a deep breath, the principal looked at Alexei with serious eyes for the first time. "Who are you, really?" He believed that Alexei mustn't be an unknown figure since he knew so much inside information. Yet why had he never heard of such a person in the circle? With this question, Alexei narrowed his eyes and smiled, extending his hand. "Let me introduce myself again. Founder of Mingchen Technology, Alexei." Looking at the slender hand in front of him, the principal's eyes darted, finally curving his lips into a smile and shaking Alexei's hand. "How is your drinking capacity?" "It's average, but if the principal enjoys it, I'll join you." Both men shared a knowing smile. Soon after, Carmine and Jarrett finished signing the contract and returned to the private room. Inside the private room, the principal and Alexei didn't mention a single word about the follow-up of their cooperation. The principal waved his hand at Carmine, who understood and quickly ran out of the room. When they returned, they brought back more than 10 semi-permanent beauties, all with long legs, honeyed buttocks, and wasp waists, standing in a neat row. Though each one had top-tier looks and figures, Alexei couldn't help but feel they were like carbon copies of each other. Indeed, it's K-country. Their artificially created beauty is truly impressive. "Alexei, choose a few." At this moment, the principal once again displayed his usual carefree and dashing demeanor. There's an old saying, when in Rome, do as the Romans do, cater to their preferences. Alexei thought that since he was technically a guest, and the host had these rules, he shouldn't offend him. So, he casually picked a girl who still had some distinct features. As for Jarrett and Garrett, they each got one too. Seeing everyone in the private room indulging themselves, Alexei remained like a stream of fresh water. The long legs of the semi-permanent beauty beside him occasionally rubbed against his calves, almost making them smoke, yet he showed no reaction. For little Alex, he had to preserve his purity. Though these semi-permanents were captivating, he could resist. Just as the atmosphere in the room reached its peak, a man who looked like a bodyguard suddenly entered. He walked over to Carmine, whispered a few words, and then turned to leave the room. Carmine pushed away the semi-permanent beauty in his arms, stood up, and walked to the principal, bending down to whisper in his ear. Hearing this, the principal's brows furrowed slightly. How did that guy come here? After saying that, he waved at Carmine, who understood and left the room. "Alexei, I have a friend coming over later. If you're busy, Zofiaki, we can take our leave," Alexei said. The principal waved his hand, saying, "No problem, stay. Besides, I find that guy annoying, and being just the two of us would be a real buskill. I'll use you as a shield, okay?" Alexei's eyes twitched slightly. Sure enough, those words sounded very much like something the principal would say. "You're too kind, Zofiaki. I'd love to meet someone you call a friend." Although he didn't know who this friend of the principal's was, considering the principal's character, if he still had to interact with someone he disliked, this person must not be simple. Chapter 157. The Bai Family of Metropolis. In Alexei's impression, the truly top-notch second-generation heirs and wealthy playboys were not as brainless and ostentatious as those in melodramatic novels. However, when he met the principal's so-called friend, he was utterly stunned. The man appeared to be around the same age as the principal. He was wearing a Brioni bespoke tailored suit, of all colors. It was the strangest shade of fecal green. On his thumb was an inked jade bonjour, a type of ring that was entirely disproportionate. His greased back hair looked like it had been doused in countless bottles of styling gel, making even flies weep at the sight. Though he could still pass for presentable, this outfit was simply too much to bear. These days, do these rich playboys all have such unique tastes? By comparison, the principal was simply too handsome. While they were talking, Alexei also noticed their gazes occasionally drifting toward him. "Anwar, let me introduce you to someone. This is Alexei. Alexei, this is Orlando, the third son of the Bai family in Metropolis." The Bai family of Metropolis. Alexei's eyelids twitched slightly, lost in thought. Orlando sized up Alexei from head to toe. Although Diana had specially chosen an outfit for Alexei before coming to Country K, her frugal nature meant that she hadn't bought anything particularly luxurious or custom-made for him despite buying for Alexei. Seeing that Alexei's entire outfit cost no more than 10,000 yuan and noting that besides being incomparably better looking than himself, Orlando raised an eyebrow and gave the principal a sidelong glance. Zofiaki, things aren't that bad, are they? Clearly, Orlando didn't look up to Alexei and considered it an act of humiliation for the principal to interact with someone like Alexei. Sensing the faint mockery in Orlando's eyes, the principal felt somewhat displeased. After all, Alexei was his guest today, and Orlando's behavior made him feel embarrassed, especially given their usually less than amicable relationship. He knew Orlando was seizing the opportunity to mock him. My principles in choosing friends haven't changed. There are few people in China who can earn my approval, and Alexei is one of them. By the way, Mingxin Technology is his company, and Dreamseeker is also his product. At the mention of Mingxin Technology, Orlando finally showed some interest and reevaluated Alexei. After all, Mingxin Technology had been a household name recently. So you're President Timothy. It's an honor. I'm just someone who speaks without thinking. I've always been quite interested in short videos and live streaming. Perhaps President Timothy can take care of me more in the future. Hearing this, Alexei snapped back to reality, dismissed his mixed feelings, and replied with a smile. By goo, you're too kind. I'm just playing around. How could I meet your standards? He who smiles doesn't receive a slapped face, and apparently Orlando liked this response, laughing loudly and patting Alexei on the shoulder. Indeed, very good. Brother Timothy, today let's enjoy ourselves. All expenses are on me. Seeing how Orlando had gone from looking down on him to suddenly calling him Brother Timothy and getting chummy, it seemed Orlando might be something of a fool's son from a landowner's family, but Alexei thought it might just be an act. As everyone played inside the private room later, Alexei noticed the principal and Orlando seemed to be having a great time, contrary to what the principal had said about their strained relationship. Noticing Bar next to him, Alexei smiled and casually remarked, President Liu, it looks like Zofiaki has quite a good relationship with that Orlando. Since the cooperation agreement had already been confirmed, Bar treated Alexei with noticeably more courtesy. President Timothy, don't joke. As a businessman, you should know there are no eternal friends in this world. Especially among Zofiaki's circle, everyone seems friendly on the surface, but deep down, they'd all wish for the others to disappear immediately. Alexei just smiled indifferently at Bar's words. Brother Timothy, come on, join us for a bit. Orlando, cuddling two permanent half-girls, pushed one of the girls into Alexei's arms with red lip marks of different sizes on his cheeks. It seemed Orlando was even more playful and unrestrained than the principal. Moreover, during their subsequent conversation, Alexei found out that Orlando was a real chatterbox, asking many peculiar questions, especially about the number of female streamers in the company and whether there were any hidden rules. By the way, Brother Timothy, the semi-finals will start in a couple of days. I heard you're interested in esports. Want to join in for a game? Hearing this, Alexei was taken aback and glanced at the principal with some confusion. Come to think of it, it's quite a coincidence. For this year's semi-finals, apart from my IG, many people in the circle have invested in the other three clubs. We're planning to bet on which one will be the final champion. Anwar has invested in FNC. How about it, Alexei? Want to join in? Alexei couldn't help but laugh. Seeing Alexei didn't say anything, Orlando thought he was worried about money and waved his hand grandly. If Brother Timothy is worried about money, don't be. We just want some fun, betting a few million. It's not much. If you're short on cash, I can lend you some. Haha. Alexei's eyelids twitched slightly. Good grief. The amount of money ordinary people could never earn in 10 lifetimes was just pocket change for these rich kids to play around with. After pondering for a moment, Alexei said a bit embarrassedly, may I ask, is there a cap? This question stunned both the principal and Orlando. Of course not, Brother Timothy. How much do you want to play? Orlando asked with interest. Alexei originally hadn't expected to make any money from this year's tournament, but now that someone was offering money on a silver platter, it would be foolish not to take it. Besides, accepting their money wouldn't weigh on his conscience. Seeing Alexei slowly raise 3 fingers, Orlando nodded slightly and patted him on the shoulder. 3 million? A bit low, but no problem. It's all for fun. Hearing this, Alexei shook his head and gestured again with his fingers. Not 3 million? Then it's 30 million? Impressive, Brother Timothy. No, I meant 300 million. Orlando, what? The glass of wine he was about to put to his lips fell to the ground and shattered, leaving Orlando utterly speechless. How much? Orlando stammered. 300 million, Alexei replied casually. Orlando's eyes widened at Alexei's nonchalant tone. Well, he's even better at showing off than I am. Brother Timothy, are you sure? You're not joking? Orlando asked. The principal smiled beside them. In the match against RNG, Alexei's company, Shuiming app, offered benefits worth 10 billion yuan to support RNG's win. 300 million isn't much for him. This time, Orlando looked at Alexei with even more surprise. The principal usually surrounded himself with many cronies who were essentially yes-men. Orlando knew this well. So initially, he had merely treated Alexei as one of the principal's minions, being polite only out of respect for the principal. But now, he realized he needed to reassess Alexei. Chapter 158 Reporting the Boss. Being able to casually come up with 3 small goals, this kind of strength was already enough to earn the respect of these young masters. After all, even people at the level of the principal and Orlando could take out this much money, but it would still hurt their finances a bit. Most of the funds were controlled by their families, which was the most embarrassing thing for most second-generation rich kids. Moreover, organizing such events was originally for their amusement. Taking out tens of millions wouldn't make them feel bad. But no one would be so casual as to throw out several small goals for fun. Smacking his lips, Orlando's tone became more serious as he said, I really can't tell. Timothy brother actually keeps his abilities hidden. Brother how, you're joking. 300 million is all I have. But my principle is, if I play, I'll play to my heart's content. Indeed, 300 million was Alexei's current limit. He still needed to keep some capital for daily company operations. They were playing for fun, for amusement, but Alexei was risking his entire fortune. As for Jarrett and Garrett, they instantly felt that the women in their arms were not as attractive anymore, each wanting to cry without tears. My dear boss, why do you always have to be so thrilling? Last time it was $1 billion welfare fund, and this time you're betting your net worth against these wealthy second-generation kids. Haha, good. Brother Timothy has spirit. Zofiaki, I'm already looking forward to seeing what expressions those guys will have when they find out about this later. Ha ha ha. Originally, this was just an entertainment activity for the principal and Orlando along with the group of young masters, but with Alexei's involvement, the situation changed. When Orlando announced this matter in their circle's group chat, it was easy to imagine how shocking it would be for those always proud young masters. How could they allow themselves to be outdone by an unknown kid in matters of spending money? With Orlando stirring things up inside, they were eventually persuaded to add quite a lot more money. In the end, the stakes put down by these young masters, including the principal, Orlando, and Alexei, totaled nearly 10 billion. Though it was just a friendly bet without any notary, no one worried about anyone reneging on the deal afterward. Everyone in this circle was a well-known second-generation rich kid. If someone really did renege for such a sum of money, they likely couldn't continue mixing in domestic circles. Back at the hotel, Alexei was pulled into a temporarily assembled group chat by the principal, and Orlando also sent a list into the group. Almost everyone favored the teams they had invested in, or followed the majority. As for IG, only Alexei and the principal backed it. Obviously, even for fun, no one favored IG. Alexei was lying on the bed in his hotel room, looking at a list in the group chat, unable to stop smiling. Among the 4 strong teams, except for IG being the lone survivor from China, FNC, G2, and C9 were all powerful European and American teams. Especially FNC, which once won the S Championship, and G2, the biggest dark horse of this tournament, capable of defeating RNG. Their strength was formidable. Moreover, IG's opponent in the semifinals was G2, making victory seem unlikely. Meanwhile, in another room, Jarrett and Garrett stayed in the room, both with grim expressions. This won't do. We have to report this to President Zhang. Only she can persuade the boss. After careful consideration, Jarrett still felt Alexei was too impulsive this time. Although he might face trouble from Alexei later, for the sake of the company, he gritted his teeth and called Diana. Dialing. Time listening to the ringing tone, Jarrett's palms were sweating. Hello. Finally hearing Diana's voice, Jarrett almost cried. President Zhang, no? Sister Zofia, please persuade the boss. In Alexei's room, he was calculating how to divide this wave of money with the principal after the tournament. Ring ring. Seeing Diana's call, he answered. Hello, Sister Zofia. How's your progress? Diana asked over the phone. Quite smoothly, Alexei replied. After a moment of silence, Diana's somewhat displeased voice came through. Don't you have anything else to tell me? Hearing this, Alexei glanced at the suit jacket on the hanger and smiled. Hee hee, I like the suit Sister Zofia bought very much. The size fits well, and the material is. Before he finished, Diana huffed Buman to Jiao Heng Yi Sung. Alexei, I'm not talking about that. You're too reckless. I told you long ago to only discuss work matters and not have too much contact with that principal. But you actually got into a bet with a group of young masters. You've simply driven me mad. Alexei was taken aback upon hearing this, but soon understood what she meant, raising an eyebrow. Was it Brother Gang who told you? Adiumph, it doesn't matter who told me. The point is that you were really too reckless this time. Even if you were the boss, shouldn't you consult us before making such a huge decision? Though Diana's tone carried a hint of reproach, Alexei was not upset. He knew that Diana was considering both the company's and his own best interests. For others, as employees, they wouldn't care what their boss did as long as they received their salary on time. They wouldn't bother meddling in the boss's affairs. Zofia, do you think I would do something without being sure? Trust me. Diana had already prepared a series of arguments, but when she heard, trust me, she was at a loss for words. Since they met, Alexei had always given her unconditional trust. How could she possibly distrust him? All right, Zofia, you have a more important task now. What? Diana asked. Go home and prepare dinner properly. I'll be back to Jiangzhou tonight. There's nothing but kimchi here, and I can't stand it. You, Adiumph, I don't want to deal with you. When you go bankrupt, I will definitely resign and leave first. With a huff, Diana hung up. Looking at the disconnected call, Alexei could almost imagine Diana angrily venting on an office pillow right now. He shook his head. Just as he was about to put down the phone to take a shower, another call came in. Seeing Zofiaki marked on the screen, Alexei paused, then answered. Hello, Zofiaki, Alexei said. Alexei, what about the promise you made to me? Confused, Alexei awkwardly replied, I'm not sure which promise you're talking about. You assured me that IG would win the championship, didn't you? Now Orlando and everyone else are waiting to see us make fools of ourselves. Losing some money is not the issue, but I can't let them mock us, you understand? Chapter 159. Boss, you're too innocent. Previously, due to Orlando's sudden appearance and interruption, Alexei had truly forgotten about the matter. After all, he had already laid out such conditions for Zofiaki. Although according to the historical trajectory, IG would ultimately be the champions, Alexei still had to put on a show. So, in the end, he only left Zofiaki with one sentence. To win the championship, IG just needs to do two things. First, trust the jungler and top laner. Second, always give top laner Bridger a counterpick position. Is it that simple? The principal on the phone was somewhat dazed. He had expected Alexei to present an extremely professional, foolproof tactical setup, but hadn't anticipated it would just be these few words. It's that simple. Alexei, you're not pulling my leg, right? Hearing the slightly dissatisfied tone from Zofiaki on the phone, Alexei smiled and replied, in a certain sense, the Zofiaki and I are now on the same side. Do you think it would benefit me if IG lost? Recalling those 5 white shirt youths lifting the trophy symbolizing the honor of LPL, Domestic Esports Club, in Incheon, Alexei couldn't help but sigh. Trust me, those 5 young men will usher in a new era in esports. On the other end of the phone, Zofiaki fell silent for a long time before finally saying in a solemn voice, all right, when are you coming back? If you're not in a hurry, I can get you a VIP ticket for the upcoming semifinals in a couple of days. No need. I have some business at the company and must return tonight. After a few more casual chats, they hung up. With the collaboration now settled, he had effectively connected the line with Zofiaki. From then on, it would only take some effort to maintain it, which would certainly become a significant asset in the future. Though Alexei also wanted to stay longer, and ideally go to Incheon himself to witness this historic moment of IG winning the championship, but Korean cuisine was simply too unpalatable. Of course, what mattered most was that he missed Xiao Magnus. Taking out his phone, he sent a message to Jarrett, asking him and Garrett to come to his room. Jarrett's face turned pale upon receiving the message. He assumed that Diana must have already called Alexei, maybe even arguing with him. And Alexei might have guessed it was him who reported, and was now going to interrogate him. Inside the room, Jarrett and Garrett stood before Alexei. While Garrett was merely nervous, Jarrett was visibly trembling, wiping cold sweat off his forehead from time to time. Seeing his state, Alexei couldn't help but shake his head and smile, seeing through Jarrett's worries. Although Jarrett and Diana secretly reported behind his back, making him slightly annoyed, considering it was for the company, he did not plan to pursue it further. Arrange for us to return tonight, as soon as possible. Upon hearing this, Jarrett froze but immediately understood upon seeing Alexei's half-smiling eyes. Boss didn't intend to hold it against him. Overjoyed, Jarrett nodded and quickly responded, yes, boss. I'll arrange it right away. Garrett, prepare yourself after we return to China. You'll come back to K country later as the S-series requires your full involvement. Carmine will send someone to communicate with you. Garrett, who had been feeling dejected and questioning himself over the past few days, felt relieved and excited upon hearing Alexei's words. Thank you, boss. I won't disappoint you. After booking the tickets, the three left the hotel for Gwangju Airport. Inside the first-class cabin, Alexei sat next to Jarrett. Looking out at the night scenery, Alexei's eyes flickered, and he suddenly asked, Brother Gang, have you heard of the Bai family from Shanghai? Not expecting this question from Alexei, Jarrett shook his head with a bitter smile. Boss, someone like me has no way to reach that level of society. You're overestimating me. Alexei had also just asked casually since, like Jarrett, he had never had any opportunity or connections to access the elite circles. Even in his previous life, Alexei knew little about those wealthy families. Though media occasionally reports on them, it's just the tip of the iceberg that capitalists want commoners to see. However, this successful connection with Zofiaki gave him a glimmer of hope. As the most ostentatious young master in the country, the Zofiaki was the only one he could openly connect with to reach the pinnacle of society. Only through the Zofiaki could he gradually approach the inner circle at the top of the pyramid and find out more information about the Bai family. Of course, what he was most curious about now was whether the Orlando Shanghai Bai family was the Bai family he had been looking for. After thinking for a moment, he couldn't help but feel a bit messy, so he simply stopped thinking about it. For now, he could only take things one step at a time. At least, little Magnus was still by his side. What he needed to do now was to become even stronger. Even if that day truly came, even if he had to risk his life, he wouldn't allow anyone to take little Magnus away from him. Shaoshan Airport. After the plane landed, the driver picked up Alexei and Jarrett, while Garrett took a taxi home. Boss, should I send you back to school first? Jarrett asked. Checking the time, it was almost curfew at the school dormitory. Alexei decided not to return to the dormitory tonight. Besides, he had made plans with Diana for dinner. He first sent a message to Diana and learned that she was still at the company. Then, Alexei instructed the driver to head to a nearby supermarket. While Alexei browsed the front of the store, Jarrett and the driver followed behind, helping carry items. Seeing that Alexei was buying ingredients, Jarrett wondered if his boss planned to cook by himself this late at night. That seemed too thrifty. But when he saw Alexei hesitating in front of a shelf near the checkout counter, he followed Alexei's gaze thoughtfully. Anyone who has been to a supermarket knows that there's usually a small shelf next to the checkout counter, where easily misunderstood or awkward items are placed. After paying, outside the supermarket, Jarrett handed everything over to the driver, and then looked at Alexei with a chuckle. Boss, I'll go back and buy a pack of cigarettes. Sure. Seeing Alexei walk towards the car, Jarrett smiled knowingly. Ah, it seems our boss is still a pure college student. Matters like this really need someone like me, an experienced man. Chapter 160. Her sister Zofia takes me in for the night. After arriving at Jean Ding Mansion, Jarrett finally realized that Alexei was actually heading to Diana's place. Throughout the journey, he had been giving Alexei a meaningful glance. He had originally wondered why Alexei would bother cooking late at night, but now it all made sense. Jarrett and the driver helped Alexei carry everything upstairs. Not long after they arrived, Diana also came home from work. Sister Zofia, you're back pretty late, Alexei said with a chuckle. Diana gave Alexei an adorable glare, replying, what else? Unlike someone I know, I can't just leave a huge company unattended and run off to drink at some 798 bar overseas, humph. Upon hearing this, Alexei awkwardly rubbed his nose. That was work-related. Forget about it, Sister Zofia. I'll definitely treat you well tonight. There was nothing wrong with what he said, but Jarrett and the driver exchanged glances, their mouths involuntarily curving into knowing smiles. Diana also instinctively glanced at the two men before saying angrily, don't talk nonsense. I meant I'm going to cook for you myself. Seeing their somewhat flirtatious interaction, Jarrett's gossip instinct burst into flames, yet he remained tactful. Boss, President Zhang, we won't disturb you anymore. Since you're here, why don't you join us? Alexei suggested. Diana also spoke up, it was quite a trip for Director Du as well. Since you're already here, have some food together. No, I still have things to do back home. Jarrett shook his head vigorously. No way, he knew Alexei was just being polite. If he really stayed, it would be improper. After putting down the items, Jarrett instructed the driver to wait outside. Seeing Diana put on an apron and head into the kitchen, Jarrett cautiously approached Alexei. At this moment, Alexei slapped his forehead. How could I forget the most important thing? Brother gang, go downstairs and buy me. Just as Alexei turned around, he saw Jarrett already leaning in with a sly look, then silently pulling out several items from his pocket. Alembic Omega Alembic, boss, I get it. I've already bought them for you. Alexei was taken aback and looked at the items in Jarrett's hand, his lips twitching. All kinds of small umbrellas of various models and brands. Seeing Alexei's reaction, Jarrett thought he was embarrassed and showed a knowing smile. Boss, there's nothing to be embarrassed about. I've been your age too. When I saw you staring at the cashier for so long, sigh. Young people can be shy sometimes, so I bought a few for you. Saying this, he cautiously glanced towards the kitchen, lowering his voice. Rest assured, boss, I've used these brands before, and they are top-notch. I bet President Zhang will like them too. Alexei, #de, you idiot. Who told you to buy such things for me? Hearing this, Jarrett was stunned, nodding understandingly first, then looking worried. Boss doesn't like to wear them? But you and President Zhang are young. Safety awareness should still be? I was looking at gum at the cashier. Who was looking at that stuff? Alexei swore, utterly speechless. Once during dinner at another residence, he lit a cigarette in front of little Magnus, seeing her cough from the smoke. He had thought about buying gum. Why do those stores always place gum next to such things? As for Jarrett, buying one or two would be fine. But why did he buy so many? Does he think I'm a pile driver? Alexei, we're out of soy sauce. Go downstairs and buy a bottle. From the kitchen, Diana suddenly walked out. Seeing this, Alexei quickly pushed Jarrett's hand back and turned to Diana, clearing his throat. Yeah, I was about to go down. Jarrett, realizing his misunderstanding, blushed, dared not stay longer, hurriedly stuffed the items back into his pocket and left after bidding farewell to Diana. Perhaps because he was too hasty, Jarrett accidentally dropped one item by the door. Fortunately, Alexei noticed it in time and picked it up, tucking it into his pocket. Phew, that's a relief. If Sister Zofia had seen this, I wouldn't be able to explain myself even if I jumped into the Yellow River. If he carried such things while coming over for dinner late at night, anyone would suspect him of ulterior motives. To be safe, he didn't dare throw the items into the household trash and went downstairs after telling Diana. Ding dong. Just as he stepped out of the elevator, Garrett's call came through. Since Alexei had previously instructed Garrett to make another trip to Country K as soon as possible to follow up on the cooperation with the IG Club, Garrett was also very proactive. Garrett asked Alexei for further instructions on specific tasks over the phone and requested to bring a few people from the company along. In the supermarket, Alexei finished paying, picked up the soy sauce, and returned. Once you arrive in Country K, contact me anytime if there's anything uncertain. If it involves expenses or other financial matters, apply to the finance department. Okay, got it, boss. I'll pack and prepare to set off now. After hanging up, Alexei strode forward. That's strange. What did I come here for? Alexei scratched his head, his mind temporarily blank as if he forgot something. Just as he was thinking, Diana's voice messages started coming one after another. Alexei, where have you been? Does buying soy sauce take this long? The dishes are going to burn. Alexei, I'm downstairs. He replied with a voice message and walked into the building. After helping Diana in the kitchen for quite a while, they finally got all the dishes on the table. At the dinner table, the two chatted while eating. Alexei also roughly told Diana about the process of his trip to Country K and his plans to establish an esports division separately. With the company's current manpower, there aren't many available people. Should we hire more? Diana asked. For now, let's wait until after this season's World Championship. By the way, Sister Zofia, Have you talked to those officials? Hearing this, Diana nodded and replied, yeah, fortunately, they're not high-ranking officials, so I can handle them. Also, I've dealt with several manufacturers and brands. Good job, Sister Zofia. Here's to you. Alexei raised his wine glass and clinked it with Diana's. She took a light sip of red wine and gave him a sideways glance. Tisk, smooth talker. Don't celebrate too early. With the company's current growth rate and user base, sooner or later, some real big shots will come to talk to you. And then it won't be something I can handle. After the meal, it was already deep into the night. Alexei stretched. It's late. I should head back to school. Good night, Sister Zofia. At this hour, the dormitories are probably locked, right? Diana responded instinctively. Hearing this, Alexei winked playfully and teased, oh, then what should I do? How about Sister Zofia lets me stay for the night? Chapter 161. Inappropriate imagination for the young. Deep into the night, an unrelated man and woman, staying over. These keywords strung together imply that what follows would be inappropriate content for the young. Of course, perhaps it's because of that half glass of red wine just now. A flush quickly colored Diana's cheeks, that coquettish look exuding a unique allure. Keep talking nonsense and I'll punch you. You go wherever you like. No one will care if you sleep on the streets. Haha, just a joke. Why are you blushing, Sister Zofia? You still mentioned it. Diana waved her small fists, causing Alexei to laugh out loud at the sight. Don't worry, Sister Zofia. I have a single dorm room at school. I'm off. Wait. Diana stepped forward and tugged at Alexei's shoulder on his suit jacket. The shoulder size is a bit too loose. Take it off so I can get it adjusted at the store. Also, the smell of smoke on the clothes is too strong. It needs to be cleaned at a specialty dry cleaner. Seeing Diana's disapproving face, Alexei sniffed at his sleeve. The smell was indeed somewhat overwhelming, but it was understandable considering he spent time in K-Country with Orlando and others who were all chain smokers. Though there was a washing machine at the courtyard villa, such a suit should still be taken to a specialty cleaner. As for the size, he didn't care much as he rarely wore it anyway. Okay. Originally, Diana wanted to drive Alexei back to the school, but he politely declined, leaving his jacket behind before departing. On the roadside, Alexei looked back at the gate behind him and scratched his head. What did I forget again? Sigh. This mind of mine. Just as he was pondering, a taxi slowly stopped, and he got in without further thought. Meanwhile, in the living room, Diana tidied up the dining table and picked up the suit jacket Alexei had draped over the chair back as he left. She took a look at the jacket and mumbled to herself. If the shoulder is made too tight, won't it feel uncomfortable? I remember he likes wearing looser styles. Forget it. Let's get it cleaned tomorrow first. As she folded the jacket, her movements suddenly paused. This guy, not even making sure he takes everything clean. How careless. Diana shook her head and chuckled, reaching into the jacket pocket. Suddenly, her expression turned peculiar, and she muttered to herself, I didn't remember asking him to buy a flavor pack. After taking out the item from the pocket, Diana opened her palm. D-U-R-E-X. Pronouncing each letter, Diana froze, then her cheeks flushed bright red, spreading all the way to her ears. Being an adult, she knew exactly what this was. That guy, how could he be so reckless? Did he go to K-Country just to? Diana clearly felt quite angry, imagining Alexei surrounded by hostesses at a nightclub in K-Country. Come to think of it. Thinking of this, Diana sat down on the sofa in a huff, hitting and beating the pillow. Yet, inexplicably, her thoughts returned to something Alexei said earlier. Maybe, Sister Zofia can let me stay overnight? This phrase echoed in her mind like a haunting tune. Women, especially those born under the sign of Pisces, when alone, often indulge in convoluted daydreams. A possibility, seemingly absurd yet strangely plausible, began to take root in Diana's mind. Perhaps Alexei came over for dinner tonight, and jokingly suggested staying over, because he actually wanted to. Diana, nung a desperado o nung. In the next moment, she buried her head in the pillow, turning into an ostrich. Zhang University, North Campus. In the living room of the courtyard villa, everything was clean and tidy, the floor gleaming enough to reflect light. Looking around, Alexei smiled and shook his head, seeming to see a slender figure busily cleaning in the living room. Apparently, while he was away, Xiao Magnus must have been coming every day to clean. Opening the fridge, he found all the ingredients inside had been cleared out, nodding in satisfaction. It seemed Xiao Magnus had indeed been eating on schedule. Stretching lazily, he went back to his room. After a busy day, he fell asleep as soon as his head hit the pillow. Youth certainly has its perks. The next morning, morning sunlight filtered through the curtains onto Alexei's face, feeling warm and comfortable. Vaguely, he heard some clattering sounds. After his eyelids twitched, Alexei sat up, stretched, and walked toward the door. Wondering what was happening outside, he reached for the doorknob, only to see the door open by itself. What greeted his eyes was none other than Xiao Magnus. Their eyes met, both momentarily stunned, slightly unresponsive. Today, Julianne was still wearing a pure white short-sleeve shirt and faded blue jeans. At this moment, Alexei suddenly found himself staring intently. From the first time he saw Xiao Magnus to now, she always had her thick long hair loose. Even in hot weather, she never tied it into braids. But today, Xiao Magnus actually wore a ponytail. Without the heavy bangs covering her face, Xiao Magnus' facial features were finally fully exposed. Although her skin still had a waxen yellow hue from malnutrition, Her features were exquisitely delicate, especially her large, black eyes with lashes like little fans. Seeing the fine layer of sweat on Xiao Magnus' forehead and the mop in her hand, it was clear that she had come early to clean. "Good morning, Xiao Magnus," Alexei greeted. Upon hearing this, Julian blushed and quickly lowered her head, stammering in response, "Sorry, Alexei, I didn't know you were back." Seeing her embarrassed state, Alexei looked down at himself and couldn't help but blush as well. His clothes were all in the dormitory, and there were no pajamas here at the courtyard villa. He had just woken up, wearing only shorts with his chest bare. I'll get dressed first," Alexei said. After getting dressed, Alexei went to the living room for a glass of water, while Xiao Magnus cleaned up in his room. "Take a break and have some water." Seeing her flushed face from exertion and the strands of hair dampened by sweat on her forehead, Alexei felt a pang of sympathy. "You don't clean the house every morning like this, do you?" Alexei asked. Julian held the cup with both hands, took a few sips, and nodded. Seeing this, Alexei sighed slightly and smiled bitterly. "Didn't I tell you before? Once a week is enough. There's no need to clean every day since no one usually lives here." "Oh, I understand," Julian nodded. She simply felt that if she promised Alexei something, she should do it well. Moreover, this amount of work wasn't much for her. She found it quite easy. Suddenly she thought of something and hurriedly put down the cup, glancing secretly at Alexei. "Sorry, Alexei, I didn't know you'd be back today, so I didn't prepare breakfast." "Xiao Magnus, I really don't like you using sorry as a catchphrase. So, today, I'm going to make you accompany me for breakfast as punishment." Chapter 162, The Face-Changing Alexei. Canteen, 2nd floor. Since the start of school, Alexei had never brought Julianne to eat here, basically dining outside or cooking in the courtyard. But he thought that since it was university life, they should at least experience the university canteen. Moreover, he had often heard his 3 roommates rave about a new, Timothyddle couple, steamed bun shop on the 2nd floor of the canteen, praising its flavor as amazing. Besides, the buns were quite large, and Alexei figured 1 tray for himself, plus a cup of soy milk, would be enough. "Xiao Magnus, see if there's anything you want to eat," Alexei said. Upon hearing this, Julian surreptitiously glanced at the price list on the store, then lowered her head. I'm not hungry. I ate a lot last night." Rumble. Just as she finished speaking, her stomach betrayed her with a growl. Julianne's face turned red, and she hung her head. Seeing her cute little quail-like demeanor, Alexei chuckled. "Boss, 2 trays each of chives and egg filling, fresh meat filling, and the signature tofu filling. Also, 1 tray of rice dumplings and steamed pork buns." Seeing Alexei casually ordering so much, Julian panicked. "Timothy, Alexei classmate, isn't that too much?" They had agreed that she would be responsible for cooking for Alexei, but today he was spending money to buy her breakfast as well. How could she bear to let Alexei spend so much money? She roughly calculated that this breakfast alone would cost nearly 100 yuan, almost equivalent to her weekly living expenses. After paying, Alexei replied with a smile. "Let me tell you secretly, my enrollment benefits include meal subsidies. The monthly allowance resets if unused, so leaving it would just be a waste." To ease Julianne's sense of guilt, Alexei fabricated this excuse. "Oh, is that so?" Julianne mumbled to herself, feeling slightly relieved. At the table, after finishing 1.5 trays of meat buns, eating a few rice dumplings, and drinking a cup of soy milk, Alexei felt satisfied. As for Julianne, she held a large meat bun with both hands, looking like a hamster. Her cherry lips barely moved, yet the bun visibly disappeared. From Alexei's perspective, her thick bangs obscured half her face, making him feel a bit regretful. He couldn't forget the image of Xiao Magnus with a ponytail from before. Xiao Magnus. Julianne lifted her head, her big black eyes looking at Alexei. "Why don't you tie your hair up anymore? Aren't you hot?" Alexei asked. Hearing this, Julianne stammered, unsure how to respond. In fact, when she was young, she loved tying her hair up, especially in pigtails. Back then, she would sit on her grandfather's lap every day, nagging him to comb her hair and tie it up. But after her grandfather passed away, especially after middle school, she never tied her hair up again. For some reason, she was very afraid and lacked confidence. Only when her thick hair and bangs covered her eyes did she feel secure, thinking no one would notice her. Previously at the courtyard, it was only because she sweated a lot, and wet hair sticking to her face hindered her work. "Xiao Magnus, you looked pretty with your hair up," Alexei commented casually. No girl dislikes compliments, but Julianne seemed to be an exception. Instead of feeling proud, Alexei's words made her inexplicably feel down. "Timothy, Alexei classmate, please, don't make fun of me. That's not mocking you. Do you remember what I told you back in senior high? Eat well, sleep well, live well, and you'll become more beautiful." Julianne simply nodded at Alexei's words. After quickly finishing their breakfast, the two left the canteen. Although they had no classes in the morning, Alexei still had Professor Frisco's elective, while Julianne needed to go to the store to work. With all the vegetables in the courtyard's fridge gone, Alexei made plans with Julianne to buy groceries together at noon. While chatting with Julianne, Alexei saw a tall figure with wine-red long hair approach. It was none other than Alessandra, along with Savannah, who had also come to the North Campus for an elective course, planning to have breakfast at the canteen and unexpectedly encountering Alexei. Seeing Alexei, Alessandra's beautiful eyes lit up, and she briskly walked over, holding Savannah's arm. "What a coincidence, Alexei. Did you just return to school?" In front of Alexei, Alessandra always behaved modestly, appearing extraordinarily gentle. Her queen-like beauty showed a small girl's mannerism, indeed creating quite an impressive contrast. However, Alexei just glanced at her casually and then Sohui Shan gave an indifferent nod as a response. For a moment, Alessandra felt a bit disappointed deep in her heart, especially when she saw Julianne with Alexei. An inexplicable hostility appeared in her eyes. Although she had helped Julianne out in the pancake shop last time and confronted Ellen and others for her, it didn't mean that she had any goodwill towards Julianne. Besides, she believed Alexei was just closer to Julianne because of their schoolmate relationship, so she still stood a chance. Alexei, I heard you chose computer engineering as your second major. So did I. Let's go together for this public course. To chase after Alexei, Alessandra really went all out, especially after learning that Alexei selected computer engineering as his second major. She also forced herself to choose it. In her view, as long as she created more opportunities to be with Alexei, she could eventually win him over with her charm. Unfortunately, Alexei indeed had no interest in her. Sorry, I'm used to doing things alone. After replying to Alessandra, Alexei looked at Julianne beside him, and his tone softened. Well, I'm off first. I'll come pick you up later. Having said that, he walked past Alessandra and kept going straight. Seeing Alexei's two different faces just now, Alessandra stomped her feet in anger. She glanced at Julianne unwillingly, feeling increasingly uneasy. Why should she be cold to me and smiley to Julianne? Under the scrutinizing gaze of Alessandra, Julianne felt uncomfortable and lowered her head. Instinctively, she wanted to get away as soon as possible. But she thought that class president and Alessandra had helped her before, and if she didn't say hello, it would be impolite. Gathering courage, she finally spoke. Good morning, class president. Goo classmate. Hee, good morning, Julianne. Savannah responded cheerfully, having a pleasant personality. Adiumph, are we very familiar? Stop trying to be close. But Alessandra huffed and pulled Savannah into the cafeteria, visibly upset. Chapter 163. The Progenitor of Scoundrels. Public Classroom. After the morning elective classes ended, Alexei left the teaching building, planning to visit Julianne at the store. As he reached the school gate, he suddenly noticed many students sprinting towards the South Campus. Really? The master is really streaming live at our school? For sure. I've even got a fan sign for him. F***CK. For the master, I'm not even eating lunch today. Wow. Is this the Jiangzhou's most passionate online celebrity? I heard he's very handsome. Students were discussing among themselves, and just as Alexei was puzzled, he caught sight of several familiar figures in the crowd. Taking a closer look, it turned out to be his three dorm buddies. Alexei. Conway spotted Alexei and called out. The three of them rushed forward and dragged Alexei along without further ado. We were looking for you, come on. Alexei, confused, asked, where are we going? Beside him, Lance smacked his lips and replied, you primitive man. Haven't you been paying attention to what's happening online at all? The master has set up an outdoor stream on campus, right here in the South Campus. The master? Alexei asked in puzzlement. It's Ridge, the first greatest love of Jiangzhou, the progenitor of scoundrels. Conway was practically beside himself with excitement, slapping his thigh hard as he declared, I'll send a rocket right in front of the master later. He must teach me a few moves so I can definitely win over Alali. Seeing how enthusiastic the three buddies were about this so-called master, Alexei simply responded coolly, oh, I'm not interested. I have something else to do, so I won't go. You primitive man. Alexei, the master is a big internet celebrity, the only male influencer with more male fans than female fans. Don't you want to take a look? Seriously, I also particularly like him. Now everyone on the internet is teaching men how to love women, but only the master teaches us how men should love themselves. Alexei still had no interest. He originally planned to go to the store to find Julianne. Compared to watching some so-called master, wouldn't it be better to go shopping, buy groceries, and have a meal with Xiao Magnus? But Julianne sent a message saying that there were many customers at the store today, and she was still busy, unable to accompany him to buy groceries or cook. With no other choice, Alexei thought he might as well return to the dormitory for a nap. However, the three old buds insisted on dragging him along to the South Campus, saying they should stay together as roommates. South Campus, football field. Despite it being noon and quite hot, the football field was already packed with people. F***CK. We're late. There's no place left. Conway was clearly annoyed. Finally, Alexei was dragged by his dorm mates up to the stands. Looking down at the crowded field, Alexei's eyelids twitched. What was wrong with these people? On such a hot day, instead of taking a nap in the dorm, they came here to endure the scorching sun just to watch a crowd? Yet the three old buds were glued to their phones, thoroughly enjoying the show. No wonder. From the stands, the distance to the field made it impossible to see anything clearly. One would think it was just a regular online celebrity doing an outdoor stream, while others might mistake it for a concert of a superstar. Goodness, am I seeing things? Conway stared at his phone screen, muttering this sentence. Lance and Lucius exchanged glances, and then all three of them looked at Alexei. After sitting for a while, Alexei found it utterly boring and decided to leave. Hey, Alexei, why don't you take a look? Conway handed over his phone. Alexei initially ignored it, but when he saw the live streaming scene on the screen, he couldn't help but pause. The live stream was showing real-time footage from the distant football field. A rather handsome young man, apparently around 24 or 25 years old, was chatting and laughing with a pretty girl. Alexei almost thought he had mistaken her identity. The girl in the live stream was none other than Ellen. Though because of the recent League of Legends World Championship series, the buzz around Alexei and Ellen had quieted down somewhat. When Ellen appeared suddenly in the live stream of the universally acknowledged progenitor of scoundrels, it caused quite a stir. Heavens! Isn't that Ellen? Why is she in this live stream? Amazing! The master is truly awesome, even managing to bring in the goddess Ellen. I remember her rumor with the top college entrance exam scorer once went viral, right? Now Alexei is probably crying in the toilet. The three dorm buddies also noticed the chat comments in the live stream, especially those mocking Alexei, which made them quite upset. At that moment, the three of them spoke up for Alexei in the live stream using their own accounts, directly clashing with those who were stirring up trouble. Unfortunately, their words carried little weight and were quickly drowned out by a deluge of comments. Alexei, don't take it to heart, okay? Exactly. Ignore them. It's meaningless. Why don't we just go back? Lance gave Conway and Lucius meaningful looks. They all understood each other without saying a word. If they had known Ellen would be there today, no matter what, they wouldn't have brought Alexei here. However, Alexei seemed oblivious to the drama in the live stream, only giving a soft laugh. Since we're already here, let's stay for a while before leaving. Anyway, we have no classes this afternoon. Hearing this, the three were stunned and exchanged glances. They were originally worried that Alexei would feel upset seeing all this, but he seemed completely unperturbed. Chowsy, why don't we report the live stream? It might spare Alexei from feeling troubled by Ellen. Great idea. Without hesitation, the two of them reported the live stream multiple times, but none of their reports succeeded. Lance was so angry he cursed aloud. F***K. Do these people at Shuaming app have brains? How can they not ban him when he was flirting so shamelessly? I'm also confused. How did Ellen hook up with the master? Alexei seemed completely unaware of their discussion, his attention entirely focused on the live stream on his phone screen. According to the typical route of outdoor streams, male hosts often flirted and invited pretty female guests to play some games. And Ridge, known as the progenitor of scoundrels and Jiangzhou's first greatest love, was a standout in this genre. Though Ellen displayed a youthful college student vibe in the live stream, she didn't escape being verbally taken advantage of. Watching the smiling duo on the screen, a faint smile curved Alexei's lips, almost imperceptible. The live stream lasted about an hour. After it ended, the surrounding students gradually dispersed. The three old buds called out for Alexei to return to the dormitory. You guys go back first. I have something to do. Alexei glanced at the two figures in the middle of the field, his smile turning slightly cold. Chapter 164, Closing the Net. At the South Campus, on the playground, Ridge was still chatting with Ellen about the live broadcast they just did. Thank you for your cooperation this time, Ellen. It was a pleasure working with you. As the original bad boy, Ridge is certainly outstanding in appearance and demeanor. Otherwise, he wouldn't be known as the original bad boy. Especially for female college students like Ellen, the well-known Ridge has a special allure. Brother Christopher, it's my honor to do a live broadcast with you. Haha, great. Then we'll stop here today. I'll find you again if there's another chance. Hearing this, Ellen nodded and turned to leave. After watching Ellen walk away, a mocking smile appeared at the corner of Ridge's mouth. Just this level? You still want to play games with me? After saying this, he lowered his head to fiddle with his phone and watched the live broadcast stream. Suddenly, a pair of feet appeared in his line of sight. Didn't I tell you to wait for me outside? Didn't you see I'm? He spoke impatiently, thinking it was his assistant. But when he looked up and saw who was standing in front of him, he quickly changed his expression to a smiling one. Oh, boss, why are you here? Looking at Ridge, Alexei said, what exactly are you doing? Ridge had been poached from the neighboring Mainslow by Jarrett not long ago. And not long ago, Alexei had privately approached him. That yellow-haired youth he secretly met in his office was none other than Ridge. Facing Alexei's inquiry, Ridge smiled mysteriously. Boss, everything I'm doing is for the task you assigned. I've put a lot of effort into it. Hearing this, Alexei raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Hee boss, it's like this? Then, Ridge began to explain his plan and arrangements in detail. After listening to what Ridge had to say, Alexei couldn't help but brighten up, then nodded approvingly. Not bad. Do you need any cooperation from me? No. It's nothing big. There's no need for you to get involved. No matter how much attention this may attract later, you only need to remain silent, and everything else will be handled by me. I may not have many skills, but when it comes to dealing with women, I can handle it perfectly. Alexei didn't contradict him on this. In the previous life, the reputation of this original bad boy was quite significant. At least in this aspect, Alexei admitted that he was inferior. Otherwise, he wouldn't have immediately sought out Ridge after learning that Jarrett had poached him. How long will it take? What Alexei cared about was naturally the time frame. Well, that depends on your wishes, boss. Honestly, I've roamed the field for so many years and seen all kinds of girls. But this Ellen Tsai. At first, she was playing hard to get. But now, you see, isn't she almost within reach? Thinking about this, Alexei found himself genuinely interested. Oh, are you that confident? When it came to understanding Ellen, Alexei believed no one knew her better than he did. He thought even the original bad boy wouldn't be able to win over Ellen in a short period. Seeing this, Ridge gave a rather mysterious smile. Boss, just like you said, when dealing with such women, you just need to treat her like a princess, make her believe she is your whole world, and the rest will fall into place. Alexei also nodded in agreement upon hearing this. During their first meeting, he had explained a lot about Ellen to Ridge in detail. Now it seemed that the preparation had been done thoroughly enough. If nothing unexpected happens, at most a month. Of course, this is just a conservative estimate. The key lies in your decision. Whenever you give the nod, I can close the net anytime, said Ridge. Alexei turned his head and glanced in the direction where Ellen had just left, a chill flashing in his eyes. Since it's closing the net, let's choose the best timing. Wait for my signal. Yes, boss. Ridge greeted cheerfully. He figured if he accomplished this mission well, it would be like giving his boss a favor. Naturally, he would spare no effort. By the way, boss, I have one more thing to ask. Regarding this, where's the line? My main concern is that I might get carried away. Ridge was unaware of the conflict between Alexei and Ellen. Therefore, he was afraid that he might go too far, leading to an unsatisfactory conclusion and being blamed by Alexei. Picking up on his worry, Alexei curved the corner of his mouth with a smirk, teasing, the bottom line is, there's no bottom line. Pausing, Alexei continued, the only requirement is to make her ruined reputation. Alexei's tone was icy cold. Even though Ridge was an outsider, he could sense something unusual from Alexei's words. Although he was also very curious about how that ordinary college girl, Ellen, had offended someone at Alexei's level, he knew what questions to ask and what not to ask. Rest assured, boss, the mission will be completed. After a brief chat, Alexei left the playground. South Campus, girls' dormitory. When Ellen returned to the dormitory, she was immediately questioned by Darlene and her other two roommates. Adley, how did you get to know Ridge? My goodness, Adley, you're amazing. Are you really going to become a big internet celebrity? Adley, tell us quickly. We're dying of curiosity. Facing the amazed looks of her three roommates, Ellen wore a proud expression, with satisfaction in her eyes. Oh, you guys are so annoying. Though she feigned impatience, she still recounted the whole story. Due to the Alexei incident, she had gained considerable popularity. She already had tens of thousands of followers on the Dream-Seeking app, and people often sent her private messages. By chance, Ridge suddenly messaged her. Initially, she didn't want to reply. But when she saw that he was an internet celebrity with hundreds of thousands of fans and very handsome, she changed her mind. They chatted back and forth, and within half a month, they became quite familiar. Of course, in her telling, this became Ridge persistently chasing after her, trying all sorts of ways to start conversations, until she reluctantly agreed to help him with a live broadcast. Upon hearing this, Beth and Waverly let out squeals of excitement, showering her with compliments and envy, almost putting Ellen on cloud nine. Only Darlene seemed unhappy. Adley, those rotten men aren't good for anything. Don't let him trick you. Oh, come on. I don't have any other feelings for him. He just kept bothering me, so I had no choice but to agree. Besides, my business is none of yours. Chapter 165 Alexei, you are truly a sly one. In the days following his meeting with Ridge, Alexei didn't have much time to spend thinking about it, because the semifinals had already concluded. As expected, IG swept G2 3-0, successfully reclaiming some of the lost pride for LPL. And in 1 week, IG would be facing off against FNC in Incheon, K-Country, for the global championship title of this year's S8. The successful entry of IG into the finals created a wave of cheers among fans domestically, making them the only hope and face of domestic esports fans. On the day the semi-finals ended, another piece of news in the esports circle became popular. Mengchen Technology successfully acquired Longmao platform for $200 million. This topic quickly swept across various online platforms. That day, after class, Alexei was busy testing for pesticide residues with Zinnia at the cottage when his phone suddenly rang. Seeing the caller labeled as Ainsworth, Alexei paused for a moment before stepping outside to answer the call. Hello, said Alexei. Alexei, you've got quite a nerve, don't you? You dare to play me? The Ainsworth on the phone sounded unpleasant, carrying a noticeable anger. I don't understand what you're talking about, Ainsworth, Alexei replied with a light laugh. Don't play dumb with me. You advised me to sell the Longmao platform, then turned around and bought it yourself at a price much lower than my initial offer. I have reason to suspect you targeted the Longmao platform from the start. Yes, indeed. I did plan to acquire the Longmao platform from the very beginning. Facing the Ainsworth's interrogation, Alexei didn't argue but directly admitted it. There was silence on the phone for a moment before the Ainsworth spoke again. So, you don't plan to explain this matter to me? Alexei knew that if this issue wasn't handled well, it might lead to the Ainsworth having ill feelings towards him or even affect the development of Mengchen Technology. But since he dared to do this, he had a reason to convince the Ainsworth. Thus, the two talked over the phone for nearly half an hour. During the conversation, Alexei tried his best to explain that it was all done with the Ainsworth's interests at heart. After all, the Longmao platform was a burden to the Ainsworth, and he wasn't skilled in managing and operating such a platform. However, Alexei could guarantee that the Longmao platform would develop better after acquisition. Moreover, if the Ainsworth wished, he could even gift a portion of the shares free of charge. Most importantly, by selling the Longmao platform, the Ainsworth used the funds to clear most of the platform's external debts, thus avoiding a debt crisis. Alexei analyzed everything logically, and with IG now entering the finals, things were indeed developing positively as he had predicted. Therefore, the Ainsworth's tone on the phone was no longer as harsh as at first, instead appearing somewhat wry. Alexei, you're a real sly one. Don't use those sweet words to trick me. You've really taken advantage of the situation this time. Ainsworth, I've always been generous with friends. Trust me, someday you'll find this deal worthwhile. After chatting casually with the Ainsworth for a few more sentences, Alexei hung up the phone. Comrade Alexei, dinner is ready. Wash your hands and prepare to eat. In a great mood, Alexei hurriedly washed his hands and sat at the table, sniffing appreciatively. Smells delicious. Xenia's cooking skills are getting better and better. Praised by Alexei, Julianne blushed slightly, placing the utensils in front of Alexei. A rare hint of joy could be seen in her eyes. After eating a piece of braised pork, Alexei chewed contentedly. Perhaps due to his good mood, he teased her. Delicious. Our Xenia is truly becoming more like a good wife and mother. Hearing good wife and mother, Julianne's cheeks flushed all the way to her ears. Most girls at this blooming age dream of love and future marriage. But for Xenia, she had never considered these questions, nor imagined spending her whole life with someone else. Oh right, Xenia, there's no class this afternoon. Please take a leave from the store, said Alexei. Is there something? Xenia couldn't help but ask, puzzled by Alexei's sudden request. Hearing this, Alexei smiled and replied, Of course, I'm taking you out to play. There's a paradise above, and Jiangzhou below. Since the start of school, we haven't really gone out much. Do you like Westlake? I heard that Timothingian temple over there is quite auspicious. It would be good to pay respects. Regarding the Westlake and Timothingian temple mentioned by Alexei, Julianne had naturally heard of them. Especially Westlake. She had seen it countless times on TV when she was young, finding its scenery particularly beautiful. Just a few days ago, several of her roommates went together to visit Westlake. At the time, the roommates wanted her to join them, but upon hearing about ticket prices and transportation costs, after calculating mentally, she decided not to go. Moreover, Julianne had begun to understand some of Alexei's habits. Whenever he spent money while with her, it always seemed generous. Alexei, can I not go? Upon hearing this, Alexei picked up a piece of braised pork, took a bite, then smiled. No. Oh. Julianne hung her head. Xenia, you can never earn enough money. Health is the most important asset. You shouldn't keep yourself so tense all the time and need to relax properly. Besides, the ticket isn't expensive, so don't have a mental burden, Alexei said. Okay, I got it. After lunch, Alexei helped Julianne clean up a bit. After calling the store owner to ask for leave, Alexei drove Julianne towards Westlake. Although it wasn't the weekend, there were still many people at Westlake. The appearance of the silver Maserati naturally caused a stir among passersby, with many people even taking photos with their phones. Especially when they saw Alexei getting out from the driver's seat. Looking young and handsome, quite a few young single girls became interested. But when these people saw Julianne get out from the passenger side, their interest quickly waned. There are this many people? Looking at the bustling crowd in front of her, Julianne couldn't help but stick out her tongue slightly. Let's go buy tickets first. Alexei called out with a smile, walking ahead while Julianne followed closely behind, occasionally using her big, dark eyes to curiously observe the surroundings. Chapter 166, Love Pledged at the Broken Bridge. Westlake, like Therese, can be admired in any attire, plain or elaborate. The ancients truly did not deceive me. Gazing at the beautiful scenery before him, Alexei couldn't help but sigh in admiration. In contrast, Julianne had almost been trailing behind Alexei with her head down for most of the way. The bustling crowd around made her dare only to steal a few glances at her surroundings. Noticing her discomfort, Alexei smiled and led little Magnus to a less crowded place. He kept striking up conversations with her, trying to find common topics or telling stories about Westlake. As they went on, this did somewhat ease Julianne's tension, making her a bit more relaxed. 10 scenes of Westlake. Sioux Causeway in spring dawn, lotus and breeze at Tsuyuan Garden, autumn moon over Calm Lake, residual snow on the broken bridge, fish viewing at Flower Harbor, orioles singing in the willows, 3 pools Zophiering the moon, Twin Peaks piercing the clouds, evening glow over Leifeng Pagoda, and evening bell ringing at Nanping Hill. Both of them toured each one. During this time, Alexei even taught little Magnus how to take photos with her phone. Seeing Julianne taking pictures nonstop with her face full of excitement and thrill, Alexei's eyes were also filled with smiles. It seemed that this was probably the first time he had seen little Magnus so thrilled. Of course, the last stop would naturally be the broken bridge. Residual snow on the broken bridge should be considered the most popular scene among young people. The reason is simple, because this bridge is known as the Bridge of Love. Although it was already evening, there were still quite a few people taking photos on the broken bridge. Looking at the crowd on the bridge, Julianne seemed a little hesitant. Seeing her hesitation, Alexei just smiled and suddenly grabbed her wrist, walking toward the bridge. However, slightly awkwardly, almost all the visitors taking photos on the broken bridge were young couples, and some were even kissing passionately. To Julianne, she had never seen such scenes, especially when a couple kissed without any concern for others nearby, turning her cheeks red. As for Alexei, he looked completely accustomed. Timothy Magnus, let's take a photo together. To Alexei's words, Julianne responded only weakly with a "Hmm. Why are you standing so far away? Look at the camera. Timothy Magnus, don't always keep your head down. Yes, smile a little. 3, 2, 1. Click. The shutter sound captured this moment. In the photo, Alexei's handsome eyes curved into crescents, while Julianne stood slightly lowered her head, her cheeks flushed. This was their first photo together. Looking at the photo in his album, Alexei silently set it as his wallpaper. Of course, Julianne had been keeping her head down the whole time, so she didn't see this. Timothy Magnus, do you know Legend of the White Snake? Alexei suddenly asked. Julian nodded. When she was little, her grandfather bought a large TV for home, and she used to love watching Legend of the White Snake. Do you know that this bridge has another name? Alexei continued. Seeing Julianne shake her head, Alexei pondered for a moment, then turned to look at her and smiled softly, saying, this bridge is also called the Bridge of Love. Legend has it that as long as lovers stand on this bridge and make a sincere wish, they will end up together. Alexei's burning gaze seemed like it could melt the lovely girl in front of him. Unfortunately, the innocent Julianne did not understand the deeper meaning of Alexei's words. To her, Alexei was just spreading some legends about the broken bridge. Throughout it all, she hadn't thought of anything else. For Alexei, he knew Julianne's character well. He feared that expressing his intense love too directly might put too much pressure on her. So, he had never directly told Julianne how he felt. He only silently expressed his fervent emotions through his actions. He thought that since he was being so obvious, it wouldn't be long before Julianne understood his feelings. But unexpectedly, Julianne was so insensitive when it came to matters of love between men and women. But as he once told Julianne, he believed she would find the answer someday. If not today, then he would wait for a year. 10 years? Timothy Magnus, we're heading to the next place. Alexei smiled and beckoned, noticing her looking hesitant. Seeing this, he couldn't help but ask, what's wrong? After hesitating for a while, Julianne carefully handed over her phone. That is, Alexei, could you take a picture for me? I want to send it to Grandma. A few days ago, the mobile phone she bought for her grandmother arrived, and she specifically called Esther to help get a SIM card and learn how to use WX and video calls. She wanted to take a photo to tell her grandmother that she was doing well in college and could even come to Westlake to enjoy the beautiful scenery. Sure, okay. Originally, Alexei had intended to take several more photos, but taking photos in public, something as ordinary as this, was undoubtedly a form of public torture for Julianne. After taking just one casual photo, she blushed and took back her phone, then sent it to her grandmother. After leaving the broken bridge, Alexei led her to Timothingian Temple. On the way, he patiently explained to little Magnus about the 5 halls in Timothingian Temple, each corresponding to a different type of blessing. As expected, they arrived at the Hall of Medicine Buddha, which represents health and longevity. Julianne knelt before the hall, clasped her hands together, and sincerely made a wish. I beg for blessings, hoping Sabrina can recover soon and live a long life. Seeing this, Alexei smiled gently and said, Timothy silly, saying it out loud makes it less likely to come true. Oh, then let me try again. Whenever it involved her grandmother, she always became exceptionally serious and cautious, afraid that it might not come true. She closed her eyes and silently prayed once more. Unknowingly, it was already evening, and it was gradually getting dark. With the previous lesson in mind, Julianne was worried that if it got too late, they would miss the dormitory closing time again. Classmate Alexei, it's quite late now. Shall we return to school? It's still early, no rush. Don't worry, as long as we get back before the dormitory closes. Oh. Although there was still a bit of concern in her heart, Julianne only weakly agreed. The two found a restaurant nearby and had a quick meal. It wasn't until the golden hour for night tours of Westlake that Alexei took Julianne away. Originally, Julianne had been worrying about the dormitory closing time all along, but when she saw the night view of Westlake, that worry instantly vanished, replaced by joy and excitement. Actually, ever since National Day when Alexei went to Julianne's home and watched meteors with her on the hillside, he noticed that whenever there were beautiful sights, little Magnus seemed to love them very much. Chapter 167 finally found the answer. The Westlake at night had its own unique charm. On the shimmering lake surface, a few boats occasionally glided by slowly. The water ripples caused by the boat hulls spread out on the water, reflecting the brilliant lights around. The sound of flowing water intertwined with the faint fragrance in the air, making one feel even more calm and peaceful. On the boat, Alexei was lying back on the boat body, gazing at the pitch-black night sky. He slightly turned his head and could see Julianne beside him. She was hugging her knees, curiously observing the surroundings from time to time. Such a feeling made Alexei smile inwardly. At this moment, Julianne was lost in the distant night view. Perhaps due to the nearby music fountain, the night sky there was painted in colorful hues, and faint cheers from the crowd could be heard. All of these were what she had never dared to hope for before. How beautiful, Julianne said dreamily. Hearing this, Alexei turned his head. What met his eyes was Julianne's side profile. She was so thin that her jawline was very prominent. The gentle breeze on the lake lifted her bangs, revealing an even more delicate side face. Yes, it's really beautiful, Alexei said with a smile and nodded. As if sensing someone's intense gaze, Julianne turned her head and caught Alexei's eyes. From those pitch-black eyes, she vaguely felt a wave of warmth. For some reason, her heart rate sped up inexplicably. Fortunately, after she moved her gaze away, that feeling diminished considerably. She hugged her knees, her small pointed chin resting on them, staring intently at something. Seeing this, Alexei couldn't help but ask, Shao Magnus, what are you looking at? I am looking at the moon. Alexei. Looking at the moon? Alexei was taken aback. He instinctively propped himself up, looked up at the full moon hanging in the night sky, then glanced at Julianne. What's going on? Isn't the moon in the sky? Shao Magnus, isn't the moon in the sky? Are you sure you're looking at the moon? Look, Julianne pointed with her little finger at the water below the boat. Alexei leaned over and indeed saw the reflection of the moon on the water under the boat. When I was little, I would sit in the yard at night, enjoying watching the moon in the sky. But once, after looking at it for too long, my neck hurt and I cried in front of Elwyn. Recalling the past, Julianne's voice carried a hint of sadness, and her beautiful eyes held a trace of nostalgia. Later on, every time I wanted to watch the moon, Elwyn would fill a basin full of water in the yard and let me look at the moon in the water, saying that it wouldn't strain my neck that way. Alexei nodded silently. Although it sounded a bit strange, he found no reason to refute it. Elwyn was right. Whether the moon is in the water or in the sky, they are both out of reach, Alexei said. At this moment, the paddle cutting through the water scattered the reflection of the moon in the water. Watching all this, Julianne's eyes turned slightly red. Yes, Elwyn also said, the moon in the water looks beautiful, but it shatters with just a light touch. Sensing that this topic was somewhat melancholic, Alexei hurriedly sat up. It's just the moon. I'll give it to you, Alexei said with a light laugh. Julianne was stunned and then drooped her head in disappointment, replying, Alexei classmate, please, don't joke around. Close your eyes. After hesitating for a moment, Julianne buried her head in her knees. After a while, Alexei's voice came. Okay, open your eyes now. Lifting her head, Julianne saw Alexei's smiling face. She looked around confusedly. Since the moon in the water and the moon in the sky are both out of reach, we can find another way to keep it. Alexei said this while waving his phone, and on the phone screen was a panoramic shot of the full moon. Give me your phone, Alexei said. After taking Julianne's phone, Alexei sent the photo to her and set it as her screensaver. Here, this way the moon can stay forever. Whenever you miss it, just open your phone and you can see it. Though the method was indeed a bit childish, it touched Julianne's heart a little. At this moment, even if she was a bit slow, she sensed something unusual. Why? Why did her desk mate always care about her matters so much, always coming up with ways to comfort her when she was most sad and needed comfort? Staring into Alexei's eyes, which were deeper than the night sky and brighter than the stars, Julianne's mind raced with memories of their shared past. The first time they met, her desk mate had strangely acted like a rogue towards her, hugging her unexpectedly. Later on, when she accidentally twisted her ankle, her desk mate became extremely angry and fought with others just to stand up for her. And then, he always came up with all sorts of odd reasons to bring her meals, buy her clothes, phones, and even shoes. He even secretly took out half of his scholarship so she could attend college. And why did her desk mate's gaze always remind her of Elwyn but was not entirely like his? All these intertwined memories kept bombarding Julianne's mind. Suddenly, she trembled. Alexei classmate. Alexei tilted his head and replied. Looking at this handsome face in front of her, Julianne's small hands clenched unconsciously as she mustered all her courage to ask that question again. Why are you so good to me? Hearing this, Alexei froze for a moment. Looking at Julianne's blushing face, he smiled. My little Magnus, have you finally realized it? What do you think? Alexei countered. Hearing this, Julianne shook her head in confusion. The answer has been obvious from the start. You just haven't found it yet. But I believe one day, you will know the answer, Alexei replied ambiguously. Answer? Another answer? Julianne's heart was full of fog. Last time, she told her desk mate that she felt she owed him too much and didn't know when she could repay his kindness. But his reply was always that what she should repay was never about those things but something else. What is the answer? Why is my desk mate so good to me? What exactly am I supposed to give back to him? Suddenly, she remembered what Alexei said on the broken bridge in the afternoon. This bridge is also known as the love-binding bridge. Legend has it that any couple who stands here and makes a sincere wish will be destined to be together forever. Shall Magnus, what you owe me is never those things. Shall Magnus, shall we continue being desk mates when we get to college? Shall Magnus, you never need to say sorry to me. Shall Magnus. Shall Magnus. All the little details, even those she had overlooked before, surged from the depths of her heart like a volcano. She stared blankly at Alexei. From his clear eyes, she saw passion and her own reflection. The haze in her heart was finally lifted. She seemed to have found the answer. Chapter 168, Your Love Strategist. The answer that was about to emerge in her heart made Julianne inexplicably panic. She tried desperately to push that answer deep in her mind away, but she was powerless. All the things that she found somewhat unreasonable before now seemed to make perfect sense. Noticing the change in her expression, Alexei couldn't help but feel nervous as well. Though he had also been looking forward to this day, he still felt some tension in his heart. Unknowingly, the boat had almost reached the opposite bank. Kid, we're here. The words of the boatman broke the tranquility. Coming back to reality, Alexei responded with a faint voice. At this moment, Julianne buried her head between her knees, her thick bangs hiding her thoughts along with her face. Shall Magnus, do you want to go see the music fountain again? Alexei asked. Hearing this, Julianne still kept her head buried between her knees. Alexei, I want to go back to school. Alexei was taken aback for a moment, then he just chuckled lightly and nodded. All right. After leaving the Westlake area, they got into the car. On the way back, Julianne, sitting in the front passenger seat, remained silent. And Alexei, beside her, did not take the initiative to start a conversation for the first time. The atmosphere inside the car was exceptionally serene, only interrupted by the soft melody playing continuously. Let me look at you one more time, from south to north, like eyes blinded by the Fifth Ring Road. Let me hear that most beautiful sentence. You went home, and I am waiting for you. Coincidentally, the song being played in the car was exactly the "And bridge that Alexei sang at the freshman welcoming party. Upon hearing the familiar melody, Julianne, who was in the front seat, couldn't help but shudder slightly. Back then, Alexei had announced on stage, in front of all teachers and students, that this song was dedicated to a very important girl. Recalling that scene, Julianne couldn't help but shrink her neck and sneak a glance at Alexei beside her with the corner of her eye. However, Alexei was focusing on the road ahead, seemingly unaware of the gaze beside him. Jiangda, girls' dormitory. Every time before, after getting off the car, Julianne would politely thank Alexei before returning to the dormitory. But today, her emotions were too tumultuous. As soon as the car stopped, she anxiously got off the car and ran quickly into the dormitory without looking back. Watching her disappearing back view, Alexei leaned against the hood of the car, finishing a cigarette and smacking his lips. Though he appeared calm all the way, he was actually feeling restless and uneasy. A single cigarette couldn't calm his restless heart. But looking at the empty cigarette pack, Alexei couldn't help sighing, crumpled it up, and threw it into the nearby trash can. He glanced at the direction of the girls' dormitory once again, then bent down to get into the car and drove away. In the dormitory, the other roommates were all stunned when they saw Julianne walking in. Julianne, where have you been? You're back so late. Facing the inquiry of her roommates, Julianne hung her head without saying anything, rushed up to her bed, and buried her head in the blanket like an ostrich. Today, she had received too much information, and she needed to be alone to digest it. However, her strange behavior immediately piqued the curiosity of the other three roommates, who began to whisper among themselves. Hey, have you noticed that Julie has been acting strangely these days? Yes, although she says she's doing part-time work, she's always out all day. Do you remember last time? She came back when the dormitory was already locked. They continued whispering for a long time, even mentioning that during the military training period, Julianne suddenly brought back many things, including quite a few expensive living supplies. Since they lived in the same dormitory, everyone knew each other's situation well. Given Julianne's frugal personality, how could she suddenly spend so much money? The three exchanged glances and saw the hint of gossip in each other's eyes. On the bed, perhaps because she had stayed under the blanket for too long, Julianne felt her cheeks burning hot and her breathing becoming rapid. Yet she had tried so hard to calm herself down. Why was her heart beating faster? Why was her mind getting messier? Moments later, she couldn't bear this feeling any longer and pulled off the blanket. But just as she sat up, she found the other three roommates standing neatly by her bed, staring at her intently. From the beginning of the semester until now, she rarely communicated with her roommates. For someone used to being inconspicuous, being stared at by three roommates like this made her feel embarrassed. Is there something? Julianne asked weakly. The three roommates exchanged glances, and then began to chatter at once. Julianne, did you find a boyfriend? We didn't expect that you, who usually have a quiet personality, move so quickly. Tell us quickly, who is your boyfriend? Is he from our school? Is he handsome? Their straightforward inquiries made Julianne's face turn red all the way to her ears. It's not true. You're talking nonsense. Not true? Haha, then why are you blushing? Oh, Julianne, we are roommates. Tell us quickly. Yes, maybe we can be your strategists. You are so introverted. What will you do if you encounter a bad guy? Confronted with her roommate's incessant questions, Julianne's mind became even more muddled. Actually, since she came back to the dormitory, she had been trying to convince herself. Maybe the answer she found before was wrong. Perhaps everything was just an illusion of hers. But she still couldn't be sure. She originally wanted to call her grandmother right away, but it was too late and she didn't want to disturb her grandmother's rest. But if she didn't figure out this question today, she definitely wouldn't be able to sleep. Time of listening to her roommates boasting that they were love experts and could be her strategists. Julianne thought perhaps she could try another method to ask them, as they must have more experience than her. Can I ask you some questions? Said Julianne. Sure, of course. Don't worry, we will keep it secret, said Caroline confidently. In fact, the matter is... Julianne deliberated, just about to speak when one of her roommates suddenly interrupted. Wait, I'll get some sunflower seeds. Julianne. 5 minutes later, Julianne sat on the chair, her hands restless on her knees, and in front of her, the three roommates sat in a row, holding sunflower seeds in their hands, excited. Chapter 169. Fearing to gain and afraid to lose. Under the expectant gazes of her three roommates, Julianne finally summoned up the courage to speak. She recounted the story of what happened between her and Alexei, presenting it as a third-person narrative. Of course, in order to prevent her roommates from guessing that the protagonists were herself and Alexei, she deliberately omitted their names and some key details that might reveal their identities. Unfortunately, her opening line, "I have a friend," gave it away. Her three roommates all had an I understand, look, seeing through but not pointing it out. After finishing, Julianne felt a slight relief, then cautiously glanced at her roommates. The situation is roughly like this, so I want to ask on behalf of my friend. She couldn't bring herself to finish the latter half of the sentence. Finally, the Caroline took over, grinning and saying, "You want to ask if the boy likes your friend, right?" Upon hearing these words, Julianne nodded with some embarrassment. Cough, cough. For a situation like yours, it's not complicated. That boy clearly. Before her roommate could finish, Julianne hurriedly shook her head and explained. No, not me. It's It's my friend. Really, it's not me. Aya. We've been there, I understand. Seeing the somewhat suggestive looks from her 3 roommates, Julian felt her cheeks burning hot, almost burying her head in her chest. Let's continue talking about this friend of yours. The roommates grinned while speaking, deliberately emphasizing the word friend, causing Julianne to blush again. In the case of your friend, the first thing to confirm is that the boy absolutely likes your friend. Hearing her roommate's definite reply, Julianne's body twitched slightly, and her small hands involuntarily tightened around the hem of her pants. If I were to give advice to this friend of yours, I can only say congratulations to this friend of yours. She has found a treasure. The tone of her roommate suddenly became somewhat excited, and the other 2 girls chimed in. Yeah, this boy is definitely a treasure. Julianne, you should accept. Oh wait, it's your friend who should definitely accept? Julianne remained hesitant, her small hands tightly gripping the hem of her pants, muttering to herself, is that so? But, Aya, what buts are there? Let me analyze it for you. The Caroline spat out the sunflower seed shells and cleared her throat. As you described, the boy is very excellent, handsome, good at studies, wealthy, and even an entrepreneur. Such boys are extremely rare. Theoretically, they should be 100% jerks. But according to what you just said, this boy treats your friend so well, doing so much silently without asking for anything in return. And most importantly, your friend? At this point, the Caroline paused, looking deeply at Julianne before continuing. Your friend is ordinary beyond measure. Even you say that she and that boy belong to different worlds. Please ask, why would such an excellent boy devote himself entirely to her? Not for appearance, not for figure, not for money, then what else? Of course, it must be true love. Upon hearing this, although Julianne was somewhat slow in matters of love, she understood what her roommate meant. However, she really felt too insignificant. Because she had never been valued or pampered since childhood, in every relationship, whether friendship or romance, she always handled it with great caution, placing herself lower than others. Just like her relationship with Alexei. Alexei was so outstanding, while she was so ordinary. How could he possibly like her? Yet, everything that had happened in the past confirmed this seemingly absurd possibility. But, he is really too excellent to the point of making people a little afraid, Julianne muttered softly. Upon hearing this, the Caroline got up and patted Julianne's shoulder, taking on the air of someone experienced. Aya, Julianne, why do you think so much? There's a saying that beauty is in the eye of the beholder, right? No matter how ordinary a person is, if loved enough, they will shine even in a crowd. Hearing this, Julianne's body trembled. Involuntarily, she recalled the story of the ugly duckling that Alexei had once told her. It turned out that from that time, he had been quietly supporting and encouraging her all along. But the timid and inferior her had only just realized this now. At this moment, excitement, panic, confusion, various complex emotions intertwined in her heart, making her feel a sudden sting in her nose. What's wrong, Julianne? Noticing Julianne's eyes turning red, her roommate asked. It's nothing, thank you. After getting up, she rubbed her eyes and gave a rare smile to the 3 of them. When the lights were turned off, the dormitory became quiet. But Julianne lay in bed for a long time without being able to fall asleep. On her phone, she was reviewing past chat records with Alexei, as well as today's photo with Alexei on the broken bridge. As she looked through them, her body began to tremble gradually. It turned out that her desk mate had always liked her. It turned out that besides her grandparents, there really were people who would treat her wholeheartedly. It turned out that everything was not a coincidence, but just Alexei's way of taking care of her dignity to make her feel at ease when accepting his kindness. The ordinary her had never dared to dream of having so-called love. After all, such an outstanding desk mate made even admiring him seem extravagantly luxurious. She covered her mouth tightly, trying not to make any sound, but pearl-like tears still dripped, plop plop, wetting the pillow. She didn't know whether she was happy or sad. She just felt like everything was like a dream. If she could, she hoped that this dream could end when she opened her eyes tomorrow. But at the same time, she was also afraid that it was truly just a dream. Because she had never possessed it, she feared losing it even more. Apart from her late grandfather and grandmother, Alexei was the first person who treated her kindly. Deep down, how could she not wish to keep it forever? But her inferior and sensitive nature made her start fearing to gain and lose. She hugged herself tightly, curled into a ball, sobbing silently. Ding dong. The phone beside her pillow rang. It was a message from Alexei. Alexei, are you asleep? She glanced at it, but lacked the courage to reply. That night, Julianne dreamed of many things. She dreamed of her grandparents and Alexei. In the dream, they were together with Alexei and her grandparents in the mountains near their hometown, watching the moon and counting stars. But in the end, Alexei and the figures of her grandparents disappeared into the darkness. Chapter 170. Timothy Magnus goes zophiasing? North Campus of Jiang University, boys' dormitory. For Alexei, this was destined to be a restless night. The other 3 roommates were already snoring loudly. Only at Alexei's bed, light flickered from time to time. Throughout the night, he had no idea how many times he had checked his phone. However, messages with Timothy Magnus remained untouched since 11:30 p.m. last night. Though Alexei had anticipated that Timothy Magnus would eventually learn of his feelings, it was hard for him to remain calm now, because he didn't know what her reaction would be once she understood his feelings. With another glance at their sparse conversation record, he sighed slightly. Considering Timothy Magnus' personality, she must be even more disoriented than himself now. Never mind, let's talk about it after I wake up tomorrow. Alexei finally fell asleep as dawn broke, in a mix of suspicion, excitement, uneasiness, and slight anticipation. But what he never expected was that Timothy Magnus had gone missing. The next morning, he went to the annex early. Regardless of having classes or not, Timothy Magnus, and he always had breakfast there every morning. But today, even until before class started, he saw no sign of Timothy Magnus. He sent several messages one after another but received no replies. During class, he still did not see Timothy Magnus. WX voice call, no answer. Phone call, her phone was turned off. This left Alexei genuinely puzzled. What was going on? Did Timothy Magnus block his number? But it wasn't like her not to show up for class. Perhaps something happened? Worried, he sought out the counselor immediately. Learning that Julianne had only taken 2 days off, Alexei felt somewhat relieved. Since she had communicated with the counselor, nothing serious must have happened. But the awkward part was, messages could still be sent to WX, but calls were unanswered. It was probably not a block but intentional avoidance. After class, he went to Timothy Magnus' part-time job place. However, the boss informed him that Timothy Magnus also took a few days off and was not working at the store today. Back in the dormitory, the 3 old bees were huddled around their computers, revisiting IG's dominance over G2 in the semifinals and top laner Bridger's godlike performance in the river. As for Alexei, he sat on the chair with a gloomy face, having sent several more messages to Timothy Magnus just moments ago. Yet still, there was no reply. Timothy Magnus, what are you thinking? Sigh. Alexei put down his phone, slumped back in the chair, and let out a sigh of helplessness. Ding dong. Suddenly, his phone buzzed. Alexei jumped to grab it, only to feel a little disappointed soon after, because the message was from Diana. Diana, the clothes have been altered. Come to the company and pick them up? Alexei replied lackadaisically. In a few days. Diana, no, you must come today. Seeing Diana's reply, Alexei wondered why it had to be today for just a piece of clothing. Pausing briefly, considering he had no classes in the afternoon and that they had just acquired Zofiaki Long's Totoro platform, he might as well go to the company and check on recent work progress. Leaving the dormitory, Alexei drove towards the company. The company. Alexei did not go straight to Diana's office, but first visited the technical department. Now, Dreamseeker had an increasing number of users, putting heavier loads on the servers. After talking with the head of the technical department, Alexei decided to contact Frisco again and rent a few more servers from the computer science department. On the phone, Frisco readily agreed. Initially, he helped Alexei because of his wife Amy's acquaintance with Alexei. But now, Alexei was practically Frisco's student, and he sincerely appreciated this student. Xiao Timothy, my old lady has mentioned you quite a few times lately. If you don't come by soon, I'm afraid she'll return to Yongcheng to guard her newsstand. Hearing this, Alexei shook his head with a light laugh and replied, once I'm done with company business, I will definitely visit Professor Gua and Patsy Han. After some more idle chat over the phone, they hung up. The subsequent arrangements would naturally be handled by the technical staff here without Alexei's further concern. Walking past the employee's office area, he saw Diana talking with some employees. Sister Zofia. Alexei greeted with a smile and walked up. Seeing Alexei, Diana's expression changed slightly before turning to give some instructions to the employee. Understood, Ms. Zhang. After the employee left, Diana turned to look at Alexei. Zofia, I just contacted Teacher Gua. We can get the other servers over here, so you don't need to contact those server providers anymore. Alexei chuckled as he spoke, but noticed Diana staring at him oddly. Realizing Diana's gaze was unusual, Alexei laughed and said, Zofia, I admit I'm handsome, but there's no need for you to look at me like that, right? In the past, such a joke would likely have earned him a disdainful glance from Diana. But this time, Diana's expression was somewhat serious. Follow me. Watching Diana's slender and tall figure turn away, Alexei was taken aback, following her with a puzzled look on his face. Inside the office, once Alexei walked in, he plopped down on the sofa and played with the teaware on the table. For some reason, seeing Alexei like this, Diana softly huffed, a hint of anger in her eyes. Walking to the wardrobe beside her desk, she took out a bag and handed it directly to Alexei. It was only then that Alexei finally realized Diana's mood seemed off. Looking at the bag in his arms, which contained the suit jacket Diana had bought for him in K-Country, Alexei asked with a smile, who upset our sister Zofia? Hearing this, Diana huffed again and said, no one. Just someone left something at home accidentally a few days ago. This vague response confused Alexei, and he thought she was talking about the clothes. Zofia, didn't you say I should leave the jacket behind for you to alter the size and wash it? You're still playing dumb. Diana gritted her teeth, believing Alexei was pretending not to understand. She clearly wasn't referring to this matter. Adia? What exactly is going on? Alexei asked, completely baffled. Upon hearing this, Diana subconsciously opened her mouth to speak but reconsidered. Feeling embarrassed, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Seeing her shift from anger to embarrassment, Alexei was thoroughly confused. Actually, Diana had initially planned to pretend she didn't know and let it slide. But these past few days, she couldn't concentrate, and after much deliberation, she decided to resolve this issue by having a clear talk with Alexei face to face. Otherwise, she would really be losing sleep every night. Chapter 171, can't wash clean even in the Yellow River. Inside the office, Alexei sat on the sofa, exchanging glances with Diana for a solid minute or two. From her expression, Alexei could tell that she was quite angry. But as to why she was angry, he couldn't even fathom the reason. Summoning him only to sit there silently and indicate, "I'm mad," without saying anything, Alexei reckoned even calling that scoundrel Ancestor Ridge wouldn't decipher Diana's thoughts. "Zofia, sister, do you plan to just keep wasting time like this?" Alexei helplessly massaged his forehead. Seeing this, Diana crossed her arms, her beautiful eyes flashing with anger, and harumphed softly. "Himph, it's already at this point, and you still aren't going to confess? Zofia, sister, my dear great-aunt, what exactly am I supposed to confess?" Alexei wanted to cry but had no tears. At this, Diana clenched her teeth and continued, "The day you came back from K-Country, why did you suddenly want to have dinner at home? And not only that, you insisted on cooking together instead of eating out. Firstly, since my cooperation with the principal went smoothly that day, I wanted to celebrate. Secondly, every time I invite you out to eat, you always feel it's wasteful, so I just decided to cook at home. Is that all?" Diana looked doubtful. Hearing this, Alexei nodded seriously and replied, "What else would it be? What do you think?" Diana was momentarily speechless. After a brief pause, she clenched her teeth again and said, "Really? There are no other reasons, Alexei? You'd better come clean, or I'll really get furious." Already in a less than stellar mood due to Shao Magnus avoiding him, Alexei originally hoped to chat with Diana to relax. But today she was behaving unusually. After rubbing his temples, Alexei's tone became more serious. "Zofia, sister, can you just say what's on your mind? This guessing game is exhausting." Sensing the seriousness and slight impatience in Alexei's tone, Diana froze. This was the first time Alexei had spoken to her this way since they met. For a moment, Diana felt both hurt and disappointed. Seeing her lingering silence, Alexei stood up and said in a deep voice, "I've got things to do. I'll head back to school." Just as he stood up, Diana rose too, blocking his path. Looking up, Alexei faced Diana's delicate face. Seeing the faint displeasure in her eyes, Alexei felt slightly strained, taking a deep breath. "Zofia, sister, please stop acting like this." The words, "acting like this," made Diana flinch, stopping her in her tracks. Realizing his tone had been too harsh, Alexei sighed lightly and softened his voice. "Zofia, sister, these past few days, my mind has been a bit chaotic. I didn't mean anything by it. But I truly don't understand why you summoned me here to question me like this. Anyway, I'll go now." With that, Alexei turned towards the door. But at that moment, Diana's voice stopped him. "Stop right there." As Alexei snapped back to reality, Diana stomped forward angrily. She remained silent after standing still, clenching her teeth, and then pulled something from her pocket. "Alexei, how do you explain this?" Alexei was puzzled. "What is it?" "I said today." He was about to continue but froze upon seeing the object in Diana's palm. Durex. Which man wouldn't recognize this brand? "Zofia, sister, you got a boyfriend?" Still unaware, Alexei asked somewhat gossipy. Hearing this, Diana blushed furiously and glared fiercely at Alexei. "Enough. Alexei, you're still pretending. This thing clearly belongs to you." "Zofian?" Alexei pointed at his nose, half laughing and half crying. "You must be mistaken, Zofia, sister. How could it possibly?" Before he finished, Alexei's expression suddenly changed dramatically. F***K. Something wasn't right. His sealed memories reopened, and Alexei suddenly recalled an event. It did indeed belong to him. Or rather, Jarrett bought it for him on the day he returned from K-Country when they had dinner at Diana's place. Noticing Alexei's changed expression, Diana harumphed. "Now you admit it? When you left, you forgot your jacket, and I found this in its pocket." Seeing Alexei grinning sheepishly, Diana confirmed her suspicions even more, her teeth grinding loudly. "Come clean. Did you try to, you know what? Idea? What?" Alexei responded instinctively. Hearing this, Diana was thoroughly embarrassed and indignant. Her delicate face turned bright red, and she stomped on Alexei's foot with her Valentino shoe, not too lightly nor too heavily. "Ouch! Zofia, sister, why did you step on my foot?" Alexei held his foot, limping over to the sofa and sitting down. He knew for sure it was already bruised. "You!" Diana pointed at Alexei, furious, and stomped her foot angrily. "You're still playing dumb. Tell me what this thing is used for." You invited me for dinner out of nowhere after coming back from K-Country, and we had dinner at your place with alcohol. Then you secretly bought this thing. Isn't it because you wanted to?" At this point, Diana's exquisite face flushed almost as if it could bleed. She couldn't bring herself to say it and only harumphed indignantly. "Isn't it because you have evil intentions towards me?" Alexei, sitting on the sofa, appeared calm but was actually panicking inside. That day, he had intended to throw away the small umbrella in his jacket pocket when going downstairs, but something went awry, and he forgot all about it. No wonder he felt like he forgot something while waiting for a ride by the roadside. Goodness gracious, it turned out he forgot the small umbrella incident. His carelessness even led him to leave the jacket with Diana. Now, there was no way he could explain this, even if he jumped into the Yellow River. After letting 10,000 grass mud horses run through his mind, Alexei cleared his throat with a blushing face. Cough. "Zofia, sister, this is actually a misunderstanding." "So you admit it's yours now?" Diana said indignantly. Although it was found in my pocket, strictly speaking, it's not mine. And things are absolutely not as you think. Pausing for a moment, Alexei continued to explain. This thing was actually bought for me by Jared. As for the reason, it's hard to explain. Anyway, it's a misunderstanding, Sophia's sister. Definitely not as you think. How dare you, Alexei? At a time like this, you're still using others as a shield. Chapter 172. You have feelings for me. No matter how much Alexei tried to persuade her, Diana still did not believe him. In her view, even if Alexei admitted it outright, it would be better than trying to pin the blame on someone else at this point. Moreover, she didn't know why, but she always had a strange feeling deep down. Although reason told her that they once had a teacher-student relationship and their age difference of 8 years made any romance between them impossible and inappropriate. Yet, her feelings for Alexei were always somewhat complicated. To her, Alexei was the most outstanding and proud student, an understanding and caring younger brother. On the other hand, he was also a special existence that sometimes stirred a hint of youthful excitement within her. This vague and nebulous relationship left her unsure of how to handle it. Even though some of Alexei's actions often led to misunderstandings, every time he would tell her one thing. Sophia, I really don't have any other feelings for you. Each time after confirming this, while she secretly felt relieved, there was also a tinge of disappointment. This indescribable feeling truly drove her mad. Take this time, for example. She could have pretended to be unaware, or perhaps as Alexei said, there might indeed be some misunderstanding. But out of a woman's instinct, she couldn't treat this incident as nothing, regardless of whether there was a misunderstanding or not. She just wanted to confront Alexei right away to verify the situation, or perhaps shatter the improper fantasy in her heart. Despite the seemingly aggressive way she was questioning Alexei now, deep inside, she was very scared. She feared that if her guess was true, Alexei had indeed intended to do something with her that night. How would she face this new relationship? How would they interact in the future? At this moment, Alexei had no idea that within these few short minutes, Diana had already played out a full drama in her mind. Sophia, you should know that I really don't have those kinds of feelings for you. I'm really not that kind of person. Alexei had said such things countless times, but each time Diana's reply remained unchanged. Then how do you explain this? Hearing this, Alexei involuntarily twitched his eyelid and immediately dialed a number on his phone. The moment the call connected, Alexei shouted angrily into the phone. Come to Sophia's office right now. Not even a minute after hanging up, there were hurried footsteps outside the door. Upon hearing a knock, Alexei said expressionlessly, "Come in." Jarrett then walked in, drenched in sweat. He had been in a meeting discussing the follow-up direction for the Long Mile platform when he received Alexei's call. After entering, seeing Alexei's gloomy face and Diana's embarrassed yet angry expression, Jarrett was slightly taken aback. "Boss, you need me for something?" Jarrett naturally sensed the faint tension in the air, afraid of saying the wrong thing, and asked cautiously. Seeing this guy, Alexei was so annoyed. If only he had bought what he needed and left. If only he hadn't forgotten one item behind, which Alexei suspected was intentional. Giving Jarrett a huge glare, Alexei pointed to the object on the table and said, Come. Explain this situation clearly to Sophia. Following Alexei's finger, Jarrett finally noticed the small umbrella on the table. He stared at it closely, recognizing it instantly, and blurted out instinctively, boss, didn't you use it? Was the experience bad? Or did General Manager Zhang dislike it? Alexei and Diana, shut up. Jarrett, why am I sensing two deathly glares? Seeing the almost murderous looks from Alexei and Diana, Jarrett panicked. Alexei, now, explain everything, right now. Alexei said through gritted teeth. Seeing Alexei's unveiled anger and Diana's embarrassed and furious expression, Jarrett hesitated and thought hard. As an experienced old-timer, Jarrett had his observation skills and immediately realized something was off. Suddenly raising his hand, Jarrett slapped his cheek lightly. General Manager Zhang, it's all a misunderstanding. Here's what happened. Jarrett began recounting the events from the day he returned from Country K. From buying groceries at the supermarket to secretly purchasing the small umbrella and then visiting Diana's home, he recounted every detail without omission. After finishing his story, Jarrett wiped the cold sweat from his forehead with an awkward smile on his face. That's the entire story. After speaking, he gave himself another slap, not too light or too heavy, and continued, This is all my fault. I shouldn't have guessed what boss was thinking. Manager Zhang, if you want to blame someone, blame me. It really has nothing to do with boss. He was indeed unaware. After hearing the course of events, Diana was also taken aback for a moment. Sophia, now you should believe it, right? Calmly reflecting, Diana thought she might have misunderstood. However, she still muttered under her breath. TCH, how do I know if you two didn't plan this in advance? Upon hearing this, Alexei's eyelid twitched involuntarily as he glared at Jarrett angrily. Seeing this, Jarrett felt like crying. He originally thought Alexei and Diana were hitting it off, so he tried to help things along. But who would have thought that instead of currying favor, he had stepped on a landmine? Manager Zhang, this is really a misunderstanding. Oh, it's killing me. What? Just as Jarrett felt like he couldn't explain himself, he suddenly slapped his thigh. Right. The surveillance cameras. Supermarkets have surveillance, and I still have the payment records. Jarrett hurriedly took out his phone and scrambled to find the payment records from that day, showing them to Diana before continuing. If Manager Zhang still doesn't believe me, I'll get someone to retrieve the surveillance footage from the supermarket right now. Seeing Jarrett actually taking out his phone to call, Diana waved her hand and said, "Forget it, let's assume what you say is true." Alexei, standing beside her, breathed a sigh of relief. Sophia, now you finally believe me, right? You should know my character. If I really had those feelings towards you, after all this time, wouldn't I have found an opportunity? Why would I hide it? Just tell you directly. Before he could finish speaking, Diana's face turned bright red as she shot Alexei a furious look. Nonsense. Meanwhile, Jarrett kept his eyes fixed on his nose, and his thoughts elsewhere. I'm blind, no. I'm deaf. I can't hear anything. He kept reminding himself. Boss, there's nothing more for me to do here, right? I have a meeting ongoing, Jarrett hurriedly said, feeling that this wasn't a place he should stay long. Yeah, go ahead and get back to work, Alexei nodded and said. Chapter 173. This time, I will choose myself. After Jarrett left, only Alexei and Diana were left in the office. Although the misunderstanding had been clarified, Diana still didn't know what kind of taste lingered in her heart, especially when she thought about what she had said to Alexei earlier. Now thinking about it, she wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. After a moment of hesitation, she awkwardly brushed her bangs behind her ear and looked at Alexei. It was my misunderstanding, sorry. Hearing this, Alexei just smiled and replied, Sis Sophia, you're making it too formal. It's just a little misunderstanding. After speaking, Alexei pinched his chin and sized up Diana. But speaking of which, Sis Sophia, you should really find a boyfriend. At the mention of this, Diana's expression immediately turned somewhat unnatural as she glared angrily at Alexei and retorted, if you have spare time, you should pay more attention to the company instead. Adiumph. I have work to do. Then she turned around, walked to her desk, picked up a file folder, and started browsing through it. Seeing this, Alexei was puzzled, wondering if he had said something wrong again. Indeed, a woman's heart is like a needle under the sea. Suddenly, Alexei thought of Julianne, whom he hadn't contacted for nearly a day, and sighed repeatedly before getting up and leaving the office. Only after Alexei left did Diana, absent-mindedly put down the file folder in her hand. Even though the matter had been settled, her heart was still in turmoil. Ring ring. At this moment, her phone rang suddenly. Looking at the incoming call number, her face turned pale all of a sudden. Biting her cherry lips slightly, she hesitated for a moment, then took a deep breath and answered the call. Hello, Lorenzo. Are you aware that I am your father? Are you trying to make me die of anger? I've called the school. When did you resign? Who allowed you to quit? Do you know how hard it is to find a job nowadays? How precious the teacher's position is. Listening to her father's scolding on the phone, Diana's beautiful face grew even paler, and her small hands clenched unconsciously on her legs. She followed the family's arrangement without complaint, muddling through the first half of her life. Not until she met Alexei did she finally find herself, and wanted to free herself from the control of her original family. So she summoned up her courage and embarked on a path to freedom. However, the habitual fear ingrained by years of oppression made her still somewhat afraid, so she did not tell her family about quitting. They all thought she was still teaching at school. It wasn't until recently, when the company was going to hold a celebration banquet, that her family suddenly wanted to visit Yongcheng to see her. Afraid that her family would find out she had resigned, she deceived Alexei and hurried back to Yongcheng, somehow managing to get past them. But paper can't wrap up fire. Her family eventually found out about the situation, prompting her father to call and berate her first. Listening to the increasingly harsh reprimand over the phone, Diana's mouth was filled with bitterness, and her beautiful eyes became red. This is her biological father. Speak. You dare to resign, but now you can't speak? Do you know how much effort your mother and I spent to cultivate you as a university student? Are you worth it to us? Listening to her father's almost hysterical roar on the phone, Diana's tears finally slid uncontrollably down her cheeks. Yet she bit her lips fiercely, forcing herself not to make any sound. I don't care what you are doing now. Get back to school right now. Otherwise, we will disown you. In the past, perhaps just a phone call from her father would have made her comply obediently, no matter what. That innate genetic imprint from her family made her move her lips, almost subconsciously agreeing to her father's demands, resigning and returning to be a teacher as before. Though that wasn't what she wanted, it was at least what her parents desired. Just as she was about to open her mouth, a sound suddenly came from outside the door. Boss, good day. The voice of the employee outside startled Diana. Then she saw the office door slowly opening. Alexei pushed the door open and walked in with an apologetic smile. Honestly, he wasn't intentionally eavesdropping outside the door. He just suddenly remembered that he had left his umbrella on the table. He definitely had to take this cursed thing to be destroyed. But just as he arrived at the door intending to grab it, he heard Diana seemingly talking on the phone, with faint sobs also audible. Seeing Alexei walk in, Diana quickly turned her head, wiping away her tears and covering her phone. However, Alexei merely walked lightly to the table, stuffed the umbrella into his pocket, and then turned toward the door. As he touched the door handle, he paused and cast a meaningful glance at Diana before pushing the door open and walking out. Recalling Alexei's look before he left, Diana's originally desolate heart, which had turned to ashes, seemed to see a glimmer of hope ahead. That day, Alexei was still her student, and she was still that teacher struggling in the quagmire of her original family. The two sat in front of a snack stall, chatting about everything under the sun. People can't decide their birth, but they can choose the path afterward. Alexei's voice echoed in her ears for a long time, touching her heart. Hey, answer me. Did you hear me? Roll back to school immediately. Listening to her father's incessant scolding on the phone, Diana took a deep breath. Putting the phone gently to her ear, although her body was trembling and her face was pale, her tone was unprecedentedly firm. Lorenzo, this time, I want to choose for myself. I'm sorry. She hung up after speaking. Sitting dumbfounded on the chair, she felt all her strength being drained away. At this moment, the grievances and resentments accumulated in her heart for over 20 years finally erupted in an instant. The mist in her beautiful eyes eventually turned into hot tears streaming down her delicate cheeks like a flood breaking through a dike. Outside the office, Alexei leaned against the door, tilting his head slightly, listening quietly to the sobbing sounds coming from the office. Yet, there was a smile on the corner of his mouth. After accurately throwing the small umbrella into the nearby trash bin, he stuffed his hands into his pockets and strode away. By the time he returned to school, it was already dark. Feeling quite good along the way, Alexei didn't return to the dormitory. Instead, he enthusiastically ran to the courtyard straight away. Then he got emo, because he didn't see the familiar figure. What surprised her was that there was actually food on the table, and each dish was covered with a large aluminum basin. When opened, the food was still warm. So, Alexei's mood became nice again. Looking at the fragrant food in front of him, Alexei couldn't help but grin. My little Magnus, are you playing hide and seek with me? Chapter 174. Even boiling sheep would Timothite your cigarette. In order to catch little Magnus, Alexei specially spent a night at the courtyard house. He thought that after waking up the next morning, he should be able to see the familiar and lovely girl. But when he opened his eyes, he got up drowsily and walked to the living room, only to smell a wafting aroma of food. Steam was still rising from the breakfast on the table. Alexei immediately perked up and looked around the house but found no sign of Julianne. Even when he ran out the door in an instant and looked around at the entrance, he still didn't see Julianne. And as expected, Julianne didn't show up for her morning class again. At the last row of the classroom, Alexei glanced at the empty seat beside him, feeling a vague sense of unease. During the break, while he was away to the restroom, he saw a figure next to his seat upon return. This made him incredibly excited, and he hurried forward. Hi, Alexei. In the seat, Alalie with her burgundy curly hair lifted her head. Her exquisite face had a light makeup, already carrying a charming allure at her young age. Seeing this, Alexei's smile instantly vanished. Alexei, there's a new movie on the 7th of this month. How about I invite you to watch it? It's the midnight screening. Alalie blinked, looking temptingly enchanting, a sight few men could resist. Not interested, Alexei coldly refused, and then stood up to sit at an empty seat in the front row. Meanwhile, Alalie's smile stiffened on her face. She glanced at Alexei's back, lowered her head slightly, and clenched her hands tightly into fists until her knuckles turned white from the force. While she was looking down, she suddenly felt someone sitting next to her. A flash of joy welled up in Alalie's eyes. She knew that with such clear hints, how could any man possibly resist? She quickly lifted her head, curling a strand of hair behind her ear and turning back with a smile to look at the person beside her. But the next moment, she was completely stunned. What met her eyes was none other than Conway's grin. Xiao, it's the weekend tomorrow. How about I treat you to a movie? Don't worry. It's an afternoon screening. Alalie's eyelid twitched. Alalie, go to hell. Conway, der triangular ruler. After morning classes ended, Alexei returned to the dormitory. Timothy Magnus had been missing for exactly 37 hours since yesterday morning. Not long after, the three old boys also returned, leaning on each other's shoulders. The finals start in 3 days. Brothers, let's figure out how we can skip class that day. We have to go to the internet cafe to watch the live stream. Why must we go to the internet cafe? Watching it here in the dorm isn't the same. You don't get it. Of course, it feels better watching it at an internet cafe. Chowsy, aren't you in a substitute class group? Quickly drag me in. Hearing this, Conway scoffed arrogantly and replied, sorry, I'm busy that day. I have a date. You're dating who? What kind of dumb date is more important than the S-finals? I even bought the IG team uniform, and now you're telling me you won't go? Lance said, serves you right for staying single forever. Is a game more important than a girl? I might score a home run that day. Alexei seemed completely oblivious to their conversation. Hey, brother Chun, are you busy? Looking at Alexei, who was seated and lost in thought, Conway grinned. Busy? Alexei's eyelid twitched. He gave Conway a strange look and asked, need to borrow a car? Or what else? Don't say that. This time I came to you for a good thing. Are you free tomorrow? What is it? Alexei replied. Conway rubbed his hands together, smiled awkwardly, and continued, how about going to the cinema to watch a movie? Alexei's expression became even more peculiar. Watch a movie? With whom? With you? 2 guys watching a movie? Not with me, but with Alalie. The 2 of you. Alexei. Is this guy sick, or what? Not just Alexei. Even Lance and Lucius looked at Conway as if they were watching a clown. Chowsy, did you get your brain pinched by a door? Yeah. Aren't you always infatuated with Alalie? Why are you arranging for them to watch a movie? Conway blushed and scratched his nose before turning to look at Alexei. This is the situation. Didn't I just ask Xiao to watch a movie earlier? She said she'd only agree to go with me if I could help her take you out to watch a movie too. Alexei, no. Brother Chun, please do me this favor. At this point, Alexei was completely dumbfounded. He really wanted to pry open Conway's brain and see what was inside. How could his thought process be so peculiar? Was this a normal human being's way of thinking? Did that mean if he went on a date with Alalie, Conway would have to stand by and hand them little umbrellas? Do you know what you're saying? You're helping the girl you like set up a date with another man? Alexei rolled his eyes in exasperation. Oh, no choice. Xiao made it clear. If I want to go out with her, I must help her set up a date with you too. What can I do? Anyway, you're not into Xiao, just humor her. Hearing this, the corner of Alexei's mouth twitched violently as he finally couldn't hold back any longer. You are truly amazing. Even boiling sheep would light your cigarette for you. To grovel to this extent, you're one of a kind. After being scolded by Alexei, Conway's face turned red. Chowsy, you're not bad either. Why should you be a lapdog? Remember, being a lapdog will leave you with nothing in the end. If you stop now, you'll find the world is actually wonderful. Alexei, with the air of someone who had been there, patted Conway on the shoulder. Conway's current actions reminded him irresistibly of himself from the previous life. Alexei's words enlightened Conway. He wasn't unattractive, considered somewhat handsome, and his family was well off, so he shouldn't have much trouble attracting girls. But since the first day of school when he saw Alalie, he had been bewitched, unknowingly becoming a lapdog. Ring ring. At that moment, his phone rang. Startled, Conway looked at Alexei instinctively. It's Xiao calling. Alexei didn't say anything. On the side, Lance and Lucius also silently watched him. With everyone's gaze on him, Conway hesitated for a moment, then took a deep breath and answered the call. Alalie, hello, Conway. Did you talk to Alexei? Conway, yeah, talked, he won't go. Alalie, can't you even do such a simple thing? You're roommates. Do you still want to go out with me or not? Conway, K off. Alalie. Cursing into the phone, Conway hung up immediately, then took a deep breath. Damn, really King refreshing. Seeing this, Alexei and the other two silently gave him a thumbs up. A real man should be like this. Chapter 175 Club Association. No classes in the afternoon, and tomorrow was the weekend. To thank Alexei for his guidance, Conway decided to treat everyone to an internet cafe. Lance and Lucius agreed happily without any hesitation. Alexei, feeling a bit gloomy, also thought going online would help him relax. Just as the three were about to leave, they all received a mass message at the same time. Lance glanced at his phone and said with a grin, Holy cow, I almost forgot we three joined the Sanso Club. It's normal. I heard from a senior that these clubs are only interesting for the first few days after joining. Later on, they're basically just for show. Let me see what the group says. A joint association meeting? Alexei also took out his phone and saw a notification tag to all members. Deputy President Kathy at all members, dear students, at 5 o'clock this afternoon, our club will be hosting a joint association meeting with the Sonda Club of Jiangxing College on the second floor of the sports hall. The purpose is to exchange and learn from each other to promote friendship between the two college clubs. Please participate actively. Such associations among university clubs were quite common, and Alexei only glanced over it without much interest. But in the next moment, there was a temporary chat message in the group. Deputy President Kathy, Brother Timothy, can you come to today's association? The president isn't here today, and you must be there to support us. Alexei read it and deleted the message, pretending not to have seen it. He wasn't in the mood right now. However, the three old BS kept shouting about wanting to go and insisting on dragging Alexei along. Alexei, why aren't you going? I still remember your KO punch against that devil Scion last time. Yeah, Brother Timothy, why not play around? Isn't this more interesting than gaming? Yes, Alexei, you're so cool. Why not show off a bit? Hearing this, Alexei waved his hand and replied, Forget it. You guys go ahead. I'm going back to sleep. He had just turned around and walked a couple of steps when his phone rang. Seeing Hideo's call, Alexei answered, Hello, Uriel? Timothy. Bro's coming to your school this afternoon. Don't you have classes? Well, didn't I join the Sonda Club at our school? The president said something about organizing a joint activity at your school, and I can also take leave from my tutor, hahaha. Alexei was stunned and replied, You also joined the Sonda Club? How come you never mentioned it? Hell, don't get me started. Thinking about it pisses me off. Hideo ranted on the phone about the whole story. It turned out that initially, he hadn't planned to join the Sonda Club when their school was recruiting new members. But then he saw a fair-skinned, beautiful senior with long legs, who seemed to be the president of the club. Without hesitation, Hideo paid the membership fee. Later, he found out that the description was indeed true. The senior existed and was a president of a club, but she wasn't from their school but another one, rumored to be friends with their own club's president, and came over to help with promotions during recruitment. Needless to say, many innocent freshmen like Hideo had signed up for the Sonda Club due to the allure of the long-legged president. Thus, it created a significant historical scene in Jiangzhou University. Dozens of freshmen blocked the door of the Sonda Club activity room, chanting slogans. Do we deserve this? On hell. Refund us. Although the school eventually intervened, the registration fees couldn't be refunded as no fraud or theft was involved. Eventually, the matter fizzled out. After hearing this, Alexei's expression turned peculiar. Fair-skinned, beautiful with long legs, and a club president? The more he listened, the more it felt like the long-legged president Hideo described was the mysterious president of their own Sonda Club who had never shown up. Anyway, consider it a waste of registration fees. Money's already paid, can't be refunded. Idiots quit the club. Timothy, you don't have classes this afternoon, right? Hideo asked. Yeah, I also joined the Sanda club at our school. And our president is also fair-skinned, beautiful, and has long legs. Damn, really? Hideo said. After chatting a bit more, Alexei hung up. Since Hideo was coming, Alexei decided to go together with him. He informed Conway and the others. As it was still early before 5, Alexei went to the nearby internet cafe with the 3 old BS to game and wait for Hideo. Originally, Hideo's club had rented a bus to come over as a group. But upon hearing Alexei was gaming with his roommates, Hideo hailed a taxi and rushed over to Jiangxing University. Inside the internet cafe, Alexei waved at Hideo from a distance. I'm here. Hideo grinned and hurried over, holding a bag in his hand. Speaking of which, this was the first time Hideo met Conway and the others. Alexei pointed at Hideo and said, let me introduce you. This is my friend, Uriel. These are my roommates. Hi. Hideo greeted with a smile, revealing a set of white teeth. Conway and the other 3 exchanged glances, all seeing the surprise in each other's eyes. Lance whispered, Alexei, when did you have an African friend? Then he chuckled and shook hands with Hideo, saying, hello, my name is Sunyang. Hearing this, the corner of Hideo's mouth twitched hard. Alexei, who was a bit downcast, couldn't hold back and burst out laughing when he saw this mix-up. Lance was puzzled, wondering what was going on. Why was this foreign friend so unfriendly? Why wasn't he responding? Could it be that his English was too bad? Maybe the person didn't understand. F***K. With your 0.5 level English, don't embarrass yourself. The foreign friend didn't understand at all. Conway laughed and scolded. Ha ha ha. Alexei laughed until tears came out, leaving Conway and the others confused. Hideo, mean. What the hell? Why are you laughing like that? Seeing Hideo's fluent Chinese curse, Conway and the other 3 were stunned for a moment. Alexei wiped away his tears, patted Hideo on the shoulder, and said, you 3. What look are that? Uriel is my childhood friend, just a bit darker by a few shades, but his bloodline is pure. Conway and the others had peculiar expressions, but still greeted Hideo cheerfully. They all had good personalities and soon became close. Hideo took out a few bottles of soda from his bag, giving one to each person. Male friendships can be as simple as a cigarette or a bottle of soda. In the internet cafe, sitting side by side, they played games in silence. Although Alexei's skills were decent, he couldn't carry 4 weak teammates. Eventually, the 3 old BS started playing CF, while Hideo chatted idly with Alexei. Timothy, remember the buffet you mentioned last time? Let's go eat there this afternoon? I just got my monthly allowance this month, all saved up. Chapter 176, they're coming for you. Seeing Hideo enthusiastically taking out his phone and starting to check, Alexei couldn't help but be stunned. Weren't we supposed to attend that networking event later? Hearing this, Hideo chuckled awkwardly and replied, I came here to find you, not for that lousy networking event. Besides, Leonardo is coming too, so let's skip it. Leonardo? Why? Was he tricked by the tall club president as well? Alexei asked. Not really. He's pretty close with a few seniors at school. One of them is the vice president of the Sanda club. Otherwise, why would he dare to act up in front of me? Initially, Alexei had no interest, but now, after hearing Hideo, he changed his mind. Since he's there, we should go even more. Alexei said with a smile, but there was a faint cold glint in his eyes. I say, Xiao Timothy, forget it. This time it's the vice president leading the team. I heard he's even better than our club president. Leonardo has such a strong backer, so we don't need to confront him head-on. However, Alexei just shook his head and smiled. Before getting involved with this Sanda club, he assumed they were all professionally trained, far better than him, an amateur. But since sparring with Eve, who was called the Devil Scion, he realized that these school activities were somewhat child's play. Their conversation was overheard by Lance and others nearby, who casually asked a few questions. Hideo was straightforward. Thinking these were Alexei's roommates, he briefly explained the situation. Lance's personality was similar to Hideo's. Upon hearing this, he immediately slapped his thigh and started exclaiming, How can we put up with this? Forget it, bro. We have to deal with him. Lance is right. Who cares about his background? This is at Jiang University. We'll all go together. Brothers, we can't back down. Yes. Alexei is very skilled. He knocked out our vice president with one punch. No worries. Hideo, being a prideful person, slammed the table hard, almost flipping the desk. Scared? Who said I'm scared? I can take down someone like Leonardo with one hand. The thing is, at this point, Hideo instinctively glanced at Alexei, hesitating. Clearly, what he wanted to say was related to Alexei, who noticed this. He thought that knowing Hideo, he wouldn't be afraid of confronting Leonardo. Considering Hideo's current behavior, it likely had something to do with him. Uriel, just say it. Hideo glanced at Conway and the others, seeing they were tactfully wearing headphones and playing games. After a moment of contemplation, he lowered his voice. Sigh, Xiao Timothy, this time, Leonardo is coming for you. Hearing this, Alexei raised an eyebrow and replied, What do you mean? That day when I was in the men's restroom, I overheard Leonardo on a call. He mentioned coming to Jiang University and teaching you a lesson, making a spectacle or something. Didn't catch the specifics, but he seemed to want to get some people to teach you a lesson to vent his anger. Hearing this, Alexei finally understood. The last time he went to Junction College to find Hideo for dinner, he had beaten up Leonardo in the restroom. Guessing Leonardo still harbored resentment. And recently, his video of knocking out Eve in one punch went viral. If nothing else, Leonardo must have found out he joined the Sonda Club and was using this networking event to settle scores. Since he's coming for me, we should go even more. Upon hearing this, Hideo opened his mouth as if to say more, but eventually gritted his teeth. To hell with it. Let's go. Besides, I brought several of my guys. If things get messy, we won't back down. You've got some minions now, Uriel? Seems like you're doing better than I thought. Alexei smiled. Shut up. Are you looking down on me? As they bantered, time passed slowly. At the North Campus of Jiang University, a bus slowly stopped outside the gymnasium. A group of people gradually got off the bus and walked toward the gymnasium. They were members of the Sonda Club from Jiangxin College. A few girls in the group curiously looked around. Wow, this is Jiang University? So beautiful. Yeah. This campus alone seems bigger than 2 of our schools combined, and I heard there's another campus. Hey, do you think we'll really get to see Alexei? I'm only coming to this stupid networking event for him. He should be here. He's a member of Jiang University's Sonda Club. Every year, our school has club exchanges with Jiang University. He's a big shot at Jiang University, so he will definitely attend. Clearly, among the group from Jiangxin College, there were quite a few fangirls of Alexei. Apart from supporters, there were naturally some who disliked Alexei, given the recent Alexei incident that garnered significant attention online. Alexei? That lapdog? I heard he is still shamelessly pursuing Ellen. How can someone like him even match our goddess Ellen? I think Zushi would be much more suitable for her. Hearing the discussion about Alexei from the group, Leonardo, walking at the front, had a deep trace of resentment in his eyes. He still remembered the kick he took in the restroom not long ago. At that time, he intended to gang up on Alexei with a few roommates, but Alexei ran too fast and slipped away. This incident remained fresh in his mind, especially when the rumors about Alexei and Ellen went viral online recently, making him extremely jealous. He still vividly remembered what Alexei had said back then. I've liked Adley for so long. How can I give up easily? Now she's all alone except for me. If I want to, I can see her every day. When I get tired of her, it'll be your turn. Thinking about Alexei's words and his ambiguous attitude during campus interviews, Leonardo became more convinced that Alexei still had feelings for Ellen. Especially in recent times, Ellen barely paid any attention to him, even when he tried different ways to message her daily or tagged along with Raven to Jiang University. He never received any warm responses from her. For Ellen, he had already publicly confronted Alexei, endured so much humiliation, and fallen from being an elite student at a key university to an ordinary undergraduate, nearly ruining his future. Given all this, Ellen must belong to him, and only him. No one could take her away, especially not Alexei. Chapter 177. All long legs. On the second floor of the gymnasium, the North Campus Gymnasium was constructed with a huge investment a few years ago, and it's quite spacious. The first floor is a public venue, while the second and third floors house activity classrooms for various clubs. There was still some time before the joint meeting of the 2 clubs started. As the host, Domenico cheerfully accompanied other classmates to show the people from Jiangxin College around the gymnasium. Leonardo, who was in the group, sprinted off to the neighboring cafeteria, bought a cup of fruit milk tea, and then hurried back to the gymnasium. After asking around, he finally found the dance studio. This place serves as the activity area for both the dance club and the yoga club. At the entrance, Leonardo held a cup of strawberry-flavored fruit milk tea in his hand and peeked inside now and then. A moment later, he took out his phone and sent a voice message. Judja, are you sure Nuanyuan is really having dance class in there? Soon, Raven replied with a text message. Raven, nonsense. I just had a video call with her. It was my suggestion for her to join the dance club in the first place. Did you buy the strawberry milk tea? Leonardo, yeah, thanks a lot, Judja. After sending the voice message, Leonardo also sent a red envelope of 188 yuan. Raven almost instantly collected the red envelope. Raven, why only 188 this time? You're too stingy. Leonardo, I haven't received this month's living expenses yet. Next time I'll send a bigger one. Raven, that's better. You're much more sensible than Alexei back then. Don't worry. With me around, I'm sure I can help you win Nuanyuan's heart. Hearing Raven say this, Leonardo felt excited and sent another small red envelope of 50 yuan. Ever since the online Alexei incident, Leonardo felt increasingly anxious and wanted Raven to help him chase after Alinuan. From Raven, he learned a lot about Alinuan's likes and habits, including other information. Whenever Raven came to Jiang University to see Alinuan, he would always tag along. Of course, as an exchange, he would send Raven red envelopes every now and then or buy her some snacks. Over time, although his wallet grew thinner, he felt that his chances were growing, believing that eventually, he could win the girl's heart. Putting away his phone, he glanced into the dance studio, then tidied up his hair before strutting confidently inside. Inside the dance studio. This dance studio was large, so it was shared by both the dance club and the yoga club. All girls were present inside, each with great figures, especially those from the yoga club, who wore yoga clothes and showed off their long legs, making Leonardo swallow saliva continuously. Finally, as he walked to a rest area, he saw a girl wearing a dance outfit, feeling enlightened, and hurriedly ran over. In the rest area, several pretty girls sat together. Nuanyuan, your figure is too good. And your skin is so nice. Nguyen, how are you doing with Alexei? Is he still pursuing you? Nguyen, surrounded by the girls, wore a light blue, tight-fitting dance practice suit that accentuated her attractive figure, with her smooth complexion visible under her coiled-up hair. Even among the many beauties in the dance club, she stood out as the most outstanding. Facing their compliments and inquiries, she responded gracefully, portraying herself as an extraordinary lotus flower that remains pure despite its surroundings, emphasizing that she was not skilled at handling relationships between men and women and did not plan to date anytime soon. Nguyen, I heard you know that big internet celebrity Ridge? Yeah, I watched his live stream last time. I heard many netizens say that Ridge likes Nguyen too. Wow, really? Mentioning Ridge, the surrounding girls became very interested, but Nguyen's eyes sparkled with satisfaction. Oh, don't listen to what netizens say. Christopher G and I are just ordinary friends. Just as they were discussing gossip, someone suddenly appeared in front of Nguyen. Seeing the person, Nguyen's expression slightly changed. Why did you come here? Standing before Nguyen, Leonardo looked at her in tight dance clothes and her slender legs wrapped in white stockings, with fiery admiration in his eyes. Our club came here for the joint meeting, and I came to see you on the side. While saying this, he hurriedly handed over the milk tea. Right, Nguyen, seeing how sweaty you are, I bought your favorite strawberry milk tea. Even though his considerate act made the surrounding girls scream and cheer, Nguyen did not appreciate it. Wow, Nguyen, you have so many admirers, even from other schools. Yeah. Although he's not handsome, he's too considerate. Ugh, I envy Nguyen so much. Hearing this, Nguyen could only force a smile. If it were before, she would have lashed out at Leonardo right away. But now, after all the effort she had put into building her perfect goddess image, she didn't want to ruin how others perceived her. After hesitating for a moment, she steeled herself and took the milk tea, then smiled. Thank you, Leonardo. Nguyen smiled. She smiled at him again. Nguyen's sweet smile made Leonardo blush with excitement. I have something to do, don't I? I still need to practice later. You go ahead with your business, Nguyen said politely. Unexpectedly, Leonardo sat down next to her immediately. There's no rush on my side. By the way, Nguyen, that Alexei guy hasn't been bothering you lately, has he? Leonardo asked hurriedly. What does it have to do with you? Nguyen instinctively wanted to blow up but quickly changed her tone as she thought of the people around her, replying, I haven't seen Alexei for a long time either. Leonardo, maybe we can talk later, okay? While speaking, she kept giving Leonardo eye signals, afraid that he might say something wrong if he stayed too long. However, the surrounding girls kept asking questions one after another. Adia, you know Alexei too? Classmate, what's your relationship with Nguyen? And also, which school are you from? Although these girls couldn't match Nguyen, their legs and tight dance outfits certainly drew Leonardo's attention eagerly. Hello everyone, my name is Leonardo. Nguyen and I have been classmates since middle school. As for Alexei, we used to be buddies. Realizing the complicated relationship between Leonardo, Alexei, and Nguyen, the surrounding people grew interested and listened intently to the gossip. Chapter 178. I reveal my deep affection. It has to be said, Leonardo is quite skilled at fabricating stories and spreading rumors. In his account, he had known Alexei and Ellen since junior high school. He claimed that he fell for Ellen before Alexei did, but because he regarded Alexei as a brother, he chose to step back and even helped Alexei pursue Ellen. Until the beginning of senior year, after Alexei's nth confession to Ellen was rejected, Alexei suddenly changed and started defaming Ellen, playing hard to get. Several times, Alexei publicly insulted Ellen, which enraged him enough to speak up on her behalf. As a result, he was targeted by Alexei, leading to a complete falling out between them. At the most moving parts of his story, Leonardo feigned anguish, holding his chest. I hate it. I considered Alexei like a real brother back then, but he went too far. So, I've decided not to hide my feelings for Adley any longer. I can't let someone like Alexei get close to her. Adley is too kind-hearted. From now on, I will protect Adley. Seeing Leonardo's expression, Ellen's face turned strange. This Leonardo was even better at self-packaging than she was. If she weren't part of this herself, she might have almost believed it. As for the others, they were all stunned by Leonardo and began to agree one by one. Wow, classmate. You're so devoted, Jiao. I believe in you. The worst is Alexei. Who would have thought he's like that? Just a pretty face on the outside, but nothing inside. Indeed. I used to idolize him as a godlike figure. How disgusting. When he can't have you, he tries to destroy you. How could he do such things, Adley? Why didn't you say this during the school wall interview last time? It feels like Adley must have suffered a lot in front of Alexei. No way. I have to expose this. Seeing Leonardo chatting warmly with a few classmates, Ellen became displeased. Leonardo, come with me for a moment, Ellen suddenly said. She got up and walked towards a corner not far away. Leonardo, noticing this, hurriedly followed with increasing eagerness. They reached a corner, far from the crowd. Looking at Ellen in front of him, Leonardo took in the scent wafting from her body and felt a surge of passion. Adley, are you free later? After the gathering ends here. Before he finished, Ellen suddenly snorted coldly. Don't you ever get tired? Why are you always bothering me? Ellen's sudden change of attitude caught Leonardo off guard. Weren't you smiling at me just now? Why the icy tone now? Adley, I just came to see you. Adiemph. Who asked you to see me? And why did you talk so much about me and Alexei earlier? Did you even ask my permission? Ellen said angrily. Seeing a hint of disgust in Ellen's eyes, Leonardo was bewildered. I'm trying to help you, Adley. Who needs your help? How did you know I was in the dance room? Who told you? Hearing Ellen's relentless questioning, Leonardo paled but still tried to explain. Adley, I really just wanted to see you. I was worried that Alexei would bother you again. Do you know, Adley, Alexei has been lying to us all along. He hasn't given up on you. It's all an act. Ellen, originally about to continue yelling, paused when she heard this and asked suspiciously, How do you know that? Leonardo took a deep breath and continued, A while ago, I was having dinner with my roommate at a restaurant near the school. Then, Leonardo recounted the encounter with Alexei and Hideo at the restaurant, including the words Alexei had spoken. Of course, he omitted the part where he was beaten up by Alexei in the bathroom. After hearing this, a glint of joy appeared in Ellen's eyes. Although she always believed that Alexei still loved her and came to Jiangda University for her, with the semester almost over and Alexei never coming to find her, despite the distance between their majors' campuses being considerable and usually hard to meet. If Alexei really wanted to, there were plenty of ways he could have found her, but he didn't. Over time, she began to doubt whether Alexei had forgotten about her. But now, hearing Leonardo's account, she regained confidence. She knew Leonardo wouldn't lie to her. Did he really say that to you? Ellen asked. Of course it's true. How could I lie to you? I just knew Alexei wouldn't give up on you. Hearing this, Ellen, with a hint of smugness, placed her hands behind her back and lifted her pointed chin slightly. I knew it long ago, all right? Do I even need you to tell me? But I said before the college entrance exam, I would never forgive him. Even if he came crawling to apologize now, he wouldn't stand a chance. This statement was not a lie. In the past, because Alexei was excellent, she needed constant confirmation that he still pursued her, and by widely publicizing it, she wanted the whole world to envy her, fulfilling her vanity. But now, she had other options. The entire internet now knew about her subtle relationship with Ridge. Compared to Alexei, Ridge was more famous and wealthier, though in terms of looks, Alexei still had the upper hand. But for Ellen, looks were not important. She only needed someone to satisfy her vanity. Comparatively speaking, Ridge was a much better choice. Moreover, during this period, she believed she had successfully reeled in Ridge. As for Alexei, he became dispensable. After confirming Ellen's attitude, Leonardo felt relieved. If there's nothing else, I need to continue rehearsing. Don't come find me unless necessary. Ellen glanced at Leonardo, then turned to leave. Seeing this, Leonardo hurriedly stepped forward to block her path. Ellen frowned and said angrily, Hey, aren't you annoying? What do you want? Adley, how about I show you something interesting later? Looking at Leonardo's sly smile, Ellen asked suspiciously, What do you mean? Adley, don't you remember how Alexei treated you a few months before the college entrance exam? Hey, can you stop being so cryptic? I don't have time to play guessing games with you. Ellen said irritably. Seeing her about to explode, Leonardo quickly leaned in, lowered his voice, and whispered a series of things into her ear. Chapter 179. Outside the dance studio, Leonardo and Ellen Yuan walked out of the classroom one after another. Yuan Yuan, it's a deal then. You must come and see how I help you get back at him. Seeing Leonardo's confident appearance, Ellen Yuan just nodded slightly. Upon seeing this, Leonardo left with a satisfied smile. Originally, Ellen Yuan did not want to acknowledge Leonardo, but hearing that he had come to take advantage of the club association event to teach Alexei a lesson, she felt somewhat wronged, remembering how Alexei used to treat her in the past. Now, thinking that watching Alexei humiliate himself might be amusing. Hence, she agreed with Leonardo. Only after Leonardo walked far enough away did she turn around and walk into the dance room. She glanced at the unopened strawberry-flavored milk tea in her hand and pouted. She casually threw the milk tea into the trash bin nearby. Then she took out her phone, took a selfie, opened her WX contact list, and quickly sent it to someone. Christopher brother, do I look good in this dance outfit? I practiced dancing for an hour today, and I'm so tired. A boy bought me a cup of strawberry-flavored milk tea just now, but I didn't accept it. Although I'm both tired and thirsty, how can I casually accept gifts from other boys? Inside a cyber cafe near Jiangbei campus, Alexei and his companions strolled leisurely out of the cyber cafe. Hideo was already thoroughly chatting with his 3 old dorm mates, laughing and joking with arms over shoulders. At this moment, Alexei's phone suddenly rang. Seeing an unknown caller ID, he raised an eyebrow and answered the call. Yes, who is it? On the phone, a young man's voice came through. Boss, it's me, Xiao Christopher, Ridge, hee. What's up? Boss, it's about Ellen Yuan. There's a situation, and I need your instructions on this. In the phone, Ridge recounted the events, first adding Alexei on WX, and then sending screenshots of the chat with Ellen Yuan. With Ridge's vast experience with women, it wasn't hard to guess what was going on in Ellen Yuan's mind. Boss, based on my experience, she's just playing me like a fish and trying to get something out of me. Typical White Lotus plus gold digger, said Ridge. What Ridge had observed was also clear to Alexei. He knew why Ridge was calling and directly gave instructions. Follow your methods. I only care about the results. Of course, any expenses incurred will be treated as official costs. Got it. With your words, boss, I know what to do. Wait for my news. After hanging up, Alexei looked again at the chat record screenshots sent by Ridge and couldn't help but sneer. This scene was exactly the same as in his previous life. Back then, He had pursued Elenyuan for over 10 years, but never even received a smile. It wasn't until he achieved success in his career that Elenyuan began showing interest in him. He still remembered the tone and manner in which she spoke when trying to be friendly. Putting his phone away, he only sneered again. Soon, he would personally tear off Elenyuan's mask and let everyone see that the self-proclaimed pure goddess was merely a hypocritical gold digger. Pushing aside his jumbled thoughts, he suddenly noticed Hideo squatting on the ground, fiddling with the soil. Uriel, what are you doing? Alexei asked curiously. Oh, I'm looking for a suitable brick. If things get rough later, I'll bash that guy's head in. Alexei. He rolled his eyes exasperatedly. This was on campus, at Jiangzhou University, where Leonardo and his people wouldn't dare to cause trouble recklessly. At most, they might trip him up or make him embarrass himself during the exchange activity at the association meeting. On the second floor of the gymnasium, by the time Alexei and his group arrived, others were mostly there as well. Members of both school clubs gathered together separately. Timothin. Hideo suddenly nodded towards Alexei. Following Hideo's gaze, Alexei indeed saw Leonardo among the Jiangxing College team. And naturally, Leonardo saw Alexei too. Their gazes met mid-air, sparks flying between them. One could say that the closer Leonardo and Alexei used to be, the more hate Leonardo now felt towards Alexei. Since turning against Alexei, Leonardo found his life becoming a mess. Previously, he considered Alexei nothing more than a clown to highlight himself, but unknowingly, Alexei became outstanding while he gradually became the clown. Seeing the venomous look in Leonardo's eyes, Alexei merely smiled. But this smile appeared to Leonardo as nothing but ridicule and disdain. He still remembered that kick from Alexei even now. He would never forget the scene in the restroom that day, where Alexei, once regarded as a clown, had stepped on him. Remember this face, because for the rest of your life, I'll be your nightmare. Those words and Alexei's kick not only made him lie on his bed in the dorm for an entire day to recover, but also shattered his self-proclaimed superiority. Oh, younger brother Timothin, you finally made it. Just as Alexei and Leonardo were confronting each other across the distance, a hearty laugh suddenly echoed. Alexei retracted his gaze and turned to look at the deputy president Kathy walking towards him. Senior Sue, Alexei nodded with a smile. Hey, don't be so formal all the time. Call me senior brother Sue. I'm older than you. Though Kathy was as skinny as a bamboo stick, his character was quite generous. He immediately put his arm around Alexei's shoulder in a very familiar manner, looking left and right before lowering his voice. Younger brother Timothin, you've got to hold the fort for us today. I've already sent a message to President, just don't know if she can make it. Senior brother Sue, it's just a normal exchange meeting. What's with all this holding the fort business? Alexei asked in confusion. Hearing this, Kathy sighed slightly. Sigh. When you're tall, the wind blows hard, you understand? There are many universities in Jiangzhou, all competing with each other, right? Do you remember the citywide university Sonda competition I told you about? Kathy kept talking, explaining that every year, almost every university has inter-school association exchange meetings. What seemed like friendly exchanges also carried competitive elements, especially between their Jiang University Sonda Club and Jiangxing College. Although Jiangxing College couldn't compare with Jiang University in overall strength, in the University Sonda Circle, these two schools have always been rivals. Ever since their current long-legged president appeared, they had consistently surpassed Jiangxing College. Especially during last year's exchange meeting, their president led them to Jiangxing College, and it was rumored that the legendary long-legged president gave a severe beating to the Jiangxing College president in front of all members of both schools. After speaking a lot, Kathy couldn't help but wipe his mouth. Now you get it, right? They know our president isn't around recently, so they're trying to reclaim the ground lost last year. Chapter 180. Enemies meeting face to face stirring extraordinary anger. After listening to Kathy's words, Alexei couldn't help but chuckle. From this perspective, the legendary mysterious tall-legged female president seemed to be quite a formidable girl. That's not right. I heard that our president and the president of Jiangxing College have a pretty good relationship. Didn't our president go to their college for recruitment not long ago? Alexei suddenly recalled what Hideo had said earlier and tentatively asked. Oh, you even know about this? I didn't say our president has a bad relationship with the president of Jiangxing College. With Kathy's words, it could now be confirmed that the tall-legged beauty who attracted so many fans at Jiangxing College was indeed their president. Kathy suddenly lowered his voice and continued, let me tell you secretly, although the two clubs are in competition, the president of Jiangxing College is actually the top admirer of our president. Although he sensed a bit of gossip, Alexei wasn't very interested and just nodded without further inquiry. Looking around in the club's lineup, Alexei suddenly noticed a missing key figure. Suji, where is Vice President Eve? You still have the guts to mention it. After being coded by you last time, Eben was quite depressed. He went out for special training with the president a few days ago, saying he would come out of seclusion and challenge you again. Upon hearing this, Alexei couldn't help but shake his head and smile. No wonder Kathy insisted he must come. Both the president and vice president were absent, and with Kathy's skinny build, it did seem like he might struggle to keep the place under control as the host. As time passed, more students came to the event venue one after another. Meanwhile, in the Jiangxing College team, Leonardo was talking to their leader this time, Deputy President Rocky. That guy is Alexei? Rocky looked at Alexei not far away and asked. Yeah, Zofiingsh, Leonardo replied, giving Alexei a fiery glare. Seeing that Alexei didn't have an overly muscular body, looking almost like a young pretty boy, Rocky couldn't help but sneer. I thought he was someone extraordinary. Is that it? He probably can't even last one round against me. Compared to Rocky's arrogance, Leonardo was more cautious. Zofiangji, I saw online videos before where Alexei knocked out their vice president with one punch. Shouldn't there be no problem, right? In terms of combat strength, Leonardo always believed that Alexei was a pushover. But now thinking about it, Alexei could do an axe handle slam dunk back in high school, and last time in the restroom, he kicked him hard enough that he couldn't get up. Plus, that one-punch knockout video didn't seem fake. He considered that Alexei might not be as weak as he imagined. However, upon hearing this, Rocky was even more disdainful, with his mouth nearly dragging to the ground. Do you understand anything? This is all a script, right? Eve isn't that bad either. How could he really be knocked out with one punch by that kid? So Zofiangji means? Leonardo asked suspiciously. Seeing this, Rocky acted as if he saw through everything and arrogantly replied, just a script, made to boost Alexei's fame, equivalent to them having a golden signboard. We used similar tactics during our club's recruitment before. It's old news. Hearing this, Leonardo was enlightened and felt that Rocky's explanation made sense. Even if Alexei were strong, he couldn't possibly knock out a vice president with one punch. What Zofiangji says makes sense. As long as Zofiangji arranges well for Alexei this time, I'll tell my cousin to lend me the car for a few more days, and you can drive as much as you want, gas expenses on me. Upon hearing this, a gleam of joy flashed in Rocky's eyes, and he replied, for those words, I promise to give that kid a lesson he won't forget. Then he turned his head to glance at Alexei in the distance and added with a cold laugh, though I can't really harm him, during the sparring, anything can happen. If any limbs break, Kathy and the others will have nothing to say. Beside him, Leonardo already seemed to imagine Alexei being beaten up by Rocky, lying on the ground crying in pain. Thinking about that scene, Leonardo couldn't help but emit a series of strange laughs. Rocky, standing next to him, felt goosebumps rise from his laughter. Who taught you to laugh like that? Leonardo. I saw it in novels, I think it's cool. Rocky, don't laugh like that next time. After members of both teams arrived, the annual club association event officially began. Due to Alexei's reputation, the Sonda Club rapidly became one of the most popular clubs this year. Thus, the school also specially approved a larger event venue for the Sonda Club. Based on traditions of each university, even an organization like a club couldn't avoid the formalized opening remarks. The leaders of both teams introduced their clubs and bragged about some of the glorious achievements they had made. The number of freshmen in the two teams wasn't large, but it wasn't small either, around 30 people or so. The veteran members of the two clubs were mostly familiar with each other as they held joint activities every year. In order to give the freshmen a better understanding, Kathy and Rocky arranged for the members of both sides to introduce themselves briefly. Interestingly, most of the members from Jiangxing College were males, with only 5 or 6 females. After all, most people who signed up were deceived by the false image of the tall-legged president. On the contrary, the majority of members from Jiangzhou University were females, mainly due to Alexei's golden nameplate back then. The self-introduction session was quite engaging for the new members, especially for those from Jiangxing College. After all, there were too many girls in the Jiangzhou University team. Who knows, maybe they could have some unexpected harvests. Alexei had started feeling sleepy until he saw Leonardo walking to the center of the field. Hello everyone. I'm Leonardo from the School of Electronic and Computer Engineering at Jiangxing College, a freshman this year. Admittedly, Leonardo was good at speaking. He was talking fluently when his eyes suddenly caught sight of Alexei. When their eyes met, Leonardo's face visibly darkened. On the contrary, Alexei's lips curled into a mocking smile that was barely visible. As an old saying goes, enemies meeting face to face can easily stir extraordinary anger. If the occasion had been appropriate, Leonardo would have truly wanted to pounce on Alexei and bite off a piece of flesh. Soon enough, it was Alexei's turn. Hello everyone. I'm Alexei, a freshman from the School of Finance. As Alexei appeared, almost all the eyes from both teams immediately focused on him. Chapter 181. Handsomeness can indeed be a meal. Even though Alexei's public image wasn't too great during this period, it didn't stop his sky-high popularity. For students from our school, it was still manageable as they could see him every now and then. However, for the girls from Jiangxing College, this was a rare opportunity. After all, they attended this boring association event just to meet Alexei. Seeing the tall, handsome figure in the center of the field, the girls all turned into fangirls. Wow, finally, I see Alexei in person. He's indeed so handsome. Yeah, he's even better in real life than in videos and photos. Ugh, he's got me hooked. Darn, why doesn't our school have such a godly face? Time of listening to these few girls screaming over Alexei, some of the boys around them began to show their displeasure. Especially Leonardo, who looked at Alexei with envy and hatred. After a cold snort, he started stirring up trouble. What good is being handsome? He's nothing but someone's lapdog and a scumbag. Yeah, what Leonardo said is right. I just saw a comment saying that this Alexei loves playing hard to get and has a bit of a violent streak. Agreed. What does his looks get him, huh? A pretty boy, nothing more. These days, can handsomeness be eaten or spent? Guys, these days being handsome really can be like food and money. To hell with you. Whose side are you on? Seeing Alexei's appearance causing quite a commotion, Kathy hurriedly stepped out to maintain order. After restoring order, Kathy stood in the center of the field, scanned both teams, and cleared his throat solemnly. Students, since we are gathered here, it's a sign of fate, showing that everyone here loves the sport of Sanzho. Following tradition, our two clubs will have friendly sparring sessions between old and new members. Of course, since this is a friendly match aimed at exchanging ideas, winning or losing isn't important. Please don't let this hurt your feelings. The older members weren't surprised by this arrangement, as it was an annual occurrence. However, the freshmen were visibly excited, especially the boys, seeing this as a great opportunity to show off. As for Leonardo, he exchanged smiles with Rocky. Behind them, Hideo noticed their small gestures and anxiously scratched his head, looking towards Alexei across the way. Upon noticing Hideo's gaze, Alexei merely smiled lightly, indicating there was no need to worry. Soon, under the coordination of Kathy and Rocky, the veteran members started the friendly exchange first. There weren't many veterans on either team, totaling 6 altogether for 3 matches. Although officially stated as non-competitive friendly exchanges, both sides knew this mattered to their school's reputations, hence they gave it their all. However, being semi-professional at best, the members weren't professional Sanzho athletes. So the bouts lacked some gansangxing, but the students, especially the freshmen, cheered passionately, which raised the atmosphere significantly, especially since many other club activities and Zhejiang University students stopped to watch after hearing the commotion. After the 3 veteran matches, Zhejiang University only won one. Kathy didn't say anything, but his expression was less than pleasant. With neither the president nor Eve present, he was in charge. Losing on his own turf wouldn't look good. Fortunately, the newcomers made up for it somewhat in the following rounds. Meanwhile, not far from the venue, in the crowd, a strikingly beautiful silhouette caught everyone's attention. Ellen and a few classmates from the dance club were also watching. Nguyen, is that Alexei? He looks so handsome in real life. Can't believe he'd be that kind of guy. Biske, don't let his appearance fool you. I feel Leonardo is better than Alexei. At this moment, Ellen remained silent, her eyes fixed on Alexei. She hadn't seen him since after the college entrance exam. She never imagined she would see him again like this. And at this moment, Alexei, as if sensing something, instinctively turned his head. Their gazes met in midair. At this moment, Ellen was momentarily stunned. It had been almost half a year since she last saw Alexei. She had thought that upon seeing her, Alexei might eagerly run over to greet her. However, to her surprise, Alexei just casually glanced at her and then looked away. It felt as if he hadn't seen her at all, yet Ellen stomped her feet in anger, certain that Alexei had definitely seen her but was deliberately pretending not to. Adiemph, let you keep up the act of being aloof. Wait and see how embarrassing you'll be later. Ellen grumbled under her breath in frustration. Initially, she had considered giving Alexei a chance if he were sensible enough to come and apologize to her. After all, having an extra perfect tool to satisfy her vanity would be hard to refuse. But now, Alexei's deliberate aloofness really irritated her. Thinking about it, she took out her phone and sent a message to Leonardo. Leonardo, give Alexei a good lesson for me. I'm watching from the side. If you disappoint me, I'll never talk to you again. Leonardo suddenly felt his phone vibrate. Upon reading the message, he couldn't help but feel overjoyed. Looking around, he indeed spotted Ellen among the crowd. He quickly typed back on his phone. Don't worry, Adley, just wait and watch. Then, he hurriedly put away his phone and signaled to Rocky, who was at the front of the line. Getting the hint, Rocky nodded and walked towards Kathy. Great job, old Sue. Your new members this year are quite talented. Haha, they sure are. How about we continue? I think we're almost done. Rocky glanced at Alexei in the lineup with a smile and replied, Old Sue, you're not fair. You haven't let your ace play yet. Are you looking down on us? Kathy was puzzled. Rocky smiled and pointed at Alexei. Isn't this Alexei? I heard he once knocked Eve out with one punch. Such a powerful freshman. I haven't seen one like him for years. Why don't we have a look? Chapter 182. One cowardly act and the whole nest follows. Rocky's words once again drew everyone's attention back to Alexei. Although Domenico also wished for Alexei to stand out on behalf of their club, considering that Alexei was a precious catch they had finally persuaded to join, he did not dare to force him. Well, Brother Timothy, what do you think? Domenico asked. Hearing this, Alexei cast a meaningful glance at Rocky, then briefly swept his eyes over Leonardo, who kept sneering to the side. Indeed, just as Hideo had said, these two were looking for an opportunity to pick a fight with him during this joint event. After a moment's thought, Alexei spoke up. Brother Sue, may I have a word with you privately? Seeing that Alexei wanted to talk to him in private, Domenico was a bit puzzled, but still walked aside with Alexei. Brother Sue, isn't Rocky the leader of Jiangxing College's team this time? How good is he in Sanzho? Alexei was thinking that if this Rocky really was a formidable fighter, then he wouldn't challenge him head-on. Why do you ask this? It's about the freshman from your school sparring, not you fighting Rocky, Domenico muttered. Just curious. Domenico pinched his chin and pondered for a while before replying, I've only met him a few times, so I don't know much. But he's a bit stronger than Eve, though naturally still far from matching our club president. Just a little stronger than Eve, huh? Alexei mumbled to himself and nodded with a smile after a moment. In that case, I'll go along with whatever Brother Sue arranges. After all, as a club member, I should participate more actively in collective activities. Haha, good. Don't worry, Brother Timothy, with your skill level, none of them can match you. After consulting with Rocky, Domenico confirmed the final round of sparring exchange. Rocky, We're sending Alexei. Who will you send? Domenico asked. Upon hearing this, Rocky turned to look at his team, thinking of picking anyone. Anyway, he would personally deal with Alexei in the end. Who wants to spar with student Alexei? Despite several guys in the team loudly proclaiming their strength earlier, now that it came down to actually sparring with Alexei, each one immediately became deflated. Most of them had seen the video where Alexei knocked out Eve with one punch. While its authenticity was questionable, no one wanted to take the risk. This sparring would be watched by students from both schools, surrounded by many others. Winning would be great. They could brag about it throughout college. But losing would be humiliating. Seeing no one in his team dared to step forward, Rocky couldn't help but frown. On the other hand, Domenico couldn't hide his amusement and teased, Rocky, maybe you should forget it? Alexei's skill level isn't on the same tier as ordinary freshmen. A real match might feel like bullying you. From Domenico's words, Rocky detected smugness, which stung his pride. Pointing randomly to a sturdy guy over 6 feet tall, who had boasted extensively after beating a freshman from Jiang University, Rocky said, You come up. Seeing Domenico pointing at him, the big guy's face twitched. He stood up but suddenly fell back onto the ground, clutching his ankle and crying out in pain. Ouch! It hurts. It hurts so much. Damn it. I must have twisted my ankle during the previous sparring session. Curse it. If I hadn't twisted my ankle, I would have fought Alexei for 300 rounds. This bizarre performance caused the members of the Jiangxin College team to blush in embarrassment. As for Rocky, his face darkened, barely holding back his urge to curse. Jiangxin College's team seemed to have lost heart completely, prompting jeers from Jiang University's side, led by the 3 guys from Dorm 205. Especially Conway and Lance, who started to tease together sarcastically. Don't tell me, not a single one of you has the guts? If all men are cowards, let the girls come on. Brother Timothy, be gentle with the ladies, aha. While there were some male students from Jiang University who disliked Alexei, they now united against the Jiangzhou College team and started taunting the males. Meanwhile, the males of Jiangxin College had red faces and clenched fists, yet none dared to step forward. Instead, it was the girls who were visibly angered. Hey, are you guys even men? Are you that scared of Alexei? Weren't you all boasting how strong you were? Why aren't any of you saying anything now? Look at Alexei, and then look at all of you. This is truly embarrassing. I wish I hadn't come. Rocky never expected it to turn out this way. The one who was most infuriated was naturally Leonardo. He had hoped that Alexei would be humiliated in front of everyone, but now it was even better. Alexei put on a great show, striking fear into all the males in their team. At that moment, he almost felt an urge to stand up himself. But upon further thought, why should he stick his neck out when everyone else was pretending to be dead? As the situation became awkward, Alexei suddenly smiled mysteriously, his eyes looking over at Hideo from the Jiangxin College team. It seemed they might have planned something beforehand. As soon as Hideo caught Alexei's gaze, he grinned. Without being noticed by anyone, Hideo stealthily moved behind Leonardo. Taking advantage of everyone's distraction, he suddenly kicked Leonardo's buttocks hard. Ouch! Caught off guard, Leonardo stumbled forward and landed on his knees with both hands touching the ground. Seeing this, everyone's attention turned to Leonardo. Leonardo felt a jolt in his heart, jumping up instantly and turning around to curse at whoever was behind him. Which bastard kicked me? Before he could finish speaking, laughter erupted from the Jiang University team. Embarrassed, Leonardo stood there, unsure what to do, and could only look to Domenico for help. Haha, this student's entrance was quite unique, but it's commendable to step up at such a critical moment. Everyone, give some applause to encourage this student. Hearing the thunderous applause around him, Leonardo was not happy at all. His face twisted as if he had eaten something sour. Now that we have our participants, let's begin. Domenico called out, and then had everyone back away to clear space for Alexei and Leonardo. Chapter 183. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Wallace felt like he had 10,000 grass mud horses galloping through him at all times, and in his heart, he had already gone through the genealogy of the person who had tricked him from behind. He really didn't want to be the one to step forward. Brother Zofang. Helplessly, Wallace could only cast a pleading glance toward Rocky. Seeing Wallace's panicked expression, Rocky became furious and scolded in a low voice. What are you freaking out for? That kid isn't necessarily your opponent. Hearing this, Wallace moved his lips but dared not say anything more. He awkwardly shifted his body, standing firm opposite Alexei. Although Rocky had said earlier that the video of Alexei coing Eve was fake, and since being beaten by Alexei in the bathroom last time, he had been exercising diligently. He felt that he might now stand a chance against Alexei. However, perhaps because there were too many onlookers and Ellen was watching, he always felt somewhat nervous. On the contrary, Alexei remained calm as ever, lightly warming up his body and then began putting on protective gear, completely ignoring Wallace. Even a clay figurine has a temper, let alone a living person like Wallace. Seeing how Alexei treated him with such disregard, his back teeth clenched audibly. The previous fear in his heart quickly dissipated as he began to put on his protective gear. After both of them wore their protective gear, Kathy, as the referee, guided the two to the center of the arena. Alexei, do you know how long I've been waiting for this day? That kick you gave me last time? It's been etched in my mind. I've trained hard, letting Brother Zofang punch me like a punching bag every day until I can't sleep from the pain at night. All of this is thanks to you. While Kathy explained the rules and checked their protective gear, Wallace gritted his teeth and rambled on a lot. Oh, So what are you trying to tell me by saying all this? Hearing this, Wallace's eyes grew even more venomous, and he sneered, I'm telling you that I can fight now. Such a middle schoolish line made Alexei's expression turn odd. He remembered kicking his stomach last time. Not this guy's head. As Kathy stepped back, their sparring session finally began. Interestingly, the moment Kathy blew the whistle, Wallace immediately took several steps backward as if facing a great threat. He pulled himself together and warily assumed a fighting stance while looking at Alexei, while the latter stood leisurely in place. Although he had done considerable psychological preparation earlier, Wallace still felt uneasy when it came down to it. He had just boasted about how he had been training hard and learning many Sanda techniques during the past days. But only he knew the real situation. It was more like working 3 days and slacking off for 2. Alexei's appearance also attracted a crowd of onlookers, disrupting the original formation of the two teams. Kathy and Rocky paid no attention to this. In the crowd, Hideo's small eyes darted around mischievously before leading a few good friends secretly over to Jiangzhou University's team. At the center of the field, Wallace maintained his distance from Alexei, not daring to rush forward. Seeing this, Alexei sneered and swiftly advanced a few paces, throwing a straightforward punch straight at Wallace's face. Wallace's reaction wasn't slow. He hastily raised his arms to block in front of him. Alexei's punch landed squarely on Wallace's forearm, shaking him back several steps with an ache in his arm and breaking out in cold sweat. If that had hit his body, wouldn't he have been knocked out? Yet, he would not admit defeat, shaking his arm and glaring at Alexei with a sneer. Just that? Seems like Brother Zofyang was right. Even intentionally let you knock him out with one punch. Though Alexei was very strong, after that punch, Wallace thought Alexei's Sanda skills weren't as exaggerated as in the video. Hearing this, Alexei only smiled indifferently. The video of Going Eve was indeed overly praised. Although his reborn body's physical abilities far exceeded ordinary people, he was still just half-baked in Sanda fighting techniques. That time it was because Eve was too overconfident and not wearing protective gear, which led to the famous one-punch KO scene. However, it was more than enough to deal with Wallace. Thinking of this, Alexei glanced at the surrounding crowd casually. Just as he was about to make a move again, he heard commotion from the crowd. F***K. Are you blind? You stepped on my foot. Dog bark your mother? Which eye of yours saw that I stepped on you? In the crowd, Hideo and Lance were arguing with flushed faces and stiff necks. You two wait a moment. Kathy said a word to Alexei and Leonardo in the field, then he and Rocky went into the crowd to mediate. With their departure, Leonardo breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he let his guard down, he saw Alexei dart forward. F***ck. You have no martial virtue. Leonardo cursed loudly. Clearly it was now pause time. Yet Alexei still wanted to make a move. Moreover, this time he found Alexei's attacks even more ferocious, with every move aiming at his unprotected lower body. It was an obvious violation of rules, but Kathy and Rocky were busy mediating, completely ignoring him. Alexei, you scoundrel. Leonardo cursed fiercely, but Alexei paid no attention. Suddenly, he kicked Leonardo hard on the thigh. After being hit, Leonardo grunted and fell to the ground. Looking at Alexei, who cared about any rules, he directly pounced on Leonardo and hammered him fiercely. Forget about the rules, just do whatever feels good. F***ck. I've been putting up with you for long. I'll show you how to mouth off. I'll show you how to act cocky. You think you're so good at fighting. While hammering Leonardo on the ground, Alexei whispered curses. The poor Leonardo had no chance to fight back, covering his head with both hands, rolling continuously. I give up. Ouch. Give up. Damn it. I already gave up. Alexei, don't be too. Ouch. Leonardo screamed desperately, hoping Kathy or Rocky would stop the match. Unfortunately, the commotion in the crowd was also intense. At first, only Hideo and Lance were arguing. Then they started pushing each other, and eventually, several of Hideo's classmates and the other two from dorm 205 joined in. For a moment, the scene became chaotic. Kathy and Rocky were surrounded by the crowd, full of yelling and cursing, no one paying attention to what was happening in the field. Bang bang bang. In the field, Alexei turned all the anger accumulated in his heart into iron fists, hitting and kicking Leonardo without mercy. Since his rebirth in high school, he had always wanted to do this, but back then, he focused on academics and never had a suitable opportunity. Though most of the onlookers' attention was drawn to the commotion below, some still watched Alexei and Leonardo. Chapter 184. She is the long-legged president. Alexei's earlier behavior of being unscrupulous and dishonorable naturally provoked dissatisfaction among some people. Especially some of the boys in the Jiangzhou College team cursed loudly. F***K. Alexei, you old bastard. This is not playing by the rules. We protest. The referee clearly said to pause. Why did he still attack? What good does your protest do? You're not the referee. If you want to stop him, go up there yourself. Though many voiced their dissatisfaction with Alexei, no one stood up to stop him. After all, they were only from the same school as Leonardo, not particularly close to him. Besides, seeing Alexei's current deranged state, anyone who got in his way would probably get slapped. They weren't about to provoke him. Meanwhile, the other students outside the arena were also startled by Alexei's behavior. Especially Zoe, who was really quite angry. This Leonardo is truly pathetic. All talk and no action. Earlier, Leonardo had confidently assured her that he would help teach Alexei a lesson and insisted she come to witness it. But in the end, she came. And it was Leonardo who was beaten into the ground. Nwan, I didn't believe you when you said this guy was a violent psychopath, but now it seems he really has violent tendencies. How ruthless can he be? Do you think it's possible that Alexei attacked because he knew that person just gave Nwan a drink? Yeah, I think it's very likely. Didn't Nwan say before that Alexei used to fight other guys out of jealousy in high school? Zoe hadn't considered it that way until she heard the girls next to her discussing it, which made her realize something. Back in high school, Alexei had fought Leonardo after seeing him being intimate with her in front of him. Now, it seemed very likely that Alexei indeed knew Leonardo had approached her earlier and thus lashed out so fiercely. Thinking about this, Zoe felt a mix of pride but feigned indifference with a cold snort. Tisich, he's still so immature. While everyone else watched from the sidelines, Leonardo suffered on the field. After taking Alexei's first punch, he thought he could hold his own for a few moves. But he never imagined being beaten so badly. He had thought about fighting back, but Alexei's punches were too heavy. He felt like his bones were about to shatter, leaving him no strength to retaliate. Finally, when Alexei's fists paused, just as he was about to catch his breath, he saw Alexei slowly squat down and look at him from above. Do you remember what I said last time? I will be your nightmare for life. Leonardo, we have accounts to settle, and I'll deal with them one by one. Leonardo struggled to lift his head, his eyes filled with venom. Alexei, one day, I'll make you. Bang! Before Leonardo could finish his threat, Alexei punched him squarely in the face. Although he wore boxing gloves, the force was so great that Leonardo's eyes rolled back, and he fell straight to the ground. Just then, Kathy and Rocky managed to separate the crowd, causing trouble. Hideo and the three guys from dorm 205 exchanged glances, and then each quietly retreated. I repeat, this is a formal association meeting. Such disturbances are absolutely not allowed again. Kathy looked around angrily and then turned away. Students, you may continue your... Just as Kathy turned, he froze at the sight before him. In the center of the field, Alexei stood still, while Leonardo lay on the ground, bruised and battered. I surrender. Please help me. Leonardo raised his right hand weakly, tears streaming down his face as he looked at Rocky and Kathy. Alexei? What happened? Kathy asked. Alexei seemed prepared and put on a remorseful look. After you called a pause, Leonardo couldn't resist and wanted to continue. I initially planned to go easy, but he refused to admit defeat. Eventually, due to exhaustion, I luckily won. Then he turned to Leonardo, slightly bending over and giving him a thumbs up. Leonardo showed remarkable courage and is an exemplary student for us all. You. Leonardo choked with anger, shaking as he pointed at Alexei. His face went pale with rage, and though he didn't spit blood, his body convulsed, and he fainted. Seeing this, Kathy glanced awkwardly at Rocky. At this moment, Rocky also had a rather unpleasant expression. He didn't expect that in just a few minutes of maintaining order, Leonardo would lose, and lose so miserably. Letting out a cold snort, he looked at Alexei with some dissatisfaction and said, Classmate, this is just a friendly sparring match. You were too harsh. Before Alexei could finish his sentence, Kathy interjected, Rocky, Alexei has already explained that Leonardo did not concede defeat. Besides, since it's a sparring match, minor injuries are inevitable. Don't forget, I reminded you earlier that Alexei's level isn't on par with ordinary new members. Most people can't be his match. It was you who insisted on arranging someone to compete against Alexei. Hearing this, Rocky sneered, all right, since he's so capable, then the next match, I'll fight him. Upon hearing Rocky wanted to challenge Alexei, Kathy was immediately put in a difficult position. He indeed believed in Alexei's strength, but it didn't follow the rules. In previous years, freshmen only sparred with freshmen, seniors with seniors. As the deputy president of Jiangxing College's Sanzhou Club, Rocky now actively proposing to compete against a new member like Alexei certainly wasn't following the rules. Moreover, if Alexei won, that would be fine, but what if he lost? So his first reaction was definitely to decline. However, Rocky was determined. A well-planned association meeting had turned into a mess. Just as Kathy was struggling with this dilemma, a commotion came from the crowd nearby. Then a few figures emerged from the crowd. The leaders were obviously one male and one female. The man was robust and had a very decent appearance, with bulging muscles under his vest. The girl had short hair, neat and tidy, an extremely tall figure, and quite exquisite features. What left the deepest impression was the heroic aura between her brows and her legs that could be described as extraordinarily long. Wow, look, is that Senior Desiree? Desiree? The president of the Sanzhou Club? Heavens, isn't Senior Desiree already in her senior year? She's still at school. Chapter 185. Became a rival for love out of nowhere. Domenico had been in a quandary, but when he saw who approached, his face lit up. Oh my, Larissa, our club president, you're finally here. Saying this, he trotted over enthusiastically. President? Alexei was taken aback upon hearing this, and turned his head to look at the elegant figure approaching. Just one glance was enough to leave him impressed as well. Desiree, the president of Jiangzhou University's Sanzhou Club, was a prominent figure renowned for both her beauty and martial prowess. Alexei couldn't help but nod inwardly. If graded, Desiree would easily score above 90 points. Wow, so she's our club president? TSK, the length of those legs. They're longer than my lifespan. Long live the legs. I'm in love. Choosing the Sanzho Club was indeed the right decision. At Jiangxing University, several boys seemed almost willing to have their eyes glued to Desiree's shapely legs. The three old-timers next to Alexei were blushing and sweating, eagerly snapping photos with their phones. In contrast, Desiree appeared quite accustomed to such scenes, calmly walking towards the Jiangzhou University team. At that moment, Rocky was also greeting another man with considerable respect. Desiree, meanwhile, learned from Domenico what had transpired, occasionally casting looks at Alexei with her beautiful eyes. Timothy, you did great back there. Haha, it really made me feel relieved. Hideo slinked beside Alexei, grinning broadly, before glancing at Desiree not far away. Damn, those long legs are really our president's. Envious. How lucky you are, Timothy. Seeing Hideo's drooling expression, Alexei shook his head, laughing. He then turned his gaze toward where Rocky was conversing with the robust man earlier, who occasionally glanced his way. Biny, who's that next to Rocky? Alexei asked. That's our club president, Angus, Hideo replied. Before long, Domenico and Desiree slowly walked up to Alexei, along with a familiar face. A dark-skinned boy had been following Desiree, looking at Alexei with some annoyance. This was Eve, whom Alexei had KO'd previously. Brother Timothy, let me introduce you. This is our club president, Desiree, Domenico said jovially. Alexei nodded. Hello, Senior Desiree. It's nice meeting you for the first time. Seeing Alexei extending his hand, Desiree was visibly taken aback for a moment. Though Desiree appeared somewhat aloof, she still extended her hand and briefly shook Alexei's. Although Desiree's hand felt delicate and cool, giving a wonderful sensation, Alexei did not linger on it and promptly released it. This gesture caused a hint of surprise to flash across Desiree's beautiful eyes. I may be meeting you for the first time, but I've heard your name mentioned countless times. Desiree's phoenix-like eyes looked at Alexei, her expression cold yet revealing a trace of curiosity. Indeed, even though she was now in her senior year and rarely stayed at school, not meddling much in club affairs, Alexei's reputation at Jiangzhou University was so resounding, especially the recent heated discussion on Mingchen app regarding the Alexei and Alicia incident. Naturally, she paid attention. Of course, what mattered most to her was the video of Alexei knocking out Eve. Timothy-wise, I've heard a lot about you, Senior Desiree, from Sujia and other students, Alexei replied. Heard from Tianba and Nan that you're quite skilled in combat. Suddenly, Desiree spoke up, her beautiful eyes staring intently at Alexei. Upon hearing this, Eve scoffed but didn't refute. He wasn't a sore loser. He just believed he lost due to a momentary slip-up, which had made him somewhat infamous on campus because the video was posted online. I'm just an amateur. I only learned the basics of Sanzho before, Alexei said. I watched the video where you KO'd Tianba. That's not amateur level. Even I would find it hard to achieve. Hearing this, Alexei rubbed his nose awkwardly and replied, just luck. Eve could no longer hold back his sneer. Adiumph, last time I was careless. Just wait, after the gathering ends, don't run away. I want another match with you. Seeing Eve still wanting to challenge him, Alexei sighed, amused. Meanwhile, Angus watched all this unfold with displeasure. As the top admirer of Desiree, he was well aware of her indifferent personality. Even though they had known each other for so long, Desiree always kept her distance from him. But now, Desiree actually took the initiative to talk to Alexei and even shook hands with him. Considering he hadn't even touched a strand of Desiree's hair since they met, this scene was striking. He also learned the details of what happened from Rocky earlier. Initially, he thought it was just a minor conflict between students. Out of respect for Desiree, he didn't intend to get involved. But now, his attitude towards Alexei was tinged with a faint hostility. Taking steady steps forward, he stopped in front of Alexei and Desiree. Xiaolu, you've heard about what happened just now, right? Desiree only gave a cold nod. Although he was used to her aloof attitude, Angus felt somewhat irritated at this moment. Compared to how Desiree had spoken with Alexei earlier, her current behavior made him feel quite uncomfortable. So, how do you think we should resolve this? Angus said with forced cheerfulness, suppressing his unease. Injuries are inevitable in sparring. Desiree dismissed the matter lightly, clearly intending to let it go. Anyone could see that she was siding with Alexei. Hearing this, Angus's eyebrows couldn't help but twitch as his eyes subconsciously turned to Alexei. Alexei also sensed the faint hostility from Angus's gaze and was puzzled. He had never met Angus before. This was their first encounter. Why would Angus be hostile towards him? But when he noticed Angus's gaze constantly shifting between himself and Desiree, he finally understood. Domenico had mentioned before that Angus was Desiree's #1 admirer. So, did this mean Angus was treating him as a rival for Desiree's affection? If that was the case, Angus must have an overactive imagination. Alexei wasn't familiar with Desiree and had merely shaken her hand and exchanged a few words. Was it necessary for Angus to be jealous over this? Angus scanned Alexei with his eyes and then suddenly nodded with a smile. Yes, you're right. Also, I've heard about you, classmate Alexei. It's indeed rare to see such a talented newcomer. Honestly, it's making my hands itch. Chapter 186, Met Timothy Magnus. Just as Angus finished speaking, everyone saw Desiree frown slightly. Before Alexei could respond, she replied in a cool tone, if that's the case, I happen to be itching for a fight. I'll take you on. Saying this, she took a step forward with her long legs and stared straight at Angus. Upon hearing this, Angus couldn't help but twitch his lips, and his fists clenched slightly at his sides. Suppressing his anger, he shook his head with a smile and said, Timothy Lu, you know I won't lay a hand on you. Then his tone changed, and he continued, I know your personality, always protective of your juniors. After all, they are newcomers in your club, so it's natural for you to step up. However, hiding behind a woman is not really what a man should do. After finishing, he turned to look at Alexei and chuckled. What do you think, Alexei? Such an inferior provocation technique would make even a dog shake its head, let alone Alexei. He was too lazy to pay attention to Angus. Seeing Alexei not responding, Angus's face turned slightly grim, clearly feeling humiliated. But then he shook his head with a laugh, saying to himself, Indeed, my request was sudden and unreasonable. He thought his sarcasm was obvious enough, expecting any man would feel ashamed. Unexpectedly, Alexei found these tactics quite childish. Alexei had a clear understanding of his own strength. In terms of skills, he was just an amateur, only learning some basics from being a spectator in his previous life. The advantage of his reborn body far exceeded ordinary people. This did not mean he would arrogantly believe he could defeat anyone or anything. Angus was the president of the Sans Ho Club, as strong as, or even stronger than Eve. Without knowing his limits, he wouldn't act rashly. Therefore, he ignored Angus's cheap provocation. Seeing that Alexei remained unmoved, Angus became somewhat frustrated, yet helpless. Desiree was always domineering, especially towards her club members. During last year's club association, when Eve clashed with other members of her club, Desiree was very stern. In the end, this potential conflict was resolved under Desiree's firm stance. Because of this incident, the subsequent association gathering was rather dull, with members of both teams looking at each other unfavorably. Finally, during the closing speech, Leonardo regained consciousness. Though no one cared about how thoroughly beaten he was earlier, he felt utterly humiliated and glared at Alexei with hatred throughout the process. By evening, the association event finally concluded. After saying goodbye to Alexei, Hideo also returned to school with the rest of the club members on the bus. Back in room 205, the three roommates enthusiastically discussed the event after returning. Haha, dead serious. Did you see Leonardo's face when we left? It looked like a pig's head, haha. Of course. Shouldn't we thank Hideo and me for our excellent acting? And don't forget me. If I hadn't kept blocking Rocky, he would have definitely noticed us. Seeing the trio happily discussing what had happened, Alexei couldn't help but join in their laughter. Initially, he was in a gloomy mood, but after thrashing Leonardo, he felt much better. Regarding little Magnus' matter, he had thought it through. There was no point in rushing. He would just wait. He didn't believe that little Magnus could hide from him forever. This situation continued until the day after the association event. The next morning, in the living room of the courtyard, Alexei looked at the breakfast on the table, already accustomed to it. Lately, every morning or night, there would be a mysterious Hulua girl preparing meals for him, but he never saw her. As he sat down, he received a call from Andreas, the principal. On the phone, the principal directly explained the purpose, saying that the S8 finals were the day after tomorrow and asked Alexei to go to Incheon, South Korea. They would witness the finals together. Of course, the main reason was because Alexei participated in the bet among the young masters. The principal, Orlando, and other young elites would attend in person, along with several young gentlemen from Shanghai and Beijing. Being a party involved, going to the scene was normal. When the finals were over and the results announced, the bet agreement needed to be fulfilled face-to-face. Alexei did not refuse. After agreeing on the time with the principal over the phone, he hung up. Then he sent a message to Jarrett, asking him to arrange the trip to K country. Thinking about the 10 million that would be coming in after the finals, Alexei couldn't help but get a little excited. Of course, when he saw the breakfast on the table, he sighed lightly with some helplessness. But if he calculated the time, Tutor mentioned that Julianne had only taken 2 or 3 days off. It had been 4 days now. Logically, she should have returned to class by now. Suddenly, his phone started receiving messages one after another from Conway. Because Conway was well connected in their department and knew several girls from neighboring classes, Alexei had asked him to contact Julianne's roommates to find out what she had been doing these days. After listening to Conway's voice messages one by one, it seemed that Julianne had stayed in her dorm every day, curled up in bed, only going out early in the morning or late at night. After hearing this, Alexei quickly finished his breakfast and headed straight for the classroom. Since he arrived early, there weren't many people in the classroom yet. According to Julianne's usual habits, she would always be among the first to arrive. But after looking around, there were only a few people in the classroom, and she wasn't among them. He waited for over half an hour at his usual seat in the last row while others gradually entered the classroom, yet Julianne still hadn't shown up. As today was Monday's morning meeting, the tutor would take attendance at this time each week, so almost no one would skip. Seeing the classroom almost full but with the seat beside him still empty, just as Alexei was getting anxious, a slim figure walked into the classroom door. Upon seeing the person, Alexei's eyes lit up, and he stood up instinctively. Having hidden for 4 whole days, you finally show up, Timothy Magnus. It had only been a few days, but she looked even thinner. It was already early November, with the temperature slightly dropping, and most people had put on coats. Yet that slim figure was still wearing the same unchanged white short-sleeve shirt and faded blue jeans. Perhaps due to the overly loose short-sleeve shirt, the figure appeared even more slender, as if a gentle breeze could knock her down. Chapter 187, finally no longer avoiding. These past 4 days felt like an eternity for Julianne. since the night they strolled by the West Lake, and she began to understand Alexei's feelings. Even though she had found the answer, she didn't know how to face it. These few days, she felt completely listless, unable to muster interest in anything. That's why she asked the tutor for leave, not even going to the store. She wanted to take her time figuring out what she should do when she saw Alexei again. Pretend this never happened? Continue to interact as before? But she knew deep down that she couldn't do it. Just as she walked into the classroom, a scorching gaze seemed to be watching her from afar. Out of habit, she instinctively looked up at the last row. What caught her eyes was the familiar face that had appeared several times in her dreams over these few days. Those distinct black and white eyes were as bright as ever, making her hesitate to meet his gaze. So after just one glance, she quickly averted her eyes and lowered her head. Originally, she was heading towards the last row, but inexplicably, she changed direction and found an empty seat near the middle against the wall. Although sitting in such a crowded spot made her uncomfortable, she somehow lacked the courage to sit next to Alexei again. Seeing Julianne actually sitting somewhere else, Alexei couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. After taking a deep look at her back, his expression became slightly reproachful. Having avoided him for so many days, now that they finally met, he wouldn't allow Xiao Magnus to keep hiding from him. Taking advantage of the tutor not being there yet, Alexei stood up and walked straight towards the middle seat. Sitting in the seat, Julianne kept her head down, feeling out of place amidst the noisy chatter around her. "Excuse me, can I sit here?" Suddenly, a familiar voice came from beside her. Julianne slightly raised her head to see an especially handsome face right in front of her. Alexei bent down slightly, smiling at Julianne. For some reason, despite only a few days passing, seeing Alexei's face up close made Julianne more nervous than usual. A blush spread rapidly across her cheeks, making her breathing quicken. Though she always got nervous facing Alexei, she had never felt this way before. She hurriedly averted her gaze, nervously pulling at the hem of her pants without responding to Alexei. Seeing this, Alexei just smiled and straightened up. "You're not speaking, so I'll take it as a yes." Without waiting for any objections, he squeezed into the seat next to her. Soon, the tutor walked into the classroom and started roll call. After the morning meeting, most students stayed in the classroom for their professional classes instead of returning to the dorms. During the break, Julianne remained seated, head hanging low, seemingly engrossed in her textbook. Only she knew that she wasn't really reading, her mind too chaotic to focus. As for Alexei, he propped his hand on the table, resting his chin and watching her with a tilted head. Morning classes ended soon enough. Most students bolted for the cafeteria after class, but Julianne stayed in her seat. "Xiao Magnus." Finally, Alexei softly called her name. The familiar address made Julianne's delicate body shiver. She felt something within her, suppressed for days, starting to stir. This feeling terrified her, so she tried her hardest to suppress it. "Xiao Magnus, I'm hungry. What should we have for lunch today?" Alexei spoke naturally, showing no sign of awkwardness despite the absence. But Julianne remained silent. Alexei, however, paid no mind and continued chatting. "I remember you mentioned making cola chicken wings last time. I even researched recipes. Seems like there's quite a bit to it. But our lunch break is short, might not be enough time. How about we eat out?" Alexei kept talking. Seeing no reaction from Julianne, he smiled and leaned closer. "Oh right, Xiao Magnus, let me tell you a secret. Someone has been preparing a full meal every evening and early morning these past days. Pretty good skills too. Xiao Magnus, who do you think it could be? Let me guess. Could it be the sea snail girl?" Hearing this, the blush that colored Julianne's cheeks spread all the way to her ears. Seeing her stammering and hesitating, Alexei couldn't help but chuckle softly. At this moment, Julianne felt as if her heart was about to leap into her throat. Now she had understood Alexei's feelings for her, but what puzzled her was how to face it. Since she hadn't realized it before, she didn't worry about losing it. But now, this emotion was within her reach. Yet gaining it also meant there might be a day when she would lose it. Because she had never been cherished before, this feeling made her particularly sensitive. After much contemplation, all she could feel was a buzzing in her head, yearning to escape this almost suffocating environment as quickly as possible. She hurriedly stood up, ready to rush out of the classroom with her books in her arms. But just at that moment, Alexei stood up, suddenly reaching out and grabbed her wrist, then gently pulled. Julianne let out a soft cry. Her frail body was so thin that she easily stumbled into Alexei's embrace. In the past, Alexei wouldn't have done such a thing. But now, he no longer needed to hide his feelings. Feeling the delicate trembling of the girl in his arms, Alexei's eyes were filled with indulgence. On the other hand, Julianne's pale little face was flushed red, almost as if it could bleed. The familiar faint scent of soap filled her nostrils once again. The unique aura of the young man brought back vivid memories one by one, like frames flickering rapidly through her mind. Her first appearance in front of Alexei as a transfer student, their first hug. When she sprained her ankle due to an accident, Alexei carried her across the campus. Alexei holding her small feet in the infirmary while applying medicine, wishing on a shooting star together on the mountainside back home, admiring the scenery and taking photos on the broken bridge by West Lake. These memories kept flooding her heart. Unconsciously, Alexei's image had gradually left a deep imprint on her heart. Suddenly, her body stopped trembling. A moment later, Alexei's slightly helpless voice sounded in her ear. "Xiao Magnus, how long are you going to keep avoiding me?" Chapter 188. I will still give you a time. In the empty JT lecture hall, the sunlight streaming in from the windows stretched their shadows infinitely. The midday sun made Alexei's outline somewhat blurry. Julian finally managed to free herself from that suffocating embrace, standing before Alexei. She surreptitiously raised her head for a glance. Perhaps because the sunlight was too blinding, she quickly withdrew her gaze. Seeing Julian standing there, somewhat at a loss, Alexei let out a light sigh. Timothy Magnus, you've been avoiding me for 4 whole days. How long do you plan to keep hiding? Upon hearing this, Julian's mouth moved, but she didn't know how to respond. Yet, she didn't deny it. Even she knew she had been trying to avoid Alexei. Reflecting on it now, she felt her actions were somewhat inappropriate. She should apologize to him, right? But how exactly should she apologize? It seemed like her desk mate once said he disliked it when she apologized to him. So if she said sorry again, would he be upset? After an internal struggle, Julianne's heart raced even faster. Just as she hesitated about how to start, Alexei took a few steps closer. Standing still, looking down at the girl who was half a head shorter than himself, Alexei placed his hands on his knees and bent slightly to look her in the eyes. Timothy Magnus. Alexei called her name softly. His previously calm mood now became somewhat uneasy. After suppressing his nervousness, he finally spoke softly. Have you found your answer? This question, which would have left the former Julianne utterly baffled, now resonated clearly with her. Sensing the faint presence of the young man, she mustered all her courage to finally lift her head and look at Alexei. This time, she did not avert her gaze. Though still bashful, she tried her best to meet Alexei's gaze. Their eyes met in the air. Looking into those clear, black and white eyes, Julianne gradually fell into a daze. She had been so foolish. Why hadn't she noticed it before? In her desk mate's eyes, she saw only herself, nothing else. No wonder, whenever she looked into his eyes in the past, she always felt a faint tension. This familiar look reminded Julianne of many things. Even without words, she read much from his eyes. He thought of her late grandfather and all the experiences she had shared with Alexei. It turned out that there really was someone in this world who silently cared for her. It turned out she wasn't alone. At this moment, her nose tingled slightly. Yes, how could she not wish for this goodness, even though she might lose it one day? Unconsciously, her eyes reddened. Her teary eyes, blurred by a misty haze, reflected the bittersweet emotions. When love shines as a beam of light through the heart, those deeply entangled would bet everything on the gun before them being unloaded. The small and usually timid Julianne made the bravest decision of her life this time. As the tears streamed down her cheeks, she used all her strength to nod emphatically. Yes, I have. Hearing this, Alexei's long-held anxiety finally settled. This was also the first time Timothy Magnus hadn't avoided his gaze, allowing him to look at her up close and without any concealment. The fervent emotion in his heart transformed into endless tenderness, evident in his eyes. In the previous lifetime, witnessing her body burn to ashes had cut deep into his soul. Because he realized he had missed a woman who loved him deeply, learning only in his dying moments that someone had always loved him. In a sense, he and Timothy Magnus weren't so different. But fate had given him another chance. So from the beginning, he had approached this with mixed feelings, especially upon seeing Julianne again. His mind was filled with the lonely figure standing amidst the flames. He felt guilty, uneasy, heartbroken, and regretful. Only he knew that in his past life, he had harbored the shadow of Timothy Magnus. But that kind of love wasn't pure. From when did the Timothy Magnus before him no longer carry the shadow of her past life? Maybe it started when she braved the scorching summer heat to clean his car. Or maybe it was when she worked hard, using her hard-earned money to repay his kindness. Perhaps it was when she busied herself in the kitchen every day, saying, "Dinner's ready. Wash your hands and come eat." Or maybe it was that time in the heavy rain, when she stood alone, fighting against the injustices of fate. Magnus used her efforts and that heart-wrenching stubbornness to show him a different side of her, gradually making the shadow of her past life fade away, until it disappeared completely. Now, in his eyes, Magnus wasn't a replacement for anyone. She was just herself. Looking at the tear stains at the corner of her eyes, Alexei's mouth moved, but he felt inexplicably nervous. Though he tried hard to control himself, his voice still trembled slightly when he spoke. Magnus, can I hug you? Alexei's eyes were filled with anticipation. He had waited for this day for so long, and the emotions hidden deep within made him want to hold her tightly in his arms. Upon hearing this, Julianne's face quickly blushed red. The innocence and shyness of the young girl, untainted by any impurities, was an incomparable beauty in this world. Clearly, Alexei's words made her feel a bit embarrassed. Yet somehow, looking into Alexei's eyes, she couldn't bring herself to refuse. And deep down, she wasn't really opposed to it either. The faint scent from her desk mate was truly pleasant. Seeing Julianne remain silent, Alexei's Adam's apple moved, and he gently placed his trembling hands on her shoulders. At the moment of contact, Julianne's body shivered slightly but quickly settled. She hung her head, her face under the thick bangs already flushed as if about to bleed. Alexei took a step toward her, gently pulling her into his arms. This embrace was light, yet full of strength. Her head lightly rested on his chest. Feeling Alexei's faint heartbeat, Julianne's small hand hanging by her side didn't know where to go, making her whole body seem stiff. Her hand moved hesitantly, lifting and lowering several times, finally clutching the hem of her pants tightly. Sensing the slender and fragile body in his arms, Alexei's nose tingled, and before he knew it, his eyes were also reddened. Even though in my eyes, you no longer have the shadow of your past life. But, I will still give you a lifetime. Chapter 189. I have a new answer. During the days when Xiao Magnus disappeared, Alexei dreamed of countless scenarios. He even thought that he might accidentally miss this relationship with Xiao Magnus by some twist of fate. At that time, how would he handle it? Would he continue to pursue her relentlessly, or would he choose to let go? Even though he had lived 2 lifetimes, he could not find an answer to this question himself. Therefore, after feeling the warmth of the delicate body in his arms, he unconsciously rested his chin on Xiao Magnus' head, breathing in the faint scent of shampoo from her hair, and gradually applying some force. I really want to hold you like this forever, to melt you into my body. Suddenly, Xiao Magnus' somewhat pained moan came. Alexei snapped back to reality and hurriedly let go. I'm sorry. Did I hurt you? Alexei looked at her nervously. Upon hearing this, Julian shook her head and stood there, not daring to lift her head. She didn't know why her mind went blank just now, and she didn't even reject Alexei's hug. This was too embarrassing, especially since they were in the classroom. Seeing her bashful and cute demeanor, Alexei rubbed his eyes and chuckled softly. Despite having many questions he wanted to ask, he wanted to ask her how she planned to deal with her feelings towards him. Would she accept or reject? But these questions no longer mattered. From the hug just now and Xiao Magnus' reaction, he already knew the answer. Given Xiao Magnus' character, making her say it out loud would indeed be forcing her beyond what she could bear. Are you hungry? Alexei asked gently. Yes. She nodded with her face blushing. Hearing this, Alexei's eyes curved into a crescent moon. Let's go have something to eat. With that, he took her small hand and walked toward the classroom door. Previously, Alexei would grab her wrist, but this time, their hands were intertwined. Feeling the warmth transmitted from Alexei's slender palm, the warmth spread through Julianne's palm to her heart. Her body stiffened for a moment before she drooped her head, allowing him to lead her out of the classroom. In a daze, she recalled what her roommates had said to her a few days ago, and also the words her grandfather had left her with years before he passed away. Julianne, don't you want to have a sweet love? Holding hands, attending classes together, eating together, watching the moon and counting stars together, doing things you like with someone you like, isn't that a happy thing? Girl, Elwin is going to a very far place. If one day you find a boy who treats you well, remember to cherish him. Elwin will always watch over you from heaven. Girl, if you find him, remember to bring him and point to the brightest star in the sky. Let Elwin see you. After leaving the classroom, the sunlight outside streamed in, so warm. He raised his head and saw the radiant youth before him, dazzling yet so warm. Tears welled up in her eyes as tears trickled down, yet she smiled. Elwin, I think I found him. Alexei, walking ahead, felt the small hand in his palm suddenly grip tightly. However, he did not turn back but firmly held her hand, striding forward. Julian noticed that her desk mate seemed to be sick. After having dinner with Alexei at the annex until several professional classes in the afternoon, her desk mate had been fixated on her all along. During the last class, while she was focusing on taking notes, having taken a few days off, she had missed some lessons and had to make notes for both herself and her desk mate. There was nothing she could do. Her desk mate was indeed too lazy. Though his academic performance was excellent, he couldn't even take proper notes. She finished writing the last key point and suddenly felt someone staring at her continuously. Turning her head, she saw Alexei resting his chin on his hand, gazing at her intently. This had been going on for 2 classes. Julianne felt slightly embarrassed under his gaze, put down her notebook, and cautiously glanced at Alexei. Looking closely, she saw a faint hint of concern in his eyes. Classmate Alexei. What did you call me? Alexei responded. Hearing this, Julianne was taken aback and came back to her senses, sticking out her little tongue in embarrassment. At lunchtime, she had promised her desk mate that she wouldn't add classmate after his name anymore. Alexei, are you feeling unwell? Adia? No, I'm fine. Why? Alexei replied. Julianne tilted her head slightly, giving Alexei a curious glance. You have been looking at me all the time and laughing. Patsy told me that there's a fool in our village who always laughs foolishly because his brain got damaged by fever when he was little, just like you now. Alexei, equals. After clearing his throat tactically, Alexei winked at her with a grin. Because I didn't see you for the past few days, so I need to look at you a few more times to make up for the lost days. This slightly greasy, cheesy love talk, though a bit awkward, was quite lethal to Julianne under Alexei's good looks. As expected, her face flushed immediately, and she quickly pushed her notebook in front of Alexei. I have already organized the notes for the previous days. Seeing the neat handwriting on the notebook, Alexei closed it contentedly. He had never felt life could be this wonderful. The bell rang, signaling the end of class, and students gradually left the classroom. Julianne also needed to go to work at the store because she had taken several days off and was worried about losing her part-time job if she didn't go. After sending Julianne to the store, Alexei returned to the dormitory. Jarrett sent Alexei a message saying that the trip to Incheon, South Korea, was arranged. Honestly, Alexei felt a bit reluctant to leave. After all, the relationship with Julianne had just made a breakthrough, and he wanted to stay a few more days. But thinking about it, the matter in South Korea wouldn't take too long, and besides, he couldn't let the principal down. In the evening, After Julian finished work, the two cooked a meal together in the guesthouse living room. When seeing Julian off back to the female dormitory, Alexei mentioned casually that he had to go abroad again. Outside the female dormitory, Timothy Magnus, I'll be back soon. Eat well and remember not to waste the money on your meal card, Alexei said. I know. At this moment, Julianne did not refuse Alexei's kindness and nodded obediently. It's late, go back quickly, Alexei said. Hearing this, Julianne nodded, opened her mouth as if to say something, but still felt shy, hanging her head and walking toward the dormitory. Timothy Magnus. Alexei's voice came from behind. She stopped at the sound, turning around to look at Alexei. Seeing Alexei wave and smile. Remember to miss me. One sentence turned Julianne's face red. Instinctively, she wanted to run away, but hesitating for a moment, she mustered up the courage, lifted her head to look at Alexei, and nodded firmly. Yes. Chapter 190. I can only accompany you this far. Jiangzhou, Shaoshan Airport. A Mercedes-Benz minivan slowly parked outside the terminal. Besides Alexei and Jared, two other company executives were also on this trip. Alexei stepped out of the car first and immediately saw a pair of shapely legs encased in black stockings stepping onto the ground. Looking at Diana dressed in an OL black stocking suit, Alexei couldn't help but smile. Zofia G, you didn't have to see me off. I'm not a kid. Before leaving, Diana had suddenly messaged him, saying she would send him to the airport. Alexei was quite puzzled. He was just going on a business trip. Nothing special. So why did Diana suddenly want to come see him off? Diana's lips curled into a faint smile. Perhaps due to the many matters at the company recently, she looked slightly weary despite wearing light makeup, which couldn't completely hide her exhaustion. After taking a few steps forward, Diana glanced over Alexei and then smiled. Does the modified coat fit well? Hearing Diana's tone, Alexei felt something wasn't quite right, but he couldn't pinpoint what it was. He moved his arms around, nodding with a chuckle. Yeah, it fits perfectly. Hearing this, Diana nodded. She suddenly leaned in closer and gently tidied up Alexei's wrinkled collar. You're such a grown-up, yet you're always so careless. Diana's voice was soft as her eyes seemed to carry unspoken words while looking at Alexei. Seeing this, Jared and the other two exchanged glances and turned away discreetly. Facing the unusually behaving Diana, Alexei frowned. Zofia G, are you troubled by something? Shaking her head, Diana straightened Alexei's collar and smiled. It's almost time. Go inside. Alexei stared directly at Diana. Since that day in the office when she had cried after their phone call, he noticed that Diana's demeanor had been subtly off. But since it involved privacy issues, he hadn't pressed her for details. However, Diana's current state really made him worry. Zofia G, if there's anything, you must tell me. Trust me, nothing is unsolvable. Looking at the handsome face in front of her, Diana's eyes became slightly red-rimmed. Her lips moved but no words came out, only a light tap on Alexei's chest with her fist. Dumb boy, what could be wrong? Addy up. Alexei could tell she was hiding something but had no good way to ask. He just gave her a deep look before turning to walk towards the terminal. Passing the driver, he whispered, watch over President Zhang. If anything happens, contact me immediately. Understood, boss. After instructing the driver, Alexei walked toward the terminal with Jared and others. Alexei. Suddenly, Diana's voice called from behind. Alexei stopped and turned to look at the tall figure waving to him from afar. Her eyes reddened. Take care of yourself. Don't smoke too much or drink too much alcohol. And remember, don't overexert yourself. Although these were words of concern, they sounded peculiar to Alexei, making his frown deepen. Diana was definitely hiding something from him. Boss, we need to go in now. It's already time for security checks, Jarrett reminded. Alexei nodded, took one last look at Diana, and left. The morning breeze tousled Diana's bangs, highlighting her weariness. She gazed lovingly at Alexei's back until he vanished from sight. Timothy guy, sister, can only accompany you this far. Diana murmured softly, clenching her fists by her sides. The driver approached, asking, President Zhang, should I take you back to the company? Nodding silently, Diana dazedly looked at where Alexei had gone. All right. Turning, she bent down and got into the car. K-Country, Incheon Airport. Upon arrival, it was noon. Outside the airport, Timothy Xiao was waiting early. The principal, upon learning of Alexei's itinerary, specially arranged for Callan, vice president of IG Club, to meet him, giving Alexei plenty of face. They rode in a car heading to the hotel where they would stay. Although Jared had already booked a hotel, the principal insisted that Alexei stay at the official hotel prepared for the competing teams. According to the principal, a few young masters in their circle had jointly leased the entire hotel, ensuring no outsiders would enter until the final match was over. Given their generous offer and sincere invitation, Alexei naturally couldn't refuse. After resting in his hotel room, he received a call from the principal, inviting him for dinner at the hotel later. Alexei found himself with no reason to decline. Before coming, he had been told by the principal that many of his acquaintances would be present on this trip. Those who could be in the same circle as the principal were all at the top of society's pyramid. To Alexei, these people represented valuable networking resources. While he could now be considered a successful businessman, in terms of social strata, he was still far from reaching the upper echelon. On the top floor of the hotel was an ultra-luxurious private room spanning over 100 square meters. Led by Callan, Alexei and company entered the private room. At that moment, there were roughly 20 people inside. Zofiaki, President Timothy has arrived. Callan informed upon entering. Hearing this, the principal stood up and walked to Alexei. After inspecting Alexei for a while, the principal said with a hint of dissatisfaction, "It seems you've been living quite comfortably lately. Now that the two platforms are integrated, I bet you've made a killing." His words clearly indicated he was still thinking about how Alexei had secretly bought the Longmao platform. Alexei couldn't help but shake his head and smile. "Zofiaki, you're really wronging me. With all the debt and internal operation issues on the Longmao platform, honestly, I somewhat regret it. How about this? If I give you a 50% discount, would you take it back?" "You, trying to act smart after getting a bargain, huh?" The principal gave Alexei a sidelong glance, but didn't intend to delve deeper into this matter. After all, the sale of the Longmao platform had been voluntary, and as Alexei had mentioned on the phone before, selling it indeed improved his financial situation significantly. Without Alexei's advice, the debt crisis might have dragged on, forcing him to seek help from his family eventually. Even though the crisis would be resolved similarly then, his pride wouldn't allow him to lower his head, even to his own family. So, in a way, Alexei not only didn't gain any unfair advantage, but also did him a great favor. "Haha, Alexei, it's been a long time." At that moment, a hearty laugh echoed through the room. Chapter 191. The Heat Beyond the Circle. If it were only for the voice, perhaps Alexei would not have recognized who the owner was right away. But when he saw the sickly green before his eyes, he still froze in place. A Brioni handmade tailor-made suit from head to toe in this green hue, and a heavily gelled slicked-back hairstyle. Though many young masters in the private room were dressed in fashionable styles, Orlando's outfit was explosively eye-catching even within the circle of second-generation young masters. Alexei couldn't help but wonder how someone like Orlando, who looked decent and held no small status, could have such distinctive taste. "Zofiaki, does he always look like this?" Alexei asked hurriedly in a low voice. The principal was taken aback for a moment before bursting into laughter. "What he's like is known in our circles. He used to be quite normal, but later, TSK, you could say he lost it over women." As soon as the principal finished speaking, Orlando stormed up, fuming. "Eben, are you saying bad things about me?" No, I'm praising you to Alexei," the principal replied with a chuckle. Orlando gave the principal a hard glare before turning to Alexei. "Alexei, we meet again. It's been a while. Brother, how seems to be?" Alexei paused slightly, appraising Orlando's sickly green suit and socks, then forced a smile. "Getting more energetic." "Haha, good. Still you know how to speak nicely. Come on, let me introduce you to some friends. They're all from the group." Orlando pulled Alexei forward to the group. With the introductions by both the principal and Orlando, everyone welcomed Alexei without objection. After all, Alexei had significant stakes in the gambling circle. Plus, with Mengchen Technology and its app, Xuanming, gaining prominence domestically, many here were genuinely interested in him. "Manager Timothy is truly outstanding at a young age. I heard you're this year's top scorer in the college entrance exam? Nice to meet you. I didn't expect Manager Timothy to achieve so much in media and networking at such a young age. I must seek your advice someday. Manager Timothy, here's my card. I'm quite interested in media and short videos. Planning to invest around 10 million or so. Wonder if Manager Timothy has any interest?" Many engaged in pleasant conversations with Alexei, showing no hint of disdain. This left Alexei somewhat contemplative. It seemed that the online discourse and melodramatic novels plots couldn't be entirely trusted. Who said these second-generation young masters were all arrogant and unruly? Those who reached this level must have received higher education and learned proper social etiquette. Of course, this applied mostly to the majority. A few remained cold-faced towards Alexei, most of whom were investors in G2 Club. G2 had been eliminated in the semifinals by IG, which Alexei fervently supported. Many also knew it was Alexei who secretly strategized for the principal, fueling IG's strong momentum. Though there was a gambling bet concerning the finals among them, no one brought it up during dinner. It seemed they were just gathering for a meal. To Alexei, this demonstrated a broader perspective. For these young masters, the betting on the finals might have been just an amusing pastime. Their true purpose might be expanding their networks. Orlando mentioned that although there were dozens in their group, most weren't particularly close, each maintaining smaller cliques. If Alexei hadn't dramatically raised the stakes to 1 billion yuan, they might not have sat together. In a way, this dinner was arranged because of Alexei. The meal dragged on for over 4 hours. Eventually, the principal, considering Alexei had just landed, suggested he rest first, mentioning other activities for the evening. Alexei could easily guess what kind of entertainment awaited these young masters. But as a guest, he had to go with the flow. Back in his room, Alexei immediately called Garrett to update him on the recent progress with IG. "Boss, here's the work plan until now. And these." Garrett handed over a stack of documents. After a thorough review, Alexei nodded in satisfaction. Before Garrett came to Country K, he had been specially instructed that the main purpose of this trip was publicity work. And Garrett did not let him down. During this period, through remote online collaboration with domestic companies, daily live broadcasts, and video promotions, nothing was left undone. Moreover, with IG successfully making it to the finals, just one step away from the championship, such a buzz combined with their marketing strategies, IG now had the potential to break out in China's esports scene, its popularity reaching its peak. At the same time, major advertisers in China and even some international brands smelled IG's frightening commercial potential and came knocking. hoping for collaborations or even paying huge sums for exclusive naming rights for IG during the finals. The contracts Garrett handed over numbered more than 10. "Boss, what should we do next?" Garrett asked cautiously. He had been very busy these days, especially when some international brands approached him with offers that almost made him accept on the spot. But Alexei just glanced at them casually and threw the contracts aside. "Turn them all down." All turn them down?" Garrett looked astonished. To him, these were money sent right to their door. Seeing his reaction, Garrett said in an unhappy tone, "Do as the boss says. Why so many questions?" "Oh, yes, I understand, boss. I'll go take care of it right away." Garrett gathered up the documents and hurriedly left the room. "Brother gang, you don't need to follow me to Ainsworth's event tonight. There's something I need you to handle." Alexei immediately gave Jarrett some instructions, and Jarrett dared not slack off, taking his laptop back to his room. After lying down for a short nap, Alexei was woken by a phone call. On the phone, Bar said he would come to pick up Alexei shortly, as the Ainsworth and others had already started the evening activities. After tidying up a bit, Alexei took only one staff member and left the hotel with Bar. Chapter 192. I am straight. It was the same nightclub as before. Alexei was once again made slightly chest-tight by the deafening heavy metal music and the scorching atmosphere. However, it did improve a lot when he saw the private room filled with semi-permanent makeup models. Although he wasn't particularly fond of the semi-permanent type, they were still quite visually appealing. "Timothy, brother, come on over here quickly. I've specially reserved 2 top-notch ones for you." Orlando approached Alexei with a smiling face and pointed towards the sofa, his smile hinting at something all men would understand. "Twins, you know." Upon hearing this, Alexei's eyelids twitched slightly. He turned his head to see indeed a pair of twin semi-permanent models sitting on the sofa, waving at him. Although twins were excessively tempting for most men, Alexei managed to keep his mind focused on Xia Magnus' name after silently chanting her name countless times in his heart. In such a situation, he couldn't outright refuse and reluctantly sat between the twins. For reasons unknown, these twins seemed very eager to serve Alexei. A pair of black and white stockings rubbed vigorously against his shins, almost generating smoke from friction. Throughout the time, Alexei showed no reaction whatsoever and only exchanged pleasantries with the principal sitting beside him. "Timothy, brother, don't you like this kind? Should we switch you with a local celebrity instead? What type do you prefer?" Orlando, holding a girl who looked incredibly young, sat down beside Alexei. Alexei shook his head with a smile and replied, "Thanks for the offer, but I'm not really into these things." Suddenly, Orlando's expression changed strangely as he sized up Alexei several times, then nodded solemnly. He beckoned to one of the bodyguards at the door. "Go get those new arrivals from the shop." "Yes, young master." The bodyguard bowed and left. Soon enough, he returned with a group of people. "These ones better?" Just one glance, and Alexei felt as if 10,000 horses were trampling inside him. This guy actually sent a man, and not just any man, but one nearly 6 feet 3 inches tall, weighing over 180 pounds, with a robust, dark complexion. Orlando remarked, "Timothy, brother, Big Brother can only help you so much. Though I don't understand, I won't discriminate. Stay safe." Alexei's mouth twitched hard, veins throbbing on his forehead. Honestly, had it not been for Orlando's status, he might have jumped up and cursed loudly. Zofiaki, noticing the situation, burst out laughing. Give it a rest. Alexei is straight, but he's got someone he likes. Call them off." Startled, Orlando hesitated before waving his hand. The burly man and the twin girls left the room. Now, it was Alexei's turn to be surprised. Turning to Zofiaki, he said, "Zofiaki seems to know me well." Catching the undertone in Alexei's words, Zofiaki shrugged, not attempting to hide anything. "Don't you think it's necessary to know everything about both friends and enemies?" Realizing that given Zofiaki's standing and means in China, it wouldn't be too difficult for him to dig into even his family tree if needed, Alexei could only nod with a smile. "Alexei, the finals are tomorrow. Those 300 million will be mine soon, haha." After having a few drinks, Orlando became increasingly talkative. Don't count your chickens before they hatch. Don't want to catch a chill from bragging? You don't know anything. I've consulted several renowned esports analysts. In terms of overall strength, IG doesn't match FNC. The last laugh will definitely be mine. Amidst the lively party, Alexei remained one of the few still sober. As for Zofiaki, he was already cuddling with a celebrity in a corner. And while Alexei didn't leave empty-handed, a few rich kids showed interest in his company. Over a few rounds of drinks, Alexei's charismatic personality won them over, and they successfully exchanged contact information. While drunken promises shouldn't be taken seriously, Alexei could tell these people genuinely wanted to cooperate. Friends are always beneficial, especially when these kids' families were top players in various industries within the country. Sooner or later he'd need them. No sooner had he seen them off when someone plopped down next to him. Timothy, bro, let's have a drink." Seeing Orlando, whose eyes were slightly dazed and reeking of alcohol, Alexei knew he was drunk. "Brother, how you're drunk," Alexei said. "No, not. Are you saying I'm not giving face?" One should never try to communicate with a drunk person, just as one should never try to reason with an angry woman. Alexei knew this all too well. After picking up his cup, he tipped his head back and finished the drink in one go. Alexei was also puzzled as to why Orlando suddenly came looking for him. I just heard from Eben about your situation. I, Orlando, don't bow down to anyone in my life, but I bow down to you. Alexei didn't reply upon hearing this, just listened as Orlando rambled on incessantly. The words were scattered here and there, so he couldn't figure out the main point. Not long after, a girl wearing fishnet stockings and with a fiery figure sat next to Orlando. Although they were in Country K, the girls chosen to serve in this private room were proficient in Chinese, albeit a bit broken but quite fluent. Christian, why did you leave me alone drinking silently? Let me keep you company, okay? Seeing the girl grabbing Orlando's hand and placing it on her thigh, Alexei tactfully turned away, even contemplating if he should give up some space. However, Orlando suddenly pushed the girl away, his face especially gloomy. Accompany my ass. Get lost. Don't bother me. This young master hates gold diggers like you. Scram. The girl, stunned by the scolding, wiped her tears and ran out of the room looking pitiful. At this moment, Alexei was somewhat surprised, as Orlando usually enjoyed such attention. After all, since their first meeting, including this time, Orlando always acted like a playboy with women surrounding him, clearly a seasoned player. But now, how could his temperament change so quickly? Gulping, Orlando tilted his head back and chugged half a glass of strong liquor, then slammed the cup onto the table with a bang. Alexei suddenly felt that this seemingly strange and carefree third young master of the Bai family probably had an unknown story. Alexei, do you think I'm a weirdo? Even if you don't say it, everyone thinks so. I don't blame you guys. I only blame myself for my poor judgment back then. Chapter 193, Unattainable Things Bind a Time. Alexei had never thought that Orlando, who was fond of shit green and acted in a free-spirited manner, would have an unknown sad story. Under the influence of alcohol, Orlando talked to himself quite a lot. Actually, Alexei noticed during their first meeting that this third son of the Bai family from the capital city appeared to be quite eccentric on the surface. However, he always gave off the impression of being simple-minded. To put it nicely, he was pure-hearted. Bluntly speaking, he just lacked guile. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for anyone else to share so many private matters with someone they'd only met a few times after having just a bit of alcohol. Alexei, do you also think I'm really foolish? Even if you don't say it, I know. You all look down on me, mock me, it doesn't matter. Anyway, I won't believe in women again. Looking at the almost thoroughly drunk Orlando, Alexei couldn't help but sigh slightly. After hearing Orlando's story, he couldn't help but feel nostalgic. Turned out, he was another big romantic. Back in his student days, Orlando's parents raised him like a common child, never letting him know the true family circumstances. He dated his girlfriend for 7 whole years, giving everything he had. There wasn't yet the term licking dog back then, so Orlando was lost in the sweetness of love, unable to extricate himself. It wasn't until the end that he found out that after being together with his first love for 7 years, his ideal woman had cheated on him for 5 years. On their 7th anniversary, he knelt in the heavy rain, begging his girlfriend not to leave, but she got into a Mercedes-Benz in front of him. Since then, he fell into depression, and upon learning about his real family conditions, he transformed completely. He became ostentatious, wanting everyone to know how rich he was. Surrounded by different women, he kept telling himself that he didn't lack for company, despite secretly despising these gold-digging material girls. And this special outfit of shit green was his way of reminding himself constantly about the 5-year-old green hat incident. Alexei looked at Orlando with complex emotions. No wonder Orlando reacted this way when he heard about his own experiences. At one point, he was just like Orlando. Perhaps because of this, Orlando could empathize so deeply. Come, Alexei, let's drink to that. Seeing the wine glass offered by Orlando, Alexei did not refuse this time. Another few drinks later, Orlando swayed his head and fell asleep on the sofa. Alexei leaned back on the sofa with his glass in hand. Bullshit. Everyone is a liar. Everyone is a liar. Orlando rambled on the sofa. In the room, the other playboys were busy caressing the women in their arms. This bizarre little private room played host to a microcosm of humanity. Alexei glanced at Orlando again. Now he finally understood why Orlando didn't get along with the principal. To people like the principal, Orlando, the purely loving one, seemed unusual. And to Orlando, people like the principal who frequently changed partners as easily as changing clothes were equally strange. Although Alexei could empathize with Orlando, he had long moved on from the shadow cast by Elencheng. But now, Orlando was still living under that shadow. Alexei tilted his head back and swallowed the strong liquor in one go. The alcohol stimulated his nerves, yet made his mind unusually clear. The party went on until nearly midnight. Seeing these guys were really into it, Alexei felt he couldn't keep up and thus said goodbye to the principal and returned to the hotel. After showering, he lay on the bed, slightly tired. It was already very late, and he originally didn't want to disturb Julianne's rest. But perhaps because he had just listened to Orlando's story, he felt a slight sentimentality in his heart. Timothy Magnus, are you sleeping? Alexei quickly typed a message. Soon enough, a reply came. Julianne, not yet. Alexei, it's so late. Why aren't you sleeping? This time, the message box showed, the other party is typing for a long while. Clearly, Timothy Magnus was carefully organizing her words, possibly rewriting and deleting several times. Finally, a message arrived. Julianne, because I said I'd wait for you. Reading her reply, Alexei couldn't help but slap his forehead. Earlier at the hotel, he indeed sent a message to Timothy Magnus. But in the room, he had been drinking with Orlando and got a little tipsy, completely forgetting this matter for a moment. Taking a glance at the time, it was almost 2 in the morning, and there was early reading at school tomorrow morning. He couldn't help but feel a little heartache and quickly replied to the message. Alexei, silly. Would you have planned to stay up all night waiting for me if I didn't reach out to you? You're not allowed to do this next time. Julianne, okay. Though when chatting, a simple okay from the other side would be considered impolite. However, it depends on the person. Even through the screen, Alexei could imagine that Julianne might already be drowsy, yet she was cuddled up in her blanket, holding her phone and chatting with him. The image in his mind made the corners of his lips rise into a soft curve. Alexei, did you miss me? This time, Alexei waited for a long while. He thought Julianne had fallen asleep, but eventually, a message came through the chat box. Julianne, yes. Though he had waited a long time for just one word, Alexei's lips curled upwards involuntarily, and his eyes were full of smiles. Alexei, I missed you too so much. After this message, he added an embracing emoji. Julianne, I'm going to sleep. Alexei, alright, go to sleep then, good night, Timothy Magnus. This time, Alexei waited for a long time without receiving any reply from her. Guessing, she must have fallen asleep. Putting down his phone, Alexei stretched lazily and then fell into a deep sleep. The next day, Alexei was woken by a call from Jarrett, saying that they needed to head to the competition venue immediately. Although the competition started in the afternoon, they still had to arrive early at the venue as there was a lot of preparation work to be done. After putting down the phone and getting ready, Alexei received a message. Julianne, sorry Alexei, I was too sleepy yesterday and forgot to reply to your message. Alexei was drying his hair with one hand and holding his phone with the other, couldn't help but smile lightly. Alexei, considering you're sorry, I will punish you by making you eat more steamed buns this morning. Remember to take a photo for me to see. Julianne, okay. Soon enough, Alexei indeed received a photo from Julianne. It was clear from the environment that it was taken in the school canteen, the breakfast shop on the second floor where Alexei had once taken her. Alexei, good job. Remember to have meals on time. I will be back to school in 1 or 2 days. Julianne, alright, got it. After a few more words with Julianne, Alexei left the room. After having breakfast at the hotel, Carmine arranged for a driver to pick up Alexei and others, heading towards the finals venue. Chapter 194. The finals are approaching. The day of the S8 World Championship was destined to be an extraordinary one for esports fans in China. It marked the breaking of the years-long dark age without championships and heralded a new pinnacle. This was the dream in the hearts of countless domestic esports fans. Inside the finals venue, with those bright red banners and IG's cheering hand signs, countless esports fans who had traveled from within China and all over the world were shouting IG's name frenziedly. Even Alexei, who had known the outcome early on, could not help but feel his blood boil at this scene. Boss Timothy, Zofiaki is over there. Let me lead you. Bar smiled as he led the way ahead. Before long, Alexei and company arrived where Zofiaki and others were. Most of the people who were in the private room yesterday were also present. Having met yesterday, everyone was somewhat more familiar with Alexei. A few young masters who exchanged contact information with Alexei yesterday greeted him with smiles. As for Orlando, his expression was somewhat haggard, clearly still reeling from last night's drinking binge. Alexei, I'm going to the lounge soon. Do you want to come along? Zofiaki said. There were still a few hours before the match started, and the audience was gradually entering. Players were already waiting in the lounge. Alexei nodded after hearing that. Although he was not a hardcore esports player, he was still quite excited thinking about witnessing this historic moment firsthand. Meanwhile, Orlando beside him looked as if he wanted to say something but held back. After a while, he finally said, Alexei, I didn't tell you anything embarrassing last night, right? He obviously forgot what he had said last night. Seeing this, Zofiaki couldn't help but laugh and said, You told Alexei everything. If it weren't for Alexei wanting to leave afterward, you would have probably even told him the color of your underwear. Orlando's face turned red immediately. He glared fiercely at Zofiaki before giving Alexei an awkward look. Alexei, I embarrassed myself in front of you yesterday. Please don't tell anyone what happened or else I won't hesitate to turn my back on you. Alexei simply nodded upon hearing this. Since he wasn't very close to Orlando, he wouldn't foolishly publicize someone else's privacy. As the staff were setting up the main stage, Zofiaki took Alexei to the players' lounge. At that moment, IG's 5 players were training in the lounge. Looking at the 5 youths in white shirts before him, who still appeared somewhat naive and young, Alexei couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Meanwhile, the 5 seemed slightly restrained and nervous. Because Zofiaki had given them a heads up beforehand, they knew very well that the youth in front of them, who was around their age, was no ordinary person. Alexei, the final will start in about 2 hours. Do you have any tactical instructions? Zofiaki asked, a hint of nervousness in his voice. Zofiaki brought Alexei to the lounge, naturally hoping that Alexei might offer some advice before the game. After all, they had made it to the finals, just one step away from becoming world champions. Zofiaki had worked hard for many years in the esports industry, yearning desperately to achieve something. Alexei's appearance gave him some hope. Honestly speaking, even he hadn't thought that IG could reach this far. Upon hearing this, Alexei smiled and slowly scanned the 5 youths in white shirts in front of him. Seeing this, the coach and other staff members looked at Alexei very solemnly. Especially the coach and data analyst had already picked up paper and pens, preparing to record the tactics Alexei would set out. Unexpectedly, Alexei just smiled and slowly said, "There's only one tactic, and that's to believe in yourselves." Upon saying this, Alexei's gaze fell on the top laner, Bridger. Taking a few steps forward, he gently patted Bridger's shoulder. "Especially you, Bridger. Remember my words, believe in yourself. Play whatever you want to play." Bridger, though Korean, understood Chinese and scratched his head bashfully. "Me? Can I do that?" The four teammates standing nearby exchanged uncertain looks, seemingly holding back their words. As teammates, they naturally understood Bridger and felt that Alexei's statement was inappropriate. The other coaches and analysts also wore peculiar expressions. They hesitated due to Alexei's status and did not want to speak up, but Zofiaki had no such qualms. Seeing this, Zofiaki frowned slightly and said, "Alexei, such an arrangement might not be appropriate. Originally, we planned to have Bridger and Duke alternate. Although Bridger played very well in the semifinals against G2, his style is too aggressive. This is the finals after all, so we should play it safer." Not just Zofiaki thought this way. Everyone in the esports community had a remarkably consistent evaluation of Bridger. Bridger pioneered an unprecedented top lane playing style, which was extremely aggressive, but this was a double-edged sword. His overly aggressive style often led to unstable performances. Therefore, IG previously had two players alternating at the top lane position. However, upon hearing this, Alexei merely shrugged and replied indifferently, "I'm just giving my opinion, as I've said before. It's up to you whether or not you take it." Zofiaki's frown deepened. In the semifinals, it was because he chose to trust Alexei that IG managed to reach the finals. But now, at this critical moment, he couldn't help feeling anxious. After hesitating for a moment, he still decided to trust Alexei and said to Bridger, "Then follow what Alexei says. Play however you want." The tactical setup that IG had already arranged was thus changed on the spot due to this interruption. Seeing the coaches and teammates busily adjusting new tactics, Zofiaki and Alexei didn't want to stay any longer and left the lounge. By now, the venue was almost filled with spectators. Esports fans from all over the country had gathered here, and reporters and internet celebrities could be seen everywhere inside the venue. Alexei also spotted official Dreamseeker commentators and other staff members within the venue. These were arrangements he had instructed Jarrett to make yesterday. As IG's current partner and the live streaming platform that signed the IG team, they naturally needed to send people to cover the entire finals. 1 hour before the match, the venue was already packed. The pre-match entertainment segment further pushed the atmosphere to its peak. "Go IG! IG, charge! IG! IG!" Hearing the deafening cheers from the audience, Alexei in the front row couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Of course, it wasn't entirely because he was about to witness this historic moment, but rather, his 10 little goals were about to be paid off. Chapter 195, Tracing Julianne's Background. Although the money hasn't been secured yet, Alexei had already begun thinking about how to use it. At this moment, Orlando, who had been sitting nearby, suddenly came over, looking as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. "What's up, brother? How? Is there something?" Alexei asked. "This matter, sigh. It's hard to bring up." After a brief moment of contemplation, Orlando cautiously observed his surroundings, making sure no one was paying attention to him, before lowering his voice and quickly asking, "Alexei, you should know about my situation from yesterday, right?" "Adium." Alexei nodded straightforwardly without hiding anything. "Shit, drinking really messes things up?" Orlando angrily patted his own face, clearly regretting that he had said too much while drunk last night. "Since you know, you probably can understand that we've had similar experiences. So I ask you this, do you still like that girl?" Upon hearing this, Alexei just shook his head indifferently. To Orlando's surprise, this gesture seemed to excite him. He grabbed Alexei's shoulders with both hands and whispered eagerly, How did you do it? Quickly tell me." "Do what?" Orlando couldn't help but become anxious, scratching his head as he continued. "You've liked her for so many years. How did you just stop liking her?" "Alexei, teach me quick." Ever since he learned about Alexei's story from the principal yesterday, Orlando couldn't help but feel a kindred spirit with him. In Orlando's eyes, he and Alexei were very much alike. That was why, after having a few drinks more than usual, he ended up sharing his innermost thoughts with Alexei, seeing him as someone with common goals. "Once you realize that the person you love may not love you back, that's enough," Alexei said calmly. "So you mean the girl you liked doesn't return your feelings either?" "Adium," Alexei nodded. In some aspects, Orlando's experience was indeed similar to his, but strictly speaking, Orlando was far luckier. At least Orlando received some sort of response, even if it meant being strung along. The worst he experienced was being cheated on for a few years. But for Alexei, he was treated merely as a backup option and never received any response. Alexei guessed that if he were in Orlando's shoes, the latter's stress resilience might have driven Ellen crazy. Seeing Alexei speak so nonchalantly, Orlando couldn't remain calm. "That's simple? You liked her for years, and you just let go? There's nothing else you could do? My ex-girlfriend has haunted me for years. Whenever I think of her, I feel disgusted but also buganshin. You might see me playing around a lot usually. But truth be told, after that relationship, I've lost all interest in dating. Sometimes, I don't even care much about women anymore." Saying this, Orlando felt almost like crying. "If this keeps going, I'm afraid my lineage will come to an end. Alexei, you must help me." Most people in Orlando's circle were well-off young men with ample family resources, experienced in matters of the heart, swapping partners like changing clothes. In such matters of love, no one could genuinely help him. Hearing this, Alexei paused for a moment, then responded in a calm tone. When it comes to love, no one can truly empathize. Our experiences are similar yet different. All I can offer is one piece of advice. Yeah, go on. People are often trapped by the unattainable things from their youth, but they ultimately find freedom through an event, a person, or a scene that unravels lifelong puzzles. Orlando frowned and replied, I know you're a top scholar, but can you explain things plainly? What does this mean? It means nothing special. Let it be and take your time to digest. If you keep dwelling on the past, you'll miss out on a lot. Alexei patted Orlando on the shoulder and stopped talking further. Meanwhile, Orlando kept mumbling Alexei's words over and over. By the way, I have a question, which might seem abrupt, but I want to ask you because it's important to me, Alexei suddenly said. There was something he wanted to ask Orlando the first time they met, but they weren't close enough back then. Orlando put aside his scattered thoughts and responded, Okay, go ahead. Could you tell me more about the Bai family in Shanghai? Alexei's words immediately put Orlando on alert. Why are you asking about our family? Orlando asked, furrowing his brow. No reason, just curious. Forget it if it's inconvenient, Alexei replied casually, but in fact, after returning to the country last time, he had privately asked the principal about the Bai family. However, there were some things that outsiders simply didn't know. In his circle, it was indeed inappropriate to casually inquire about another person's family affairs. After all, in Orlando's circle, many families were either open or covert competitors, and no one would readily disclose details about their own family outside. But considering Alexei wasn't part of their circle, and now Orlando felt a connection with him, he finally nodded and said, I can tell you the general situation, but for anything involving family secrets, I can't share. Then, Orlando began recounting his family's history in detail. Despite initially seeming reluctant, once he started talking about his family's development and achievements in various fields, Orlando turned into an enthusiastic storyteller, chattering incessantly. Alexei maintained a polite, but somewhat awkward expression throughout. Honestly, he wasn't interested in the so-called rise of the Bai family or any other details. Seeing Orlando getting more animated, even discussing the emotional disputes among his relatives, Alexei's mouth twitched unnoticed. Excuse me. Alexei, you think my third uncle is also inappropriate, right? After all, my third aunt is a woman who followed him when she was barely 20. Besides, if not for the intervention of my second and eldest uncle's wives, maybe my second cousin-in-law. Stop. Alexei couldn't hold back. Orlando was truly a chatterbox. He wasn't interested in the third aunt or second cousin-in-law. He only wanted to know one thing. I just want to know if your family has any female members who have been lost since childhood? Lost? Orlando paused, then frowned thoughtfully before replying, You should know. In large families like ours, there are quite a few close and distant relatives. Every year, some are expelled from the family or go missing for various reasons. Hearing this, Alexei took a deep breath, and his hand hanging by his side clenched unconsciously. I mean, this girl is named Julianne, and she grew up in Jiaxing City. Orlando rolled his eyes dramatically. Brother, our family has over 100 members, not counting illegitimate children, or those who have established themselves independently outside. Just a name doesn't help much. There could be a bunch of Juliannes out there. Chapter 196, Unfavorable Premonition. Alexei had never given up on investigating Julianne's background. Previously, he lacked the capability and had absolutely no leads. Now, he was gradually beginning to interact with some genuine social elites, and also had the means to inquire about Julianne's origins. Unfortunately, his knowledge of Xiao Magnus' background was incredibly limited, only fragments from her past life. The young miss of the Bai family, wandering outside for many years, returning to one's roots. With such scant information, Alexei felt a headache coming on. He had hoped to gain useful information from Orlando, but now it seemed that this single thread of hope was also severed. Indeed, in families like these, there were countless descendants. And as Orlando mentioned, there were quite a few other branches of the family. Moreover, within the country, it wasn't certain that the Bai family was the only one. Alexei, what is your relationship with this Julianne? Orlando asked. Upon hearing this, Alexei lightly smiled. Do you remember what I told you earlier? People may be trapped by what they couldn't obtain in their youth, but ultimately, because of an event, a person, or a scene, they will unlock their lifetime confusion. At this point, Alexei's eyes couldn't help but show deep affection. She is the one who has saved me for life. After speaking, Alexei heard nothing for a while. Turning around, he suddenly noticed Orlando staring straight at him with an unusually fiery gaze. Recalling Orlando's comment about not being interested in women anymore, Alexei felt his scalp tingle. Could it be? He's gay? But then Orlando took a deep breath. From today onward, Alexei, you are my emotional mentor. Such deeply passionate men are rarest of all. Rest assured, regarding Julianne, I will help you investigate and notify you as soon as I have news. Seeing Orlando's slightly heated gaze, Alexei couldn't help but laugh. These young masters' thoughts were truly hard to fathom. Xiao Magnus, you are indeed my lucky star. Just thinking of her frail figure made Alexei's lips curl into a smile. Inside the venue, all attention was focused on the center stage. Amidst the spotlight, the final showdown of the highest-level global LOL tournament finally began. As the members of both teams took the stage, thunderous applause echoed throughout the venue. In the front row seats, Alexei and others kept their gazes fixed on the stage. Compared to Alexei, who was leisurely playing on his phone, everyone else was much more excited. However, the principal beside him seemed somewhat nervous. Losing the match would mean a bit of financial loss, which was trivial. More importantly, due to the debt crisis recently, his family was already displeased and wanted him to return early to inherit the family business. If he didn't achieve anything significant this time, he would lose all influence and would have to obediently return home. Alexei, are you really sure everything will be all right? Glancing at the principal's nervous expression, Alexei merely smiled and replied, "Don't worry. I wouldn't joke about something like this. I said before that IG will create a new era in esports." Although he had heard this from Alexei many times, the principal still felt anxious under these circumstances. As for Alexei, he lowered his head to play with his phone, opening the Dreamseeker app. Dreamseeker joins hands with all summoners to cheer for IG. Come to Dreamseeker, share in 1 billion cash red envelopes and more surprising gifts. Summoner, are you ready? The official Dreamseeker live streaming room for the S-series featured large, eye-catching text. Though mainstream short video apps and live streaming platforms also had broadcasting rights for the S-series, none could match the popularity of Dreamseeker. After all, IG had officially announced its strategic partnership with Dreamseeker, and all 5 IG players had their streaming contracts with the app. Moreover, yesterday Alexei had specifically instructed Jarrett to increase publicity for the finals and organize a series of promotional activities. Of course, most crucially, Alexei had planned an extensive promotional campaign beforehand. He had mobilized top influencers like Brother Erwin and other video creators to produce a series of high-quality short videos related to IG's World Championship run. Due to these numerous preparatory efforts, Dreamseeker now enjoyed immense popularity. Since the start of the broadcast, the live streaming room's popularity had surpassed 1 billion views long ago. As the match officially started, everyone's attention was focused on the LED screen on stage, watching this final battle. However, Alexei took out his phone and sent a message to Diana. Her state before leaving at the airport had made him somewhat worried. But after sending several messages, he received no reply. Seeing this, he got the driver's phone number from Jarrett, who had driven them to the airport. On the phone, the driver said that after Alexei and the others left, Diana first went back to Jinding Haofu, and then returned to the company. He then contacted Diana's secretary and learned that she had left the company early in the morning to talk with some government officials. If President Zhang comes back, remember to tell me immediately. Through the phone, he gave instructions and hung up. Though he thought Diana was likely just too busy recently, which explained her poor condition, Alexei still felt an unfavorable premonition deep down. As for the match on stage, he found it rather boring. Hopefully, it's just an illusion. Alexei sighed helplessly. Soon, the first game ended. Unsurprisingly, IG won the first game in a landslide. However, Orlando and the other young masters who supported FNC were still smiling and chatting happily. After all, it was just the first game, and it didn't mean much yet. But when IG dominated FNC again in the second game, making the score 2 o'clock, these people started to get nervous. Although they didn't care about losing money, they didn't want to lose so badly. In contrast, the principal was now the happiest one. Anwar, Josh, it's already 2 o'clock. It looks like I'll be the last one laughing, haha. Upon hearing this, Orlando and the other young masters' expressions turned a bit sour. Orlando coldly humphed and replied, "Have you heard of coming from 2-0 down to win 3-2? The game isn't over yet. What are you boasting for?" Perhaps sensing the huge gap between FNC and IG, Orlando's words sounded less confident. After hesitating for a moment, he added, "Adiumph, besides, even if IG wins the championship, it's Alexei's credit. Without him arranging tactics for you guys, IG would have probably swum back home with RNG long ago." Chapter 197. We are the champions. Now, it could be said that the only thing still strong about Orlando and his team was their words. Of course, the more they insisted, the happier the principal was at this moment. If it weren't for the inappropriate occasion, he would have been unable to wait to pop open champagne to celebrate. Finally, after a brief rest, the decisive final match officially began. Notably, just before the third game started, the principal hurriedly ran to the resting room. He didn't set any tactical plan but found the top laner Bridger and kept repeating what Alexei had said. Remember what Alexei said, play however you want. At this moment, Orlando and others in the audience, as well as many fans of FNC, were praying for a miracle to make a comeback from 2-0 down. After all, as former champions of the S tournament, FNC's roster was not weak, theoretically possible for such an astounding reverse sweep. But when the 10 summoners entered Summoner's Rift amid the cheering of the audience, the nightmare for the 5 players and fans of FNC began. In the third game, the 5 young men in white were already in peak form, performing countless high-intensity plays. The much-anticipated decisive game turned out to be a one-sided massacre once again. As the last summoner of FNC fell, a large number of IG fans on site had already begun to cheer. At this moment, even Alexei couldn't help but put down his phone and stared intently ahead, witnessing this historic moment. Finally, with the roaring announcement of Shuaming commentator, the 5 boys in white destroyed FNC's last hope together. Victory! With the electronic voice announcement on the LED screen, the Shuaming commentator also shouted a timeless maxim on site. We are the champions. The champion of champions. The world champions 3 o'clock. I can do it too. At this moment, countless Chinese fans in the venue cheered and screamed. IG is awesome. We are the champions. Countless fans and commentators, shedding tears of emotion, were shouting IG at the top of their lungs. And beside them, the principal jumped up high. We won, we won. Haha, we won. The champions. Really the champions. The principal rushed over to embrace Alexei first, then without hesitation, rushed onto the stage to celebrate with the 5 boys in white. At this moment, the official Swimming World Championship live broadcast room was filled with bullet comments. We are the champions. IG is awesome. I've played this game for 7 years. Waited for 7 years. Woo-wah. Finally complete. Whoa. Brothers, quickly go to the neighboring live broadcast room. Swimming has really started a lottery giving away money. You're right. I came back just now and won $1,000. F***K. Is Swimming serious? Brothers, hurry up and shift to the battlefield. Almost everyone online believed that the so-called 100 million cash red packets and other benefits released by Swimming before the competition were just gimmicks to attract traffic. After all, such operations were common on other platforms. However, Swimming live-streamed the entire lottery process, fulfilling its promise. Instantly, a massive influx of traffic was attracted to Swimming. Such a huge amount of traffic flooding in would have crashed the system if Alexei hadn't obtained additional servers from Frisco early on and arranged for technicians to upgrade the servers. This day was destined to belong to all esports fans of China and those 5 boys in white on the stage who lifted the highest honor of Summoner's Cup. Alexei stood up, clapping his hands generously. Looking at those 5 boys in white on stage and the thunderous applause around him, Alexei was also extremely excited. If it weren't for the wrong occasion, he really wanted to run to Orlando and others and shout, "Get paid!" The people on stage cried tears of joy, while those below were mixed with various emotions. Orlando and others initially did not look very happy, but being broad-minded individuals, they immediately got up to congratulate Alexei. Alexei also responded politely. Meanwhile, it was also time for post-game interviews on stage. As the captain and also a Korean player, Austin was sobbing on stage. Though esports know no borders, as the captain, like Bridger, he faced endless abuse and doubts due to his Korean nationality online. I've really desired this championship for a very long time. In front of tens of thousands of people, Austin choked up and spoke this sentence in broken Chinese. I also want to thank the boss of Swimming on behalf of my teammates. Actually, he gave us pre-match guidance when we were playing against G2. Before this final, he and the principal personally guided us again and provided a lot of psychological counseling. He really helped us a lot. Without him, we might not have won this championship. After saying this, Austin and the other 4 teammates exchanged glances, then bowed deeply towards a certain direction below the stage. Of course, although Alexei was sitting below the stage, there were still so many people around. Thus, apart from Orlando and others, no one knew Alexei's identity. As for Alexei at this moment, he couldn't help but nod slightly. As the captain, Austin was the oldest and surprisingly had a high EQ. Although it sounded a bit like flattery, this praise made Alexei quite comfortable. In an invisible way, it could be considered as some promotion for the Swimming app. However, at this time, the principal's face wasn't quite natural, feeling somewhat unhappy inside. After all, he was the owner of IG. His team had won the championship, which was China's first historical win. But his players only casually mentioned him on stage while highly praising Alexei. But after a second thought, he had to admit that Alexei indeed deserved much credit for IG's victory this time. Although he could accept it mentally, he still muttered under his breath, "You little guy, this time you've earned both money and a good reputation." Hearing this, Alexei couldn't help but grin and replied, "Mutual congratulations, Zofiaki. You are now the first owner in China to create a championship team. In terms of commercial value, your gains this time far exceed mine." Alexei was a smart person who knew what to say to please the other party. Sure enough, hearing Alexei's words, the principal's expression softened significantly. Although he felt he had been at a disadvantage in this collaboration, letting Alexei gain quite a bit of advantage. Now, upon reflection, he realized that as the owner of IG, with this first national championship title, he had absolute confidence in creating greater commercial value. Just as everyone was celebrating the victory, Alexei suddenly received a call. Due to the noise around, he stood up and went to a quieter place to take the call. Chapter 198. Zophius Diana Zophiasing? Incheon Hawkwon Gymnasium. Wave after wave of shouts calling out IG's name echoed throughout the arena. The 5 young men in white, who were the stars of the night, bowed under everyone's watchful eyes before they left the stage. The principal was exchanging pleasantries with those around him. Just as he was wondering where Alexei had disappeared to, he saw Alexei approaching from not far away, a solemn look on his face. "Alexei, I was just looking for you. I've arranged a place for us to celebrate tonight." It was clear that the principal was still in high spirits. The smile on his lips never ceased. Though the championship of IG didn't concern anyone else, these young masters would naturally give the principal this courtesy and follow along. In contrast, Alexei took a deep breath, trying to suppress the unease gnawing at his heart. "Sorry, Zofiaki, I need to return to the country immediately." Hearing this, the principal's eyebrows rose, and he replied, "That urgent? This victory is partly yours too. Can't you stay for a drink?" "I can't. There's an emergency. I must go back now." Seeing how serious Alexei sounded, the principal realized it must be a particularly urgent matter. After pondering for a moment, he could no longer insist on keeping Alexei. "All right, when I get back to the country, we'll find some time to catch up." Beside him, Orlando heard Alexei's news and hurried over to say goodbye as well. Afterward, the principal arranged for Alexei's party to be sent back to the hotel. Back at the hotel, Alexei quickly packed his belongings and rushed to catch the nearest flight home. It wasn't because he refused to honor the principal's request, but there truly was an important matter at hand. A short while ago, he received a call from Diana's secretary. Diana had gone missing. Jiangzhou, Shaoshan Airport. Boss, should I take you back to the school first? No, let's go to the company first. Inside the car, Alexei held his phone in one hand, a crease forming between his brows. On the screen was the conversation window between him and Diana. He had made many calls and sent countless messages earlier, but none had received a response. Soon enough, they arrived at the company. Because it was the night of the championship win, the company was still brightly lit with many employees working overtime. In the office, Alexei immediately called for Diana's secretary. What exactly happened? Alexei asked grimly. Upon hearing this, the secretary's face paled as she recounted the events in detail. Diana had come to work as usual this morning, busily coordinating with several key clients and governmental units. She had been instructed by Diana to prepare some documents and plan out the day's schedule. Everything seemed normal until lunchtime. They had plans to head back to the company together after a dinner meeting. However, Diana received a call and then told her to return alone. Since then, Diana hadn't shown up at the office, and all calls made went unanswered. As the executive president, Diana's phone was always available 24/7, so this disappearance was highly unusual. Are you sure she's missing? Alexei still clung to a glimmer of hope. It hadn't even been 24 hours yet. Perhaps it couldn't be defined as a disappearance just yet. No one knew Diana's habits better than the secretary, and her expression revealed her anxiety. Boss, I wouldn't joke about something like this. If it were someone else, I might doubt, but President Zhang has never acted like this. Recalling something, the secretary hastily added, yes, when President Zhang received that call, her demeanor was off. Alexei's frown deepened as he tapped his fingers rhythmically on the desk. Pulling out his phone, he dialed another number linked to Diana's alternate phone. Though it connected, no one answered even after waiting. This time, it made him increasingly uneasy. He immediately called Jarrett and had him take the secretary through Diana's daily schedule without raising any alarms within the company. Jarrett knew the severity and promptly agreed, leaving the company in a hurry with the secretary. Meanwhile, Alexei instructed the driver to take him to Golden Peak Manor. En route, Alexei speculated that Diana might have returned home early after feeling tired during the dinner meeting and was sleeping. But this sliver of hope was dashed as he saw the empty room. He searched the house thoroughly but found no trace of Diana. Yet, it was evident that the house had been meticulously cleaned. Especially Diana's room. It had been tidied up very neatly. On the table in the living room, Alexei saw two keys. One was the room key, and the other was the key to the Porsche he had given Diana. Under the keys was a piece of paper. Alexei's heart skipped a beat. He took a deep breath and opened the paper. The handwriting that met his eyes was unmistakably Diana's. Timothy one, by the time you read this letter, I should already be gone. Forgive me for leaving without saying goodbye, and forgive my selfishness and weakness. But this is the best way I could think of to say farewell. I've arranged all the company matters with Perry. She is competent enough to take over my work. Don't worry, I won't leave you with a mess. I cleaned the house thoroughly, washed the car, and left the keys on the table. The spare key is in the third drawer of the wardrobe in my room. Promise me, don't look for me. I never belonged here, nor could I ever have such a life. You know, from that little stall in the night market until today, it felt like a dream to me. Now, looking back, time flew so fast, and I hesitated, not wanting to leave. The time spent with you has been the happiest moments in my 20-plus years. You taught me that people can have more choices and strive to live the way they want. How ironic, as your former teacher, I needed you, my student, to teach me how to choose my path. Timothy one, you are really amazing and outstanding. If it weren't for the age difference, I might even consider being with you. Giggles, just kidding. I wouldn't be interested in a kid like you. Julianne is a great girl. It's a pity I couldn't meet her, but I sincerely wish you both well. Well, I've said enough. It's time to say goodbye properly. This dream was beautiful, but it was too short. It's dark in the room because I didn't turn on the lights, but my dream should wake up now. I've tried my best, but I couldn't escape my destined fate. I'm leaving. I should go back to where I belong. Embrace my predetermined destiny. Promise me, don't look for me. Finally, may you be well. If fate permits, perhaps we'll meet again. Chapter 199. That place is a cage. Jinding Mansion. A black Mercedes-Benz van parked by the roadside. Alexei leaned against the hood of the car, with 7 or 8 cigarette butts on the ground. In his hand was still that farewell letter. Yes, Diana indeed went missing. But in a strict sense, she had left Jiangzhou. Just as the letter said, she returned to her predetermined life, the one that belonged to her. Alexei took a deep drag and exhaled a long plume of thick smoke, leaning against the hood, gazing up at the night sky. He had thought he had successfully altered and changed Diana's fate from her previous life. But now it seemed like nothing had changed after all. Was predetermined destiny truly so powerful? So powerful that even as someone reborn with foresight, he could not change it? To him, Diana was more than just his teacher. She was a close confidant, someone he regarded as a sister. From the start of his venture until now, Diana had helped him immensely and made many sacrifices. Though he did not fully understand what happened to Diana, he had a rough idea. Sister Zofia, Can you really escape this trial? Alexei sighed deeply. After flicking away the cigarette butt, he crumpled up the cigarette pack and turned to look at the chauffeur beside him. Do you have any more cigarettes? The chauffeur hurriedly stepped forward, pulling out a cigarette from his pocket and lighting it for Alexei. Alexei silently puffed out a thick cloud of smoke, then stared into the direction of Yongcheng. Unable to hold back, the chauffeur finally asked, Boss, where has President Zhang gone? Alexei remained silent for a long while. Just as the chauffeur wondered if he had said something wrong, Alexei softly replied, Do you see that direction? Following Alexei's finger, the chauffeur scratched his head. All he saw was a pitch-black expanse. There, it's a cage. After uttering this, Alexei finished his last puff and turned to get into the car. Boss, where are we going? Inside the car, Alexei rolled down the window and looked at the distant night sky, firmly stating, Yongcheng. Alright now? If they were to set off for Yongcheng now, it would take at least 4 hours. The chauffeur wondered if he was hearing things. Seeing Alexei nod, though puzzled, the chauffeur dared not ask further. Never underestimate the profession of a driver. Guessing the boss's intentions is one of its fundamental skills. Clearly, the chauffeur noticed Alexei's foul mood due to Diana's abrupt departure. Even if Alexei said he wanted to drive abroad right now, he wouldn't dare question it. With the car started, they sped off. On the road, the speed wasn't excessively fast. The evening wind blew through the window onto Alexei's face. It was already quite cold in mid-November in Jiangzhou, especially at night. The letter in Alexei's hand rustled in the wind. Sitting in his seat, he stared unblinkingly at the rapidly retreating scenery outside the window. Then he lowered his gaze to the letter in his hand. Moments later, as if making a decision. You really didn't want me to find you. Alexei sighed faintly and said, Forget it, take me back to school. Yes, boss. The chauffeur immediately turned around and headed toward Jiangzhou University. Jiangzhou University. Not far from the school, at a crossroads. Alexei asked the chauffeur to drop him off there, saying he wanted to walk around. Having no choice, the chauffeur agreed, dropped Alexei off, and returned to the company. Alexei slowly walked toward the school along the road. Unconsciously, he found himself standing outside the store where Julianne worked part-time. Pausing at the entrance, looking inside, he could vaguely see her small figure bustling about. Alexei took a deep breath, suppressing his chaotic thoughts. He rubbed his face and walked into the store. Inside the store, Julianne sat at the counter, beginning to doze off slightly. Hey girl, there aren't many customers today. Why don't you head back to school? The owner smiled and walked out from the kitchen. That's fine, Grandma. I'll stay a bit longer. Maybe some customers will come soon. Just as she said this, the door chimes jingling ding-dong. Seeing this, Julianne quickly stood up to greet. Hello, welcome. What would you like to eat? After some time, she was no longer as shy as before, greeting customers smoothly. But when she saw who entered, she froze. There stood Alexei, with his handsome face clearly visible. Seeing Alexei, a faint blush spread across her cheeks. You're back? Hearing this, Alexei smiled and walked up to her. Something came up. Of course, mainly because... At this point, Alexei leaned down slightly, looking at the charming girl before him, his voice softening. I missed you. These words made Julianne extremely shy, hanging her head and fidgeting with her apron nervously. Do you want something to eat? Julianne asked timidly. Seeing her adorable expression, Alexei couldn't help but gently ruffle her hair. A bowl of lammy-ampy, please. Then he turned and sat down nearby. In response, Julianne rushed into the kitchen like she was fleeing. As Julianne disappeared into the back, the smile on Alexei's lips gradually faded. Diana's sudden departure had truly worried him. He didn't know if the future held the same tragic fate for Diana as it did in his past life. He knew that Diana must have returned to Yongcheng. Though he really wanted to rush back to Yongcheng immediately and confront Diana face to face, even thinking about forcibly bringing her back to Jiangzhou if necessary. But then he reconsidered. If Diana's predetermined destiny couldn't be escaped, she would ultimately have to face it herself. Interfering as an outsider wouldn't fundamentally solve the problem. Perhaps Diana just needed some time. Until then, Alexei decided not to disturb her further. Soon, Julianne returned with a bowl of lammy-ampy in both hands and placed it in front of Alexei. She then returned to the counter, occasionally sneaking glances at him. Though it was just a simple dish of lammy-ampy, Alexei noticed that someone had secretly added 2 extra sausages especially for him. After finishing the bowl of lammy-ampy, Alexei paid and the owner was considerate enough to let Julianne off work early. Ciao, Magnus. Would you like to take a walk with me? Looking at Alexei's profile, Julianne's big eyes blinked rapidly. She could sense that Alexei seemed troubled. Sure. Chapter 200, Tiny Her, Boundless Strength. Near Jiang University, at a bubble tea shop, Alexei ordered 2 cups of bubble tea. At this moment, little Magnus was looking around like a curious baby, because she saw many strange people. They were wearing white short-sleeve shirts with flashy logos that she couldn't understand. IG is awesome. IG is awesome. There were many boys running on the road while shouting loudly. What was more shocking, she even saw a boy running naked with both hands holding up a flag printed with IG. She just glanced at it and hurriedly withdrew her gaze. And even at the entrance of this bubble tea shop, there was a flag hanging with IG letters printed on it. Alexei. Finally, little Magnus could no longer contain her curiosity and softly called out. What's wrong? Alexei said. White Magnus tilted her head slightly and pointed at several youths riding motorcycles not far away. Behind them, flags with IG flapped uniformly. What is Egypt? Has something happened? Why are they all shouting about Egypt? Seeing White Magnus' innocent look, Alexei couldn't help but chuckle. This place wasn't too far from Jiang University, and on the way here, he had vaguely heard intermittent IG is awesome, coming from the direction of the school. Tonight was the night of the champions. Boys' dormitories across universities nationwide, and even some girls' dormitories, were going wild. And those who didn't understand esports would have the same confusion as Magnus. Are we at war recently? Why are young people all over the country, especially boys, crazily shouting, Egypt is awesome? For this, well, I'll explain to you later. Try this one and see how it tastes. Receiving the bubble tea passed by Alexei, White Magnus held it with both hands and sipped through the straw gently. How does it taste? Alexei asked. White Magnus nodded, but couldn't help thinking of the bubble tea Alexei once made for her in senior high school. Comparatively speaking, she still found the taro pudding boba tea he once made much tastier. However, since this was bought by Alexei, she drank it all clean. The two strolled towards the school, and this time White Magnus did not hide behind Alexei but stood beside him. Though she still dared not get too close to Alexei, it was already a courageous change for her. On the road, many students from Jiang University ran in groups shouting, IG. All sorts of outrageous acts could be seen on the road. Some were recording videos, some declaring their love publicly, and others rolling on the streets. There were even people washing their hair upside down at the busiest spot right in front of the school gate. White Magnus curiously observed everything, as if discovering a new world. As for Alexei, he was rather accustomed to it. In his previous life, countless people vowed before the match. If IG won, they would do this or that. And this night of championship, destined to be crazy. Only now, Alexei didn't have the mood to join in. Beside him, White Magnus occasionally stole glances at Alexei. Her deskmate usually talks a lot. Why is he so quiet today? Is he in a bad mood? Should I start a conversation with him? Words churned in White Magnus' mind frantically, yet she couldn't utter them when they reached her lips. But then she thought, being beside her deskmate, even without talking, felt pretty good too. Just as she stealthily glanced at Alexei again, she was caught red-handed. When their eyes met in midair, her cheeks turned red, and she quickly lowered her head, looking exactly like a little kitten caught in the act. Timothy Magnus, is there a flower on my face? And no. None. Really? Then why are you always stealing glances at me? Alexei asked with a smile. A single sentence flushed her cheeks even redder. She didn't know why she couldn't control her gaze, unconsciously peeking at her deskmate every now and then. Seeing her stammering and unable to answer, Alexei couldn't help but laugh lightly. They Moachida maintained a tacit agreement, without breaking the charming silence, walking unknowingly quite a distance. A crescent moon hung in the night sky, casting silver light. Alexei looked up at the star-studded sky and couldn't help sighing inwardly. Timothy Magnus. Alexei took a deep breath and turned his head to look at the distant night sky. Do you believe in fate? Hearing this, a hint of confusion appeared in White Magnus' eyes. This was a question she had never considered. In her world, such questions were too distant. She shook her head. I don't know. I haven't thought about this question. Do you ever think about changing your own fate? Or do you believe that your fate is predetermined and can't be changed? Alexei asked. Perhaps Alexei's words reminded her of something. White Magnus' expression turned slightly melancholic as she stared blankly at the night sky. Alexei was looking at the moon, but in her sight, there were only those insignificant twinkling stars. Because she always believed that her grandfather had truly become the brightest star in the sky, silently accompanying her all along. I don't quite understand what you're saying. I also know that my conditions aren't good. When I was young, I often envied the kids from the same village. Back then, I would cry and throw tantrums at Elwyn. Why did other kids have toys, plenty of pocket money, nice clothes for New Year's, and delicious snacks, while I had none of those? Noticing the disappointment in her tone, Alexei realized he had said something inappropriate. He originally just wanted to talk to Timothy Magnus, but didn't expect to bring up sensitive topics. I'm sorry, Timothy Magnus, I didn't mean to. This time, before Alexei finished his sentence, Timothy Magnus suddenly smiled. It's okay, I don't care about these things anymore. At that moment, Alexei was momentarily mesmerized. Timothy Magnus' smile made even the stars in the sky seem dimmer. Elwyn said that as long as I study hard and live positively, I'll become very excellent. Then I can lead the life I want. Hearing this, Alexei couldn't help but be touched. Indeed, from the moment he met White Magnus until now, hadn't she always been doing just that? She studied diligently, lived positively, and strived to change her unfair destiny. Despite being so small, she put all her strength into rewriting what was supposed to be predetermined fate. Though she verbally answered with, I don't know, her actions spoke the clearest answer. Thinking about this, Alexei suddenly felt a bit regretful, wondering why he hadn't introduced Diana to Timothy Magnus sooner. Compared to his empty motivational words, perhaps Timothy Magnus' actions could give Diana an unprecedented and brand new hope. Chapter 201. Money Received. Jiang University, South Campus. Unknowingly, they had already nearly arrived at the girls' dormitory. Walking with Zinnia all this way, Alexei's mood had indeed relaxed quite a bit. There would always be a solution to Diana's issue. Alexei, I've reached my dorm. Zinnia suddenly stopped and said, Between university couples, there seemed to be an unwritten rule. After dark, one must hold hands for a stroll, walk along the street, and after arriving at the dormitory, they must also indulge in some affectionate moments before giving each other a kiss. Thinking about it, Alexei concluded that even though they didn't hold hands, they did go for a walk and spend some time together. So maybe it counts as indulging a little. Then, this final kiss. At this thought, he couldn't help but look up at Zinnia. Over the past 6 months, Zinnia had become more and more beautiful. Looking at her profile, her sharp chin and jawline, along with her delicate nose, had gradually revealed the makings of a beauty. University life. Everyone understood it. Especially at night, near the entrance of the girls' dormitory, even stray dogs avoided passing by, fearing that their tears might wet the pork rice meal. Watching the pairs of intimate couples at the door, some kissing without a care, Alexei couldn't help but feel somewhat moved. He assured himself that he wasn't a lustful person, and his feelings for Zinnia were purely true love. He certainly wasn't lusting for her body, but not far away, a couple by the wall, unethically kissing while making slurping noises. The live-action scene with sound effects made Alexei inevitably get distracted. Go back then. Alexei forced down those fleeting fantasies and said half-heartedly. And Zinnia, perhaps because she saw that embarrassing scene, didn't dare to look up at Alexei. Staring at her own feet for a moment, she finally turned around and shuffled towards the entrance. After watching Aspen's figure disappear into the dormitory entrance, Alexei finally turned and left with a casual stride. It was only when he turned into the garden path that someone cursed aloud. Damn! Why act so proper when you don't have to? Frustrating. North Campus. Alexei walked toward the boys' dormitory. Compared to outside the campus, the boys' dormitories were much livelier now. All the dormitory buildings were brightly lit, with almost every balcony flying an IG team flag. Many students stood on the balconies, crazily shouting, "IG is awesome." This kept the dorm attendants busy trying to stop the students from going wild, especially since it was almost lights out time. Back in the dormitory, Alexei looked at the empty room and froze. Wondering where the 3 old BS had gone, he found that Lance was frantically tagging him in the group chat. Not back yet? Where have you been? Always leaving early and coming back late. Reply ASAP. Waiting for you, Alexei. Where are you? Seeing the messages tagging him, Alexei calmly replied with a, bye. You're still alive. ASAP. Waiting for you at Hungtong Net Cafe. All-nighter today. On me. If you don't come, I'll kill you. Seeing this, Alexei sent a voice message back. It's already lights out time, and it's not even the weekend. Aren't you guys worried about the dorm inspections? Lance, bye. IG won the championship. We must celebrate all night tonight. Conway, Sun is right. No chickening out today. Lucius, right Alexei, waiting for you. The Net Cafe is super crowded today, and we've reserved a computer for you. Although the 3 old BS were inviting him enthusiastically, Alexei wasn't particularly interested. Better to get a good night's sleep in the dormitory. Not interested. You guys enjoy yourselves. Alexei replied, put down his phone, and prepared to wash up. Unexpectedly, the principal's video call came through just then. In the video, the principal, Orlando, and a group of young men were partying in a luxurious private room, the atmosphere lively. The principal appeared to have had several drinks and chatted with Alexei extensively. What excited Alexei most was the principal informing him that Orlando and the others had fulfilled the bet. Since Alexei wasn't present, the principal temporarily collected his share of the money. The video call came not only to chat with Alexei, but also to discuss splitting the money. According to the initial capital ratio, the principal asked Alexei for his card number and transferred the money right before his eyes. After some more idle chat, the video call ended. Ding dong. Hearing the notification sound from his phone, Alexei was incredibly excited and hurriedly took out his phone. Sure enough, it was a bank deposit reminder. Seeing 10 million lying in his account, Alexei couldn't help but smile widely. This sum of money was entirely an unexpected windfall. It instantly lifted his previous gloom. Now, he had around 13 million in cash at his disposal, not including some of the working capital in the company. With the heat from the S-Series, tournament, and the relationship as IG's only official strategic partner, Xiaoming's popularity and user base have been steadily increasing. Various manufacturers, partners, and brands, even some well-known domestic media agencies or influencer training institutions, have been scrambling to join in. Following this trend, Alexei was confident that by the end of the year or next year at most, both the Xiaoming app and the entire Mingchen technology would achieve qualitative leaps. After taking out his phone, he immediately sent a voice message in the dorm group. Keep my machine for me. I'm coming over right away. I'm in a good mood today. I'll take you guys to high ranks. Having said that, he put down his phone and quickly ran out of the dormitory. After staying up all night, the 3 old BS in the dormitory went to their elective classes with panda eyes. Fortunately, there were no major courses in the morning, and Alexei planned to return to the dormitory to catch up on some sleep. What could be better than catching up on sleep after staying up all night with the roommates? However, upon reaching the door, Alexei sadly realized he had forgotten to bring the keys in his haste last night. With no choice, he returned to the separate courtyard and slept in his room there. Drowsily, he didn't know how long he had slept. The sun was already high outside the window, nearly lunchtime, but Alexei was still fast asleep. At the same time, faint noises came from the living room. Kristen was busy in the living room. She received a message from Alexei early in the morning saying he didn't need breakfast prepared for him and they could have lunch together later. Each time before preparing meals, she would arrive at the separate courtyard earlier to prepare. In the fridge were fresh ingredients Alexei had delivered via delivery service right after he finished his all-nighter. After finishing preparing the meal, she sent a few messages to Alexei but received no reply. After hesitating for a moment, she made a voice call. Then she heard the ringing sound from inside the room. Chapter 202. Timothy Magnus is my pillow. After putting down her phone, Julianne cautiously approached Alexei's room. Since the door was open, she clearly heard the sound coming from inside. And with just a slight peek, she saw Alexei snoring loudly in his sleep. She mustered up the courage to walk into the room. Alexei? It's time for dinner. She stood at the head of the bed, trying to wake Alexei up, but all she got in response was the smacking of Alexei's lips as he turned over and continued sleeping. Seeing that Alexei didn't react, Magnus felt somewhat troubled. Her desk mate is truly a big lazy bug. The sun is already shining on his butt, and he's still fast asleep. Glancing at the wide-open window, Julian stepped forward and closed it. My desk mate is such a careless person. Leaving the window open like this will cause him to catch a cold, she muttered softly. After closing the window, she hesitated again. Perhaps because Alexei looked so peaceful while sleeping, she couldn't bear to wake him up. Just as she was about to leave the room, she noticed Alexei kicking off the blanket. She was about to go over when, due to Alexei only wearing boxers, a blush crept onto Julianne's face, and she quickly lowered her head. Fortunately, Alexei didn't have the habit of sleeping naked, otherwise, this might be another story. Drooping her head, she hurriedly ran toward the door, but she stopped just before reaching it. After hesitating for a while, she still felt that Alexei would catch a cold if he kept sleeping like this, so she turned back. She stared at her toes the entire way back to the bed, trying to cover Alexei with the blanket. But because she dared not look up, her small hand accidentally touched the warm chest of the boy. The moment their skin made contact, a burning sensation shot directly into her heart through her fingertips. She pulled her hand back as if electrocuted, standing there at a loss. In the end, she bent down slightly to tuck Alexei in properly. When she lowered her head, her gaze involuntarily moved to Alexei's face. This was the first time she observed Alexei from this angle. So, this is what my desk mate looks like when he sleeps, like a little pig, even snoring. However, her desk mate has such long eyelashes. Unconsciously, Julianne became engrossed. Meanwhile, Alexei smacked his lips and scratched his chest. From childhood to now, Alexei always had a habit of hugging pillows, so there were always separate pillows or plush toys in his dormitory and hometown room. Since he rarely slept in the guest house, he hadn't prepared any. Out of habit, Alexei reached out and grabbed the pillow next to him after rolling over in his deep sleep. Caught off guard, Magnus let out a soft cry and was enveloped by Alexei onto the bed. Before she could struggle, she was entirely wrapped by Alexei's warm chest. Alexei transformed into an octopus, holding the petite girl tightly in his arms, occasionally smacking his lips and rubbing his head against hers. Magnus' cheeks were flushed as red as if blood was about to drip from them. Her whole body tensed up, and she clutched the blanket tightly. Timothy, Alexei. Her voice trembled, and this was her first intimate contact with a boy ever since childhood. A strange feeling surged into her heart, making her panic, as if her heart would leap out of her chest. She called Alexei's name softly, trying to escape but not daring to move too much, afraid of waking him up. But after struggling for a long time, she could only be treated as a human pillow by Alexei, which made Magnus both anxious and embarrassed, her eyes welling up with tears. Timothy, Alexei, please let me go. Hey, wake up. She mustered up the courage and raised her voice a bit. If this continued, she would really go crazy. Why did she feel suffocated when held like this by her desk mate? As for Alexei, after staying up all night, his sleep was indeed very deep, and he didn't react for a long time. Of course, even in his deep sleep, Alexei vaguely felt like he was having a very strange dream. In the dream, he went back to his childhood, dreaming of his father and the mother he had never met. But in the dream, he couldn't see his mother's face clearly. He only remembered that his mother was kind to him, soothing him to sleep, giving him his favorite toy on his birthday, and remembering his habits, buying him his favorite cartoon character pillow. Perhaps it was due to the lack of maternal affection, but in the dream, Alexei liked this ordinary doll very much. This plush pillow feels so good, so soft and warm, with a faint scent. Smack. So soft. Alexei turned over, smacking his lips, and his fingers unconsciously applied some force. But suddenly, he heard a scream from a girl. No matter how soundly he slept, Alexei was finally awakened by the scream. He opened his eyes groggily. In an instant, what came into view was a delicate face flushed red. Magnus? Alexei mumbled lazily, thinking this must be a dream brought on by daytime thoughts, and that he hadn't fully woken up yet. But the sensation in his hands felt so real. He could even feel the warmth of the petite body in his arms. At this moment, he finally realized something was wrong and shook his head to clear the fog. As his vision became clearer, he saw clearly. The soft and fragrant thing in his arms wasn't a plush pillow at all, but clearly Magnus herself. Looking at his octopus-like posture, and then at the Magnus with her cheeks flushed red, Alexei's eyelids twitched involuntarily, and his drowsiness vanished. Their gazes met, and it felt as if the air had frozen. Alexei forced a smile despite his embarrassment. Well, good morning, Magnus. Upon hearing this, Magnus' face turned as red as a ripe apple. You. Before Alexei could finish speaking, Xiao Magnus suddenly pushed him away, seemingly having gathered some strength. Ouch! Alexei rolled off the bed, holding his buttocks and shouting. When he looked up again, Xiao Magnus had already run out of the room with her head hanging low. Seeing this, Alexei quickly stood up. Xiao Magnus, I didn't mean to. Timothiston to me, please. Alexei hurriedly ran forward, but just as he reached the door, he felt a chill down below. He looked down and was furious. Damn you! If I can't calm Xiao Magnus down, You got excited for nothing. Turning around, he rushed to put on his clothes and hurriedly chased out of the room. In the kitchen, Xiao Magnus stood in front of the stove, seemingly lost in thought. When she heard footsteps behind her, her body tensed up suddenly, and then she pretended to be busy anxiously. Chapter 203, Taking You Shopping. Standing at the door, Alexei watched the busy figure in the kitchen for a moment and did not know how to explain what had just happened. As for Julianne at this moment, her mind was even more tangled up. She seemed to be busy, but in reality, her thoughts were elsewhere. She just wanted to appear busier. The atmosphere was momentarily awkwardly silent. Alexei scratched his head and after pondering for a while, he took a few steps forward and broke the silence. Magnus, actually, Before he finished speaking, he saw Julianne's movements quicken. Although her back was facing Alexei, her expression seemed somewhat flustered. Ouch! Perhaps due to her disordered mind, she didn't pay attention and accidentally cut her finger, crying out in pain. Seeing this, Alexei's expression changed and hurriedly moved forward. What? Did you cut your finger? Let me see. Alexei quickly grabbed her small hand. Looking at the wound on her index finger, Alexei felt quite distressed. I'm fine. Being held by Alexei reminded her of the earlier scene in the bedroom, making her face feel scorching hot as she struggled to pull her hand away. You say you're fine? There's so much blood. Without hesitation, Alexei dragged her to the living room, found the first aid kit, and began disinfecting her wound. Phew. He gently blew on her finger's wound, carefully handling the cotton swab to disinfect it, afraid of causing her pain. Watching Alexei before her, Julianne's face remained flushed. Does it still hurt? Alexei asked without lifting his head. Hearing this, she blushed and shook her head. It doesn't hurt. It had hurt initially, but after Alexei blew on it, it felt as if the pain had magically subsided. After carefully applying a bandage, Alexei looked up at Julianne. Their eyes met, and she shyly averted her gaze. Magnus, I can explain what happened just now. I fell asleep, unaware you were in the room. I really didn't mean to, take advantage of you. These words made Julianne's face turn almost crimson, her head nearly drooping below the table. The meal is ready. Let's eat. She hastily stood up, clearly unwilling to continue discussing this topic. Seeing this, Alexei could only put away the first aid kit and prepare for the meal. Notably, Alexei suddenly thought he needed some exercise lately. Touching his belly, he realized that during this period, he had been eating and drinking daily with little physical activity, gradually developing a beer belly. Recalling the earlier scene, he secretly decided to exercise whenever possible. What if something like today happens again? He didn't want Julie to see him looking greasy with a beer belly. At the dining table, to alleviate the previous awkwardness, Alexei started chatting proactively. He told Julianne to take a leave from the store and accompany him shopping after finishing her afternoon classes. Okay, she replied. After lunch, Alexei stopped Julianne from going into the kitchen under the pretext that her wound shouldn't get wet. After her afternoon classes ended, Alexei drove Julianne to Xinjiang New CBD. Xinjiang City was the most bustling commercial center in Shangzhou. On the ground floor, Julianne walked closely behind Alexei, hanging her head. The polished marble floor, the huge crystal chandeliers, and the luxurious stores on both sides made her hesitant to look up. She had only seen places like this on TV. Inside an upscale women's clothing store, under the saleswoman's doubtful and wary gaze, Alexei picked clothes one by one, checking them against Julianne. Magnus, try this on. Alexei handed over a piece of clothing. Seeing this, she instinctively raised her head and glanced at the beautiful coat in Alexei's hands. But she quickly lowered her head again. She wanted to refuse, but didn't know how to voice it. In the past, she might not have understood Alexei's intentions, but now their ambiguous relationship made her unable to pretend she didn't understand. Seeing that she didn't respond, Alexei felt a bit helpless. He rubbed his chin and then turned to look at the saleswoman. This one, and this one. Alexei swiftly pointed at several outfits on the shelves and models. These two all wrapped up. Initially, the saleswoman thought she was dealing with someone bluffing. But when Alexei successfully paid by card, the saleswoman beamed with joy and bowed repeatedly, escorting Alexei and Julianne to the door, only reluctantly returning to the store. It was quite a coincidence. Not long after Alexei and Julianne left, a pretty girl carrying a bag walked into the store with a pockmarked-faced girl. Ellen's good mood instantly vanished when she learned that the coat she had her eyes on had already been sold to someone else. Today, she had no classes and had just received transfers from Ridge and a few other admirers, so she decided to go shopping. She had set her heart on a coat in the store but had gone to the restroom with Darlene, only to find out it had been sold. Knowing it was a high-end store and she hadn't paid any deposit, she didn't dare say much. But Darlene wasn't like her. She immediately blew up at the saleswoman. Hey, how do you serve as a salesperson? We clearly said we were going to buy it before. We just went to the restroom for a bit, and you sold it to someone else. The salespersons in such high-end stores are all keen-eyed. They could tell these were just 2 students and weren't about to indulge them. Sorry, ladies. You did not make a payment, so there was no reservation. If your budget allows, please feel free to look at other styles. Hearing this, Darlene lost her temper. What do you mean? You're looking down on us? What gives you the right to look down on us? You think we can't afford it? She then grabbed the bag from Ellen and huffed. See my best friend's bag? This one bag costs tens of thousands. Can't we afford a lousy piece of clothing from you? To Darlene, Ellen's expensive bag was definitely something worth showing off. On the contrary, Ellen looked incredibly embarrassed. Xiao Shui, keep quiet, she whispered, trying to give Darlene eye signals. But Darlene ignored her, patting her hand and saying, Don't worry, Adley. I have to get an explanation today. Hey, where's your manager? Call him over. I want to file a complaint. Seeing this, Ellen felt increasingly humiliated. This was Xinjiang City's new CBD, a high-end women's clothing store, and yet Darlene was acting like a shrew, making her feel incredibly ashamed. Zophius, please watch your tone. I suspect you're deliberately causing trouble. If you are not here to shop, please leave immediately or I will have security escort you out. These salespeople had seen many wealthy people. A student with a bag worth tens of thousands was nothing impressive. I will lodge a complaint against you. Seeing that Darlene couldn't be stopped, Ellen stomped her foot angrily, glared at her, and stormed out of the store. Chapter 204. Is that person Alexei? Outside Xinjiang City, Alenuan walked ahead with her nose in the air while Darlene puffed and panted as she caught up. Nuanuan, what's wrong? Darlene asked in confusion. You're really embarrassing me to death while shopping. Do you know what kind of place that is? Alenuan looked at Darlene in front of her with irritation. Originally, she didn't plan on bringing Darlene out today. She had just bragged about Richest transfer in front of her roommate. But in the end, she couldn't resist Darlene's persistent pleading and reluctantly agreed to bring her along for shopping. Seeing how angry Alenuan was, Darlene was somewhat at a loss and said, Nuanuan, I just wanted to help you vent. It was that smelly salesgirl's fault anyway. She even looked down on us. You could afford bags worth tens of thousands? Before she could finish speaking, Alenuan gave her a fierce glare. Enough. Please try to restrain your country bumpkin mannerisms. Tens of thousands for a bag means nothing here. Didn't you notice how they were looking at us? Clearly, she was also incredibly upset. Speaking in a harsh tone, Darlene looked somewhat dejected, lowering her head without saying anything. Sorry, Nuanuan, forget it. I can't be bothered to argue with someone like you. Country bumpkins like you probably haven't been to such high-end places before. Today was truly humiliating. Don't cling to me when shopping next time. Did you hear? I understand, Darlene replied dejectedly. At this moment, Alenuan's phone received a message. Seeing it was from Ridge, Alenuan's expression changed slightly. Hey, wait for me here and call a taxi. I'm going to take a photo. After saying this, Alenuan walked to a distance with her hand back. Finding a nice spot, she took a selfie and sent it to Ridge. When she saw a silver Maserati Gran Cabrio parked by the roadside nearby, her eyes lit up. She walked briskly over to the car and stopped in front of it. After tidying her makeup, she took another selfie, repeatedly checking all angles and details until satisfied, then proudly posted it on WeChat Moments. Shopping. So tired about to go home soon. Another day full of gains. The accompanying picture was her selfie, with the Maserati Gran Cabrio seemingly captured accidentally in the background. Putting away her phone, she turned back contentedly. However, halfway through, she wanted to take more photos of the Maserati Gran Cabrio. Turning around, she saw a boy opening the door and getting into the driver's seat. For a moment, she froze. This person, why do they look familiar? Just now, the figure was only a blurry side face. By the time she turned back, the figure had already entered the car. Watching the Maserati Gran Cabrio drive off, Alenuan frowned slightly, feeling that the figure looked oddly familiar. Though she only glanced hastily, it felt like she had seen him somewhere before. Suddenly, her beautiful eyes widened. Alexei? Yes, she felt that the figure she glimpsed in a hurry seemed to resemble Alexei. However, this thought was quickly dismissed, even finding it absurd. I'm really muddled by Darlene. How could it be Alexei? She knew a little about cars and knew that the Maserati cost no less than 1 or 2 million. Even her father might not be able to afford it, let alone Ridge. As for Alexei, she knew his family circumstances very well. If it weren't for becoming the top student and receiving numerous scholarships, he might not have been able to afford Jiang University. Collecting her thoughts, she turned around and walked toward Darlene. Jiang University, North Campus. After Alexei and Julianne returned to school, it was already dark. In the courtyard's living room, Julianne rushed into the kitchen as soon as they entered the living room. But the next second, she was pulled out. I said, you're the injured one. We're eating out tonight. Oh, okay, Julianne replied. Alexei took a coat out of the shopping bag and handed it to her. Go try it on. Although Julianne had guessed these clothes were bought for her, she still shook her head. Especially after seeing the 4-digit price tag, her face turned pale. Heavens! Her deskmate actually bought her clothes worth several thousand yuan. Each piece cost several thousand yuan. Imagine how much all the clothes and shoes would add up to. She dared not think about it. She had never imagined that a simple piece of clothing could be so expensive. No, it won't work. What's wrong? Don't you like it? Alexei asked. But it's very, very expensive, Julianne replied honestly. Xiao Magnus, let me tell you a secret. Alexei leaned in a bit closer and chuckled softly. Actually, I have a lot of money. Upon hearing this, Julian lowered her head, fidgeting with the hem of her pants and timidly replied, but this is such a waste. I can't wear clothes this expensive. Why don't we return them? I still have lots of clothes. It's almost winter. Are you planning to wear these clothes all winter? With Alexei's words, Julian blushed in embarrassment and looked down. She knew it was getting cold, but when she came to school, she didn't bring any winter clothes and couldn't bear to buy any. I called Esther a few days ago. My grandma made me a quilted jacket. It's very warm. It should arrive by courier soon, Julian said. Alexei had anticipated Julianne's reaction. He picked up the scissors from the table, took out all the clothes from the bags, and quickly snipped off all the tags. Now they can't be returned. Seeing this, Julianne's eyes started to tear up. Without the tags, there was no way to return these clothes. She understood that every time Alexei bought something for her, he always found many reasons, just to take care of and protect her dignity. But each time she thought about how much money she was making him waste, she felt very sad. Shall Magnus? Alexei suddenly said with great seriousness, placing his hands gently on her shoulders. Timothy, listen to me. Don't feel pressured or embarrassed. If you really feel bad about it, just as your grandpa said, live and study hard, strive to become very excellent. When Shao Magnus becomes very capable in the future, you can repay me double. But, while she wasn't particularly resistant to Alexei's intentions, thinking about spending so much money still left her feeling unable to convince herself. It seemed he would have to use the ultimate tactic. Alexei shook his head helplessly, then picked up the clothes and sighed again. Well, since the tags are cut, and you can't return them anyway, if you don't like them, we might as well use them as rags. He lifted the scissors threateningly. Scared by this, Julianne hurriedly grabbed the clothes from Alexei's hands. I'll wear them. Using such expensive clothes as rags is too wasteful. Good girl, go try them on. Chapter 205. Angel Face and Devil Figure. In the living room of the residence, Alexei seemed to be playing with his phone while sitting on the sofa, but in fact, his mind was not there at all. He would look up towards the direction of the bedroom from time to time. It's just a matter of changing clothes. Logically, it shouldn't take this long, right? Kristen, do you need help? Alexei gently called out in the direction of the bedroom, but as soon as he spoke, he wished he could slap himself. What a nonsensical question. Even if Kristen needed help, could he really go in? That would be outright indecent. I'll be ready soon. From inside the room, came Julianne's soft voice. After a moment, Alexei was starting to feel drowsy when he finally heard some movement behind him and immediately became alert. When he turned around and saw the figure emerging from the room, Alexei was truly amazed. Kristen's height is considered quite tall among girls. Due to her usual preference for loose-fitting clothing, coupled with thick bangs that often obscure her face and a habit of hunching her shoulders slightly, she always gives an impression of being petite and frail. Considering the weather has already started cooling down, winter in the south is purely a magical attack, completely unpredictable. So when buying clothes, Alexei had specifically chosen several body-hugging styles. Just like the outfit Kristen is wearing now. A light beige high-necked wool sweater, which highlights one's figure. The slightly fitted style subtly outlines Kristen's upper body curve. Alexei suddenly realized he was wrong. Incredibly wrong. He never imagined that the slender frame usually hidden under loose t-shirts could have such striking assets. The waistline accentuated by the tight-fitting woolen sweater reveals an enchantingly graceful silhouette, with a pair of legs below that are straight and well-formed. After this period of adjustment, Kristen's complexion has significantly improved, no longer waxen but gradually becoming fairer. Feeling Alexei's gaze, she lowered her head shyly, wishing she could bury her whole head into the neckline. Alexei used to find it hard to imagine what angel face and devil figure meant, thinking it was an exaggeration, doubting anyone could possess such stark contrasts. But now, he believes it. Indeed, in Kristen, he sees this extreme contrast. The bashfulness unique to a teenage girl and the devilishly attractive figure that defies her age. Alexei suddenly felt that, in terms of physique alone, Kristen could rival even Alali. His Kristen truly is a gem. Now he finally understands why Kristen can eat so much yet remain so slim. Previously, he wondered where all the food went. Now he realizes it must have gone to the right places. Seeing Alexei stare at her for so long without saying anything, Julian couldn't help but feel anxious. Am I not looking good? Hearing this, Alexei took a deep breath. You look beautiful, very beautiful. Alexei now understands why sometimes women's casual wear costs thousands. Indeed, price reflects quality. After being complimented by Alexei, Julian couldn't help but feel even more shy, staring only at her toes throughout. Because her heavy bangs covered most of her face, Alexei couldn't see the fleeting joy in her big, dark eyes. She is just an ordinary girl. Despite always claiming indifference to such things verbally, who at this age doesn't love beauty? Especially after receiving praise from Alexei, she simply felt happy. Kristen, your hair is too long. Let's get it trimmed tomorrow. Pinching his chin, Alexei was confident in his aesthetic judgment. To him, Kristen is just a buried beauty waiting to be polished. A little grooming will certainly surprise everyone. Upon hearing about going to get a haircut, she hesitated. Get a haircut, but I. She wanted to tell Alexei that she didn't like getting her haircut because she liked having long, heavy bangs that made her feel more secure. Seeming to guess her thoughts, Alexei stepped forward. Standing still, looking at the elegant girl before him, ripples couldn't help but form in his heart. Taking a deep breath, He forced away the romantic thoughts, gently pressing his hand on her shoulder. Kristen, do you know? Actually, you're very beautiful, not one bit worse than anyone else. So don't always hide yourself, be more confident. She was well aware that Alexei was just trying to encourage her, but after so many years of deeply ingrained inferiority complex, it couldn't be changed easily. Oh. Seeing her drooping head and dejected look, Alexei sighed slightly. Then he took her hand and walked towards the room in large strides. Follow me. Inside the room, Alexei brought Julianne in. Alexei pointed to the full-length mirror in front of the wardrobe and stood beside her. Look at yourself. Standing in front of the mirror, Julianne hesitated to lift her head for a long time. Actually, throughout her life, she rarely looked in the mirror. Don't worry, Kristen. Trust me. Raise your head. Hearing Alexei's gentle voice, Julianne's small hands involuntarily clenched. After much inner struggle, she finally mustered the courage to slowly raise her head. In the mirror, the girl was tall with a beige wool sweater that accentuated her graceful upper body curve. Her legs below were straight and slender, her face pale but with a hint of rosy blush. But the expression of the girl in the mirror was filled with surprise, her mouth slightly open. Is this me? Kristen was stunned. She stared blankly at the full-length mirror, unable to associate the person in the mirror with herself. She had never seen such a self. Seeing this, Alexei smiled and approached, standing next to her. How about it? Didn't I lie to you? You always like to hide yourself. But see, you are indeed excellent, right? In the mirror, the boy stood beside her, tall and slender, with thick bangs over his eyebrows, looking incredibly handsome. His crescent-shaped eyes shone like stars in the night sky outside the window. Julianne only glanced once at the two people in the mirror. They somehow matched, even giving her a fleeting illusion. The person in the mirror was clearly herself. But why did it feel like it wasn't her? It seemed that only the self in the mirror world could stand by the boy's side in such a matching identity. Chapter 206. Actually, I keep a low profile. In the living room of the private courtyard, Alexei made Xiao Magnus try on all the clothes one by one. Although she didn't try them on in the store at that time, luckily Xiao Magnus had an amazing figure, and every piece of clothing looked quite fitting on her. Adhering to the principles of a decent gentleman, Alexei absolutely did not allow Xiao Magnus to miss the dormitory curfew. Even though he had been keeping track of time throughout the way, he still managed to drop Xiao Magnus off at the entrance of the female dormitory just 1 minute before it closed. Reluctantly watching Xiao Magnus' figure disappear into the dormitory, Alexei then turned around. Damn! Just 1 minute off. As expected, when he returned to the dormitory, he was caught again by the security guard at the door. Pragmatic Alexei didn't even bother offering a cigarette. He simply went back to his private courtyard. Just as he arrived at the living room, his phone started buzzing nonstop with messages. Alexei, where have you been again? You disappeared for 2 days. Don't tell me you were in some girl's hotel room? Alexei, I just downloaded Professor Tsang's latest work here, waiting for you to come and watch together. Seeing his 3 roommates furiously tagging him in the group chat, he first took a photo and sent it over. I'm still on campus. No sooner had the photo been sent than a video call request popped up in the group. The moment the call connected, the screens filled with the large faces of the 3 roommates, crowded around the camera. You're not in some hotel? Honesty White. This background looks exactly like a hotel suite. Damn you, Alexei. Dude, are you hiding something from us? Show us the girl. What could be more infuriating than finding out your own roommate had gone out for a night with a girl? That's nonsense. I'm really on campus, Alexei said. T. Could there be such a place on campus? It was only then that Alexei remembered that his 3 roommates apparently didn't know about his independent accommodation yet. So he explained the situation about his private courtyard residence. Independent accommodation? You mean the standalone villa area behind our dormitory building? Nanny? I remember that place is for professors and deans, right? Alexei shrugged and replied indifferently, no time to chit-chat with you guys. Gotta shower and sleep. After saying this, he tossed the phone aside and headed for a shower. In the bathroom, Alexei enjoyed a relaxing shower, and perhaps because he was in a good mood, he sang a few tunes while washing. Back in the living room after getting dressed, he heard urgent knocking at the door, even though it was past lights-out time. Could it be Xiao Magnus? Alexei suddenly got excited, thinking she might have come back unexpectedly. But on second thought, it seemed unlikely, plus she had a key, so there was no need to knock. I'm coming, he mumbled, wrapped in a towel, and went to open the door. Upon opening it, he felt a strong gust of wind rush in. Before he could react, 3 big men barged in. Alexei was taken aback and froze in place. Why are you guys here? To his surprise, the 3 barge-ins were his roommates. They appeared somewhat disheveled, rushing into the living room and immediately began searching everywhere without a word. Where's the girl? Where'd you hide her? Nice one, Alexei. We have to watch movies to quench our thirst in the dormitory, while you're playing hide and seek with a beauty. Seeing their aggressive manner, Alexei couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. Guys, this is the independent accommodation assigned by the school. No hide and seek here. Please fill your minds with something other than dirty thoughts. After searching everywhere, they found nothing. By the way, how did you find out I was here? Alexei wondered since he hadn't told them the room number. How did they manage to find him? Good question. Maybe next time don't sing while showering. Although your singing is great, it was spooky enough to hear it across 2 streets late at night. Alexei, After putting on some clothes in the bedroom, Alexei finally invited the three to sit down. Would you like something to drink? Alexei casually grabbed a few bottles of drinks from the fridge and handed them over. Meanwhile, the three roommates were eagerly looking around, taking everything in. Alexei, you're too stingy. Why didn't you tell us about your independent accommodation earlier? Loving this vibe. The decor feels better than my home. How unfair. No choice. Who can deny the top scorer of the college entrance exam? Tears wet my sneakers. Seeing the envy, jealousy, and hate in their eyes, Alexei shook his head with a smile. You never asked. Bye. If you don't ask, I won't tell. Lance looked heartbroken. It turned out that after finding out Alexei had an independent dormitory, the three old buddies couldn't stay calm anymore. After some discussion, they decided to climb over the wall, risking being caught by the dorm supervisor, just to find this place. Hearing their story, Alexei rolled his eyes helplessly. So, you guys climbed over the wall in the middle of the night, just to check if I really have an independent dorm? Hearing this, the three nodded in unison. So, you keep disappearing every now and then, just to stay here? Not entirely. Sometimes I take leave to travel abroad. The three old buddies were stunned. Abroad? For what? Oh, I forgot to tell you, I own a tech company and occasionally go abroad for business talks. The three old buddies. Damn, some people are just better than others. Bye. You own a company? My God. Alexei, what else haven't you told us? Conway, regaining his composure first, smacked his lips and gave Lance and Lucius a disdainful glance. Look at you two. So pathetic. Starting a business is pretty common among college students nowadays. My dad was even thinking of giving me some money to start a small company recently. Saying that, he picked up a bottle of soda and gulped down 2 big sips. By the way, Alexei, what's your company called? Running a tech company isn't easy these days. How about we join forces? My company? Mingchen Technology. Alexei replied casually. Spit. Conway spat out the soda all over Lance's pants, staring at Alexei in shock. Lance and Lucius were also dumbstruck. Mingchen Technology? You mean the Mingchen Technology behind the dream-seeking app? Damn, you're the boss of Mingchen Technology? Chapter 207. Speech skills comparable to pyramid schemes. Since the night of the S8 championship, the popularity of the Shuaming app has skyrocketed. As the parent company, Dream Morning Technology's status in the internet industry has also risen dramatically. Of course, the chairman of Dream Morning Technology, who has never made an appearance from beginning to end, remains very mysterious. Especially on the day of the championship, IG team Captain Austin's speech pushed this mysterious chairman into the spotlight. Many professionals and the public have been speculating about who this suddenly emerged chairman of Dream Morning Technology might be. After many netizens delved deep into Dream Morning Technology's history, they were astonished to find that this giant in the industry was established less than half a year ago. Information regarding Dream Morning Technology is limited to what can be found on the surface. At most, only information about Executive President Diana and Jarrett can be traced. The three veterans from Dormitory 205, experienced gamers themselves, naturally paid attention to the topic of the mysterious chairman of Dream Morning Technology. Looking at Alexei in front of them, wearing a large vest, shorts, and flip-flops, the standard attire for a male college student, they couldn't figure out how their roommate who ate and slept with them daily became the chairman of Dream Morning Technology. Alexei, you're too much. Lance was the first to regain his composure, subconsciously believing that Alexei was exaggerating. Beside him, Conway nodded. His family had always been in business, so he was familiar with commercial matters. No way would he believe that Alexei, who was a year younger than himself, could be the chairman of Dream Morning Technology. Old Timothy, you're going too far. Do you know what Dream Morning Technology's current estimated market value is? 20 billion yuan. Comparatively, Lucius found Alexei's words more credible. I think Alexei isn't lying. His car costs 2 or 3 million yuan, doesn't it? Maybe he really is the chairman of Dream Morning Technology. Alexei, are you messing with us? If Alexei really had such wealth, why would he still attend school? Seeing the trio argue without reaching any consensus, Alexei shook his head and laughed but didn't bother proving anything. He hadn't planned to deliberately publicize his identity from the start. At that moment, his phone rang. Seeing it was Jarrett calling, Alexei answered. Hello. Boss, am I disturbing your rest? Jarrett asked. No, what's up? Jarrett got straight to the point over the phone. Due to Dream Morning Technology's recent prominence, and with increasing active users and collaborating brands, relevant departments have started paying attention. Diana usually handled these external PR matters, including several previous dinners and discussions with government officials. But now Diana had left the company. Although handover work was completed beforehand, this time it was a high-ranking official who wanted to meet the responsible person of Dream Morning Technology. After long deliberation and negotiations, Jarrett initially tried to take Alexei's place, but the official insisted on meeting Alexei personally. Moreover, the meeting was scheduled for tomorrow morning, so Jarrett called Alexei late at night without delay. Understanding the situation, Alexei thought for a moment before saying, all right, pick me up from school tomorrow morning. Alexei had been mentally prepared for this interview. With the internet industry showing its huge potential, important figures would usually talk to the responsible people of large internet companies. Okay, boss. Won't disturb your rest then. After hanging up, Alexei put down his phone and noticed Conway and Lance looking at him with peculiar expressions. Just now, Alexei had a conversation right in front of them, mentioning departments, leaders, and millions of users, leaving the two dumbfounded. You're really into this roleplay, aren't you? Well, Alexei, we're all buddies. We won't laugh at you. Alexei gave them a helpless glance. I'm not bothered by you guys. I'm going to sleep. Alexei stretched and walked towards his room. Hey, what about us? How unbrotherly. We climbed out here to find you, and you just leave us alone? Alexei replied without turning around. You can make do with the sofa. Come on. Isn't there another room? Lance pointed to another room. Sorry, you can't sleep in that room. No way. Would they allow 3 old bees to sleep in Kristen's room? Watching Alexei walk into his room without turning back, the 3 old bees exchanged glances and then rushed towards Alexei's room in unison. Big brothers. Be careful. There's only one bed. Joking. Chowsy, your feet are too smelly. Put on your shoes. Get lost. It's obviously Lucius's foot odor. I was born with a natural fragrance. I haven't even taken off my shoes yet. You're wrongfully accusing me. Alexei, mean. All 3 of you put your shoes on. The next morning, after messing around all night, the 4 of them walked out of the room with panda eyes. But as soon as the 4 entered the living room, they were stunned. In the living room, Kristen was wearing an apron, carrying breakfast from the kitchen to the table. Alexei, breakfast. Hearing the noise behind her, Kristen instinctively turned back to look. However, when she saw Conway and the others, she couldn't help but freeze in place. The 3 old bees from the dormitory were also immediately dumbfounded. All 3 looked at Alexei almost simultaneously. Nice one. Still hiding a beauty? Lao Timothin, what's going on here? Spill it. My God. Are you cohabiting with Julianne? Upon hearing this, Kristen blushed subconsciously and quickly waved her hands to explain. And no, it's not like that. I and Alexei, we, stuttering for a long time. She didn't know how to explain her relationship with Alexei. Seeing this, Alexei just smiled. First, we are not cohabiting. Second, there's no need to explain much to you 3 single dogs. Saying that, he strode over to Kristen. Kristen, I'll be going out later. I might not be able to return to school for lunch, so don't wait for me. Oh. Perhaps due to the presence of outsiders, she was somewhat reserved, nodding weakly with her head hanging down. Then let me make some more breakfast. She sneaked a glance at Conway and the others, then turned to go back into the kitchen to continue preparing food. At this, the 3 old bees were not shy, sitting down at the table in unison. Oh no, how could we trouble you, Julianne? Could you fry me 2-sided eggs, please? Julianne, I want some too. Alexei gave a cold snort. Daydreaming, huh? Saying this, he directly threw a red envelope in the group chat, sending the 3 to the cafeteria to take care of their own breakfast. Chapter 208 Growth of a Towering Giant Tree. After taking leave from his advisor, Jarrett also rushed to the school, then swung by the company before heading straight for the destination. Jarrett, who accompanied him, had been very nervous the whole time. After all, this time he would be accompanying Alexei throughout, and the latter was a top official from the network cultural industry department. He thought that no matter how big a boss one was, there would still be some nervousness when facing officials from government agencies. What he hadn't expected was that Alexei seemed as if he were at home. In the office, Alexei spoke confidently in response to the official questions posed by several senior leaders. He was very clear that in front of these leaders, he did not need to flatter or use sweet talk. This conversation was about informing them about the company's and product concepts, as well as the future business model and prospects of the company. Further, what impact the company and its products would have in the future, and how he planned to shape the product into a certain model. Firstly, I hope everyone can understand that the future will be the era of new media. The rise of short videos and live streaming is an inevitable trend. Dreamshin Technology aims to create a video social platform where everyone can participate and document their lives. In the future, we will also expand into the live streaming domain, combining traditional sales industries with short videos to create a brand new online sales model and complete industrial chain. In today's age, we hope to inspire people's love for life. They can reminisce about the old days, chase after new things. We hope that while people are recording their lives, they genuinely share and discover the beauty of local scenery, cultural concepts, social ecology. We want to spread all the beautiful aspects of our homeland via video or live stream across the country, eventually impacting the world. Imagine if the grand mountains and rivers, ancient cultures, and inherited skills were all recorded and spread through videos. People could know everything and see all this beauty without stepping out of their homes. When Alexei finished his last word, it was dead silent in the office. Jarrett beside him was like a wooden chicken, his mouth opened so wide it could almost fit his own fist. The few leaders opposite also applauded unanimously after a brief silence. Without a doubt, they were moved by Alexei. Before them unfolded a magnificent blueprint. Alexei made them realize that Dreamshin Technology was not merely pursuing profits but truly aimed to create social value. Perhaps this young man would bring unprecedented changes to society. The applause in the office did not cease. By the time they left, Jarrett felt his legs were numb. It should be known that those few leaders opposite just now could decide the fate of any network cultural industry company with a single word. He barely dared to breathe loudly on the desk. Boss, I think it's really a pity you're not doing multi-level marketing. Alexei, can I consider this a compliment? Jarrett, of course. Your eloquence, I am truly convinced. Alexei, yeah, well said. Don't say it again next time. Jarrett smiled awkwardly and hurriedly walked ahead to open the car door. Not until the engine started did Alexei finally let out a long breath. To say that he wasn't at all nervous just now was impossible. But thinking back on the trip, there really was an unexpected gain. Originally, he only wanted to deal with these leaders, but unexpectedly, they actively proposed policies to support Dreamshin Technology in establishing a network cultural industry park. After this conversation, Dreamshin Technology received all necessary approvals within just 1 week after submitting all the required documents. If Alexei had previously worried about rapid growth drawing too much attention, making him hesitant to develop the Seek Dream app and Dreamshin Technology too quickly, now that concern no longer existed. While Dreamshin Technology would indeed become a focus, in some respects, this newly planted giant tree could freely root and grow. Of course, before then, Alexei still needed to make adequate preparations. As of now, the registered users of the Seek Dream app had exceeded 10 million. With such a huge number of users, the amount of content needing review every day was enormous. To ensure video quality and review efficiency, Alexei specifically allocated funds to establish a subsidiary dedicated to reviewing all video works, also setting a series of review standards for different situations. That day, Alexei convened all the senior management of the company and creators with over 1 million followers for a meeting that lasted 3 hours. Since cooperating with IG Club and acquiring the Longmao platform, the live streaming section of the Seek Dream app has also been flourishing. Especially with IG's still warm S8 Global Championship trophy, the resulting traffic was indeed massive. Due to the chain reaction of these connections, more and more influencers benefited from this surge in traffic. As a result, more and more advertisers and brand parties vied for partnerships. Approaching the end of 2018, more e-commerce platforms and short video platforms began entering the market, making online live streaming and short video sales increasingly common. Although Seek Dream didn't have a head start, it excelled due to its massive user base and support from relevant authorities. At the meeting, Alexei also laid out the subsequent development direction. In addition to normal collaborations with brands and manufacturers, efforts were made to establish Dreamshin Technology's own industry chain, achieving self-production and self-sales. Moreover, detailed content plans were set for short videos, esports regulations, and even pilot releases of short dramas. Suddenly having so much work on his plate, Alexei couldn't help but feel overwhelmed. Although he had been continuously hiring more people, whenever encountering various miscellaneous tasks, Alexei would inevitably think of Diana. The tail end of November, Jiangzhou officially entered winter. Though snowfall is uncommon in southern winters, the bone-chilling cold that penetrates through clothes still gave many northerners a hard time. Jiangda, North Campus. Around the independent residence hall, the once emerald leaves of the surrounding woods started turning yellow. Cold winds swept by, making dry leaves rustle and fall one by one. Achoo! In the living room of the residence hall, Hideo was wrapped in a blanket, his hair still wet. Alexei beside him couldn't help but chuckle, finding amusement in the situation. What the hell are you laughing at? I'm just curious how you managed to fall into a pool while walking. Because it was weekend today, Hideo said he wanted to visit him at school and insisted on seeing what his private dormitory looked like. But 10 minutes ago, he heard someone shouting someone fell in the water. When he went outside, he saw Hideo flailing in the fountain pool. Chapter 209. Can you make it, Shigo? The reason he fell into the water was simple. Hideo had been admiring a beautiful girl on the road who wore a coat on her upper body but only a pair of black stockings below. He wasn't paying attention and tripped, falling into the pool. Soon after, Julianne came forward with a bowl of ginger soup. Classmate Hideo, have some ginger soup, or you'll catch a cold. Thank you. Hideo took it, his eyes lingering on Julianne for a moment longer. When he first saw Julianne in the living room, he didn't recognize her at all, thinking Alexei had just gotten a new girlfriend. It wasn't his fault. Julianne had changed too much. She no longer wore those old, unfashionable clothes, and her once signature thick fringe was gone. This change was thanks to Alexei, who had insisted she get a haircut not long ago. Now, Julianne had started trying braids, revealing her delicate features. Julianne, you've changed so much I couldn't recognize you at first. You look so much prettier now. Blushing slightly from Hideo's compliment, Julianne glanced at Alexei shyly, her dark eyes filled with both shyness and happiness. Hideo wasn't the first person to say this. Even her roommates had mentioned how much she had changed, almost to the point of being unrecognizable. Noticing her glance, Hideo's eyes darted back and forth between her and Alexei. Hideo knew about Alexei and Julianne's relationship. Back when they were in senior high school, Alexei had told Hideo directly that he liked Julianne. So, what's going on between you two? Are you dating? Hideo's question made Julianne blush deeply, stuttering and unable to answer. To be honest, even Julianne herself was confused about her relationship with Alexei. After their night tour of Westlake, their relationship had become somewhat ambiguous. She lacked experience in matters of love and didn't know how to handle this relationship. What she did know was that she enjoyed her current life. Seeing her discomfort, Alexei quickly came to her rescue. Just drink your ginger soup. Why are you being so nosy? He then gave Julianne a meaningful look, prompting her to turn and retreat to the kitchen. Holding his nose, Hideo gulped down the ginger soup before smacking his lips. Xiao Timothy, tell me, what's really going on between you two? Are you together now? Alexei couldn't help but tease. You guess? F***K. Must you keep people in suspense? Tell me. Seeing his friend's eagerness, Alexei looked towards the busy figure in the kitchen, his eyes filled with affection. Maybe, it counts. Maybe, counts? Fishrow, either it is or it isn't. What does maybe mean? At this point, Hideo paused, glancing toward the kitchen before lowering his voice. Aren't you living together now? Xiao Timothy, come clean. Have you too, Hideo wiggled his eyebrows wildly as he spoke. What do you mean? Alexei was still processing the insinuation. Damn, don't act so innocent with me. You know what I mean. Seeing Hideo's frantic eyebrow waggling, Alexei instantly understood. Glaring at him, he retorted, can't you think of anything else besides that? Hideo sized up Alexei with small eyes, his gaze finally drifting downward. Following his line of sight, Alexei instinctively squeezed his legs together. You perv, where are you looking? Haha, I'm just saying, Xiao Timothy, you can't possibly not be able to, right? I remember you weren't lacking in that department. Remembering something, he grinned. I get it. Then he shook his head and sighed to himself. Sigh, all show and no substance. Maybe Lorenzo should give you a hand. My roommate found a special formula the other day. It's powerful stuff, transforming someone from Shigo to Kyujuru. Seeing Hideo questioning his abilities, Alexei patted his shoulder. Why don't you try it? Fuck, I'm straight. As they laughed and joked, Julian had already prepared a table full of dishes. At the dinner table, Hideo buried himself in eating, freely offering praise. Great job, Julianne. Your cooking skills are amazing. This braised pork rivals my mom's. This shredded potato is great too, my favorite. Damn, I've been eating in the school canteen every day. My mouth is almost tasteless. Why do you get to have a girl cook for you every day? That's not fair. Usually at the dinner table, Alexei would talk and Julianne would listen, making the atmosphere somewhat quiet. But now with Hideo, who was full of life, chatting nonstop and occasionally teasing Julianne or exchanging witty remarks with Alexei, the atmosphere was quite cheerful. And though Julianne didn't speak much throughout, there was always a faint smile on her lips. She enjoyed this kind of atmosphere. Even if she didn't have the courage to join in, just being nearby made her heart happy. After the meal, little Magnus had to continue with her part-time job. The hand-pulled noodle shop where she had been working before was transferred due to the old lady's health issues. Alexei figured that since Xiao Magnus still needed to find a part-time job, he might as well spend money and buy a snack and dessert shop near the school, naming it Brainwife. Coincidentally, during this period, the company's industry chain was being intensively prepared. Common e-commerce products like clothing, snacks, and daily necessities were selling very well. With his foresight into the future market, Alexei invested heavily to start creating the Mingchen technology brand across various fields, truly achieving self-production and sales. And Brainwife was a brand he suddenly wanted to create, mainly selling all kinds of sweet snacks. Although their relationship no longer needed to be hidden, he still chose to withhold some information, only telling her that it was a store opened by a friend of his. After saying goodbye to Hideo, Julian planned to leave. I'll send you, Alexei said. Hearing this, Julian shook her head, waving her small fist. I can do it myself. Classmate Hideo came especially to see you, so please spend more time with him. Chapter 210. You can't handle her. In the living room, looking at little Magnus waving her small fists, who was especially cute, Alexei felt his heart melt. He couldn't help but reach up and rub her head. Unlike the dry and frizzy hair quality from before, he had been supervising little Magnus' hair care routine these past few months, using only well-known brands of shampoo. After such long-term care, her hair had become much softer and smoother. Be careful on your way, Alexei reminded her, and at this moment, little Magnus' face turned rosy. It wasn't because of Alexei's affectionate gesture, but because Hideo, this outsider, was still there. Got it, she quickly responded, tucking her head under her scarf and turned to leave the villa. Alexei didn't take his eyes off her until she gradually disappeared from view, then reluctantly turned away. Just as he turned around, he saw Hideo's big face right in front of him, sniffing like a dog. What are you sniffing? Alexei said helplessly. Ah, the sour smell of love. Jealous? Alexei asked with a smile. Hearing this, Hideo's old face flushed red immediately, getting flustered. Bullshit. How could I be jealous of you? I've got plenty of girls at school too. Oh. Alexei raised an eyebrow teasingly. He knew Hideo too well. Sure enough. After just 1 second of putting on a tough front, Hideo deflated and looked dispirited. Ah, why do all of you have girls, Sob? I want sweet love too. Don't worry, it will come. I have a feeling your good luck and love is just around the corner. Alexei's words instantly lifted Hideo's spirits. He looked up at Alexei with hopeful eyes. Really? Where's my good luck? Xiao Timothy. The girls at our school are really great. The girl I saw outside just now is perfect. This day, with my favorite black stockings. Could you find out more about her for me? Brother, do you know how many students we have? Where should I start looking for people for you? Alexei replied. Hideo, agitated, spewed saliva everywhere as he spoke. Damn it. Are you even my brother? No matter what, you have to find out who that girl is for me. Tiske, you wouldn't believe how attractive she was. Her figure was simply amazing, especially those legs. Just a glance nearly killed me. And that fiery red wavy hair. She's definitely a mature woman type. Hearing this, Alexei's expression suddenly became strange. Long legs? Black stockings? Fiery red wavy hair? Yeah, seriously, I've never seen anyone so top-notch. If I hadn't been so distracted by her legs, I wouldn't have fallen into the water just now. Seeing Hideo's enthusiastic demeanor, Alexei gave him a helpless look. Didn't you say you tripped accidentally? Cough, don't change the subject. Seriously, my lifelong happiness depends on you. Xiao Timothy. Forget it, that girl isn't suitable for you. Alexei cut off Hideo's thoughts ruthlessly. With those long legs, wine-red wavy hair, and mature charm, besides Alali, he couldn't think of anyone else. Moreover, a few days ago, Alali somehow found out where he lived and would occasionally come over, intentionally creating accidental encounters with him. He guessed Hideo had coincidentally met Alali just now. Given Alali's allure, it was normal for Hideo to be captivated. While Hideo was lost in his imagination, he wasn't happy when he heard Alexei's words. Damn it, why isn't she suitable? Hey wait, do you know that girl? Yeah. Seeing Alexei nod, Hideo grinned from ear to ear. Xiao Timothy, no, Godfather. Introduce me, please. Biny, I'm not joking. She really isn't suitable for you. You can't handle her. Despite his earnest persuasion, Hideo didn't listen and kept demanding Alexei give him Alali's contact information. But upon hearing that Alali had been pursuing Alexei, Hideo suddenly lost interest. Alexei thought, considering Hideo's personality, he might struggle with loneliness during college and needed someone to keep an eye on him. Xiao Timothy, you promised to introduce me to a girl. Don't stand me up. Don't worry, wait patiently. I'll keep an eye out for you. There was one thing Alexei had always been concerned about. His interference had already altered Hideo's future life trajectory. In his previous life, Hideo's wife was named Timothy Xiaowei, whom he had met a few times. He always believed Hideo marrying a wife like Timothy Xiaowei was immense good fortune. Even when Hideo was cornered by gambling debts after marriage, Timothy Xiaowei never left his side and eventually willingly accompanied him to Africa to work and repay the debts. In this life, he would not let Hideo stray onto the wrong path as he did in the previous life. But he also didn't want him to miss out on Timothy Xiaowei. With Ellen's example, Alexei would absolutely not allow Hideo to follow in his old footsteps. With his current achievements, Hideo only needed to finish university honestly, and then Alexei would give him a hand. Whether Hideo wanted to join Ming Chun or start his own business, Alexei would support him wholeheartedly. By then, countless women would flock to cling to Hideo, and given Hideo's personality, he would inevitably encounter someone like Ellen. Alexei thought that he should find an appropriate opportunity to let Hideo meet Timothy Xiaowei early. Fortunately, during their idle chats, he had learned about how they met originally. For now, all he could do was help Hideo seize this opportunity earlier. Whether it would work out depended on Hideo himself. Hey Xiao Timothy, I heard your school is going to have a masquerade ball soon? Hideo suddenly said. A masquerade ball? Never heard of it. Where did you hear that? Alexei replied. Lately, he had been busy with company affairs and didn't know much about what was happening at school. Hideo smacked his lips. You didn't know? Recently, Ellen and Ridge, the so-called most sincere man of Jiangzhou, have been hyping up their CP, and it's getting quite popular. Alexei's reaction was rather calm. And then? Seeing Alexei's indifferent reaction, Hideo continued, I heard from my dorm mate. A few days ago, during one of Ridge's live streams, he connected with Ellen. They played it up with some anime vibes, and Ellen mentioned the masquerade ball. The viewers started urging Ridge to confess, and surprisingly, he agreed, saying he would give her a surprise then. Hearing this, a faint smile flashed across Alexei's eyes. It seemed that the last time Ridge called him, he asked when it would be time to close in. At that time, Alexei was busy with company matters and just told Ridge to handle it as he saw fit. Now it looked like it was time to close in. Chapter 211, Repeated Rejections. After chatting in the living room for a long time, Hideo finally left the school. Xiao Timothy, remember to invite me when your school holds that masquerade ball. There will definitely be many girls, and I must join the fun. Yeah, by the way, send me the WeChat IDs of Eustace, Timothy Youngjun, and a few others. Hearing this, Hideo's expression suddenly turned a bit strange. These people were all his and Alexei's former junior and senior high school classmates, and without exception, they had all pursued Ellen before, making them Alexei's love rivals at that time. Because of pursuing Ellen, Alexei had quite a few conflicts with these people back then. Why do you need their WeChat IDs? Just to catch up? Alexei replied with a smile. I don't believe you for a second. Back in freshman year, if I hadn't stopped you, you almost got into a fight with Eustace and Timothy Youngjun because those two bought breakfast for Ellen. Honestly, you were too petty. Besides, they're all in relationships now and have long lost interest in Ellen. A few days ago, they even complained to me about how Ellen is a bad girl. Alexei didn't explain much but just said with a smile, do I seem like such a childish person? I have other matters to discuss with them, which are very important to me. Seeing Alexei's insistence, Hideo couldn't say much more and immediately sent him the contact information of those people. After seeing Hideo off, Alexei turned around and walked towards the school. Just as he reached the main gate, he happened to encounter Alessandra and Savannah walking hand in hand towards him. If it were earlier, even though Alexei wasn't interested in Alessandra, he would still greet her out of classmate camaraderie. But lately, Alessandra had been joching him so persistently, despite his clear refusals on several occasions. This woman kept clinging to him relentlessly. So this time, he simply ignored her outright. Seeing this, Alessandra's eyes lit up, and she jogged up to him. Alexei, what a coincidence. Alexei only gave her a cold glance. Is there something? Hearing Alexei's cold tone, Alessandra felt a bit bitter inside. Over the past period, she had been very proactive, but Alexei's attitude toward her never changed. Though she didn't understand why, she was unwilling to give up. To create more opportunities to interact with Alexei, she even approached Conway proactively, hoping to learn more about Alexei through him. Especially after finding out that Alexei had an independent dormitory, She dressed up carefully every day and often wandered near the campus courtyard just to create accidental encounters with Alexei. She firmly believed that if she persisted a little longer, Alexei would eventually fall for her, especially with the school's masquerade ball coming up soon. It was said to be organized spontaneously by various student clubs. Though it wasn't as grand as the freshman welcome party during military training, it was still a popular event on campus. At the ball, students could freely choose their dance partners. The reason the masquerade ball was so popular was because it was essentially a large-scale single social gathering. She had prepared a performance and planned to invite Alexei to be her dance partner. She believed she would have a chance to win Alexei over during the ball. Do you know about the masquerade ball? Alessandra asked. Alexei nodded expressionlessly. Upon hearing this, Alessandra smiled and twirled a strand of hair behind her ear, saying, many people have already started picking their dance partners. Though it's not mandatory to attend with a partner, it can be quite awkward to go alone. So, I'd like to invite you to be my dance partner. Since the news of the masquerade ball came out, many students had already started selecting their partners. Given Alessandra's attractiveness, she usually had no shortage of admirers. At this moment, many were lining up to invite her as their dance partner, including seniors from the second and third years, but she rejected each one. From the beginning, she had decided that besides Alexei, no other boy in the school was qualified to be her dance partner. Seeing Alessandra's hopeful gaze, Alexei's eyebrows couldn't help but wrinkle slightly. This had happened too many times. Honestly, he appreciated her decisive approach. However, he also knew that if his rejection wasn't firm enough, it would give her false hope, which wouldn't be fair to her either. Therefore, every time Alessandra made an overture, he would reject her in the most direct way possible. This time was no exception. Sorry, I decline. Hearing this, the smile on Alessandra's lips instantly froze. After a moment, her fists clenched tightly, and she bit her cherry lips hard. She had lost count of how many times she had been rejected by Alexei. Even though she always acted as if it didn't matter after each rejection, still reaching out to him, the cracks in her heart kept growing. Her fists clutched at her sides grew tighter, with her long nails digging deeply into her flesh. But the piercing pain went unnoticed by Alessandra. Seeing her expression, Alexei felt some guilt. After all, she was a girl with outstanding beauty who repeatedly showed goodwill towards him. Yet he rejected her mercilessly every time, which was indeed somewhat too harsh. However, Alexei understood the young boys and girls of this age too well. Just a glimmer of hope would make them fall deeply into something they couldn't extricate themselves from. Alessandra was very excellent and did not lack for admirers. She could easily find someone better than himself. He didn't want her to waste unnecessary time and energy on him. So even if it was a bit too harsh, he must completely sever Alessandra's hopes until she no longer harbored any illusions. After giving Alessandra a glance, he started to leave. But after only a few steps, he saw her stepping forward to block his path. Is there something else? Alexei said indifferently. Alessandra's eyes were slightly red. Though she usually acted like a big sister figure, she was still a teenage girl at heart. How could her heart not hurt after being rejected so many times by someone she liked? Why? Why what? Alexei asked. Alessandra fought back the tears welling up in her beautiful eyes, staring at Alexei stubbornly. Why do you treat me like this? It's already the 13th time. Alexei, no one has ever treated me like this before. Everyone around knows I like you. I've been so proactive. Why won't you give me a chance? Or is it that you want to reject me again and again, humiliate me? Or do you think it's just fun to play with me like this? Chapter 212. What kind of man are you? Alexei never thought that he would be accused of toying with someone's feelings so easily. He pondered over his interactions with Alessandra and felt that nothing had happened between them, and his attitude had been clear from the beginning. Although Alessandra's tear-streaked appearance did evoke some pity, but her somewhat morally coercive words also irked him. Was rejecting her affection tantamount to intentional humiliation? Deliberate mockery? After a speechless glance at Alessandra, Alexei replied coolly, you remember it was the 13th time. From the first time onward, you should have known better and given up. Hearing this, the smile on Alessandra's lips turned more bitter as she looked at Alexei with a heartbroken expression. So, your meaning is that all this was my own doing, right? Looking into Alessandra's reddened eyes, Alexei sighed inwardly. This scene evoked some reflection in him. In his past life, he had been in Alessandra's shoes, similarly facing repeated rejections from Zoe. Thus, he knew well how Alessandra felt now. A moment of pain was better than enduring for a lifetime. He deliberately kept a cold face and nodded, replying, if you must think that way, then it's not impossible. Upon hearing this, Alessandra visibly paled, her body trembling weakly, stumbling back 2 steps. Yes, it was all my fault. Alessandra had never experienced such treatment before. All her life, wherever she went, she was the center of attention, and she had never been so proactive with a boy. Even after being rejected 12 times by Alexei, she hadn't given up. But this time, Alexei's words shattered her pride and confidence. Yet soon, an unwillingness rose within her, clenching her teeth tightly. Despite having been rejected 13 times, with the same answers each time, she just couldn't let go. Why? Am I not pretty enough? No, you are very pretty. Then is it my figure? Both in terms of looks and figure, you excel. Among the girls I've seen, few can compare to you. Alexei answered truthfully. Judging by appearance alone, whether in looks or figure, Alessandra ranked exceptionally high among the girls he had met, comparable even to Zoe. He guessed Diana might be slightly better than Alessandra. Of course, he believed that when little Magnus truly transformed, neither Diana nor Alessandra would measure up to her. Realizing something, Alessandra took a deep breath and stared directly at Alexei. Then, because of Julianne, right? Adium. Seeing Alexei nod without hesitation, Alessandra clenched her fists tighter. Previously, she always thought Alexei and Julianne only shared classmate-like affection, which gave her hope, and she never imagined losing to Julianne. But now, Alexei's attitude made her realize that she might have been wrong from the start. How am I inferior to her? I never said you were, Alexei replied. Alessandra grew even more frustrated, continuing, then why won't you give me a chance? You may not be inferior to her, but you're not her. Alexei's casual statement struck Alessandra like lightning. She wasn't inferior to Julianne, but wasn't Julianne. Such a reason left Alessandra feeling almost absurd. Alexei, please give me a decent reason. I just don't understand. In what way do I fall short of Julianne? Even better than her. What exactly do you see in her? A girl like her is just a plain, unnoticed presence. She doesn't deserve you. Seeing her getting worked up, Alexei frowned slightly, his tone becoming heavier. I've said it. No matter how good you are, you're not her. To me, no matter how perfect you are, you still can't match 1/10,000th of her. Alexei's rather unyielding stance nearly pushed Alessandra to the brink of breaking down, her trembling body looking at Alexei with red-rimmed eyes. Even Savannah standing beside her could no longer bear it, hurriedly supporting the teetering Alessandra. Seeing her pale face, Savannah couldn't help but glare at Alexei. Hey, Alexei, aren't you going too far? No matter what, Xiaoyo is still a girl. Can't you speak more tactfully? Why hurt her on purpose? I'm merely stating the facts. And Alessandra, I hope in the future you refrain from speaking ill of Magnus. Also, best not to scheme against her, or else, don't blame me for not being polite. She had merely spoken the truth casually, never expecting Alexei to defend Julian so strongly. This made Alessandra laugh even more bitterly, her body swaying unsteadily once again. Seeing this, Savannah felt quite indignant. Alexei, you've gone too far. What do you take Xiaoyo for? On what grounds do you think Xiaoyo would bully Julianne? Yin, let's go back. Alessandra wiped away her tears and resumed her usual cold demeanor. No way. Why should Xiaoyo suffer such wage? You even stood up for Julian that time. On what grounds does he misunderstand you like this? Hearing this, Alexei raised an eyebrow. Standing up for Magnus? What do you mean? Savannah glared at Alexei angrily and replied, you say you love Julianne, but when she was bullied by Ellen, why didn't you protect her? Now you're bullying Xiaoyo in front of everyone. What kind of man are you? Make it clear. What exactly do you mean? Alexei asked. Yin, enough. I'm tired. Let's go back. Alessandra pulled Savannah, trying to leave. But Savannah withdrew her hand indignantly and said, no way. I will speak out. Then she turned to Alexei and recounted how they had encountered Julianne and Ellen at the hand-pulled noodle shop, including how Ellen and others had bullied Julianne, and how Alessandra had stood up for Julianne at the last moment. After recounting the incident, Savannah snorted and said, Xiaoyo protected the person you love, but you didn't go after Ellen. Instead, you're bullying Xiaoyo here. Alexei, I really look down on you. She then turned to Alessandra and continued, Xiaoyo, someone like him isn't worth your liking. Upon learning the details, Alexei felt inexplicably furious. Julian had never mentioned this incident to him. Chapter 213 Do not toy with her feelings. In his memory, Alexei recalled an occasion a few months ago when he picked Julian up after work and noticed several new wounds on her hand. Moreover, Julianne seemed off that day. After that day, he observed that Julianne would always take the initiative to greet Alalie and Savannah whenever she encountered them. At the time, he was puzzled. Normally a girl who liked to stay in the background, why would she suddenly take the initiative to greet others? Now it seems that it was because Alalie had helped her once before. Thinking about what he had said just now, Alexei couldn't help but feel some regret. He held back his anger and looked at Alalie, his tone becoming much gentler. Sorry, I apologize for what I said earlier. Upon hearing this, Alalie only gave Alexei a cold look. There's no need. I simply don't like Ellen. Helping Julianne was entirely for Yin Yan's sake, and I have no particular fondness for Julianne either. Hearing her speak so frankly, Alexei was taken aback. But regardless of what happened, Alalie had indeed helped Julianne. And if not for today's incident, he might have remained completely in the dark. It was quite possible that such incidents could happen again, and knowing Julianne's personality, she definitely wouldn't tell him. Regardless, I must thank you. Alalie stared at Alexei coldly, but there was a hint of complexity in her eyes. After a moment, she closed her beautiful eyes and took a deep breath. Don't worry, I won't cling to you anymore. But I won't retract what I said earlier. Julianne's personality will inevitably lead to a bad outcome for both of you. With that, her tone paused slightly before she continued. Now it appears that the one you've always liked isn't Ellen but Julianne. Your lack of response to those online rumors was probably to protect her, right? When Alexei and Ellen incident was trending online, Alalie was baffled why Alexei, who didn't seem to like Ellen, would deliberately create the illusion of still being interested in her. Now it seems that this was likely his way of protecting Julianne. Alexei chuckled lightly in response. Yes, but not entirely. Yes, but not entirely? This confusing answer left Alalie bewildered. But then she sighed softly. I always thought Ellen was my biggest rival, never imagining that I would end up losing to Julianne. Forget it. Compared to that overly dramatic Ellen, Julianne isn't as annoying. With that, she turned to leave. However, after taking a few steps, she suddenly stopped and turned back to look at Alexei. Do you think Julianne knows about your situation with Ellen? I'll tell her, Alexei replied. Alali rolled her eyes. You men really don't understand women's hearts. You should know Julianne's personality. How much pressure do you think she feels being with you? Even if you're trying to protect her, you should at least consider how she'd feel if she found out that while you kept saying you love her, you were still entangled with Ellen. Then, seemingly thinking of something else, she shook her head and laughed. But given Julianne's character, no matter how unhappy she is inside, she probably won't say anything. Being with someone as outstanding as you, I can't decide whether to call her lucky or pitiful. With that, she turned and walked away. Before leaving, Savannah also left a parting word for Alexei. Alexei, Julianne is a good girl. I hope you're not toying with her feelings. Try not to hide things from her. Although I'm not very familiar with Julianne, it's clear that she is gentle on the outside but strong on the inside. Watching Alali and Savannah's figures gradually disappear into the distance, Alexei was still mulling over their words. In handling the situation with Ellen, he apparently had never considered Xiao Magnus' feelings. As Alali pointed out earlier, he chose not to clarify the interview video and subsequent online discussions. Though these were all part of his plan, in a way, he did want to protect Julianne. He originally believed he had nothing to hide regarding Ellen, and thus subconsciously neglected Xiao Magnus' feelings. Ultimately, even though he had lived 2 lives, his experience in matters of romance was still too limited. With the advantage of being reborn, he had gradually climbed to the top of the pyramid and became increasingly powerful. Yet, the strong always instinctively protect the weak. Although he would never admit it, now upon careful reflection, he realized he did tend to treat Xiao Magnus this way. To protect her, he chose to keep things hidden. How would she feel if she knew that while you were loudly declaring your love for her, you were still entangled with Ellen? Alali's parting words lingered in his ears, and Alexei unconsciously clenched his fists at his sides. After taking a deep breath, he slowly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, there was only coldness in his eyes. Taking out his phone, he dialed a number. Hello, this is Alexei. Boss, I was just about to call you. Meet me at the company in half an hour. It's time to close the net. With those words, Alexei hung up the phone. This time, including old grievances and new offenses, he was going to give Ellen a lesson she would never forget. Brainwife Boss, located not far from the school in a bustling commercial district. Despite only opening recently, it had been thriving under the Dreamshin Tech brand name. Apart from the brand effect, there was another reason. Many internet celebrities and influencers from the Dreamseeker app often came here to promote themselves. With the influencer effect, students from nearby universities and young people flocked here. Today, Brainwife Boss was even more crowded, with people spilling out onto the street. The reason was that Dreamseeker's contracted influencer, known as Jiangzhou's most romantic, Ridge, was live streaming here today. And this live stream also invited Ellen, who had been very close to him recently, as a guest. Alright everyone, that's all for today. Don't forget to come to the masked ball at Jiang University when the time comes. After finishing the stream, Ridge hurriedly chatted with his assistant. Christopher brother, do you have time later? Do you remember the outfit I showed you last time? I plan to wear it to the masked ball. Can you come with me to take another look? Tomorrow, I need to go back to the company. My boss has some urgent matters for me, Ridge said. Hearing this, Ellen pouted slightly in annoyance. What boss? That's too heartless. You have so many fans. How can this boss still exploit you like that? Sigh, to ordinary people, I might be the pinnacle, but to my boss, I'm just a little nobody. Seeing how highly Ridge regarded that mysterious boss, Ellen couldn't help but open her mouth wide in surprise. Although she came from a good family, she still didn't quite understand the title of chairman of Dreamshin Tech. He, really that powerful? Of course, otherwise how could he be my boss? If you get the chance, I'll introduce you to him. You might be quite surprised. Ellen felt it might just be her imagination, but she thought Ridge's smile at that moment was somewhat peculiar. Chapter 2:14 The Bullet of Fate. After Ridge left, quite a few customers also left the store. Ellen Yuan figured since she was already there, she might as well buy some snacks and pastries to take back. Meanwhile, outside the door, a taxi stopped. A young couple got out of the car, who appeared to be Raven and Leonardo. Ever since he knew that Ellen Yuan was getting close with Ridge, Leonardo almost always watched Ridge's live streams. Today, after seeing Ellen Yuan chatting flirtatiously with Ridge in the live stream, he felt somewhat restless. In the past, he had to be on his guard against Alexei all the time. Now it seemed another person had emerged, Ridge. However, after the last Sonda Club gathering, Leonardo realized that Ellen Yuan completely ignored him now. Back then, she would occasionally reply to him, but now, not even a punctuation mark came from her side. Thus, he immediately found Raven and successfully persuaded her to come along with him by giving her 3 big red envelopes. Judge, you must say a good word for me, Tenwanyuan. Upon hearing this, Raven waved her hand impatiently. Today she originally had other plans. If it weren't for those red envelopes, she wouldn't have accompanied Leonardo. I know, don't get so fussy, but I'll only help you say a few words, nothing more. Yes, okay. Let's go inside quickly. Hopefully, Nwanyuan hasn't left yet. Back in the shop, because it was almost time for elective classes, the store wasn't very crowded at the moment. Ellen Yuan and Darlene were browsing through the shelves. As they passed the staff wall, the observant Darlene spotted a photo at one corner of her mouth. Idea? Isn't that? What's her name again? All right, Julianne. Why is she working here again? Upon hearing this, Ellen Yuan paused slightly and looked up. On the staff wall, photos of all employees were posted. Julianne's photo was at the bottom corner. Seeing this, Ellen Yuan curled her lips. TSK, a poor destiny indeed. Just then, a delighted voice came from behind. Nguyen Yuan. Turning around, Ellen Yuan saw Leonardo and Raven walking towards her with smiles. Noticing this, Ellen Yuan raised an eyebrow and gave a cold snort upon seeing Leonardo. Why are you two here? Raven stepped forward smilingly, affectionately grabbing onto Ellen Yuan's arm. Nguyen Yuan, we haven't seen you in almost half a month. We missed you. We happened to see you in Ridge's live stream just now, so we decided to drop by. Before she could finish, Raven felt Leonardo urgently trying to catch her eye. Getting the hint, Raven's eyes twinkled. After all, she owed something to Leonardo. She cleared her throat and spoke. We were having a dinner party with our department. Knowing I wanted to visit you, Leonardo decided to come along too. He said he hadn't seen you in a long time. After speaking, she glanced at Leonardo subtly. He got the message and hurriedly took out a beautifully packaged box. Right, Nguyen Yuan, this is for you. Before Ellen Yuan could react, Raven grabbed the box and opened it, pretending to be surprised. Wow, it's the Naiad Timethyl Black bottle. Nguyen Yuan, wasn't this the one you mentioned you liked? Though Raven's acting was somewhat exaggerated, it was clear she was earnestly helping Leonardo. The last time I casually mentioned it to Leonardo, I didn't think he actually remembered. Leonardo, you're too good to Nguyen Yuan. Leonardo scratched his head and laughed, looking at Ellen Yuan with passionate eyes. As long as Nguyen Yuan likes it. Recently, Ellen Yuan had received numerous red envelopes from Ridge, along with bags and cosmetics. To be honest, she really didn't need these things anymore. But when she noticed some students casting envious glances, she hesitated for a moment before reaching out. All right, I'll take it. If there's nothing else, you and Jia should go back. I need to return to school. Seeing Ellen Yuan about to leave, Leonardo rushed forward and said, Wait, Nguyen, is there anything else? There was some impatience in Ellen Yuan's voice. If it were before, perhaps she might have wanted to string Leonardo along. But now with too many people chasing after her, she already had enough fish in her pond. She definitely didn't need Leonardo. What about? Nguyen Yuan, what exactly is your relationship with Ridge? Leonardo's words immediately caused Ellen's face to darken. She coldly sniffed and looked at Leonardo, replying, What does it have to do with you? Adley, I didn't mean anything by it. I was just worried about you. That Ridge isn't a good guy. He's just a womanizer. One of my seniors did part-time work in his husband union before. Ridge has a very messy private life. You mustn't be deceived by him. Leonardo's tone was somewhat agitated. He kept ranting about Ridge's bad side in front of Ellen, almost degrading Ridge to nothing in his words. However, he failed to notice that Ellen's expression was getting worse. Shut up. It's none of your business what happens between me and elder brother Christopher. Adley, I'm serious. That Ridge definitely doesn't have good intentions. Why can't you understand? Neither Alexei nor Ridge truly likes you. Only I genuinely like you. Please, give me a chance, okay? At this moment, Leonardo felt an immense sense of crisis. He had invested too much in pursuing Ellen and would not allow any other man to get close to her. Perhaps because she was too familiar with Leonardo, or perhaps she saw the shadow of the old Alexei in Leonardo. In short, Ellen didn't intend to maintain her usual persona in front of Leonardo. Her face was full of disdain. Please look in the mirror, okay? Leonardo, we've known each other for so many years. Do you think you match up to me? I don't even fancy Alexei. Do you think I'd fancy you? Her words instantly turned Leonardo's face ashen. Back when he hadn't yet fallen out with Alexei in high school, he had despised Alexei's tango behavior. But the bullet he had fired years ago struck him right between the eyes at this moment. Now, he had unknowingly walked down the same path as Alexei once did. Pursuing Ellen had unconsciously become an obsession in his heart. Adley, Leonardo's eyes were red, harboring a hidden madness deep within. Before he could say more, Ellen shook her ponytail, called out to Darlene beside her, and strode towards the door, completely ignoring Leonardo. Just as she reached the door, Ellen didn't notice someone walking in from outside and bumped into them. Chapter 215. Is this still Julianne? Ellen let out a soft cry, her body staggering as she nearly fell over. Thankfully, Darlene steadied her from the side. Hey, watch where you're going. Darlene retorted angrily, then hurried to support Ellen. Adley, are you all right? Upon hearing this, Ellen pushed away Darlene, about to lash out. However, when she saw the figure before her, she froze for a moment. A slender girl was sitting on the ground, none other than Julianne. She hurriedly got up, ignoring the fallen cardboard box. Upon recognizing Ellen, she was momentarily stunned before hastily apologizing. I'm sorry, classmate Ellen. Are you all right? Initially, her job was just an ordinary salesperson at the store. Later, the store manager reassigned her, claiming they were considering her health and assigning her lighter tasks. Whenever the store needed to purchase items externally, she would accompany them, making lists and handling tasks that required more thinking than physical effort. Today, after returning from external purchases with large boxes obstructing her view, she hadn't noticed Ellen. Though she had been the one hit, she still felt embarrassed, blaming herself for being careless. How is it you? This country bumpkin again? Darlene also recognized Julianne and immediately showed disdain. Leonardo and Raven, who witnessed the incident, hurried forward. First, they checked on Ellen's condition, then turned to look at Julianne. Seeing Julianne, Leonardo felt uneasy. He had no grudge against Julianne, but every time he saw her, he inexplicably thought of Alexei. At the last Sonda Club event, Alexei had beaten him up, forcing him to take a week off to recover. Even though he bore no ill will towards Julianne, anyone related to Alexei made him uncomfortable. Julianne, are you blind? Addy up and apologized to Adley. I already apologized, Julianne replied. Seizing this rare opportunity to impress Ellen, Leonardo couldn't easily let it go. What? You hit Adley, and just saying sorry makes everything fine? In the past, Julianne might have humbled herself to apologize without prompting, begging for forgiveness. But now, she had grown. Previously, she always felt alone, dependent on no one, and tried not to offend anyone. Recently, Alexei had taught her many things. After hesitating for a moment, she gathered her courage, looked up at Leonardo, shook her head, and spoke in a voice small yet unusually firm. I've already apologized, and it was actually classmate Ellen who bumped into me first. It wasn't intentional on either side. Leonardo was taken aback. He stared incredulously at Julianne, wondering if this was the same girl who never fought back. In his memory, Julianne was always timid and submissive. Why had she suddenly become so assertive? Why did these unexpected events always happen when he wanted to stand out in front of Ellen? Just as he was about to erupt, Ellen suddenly spoke up. Hey, where did you get that outfit? Since Julianne was out on procurement duties, she wasn't wearing her uniform but rather clothes Alexei bought for her. The very same piece Ellen had missed out on that day in the store. Surprised by Ellen's sudden question, Julianne paused and instinctively replied, it was given to me by someone else. Finally snapping out of her stupor, Darlene exclaimed, Adley, isn't this the one you? Shut up, don't speak. Ellen glared fiercely at Darlene. Then she turned to scrutinize Julianne. Only now did she notice how much Julianne had changed. Her skin had become much fairer, and her hair had become black and smooth. She hadn't realized Julianne's appearance could rival her own. For some reason, an inexplicable discomfort arose within her. Who bought this for you? Ellen asked irritably. It's Timothy. Julianne almost blurted out Alexei's name, but caught herself mid-sentence. She bent down to pick up the box, then turned to Ellen. Sorry, classmate Ellen, I need to continue working. Without waiting for a response, she tried to walk past Ellen. The dramatic change in Julianne left Ellen momentarily speechless. In her memory, Julianne was always a country bumpkin, someone who would only hang her head and repeatedly say, I'm sorry, and cry at the slightest provocation. It had been only so long since they last met. How could she have changed so much in such a short time? And this feeling made her inexplicably familiar. Strangely, she saw a shadow of Alexei and Julianne. The scene was too similar. Back then, Alexei seemed to have changed overnight, just like the current Julianne. Clearly, this stirred up some unpleasant memories. Julianne, stop right there. Ellen was almost driven mad with anger, completely forgetting about the students around them who were watching. Seeing Ellen blocking her way, Julianne asked curiously, is there something else, classmate Ellen? You. How can you just let it go after hitting me? But I have already apologized, Julianne replied. Looking at the innocent-looking Julianne, Ellen felt helpless, as if her anger was punching into cotton. Watching Julianne turn and start working on the shelves, Ellen gritted her teeth in frustration. Just then, Raven nudged Leonardo beside her, whispering, You fool, what are you standing there for? This is your chance to show off. Realizing this, Leonardo's eyes lit up with joy as he hurriedly jogged to Ellen's side. Adley, what's wrong? Did Julianne offend you? Ellen took a deep breath, turned around, and stared straight at Leonardo. Didn't you just say that you truly love me? Yeah, of course. Adley, my feelings for you are absolutely... Before Leonardo could finish declaring his love, Ellen waved her hand impatiently and pointed coldly at Julianne by the shelf near the entrance. Prove it to me now. If you can make me satisfied, I'll give you a chance to pursue me. All right, whatever you say, Adley. Leonardo clenched his fists excitedly. Ellen's eyes flashed with cunning as she whispered a few words into Leonardo's ear. Seeing no reaction from Leonardo, Ellen frowned slightly and said, Hey, didn't you say you love me? You're not willing to do even this for me? No, yes. I'm definitely willing. Chapter 216 Deliberate Harassment. In front of the shelves at the store entrance, Julianne was earnestly recording the daily list. She half-squatted, comparing the box numbers on the cartons. Bang! Suddenly, someone viciously kicked a carton from the side, sending it flying. Startled by this unexpected incident, she hurriedly stood up. Turning around, she saw Leonardo standing behind her with an imposing manner. The commotion also attracted the attention of many other customers in the store. The other employees, mostly young or part-time students, did not dare to approach. Usually, the store manager wasn't often in the store, only occasionally coming to inspect. The only middle-aged woman in the store bravely stepped forward. Please don't act rashly. If there's anything, we can sit down and talk. Leonardo shot a glance at her while placing his hand on his waist. Get lost, it's none of your business. Seeing Leonardo's unreasonable behavior, the employee felt helpless, first messaging the manager and then turning to look at Julianne to inquire about the situation. Upon learning what happened just now, the employee continued to mediate. Classmate, Julianne has already apologized for what happened earlier. If you're still unsatisfied, please suggest another way to resolve this, and we can discuss it. Please don't cause trouble here. Apology? A casual apology is enough? Leonardo clearly had no intention of letting it go easily. He sized up Julianne and continued, Julianne, given that we were classmates before, I won't make things difficult for you. He then pointed at Ellen, who was standing beside him. You dirted Adley's clothes just now. This matter can't be left like this. Adley, how much does your dress cost? Among the onlookers, many were students from Jiang University, so they naturally knew Ellen. Considering this, Ellen didn't want to ruin her usual image as a goddess. She pretended to be troubled and spoke softly. Forget it, Leonardo. Julianne didn't do it on purpose, and she has already apologized to me. Don't make things difficult for her. Adley, you're too kind-hearted. He then turned his head to look at Julianne, pretending to be angry. Adley is soft-hearted and doesn't want to argue with you, but I can't agree to this. Look at what she wore, the latest model this year, which cost over $7,000. Now it's dirty. Tell me, how are you going to solve this? Seeing Leonardo's intimidating demeanor, Julianne was momentarily at a loss. For some reason, Alexei's figure flashed across her mind at this moment, but she shook her head lightly. She didn't want to always be a burden to Alexei, relying on him to handle everything for her. She was innocent but not stupid. Since high school, this wasn't the first time Leonardo and Ellen had caused her trouble. She could feel that these two people were against her. Though still somewhat scared inside, she tried to overcome her fear, clenching her fists tightly, and spoke in a trembling yet firm voice. No, I've said it's her fault. I can apologize, but this incident isn't mainly my responsibility. Seemingly not expecting Julianne to suddenly become resolute, Leonardo gritted his teeth in anger. He couldn't understand why the usually compliant Julianne had suddenly become so tough. All right, where's your store manager? Damn it, get your store manager out here. Leonardo shouted loudly. Fortunately, after receiving the message from the employee, the store manager hurriedly rushed to the store. If it were any other employee, he might have simply handled the matter casually. However, hearing it was Julianne, he drove over immediately even though he was sleeping at home. Julianne was specifically instructed by the company to receive special care. After arriving at the store, he briefly understood the situation. He even checked the surveillance footage, but due to the crowd and camera angle, it wasn't very clear. At this moment, the store manager wasn't sure how to handle it either. Initially thinking of paying compensation out of his pocket to Ellen, Leonardo was completely uncooperative. It's not right. She should pay for it herself. Julianne didn't have nearly enough money to cover the cost. Facing Leonardo's unreasonable behavior, she was at a loss. At this point, Leonardo smirked and looked Julianne up and down. I know you, a country bumpkin, have no money. How about this? Your clothes seem pretty expensive, apparently a new Chanel design, worth a small 10 grand. Give this to Adley and apologize, and we'll call it even. Hearing this, even the usually good-tempered store manager was unhappy. This classmate, I don't know what you have with Julianne, but please mind your manners. We have already shown our attitude. If you continue to be unreasonable, we can only call the police for handling. F***CK, are you scaring me? Leonardo glared. As the saying goes, softness fears hardness. The store manager, a middle-aged woman in her 40s with some education, encountered Leonardo and it was like a scholar meeting soldiers. Reasons simply wouldn't get through. Meanwhile, Ellen also felt a bit worried seeing this. She had initially just urged Leonardo to make things difficult for Julianne, wanting to embarrass the latter. But upon hearing that the store manager wanted to call the police, she feared the incident would escalate and eventually affect her. So she walked up to Leonardo and whispered, "It's enough. Let it go." Upon hearing this, Leonardo's eyes flashed with delight. He mistakenly thought Ellen was worrying about him and became even more eager to show off, replying with a smile, "Don't worry, Adley. You stay out of this. I will definitely help you get this back." Seeing that Leonardo still refused to let it go, the store manager was at a loss and secretly made a phone call. At the same time, Mengchen Technology. In the office, Alexei was sitting together with Ridge discussing something. Knock, knock, knock. At this moment, a knocking sound came from the door. "Come in," Alexei said. An employee walked in looking anxious. Upon seeing Ridge there, he hesitated momentarily before bending down next to Alexei and whispered a few words. Alexei's expression suddenly turned grim. "Boss, shall we finalize this matter now?" Noticing the change in Alexei's expression, Ridge quickly caught on. "Yeah." Alexei nodded coldly, got up, and left the office hurriedly. Back at the store, more and more students gathered around. Perhaps because there were many people present, Leonardo felt he was making quite a spectacle, especially since no one dared to stand up for Julianne. This made him even more arrogant. "Julianne, have you decided yet? Either pay the money or give the clothes on your body to Adley. Addy up, don't waste my time." Chapter 217 Everything to Me. Faced with Leonardo's consecutive provocations, Julianne was somewhat panicked and did not know how to respond. Though she had become braver than before, she really could not handle someone like Leonardo, a complete rogue. Seeing that she was speechless, Leonardo sneered, then walked over. The store manager, upon seeing this, also became anxious inside. She slipped out and stood in front of Julianne as a shield. "Classmate, I warn you not to misbehave. Otherwise, you'll surely regret it. Go to hell. Get lost, it's none of your business." Leonardo pointed at the store manager's nose and cursed loudly. While speaking, he pushed the store manager fiercely aside. "Messing around, if you don't want to do it yourself, then I will." Leonardo gave an evil laugh and reached out towards Julianne's sweater. From his actions, it It seemed like he wanted to strip her shirt off in public. This situation made Julian terrified indeed. She instinctively closed her eyes. After waiting for a moment, however, she felt nothing unusual. Moreover, it suddenly became quiet around her, except for some whispering voices. She cautiously opened her eyes slightly. At some point, a tall figure was already standing in front of her. Although only the back view was visible, she recognized him immediately. Alexei? She blurted out Alexei's name. That tall figure slowly turned around. It was Alexei who had arrived just in time. After leaving the company, he drove here in a hurry. Seeing Alexei suddenly appear, Leonardo's face darkened. Alexei glanced and naturally saw Ellen standing next to him. Long time no see, Alexei. Ellen twirled a strand of hair near her ear and smiled at Alexei. Hearing this, Alexei coldly scanned Ellen once and then withdrew his gaze. Seeing Alexei's indifferent reaction upon seeing her, Ellen was taken aback. Though she hadn't seen Alexei for a long time, she always imagined that if they met, Alexei would be very excited. But she didn't expect such a response from him. At this moment, she felt inexplicably upset. She took big steps forward, getting closer to Alexei. Hey, Alexei, I'm talking to you. Hearing this, Alexei just cast her a cold glance, still without replying. He then turned his head toward Julianne, his expression softening. They bullied you. Just this sentence made Julianne's heart tremble slightly. Instinctively, she shook her head. But when she saw Alexei's eyes, she clenched her fists tightly, hesitantly nodding. Seeing this, Alexei's eyes flashed with coldness. Meanwhile, the store manager was sizing up Alexei closely. The more she looked, the more familiar he seemed to her. Strictly speaking, she wasn't an internal employee of Morningside Technology. It was just that during a chance encounter some time ago, she followed the regional manager to the company where she caught a glimpse of Alexei during a meeting from afar. But now, the more she looked at Alexei, the more familiar he seemed, finally recalling something. Are you Mr.? Before the store manager could speak, Alexei turned and gave her a look, shaking his head slightly. The store manager, being perceptive, quickly shut up and merely bowed politely. Why are you here? What happened? Alexei asked calmly. Just as the store manager was about to explain, Ellen interrupted. It's not a big deal, Alexei. Just now, Julian accidentally bumped into me and dirted my new clothes. This dress is quite expensive and Leonardo was just... I didn't ask you. Alexei abruptly cut her off coldly, not even sparing Ellen a second glance. Hearing this, Ellen was quite angered. And after Alexei learned the whole story from Julianne, the anger in his heart was barely suppressed. Especially hearing what Leonardo had done just now, he even felt an urge to kill him on the spot. Leonardo's face was extremely grim at this point. Upon seeing Alexei, he immediately recalled the situation at the last social gathering. Because of that incident, he hadn't dared to show his face in the club afterward for fear of being laughed at by others. Alexei, this has nothing to do with you. Get lost. Leonardo shouted aggressively. He figured there were so many people around in a public place, Alexei wouldn't dare do anything to him. However, Alexei simply ignored him. Though he hadn't witnessed the event firsthand, based on his understanding of Ellen, he easily guessed that Leonardo was just being used as a pawn by her. Seeing Alexei look at her, Ellen lifted her chin proudly. Hey, Alexei, are you going to stick up for Julian again? Ellen said. What do you want to do about it? Alexei said coolly. Seeing that Alexei seemed to be conceding a little, Ellen couldn't help but show a gleam of joy in her eyes. Not long ago, Leonardo had told her that Alexei had once admitted he still liked her. Now it seemed that this was indeed the case. From what Alexei just said, it was clear he wanted to go along with her wishes. I didn't mean to make things difficult for Julianne. Otherwise, people might think I was bullying her. This dress is very expensive, and she crashed into me. It wasn't like that. It was her who bumped into me first, Julian hurriedly explained. Hearing this, Alexei gently patted Julianne on the shoulder. Don't worry, leave it to me. With that, he looked at Ellen and said coolly, so tell me, how should we resolve this matter? Make her buy me a new one. She should compensate you. Alexei's words made Ellen suddenly freeze. Ever since Alexei's personality changed drastically before the college entrance exam, his attitude had always been unusually tough. But this time, Alexei actually conceded? Ellen suddenly thought of something. She figured maybe because she hadn't seen Alexei for a long time, and also due to the recent rumors between her and Ridge being quite heated. Alexei probably knew about her relationship with Ridge, and this was him trying to mend relations with her. Thinking of this, Ellen couldn't help but feel increasingly pleased. Meanwhile, Leonardo sneered and said, I thought you were so tough, Alexei. What happened to your tough attitude? Alexei ignored Leonardo's provocation. He simply turned his head and whispered something to the store manager nearby. Upon hearing this, the store manager quickly nodded and instructed the staff to disperse the students watching. The employees at the cash register also secretly turned off all the store's surveillance cameras. Hey, Alexei, let's get one thing straight. I don't want your money. Julianne must compensate me herself. Upon hearing this, Alexei casually picked up a small cake from a nearby cabinet. Standing in front of Ellen, he smiled, then suddenly raised his hand and fiercely smeared the entire cake on her body. Chapter 2:18. Those who humiliate others will always be humiliated by others. The sudden move left everyone in shock. No one had time to react. Miriam stood rooted to the spot, disheveled and with a look of disbelief in her beautiful eyes. From childhood, she had always been the apple of everyone's eye wherever she went. No one had ever treated her like this, especially not Alexei, who used to obey her every word. Now, he dared to do such a thing to her in front of so many people. On the other hand, Alexei simply wiped his hand with a tissue from a nearby cabinet indifferently. Sorry, my hand slipped and dirtied your clothes. How much will it cost? I'll pay for it. He crumpled the tissue into a ball and threw it at Miriam's feet after saying that. Finally regaining her senses, Miriam erupted. Alexei, how dare you treat me like this? Seeing Miriam's furious expression, Alexei remained unperturbed, but upon closer inspection, there was a hint of coldness in his eyes. Yeah, so what are you going to do about it? These words ignited Miriam's rage. Since junior high school, Alexei had been her loyal dog, never retaliating even when beaten or scolded, obeying her commands without question. Even when Alexei suddenly became aloof during senior year, she always believed it was a game of hide and seek to win her back. Even just now, she still harbored such fantasies, believing all of Alexei's actions were just an act, secretly harboring feelings for her. But Alexei's current behavior shattered this illusion completely. Especially with so many onlookers around, it shattered her proud heart bit by bit. Miriam's body trembled in anger, and she lashed out at Alexei's face. Alexei easily caught her wrist midair. You, let me go. Alexei, you're hurting me. The pain in her wrist made her eyes redden, and she looked truly pitiful. But in Alexei's eyes, this only disgusted him. Thinking of Kimura's previous suffering, he unconsciously applied more force. Miriam felt her bones nearly shatter under Alexei's grip and began to struggle frantically. Alexei, let go. You're really hurting me. Seeing her dramatic display, Alexei's expression turned colder. Painful? Feeling wronged? Huh? Those who humiliate others will always be humiliated by others. Miriam, you really make people feel sick. You've bullied Kimura repeatedly, thinking no one would stand up for her, right? Do you still think you're that high and mighty school beauty? Put away your laughable arrogance. This is the last time. Don't mess with someone you can't afford to offend. If it happens again, I can't promise what I'll do. With a cold sneer, Alexei released Miriam, causing her to stumble backward, almost falling. The pain in her wrist and Alexei's ruthless rebuke infuriated her to the brink. Perhaps because there were no onlookers, she no longer needed to hide her venomous gaze toward Alexei. Alexei, how dare you treat me like this? Do you know who you are? Don't forget, you're just my lapdog. Do you think your little mind games will work on me? I'm telling you, you only make me despise you more. Yes, I bullied Aspen. So what? People like her, born to be bullied, deserve nothing else. As she spoke, Miriam grew more agitated. Initially, she didn't particularly dislike Aspen and didn't have deep-seated enmity. She targeted Aspen because during high school, she thought Alexei treated Aspen too well, and she believed no one besides herself deserved such treatment. So each time she encountered Aspen, she only wanted to give her a small lesson, making her embarrass herself. After all, she confidently believed Alexei still liked her, and his kindness to Aspen was just for show. But now, she realized Alexei seemed to truly not like her anymore, and the affection she once enjoyed was lost to her forever. Instead, Aspen, who was nowhere near her in every way and whom she never took seriously, had replaced her as Alexei's favorite. How could she accept that? In her view, she should always be treated with the utmost respect. Even things she disliked or didn't want, she absolutely wouldn't allow anyone else to touch. This mindset had always been hers toward Alexei over the years. Hearing Miriam's words, Alexei only sneered. He had intended to save the most impactful part for last. But now, Miriam's remarks truly enraged him. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly felt someone tugging at his sleeve from the side. Turning his head, he saw Kimura looking at him. Alexei, let's go back. I'm hungry. Aspen didn't want to see Alexei getting into trouble because of her, so she wanted him to take her away. Alexei paused upon hearing her words, but soon understood her intentions. With a light laugh, he gently patted Aspen's head and nodded. All right, let's go back. Saying that, he took Aspen's small hand and walked past Miriam toward the door. Seeing this, Miriam felt like she was about to collapse. It turned out that now she couldn't even get a single extra glance from Alexei. Nuanuan, are you all right? At this moment, Darlene and Raven finally dared to come forward to check on her. Get lost. Miriam angrily shoved the two aside and then turned to look at Leonardo, who had been silently standing nearby. What are you standing there for? Can't you see I'm being bullied? Upon hearing this, Leonardo felt quite conflicted. He was also quite angry at what Alexei had done to Miriam and really wanted to play the hero and rescue her. However, every time he tried to show off in front of Miriam before, Alexei always beat him up badly. Seeing Alexei made him both hate and panic. Reasoning wouldn't work, and he couldn't fight Alexei, so earlier he could only play dead. But now that Miriam had specifically mentioned him, he couldn't remain silent any longer. Alexei, stop right there. Leonardo steeled himself and called out to Alexei, but the latter didn't even pause. Seeing this, Leonardo felt his pride hurt. He stepped forward and grabbed Alexei's shoulder from behind. That moment, Alexei stopped immediately, turning his head slightly to give Leonardo a cold glance. Don't touch me. Chapter 219. Prepare for the reckoning. If it weren't for Kristen's words, Alexei had no intention of letting it go so easily. But now, since this person Leonardo still lacked discernment, he naturally wouldn't tolerate him. Seeing Alexei's icy expression, Leonardo couldn't help but feel a bit scared. recalling the last time at the party where he was brutally beaten by Alexei. Unconsciously, his hand on Alexei's shoulder loosened. In the past, he still dared to argue with Alexei, but after several reprimands, he knew that Alexei had completely changed and could not be judged by ordinary standards. Leonardo, what are you doing? Seeing Leonardo intimidated by Alexei, Ellen also got anxious. Upon hearing this, Leonardo blushed and gave an awkward smile in response. Adley, maybe we should let it be. Seeing Leonardo backing down and not helping her, Ellen inwardly cursed him bitterly. But then she put on a pitiful look, stepped forward, and gently shook Leonardo's arm. Leonardo, I'm really upset. They're bullying me too much. You like me very much, right? If you can't even protect me in this, how can I be reassured being with you? Just as Leonardo was about to back off, he felt a fragrant scent waft over him. Looking at Ellen's pitiful appearance, his heart began to flutter. Even heroes find it hard to resist the charm of a beautiful woman, not to mention someone like Leonardo. Feeling the subtle hint of affection in Ellen's words, Leonardo felt blood rushing to his head. Indeed, he used to despise Alexei from the bottom of his heart, but how could he be intimidated by Alexei now, especially in front of Ellen? Suddenly straightening up, he took the opportunity to pat Ellen's tender hand. Adley, you're right. Don't worry, as long as I'm here, no one will dare to bully you. What does Alexei count for anyway? With that, he walked aggressively towards Alexei. Alexei was just about to leave when he felt someone grab his shoulder from behind. Seeing this, Alexei paused, his face turning cold immediately. Leonardo snorted coldly and said, "You can leave if you want, but first, apologize to Adley. And Julianne, you must apologize to Adley as well. Alexei, I really look down on you. After liking Adley for so many years, you treat her like this for such a bumpkin now." At this, he also glared at Julianne, sneering. "And you, Julianne, what kind of love are you missing? Looking so honest, yet you turn out to be a flirt. How long have you known Alexei? And you're already throwing yourself at him?" Seeing Julianne's embarrassed and angry expression, Leonardo became more triumphant. "I've been wondering why a bumpkin like you suddenly got so bold. It's because Alexei is backing you up, right? TSK, I get it. Probably because you served Alexei well in bed, haha." Hearing this, Julianne was both ashamed and angry. "You, don't talk nonsense. I'm not with Alexei like that." "Oh, not like what? Tell me in detail then." Seeing Leonardo's sardonic smile, Julianne stammered, unsure of how to respond. Even though she had become braver, she was helpless against such a rogue as Leonardo. At that moment, Alexei gently placed his hand on her shoulder. "Kristen, turn your head away." Confused by Alexei's odd words, Julianne was momentarily dazed. However, she trusted him implicitly and nodded, turning away. "What now, Alexei? Do you really think?" Before Leonardo could finish, Alexei's expression turned stern, and he swiftly kicked out. Bang! Just like before, Alexei kicked Leonardo hard in the abdomen. Timothy, the previous time in the restroom, Leonardo was caught off guard and didn't dodge. He couldn't fathom why Alexei would always attack without warning. This kick sent Leonardo stumbling backward, landing on his bottom, unable to stand up for a while. "It seems I was too lenient last time, and didn't teach you a lesson properly." Alexei flexed his wrist and walked towards Leonardo. The others nearby, including Ellen, were also terrified. Especially Ellen, who had never seen Alexei like this before. Seeing his menacing look, she instinctively backed away a few steps. Meanwhile, Leonardo clutched his abdomen, struggling to stand up, his eyes filled with resentment. "Damn it, I'll fight you to the death." In his youthful prime, which young man could bear such humiliation? Leonardo swung his fists wildly, lunging at Alexei with one thought in mind. He would fight Alexei no matter what today. Seeing this, Alexei merely sneered in disdain. In the past, dealing with Leonardo was like swatting a fly. Not to mention that he had taken time during this period to practice martial arts at the club and learned quite a few genuine fighting techniques. Dodging Leonardo's swinging fist effortlessly by sidestepping, Alexei grabbed the former's wrist with one hand and immobilized his arm with the other. He then slammed his shoulder into Leonardo's chest, executing a perfect shoulder throw. Bang! Leonardo felt as if the world was spinning. He was thrown onto the ground so hard that it felt like his internal organs were shifting. Stars danced before his eyes, and he couldn't get up for a long while. This was no friendly sparring match at the club. There were no foam mats or protective gear here. The shoulder throw hit solidly. Alexei took 2 steps forward, squatting down in front of Leonardo. Poor Leonardo was furious, but felt as though his body was falling apart. He struggled but couldn't stand up. Alexei casually pulled on Leonardo's hair, scrutinizing this once trusted brother without restraint. "I was planning to settle accounts with you guys slowly, but now I realize I've been too soft. Starting now, Leonardo, I'll reclaim everything you owe me." With that, he threw Leonardo aside and stood up. At this moment, Leonardo felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness, wishing he could spit out a mouthful of blood. What a damn bastard. Standing up, Alexei glanced at Ellen, who was already frightened, and laughed coldly. "And you? Our reckoning is coming soon." This smile cut deep into Ellen's pride. "Alexei, clarify your words." Ellen stepped forward, but Alexei ignored her completely and left with Julianne. After a while, Leonardo finally stood up. Before he could even catch his breath, the manager approached with a few staff members, their intentions less than friendly. "Student, you deliberately damaged our store's equipment. Please pay for it. Bullshit. Are you blind? It was Alexei who attacked, and you're making me pay? Oh, sorry. We didn't see anyone else doing it. Please cooperate with the compensation. By the way, the store's surveillance just happened to malfunction. If you want to report this to the police, we have witnesses and are willing to assist with the procedures. Upon hearing this, Leonardo's vision went black again, and he plopped back down onto the floor. Chapter 220. Do you believe in reincarnation? In the living room of the courtyard. After dinner, Julian rolled up her sleeves and was about to go into the kitchen, but she was pulled out directly by Alexei. As Alexei put it, from now on, little Magnus would cook while he washed the dishes. Men and women working together. Work wouldn't be tiring. Watching the busy figure in the kitchen, Julian sat at the table, her hands supporting her slightly chubby cheeks, her big black eyes staring straight at Alexei. When the last chopstick was cleaned, Alexei took off his apron. Walking into the living room, he saw little Magnus staring at him absent-mindedly and couldn't help but sit down next to her. What are you looking at? Perhaps because she had gradually gotten used to being around Alexei, Julian felt less restrained in front of him now. Alexei, can I ask you a question? Yeah, of course, Alexei replied with a light laugh. Hearing this, Julian tried hard to recall every moment from when she first met Alexei until now. When is the real you actually showing yourself? Her words left Alexei momentarily lost in thought. He then asked back, what do you think? She pondered for a moment before shaking her head. I don't know. I only know that you're always smiling in front of me, just like now. But sometimes you're so cold, especially towards other girls. Today, the class president messaged me, saying that you made Mila cry. Actually, she's a good person. Also, whenever you encounter Leonardo or Ellen, you get really fierce. I barely recognize you. If she hadn't said anything, Alexei might not have realized how different his attitude toward girls other than little Magnus was. Suddenly, Alexei gave a mysterious smile. Let me tell you a secret. In fact, all of it is an act. Why must you act so sternly? I think you're great just as you are now. Due to having lived 2 lives and experiencing betrayal from loved ones and brothers in arms, Alexei had sworn, since the day of his rebirth, that besides little Magnus and his father, he would never easily trust anyone again. He strove relentlessly to become powerful, so he had to learn to disguise himself. But these truths were too complex for the innocent little Magnus to understand now. Yet Alexei knew that once little Magnus discovered her true identity, she would inevitably face such realities. Recently, he had interacted frequently with the principal and others like Orlando, learning a lot about the brutal survival rules of these wealthy families. Perhaps he was starting to understand why the Julianne from his previous life had been so distant. Surviving as a girl in such prestigious families must have been filled with countless hardships. Thinking about this, Alexei always felt a strange sensation. He couldn't prevent any of it from happening, even though he had been tirelessly searching for clues about Julianne's background without success. However, deep down, he had a faint intuition that the day wasn't far away. Little Magnus, in this world, there are many bad people. Some people may seem friendly and smile at you, but they might stab you in the back when you least expect it. So, we need to learn to act. Only if people know you're not easy to provoke will they refrain from messing with you. The world is sick. Weak people won't receive sympathy or help, only ridicule and bullying. Just look at me. I'm pretty good at acting, right? I can be as warm and friendly as now towards good people, and I'll be even worse than them when dealing with bad people. Alexei's words made Julianne nod thoughtfully. Actually, she understood some of these points. For example, today, she could sense the hostility from Ellen and Leonardo, and even during middle school and childhood, many people held biases against her. But she always believed that if she endured, everything would pass. After all, over the years, she had faced everything alone. This was a belief formed early in her life. After her grandfather's death, only she and her grandmother depended on each other. She had no one else to rely on. Looking at her contemplative expression, Alexei smiled and gently rubbed her head. But, little Magnus, you don't have to worry. You won't encounter such bad people in the future. Why not? Julian asked. Because I'm here. I'll be worse than the bad guys and chase them all away. The air seemed to freeze for a moment. Julianne's tiny hands resting on her lap trembled involuntarily. Their gazes met, and the temperature in the air seemed to rise. Although Julian hadn't had the courage to confess her feelings so far, both of them were well aware of each other's intentions. Unconsciously, she had come to rely on Alexei, and often when she was alone, just thinking of him would make her smile secretly. At first, she didn't quite understand what this feeling meant. But later, it occurred to her. This was the sweet kind of romance her roommate had talked about. Her heart fluttered as her heartbeat quickened. The handsome face of the boy in front of her flushed her cheeks with shyness, yet her eyes couldn't help but stay fixed on him. Suddenly, an inexplicable sensation washed over her. For some reason, her nose tingled and her eyes turned slightly red. This emotion seemed to be amplified infinitely until finally, she hung her head and began sobbing softly. Seeing this, Alexei panicked immediately. He had only wanted to say something sentimental, but hadn't expected to make Xiao Magnus cry. Xiao Magnus, did I say something wrong? It's my fault, don't cry. Alexei scratched his ears and cheeks anxiously. The more he tried to comfort her, the harder she cried, as if determined to cry out all her tears. After a long time, she finally stopped sobbing. All right, don't cry anymore. Alexei gently patted her shoulder. She lifted her head, her reddened eyes looking at him. It's all my fault. I deserve a slap. To cheer her up, Alexei raised his hand as if to hit himself, but she quickly intervened. It's not your fault, I thought of my grandfather. Besides Atlee and Patsy, no one has ever been so nice to me. Sniffle. Why are you so good to me? Julian covered her face with her hands and asked this question again. She had asked this many times, but Alexei always said that one day she would know the answer. Yet even now, she still didn't understand. Hearing this, Alexei's expression became somewhat complicated. Undoubtedly, at the beginning, he had seen the present Julianne as a shadow of the Julianne from his past life. But since that rainy day, she filled his entire world. There was no longer anyone else's shadow. Shao Magnus, do you believe in reincarnation? Chapter 221. Flourishing. Alexei's words caused a flash of doubt to appear in Julianne's eyes. Reincarnation? Yes, it's what people often refer to as past lives in this life. Everyone might have had their own past life. Only during reincarnation, the memories of the previous life get erased. Who knows, perhaps we knew each other in our past lives. Alexei said this in a joking tone, something that seemed outlandish. He thought Julianne wouldn't believe it, but unexpectedly, after pondering for a moment, she nodded repeatedly. I believe it. Saying so, she rested her chin in her hands, lost in reminiscence. Because Grandpa used to tell me that everyone is born to pay off debts from their past life. Only after paying off these debts can one turn into a star in the sky. Patsy told me that Grandpa once had a little dog, which he lost accidentally. Elwyn was sad about it for a long time. Later on, they picked me up. Maybe my past life was Grandpa's little dog. Afterward, she recounted the story of being adopted by her grandparents in a light-hearted manner, without any trace of sorrow in her words. Her face always beamed whenever she mentioned her grandfather. Even when she talked about being called a wild child by kids in the village, there was no hint of sadness in her expression. But Alexei felt an ache in his heart like pricks from a needle. Noticing Alexei's unusual demeanor, Julian smiled and said, "It's fine with me. It's been such a long time. I've gotten used to it." When the topic turned to her background, Alexei also felt somewhat nervous. It was the first time he had heard Julian talk about it. Shao Magnus, haven't you ever thought about looking for your biological parents? Upon hearing this, Julian fell silent for a moment before shaking her head. When I was little, I would see children in the village having mommies and daddies, and I would beg Grandpa to find me parents too. But later on, I got used to it. Besides, I don't know where to start looking. What about your grandparents? Haven't they ever told you anything about your background? To Alexei, since Julianne was picked up by her grandparents, they should have some clues. But Julianne shook her head blankly. Not really. It's been so many years now. After Grandpa passed away, Grandma's memory wasn't very good. I never asked about these things. What if one day, your biological parents found you and wanted you to live with them? Maybe they are very wealthy and can give you a carefree life, and you'll never be bullied again. Would you go back with them then? Alexei's words made her momentarily lost in thought. She had never considered these matters before, except for a period during childhood when she yearned for a complete family. But as time passed, that feeling became increasingly faint. I guess probably not. Her eyes held a trace of bewilderment. I don't know. As she spoke, she lowered her head. Seeing this, Alexei couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Indeed, despite her constant claims of not caring, deep down, little Magnus, who grew up alone, still yearned for a complete family. At that moment, he decided that if such a day ever came, should little Magnus wish it, he would personally escort her back to the Bai family. But if she refused, even by force, he would not stand idly by and let the Bai family take her away. In December, nearing the end of the year, Jiangzhou City experienced a rare snowfall. Snow was uncommon in southern regions. Of course, for students from the north, this Jiangzhou snowfall was rather trivial. However, for southern students who had never seen snow in their lives, even a light snowfall was enough to get them playing joyfully around the campus and playgrounds. Apart from this rare snowfall, another significant event occurred in Jiangzhou. Led by the Internet Cultural Industry Regulatory Department, a partnership with Mingchen Technology established the dream-seeking Internet Cultural Industry Park. The park was located in Xinjiang New Area CBD. On the day of its inauguration, reporters swarmed to report on the event. Unfortunately for the curious public, the mysterious chairman of Mingchen Technology did not make an appearance at the ceremony among the executives. The establishment of the dream-seeking Cultural Industry Park caused quite a stir within Jiangzhou's cultural and internet industries. Leveraging its unique advantage of official cooperation, many enterprises vied to set up offices there right away. Alexei also convened an emergency meeting within the company. During the meeting, he promptly formulated a series of strategies in response to the current situation. In the name of the company, he invited all the enterprises that had moved into the industrial park to register official accounts on the Dream-Seeking app and promised to provide each one with a free publicity plan. The slots were limited. It was important to note that by this time, the registered active users of the Dream-Seeking app had exceeded 60 million, and there were hundreds of major self-media influencers. Thus, many companies rushed to register their official accounts on the Dream-Seeking app immediately. Even some public institutions, including cultural industry regulatory agencies, and even system-related departments, had their own official accounts on Dream-Seeking. To date, the entire society had already begun to realize that the impact of online publicity was starting to surpass traditional methods. That day, in the administrative building of Jiangzhou University, Jiangda, inside the president's office, Chester tried tirelessly to convince Alexei that Jiangda should also register an official account on Dream-Seeking for future promotional purposes and asked Alexei to help the school get free publicity. Considering that Chester had helped him quite a bit during this period, and that it was just such a small favor, Alexei did not hesitate much and agreed right away. And the final result did not disappoint Chester. Because of Alexei's special instructions, the technology department made arrangements in the back-end traffic distribution to give preferential treatment to Jiangda's official account. Coupled with the high-quality production of the promotional videos, once they were released, within a short week, the number of followers on Jiangda's dream-seeking account reached over 1 million. Jiangda was a well-known institution in China, and seeing its success, other prestigious universities became very envious and also began to set up official accounts on dream-seeking. Gradually, this trend spread from Jiangzhou across the country. At first, only key universities imitated Jiangda's move to establish official accounts on dream-seeking, but later on, nearly 2/3 of colleges and even some secondary schools in the country started to join dream-seeking. It was important to note that in the internet industry, students were a critical demographic. The influx of various educational institutions also brought a large fan base to dream-seeking. Meanwhile, Jiangda was about to host its annual masquerade ball before the end of the year. Chapter 222. One-on-one with the long-legged president. Inside the gymnasium of the North Campus, within the Sonda Club's activity area, two figures, wearing protective gear, were sparring. A dull thud echoed as one of them was sent flying backward. No more, no more. You're just a freak. Eve slumped on the ground, massaging his abdomen through the protective gear. Even with protective gear, Alexei's spinning kick still made his stomach churn. Alexei stepped forward and extended a hand. Eve only shot him a glance but grabbed Alexei's hand to pull himself up. Lately, he sparred with Alexei every few days. He thought that after training outside with the president for some time, although he might not win against Alexei, at least he wouldn't lose so badly. However, over the past month or so, he had sparred with Alexei dozens of times, each ending in a humiliating defeat. Moreover, he could clearly feel that Alexei's Sonda skills improved day by day. I feel like I'm just here to be your free sparring partner. Senior, accept it, Alexei said with a laugh as he took off his protective gear. Weren't you planning to join the citywide college student Sonda tournament? The president has been looking for you several times, Eve replied. It was already year-end, and the new session of the citywide university students Sonda competition was about to begin. Desiree had specially come to find Alexei a while ago, inviting him to register, but Alexei politely declined. Hearing this, Alexei shook his head with a smile. He had joined the Sonda club entirely because his 3 roommates dragged him along. Now, he only came occasionally to exercise. He had no interest in the citywide competition. Tiske, you're the first one to make Sister Lu come after you. Eve smacked his lips, then his eyes caught a figure approaching, and his expression turned somewhat gloating. But nobody has ever refused Sister Lu twice consecutively. You're on your own. Hearing this, Alexei raised an eyebrow and instinctively turned around. A tall figure of a Caroline was walking toward them. Her exceptionally long legs and neat short hair belonged to none other than the Sonda Club's president, Desiree. Seeing her, Alexei smiled. Sister. Eve also approached cheerfully. Sister Lu, I was just talking about you with Alexei when you arrived. Hearing this, Desiree nodded coolly. Alexei, have you considered what I said last time? With your level, even if you don't win the championship, you can likely secure a top 3 position. Sister, I really have no interest in the competition. How about letting Senior Tianba try? His skills have improved a lot recently. Seeing Alexei still unwilling to participate, Desiree's eyebrows slightly raised. Of course, Tianba will participate, but I hope you will too. The Sonda Club needs outstanding new members. Next year, I'll graduate, and Tianba will be a senior. Currently, you are the only one among the new members with good skills. Oh, sorry, sister. I guess I'll disappoint you again. Alexei replied. Seeing Alexei genuinely refuse Desiree twice, Eve silently gave him a thumbs up, thinking how impressive it was. Looking closely, there was a hint of schadenfreude in his eyes, as if predicting what would happen next. Sure enough, Desiree, whose beautiful face was usually full of spirit, looked slightly displeased after being rejected by Alexei twice. She glanced at the protective gear Alexei hadn't completely taken off, then walked to the sparring area and began warming up. Seeing this, Alexei's mouth twitched. Sister, what are you doing? While warming up, Desiree stared at Alexei coolly. Fight me. If I win, you'll join the citywide college Sonda tournament. If I lose, I won't mention it again. Must it be this way? Alexei scratched his nose awkwardly. On the side, Eve looked at Alexei enviously. You should be happy. Not everyone gets to spar with Sister Lu. They don't even have this chance. Do you want to come instead? Alexei smiled. Hearing this, Eve looked at the tall figure warming up and shivered. Never mind. You do it. I don't want to get pummeled by Sister Lu again. Although he hadn't seen Desiree's true strength, Alexei guessed she must be formidable. Sister, maybe we shouldn't. Alexei chuckled awkwardly. You can just forfeit. I'm not forcing you, Desiree said. Eve discreetly nudged Alexei from the side. Sister Lu is like this. You'd better save your effort. Unless you can really beat her, there's no way to negotiate. Alexei could only shake his head and smile bitterly in response. All right, then let's do as Senior said. If I win, the matter of participating in the competition will be dropped. Seeing Alexei agree, Desiree simply nodded indifferently. Although she still looked cool, a closer look revealed an eagerness in her eyes. Though she hadn't sparred with Alexei before, from Eve and their usual training sessions, she could see that Alexei's skills were indeed impressive. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been so persistent in wanting him to participate in the citywide college Sanda tournament. Though she was a girl, she had always loved Sanda since childhood. She preferred sparring with males rather than females because only through such matches could she prove that as a girl, she wasn't any worse than boys. Since he couldn't avoid it, Alexei decided to face Desiree. Besides, he was also quite curious about the capabilities of the long-legged president. Alexei, aren't you going to put on your protective gear? Eve asked. Alexei did some simple warm-up exercises and replied, I probably don't need it. He figured that no matter how strong Desiree was, she was still a girl, and her strength was limited. Besides, it was just a friendly match. However, Eve grinned and teased, are you sure? Just to remind you, Sister Lou has been the amateur champion since junior high school. Since her freshman year in college, she started participating in professional competitions and has always been the women's champion. Even some male competitors can't match her. Well, senior, could you help me put on the protective gear? Yes, all of it. Seeing this, Eve couldn't help but secretly give him the middle finger. Where was your earlier bravado? After helping Alexei wear the protective gear, Eve joined in on the fun, first taking a photo and then posting it in the group chat. Upon hearing that Alexei was going to spar with the president, both new and old members of the Sanda Club went into an uproar. Those who weren't in class sprinted towards the gymnasium as fast as they could. Chapter 223. Senior is so powerful. On the second floor of the gymnasium, inside the Sanda, Chinese kickboxing, club's activity area. Originally, there weren't many people in the gymnasium, but once news spread that Alexei was going to spar with Desiree, people quickly surrounded them in layers upon layers. Alexei had always been a prominent figure in the school, and Desiree also had a significant reputation within the school. When these two came together, it was definitely full of excitement. Is that Senior Desiree? She's so beautiful. I heard they are going to spar. Who do you think will win? Although Alexei has always been my idol, Senior Desiree is really cool. Oh, this is so hard to decide. Come on. Can anyone still consider Ultimate Tan Dog Alexei as an idol now? I've heard that Pat's sister Ridge is about to confess to Goddess Alicia at the masquerade ball. As for your idol Alexei, he's just a pure clown, haha. Due to the upcoming masquerade ball and the relationship between Ridge and Alicia, the Alexei and Alicia incident was once again gaining heat. At this moment, Desiree in the center of the field frowned slightly at the surrounding comments and then looked at Alexei. If you're distracted, we can find another place. Alexei, however, only lightly shook his head with a smile. Thank you for your concern, Senior, but it's not necessary. Clearly, Desiree did not want Alexei to be distracted, which could affect his performance later on. Are you sure? Seeing her doubtful expression, Alexei shrugged slightly and replied, just treat them as barking dogs. A joke like this made Desiree couldn't help but chuckle. This brief charm, though fleeting, was extremely impressive. Eve was even more astonished, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. Heavens, did I see correctly? Sister Lou actually smiled just now? As one of the senior members of the Sanda Club, he had followed Desiree for over 3 years and almost never saw her smile. Sky Tyrant, you will be the referee, Desiree said, quickly regaining her usual cool demeanor. Eve nodded in agreement after hearing this and led both of them to the center of the field. There was no need for detailed rules explanation. After checking their protective gear, Eve announced the start of the match. Alexei, I won't hold back. If you don't want to embarrass yourself in front of everyone, you'd better give it your all, Desiree said, her beautiful eyes staring intently at Alexei. All right. Seeing both of them ready, Eve quickly stepped aside. Upon seeing this, Desiree's body slightly crouched down, and her long legs suddenly burst with strength. With a swift step, she darted toward Alexei like an arrow. It wasn't hard to tell from Desiree's physique that she was certainly an agile type of fighter. Luckily, Alexei had anticipated this. In a few quick steps, Desiree closed the distance with Alexei. With a sharp cry, she lifted her long and graceful leg, using the momentum from her forward charge to deliver a powerful high kick aimed at Alexei's shoulder. Desiree's speed was truly impressive, and Alexei felt he couldn't dodge it in time, so he raised both arms to block. The high kick struck Alexei's arms forcefully, causing him to take several steps back. After stabilizing himself, Alexei's eyelids twitched as he shook his arm. Goodness, this strength was even stronger than Eve's. Alexei sneakily glanced at Desiree's long legs. Although the kick had utilized the momentum from her charge, her strength was indeed not to be underestimated. Seeing Alexei withstand her powerful attack and merely take a few steps back, Desiree's eyes flashed with surprise. She wasn't unfamiliar with sparring with men, but even some professional fighters struggled to remain as composed as Alexei after taking such a blow. Be careful. With another sharp cry, Desiree didn't intend to give Alexei a chance to catch his breath. She rushed forward again, entangling with Alexei. Having experienced their initial bout, Alexei dared not underestimate her anymore and immediately fought back with full effort. Bam bam bam. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged several rounds. Previously, Alexei had only heard from Domenico and Eve that Desiree was very skilled, but he had never had a clear understanding of her Sanda abilities. But now, he finally understood why Desiree had achieved such remarkable accomplishments. Whether it was speed, strength, or Sanda techniques, Desiree was incredibly skilled and exerted considerable pressure on Alexei. To be honest, if he hadn't spent a lot of time practicing Sanda basics recently, Alexei wouldn't have considered himself a match for Desiree. Whenever Desiree attacked, Alexei defended. Initially, he was still somewhat overwhelmed by Desiree's relentless attacks, appearing a bit flustered. This situation also caused countless fans below to start cheering. Awesome, Senior Hailu. Go, Senior. So beautiful, so cool, and so strong. Senior Hailu, I want you to bear my children. Haha, Alexei is in trouble. He should know his own level, yet he dares to compete with Senior Hailu. Even these laymen in the audience could see that Alexei was barely holding on, showing just how much pressure he was under. But now, Hailu was becoming increasingly astonished as they fought on. Originally, she had intended to press forward relentlessly and directly overwhelm Alexei without giving him any chance to breathe or counterattack. At first, she had indeed successfully suppressed Alexei, but for some reason, each time it seemed like she was just a little short of landing the decisive blow. And as time passed, she noticed that Alexei seemed to be gradually adapting to her attack rhythm. Although he appeared to be pressured by her attacks, he was becoming more adept at handling them. In this moment, a somewhat absurd thought popped into her mind. Could it be that Alexei was treating her as a sparring partner in this real combat? Bang! Suddenly, Hailu let out a sharp cry, delivering a powerful knee strike toward Alexei's abdomen. Alexei, however, calmly retreated a few steps and dodged it. After stabilizing herself, Hailu didn't continue pursuing. Her finely chiseled face, full of martial vigor, was tinged with a slight flush. She panted slightly, and beads of sweat glistened on her forehead. Clearly, her recent attacks had taken a considerable toll on her stamina. On the other hand, Alexei remained unperturbed and unhurried. After all, given the gender difference, his stamina naturally exceeded Hailu's. Senior Sanda skills are indeed impressive. Just now, I almost couldn't hold on, Alexei said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Hailu gritted her teeth slightly. Why only defense and no offense? If you think you can wear me down with endurance, you're underestimating me. I'm telling you, Senior, I was already struggling to defend myself. Where would I have the strength to counterattack? Chapter 224, The Fierce Fighter. Alexei wasn't exaggerating about Desiree's abilities. It was just that Desiree's physical strength couldn't keep up now. If the attacks had continued for another 2 or 3 minutes, he genuinely would have been unable to withstand it. However, after these dozen rounds of exchanges, he gradually became accustomed to Desiree's rhythm and style of attack. Taking advantage of this break, Desiree quickly recovered her strength, silently determined to make a decisive strike and defeat Alexei in one go. But how could Alexei give her such an opportunity? After shaking off the numbness in his wrist from Desiree's kick, he grinned. Senior, now it's my turn. Let me return the favor. Seeing Alexei crouch slightly into an offensive stance, Desiree instantly became alert. Especially when she saw Alexei moving towards her like a ghost, her beautiful eyes flashed with surprise. Speed had always been her proudest advantage, even when facing some male Sanda practitioners. It was precisely because of her agility and speed that she had been confident of winning. But Alexei's current speed was not only matching hers but seemed slightly faster. Be careful, Senior. Alexei lunged forward, delivering a straightforward punch to Desiree with no embellishments. This punch wasn't too fast, but it perfectly caught Desiree during her recovery from the previous dodge. Considering Desiree's significant loss of stamina, she gritted her teeth and used her forearm to block the punch. With a dull thud, Desiree felt as if she had been hit by a truck. The immense force traveled up her arm, causing her to grunt and stagger back, almost losing her balance and falling. After barely steadying herself, a grave expression flashed in Desiree's eyes, amazed at the sheer power of Alexei's punch. Before she could fully recover, she felt a rush of wind coming at her face. It turned out that Alexei, taking advantage of her breathless moment, rushed forward again. Senior, be careful. Alexei mimicked Desiree's earlier tone and engaged her in close combat once more. In an instant, they exchanged several more blows. This time, however, it was Alexei who had the upper hand over Desiree. And now Desiree was struggling far more than Alexei had previously. She managed to defend against Alexei's relentless assault while her mind raced in shock, because she discovered that Alexei's rhythm and techniques were identical to hers. In other words, Alexei had mirrored everything she did and executed it with considerable skill. How could Desiree possibly remain calm upon realizing this? Before this, she had never taught Alexei anything, and usually, she rarely trained at the club. Even if she had personally instructed Alexei step by step, it would be unreasonable for him to master all of it so quickly. What kind of monster is this? Distracted, Desiree exposed a flaw and was struck by Alexei's fist on her side ribcage, causing her to groan and retreat 2 steps. Seeing this, Alexei sensed an opportunity and swiftly moved forward, grabbing Desiree's wrist and pushing her with his body weight. He intended to perform a shoulder throw on Desiree. Relying on his superior physical strength, Alexei managed to lift Desiree over his head, though her combat experience far surpassed his. At the last moment, Desiree wrapped her arms around Alexei's neck. With a loud thud, despite the sponge mat's cushioning effect, the shoulder throw still caused her pain, leaving her feeling dizzy. Alexei also didn't fare well. When Desiree descended, she grabbed his neck and pulled him down with her. Alexei lay sprawled on the ground, thinking Desiree's move was quite vicious. Without protective gear, that might have dislocated his neck. Just as he was about to get up, a waft of fragrance approached him. It was Desiree charging at him again. Perhaps sensing that prolonging the fight wouldn't end well, Desiree initiated a ground battle, using her flexibility and long legs to apply a crucifix submission hold on Alexei. With Desiree's long legs tightly clamping around his neck, Alexei almost immediately found it difficult to breathe. Alexei, If you can't handle it, surrender. This move isn't for fun, Desiree said sternly, noting that she wouldn't resort to such a dangerous ground technique unless forced. Alexei's face turned red. Damn it, if you want me to concede, at least don't choke me so tightly that I can't even speak. At this moment, a surge of anger also rushed to Alexei's heart. He didn't believe that in terms of skill, he wasn't a match for Desiree, but when it came to endurance and strength, how could he possibly be outdone by her? Gathering all his strength, he almost used all his might to try to stand up. Seeing this, Desiree gritted her teeth and exerted more force with her legs. Although being clamped by this pair of slender and elastic thighs should have been a treat, Alexei was in no position to enjoy it now. The intense suffocation made him feel dizzy, and he stood up with sheer willpower. Meanwhile, Desiree clung to Alexei like an octopus. Both of them were using their last ounce of strength, testing each other's endurance. This scene made Eve watching from the sidelines involuntarily smack his lips and wipe cold sweat. My God, it's just an ordinary sparring match. These two powerhouses don't need to go all out, do they? Sensing his strength gradually slipping away, Alexei gritted his teeth and apologized inwardly to Senior Desiree. Then, he took a running start, tightly hugged Desiree with both hands, directly leaped forward, and slammed her down on the ground hard. This time, she fell heavily. Still not fully recovered from the previous shoulder throw, she instinctively loosened her grip. Alexei took advantage of this and rolled away to create distance. Phew. Alexei drew a long, deep breath and looked at Desiree helplessly. Senior, how about we call it a draw? Honestly, he was already somewhat regretful for agreeing to spar with Desiree. This girl not only looked cool but fought like a woman possessed. It wasn't even a serious competition. There was no need for her to go all out like this against him, right? No, unless you admit defeat and promise to participate in the citywide competition. Looking at Desiree's stern face, Alexei was truly caught between laughter and tears. Does it have to be this way? I really have no interest in that competition. Then beat me. Chapter 225. I am not a lecherous person. After several failed attempts at communication, Alexei finally gave up on talk therapy, and it seemed that only physical combat would do. Despite Alexei already giving Desiree a high estimation, he never expected her to be this much of a handful. He had assumed that the current Desiree was already at the end of her strength, with no energy left. But despite his best efforts, she still managed to tussle with him for 5 or 6 minutes. In the end, it was only after enduring a kick from Desiree that he managed to get close enough to encircle her slim waist with his arm, pinning her down beneath him. Desiree, who was extremely exhausted, couldn't break free despite several attempts. Senior, admit defeat. No way. Both of them were putting all their remaining stamina into this final bout of endurance. Onlookers, meanwhile, were somewhat peculiar expressions. Eve's expression was even stranger, with a hint of envy in his eyes. Because at this moment, the posture between Alexei and Desiree was extremely ambiguous. With Desiree pressed beneath Alexei, her long legs tightly wrapped around his waist, and Alexei, in an effort to prevent her from getting up, firmly pressing against her with his upper body. Senior, you lost? Can you give up now? Alexei exhaled coarsely, looking down at Desiree. At this moment, he could easily dislocate her arms if he used a bit more force. And Desiree naturally realized this as well. She didn't think she'd actually lose to Alexei. Clamping her teeth slightly, she finally conceded. Somewhat out of breath, you win. Hearing this, Alexei finally breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing that the two had settled the match, Eve approached. He looked at both of them with a strange gaze. Cough, why don't you two get up? There are so many people here. How inappropriate. Previously, Alexei and Desiree were too tense to notice anything. Only when Eve spoke did they realize how intimate their current posture was. Desiree's long legs were still wrapped around Alexei's waist, while Alexei held her wrists down with both hands. This pose. It really looked like something else. In that instant, Desiree's usually cold face flushed red, glaring at Alexei in anger and embarrassment. Get off me. Alexei also blushed and hurriedly got up. Hemph, senior. Shut up. Before Alexei could finish speaking, Desiree glared at him angrily. As the president of Jiang University Sanda Club, Desiree usually appeared before everyone with a cold and aloof demeanor, especially her role as the club president, which gave her a modern-day female knight vibe. But now, her display of shame and fury greatly contrasted with her usual cold beauty, leaving Eve almost stunned. Sislu, look at this. Eve was about to say something when Desiree turned coldly without a word, removed her protective gear, and turned to leave. Seeing this, Alexei hurried after her for a few steps and said, Senior, you promised to meet my conditions earlier. Thinking he had gone through so much trouble to win against Desiree, she shouldn't go back on her word. Hearing this, Desiree glanced back at Alexei, reverting to her usual cool self. You won. I won't come after you regarding the match anymore. Alexei finally breathed a sigh of relief. When Desiree left, he took off his protective gear and sat down on the ground, breathing heavily. Eve silently walked beside Alexei, then gave him a thumbs up. Brother, I've never been impressed by anyone until now. You're the first. Amazing. Can I take this as gloating? Alexei shot a sidelong glance at Eve. Upon hearing this, Eve glanced at the direction Desiree had left, smacking his lips and saying, No, strictly speaking, it's admiration. TSK, making Sister Lou blush. You're truly the first. Hee hee, but I have a feeling your days won't be easy from now on, haha. Seeing Eve's gloating face, Alexei stood up quietly. Senior, I suddenly feel we haven't sparred enough. How about another round? I just remembered my roommate is in labor. See you later, bye. The news of Alexei single-handedly challenging and agreeing to Desiree quickly spread throughout the school forum and bulletin boards. Meanwhile, in a living room elsewhere. Ouch. Did I hurt you? Hee, not at all. Alexei was sitting on a chair, bare-chested, while Julianne carefully applied ointment to him. Indeed, though he won, he suffered quite a bit too. He still couldn't understand how a girl could have so much strength. Looking at the bruise on Alexei's forearm, Julianne felt a bit heartache. She gently applied ointment with her fingers and blew cool air with her mouth. This scene made Alexei recall the time when he was helping little Magnus put medicine in the infirmary during their senior year of high school. By the way, it's almost the end of term, but you rarely come to class these days. Is everything all right? Reminded by Julianne, Alexei just realized that this semester was almost over. Recently, he had been busy with the company and the industrial park, taking leaves quite often. For others, it might be something to worry about, but for me, it has never been a problem. Hearing this, Julianne was a bit stunned, then she nodded in agreement. That's true. Your grades have always been so good. The final exam must not be a problem for you. No, that's not the reason, Alexei smiled and replied. Seeing Julianne's cute expression with her head tilted, Alexei turned around and rubbed her head with his hand. Because I have you. Others don't have such a responsible seatmate like me. Though she was somewhat used to Alexei's intimate actions, every time, Julianne's heart would still race. Especially now, looking at Alexei's muscular chest and clearly defined abs, she felt her cheeks getting hotter. Timothy Magnus was becoming more and more delicate in appearance now. Her plump face was fair with a rosy glow, especially those eyes which seemed to twinkle like stars. Alexei was lost in her beauty as he gazed at her. Gently moving his nose, he smelled the faint scent of shampoo from Julianne. Seeing the shy and adorable Julianne before him, Alexei felt his heartbeat quicken. Unconsciously, he moved closer. Seeing that Julianne did not refuse, he grew bolder and moved even closer. This time, he was almost completely next to Julianne. As he moved forward, Julianne retreated. Chapter 226, A Girl's Awakening Affections. In the living room, as Alexei moved closer, Julianne kept retreating. After all, the stool was only so wide. She was practically hanging in midair by now. But with Alexei getting closer and closer, her heart nearly leapt into her throat. Alexei, I'm almost falling off. This soft voice made Alexei's Adam's apple bob up and down repeatedly. From this angle, he could see Xiao Magnus' slightly lowered eyes and her long eyelashes that fluttered like fans, tickling his heart. He had always considered himself not a lustful person, but in front of Xiao Magnus, he sometimes didn't want to be a gentleman either. Alexei gritted his teeth and steeled his heart, slowly leaning down. Ding dong. The originally romantic atmosphere was disrupted by this sudden ringtone. Annoyed, Alexei fished out his phone from his pocket and hung up without even looking at the caller ID. Ding dong. Just as he put the phone down, it rang again. Alexei was so angry that the corners of his mouth twitched. He answered the call furiously. Whoever you are, give me a reasonable explanation. Alexei said through gritted teeth. F***CK. This is your godfather. For what reason did you hang up on me? Hearing Hideo's raspy voice on the phone, Alexei was so angry he wanted to curse. You really know when to call. Spit it out, Alexei said, nearly grinding his teeth to dust, with no good mood left. Your sister. Why should I pick a time to call you? Don't waste time. What is it? I'm busy. Alexei's tone carried a hint of impatience. Winter vacation is coming soon. When should we book tickets? Going straight back or staying in Jiangzhou for a few days first? Realizing Hideo called for this reason, Alexei's lips involuntarily twitched. Brother, there are still over 20 days left. Damn it. Tickets are hard to get these days. Didn't you know my roommate already planned to? Yesterday? Listening to Hideo drone on about irrelevant nonsense, Alexei didn't bother to listen anymore. He hung up and powered off his phone in one fluid motion. After putting down the phone, he tried to recapture the previous atmosphere. Unfortunately, the dream was shattered. When he looked at Xiao Magnus again, she had regained her composure. Should we continue? Alexei laughed awkwardly. This immediately made Xiao Magnus blush. Though she was inexperienced in matters of love, during this period she had learned some things from her roommates. She knew what Alexei had intended just now. For some reason, although she wanted to run away just now, she felt rooted to the spot. Thinking about that scene and the accelerated heartbeat, she couldn't help but blush furiously. I'll go prepare dinner. She quickly said this, then rose somewhat clumsily and dashed into the kitchen. Smelling the lingering scent of shampoo in the air, Alexei sighed deeply. After dressing, he turned on his phone. As expected, as soon as it started up, his phone buzzed incessantly with messages from Hideo. Seeing this, Alexei quickly typed a series of greetings to Hideo. Before long, at the dining table, Alexei chatted with Xiao Magnus while they ate. Xiao Magnus, winter vacation is coming soon. Do you have any plans? I've already told Esther that I plan to work part-time at the store for a while before going back. They say wages are higher during winter break. Alexei wasn't surprised by Julianne's answer. That works. I might go back to Yongqing first and then stay in Jiangzhou for some time. If the school dorms aren't available later, I can find you a place to stay. No need. The store has employee dormitories. Upon hearing this, Alexei shook his head seriously. The conditions in the employee dorms must be poor. If the school doesn't close during the holidays, you can stay at BUN. If it does close, I happen to have a house in Jiangzhou, you can stay there instead. Before Julianne could respond, Alexei smiled and snapped his fingers. It's settled, let's eat. After leaving BUN, Julianne returned to her dormitory. Upon entering, she saw her roommates chatting animatedly, trying on clothes in front of the mirror. Hey, how do you think I look in this set? It doesn't look good. The purple set from earlier was better. Ah, frustrating, I've gained weight again. These pants are almost too tight. Seeing Julianne return, the few of them also hurriedly went up to her, pulling her in and bombarding her with questions. Julianne, which outfit do you think looks better on me? Zophian first, mine first. Hey, can't you at least have some order? During this period, because she had become more outgoing, Julianne's relationship with her roommates had improved considerably. Though it wasn't as close as being best friends, they could at least engage in daily conversations. If it were before, she might not have had the courage to participate in discussions with her roommates. But after Alexei's company during this time, her personality was no longer so closed off, and she was willing to start trying to communicate with the people around her. Especially when her roommates affirmed her opinions, she felt genuine happiness deep down. By the way, Julianne, are you going to join the masquerade ball? Do we even need to ask? Of course, she will attend. Hee hee, Julianne, tell me quickly, do you have a dance partner? Julianne is so beautiful now, she definitely won't lack for dance partners. You should worry more about yourself. Don't be laughed at by others for not finding one. Oh, I'll see how I teach you a lesson. Don't run. Seeing her roommates chattering and fooling around, a smile appeared involuntarily at the corners of Julianne's mouth. This kind of scene was something she never dared to hope for before. She had never thought that she could have her own friends and chat freely with others like a normal person. Clearly, she used to be just a small, transparent existence forever curled up in the corner, forever ignored by everyone. But ever since she met Alexei, everything seemed to have changed. Thinking about this, she suddenly remembered the university life Alexei once described to her back in high school. Just thinking of Alexei made a smile that couldn't be concealed appear on her face. However, when she came back to her senses, she found her three roommates looking at her with strange eyes. What's wrong? Julianne felt somewhat uncomfortable under their gazes. What were you smiling about just now? Based on my experience, this is a case of a girl's awakening affections. Hee. It seems our Julie and must have been thinking of her little boyfriend just now. Hey, Julianne, when are you bringing your boyfriend out for us to meet? You two will be attending the masquerade ball, right? Chapter 227. Afraid Brothers Drive Range Rover. Actually, the tidser about Julianne's recent romance had been on the minds of her roommates for quite some time. Naturally, Julianne was too embarrassed to admit it. But how could she withstand the relentless questioning from her roommates? Besides, she no longer wanted to hide anything. Amidst the excited gazes of her roommates, she nodded. What she hadn't expected was that her roommates would react with such enthusiasm. It felt as though they were celebrating their long-raised daughter finally getting married. As for attending the masquerade ball mentioned by her roommates, she had never even considered it. She thought she might not be suitable for such occasions and would likely feel very uncomfortable. Though she was gradually learning to initiate interactions with others, it only applied to people she knew well. Facing so many strangers at a masquerade ball was something she still couldn't do. Yet, deep down, she also had a slight sense of anticipation. Since Alexei had taught her how to use the internet on her phone, she had discovered many new forms of entertainment. She often browsed through things she liked. A girl in her blossoming youth inevitably harbored some innate longing for romance. However, a fleeting hint of disappointment crossed her face, perhaps due to some other thoughts. Meanwhile, in the living room of another courtyard, Xiao Timothy, are you messing with me? Why didn't you pull out your big move earlier? Just tell me if you killed or not. My team is 0-7. Giving me a kill could make me die. Alexei and Hideo were sitting at a table, each with a laptop, playing games. Due to the upcoming final exams, the school curriculum had reduced significantly. After chatting with Alexei on WeChat, and hearing that he had bought an Alienware, Hideo rushed over to Jiang University by taxi. After one round of gaming, Alexei got up, fetched 2 bottles of sugary drinks from the fridge, and threw one to Hideo. Gulping. Hideo took several swigs, wiped his mouth, then turned to look at Alexei. Xiao Timothy, how have things been between you and Julian lately? Yeah, pretty good. What's the interest? Hearing this, Hideo gave Alexei a look and said, I've been nurturing this big son for so long. I finally managed to snatch a cabbage. I have to care. After making this joke, Hideo grinned and leaned in curiously. Right, quickly tell me, how did you confess? Was it romantic? Did Julian cry? But you're not good at being romantic, right? You didn't light candles like when you pursued Ellen, did you? That's too low. Alexei shrugged and replied, didn't confess? Don't mess around. Is there anything you can't talk about with me? Really didn't confess, Alexei said seriously. Seeing his genuine expression, Hideo was taken aback. No confession? Then how did you get together? It just happened naturally. Indeed, as Alexei put it, he had never truly confessed to Xiao Julianne. It wasn't that he was shy. He just thought that given Xiao Magnus' character, she might not appreciate formal gestures. Messing up might spoil things. Moreover, a sincere relationship should develop naturally. If they were genuinely together, a verbal confession seemed dispensable. Unexpectedly, his response greatly angered Hideo. Damn, you bastard. You got together without confessing? You should know Xiao Magnus' character. She's different from other girls. She doesn't like those things, Alexei explained. Although Hideo was still single, he certainly had plenty to say on the subject. You didn't confess to her, yet how do you know she doesn't like it? When you pursued Ellen, you played all these tricks. Why don't you confess to Julianne? Julianne may be more reserved, but she's still a girl. Which girl doesn't like these things? Don't tell me you haven't said, I like you, to Julianne yet. Pelted with questions, Alexei stood stunned. Seeing his reaction, Hideo continued, all right, you're great. Empty-handed, and you got the prize. Xiao Timothy, brother is a brother, but you're really unfair. Does this mean when you propose to her in the future, you'll skip the proposal ceremony too? Haven't you thought about whether Julianne has ever dreamed of a proper confession from you? Seeing Alexei remain silent, Hideo grew even more passionate in his words. Aren't you the top scorer in the college entrance exam? Why is your brain acting up now? This time, Alexei had already lowered his head slightly, with his slightly long bangs covering his eyes, making it impossible to see his expression. Seeing this, Hideo put on an air of someone who had been through much and patted Alexei's shoulder. Haven't you heard the saying, when a woman says no, she actually means yes? After saying this, Hideo suddenly grinned. Damn, I think I look super cool for saying something so profound. But when he noticed Alexei hanging his head and remaining silent, he became somewhat displeased. Shit, Xiao Timothy, are you even listening to me? I just said so much to you. You can't. Before he finished, Alexei abruptly stood up, then started putting on his clothes without another word, throwing the jacket directly to Hideo. Let's go, Alexei said. Adia, where are we going? Didn't we agree that I would sleep here tonight? Not today. I have more important things to do. Seeing the sudden smile on Alexei's face, Hideo paused, realizing something. Fuck, you're really turning into a girl chaser who forgets his friends. After getting dressed, Hideo grinned and said, well, as long as you figured it out, I'll go back first. Remember to reimburse me. It costs over 100 yuan for a round trip. I'll drive you. Hideo was stunned. What was going on? Did Alexei buy a car? 10 minutes later, staring at the silver Maserati Grand Cabrio parked in front of him, Hideo was dumbfounded. Get in. Alexei rolled down the window, looking at Hideo who was frozen in place. Shit. Xiao Timothy, how many more things are you hiding from me? On the road, Alexei concentrated on driving, while Hideo in the passenger seat touched and looked around excitedly. Xiao Timothy, when did you buy this car? Wait, where did you get so much money? I recognize this car. It costs over $1 million, right? Damn, don't scare me. Hearing this, Alexei glanced at Hideo disapprovingly. Oh, I robbed a bank. Hideo, fuck, can't you just speak properly? Chapter 228 Bad Student Julianne. Ever since getting in the car, Hideo's chatter had not stopped. He kept asking Alexei where he got the money to buy a car, or if he won the lottery, or if his family's house was demolished for compensation. As he spoke, Hideo couldn't help but sigh deeply. People are afraid their brothers live hard and drive Range Rovers. But look at you, no Range Rover, just straight up driving something like a dung fork. After saying this, he looked at Alexei curiously. Timothy, tell me quickly, when did you get so rich? Alexei hadn't deliberately hidden these things from Hideo. There was just never an appropriate opportunity to mention it. However, now that Hideo asked, he naturally wouldn't keep it hidden. Moreover, he felt it necessary to let Hideo know about his current resources so that when Hideo faced challenges at school from Leonardo, he would know Alexei had his back. I've told you before, I wanted to start a company. In their senior year of high school, while Hideo chose his major, Alexei had mentioned wanting to start a company and asked Hideo to study well, promising a job in his company after graduation. Back then, Hideo took it as casual talk. Everyone blows off steam by bragging a little, so he didn't take Alexei seriously. But hearing Alexei's words now, it seemed he truly started a company. You really started a company? What's its name? Even so, it doesn't add up. It's barely been half a year. What kind of company can make so much money? Hearing this, Alexei casually glanced at Hideo who was watching girls dance on Shuanmeng. What you're using right now is from my company. Hideo froze, looking at Alexei like he was some sort of idiot. You mean Shuanmeng is your company? Yep. So, you're saying you're the chairman of Mingchen Technology. Doesn't sound like me? Timothy, a big watermelon. Timothy, I may not be smart, but I'm not stupid either. Seeing Hideo's disbelief, Alexei shook his head and laughed. It wasn't unexpected. The brother who struggled to afford a pack of cigarettes in the canteen in high school suddenly becoming a billionaire. Anyone would find that hard to believe. Yet somehow, after thinking it over, Hideo felt increasingly uneasy. Mingchen. The more he thought about it, the less absurd it seemed, especially seeing the car Alexei drove. If anyone else said this, he'd think they were delusional. But with Alexei, back in their senior year, Alexei had made tens of thousands of dollars within a month with just a few hundred yuan capital. Timothy, Hideo suddenly said. Are you really the chairman of Mingchen Technology? Don't you believe me? Though skeptical, Hideo still felt a bit pulled along. Alright, if you're really the chairman, then as brothers, can you give me a hand? Get my followers to 10,000. How about that? Hideo pointed at his phone. Alexei only smiled, glanced at Hideo's ID, and sent a voice message to Jarrett. Before long, Hideo found himself terrified as his phone kept pinging non-stop with messages. Watching his follower count soar from single digits to 100,000 in less than 5 minutes, Hideo was dumbstruck. He rubbed his eyes, thinking he was hallucinating. He pinched his thigh hard, the real pain confirming he wasn't dreaming or hallucinating. Half an hour later, at Jiangshan College's entrance, Uriel, thanks for today. Alexei waved at Hideo, then sped away in his silver Maserati. He indeed thanked Hideo. Hideo's words earlier had enlightened him. Staring at the disappearing Maserati, Hideo stood there, dazed. Damn, my buddy is the chairman of Mingchen Technology? Jiang University, South Campus Girls' Dormitory. It was past curfew. Julian lay on her bed, curled up slightly. Her phone screen was still lit, showing the chat with Alexei. Buzz. Her phone vibrated. She hurriedly picked it up. Alexei, are you asleep? Julianne, not yet. Alexei, waiting for my goodnight message? Julianne paused her fingers on the screen for a while before replying. Julianne, yeah. This time, she stared intently at the screen. Seeing the notification, the other party is typing, she couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. Alexei, I can't sleep. Julianne, neither can I. Alexei, the moon is full tonight, and there are many stars. Would you like to go out and take a look? Staring at the text message on her screen, Julianne hesitated for a long time. Even though she knew very well that dormitories were locked after curfew, her fingers uncontrollably replied. Julianne, okay. 10 minutes later, at the corner of the girls' dormitory, by the fence, Julianne clumsily climbed over the not-so-high iron fence. As she jumped down from the fence, Alexei caught her in his arms. Despite it being December, she felt somewhat overheated. Her heartbeat quickened, and her cheeks flushed red. She wasn't sure if it was because she had become a rule-breaking student for the first time, or for another reason. Schau Magnus, Alexei said. Julian looked up at the boy in front of her. The night was as dark as ink, with dim lighting. But the eyes of the boy in front of her shone so brightly. You've turned naughty. Alexei's words made Julianne slightly lower her head. Indeed, compared to before, she had indeed turned naughty. But for some reason, this feeling was quite nice. In the next moment, she felt a warm hand envelop hers. Let's go. Okay. Julianne nodded and followed Alexei's pace, walking towards the distance. On the street, a silver Maserati sped along the road. Inside the car, perhaps because the air conditioner was set too high, Julianne's face was rosy. Alexei. What's wrong? I want to feel the wind. Timothy Alexei, Julianne disliked air conditioning and preferred natural breezes. After turning off the air conditioner, Alexei rolled down the window on the passenger side. The night wind was cool, and Julianne slightly tucked her head into her turtleneck sweater. The slightly sharp wind slapped against her face, making her feel a peculiar comfort despite the cold. She hesitantly stretched her hand out of the window. It felt different to experience the touch of the wind like this. Julianne closed her eyes slightly, feeling the wind brush past her fingertips. Her lips slowly curled upward, revealing a hidden smile as she opened her eyes. Schau Magnus, how does it feel to be a bad student? Alexei asked. Yeah, it feels good, she replied. Chapter 229. Would you be willing to spend the rest of your Timothy with me? After leaving the school, it took a full 40 minutes before the car finally stopped. This was a mountain road, and the car parked midway up the mountain. The surroundings bore some resemblance to Julianne's hometown, except that there were more green plants here. Here we are, Alexei said with a smile, opening the door and getting out of the car. Once out of the car, Julianne looked around at the rather dark environment. The peaceful wilderness, combined with the darkness, made her nervous as she wasn't very brave to begin with. However, when Alexei gently held her hand, she felt much more reassured. This was Alexei's first time coming here too, but he had learned about the place from Jarrett before they came. On a large rock halfway up the mountain, Julianne and Alexei sat together, leaning on each other. Gazing at the stars in the night sky, Julianne rested her chin on her knees, her eyes fixed on the brightest star in the sky. Seeing her lost in thought while looking at the sky, Alexei knew she might be thinking about her deceased grandfather. Both of them remained silent, neither breaking the stillness. The night breeze was somewhat chilly, and Julianne subconsciously shivered. Suddenly, she felt a warm grip envelop her hand. Turning around, she met Alexei's eyes, which were even brighter than the stars. This time, she didn't pull away. She stared back for a moment, a faint smile flickering in her eyes, then turned her gaze back to the sky. It felt like a long time, yet also like just a short while. Schau Magnus, Alexei suddenly spoke. Yes? Do you like your life now? Faced with Alexei's question, Julianne pondered for a moment, then smiled and nodded. Yeah, I like it very much. Upon hearing this, Alexei fell silent, speaking almost to himself after a pause. Today Uriel came to see me. He asked if we were together and how I had confessed to you. That guy is always so nosy. I've known him since the first year of junior high. Back then, my grades were quite good, and Uriel was just a troublemaker, but somehow, we got along. Afterward, I met Ellen, and it was then that I fell in love with her. Listening to Alexei recount his past, especially when he mentioned pursuing Ellen, Julianne's body trembled slightly, but she showed no unusual reaction, only lowering her gaze slightly. The night hid her expression from view. Yet, Alexei seemed not to notice, continuing to speak. He talked about his mischievous days with Uriel from middle school to high school, his pursuit of Ellen, and even the conflicts he had with his father. Not knowing how long he had been talking, Alexei felt a bit parched, licking his lips. Shao Magnus, do you know why I'm telling you all this? Hearing this, Julianne shook her head. Alexei turned to look at her, smiling, and replied, although my past didn't include you, I want you to know everything about me. Besides, Uriel was right. Shao Magnus, I'm sorry. His sudden apology left Julianne bewildered. Adia, why are you apologizing to me? Because my love is a bit selfish, unfair to you. My subjective thinking would overlook your feelings. I assumed you wouldn't care about certain things, but I neglected that it isn't just a matter of caring or not. Alexei, I didn't. Julianne felt anxious, wanting to explain something to Alexei. Alexei had anticipated what she wanted to say. Gripping her hand a little tighter, he smiled and shook his head. Let me finish. I know you don't care, but Uriel was right. This is unfair to you. In the past, I blindly pursued Ellen, even willing to sacrifice my dignity for the wrong person, investing so much effort. Why shouldn't I give those things to you? I know you're quiet and introverted, so I didn't want to make you the center of attention. I just wanted to quietly accompany you through college. But now, I realize how selfish that was. What I gave to Ellen in the past, I should give to you, even more. Of course, I'm not forcing you to accept it. I just want us to be able to openly act like normal lovers and spend these 4 years together. So, for us, this is really just the beginning. As he spoke, Alexei slowly stood up and walked to Julianne. Standing still, he leaned down slightly. Julianne. Alexei held her hand, gently placing it on his chest. I like you. You might think my feelings seem strange, but since you believe in reincarnation, maybe you can try believing what I've said earlier. In my past life, I wronged you. So in this life, I came to find you with my memories, to make amends. The rest of our lives is still long, and I will accompany you step by step. In the future, we might face some obstacles, even be forced to make choices not from our hearts. If that day comes, please believe that I have the ability to protect you, to protect our love. Now, my Julianne, would you be willing to spend the rest of your life with me, this confusing guy? With the last word, Julianne in front of him was already sobbing uncontrollably. She clamped her hand tightly over her mouth, trying hard not to make a sound. Although she had changed a lot, the deep-rooted inferiority and sensitivity still lingered within her. Up until now, she couldn't define what exactly her relationship with Alexei was. It felt like they were lovers, yet it didn't quite feel like it. When questioned by her roommates, she would deny it, keeping Alexei's existence hidden, as she herself wasn't sure if they truly counted as lovers. They seemed to have been together out of nowhere, without either party ever uttering words of affection for one another. Even when she got him, she felt it was surreal, always fearing loss. All along, she wasn't certain whether she saw Alexei's true stance. Especially during this time, she started going online and found endless discussions about Alexei and Ellen. Though unspoken, how could she ignore it in her heart? She learned that her desk mate once fell for another girl, pursuing her so passionately, doing countless silly things, making such romantic confessions. Yet in their relationship, she felt so humble. She dared not compare herself with Ellen nor complain about why she didn't receive those things. Being with Alexei, she experienced happiness. But alone at night in bed, she also felt profound sorrow. Happiness, joy, confusion, grievance, worry. These emotions weighed heavily on her in recent times. But now, all these finally found their release. Everything vanished with Alexei's, I like you. Chapter 230, Not Going Back Tonight. Looking at Julianne, who was sobbing uncontrollably before him, Alexei felt a pang in his nose as well. Shao Magnus, this posture is tiring, and you still haven't answered me. Alexei chuckled softly, bending down again to offer his hand to her. Seeing this, she wiped her tears haphazardly. Despite the dark night, she still saw it. The reflection in the eyes of the boy before her was hers. The first time Alexei held her hand was in the lecture hall. He led her into the bright sunshine outside the door. And now, though it was night, there was the brightest star above their heads. Elwin, did you see? The person you talked about, I really found them. From now on, I won't be alone anymore. The emotions she had barely suppressed surged up once more. Seeing this, Alexei smiled helplessly. Just as he straightened up to wipe away her tears, a gust of fragrance hit him. Tiny as she was, she used all her strength to give him a hug. I agree. Her voice trembled, her head buried in Alexei's shoulder. Feeling the trembling figure in his arms, Alexei's heart melted, holding her tightly. From now on, you won't be alone anymore. Lifting his head, Alexei glanced at the brightest star in the distant night sky. I will never let go again. Sob. Years of suppressed emotions and grievances erupted in the arms of the boy, turning her into a weeping mess. This time, Alexei didn't say anything either, just holding her tightly. What she needed was release, and what he needed to do was accompany her. For a very long time, perhaps she had cried all her tears dry. Julian slowly got up, sniffing continuously. Seeing this, Alexei patted her head. After tonight, no more crying noses. Hearing this, Julian rubbed her eyes and nodded. Shao Magnus, we won't go back to school tonight. Alexei's sudden words left Julianne dazed. She wasn't that naive girl anymore, having learned things one way or another in the university environment. Coming to her senses, she detected other meanings in Alexei's words, her face blushing like an apple. Haven't prepared yet. Her sudden embarrassment made Alexei a little confused, but then he suddenly understood. Laughing and shaking his head, he lightly tapped her nose. Silly, what are you thinking? Am I that bad? Upon hearing this, Julian stuck out her tongue and muttered, "It's not the first time. Last time you clearly wanted to." Cough, cough. Alexei blushed, saying seriously, "Not this time. It's far from the school. Although the separate courtyard can be lived in, it's too troublesome." I'll follow you," Julian nodded. Then she took Alexei's hand on her own. Jinding Mansion wasn't too far away. It only took about 20 minutes due to the few cars on the road this late at night. Inside the living room, they pushed the door open and walked in. Seeing the luxurious interior decoration, Julianne was stunned. When she first saw the separate courtyard, she was amazed for a long time. Growing up in her environment, she had never seen such fine housing. To her, Jinding Mansion was like a palace. However, Alexei's expression at this moment was strangely complicated, and he couldn't help sighing softly. "What's wrong?" Seeing Alexei sigh, Julian asked, "How do you feel about here?" It's beautiful. I've never seen such a nice house." Alexei looked around. "It's beautiful, but she's gone." "Ah, who?" "Sister Zofia," Alexei said. Julian paused, then asked, "Teacher Zhang?" "Yes, I bought this house for her. She used to live here." "Oh." Seeing Julian answer with just one word, Alexei perked up immediately. "Xiao Magnus, don't misunderstand. I bought this house for Sister Zofia. Only she lived here." Alexei told Julianne everything about Diana, even including details about the company without any reserve. Learning that Alexei was the boss of Mingchen Technology, Julianne was somewhat surprised, but her reaction wasn't huge. Seeing this, Alexei was taken aback. "Xiao Magnus, aren't you surprised? I'm the chairman of Mingchen Technology." Previously, Alexei had only mentioned opening a company to Julianne but hadn't given many details. He thought that upon knowing his identity, she would react as Hideo did, quite intensely. Not surprised at all. Julian tilted her head and replied with a smile. Hearing this, Alexei couldn't help but feel a bit disheartened. It felt like when a child scored full marks on an exam but didn't receive the expected praise. Seeing Alexei's expression, Julianne giggled, covering her mouth. "If it were anyone else, I would be extremely surprised. But since it's you, I'm only a little surprised." "Why?" Alexei asked, puzzled. Julianne put her hands behind her back, her dark eyes twinkling with laughter and admiration. "Because you've always been amazing. With you, I wouldn't be too surprised by anything." If someone else had said this, Alexei would have dismissed it as flattery. But hearing it from Xiao Magnus made him proud. "Xiao Magnus, can you guess why I chose these two names? Mingchen, Xuanmeng." At first, Julian hadn't paid much attention to the names. But now, reminded by Alexei, she realized something. Alexei, Julianne, taking one character from each name, it became Mingchen. And Xuanmeng. She remembered, back in the classroom when she first met Alexei, he had said something to her. "I finally found you." Thinking about this, her cheeks flushed, but she felt inexplicably sweet inside. Perhaps not wanting Alexei to notice her nervousness, she changed the subject. "By the way, you mentioned that teacher Zhang left without saying goodbye. Are you going to find her? It sounded like she might be in some trouble." AI. Thinking of this, Alexei still felt melancholic. "Even if I find her, it might be hard to bring her back. But during the holiday, I can take you to see her. Maybe you can do something." "Me?" Julianne pointed at herself. Regarding Diana's situation, Alexei didn't elaborate further. As for where to sleep, Julianne naturally chose Diana's room, while he, in front of Xiao Magnus, chose another empty room with a straight face. Chapter 231. The Last Tranquility. Christmas Eve, though not a traditional festival. However, for today's young people, especially students, it is indeed a lively day. Especially for the students of Jiang University, in 2 days, it would not only be Christmas Eve, but also the annual masquerade ball co-hosted by various clubs and the university. Discussions about this year's ball were incredibly active on the school forum. "Hey, I heard that this year's masquerade ball has quite a big arrangement." "Yeah, I heard that too. This time, most of the funding comes from the school. Don't know what's going on. The latest rumor is that the sponsor of this year's ball is Mingchen Technology." "Right, I've heard that too. It seems like they want to promote campus publicity work, and apparently, many famous internet celebrities from Xuanmeng will also participate. As for other details, I'm not sure, but Pat's sister Ridge mentioned during his livestream that he'd be attending." Since Mingchen Technology collaborated with the official authorities of Jiangzhou to create a cultural industry park, it has boosted the development of new media and short video industries in Jiangzhou to a considerable height. The most popular short video creators and internet celebrities among young people are predominantly from the Xuanmeng app. Therefore, in Jiangzhou and many cities across China, Xuanmeng app has firmly secured its position as the top social media app for short videos. Mingchen Technology then announced a bombshell on its official account. Apart from company-signed internet celebrities participating in Jiang University's masquerade ball, their chairman would make his first public appearance at this event. Once this news was released, it immediately sparked a wave of public interest online, mainly because this chairman of Mingchen Technology was extremely mysterious. Ever since Mingchen Technology came into public view, this chairman had never made a public appearance. Everyone was curious about who this leader of the newly rising giant in online cultural industries was. Meanwhile, in the president's office at Jiang University, "Young man, next time before you stir up such a big fuss, could you at least give me a heads up?" Chester looked at Alexei helplessly. Few people at the university knew Alexei's true identity. One was Alexei himself, and the other was Frisco. Because Alexei had specifically mentioned it before, Chester had never disclosed Alexei's true identity to anyone else. Initially, Chester hadn't intended to manage events like the masquerade ball, typically leaving such matters to the student union and student clubs. However, a few days ago, Alexei suddenly approached him, proposing to sponsor the ball under the name of Mingchen Technology and suggesting that Xiuming app collaborate with the school to organize some programs, essentially wanting to make the ball noteworthy. As the president of Jiang University, Chester was naturally delighted. But he hadn't expected that Alexei planned to attend the ball as the chairman of Mingchen Technology. I think this is a good opportunity for the university's promotion. You see, even before the ball starts, Jiang University has already become quite lively, hasn't it? Alexei said with a smile. Chester couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. Nowadays, major universities in China were all vying for attention in their promotional efforts, employing countless means to stand out. Especially with the rise of online culture, it was gradually influencing the education sector. Chester had always been glad that Jiang University was one of the first top-tier universities to register an official account on the Xiuming app, which had indeed achieved excellent promotional effects. But this time, he truly felt some pressure. Because the chairman of Mingchen Technology, Gimmick, had attracted attention not just from Jiangzhou but almost the entire country. He could easily imagine that on the day of the ball, local media reporters would swarm to Jiang University. So, tell me, why did you come here today? Chester asked. Today, I came to discuss something with you, or rather, to prepare you in advance. There's actually a personal motive behind this masquerade ball. Seeing Alexei's serious expression, Chester felt a bit uneasy. To be honest, given Alexei's current influence, even as the president, he had to take him seriously. Moreover, Mingchen Technology had long-term strategic cooperation with Jiang University School of Electronic Computer Science, providing jobs for many graduates and seniors. You've been so low-key for so long, and now you're planning such a grand event right away. Tell me, what exactly is your personal motive? I need to know if it might cause any negative impact on the school. As the president of Jiang University, Chester naturally had to consider everything from the school's perspective, regardless of the situation. If what Alexei planned to do would indeed have a negative impact on the school, he would really need to reconsider carefully. After all, he could easily imagine that on the day of the ball, there would certainly be many media reporters present. He had witnessed how these media people could turn a trivial matter into a huge event after some creative editing. This is a tricky issue, and I don't quite know how to handle it either, so I came to discuss it with you today. After all, I am also a student here. Alexei shrugged his shoulders and then began to explain his plan in detail. At first, Chester's expression remained calm, but after hearing the whole story, he frowned. After explaining everything, Alexei looked at Chester and asked, "That's the situation. What do you think? I'm not sure if this will affect the school." Chester furrowed his brows and pondered deeply, picking up and putting down his teacup repeatedly, sipping tea one mouthful after another. Technically, this is indeed your personal matter. In previous years, the ball was co-hosted by various clubs, and the school rarely intervened. But this time, too many people are paying attention. Although your actions seem unrelated to the school, you should know how media can spin things. From a personal standpoint, I support whatever decision you make. But as someone responsible for the school, I must consider the best interests of the school. You should understand my position. Alexei wasn't surprised by this response. After all, he still had unfinished studies, and Chester had indeed helped him a lot before. He respected Chester from the bottom of his heart. After some contemplation, Alexei reluctantly settled for a compromise. What about this approach? Inside the office, Alexei and Chester talked for quite a while, finally reaching a mutually satisfactory solution. Outside the administrative building, Alexei walked out of the main gate, calling Jarrett. After giving a few instructions, he hung up and decided to head back to his dormitory. At the same time, outside the administrative building, 3 girls were walking towards the main gate. They turned out to be Ellen and her 2 roommates. Chapter 232, Capturing a Man's Heart Through His Stomach. Currently, at Jiang University, there were 2 most talked about events. The first was the upcoming masquerade ball. The second piece of news was that Beckett, the top influencer on the Dream Search app and the most romantic figure in Jiangzhou, was going to confess his feelings to the newly crowned campus beauty Ellen at the ball. Ellen, who had already been in the spotlight due to the Alexei incident, found herself even more prominent this time. After receiving notice from the dean, Ellen's class advisor promptly arranged for her to represent the college in a speech and prepared a performance to showcase the college's talent. Now, Ellen was on her way to report to the dean of her college. Adley, a roommate, suddenly nodded towards Ellen. Noticing this, Ellen instinctively turned her head toward the side door. When she saw Alexei walk out of the administration building, she froze slightly. But soon, her expression darkened, and a flash of anger passed through her beautiful eyes. The humiliation Alexei had publicly inflicted on her at Mama Naoba's shop still left her fuming. Timothy-wise, Alexei naturally spotted Ellen and her friends. However, he did not linger with his gaze, nor tried to take a detour, but walked straight toward Ellen. Seeing this, Ellen glared fiercely at Alexei. "Hey, Alexei, about what happened last time." She intended to scold him but realized that Alexei passed by her without so much as a glance, treating her like air. Her words died in her throat. She would rather argue with him than endure his total indifference. "Alexei, stop right there." Enraged, Ellen spun around and chased after Alexei. But Alexei remained unfazed, walking up to his car, opening the door, and getting inside. Ellen and her roommates stood rooted to the spot upon witnessing this scene. Did I see it wrong? That was Alexei's car? That car. It looks so familiar. Now I remember. Isn't this the very car people have always referred to as the godly car of our school? Although they didn't know much about cars, just by its stylish appearance, they could tell it must be worth a fortune. Compared to them, Ellen felt even more disbelieving. At this moment, she recalled seeing a silver Maserati parked by the roadside when shopping in Xinjiang City with Darlene, even taking a photo and boasting about it on social media. Many people had expressed envy, and she learned from others that the car was valued at 2 to 3 million yuan. But she never imagined the owner would be Alexei. V-room. The engine of the silver Maserati roared as it sped away in front of them. Even after the car disappeared, Ellen's gaze lingered in that direction. She couldn't fathom that it was a luxury car worth over 2 million. Ellen believed she knew all about Alexei's background, including his family situation. Even during high school, Alexei's family circumstances were only average at best. Moreover, even her current suitor, Beckett, only drove a sports car worth over 1 million. But Alexei, whom she had never taken seriously and even toyed with before, was actually this rich? No, this can't be true. Time of listening to her roommates discuss Alexei driving a luxury car, she felt uncomfortable, coldly humming. You're all such country bumpkins, it's just a Maserati. And you really think it's his car? Many university students rent sports cars these days. Even a car like this would only cost 10,000 or so for a couple of days. Yeah, now that Adley mentions it, I almost forgot. There are many places renting luxury cars nowadays. Yes, I remember too. I recently watched a video about a guy renting a luxury car to pretend he was a rich second generation, deceiving many girls out of their money. This explanation made Ellen feel increasingly plausible. To believe that Alexei could afford a car worth several million was beyond her imagination. But if he rented it, it seemed possible. Considering Alexei won various bonuses totaling around 2 to 30,000 when he became the top scorer in the college entrance exam. Gradually convincing herself, a hint of disdain flashed in Ellen's eyes. Alexei, you're indeed so immature. She gave a dismissive look in the direction Alexei had left and then turned around and left. In the male dormitory. After Alexei returned to the dormitory, 3 roommates were playing games. Hey, you're back, Alexei? Alexei, hurry up and join us for a couple of rounds. Chowzi is really letting us down. Bullshit. I'm always getting wiped out. It's clearly because you're too bad. Seeing Lance and Conway bickering, Alexei shook his head and replied, You guys play on. I've got something else to do. As the year-end approached, there were quite a few things he needed to handle at the company. Even though he spent some time every day going through work reports in his emails, it was still overwhelming. Moreover, with the new year coming soon, he needed to draft next year's work plan. Every time this period rolled around, he missed Diana. Although Jarrett was also capable, the former was even better at execution. Spending over an hour approving and replying to documents in his inbox, he checked the time, knowing Xiao Magnus should have returned to the separate yard already, and then left the dormitory. In the living room of the separate yard, Alexei pushed the door open and walked in. You're back. Hearing this voice, Alexei instantly broke into a smile. A graceful figure emerged from the kitchen. Seeing the dishes Xiao Magnus was holding, Alexei took a couple of steps forward. Yeah, my little Magnus cooking skills are getting better and better. It smells delicious. As he spoke, Alexei intended to grab a piece of meat to savor, but Julianne sidestepped. No, you need to wash your hands first. That's too unhygienic. Hearing this, Alexei straightened up, rubbed her head affectionately, his eyes filled with fondness. You're becoming more and more like a devoted wife and caring mother. It wasn't clear whether it was Alexei's intimate gesture or the phrase, devoted wife and caring mother, that made Julianne's face flush red like a ripe apple. Stop saying nonsense or I won't talk to you. Julianne hung her head, pouting at Alexei, and skipped to the dining table. Under Julianne's influence, Alexei's appetite had significantly increased during this period. After finishing 2 bowls of rice, he patted his belly, inwardly marveling. No wonder they say to capture a man's heart, you must go through his stomach first. The ancients didn't lie. Ring ring. The phone suddenly rang, and Alexei answered it. Hello, Chairman. The items you wanted, General Manager Du has instructed me to deliver. Chapter 233. You are the star tonight. In the living room of the courtyard. After returning to the living room, Alexei retreated into his room with a laptop in hand. 2 days flew by in an instant. On Christmas Eve, at the auditorium of the North Campus, the grand auditorium, capable of holding thousands of people, was already packed. The scale of this year's masquerade ball exceeded that of any previous edition. Apart from students, numerous reporters from various media outlets were also present. To facilitate the ball, the school administration had put in considerable effort, specifically clearing out a few hundred square meters on the first floor of the auditorium as an event venue. Students who attended the ball had all dressed up meticulously. Some girls even adhered to the principle that being beautiful outweighed the cold, showing off their legs and waists. The ambience at the scene was impeccable, enhanced by the soft music played over the speakers. Of course, the journalists on site were uninterested in these details, busy calibrating their equipment and awaiting the main event. About 10 minutes later, the stage lights abruptly lit up, and with the host's entrance, the audience fell silent. Good evening, everyone, students, teachers, media friends. Following a routine opening speech, the host briefly introduced several school leaders. Next, we invite our student representative, Ellen, to take the stage for her address. Please welcome her with applause. Amidst cheers, a tall, attractive girl gracefully walked out from the crowd, which parted respectfully to make way for her. In that moment, every eye in the hall was fixed on her elegant figure. Aware of the countless gazes and the click-click sounds of camera shutters, Ellen raised her pointed chin slightly, resembling a graceful and beautiful swan. Notably, the school and student organizations initially planned to have Alexei deliver the speech. However, after Alexei politely declined, they settled for Ellen as the alternative. Although Ellen didn't match up to Alexei in every aspect, she had recently become quite well known within the school, coupled with her excellent academic performance, making her a suitable choice as the student representative. Once on stage, Ellen reveled in the attention she received. Meanwhile, in a corner of the crowd, Alexei and Julianne were also watching this scene unfold. As he watched Ellen on stage, Alexei narrowed his eyes slightly, a faint sneer appearing at the corners of his mouth. Seeming to sense his gaze, Ellen turned her head to look back at him. Their eyes met midair. Seeing Alexei standing with Julianne, Ellen felt even more triumphant, her eyes brimming with pride and challenge. Alexei did not pay much attention to this and quickly looked away. Julianne, on the other hand, watched Ellen on stage with a hint of envy in her eyes. As a fellow female, she found Ellen admirable. She knew that she could never stand there under such intense spotlight herself. Just as Julianne was feeling somewhat disheartened, she felt Alexei grasp her hand. Feeling the warmth transmitted through his palm, Julianne turned to look at Alexei and smiled gently. On stage, Ellen's voice rang clearly across every corner. Despite delivering her speech as rehearsed, the audience still burst into applause. Indeed, during this period, Ellen had gained considerable prominence. Especially today, Dreamchin Tech's delegation was led by Rich. Almost everyone in the audience knew that apart from the mysterious chairman of Dreamchin Tech, Ellen was the star of the night. After Ellen stepped down, the host finally introduced Dreamchin Tech. Given the company's role as the sponsor, the school gave it due respect. When the host invited the Dreamchin Tech delegation onto the stage, the audience erupted into cheers. Those on stage were top internet celebrities, and for the students, it felt like meeting real stars. Thank you for inviting us to participate in this event as representatives of the company. We hope Jiangzhou University will maintain a long-term friendship with Dreamchin. Additionally, Ridge, leading the delegation, delivered his formal speech. Upon finishing, another round of applause broke out from the audience. Just as everyone expected the next segment to commence, Ridge swiftly descended from the stage. Standing in the center of the hall, he scanned the audience before fixing his gaze on Ellen, who stood at the front of the crowd. I apologize for taking up a little of everyone's time. Today, there is a girl who is very important to me here. I know it might not be appropriate to say this at such an occasion, but I once promised her that I would give her a surprise on this day. Because of my work, I've met all kinds of girls, but I have never seen any girl as pure, kind, and gentle as her. I know this may seem presumptuous, but I still want to ask everyone present today, including the media friends, to be witnesses. I, Ridge, really like this girl. I would also like to invite her to dance with me for the opening dance. At this moment, some people in the audience cheered, while others teased. The reporters from various media outlets seemed to sense a juicy story and kept snapping photos nonstop. Ellen, standing at the front of the crowd, stared straight at Ridge, her expression incredibly excited. Although Ridge did not mention her by name, she was clear that he was referring to her. Thinking of this, she turned her head to look at where Alexei had been standing just now, only to find that he was already gone, leaving only Julianne there. Disappointment filled her as she thought about not being able to let Alexei see what was about to happen. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Ridge walked up confidently and, unsurprisingly, stopped right in front of Ellen. Looking at Ellen before him, Ridge flashed a meaningful smile, then bent down slowly and extended his hand. Adley, would you like to be my dance partner and complete this opening dance with me? Looking at the handsome face before her, Ellen couldn't help but feel a bit excited. Actually, she knew very well that she didn't particularly like Ridge. To her, Ridge was no different from Alexei back then, except that Ridge was exceptionally excellent and wealthy, and he indulged her every whim. Ridge gave her the vanity and wealth she had always yearned for. Just like this moment, any girl, put in such a situation, would probably be moved to tears. What stirred her emotions wasn't so much Ridge's declaration, but the fact that she was about to become the most spotlighted star of the night. She could almost imagine that after tonight, she would appear on the trending topics of major online platforms. Perhaps, she would become a public figure in the future, attracting more young, talented, and wealthy men to vie for her affection. At that time, someone like Ridge alone wouldn't satisfy her pursuit of vanity and material life. But at this moment, to maintain her public image, she still pretended to be touched, covering her mouth with her hand, her eyes glistening with moisture, looking utterly moved. Yes, I do. Chapter 234, Revealing Identity. Grand Auditorium. In the central open space at the front of the crowd, a spotlight shone on a group of young men and women, precisely Ridge and Ellen. One was the student representative of Jiang University, the other the leader representative of the Dream Seekers. As performers of the opening dance, it was only fitting, and it had to be admitted that at least in terms of appearance, they were quite a match. Standing there, they were like a pair of golden youths and jade maidens. The students below all cheered and applauded, while the lenses of the media reporters followed the two people engaged in the duo dance throughout. In the middle of the stage, Ellen and Ridge danced gracefully to the rhythm of the music. At this moment, Ellen's emotions were indescribably excited. even though she knew very well that the honor and attention at this moment actually came from Ridge, but to her now, the once most excellent suitor Ridge seemed somewhat unworthy of her. Unsure of what she recalled, there flashed an unusual look in Ellen's beautiful eyes. She gently rested her head on Christopher Jean Cheng's chest and said coyly, "Thank you, Brother Christopher." As long as you like it," Ridge replied. "Brother Christopher, I heard that. Your chairman is also here today, is that true?" So what?" Upon hearing this, a cunning smile flashed in Ellen's eyes, seemingly answering unintentionally, "Nothing. It's just that your chairman is too mysterious. Just thinking about being able to meet such a big shot soon makes me a little excited." Ellen's head remained against Ridge's chest, not seeing the fleeting trace of amusement in his eyes. "This is normal. The first time I met the chairman, I was also very excited. After all, someone as young and accomplished as our chairman is indeed rare." "Young and accomplished?" Ellen 敏锐地捕捉到了这个关键词，忙抬起头来。"So, Brother Christopher, can you introduce me to him later?" "Adley, you seem very excited," said Ridge with a slight hint of amusement in his voice. However, Ellen failed to understand the underlying meaning of Ridge's words and quickly controlled her emotions. "Brother Christopher, don't misunderstand. I just considered he is your boss, so naturally, I'm curious and want to meet him out of pure curiosity. Don't worry, there will be a chance." "Okay, thank you, Brother Christopher." After the dance, Ridge held Ellen's hand, and both bowed off the stage. Afterwards, during the time for free partner selection, more and more students paired up and started dancing slowly to the music. The students were immersed in the atmosphere of the ball, but some of the media reporters present gradually grew impatient waiting. They had no interest in these students' dance party. Their focus was on the always mysterious chairman of Dreamchin Technology. However, after nearly 2 hours since the start of the dance, the mysterious chairman still hadn't appeared. Finally, when the music stopped, the host returned to the stage again. "Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to introduce our next guest with great honor. I believe everyone should already know that as the sponsor of this dance, Dreamchin Technology has maintained a friendly relationship with our school." The host continued with another unimportant opening according to the script. "Then let's give the warmest welcome to this heavyweight guest with the most enthusiastic applause. He is the founder and chairman of Dreamchin Technology." At this moment, the lights in the hall dimmed significantly. The previously noisy grand auditorium fell silent instantly, all eyes focused on the stage. All the cameras of the media reporters were perfectly aimed at the stage. Finally, the always mysterious chairman of Dreamchin Technology, who had been hidden under a veil of mystery, was about to appear publicly. Ever since Dreamchin Technology officially entered people's view, this mystery has always existed. Who could this chairman be, who managed to create such a cultural giant company within such a short period? With the dim lighting, a vague figure slowly walked onto the stage. Everyone below craned their necks to observe. At this moment, Ellen subconsciously gripped her hand tightly, her beautiful eyes carrying a strange look, staring intently at the figure on the stage. As the stage lights came on, the view became clear. On the stage stood a tall figure right in the center, with a slightly youthful handsome face and a faint smile on his lips. At this moment, the whole place fell silent. Ellen widened her eyes as much as possible, scrutinizing the figure on the stage. However, when she recognized the face clearly, her mind suddenly went blank. How is this possible? In an instant, Ellen's complexion turned pale, staring at the figure on the stage in a daze. Meanwhile, the grand auditorium, which had been silent for a long time, erupted like a thunderclap. "So this is the chairman of Dreamchin Technology? How can he be so young? Speaking of which, don't you guys think this guy looks a bit familiar? Shit, isn't this Alexei?" "Alexei? The chairman of Dreamchin Technology is Alexei? What the hell? This is too much. Alexei is actually the chairman of Dreamchin Technology?" After recognizing Alexei, everyone in the hall was immediately in an uproar, each person's eyes flashing with shock. Those who could be associated with the title chairman were generally around 40 to 50 years old, with beer bellies and a touch of baldness. But no one could have imagined that the chairman of Dreamchin Technology was actually the popular figure of Jiangzhou University, Alexei. If anyone had the most dramatic reaction, it would naturally be the 3 old bees from dorm 205. Lance, who was originally drinking his soft drink, spewed all the water onto Conway's face beside him after seeing Alexei. "What the heck? Am I seeing things? That's Alexei?" Conway wiped the water off his face in a daze, stammering, This kid didn't lie to us. He really is the chairman of Dreamchin Technology." Lucius beside them got excited, pointing at Alexei and saying, "I told you. Alexei definitely didn't lie to us." Equally shocked were all the media reporters present. No one could have imagined that the mysterious bigwig who stirred up a storm in short video platforms and the cultural industry would be a student at Jiangzhou University. At that moment, Alexei on stage merely watched the crowd below with a light smile. His gaze swept across the crowd and landed on Ellen at the front. Their eyes met again. Chapter 235 Pure Slander. Looking at the much-admired figure on stage, Ellen's expression was far from pleasant. Their gazes met in midair. From Alexei's eyes, she saw disdain and mockery. At this moment, Ellen felt as if the world she had always believed in was beginning to crumble. In contrast, Alexei only glanced at Ellen for a moment before turning away. His gaze swept around, finally landing on a graceful figure in the corner. Julianne had already known about Alexei being the chairman of Mingchen Technology. Meeting Alexei's gaze, she couldn't help but smile faintly. In her eyes, Alexei on stage shone brightly. If she could, she would be willing to watch him shine like this for a lifetime. Let me introduce myself. I am Alexei. Tonight, I represent all the employees of Mingchen Technology and wish this evening party a complete success. This is also my first public appearance as the chairman of Mingchen Technology. Here, I would like to thank the university leadership and President Chester. The achievements of Mingchen Technology today are inseparable from the attention and support of everyone present in all sectors of society. On behalf of Mingchen Technology, I thank you all. Though his speech was somewhat cliché, under the brilliant spotlight of being the chairman of Mingchen Technology, the audience applauded enthusiastically. To the students present, it felt like a dream. Although it didn't have much to do with them, they knew it would give them something to brag about in the future. Do you know the chairman of Mingchen Technology? His name is Alexei, and he is my alumnus. As Alexei finished speaking, the reporters on site snapped back to reality and quickly caught onto this explosive news, rushing to the foot of the stage. Hello, Mr. Alexei. I am from Jiangzhou News Agency. May I ask you a few questions? Mr. Timothy, I am from Jiangzhou Chamber of Commerce. I have a question for you. Hello, I am from Zhejiang Provincial Media Fusion Center. I have a few questions for you. The crowd of reporters surrounded the stage tightly. Seeing the excitement growing, security personnel stepped in to maintain order. Fortunately, the school had anticipated such a scene and had arranged for a 30-minute interview session. Most of the questions asked by these media personnel were within Alexei's expectations. They were mainly about the company and some personal questions. Since Alexei didn't plan to hide anything, he answered their questions candidly. How he made his first fortune before the college entrance exam, how he acquired DG Network Company, built up Mingchen Technology, and developed the company subsequently. Of course, he glossed over how he initially earned his capital in just a few sentences. Worth mentioning, several Dream Seeker staff members took advantage of their chairman's spotlight to start live streaming. Those who represented Dream Seekers at the ball were mostly top-tier influencers with over 1 million followers. When countless netizens learned of Alexei's true identity, they also joined the gossip train. Alexei is actually the chairman of Mingchen Technology? Holy cow, that's too explosive. How can I forget? He was also this year's top scorer in the college entrance exam, even breaking the record. Who would have thought he has such an awesome hidden identity? I remember there were so many people online calling Alexei a tango, lickdog, saying he wasn't good enough for Ellen. Not bad at all. He's almost a billionaire now. Who can't match up with whom exactly? Where are those internet princesses? Speak up. Is this what you call a lickdog? If I were Ellen right now, I'd probably regret it to death. While the internet was buzzing, the scene in the auditorium was equally lively. Mr. Timothy, recently there were rumors on the internet about your relationship with our schoolmate Ellen. Do you have any comments? Mr. Timothy, the internet exposed your private pursuit of Ellen during your middle school years and labeled you as a lickdog. Why did you never respond officially? It's understood that Mr. Ridge is a signed influencer under your company's Dream Seekers app. What's your take on his confession to Ellen tonight? Mr. Timothy, do you still have feelings for Ellen? Sure enough, after learning Alexei's true identity, the topic inevitably circled back to the rumors surrounding him and Ellen. And the other students present, upon hearing these questions, perked up their ears. In contrast, Ellen had just recovered from her shock. She took a deep breath, and her hands clenched slowly at her sides. Brother Christopher, why didn't you tell me earlier? Hearing this, Ridge sighed as if he was helpless. Actually, I've wanted to tell you for a long time. But our chairman said not to disclose his identity, especially, not to you. A faint smile flashed in Ridge's eyes. Ellen's body suddenly trembled. She bit her lip tightly and looked at Alexei with a hint of anger in her eyes. She couldn't understand why Alexei had turned into the chairman of Mingchen Technology all of a sudden, and even more so, she couldn't fathom why he hadn't told her sooner given his prominent status. If she had known Alexei's identity earlier, how would their relationship have deteriorated to this extent? Thinking about how she had even tried to use Ridge as a stepping stone to get close to the chairman, she felt a burning sensation on her face. Alexei watched the reactions of the crowd below, and the corners of his mouth slightly lifted. The reason I chose to make a public appearance today, apart from addressing this misunderstanding, is also to resolve some personal matters. Firstly, I need to clarify one thing. Regarding my relationship with classmate Ellen, I did indeed pursue her during middle school. But unfortunately, it was like falling flowers in vain water, so I gave up. As for why I gave up, I won't go into the details now. To summarize, there is no connection between me and Ellen currently. Strictly speaking, we're not even friends. So, all those comments online are completely baseless. In the past, due to my identity, I couldn't provide much explanation, nor did I want to waste public resources over my personal affairs. But I didn't expect that my silence would escalate the situation, leading to malicious rumors. Personally, I am very upset. Therefore, I decided to take some of everyone's time today to set the record straight. Chapter 236. She is tonight's main character. Speaking of the malicious attacks he had faced online, Alexei appeared visibly enraged. Of course, this also owed to his practice of expression management in front of the mirror all night long yesterday. Alexei seemed emotionally charged as he accused those who had spread false rumors about him online. His passionate and heartfelt accusations resonated with both the audience on site and many netizens. Damn, I'm angry for Alexei. Yeah. Alexei is the chairman of Mingchen Technology. If he really wanted to pursue it, none of those people would escape. Wah. My idol Alexei is too kind-hearted. Rather than using his identity to suppress others, he prefers bearing undeserved criticisms. Come to think of it, it's ironic. Previously, those supporting Alinuin claimed Alexei was not worthy. Now, no one speaks up for Alinuin anymore? Seeing that the atmosphere was already heated up sufficiently, Alexei continued, I've said so much today, just to tell everyone. I, Alexei, do not like Alinuin now. I hope from today onwards, the malicious rumors will stop. If anyone continues to spread them and infringe upon my privacy and reputation, I will pursue this matter to the end. As Alexei finished his last sentence, an immediate silence fell over the crowd. Especially those who had previously slandered Alexei were feeling somewhat guilty. In particular, Alinuin's 3 roommates, especially Darlene. The original post that triggered this incident was released by Darlene, and she continuously published posts belittling Alexei afterwards. Thinking about it now, if Alexei really pursued it, how could she have posted slanders against the chairman of a company on a platform like Dreamseeker app? She shuddered at the thought of the potential consequences. At this moment, Alinuin's face did not look good, because she could feel countless eyes staring at her. Previously, through various means, she had always been telling everyone that Alexei liked her, even willing to give up the opportunity to study at Qingbei University to be with her. But now, Alexei denied everything in front of everyone, which was tantamount to revealing that all the previous claims were self-delusions on her part. Although Alexei had explained the whole situation, some media personnel were still trying to uncover more explosive news. So Mr. Timothy, since you completely deny that your relationship with Alinuin is a mere rumor, may I ask you to watch a video clip? The reporter played the video clip on a tablet, showing Alexei's performance at the welcome party. In the video, you said, the next song, I want to dedicate it to someone very important. After the video ended, the reporter asked again, Mr. Timothy, can you tell us who this person is? Also, why did you choose Jiang University over Qingbei? Is it related to this person? Mr. Timothy, can we infer that you truly liked is not Alinuin but this person? The reporter's questions caused a buzz among the audience. Yes, Alexei did say so during the welcome party. It seems Alexei does have someone he likes, and she must be in our university. It looks like the truth cannot be hidden anymore. Actually, this person is me. Didn't expect my underground romance with Alexei brother got exposed. Girl, buy a mirror. It's not expensive. Who is this person? She must be incredibly happy to be liked by such an outstanding person as Alexei. Faced with the situation, Alexei only chuckled lightly, glancing towards a certain spot before turning back to look at the reporter who had just asked the question. Do you know where the name Mingchen technology comes from? Caught off guard by Alexei's sudden question, the reporter shook his head blankly. Indeed, there is someone very important to me. And the name Mingchen was derived from our names, each contributing a character. I promised to make her the protagonist tonight. With these words, Alexei turned and walked off the side of the stage, heading towards the crowd. The grand hall instantly quieted down, all eyes on Alexei. Many girls even looked starry-eyed, hoping that the girl favored by heaven might be themselves. But Alexei's steps did not stop. He walked straight through the crowd, heading towards a corner. Meanwhile, Alinuin also kept her attention fixed on Alexei's every move. Each of us contributed a character from our names. She muttered to herself. Then suddenly her expression changed drastically as if she had thought of something. She abruptly turned her head to look at a certain corner. Mingchen, dream. No, it's impossible. This can't be. No, it can't possibly be her. Absolutely not. Clearly, at this moment, Ellen had an answer in her heart, but could not bring herself to believe it. Finally, under everyone's watchful eyes, Alexei came to a stop. The crowd's gazes instinctively shifted to the girl standing before Alexei. It was a tall yet slender figure, dressed somewhat plainly, with simple ponytail and a delicate face that was pale and exquisite, especially those black eyes that seemed to hold countless stars. But clearly, in this glamorous ball, the girl did not stand out. Who is that girl? I've never seen her before. What? She's so ordinary. It shouldn't be her. I think the girl behind is prettier. It should be her. Amidst the doubtful gazes of the crowd, Alexei slowly reached out his hand. Feeling the numerous eyes on her, Julianne lowered her head. Seeing her slightly trembling shoulders, Alexei's expression softened even more. Daisy, look at me. Hearing this, Julianne kept her head lowered for a moment before finally mustering the courage to lift it up. Looking into the clear eyes of the boy before her, her originally uneasy heart gradually calmed down. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Sensing the gazes still fixed on her, Julianne hesitated for a moment before finally made her decision. Yes. She nodded vigorously, stood up, and placed her hand in Alexei's palm. Seeing this, Alexei couldn't hide the smile in his eyes. Turning around, he led her up to the stage under everyone's watchful eyes. At that moment, the few girls beside Julianne, who were her roommates, stared at this scene in disbelief. Chapter 237. This should all have been Zophian. Most people present did not recognize Julianne. However, the students from Class 2 of Finance all recognized her at once. Especially as roommates of Julianne, the 3 girls had known early on that Julianne seemed to be in love. Although they had also been speculating for a while who such an introverted girl like Julianne could be dating. But they couldn't have dreamed that Julianne's boyfriend would actually be Alexei, the popular figure of their school. In their view, Julianne was introverted, poor at communication, always gloomy. And it seemed that her family conditions were not too good either. Such a person should be worlds apart from Alexei and shouldn't have any interaction with him at all. But now, watching Alexei standing hand in hand with Julianne on the stage felt like a real-life fairy tale of a prince and Cinderella. Among those present, there were quite a few students from Class 2 of Finance, and their gazes couldn't help but turn towards Alalie. Many people knew that Alalie liked Alexei in the class. Whether in terms of appearance, family background, or other aspects, Alalie had always been the best girl in their class, even in the entire department. And Julianne, in the class, was merely a nobody. But no one could have thought that even if Alexei didn't accept Alalie, he wouldn't end up together with Julianne either. To these people, this situation might be inexplicable. But at this moment, although Alalie felt somewhat uncomfortable, after the conversation with Alexei last time, she had completely given up on continuing her feelings for Alexei. Watching the two of them on the stage, she smiled bitterly. Xiao, are you okay? Savannah asked beside her, concerned. Hearing this, Alalie sighed lightly and laughed somewhat self-mockingly. I'm fine, but I never thought. Alexei is the chairman of Mingchen Technology. So it turns out he really is so outstanding that he's almost intimidating. Indeed, if before Alalie still thought she was worthy of Alexei, then now, knowing his identity, even she felt she might not match up to Alexei. Her gaze lingered on Julianne for a moment, with some complexity in her eyes. She murmured to herself, since you are his choice, then, I sincerely wish you both happiness. On the stage, Alexei held Julianne's hand tightly. This gesture undoubtedly declared their relationship to everyone. Even though the camera shutters kept clicking nonstop below, and Alexei knew that he would soon be making headlines across various news and social media platforms, he didn't care. He wanted everyone to know that Xiao Magnus was his. At this moment, facing the blinding flashlights, Julianne was somewhat nervous and could only hold Alexei's hand tightly. Mr. Timothin, can you introduce the student next to you? Mr. Timothin, what is your relationship with her? Mr. Timothin, could you tell us how you met? Faced with the questions from the reporters downstairs, Alexei just smiled lightly. She is my lover. His voice wasn't loud, but through the microphone, it echoed clearly in every corner of the auditorium. The moment Alexei said these words, Julianne's body trembled slightly, and her beautiful eyes turned slightly red. Seeing this, Alexei squeezed her hand gently. Meanwhile, Ellen watched this scene with clenched teeth. Especially when she saw the cameras focusing on Julianne, jealousy surged within her. Tonight's main event should have been about her. Why was it taken away by Julianne? What made her most bitter and angry was that everything should have belonged to her originally. If Alexei had always liked her, if Julianne hadn't appeared, then all this should have been hers. Just as she was lost in thought, the reporters below bombarded Alexei with questions again. Mr. Timothin, you haven't answered the previous questions yet. Yes, Mr. Timothin, could you give us more details about this student? Alexei smiled and replied, I'm sorry, you only need to know that she is my lover. As for the rest, no comment. Saying this, he led Julianne off the stage. Seeing this, the reporters swarmed forward but were stopped by the school security personnel. Alexei left the stage with Julianne from the side door, and the host continued with the remaining proceedings. But at this moment, Ellen's mind was elsewhere. Seeing her distracted appearance, Ridge beside her spoke up, Adley, what's wrong? You look so pale. Hearing this, Ellen forced a smile. I'm fine. A moment later, as if she had made up her mind about something, she said, Elder brother Christopher, I don't feel well. You don't feel well? Then let me take you back to the dormitory. No, it's okay. I can go back by myself. All right, remember to message me when you get to the dormitory. After bidding farewell to Ridge, Ellen turned around and headed towards the side door. Adley, the main entrance is over there. Ridge smiled and pointed at the main entrance not far away, with a faint hint of mischief in his eyes. But at that moment, Ellen was too preoccupied to notice these details. I know. I left something in the lounge. With this excuse, she turned around and ran towards the side door. Outside the auditorium, Ellen rushed out in a hurry. She looked around as she jogged along, searching for something. At the parking area outside the main entrance, a conspicuous Maserati was parked there. Seeing the two figures by the car, she brightened up and quickened her pace. Alexei paused at the sound of her voice. Seeing Ellen jogging towards him, the smile on Alexei's face vanished. Xiao Magnus. It's cold outside. You should go into the car first. Upon hearing this, Julianne glanced at Ellen, then shook her head and held Alexei's hand tighter. No, I want to stay with you. Alexei was somewhat surprised at her response, but then nodded with a smile. Turning back to Ellen, the smile faded from his face, replaced by coldness. Stopping in her tracks, Ellen looked at the now cold Alexei, feeling an unpleasant sensation. Just moments ago he had been smiling, yet now he was looking at her with this expression. Alexei, the dance party isn't over yet. Aren't you going to stay? Ellen fiddled with her hair by her ear. For tonight's dance party, she had carefully dressed up, her makeup and hairstyle both meticulously done. At that moment, she seemed to have returned to being the pure and sweet campus beauty Ellen from middle school. Chapter 238 Actually, I still Timothike you. I wish to buy sweet osmanthus and drink wine together, but it's never like youthful wandering again. Although Ellen could display the same demeanor as in her middle school days, the Alexei before her was no longer the Alexei of those days. Throughout their encounter, Alexei did not utter a single word in reply to Ellen. Yet, there was a thick trace of disdain in his eyes. Seeing Alexei's look, Ellen's hands, hanging by her sides, gradually clenched into fists. She who had always been on high ground before Alexei had never stooped so low. She almost instinctively wanted to reprimand him, but when her gaze swept over to the silver Maserati, the words she had been about to speak were swallowed back down. Alexei's current status was enough for her to take him seriously, or even make the first move. After all, Alexei wasn't the owner of some small company, but the chairman of Dreamchin Technology. Her parents were also engaged in business, so she knew quite a bit about the commercial world. Moreover, there were many evaluations of Dreamchin Technology available online. Its market value was at least several billion, perhaps even reaching 10 billion. A net worth at the level of tens of billions. What does that mean? Even the always self-assured Ellen felt a stir in her heart. She couldn't believe that if she could win Alexei's favor once more, everything he had would be hers. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel excited. As for the conflicts between them and what Alexei had done to her before, none of it mattered anymore. Alexei, can we have a good talk? Upon hearing this, Alexei couldn't help but smile slightly. Although he knew what Ellen was thinking, he still wanted to see just how far she would go for those superficial honors and material possessions. Sure, what do you want to talk about? After saying this, Alexei gently squeezed Julianne's hand and gave her a glance. Clearly, he was afraid she might misunderstand him. Fortunately, Julianne had no other thoughts about this. In her mind, whatever Alexei did must have its purpose. But upon hearing this, Ellen couldn't help but flash a hint of joy. Just as she was about to say something, her gaze landed on Julianne beside her, and she sneered, "Can't you see I'm talking to Alexei? Why are you still standing here? Get lost." If it were before, such an aggressive remark from Ellen might have intimidated Julianne. But now, she didn't respond immediately. Instead, she turned to look at Alexei. Ellen only saw Alexei holding Julianne's hand, then giving her a playful look. Though he said nothing, it seemed as though much had been said. This scene made Ellen feel embarrassed, yet she gritted her teeth and asked, "Alexei, were you serious about what you said earlier?" "Oh, which part are you referring to?" Alexei replied. Just, Ellen hesitated, glaring coldly at Julianne before continuing. "What you said earlier, that you liked Julianne. What do you think?" Alexei replied with a playful expression. "Alexei, there have been misunderstandings between us, big misunderstandings." "Go on." Alexei leaned against the car, watching Ellen with interest. Hearing this, Ellen struggled to articulate her thoughts. "I admit my attitude toward you was poor before, but I actually liked you too. In high school, after rejecting you each time, I felt really sad. I really thought about being with you after college, but I didn't expect you to change so suddenly. I've always kept an eye on you. You used to be so kind and loving to me, and I couldn't stand it when you suddenly became so cold. I know that Julianne has always been a substitute for me. You still have feelings for me, right? Alexei, I was wrong. Can we be like before? I won't fight with you anymore. From now on, I'll treat you even better. Do you know how sad and hurt I was by what you said on stage just now? But I'm even more angry with myself. I regret being so immature, fighting with you, and letting you slip further away. When I saw you holding another girl's hand in front of me, my heart ached. I finally realized that I've always liked you." After listening to her, Alexei showed no reaction. Unexpectedly, Julianne, standing next to him, couldn't help but laugh. While Ellen was pouring out her emotions, seeing Julianne's laughter made her face change in anger. "What are you laughing at?" Regarding the past between Ellen and Alexei had already told Julianne everything in detail beforehand. Therefore, after listening to Ellen's words, Julianne couldn't hold back her laughter. Seeing Ellen's furious expression, she stuck out her tongue and replied, "Sorry, Ellen, I shouldn't laugh at you. Please continue. I promise I won't laugh again." Realizing that the sentimental atmosphere she had worked hard to create was ruined, Ellen gritted her teeth in anger. She glared fiercely at Julianne before turning to Alexei, putting on a pitiful look once again. "Alexei, I really know I was wrong. Can we go back to how we were before?" "Done talking?" Alexei said indifferently. Seeing Alexei's playful expression, Ellen felt as if her face was burning. From childhood until now, so many boys had pursued her that she had always been the one receiving apologies and confessions. Even with Ridge now, Ellen had never shown such a lowly attitude in front of him. "Alexei, I'm sincere. With Christopher brother, with Ridge, there was actually nothing between us." "Really? But everyone knows he confessed to you, and you didn't refuse." Perhaps sensing some hidden implications in Alexei's words, Ellen thought she still had a chance and desperately tried to explain herself. "It's not like that. It's just that Ridge likes me, but I don't like him, and it was him who confessed, and I didn't agree. At that moment, with so many people around, I couldn't reject him properly. Actually, you don't know. Ridge is really annoying. I hate him so much." Seeing Ellen speak poorly of Ridge, Alexei couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. "Are you sure what you're saying is true?" Yeah, I'm sure. Alexei, Ridge and I really haven't." Before Ellen could finish speaking, a voice came from behind. Nan, you?" Hearing this voice, Ellen's body suddenly trembled. Instinctively turning around, she saw that Ridge was standing behind her, having arrived at an unknown time. Chapter 239 Settlement. Ellen's thoughts were entirely on Alexei, and she hadn't noticed Ridge behind her at all. Her face was now deathly pale, unsure if what she had said earlier had been overheard. "Christopher, brother Christopher, how did you come out here?" Ridge exchanged a glance with Alexei without a trace of it being noticeable, then gave Ellen a cold smile. I originally came to bring you a coat because I was afraid you might be cold. It seems there's no need for that. Upon hearing this, Ellen immediately panicked. She instinctively wanted to explain, but then thought of Alexei standing nearby. If she said the wrong thing, it might undo all her previous efforts. At this moment, she was in a dilemma. How? Didn't you say you want to be with me properly? Then show me now, Alexei said with a playful tone. Before Ellen could speak, Ridge put on an angry expression. Boss, Adley is mine. What you're doing is a bit too much. Yours? All right, as long as she admits it now, I won't interfere in your affairs from now on. Ridge hurriedly spoke up. Adley, just clear things up with the boss. As long as you're willing, I can let bygones be bygones. Clearly, Ellen had no choice at this point. Her face was pale, and she struggled internally. She didn't want to miss this opportunity to win Alexei back, but neither did she want to lose Ridge, such a perfect backup option. After some deliberation, she finally made up her mind and looked at Ridge with a pitiful expression. Brother Christopher, Mr. Christopher, actually you've always misunderstood. I have only sibling affection for you. Thank you for taking care of me these past days, but I really don't feel anything romantic towards you. Hearing this, a trace of mockery flashed in Alexei's eyes. Adley, you've been deceiving me? Ridge wore an anguished look. Sorry. After hesitating for a long time, Ellen could only stammer this much. Ridge angrily stepped forward, grabbed Ellen's arm, and angrily asked, Ellen, I'm asking you one more time. Were those words you just said serious? Seeing Ridge's uncontrollable anger, Ellen's expression grew worse. She knew there was no turning back now. Whatever it took, she had to show Alexei her attitude. Biting her lip, she reluctantly replied, Sorry. You bitch. Heartless slut. Slap. Ridge suddenly raised his hand and slapped Ellen hard enough to knock her to the ground. The slap left Ellen dazed. She never expected Ridge to lay a hand on her. Seeing this, Alexei inwardly felt relieved. Ellen, you'll regret this. Ridge glared at Ellen fiercely before storming off angrily. Looking at the pitiful figure of Ellen sprawled on the ground, all Alexei felt was disdain. A moment later, Ellen shakily stood up. One side of her face red from the slap, clearly showing the imprint of a hand. Clearly, Ridge had used considerable force. With red-rimmed eyes and disheveled hair, Ellen looked pitifully at Alexei. Alexei, did you see? I really had nothing with him. I even got slapped for your sake. Doesn't this prove my feelings for you? Please believe me, okay? I believe you, Alexei nodded. Hearing this, a flash of excitement appeared in Ellen's eyes, and she quickly moved closer to stand before Alexei. Alexei, you really believe me? Of course I do. This scene feels so familiar to me. Back in high school, wasn't this exactly how you treated me? The only difference is that I wasn't as bold as Ridge back then, so I ended up being strung along like a fool for so many years. Mentioning the past, Ellen looked slightly uneasy. Alexei, I was wrong before. I truly know my mistake. Can we start over? I promise I'll treat you well from now on. Julianne is completely different from you. She doesn't deserve you at all. We are the perfect match. Oh, by the way, my parents have always liked you. Do you remember when I was sick at home in middle school and you brought breakfast every day? My parents said back then that when it comes to marriage, they would want someone like you who can take care of me. To win Alexei's favor, Ellen was now going to great lengths. Mentioning Ellen's parents, a sharp glint flashed in Alexei's eyes. As the saying goes, when the beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. Given that Ellen's character was so corrupt, it was evident her parents weren't good people either. In the previous life, while he was ardently pursuing Ellen, Alexei had been repeatedly belittled by Ellen's parents. They often said he was just a penniless man who was not even worthy of their daughter. Even after his career took off slightly and he married Ellen, her parents never looked at him with respect. Alexei devoted all he had to Ellen's parents, treating them better than his own father. He bought them houses and cars, and even helped Ellen's father with business using all the resources of his company. But from beginning to end, he never received any respect from Ellen's family. He even suspected that in the previous life, Ellen's boldness to betray and even conspire to harm him, apart from collaborating with Leonardo, was also due to the incitement of Ellen's parents behind the scenes. After all, in the previous life, Ellen's parents hinted several times that they wanted her to transfer all shares and some assets of the company to herself, claiming it was a guarantee for marriage. Thinking of this, Alexei's face grew colder and colder. At this moment, Julianne noticed Alexei's unusual emotions. She tightly held his hand and looked at him with concern. Alexei took a deep breath, turned to look at Julianne, and replied with a light laugh, I'm fine. After saying this, he turned his head to look at Ellen. Seeing Alexei remain silent, Ellen made her next move. Stepping forward again, she grabbed Alexei's hand coyly and replied sweetly, Alexei, let's stop fighting, okay? As long as you are willing, as long as you believe me, from now on, I belong to you. This blatant indication, along with her bashful appearance, was likely too tempting for most boys to resist. Seeing Alexei did not refuse her physical contact, Ellen couldn't help but feel elated. Then she proudly glanced at Julianne. Chapter 240. Long time no see, Sister Zofia. Although she had lost her perfect backup plan, Ridge, in Ellen's view, everything was worth it as long as she could win Alexei's affection. But just as she planned to make her next move, Alexei suddenly raised his hand and fiercely shoved her aside. Ellen staggered, nearly falling to the ground again. Alexei, You still don't trust me? Ellen replied pitifully. In response, Alexei brushed off the sleeve that Ellen had touched and then sneered, saying, Trust? Why wouldn't I trust? But why? Before Ellen could finish her sentence, Alexei sneered again and continued, I indeed believe you don't like Ridge. Likewise, I also don't believe your ridiculous claim of having lingering feelings for me. So, listen carefully, Ellen. Let me repeat what I said before. I now have no feelings for you, only disgust. I told you before that dirty things only make me feel sick. Do you know that seeing you now makes me feel nauseous? After hearing Alexei's words, Ellen's face instantly turned pale. Previously, Alexei had asked her to prove herself, hinting at something between the lines. She thought she had a chance, which was why she had so directly confronted Ridge. Never did she expect Alexei to have such an attitude now. For a moment, she couldn't accept it, but still held on to the last shred of hope. Alexei, what exactly do I need to do for you to forgive me? That well? Alexei suddenly smiled and then said with amusement, I'll tell you when I think of it. With that, he got into the car with Julianne and drove away. After the ball, news about Alexei's identity and his public declaration of love for Julianne swept across all major domestic online platforms. During this time, Ellen used every trick in the book to show goodwill towards Alexei. To this, Alexei adopted an attitude of tacit approval, much like Ellen's initial approach to him. Of course, he had hinted to Ellen a few times to try her best to contact Leonardo. Using Alexei's original words, there were significant issues between him and Leonardo, along with some conflicts. If Ellen could help him get even, then there would still be room for reconciliation. During this period, due to Alexei's personal popularity, the reputation of Mingchen Technology grew louder and stronger. The Cultural Industry Park, previously cooperating with the government, was officially renamed Mingchen Cultural Industry Park. By year-end, Mingchen Technology's branches were spread throughout the country, firmly establishing its position as the leader in the network cultural industry. Moreover, under the joint efforts of Andreas, Orlando, and others, Mingchen Technology successfully gained a foothold overseas in other industries. Based on market value estimates, Mingchen Technology's market capitalization had reached 50 billion. Final exams came as scheduled. After the holiday, Alexei first arranged some follow-up matters at the company and then took little Magnus back to Yongqing. First thing, he took little Magnus home. Upon learning of little Magnus' relationship with Alexei, Timothy Zijuan, his father, was overjoyed, even calling little Magnus daughter-in-law early on. After temporarily settling little Magnus, Alexei went to Yongqing No. 4 Zofiatal School alone. This visit was kept secret. He didn't want to alarm the school leadership or principal. The company's scale was expanding, and business was becoming more complicated. Since Diana left without a word, Alexei hadn't heard from her in a long time. At No. 4 Zofiatal School, teacher apartment, a figure dressed modestly in teacher attire, hair tied up, slowly walked out of the apartment. The woman looked pretty but had a cold demeanor. Just as she stepped out, she saw a tall figure approaching her from a distance. Sister Zofia, long time no see. Standing still, Alexei looked at Diana in front of him. Seeing that familiar young face, Diana trembled slightly, and the textbook in her hand fell uselessly. The school is still the same, Sister Zofia. No, now I should call you Teacher Zhang. Would you like to take a walk around with me? Hearing this, Diana's eyes reddened slightly, and she nodded. On the playground, the two walked side by side aimlessly. They talked a lot. Alexei spoke about the company and his experiences at school, while Diana shared what had happened since she returned to teach. How are things between you and Julianne? Regarding the recent online news, Diana had seen it and knew that Alexei was already with Julianne. Yeah, we're doing well. After speaking, the two fell silent again. After a long while, Alexei finally spoke up, Sis Diana, come back with me. Hearing this, Diana's slim figure trembled violently. She opened her mouth but couldn't say a word. Go back. Can I still go back? I'll handle the rest as long as you're willing. Ding Timothy. At this moment, Diana's phone suddenly rang. In recent times, her father would call every now and then to ensure she was still at school. This airtight surveillance almost suffocated her. Seeing that she didn't pick up the phone for a long time, Alexei suddenly took her phone. What are you doing? Diana was somewhat panicked. Sis Diana, I said before, if you're willing, I'll handle the rest. With that, he answered the call. Hello. The voice of a middle-aged man came from the other end of the line. Who is this? Where's my daughter? Put her on the phone. Hello Felix Zhang. My name is Alexei. There's something we need to talk about. Alexei glanced at Diana, then turned aside, clearly not wanting Diana to hear what followed. Diana didn't know what Alexei said. When Alexei returned, there was a smile on his lips as he handed her the phone. Seeing this, Diana hesitated and then answered the call. Hello Lorenzo. My dear girl, Lorenzo apologizes to you. I was too strict on you before. Expecting to be scolded by her father, she didn't expect her usually strict father to take the initiative to apologize to her. How could you do all these things without telling your family first? Xiao Timothy has explained everything about your job to Lorenzo, and I won't interfere with you anymore. If you don't like being a teacher, just pack up and go back to Jiangzhou with Xiao Timothy, work hard, and give us old Zhang family some face. After hanging up the phone, Diana looked at Alexei in a daze. What did you tell my dad? Hearing this, Alexei chuckled and shrugged his shoulders. Nothing much, just told uncle honestly about your previous work situation. Chapter 241. Welcome back, Sophia's sister. Alexei did not hide the content of his conversation with Diana's father. I just told Felix that as long as you're willing to come back, you will be the president of Mingxin Technology and own 20% of the shares. Moreover, the company will prepare for listing after the new year. Upon hearing this, Diana trembled slightly. Alexei, you said that on purpose for my father to hear, didn't you? Actually, Zophia's sister. Alexei smiled faintly and continued, do you think I'm joking? Looking at Alexei's face, which was less boyish than before, Diana felt a little choked. If it was just the position of president, perhaps it wouldn't be so touching for her. But Alexei had just said he would give her 20% of the company's shares. One must know, these were 20% of Mingxin Technology's shares. Given Mingxin Technology's current scale and strength, going public was inevitable. After the listing, those 20% shares would easily be worth several billion. Alexei, Zophia's sister, this is what you deserve. Without you, there wouldn't be today's Mingxin Technology. Besides, I have always regarded you as my elder sister. In terms of both sentiment and reason, you shouldn't refuse. Hearing this, Diana's body trembled slightly. She lowered her head and muttered to herself, just an elder sister, huh? What did you say, Zophia's sister? Alexei asked. Nothing. Diana quickly sorted out her thoughts and then looked up at Alexei in front of her. She knew that from now on, the unspoken feelings between them would be buried deep in her heart. So, sister isn't going to be too polite with you then? Diana managed to smile and replied. Seeing this, Alexei scratched his head and responded, what can I do? I suddenly feel a bit regretful. Zophia's sister, shall we discuss and reduce the shares a little? Go to hell. Once something is given, how can you take it back? What? Are you being so stingy with me? Or do you think I'm not worth it? Of course, you are worth it. Zophia's sister, when will you set off? Speaking of this, Diana paused, hesitated for a moment, and then said, what about Julianne? It's been a while since I saw her. I miss her. Has she returned to Yongqing? If so, let's have dinner together tonight. Sure, I'll book a place and pick you up from school later. At Gillen Road Night Market. Alexei, Diana, Julianne, and Hideo sat around a table. Interestingly, this roadside stall was where Alexei first encountered Diana during their senior year of high school. Notably, when Diana and Hideo saw Julianne, they were both stunned by her beauty. More astonishing than the change in her appearance was Julianne's personality transformation. She was no longer as introverted and shy, even greeting them actively at the table with a smile. Come on, let me raise a toast. Hideo stood up holding a glass. Save it, drink less, we have things tomorrow, Alexei said. Hearing this, Hideo pouted and replied, it has nothing to do with you. This toast is for Julianne. Then he turned to look at Julianne and continued, come on Julianne, let's drink. Alexei and I are close like father and son. Don't look at this guy, who usually acts like a gentleman. He's actually quite repressed. Anyway, if he ever bullies you, tell me. I'll definitely help you beat him up. Hideo's words immediately made Diana chuckle into her hand. Meanwhile, Julianne also stood up hastily. Seeing this, Alexei gently patted her hand and said, ignore him. He's drunk even before drinking. Although the toast was proposed by Hideo, Alexei knew Julianne couldn't drink. Unexpectedly, Julianne shook her head with a smile and replied, it's fine. She leaned closer to Alexei's ear and whispered softly, if I refuse, he'll definitely quarrel with you later. Then, Julianne stood up, held the glass with both hands, forced herself to drink half a glass, coughed a few times with her hand covering her mouth, and her fair face quickly blushed red. Seeing this, Hideo slapped his thigh. Great. As Alexei's godfather, I must show some courtesy. Putting down his glass, Hideo grabbed a bottle of beer and started chugging directly from the bottle. Can't do it, Grandma. Blowing a bottle isn't meant for humans. Well, it's enough to show the meaning. I'll slowly finish the rest. Ha ha ha. Amidst laughter and cheer, the four people reminisced about their high school days. After 3 rounds of drinks, Hideo began feeling tipsy, crying and laughing with Alexei. Even Julianne had bravely had several more glasses, her face flushed and her eyes glistening with a misty shimmer due to alcohol. Alexei, I feel dizzy. Julianne shook her head, only to feel a spinning sensation. She then simply leaned on the table, smacking her lips as she drifted off to sleep. As for Hideo, he had already been snoring loudly. However, these drinks had merely put Alexei in a slightly tipsy state at most. What surprised him was that Diana, who hadn't drunk any less, showed no signs of intoxication apart from a slight redness on her cheeks. Zophia's sister, when did you become such a good drinker? Alexei teased with a smile. Upon hearing this, Diana gave Alexei a gentle glare and replied, I used to not touch alcohol at all, but there's nothing I can do since I was dragged onto someone's boat, forcing me to learn how to stay up late and drink. Indeed, as a teacher, Diana used to abstain from alcohol and rarely stayed up late. But after being pulled into the company by Alexei, due to endless business dinners and banquets, she, as the executive president, had no choice but to make some changes. Understanding the deeper meaning behind Diana's words, Alexei rubbed his nose awkwardly. For a moment, both of them fell into silence. Finally, Diana slowly picked up her glass. Zophia's sister, don't drink anymore, Alexei said. Diana shook her head, her gaze landing on Julianne before turning back to Alexei. You two, take care of each other. Diana smiled as she spoke, but upon closer inspection, her hand holding the glass trembled slightly. Seeing this, Alexei hesitated for a moment, then also raised his glass. He chuckled and drank it down. Since they couldn't walk side by side, perhaps hiding her feelings deep in her heart was the better choice. After resigning from the school again, Diana returned to Jiangzhou alone, and Alexei took the opportunity to bring Julianne back to his hometown for a visit. Notably, this time, Jake brought along someone who surprised Alexei, Aunt Vicky. After several months of getting to know each other, Jake finally decided to come clean with Alexei about his relationship with Aunt Vicky. Alexei always felt a sense of regret over his father's loneliness in his previous life. Therefore, not only did he not refuse his father's second spring, but he fully supported it. Chapter 242. Encounter with the mysterious man again. Bayshore Village, Cemetery. Alexei stood in front of the tombstone with Julianne. In front of the tombstone, Alexei spoke a lot, recounting from when he met Julianne to their reunion at university and how they became a couple. He didn't miss any details. Julianne had already known about Alexei's mother on the way here. Being adopted from a young age, she naturally understood Alexei's feelings. However, she didn't speak, but instead held Alexei's hand tightly. They stayed in the cemetery for a long time before Alexei finally turned to leave. But halfway through their walk back, Julianne realized she had left her phone in the cemetery. The two returned to the cemetery. Not far away, Alexei suddenly saw a figure standing in front of his mother's tombstone. Upon seeing Alexei, this figure panicked and fled. Seeing this, Alexei's expression changed slightly. Without hesitation, he set off in pursuit. Stop! During the chase, he noticed that this figure was a cripple, not very fast, so he quickly caught up. Who would come to pay respects at his mother's tombstone? Who are you? Alexei asked sternly. This figure faced away from Alexei, and upon closer inspection, it trembled violently. Looking at this person's back, Alexei felt oddly familiar. After pondering for a moment, he remembered. Last year during the National Day holiday, he had come to the tombstone. When leaving the cemetery, he had seen a figure far away at the gate. At the time, he hadn't given it much thought, assuming it was a villager paying respects. Now it seemed that the figure he had encountered then was indeed the person in front of him now. Who are you? Why did you come to pay respects to my mother? Alexei asked again sternly. Upon hearing this, the figure slowly turned around, revealing the weathered face of a middle-aged man. Alexei was slightly surprised when he saw this face. This man looked strikingly similar to his father and grandfather. Who are you? Do you know my mother? Alexei asked once more. The man remained silent, staring directly at Alexei. His gaze gave Alexei an odd feeling, as if he were looking at someone else while clearly looking at him. Seeing the man behaving oddly and not speaking, Alexei wondered if he could be mute. Who are you? Under Alexei's persistent questioning, the man's lips moved, his eyes welling up. Too similar. Hearing this, Alexei raised an eyebrow, responding, Similar? What do you mean? You look just like your mother, the man said again. This time, Alexei was shaken. Do you know my mother? At this moment, Alexei suddenly thought of someone. Bohan, you have grown up? The man's face was filled with affectionate smiles. At this point, Alexei's expression suddenly became agitated. Are you Felix? Upon hearing Felix, the man's body shook violently, reaching out trembling hands to touch Alexei's cheek. Alexei didn't dodge. The man's palms were rough. Yet in this moment, Alexei felt something strange. He had never met his uncle, but he was certain of the man's identity now. Child, it's me. No wonder this man looked so much like his father and grandfather. It turned out, this was Felix Timothy Yuanjing, who had been missing for over 10 years. After recognizing each other, they embraced. Before the tombstone, they talked for a long time, and Alexei introduced Julianne to his uncle. Upon seeing Julianne, his uncle smiled warmly, nodding continuously and praising Alexei's good choice, saying she was a fine daughter-in-law for the Timothy family. During their conversation, Alexei learned that his uncle had been living in a nearby village all these years, visiting the cemetery daily to see his mother. As for the reasons behind his absence, his uncle refused to mention them. Especially when Alexei suggested bringing his uncle back to meet Atli, his uncle firmly declined. Child, Felix, can't go back. But meeting you today has made Felix very happy. I've committed sins that cannot be forgiven. Halfway through, his uncle looked at the tombstone again, his eyes full of complexity, sighing lightly. All I can do now is stay here and end my life here. If there is a next life, I will repay your grandfather for raising me. In the end, Alexei only brought Julianne back to Atli's house. The elderly couple liked this future granddaughter-in-law very much. That night, the family prepared a feast. The atmosphere at the table was harmonious, but Alexei was somewhat distracted. Son, what are you thinking about? You seem distracted. Lorenzo Gillis was beaming with joy, clearly in a very good mood. After hearing this, Alexei hesitated for a moment, but decided not to keep Felix's appearance a secret. Lorenzo, Elwin, Clifford. Today at the cemetery, I met Big Felix. The atmosphere at the dinner table instantly turned silent as soon as he finished speaking. Lorenzo's hand holding the wine glass froze in midair, and the smile on his lips also stiffened. Noticing that something was amiss, Clifford hurriedly spoke up to ease the tension. You child, you haven't even had a sip of wine yet. Why are you talking nonsense? Clifford, I really did meet Big Felix, Alexei reiterated. Bang! Lorenzo slammed the cup heavily on the table, and Elwin's face at the head of the table didn't look too pleased either. Despite Clifford continuously giving Alexei warning glances, Alexei still recounted what happened in the cemetery earlier. After finishing, Alexei sighed softly. Lorenzo, Elwin, I don't know what kind of mistake Big Felix made back then, but he is my Big Felix, your son and eldest brother. I want Big Felix to come back. Enough. Lorenzo Gillis angrily slammed the table, ready to reprimand Alexei. Aunt Vicky hurriedly tried to mediate. Bohan, just let it go. Clifford also urged him. Clifford, I don't understand. Why? You shut up. He is not your Big Felix, and I do not have such an elder brother. Seeing Lorenzo's intense reaction, Alexei became even more curious about what had happened back then that caused Lorenzo to harbor such deep resentment toward Big Felix. Second brother, isn't that too harsh? Even if the bone is broken, the tendons still connect. It has been so many years. How can you still not get over this hump? Clifford couldn't hold back and said a word, which unexpectedly led to a verbal altercation with Lorenzo. That's enough. All of you, quiet down. In the end, it was Elwyn who spoke up to stop the two. Thus, the dinner ended unhappily. Shall Magnus, I'll take you home first. After resting tonight, I'll send you back to Jowling tomorrow. Chapter 243 The Truth Back Then. Bohan, come here. I need to talk to you. Alexei was about to leave, but was held back by his grandfather alone. Inside the room, the old man looked at Alexei in front of him, remaining silent for a long time. Did you really meet your uncle? Alexei nodded. The old man sighed deeply. Sigh. At this moment, the old man seemed to have suddenly aged many years. After a brief silence, the old man looked at Alexei and hesitantly asked, Is he all right? Not really. Alexei truthfully described the situation with his uncle in detail. Upon hearing what happened and learning about his uncle's disability, the old man stumbled, almost losing his balance. Seeing this, Alexei hurriedly stepped forward to support the old man. Elwyn, are you okay? The old man shook his head and slowly sat down on the chair, his expression somewhat blank as if he was lost in some memories. Elwyn, what exactly happened? Why did Felix? Before Alexei could finish his sentence, the old man waved his hand and sighed deeply. I shouldn't be telling you these things. After all, it is our family's biggest shame. But now that you've grown up, it's time you know. Then, the old man recounted the events of that year in detail. In the courtyard of their hometown, Julianne was sitting on a small stool, occasionally glancing towards the main house. Finally, when she saw Alexei coming out, she hurriedly stood up and greeted him. But at this moment, Alexei appeared absent-minded. Alexei? Hearing Julianne's voice, he finally came back to his senses. What's wrong? You look so pale. It's nothing. Let's go back. Fors Road, originally number 183 Commodity Building. It has now become a residential area classified as a school district. Alexei initially intended to leave this house to his father, but his father said he was accustomed to living in the family home and planned to bring Aunt Vicky over soon, so they could live together. As for the new house they got after the demolition on Fors Road, his father suggested leaving it for Alexei as a marital home. Fortunately, the housing authority had, at Alexei's request, specially delivered a fully furnished unit when handing over the property. Alexei and Julianne spent the night there. Of course, Alexei conscientiously chose the secondary bedroom and left the master bedroom for Julianne. That night, lying on the bed, Alexei found it hard to sleep, his mind filled with what his grandfather had told him. It turned out that back then, his father, his uncle, and his mother were classmates, and their relationship had always been good. Moreover, his father had started liking his mother from that time, but he never dared to confess. After graduating from junior high school, they all entered the workforce and worked at the same factory. Years later, they all reached marriageable age. Without any surprise, his father married his mother, but after the wedding day, his uncle changed drastically, constantly opposing his father, losing his job, and becoming addicted to alcohol. Even after several scoldings from Atlee, he stormed out of the house in anger. It wasn't until the day Alexei was born that his mother faced complications during childbirth, putting her life at risk. The Timothin family's financial situation wasn't very good at the time, and despite their best efforts, they couldn't gather enough money for the surgery. However, the hospital received an anonymous donation specifically for his mother's operation. Thus, his and his mother's lives were saved. But what truly changed their fate was that a week after he was born, his mother mysteriously disappeared, along with his uncle. Jake, Atlee, Sabrina, and Felix searched the entire village, county, and even placed missing person ads in Yongqing City, yet they still had no clue about the whereabouts of the two. Until the day he was 1 month old, tragic news arrived. After receiving a call from Felix Kapp, his father rushed to the hospital with Atlee, Sabrina, and Felix. Seeing his mother and uncle covered in blood lying in the emergency room, they felt as if the sky had fallen. From Felix Kapp, they learned that his mother and uncle had been involved in a car accident. After emergency treatment, his uncle survived but fell into a coma, while his mother succumbed to severe injuries. In the end, his father, kneeling beside his mother's sickbed, asked her amidst tears, "Sorry, Ajun. It's because I betrayed you. In fact, I have always liked Ajun. But Ajun never dared to express his feelings to me, while you were really good to me. Perhaps it was love at last sight. I thought marrying you would be a good choice. But after giving birth to Bohan, I went through a brush with death and realized I was wrong. Love shouldn't be forced. What I did was unfair to myself, and even more unfair to you and Ajun. So I contacted Ajun. I told him, if he was willing, I would give up everything, bear the name of being an unfaithful wife, and run away with him. Although we only lived together for a short time, I was very happy. Ajun, in this life, I failed you. I wasn't a good wife or a good mother. If there's another life, After Leanne died, Felix Dabe disappeared again, and this disappearance lasted 18 years. Upon learning the truth, Atlee, in a fit of anger, unilaterally announced that he was severing ties with Felix Dabe and refused to allow Leanne to be buried in the ancestral tomb. Instead, she was buried in a cemetery near the village. Since then, the matter of Felix Dabe and Leanne became the biggest scandal in the old Timothy family. Jake had always claimed publicly that Leanne died from complications during childbirth. Back in their hometown, Atlee once asked Alexei, "Bohan, now that you know the truth, tell your grandfather, do you still plan on bringing your uncle back? Or do you intend to forgive him?" Alexei didn't reply immediately to this question because he didn't have an answer himself. He only knew that this incident had always been a thorn in Jake's heart, and perhaps over the years, Jake might have felt sad about it when alone. On the other hand, Felix Dabe indeed made mistakes back then, but it was also Leanne's choice. Moreover, all these years, Felix Dabe has remained at the cemetery, possibly regretting his youthful impulsiveness and trying to atone for his sins. As for forgiveness, Alexei believed the decision wasn't his to make. After all, he never met Leanne, so he couldn't have deep feelings for her. From start to finish, Jake was the one who was most deeply hurt, but Alexei truly hoped that Jake could soon get past this psychological barrier. Chapter 244, Unburdening the Heart. That night, Alexei did not sleep soundly. The next morning, he received a call from his grandfather, who asked him to return to their hometown alone. After informing Julianne, he drove to their hometown. Upon seeing his grandfather, the elderly man only said one thing to Alexei. "Years have passed. This matter needs a conclusion now. Bohan, bring him back." Bayshore Village, cemetery. Alexei waited for a long time in front of the tombstone. Finally, as evening approached, he saw his eldest uncle. Seeing his eldest uncle limping and carrying a bamboo basket, Alexei's expression became complicated. "Bohan, why are you here?" "I've been waiting for you," Alexei said. "Waiting for me?" The eldest uncle looked puzzled. Hearing this, Alexei nodded and replied, "Atlee has told me everything that happened back then." The smile on the eldest uncle's face froze instantly. Then, he limped up to the tombstone and lit incense with a bow. He stood there, staring blankly at the tombstone, not turning around as he said, "So, do you hate me? Why should I hate you?" Alexei retorted. A bitter smile appeared on the eldest uncle's lips. "If it weren't for my momentary impulse back then, maybe you and Cade would have had happy families. Perhaps the Timothys wouldn't have been talked about so much behind our backs all these years. Unfortunately, it took me years to realize this, but now everything is too late." Alexei stepped forward and stopped beside his eldest uncle, gazing at the neat and clean tombstone. He remained surprisingly calm. "If it were the old me, perhaps I'd hate you forever. But now..." Pausing slightly, Alexei gave a light laugh and continued, "I don't hate you. I can't bring myself to. After all, that was Leanne's own choice. Even if you hadn't taken her away back then, she might still have lived with Jake in regret and unhappiness. It's just fate playing tricks on us. I don't hate you, but I have no right to forgive you either. The final decision rests with Lorenzo. Eldest Felix, please come back with me." Although he had anticipated why Alexei was waiting for him, when he heard those words, the eldest uncle's face was full of bitterness. "Go back? If I could, I would have returned many years ago. I didn't know how to face Elwyn and Patsy, or even your father. Eldest Felix, you've been hiding for 18 years. Isn't it time you gave an explanation to Lorenzo? After all, you and Lorenzo are blood brothers. Do you really intend to stay estranged for the rest of your lives?" Hearing this, the eldest uncle shuddered. "Blood brothers? Yes, your father and I are blood brothers." Seeing his silence, Alexei remained quiet and did not disturb him. After a long while, as if making a final decision, the eldest uncle sighed deeply and looked at the tombstone with complex emotions. "After so many years of hiding, it's indeed time to give an account. What I owe you has almost been paid off over these years. But what I owe Cade..." Zofiad sentence. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and turned to look at Alexei. "Bohan, let's go." Looking at the eldest uncle limping ahead, Alexei hesitated for a moment before following. When they arrived at the Timothy family home, the eldest uncle hesitated at the door for a long time. "Eldest Felix, running away isn't a solution, and I can sense that Lorenzo doesn't completely hate you. Perhaps he just couldn't understand why you hid for so many years without the courage to explain." Understanding his hesitation, Alexei spoke. Perhaps finding Alexei's words sensible, after much internal struggle, the eldest uncle finally made up his mind and stepped into the yard. Alexei stayed outside. He did not want to see what was going to happen inside. As he had told his eldest uncle earlier, this was between them and didn't require his involvement. Outside the yard, he lit a cigarette and exhaled a long puff of smoke. Not long after, he clearly heard his father shouting from inside the yard, along with some commotion. He could imagine the scene unfolding inside. The dead would never return, but the living must deal with the present. Hopefully, Lorenzo could overcome this obstacle. After finishing nearly half a pack of cigarettes, the noises inside the yard finally ceased. Discarding the remaining cigarette butt, Alexei turned and walked into the yard. But what he saw inside left him stunned. His father and eldest uncle knelt on the ground, hugging each other and weeping bitterly. Elwynrance and Felix were wiping their tears beside them. Glancing at the bruise under his eldest uncle's eye and his swollen lip, Alexei understood roughly what had happened earlier. From this, it indeed seemed to match his father's style. Fortunately, judging by the current situation, the heart knot between his father and his uncle should be untied now. At dinner time, the family gathered for a reunion meal. Out of politeness, Alexei also sat down and stayed for a while. However, when his father started drinking with Elwin and Felix later on, he bade farewell to his grandparents and returned to Yongqing. Xiao Magnus was still alone in Yongqing, and he figured that if he continued drinking, he wouldn't be able to return until the next morning. By the time he got back to Yongqing, it was already late. While driving through the city, Alexei suddenly received a call from Julianne. As soon as he answered, he heard Julianne sobbing. What happened, Xiao Magnus? What's wrong? Alexei became instantly worried. My grandma had an accident. Through the phone, Julianne's voice was choked with sobs, sounding very urgent. Don't panic. I'm on my way. After hanging up, Alexei floored the gas pedal. Upon arriving at the residential area, without bothering to ask for details, he took Julianne and drove overnight to Jialing City. At Jialing City's Jiangji Town, People's Hospital. Excuse me, which ward is Patsy Song Timothyne in? Alexei asked at the hospital reception. 302, the nurse replied. Alexei immediately hurried towards the ward with Julianne. Inside room 302, Esther was pacing anxiously. Seeing Julianne, she rushed over. Oh, Magnus, you're finally back. Patsy. Julianne's eyes welled up with tears as she rushed forward. Seeing her pale, unconscious grandmother on the bed, she burst into tears. Frowning, Alexei asked, Esther, what happened? Sigh. After finishing the work in the greenhouse, I planned to visit Patsy Song. No one answered when I called out, and upon entering, I found her already unconscious. So we rushed her to the hospital. At that moment, a doctor walked into the ward. Who was the relative of Patsy Song Timothyne? Hearing this, Julian stood up quickly. It's me. Doctor, how is my grandma? Although she has stabilized after initial resuscitation, her condition is still dangerous. We suggest transferring her to a municipal hospital for more advanced medical care, but the surgery costs may be considerable. You should be prepared for that. If you agree, we can immediately arrange the transfer. By now, Julianne was completely panicked. We have money. Doctor, please save my grandma. Mentioning the transfer and expensive surgery costs, Esther's eyes shifted away. Chapter 245, Critical Condition. After completing the transfer procedures, the hospital sent the elderly woman to the Second People's Hospital of Jialing City. Alexei also drove Julianne to arrive there shortly after. Upon receiving the news, the Second People's Hospital urgently arranged for a consultation. However, when the medical reports of the elderly woman were being transferred, an unexpected discovery was made. According to the original hospital in Jiangji Town, they had systematic treatment methods for the elderly woman's condition, yet she did not come to the hospital regularly to get her medication as scheduled. Julianne didn't think too much about it. She knew her grandmother's character. Perhaps she only tried to save money by not taking medicine on time. But just as they finished the transfer and needed to settle the fees at the Jiangji Town Hospital, as well as prepay some surgical expenses at the Second People's Hospital, another unexpected incident occurred. Previously, she had given her bank card to Esther, but when she asked to have it back to pay these expenses, she found that there was only a few hundred yuan left in the card. It should be noted that when Julianne gave the bank card to Esther, there were over 100,000 yuan in it. Esther, what happened to the money? Facing Julianne's questioning, Esther looked somewhat flustered. You silly girl, what are you talking about? The money, of course, was all used to buy medicine for Patsy. Where else could it go? But the doctor just said Patsy hasn't been to the hospital to get her medicine for a long time. Well, as you know, hospital medicine is so expensive. I've been buying from outside pharmacies instead. Calculating the time, it has been over half a year. Besides buying medicine, there were other daily expenses and occasional checkups. All these add up, costing a lot of money. Julianne wasn't the naive and easily fooled girl she once was. She quickly realized something was wrong with this explanation. Esther, please tell me honestly where all this money went. Hearing Julianne's tone, Esther panicked even more, but put on an unhappy expression. Child, what do you mean? Do you think I embezzled the money? Dreamhan, remember who has been taking care of your grandmother all along. After working so hard, it's unfair if you can't thank me and even suspect me. Seeing this, Alexei coldly laughed. He had noticed something was off about Esther's behavior since they were still at the town hospital. This issue can be easily resolved. Could Esther come with us to the bank to check the bank statement? We'll know where the money went. If we wronged you, I will apologize on behalf of Julianne and even compensate you another 20,000 yuan. But if you did indeed misappropriate the money, then we'll have to resort to legal means. Esther, being an uneducated rural woman, suddenly remembered that bank statements could be checked when Alexei mentioned it. Immediately, she became flustered. In the end, Esther tearfully apologized to Julianne. Dreamhan, wailing. It's Annie's fault. I'm so sorry. It turned out that Esther had quietly embezzled the money because Julianne had trusted her completely, and 10,000 yuan was a huge sum for someone like Esther. A few months ago, her son wanted to buy a house in town for their engagement ceremony, but the family couldn't afford it. Additionally, during that period, the elderly woman was in relatively good health and didn't want to visit the hospital for checkups or medicine. Esther had thus gotten greedy and used the money as a down payment to buy a house for her son in town. Learning about the whole story, Liz's eyes turned red with anger. Esther, how could you do this? I trusted you so much. That was the money to save Patsy's life. I'm sorry. I was stupid. Please don't report me to the police, Dreamhaunt. Andy will pay you back slowly. Alexei laughed coldly again and replied, pay back slowly? Seems like Xiao Magnus is usually too nice, and now you still want to take advantage of her. You have 1 week. Return every penny you took, or else I'll help Xiao Magnus sue you. This money would be enough for you to spend several years in prison. Indeed, Esther had accurately judged Julianne's character. But Alexei's stern attitude frightened her. Last time she saw Alexei driving a luxury car, knowing he was wealthy, Esther was aware that if he insisted on suing her, she wouldn't stand a chance. In the end, Esther repeatedly guaranteed that she would definitely repay the money within a week, and then left the hospital in a wretched state. To Alexei, this amount of money was nothing. But he hoped that through this incident, little Magnus would learn a lesson and understand that not everyone in the world can be trusted wholeheartedly. After all, Julianne's character was too innocent. Although she had improved compared to before, there were still many things that he wanted to teach her gradually. After settling all the fees, the elderly woman's surgery was finally successfully scheduled. However, an unexpected situation occurred during the operation. Due to the elderly woman not taking medication or having checkups on time for several months, she developed many complications, especially severe bone marrow hematopoietic abnormalities, which required immediate bone marrow transplantation. Originally, for the hospital, this was not much of a problem, as the probability of bone marrow matching among relatives is relatively high. But unfortunately, Julianne had no blood relation with the elderly woman, and there were no other family members available. Although the hospital promptly screened the bone marrow bank, they could not immediately find a match. Julianne and Alexei also went together to get tested. Who is the patient's family member? The doctor approached Alexei and Julianne. I am, Julianne said. Currently, we haven't found a suitable match in the bone marrow bank, and your results will take some time to come out. We will do our best, but if we cannot find a suitable bone marrow match within an hour, the patient's condition will be very dangerous. Please be prepared mentally. Upon hearing the doctor's words, Julianne's face instantly turned deathly pale. When the doctor left, Julianne clung tightly to Alexei's arm. Alexei, my grandma, will be okay, right? She will be fine, won't she? Seeing her ashen face, Alexei couldn't bear it and tightly held her hand. Chapter 246, Guarding What You Treasure. Rest assured, with me here, Patsy will be fine. Upon hearing this, Julianne's face remained deathly pale. How could she not know that these were just Alexei's comforting words? The doctor's words earlier had asked her to prepare for the worst. She understood what that meant. Thinking about it, she felt a heavy tightness in her chest, and her vision blurred. After learning of her grandmother's severe illness last night, she and Alexei had driven back home late into the night, spent a day at the hospital in town, and then rushed to transfer her to a city hospital later that evening. To this point, she hadn't even eaten or rested. Even Alexei was feeling tired. How much more so for Julianne? Xiao Magnus? What's wrong? Xiao Magnus, don't scare me. Seeing her complexion becoming increasingly pale and her gaze losing focus, Alexei panicked. Before she finished her sentence, Julianne suddenly fainted and fell into Alexei's arms. Seeing this, Alexei immediately lost his composure. Nurse, where is the nurse? He cradled Julianne and ran frantically toward the nursing station. Inside the ward, the doctor examined Julianne. There's nothing serious. It's just emotional agitation and exhaustion. A good rest should do the trick. Thank you, doctor. Relieved that there was nothing serious wrong with Bai Ming, Alexei breathed a sigh of relief. As soon as he dismissed the doctor, a nurse hurried into the ward. Who is Mr. Alexei? I am. What's wrong? Alexei asked. Mr. Alexei, your bone marrow matches Ms. Song Timothian successfully. Hearing this, Alexei was stunned. Looking at the data sheet handed to him by the nurse, Alexei fell silent. Mr. Alexei, the patient's condition can't afford any more delay. Please give us your answer as soon as possible. Alexei nodded. After the nurse left, Alexei looked at the report in his hand and couldn't help but smile bitterly. It was completely unexpected that Julianne's bone marrow did not match the elderly woman's, but his own did. Donating bone marrow would certainly have some physical toll on him. Alexei knew that if it were a stranger, he wouldn't volunteer to be such an altruistic donor. Since he was not related to the elderly lady, he naturally didn't need to do this. However, there was a reason he could not refuse. Besides the unknown by family, the elderly lady was Julianne's only remaining relative in the world. Turning around, he walked to the bedside. Watching Julianne asleep on the bed, Alexei sat beside her, gently brushing away the stray strands of hair from her forehead. Even in her sleep, her delicate brows remained furrowed. Seeing this, Alexei's eyes filled with tender concern. I will protect everything you cherish, even if it costs me my life. Leaning forward, Alexei lightly kissed her forehead before getting up and leaving the ward. In the operating room, staring at the cold, pale ceiling above him, Alexei felt a sudden daze. Under the influence of anesthesia, his consciousness gradually began to blur. In a daze, it seemed like he had returned to the beginning. Back in the cold morgue, he saw his own corpse again, saw Leonardo and Ellen engaging in indecent acts in front of it. But this time, he watched this scene with utmost calm. Until a figure in black appeared, his emotions finally wavered. Just like in his previous life, he still watched Julianne take away his body. That nearly forgotten scene played out again. In the fiery inferno, she embraced his urn in her black dress, consumed by flames. No! Alexei screamed in anguish, desperately trying to pull her out, yet once again, He could only watch helplessly as she was burned alive. The pain, it was excruciating. In reality, already asleep, a tear slowly slid down the corner of Alexei's eye. In his mind, everything was chaotic. He ran desperately, only to feel someone grab him from behind. Suddenly, he found himself in a white space, facing a black-clad figure. Looking at the tall silhouette, even just a back view, Alexei felt a shiver from deep within his soul. He stepped forward trembling, his fingers shaking. Slowly reaching out, this time, he succeeded. Touching the silhouette before him, Alexei stiffened. "You've come." A cold voice echoed, then the figure slowly turned around. Before his eyes was a woman's almost bewitchingly exquisite face, with a distant, cold expression between her eyebrows. It was her, Julianne from his previous life. Looking at the face identical to Xiao Magnus, Alexei was momentarily lost. "Your eyes." Alexei stared blankly at her. Her eyes were perfectly intact. Upon hearing this, her cold face softened considerably. "You no longer need them." Looking at her, Alexei's lips moved, clearly having much to say, but it all condensed into just one sentence by the time it reached his mouth. "Are you her?" She pondered for a moment, then smiled brilliantly. "I am Julianne, but not your Julianne. Just like you are Alexei, but not my Alexei." Looking at this familiar, yet somewhat strange, delicate face, Alexei's lips twitched. Indeed, she was Julianne, but not the Xiao Magnus of now. "Can you tell me about your story with him?" Alexei asked. "Do you remember, grant me a beam of timothyte?" Hearing this, Alexei pondered for a moment, then suddenly remembered something. In his previous life, he had dropped out of school to work in the city where Ellen lived, pursuing her bitterly for over 2 years. During that period, he wasn't without thoughts of giving up. But during that time, he met a girl online named Grant Me a Beam of Timothyte. At first, Alexei only chatted with her to alleviate his loneliness, but as time passed, he found they got along well. Eventually, he proposed meeting her in person. On the day they agreed to meet at a cafe, he accidentally came across a traffic accident on his way there. A girl was knocked down on the roadside, and he rescued her and sent her straight to the hospital. The girl's face was covered in blood, and eager to make it to the cafe, he left only his name and phone number before hastily departing from the hospital. But when he returned to the cafe, he waited a long time without seeing the girl. Afterward, when Ellen started giving him hope again, he completely forgot about the incident with the girl. As scenes of the past flashed through his mind, Alexei took a deep breath and shook his head with a bitter smile. "So that's how it was. It seems you've guessed it." She smiled. Grant Me a Beam of Timothyte was her online name, and more than that, the girl Alexei saved by the roadside back then was her, Julianne. Chapter 247, A Dream of Yellow Zophiolite. In the hazy realm of consciousness, Alexei chatted with her for a long time. But most of the time, it was her speaking and him listening. Finally, Alexei fully learned all the historical trajectories of Julianne from her previous life. After the college entrance exam, Julianne scored very well but could not afford the expensive tuition due to her family's poverty. So she had no choice but to go out to work. Fate brought her to the city where Alexei was located. Her shy and introverted personality meant she had no friends or social life. She even felt that her life held no hope, with darkness lying ahead. She drifted through life in a numb, dazed state. There was nobody around her who she could talk to. The contact list and friends on her phone included only a few people, among whom was Diana. Later, to complete the publicity task assigned by the store manager, she reluctantly joined the grade-wide group of her alma mater, and also got Diana to pull her into the grade-wide group of Yongqing No. 4 High School. Due to having transferred to No. 4 High School before, she remembered many classmates from her class, including her deskmate, Alexei. She added many classmates from the group, but only a few, including Alexei, agreed. She sent out many messages to everyone but only Alexei, the good-natured one, replied to her. Over time, she started chatting with Alexei. However, she found that Alexei did not remember who she was at all. Perhaps because Alexei didn't know her identity and treated her as a stranger, she felt free to share daily troubles at work and in life with Alexei. Alexei also confided many worries to her, and it was during this time that she learned about Alexei's long pursuit of Ellen Yang. During that period, she realized that chatting with Alexei had become a habit. For women, especially someone like her, habits turn into dependence. So when Alexei proposed meeting up, she hesitated for several days before finally agreeing. She, too, wanted to take a bold step forward. That day, she went to the hair salon for the first time to wash her hair and have it styled beautifully. She also bought new clothes from the store for the first time. She eagerly and nervously made her way to the appointed location but met with a car accident halfway. Covered in wounds, she saw pedestrians passing by, keeping their distance, just like everyone she had encountered throughout her life. She thought she would end her ordinary life like this. Sadly, she never got to see him one last time. Just as her consciousness was fading, she felt someone holding her and running desperately. She struggled to open her eyes and saw Alexei's somewhat familiar face in her sight. Seeing the worried look on Alexei's face, she sensed a crack in her inner world. And that was where light shone in. It was from that day on, I knew that there were people in this world who cared about me. And you, Alexei, no? Should say another Alexei, gave me a new life. Then what happened? Why didn't you find me? Don't say you're not him, whether you admit it or not. I am him. He is me. Alexei's emotions were stirred. He looked at her with red-rimmed eyes and continued, Why didn't you come to me? If you found me, maybe none of that would have happened. After being discharged from the hospital, I thought of contacting you actively. But Grandma passed away. Before she left, she told me to find the Bai family in Mudu, saying that was my true home. Before leaving, I inquired about your workplace, wanting to see you once, but when I saw you embracing Ellen Yang, I knew I shouldn't disturb you. Hearing this, Alexei was stunned, then sighed softly. It was truly a cruel twist of fate. The day she mentioned must have been when Ellen Yang, after being cheated on by a school aristocrat, drank herself into a stupor and came to him for comfort. He had almost given up but fell deeper into despair because of Ellen Yang's first initiative hug. After taking care of Grandma's funeral arrangements, I went to Mudu and found the Bai family. Someone like me wasn't suited for living in such a noble household, especially as an abandoned daughter. No matter how unwilling I was destined to be entangled in power struggles. For 5 whole years, I wanted to leave countless times, even considered ending my life in a secluded place to join Grandma and Grandpa. But later, I saw your updates. You changed jobs and started a business, talking big. You gave me a second life. You were striving for a new life, and I also wanted to help you in some way. So I began to fight, to strive. In the end, I secured my position within the Bai family. They all feared me, but I just didn't want to be weak anymore, didn't want to be bullied again. I got everything I wanted, and finally had the ability to help you. Hearing this, Alexei clenched his fists tightly and took a deep breath. So, the reason I was able to turn my life around and achieve success in my career back then was because you were helping me behind the scenes. She nodded and continued. You were so full of spirit and confidence at that time. I started to hesitate again. I thought I could finally stand by your side. So, I want to find you again. But, you were already married to Ellen Yang. It wasn't until that day I realized you probably didn't remember me anymore, that insignificant person. Maybe someone like me was destined to walk through life alone. I waited another 8 years at the Bai family. Your business grew better and better, you had children, and I felt you no longer needed me. But when I planned to leave, you encountered an accident on the construction site. Though you survived, you injured your eyes. Meanwhile, Ellen Yang and Leonardo were secretly sabotaging things, so the hospital couldn't find suitable eyes for transplant. Upon hearing this, Alexei fell silent instantly, his voice slightly choked up. So, you gave your eyes to me. She smiled gently. If it were for you, not only a pair of eyes, but even this life, I would be willing to give. Everyone said I was crazy, but only I knew that whether or not I had these eyes, my world was destined to be dark. And you, Alexei, are the light bestowed upon me by heaven. I wanted to hold on to it. So, Leonardo and Ellen Yang deserve to die. I just regret why I couldn't have figured out their collusion earlier. Elwin left, Patsy left, and in the end, you also left. This world had no more reasons for me to stay. Do you know? When I saw Ellen Yang hugging you, I envied her so much. But fortunately, at the moment of departure, I could hug you too. Her words brought back memories for Alexei, reminding him of that heart-wrenching scene. He knew she was from a different world, yet fundamentally, she and Xiao Magnus were the same person. Thinking about that scene where she was consumed by fire, Alexei couldn't stop his tears from flowing down. He lifted his trembling hand, gently covering her face, which was icy cold, devoid of any warmth. You must have been in terrible pain, Alexei said, his voice breaking. He couldn't imagine how excruciating the pain must have been for her as her flesh and bones were burned inch by the flames. Chapter 248. Farewell, my love. Feeling the hand covering her face, a touch of softness appeared on her normally cold countenance. She lifted her hand to gently hold Alexei's palm, with boundless tenderness in her eyes. Yes, it hurts. But for me, this is the best ending. Hearing this, Alexei could no longer contain the emotions accumulated over 2 lifetimes, and tears flowed uncontrollably. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. He sobbed uncontrollably, tightly embracing her cold body. The two hugged each other, but the space around them was crumbling bit by bit. Alexei's body was also becoming increasingly ethereal. At this moment, Alexei panicked. Alexei. She softly called his name. You should go now. Her voice remained gentle, though a faint shimmer of mist appeared in her eyes. No. Stop. Damn it. Stop now. Watching his body gradually become translucent, Alexei roared madly but couldn't stop it. He reached out repeatedly, but his nearly transparent hands could no longer touch her. I really envy her. She is luckier than me. She and I are the same person, yet we have different fates. Alexei, love her well? Alexei's transparent body slowly ascended, while the surrounding space collapsed more violently. She strained to lift her head, leaving behind her final smile. Farewell, my love. A tear finally slid down from the corner of her eye, yet she was smiling. Boom. Darkness engulfed Alexei's vision. Alexei. Alexei. In a daze, Alexei felt someone continuously calling his name. His eyelids twitched, and he slowly opened his eyes. Blurred vision gradually became clear. Before his eyes was an exquisite face. Staring at the person before him, Alexei was momentarily stunned. Xiao Magnus. Alexei's voice was hoarse. Upon hearing this, Julian let out a sigh of relief and smiled. You're finally awake. You scared me earlier, moving around like you were having a nightmare. Seeing the concern on Xiao Magnus' face, Alexei suddenly sat up, fiercely hugging her in his arms. The sudden action left Julian stunned. She could feel Alexei's strength, holding her so tightly it almost crushed her into pieces. Not sure if it was because Alexei was squeezing too hard or for another reason. Her face turned slightly red. Just let me hold you for a while, just a little while. Alexei buried his head in her hair. His voice slightly choked. Sensing that something was off with Alexei, Julianne didn't say anything and returned his embrace. After a long time, Julianne's face grew even redder. Alexei, why you're holding too tight? I can't breathe. Hearing this, Alexei reluctantly let go. He remained silent, staring intently at her. Julianne blushed upon seeing his gaze. What happened to you just now? She asked. Alexei smiled and replied, nothing. I dreamed of an old friend. An old friend? Why were you shouting and crying then? What did you dream about? Alexei chuckled and ruffled her hair. Nothing much, my old friend said, to love you well, and I promised her. TCH, liar. Julianne mumbled, her face flushed. Then, she thought of something and pouted, looking somewhat angry. Alexei, you were reckless. The doctor told me that you donated your bone marrow to Grandma and said it would hurt your health. What if you end up sick later? Saying this, Julianne's eyes welled up with tears. Seeing this, Alexei laughed and rubbed her head. This was a special situation. The hospital couldn't find a suitable match right away, but mine worked. I'm young. With proper rest and eating a few meals you cook, I'll be fine. Hearing this, Julianne sniffled and buried her head in Alexei's chest. Wah. When I saw you being wheeled out, I was so scared. Wah. If both Grandma and you were gone, what would I do? Wah. Be good, I'm fine. By the way, how is Grandma? Julianne slowly got up and wiped her tears. Yeah, the doctor said the surgery was successful and Grandma will wake up soon. Just then, a nurse walked in. The patient in room 302 has woken up. Family members can visit now. Learning that Grandma had woken up, Julianne was overjoyed. Let's go, Shao Magnus. Let's see your Grandma. Alexei, the doctor said you need to rest. Don't move around. But Alexei casually drew her into his arms and pinched her nose. Don't worry, my body is tough. Let's go see your Grandma. Seeing Alexei's insistence, Julianne just nodded with a red face and helped Alexei walk out of the ward. Inside room 302, the elderly lady was leaning against the head of the bed, gazing out of the window, seemingly lost in thought. Patsy. Hearing Julianne's voice, the elderly lady turned her head. Julianne burrowed into the elderly lady's arms and cried like a little girl again. Foolish child. You're already a big girl, yet you still cry. Wah. Patsy, I thought I would never see you again. Hearing this, the elderly lady's expression softened as she gently stroked her head. When she saw Alexei standing beside her, dressed in a patient gown with a deathly pale face, her expression became quite complicated. Girl, go outside and buy Grandma a bowl of porridge. The elderly lady patted her back. Upon hearing this, Julianne slowly got up, looked back at Alexei, then at her grandma. She obviously understood something and nodded. As she reached the door, she glanced at Alexei once more before turning to leave. Inside the ward, Alexei and the elderly lady faced each other. Sit down, the elderly lady said. Alexei complied, walking over to the bed, pulling a chair and sitting down. Looking at Alexei before her, the elderly lady's expression kept changing. The doctor said that while the anesthesia wasn't completely worn off, my hearing wasn't affected. The girl cried for a long time beside me and said many things. I know about what happened between you two. Hearing this, Alexei didn't know how to respond for a moment. After all, when he first visited Julianne's home, the elderly lady had subtly warned him not to get too close to Julianne. He also knew that the elderly lady didn't have a very good impression of him. My old bones owe you a life. Putting aside your relationship with Magnus, I must thank you, Alexei. I asked the nurse just now, and she told me that when you signed the surgical risk agreement before the surgery, you didn't hesitate at all. Although my old bones owe you a life, this doesn't mean I will use Magnus as a bargaining chip. It was clear that the elderly lady still held the prejudice from their first meeting towards Alexei. Alexei raised an eyebrow. I signed it because you are her grandmother, her only family. If not for this relationship, I wouldn't have been foolish enough to give bone marrow away for nothing. Of course, I never thought of using this method to morally coerce you into agreeing for me to be with her. Chapter 249: The Mystery of One's Background. The old lady did not show any dissatisfaction with Alexei's answer. She simply shook her head and smiled. You, my child, are straightforward indeed. Madam, can you tell me why you harbor such a deep prejudice against me? Alexei asked. He knew that he would eventually have to pass this hurdle with the old lady. If she persisted in trying to stop him from being with Julianne, it would lead to a situation he didn't want to see. At his words, the old lady gave Alexei a deep look. I wouldn't call it prejudice, just that I feel that you high-ranking noble children live on a pedestal where nothing compares to your world. You seem untouchable, unfeeling compared to us ordinary people. In your eyes, profit is everything. For the sake of gain, one could even abandon spouse and child, giving up anything. Handing over little Magnus to you. I can't rest easy. Alexei raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. He saw that the old lady appeared to have strong biases towards the wealthy. Is it because of the Bai family from Metropolis? Alexei said. The old lady was taken aback for a moment before saying, How do you know about this? That doesn't matter. But the reason I'm sitting here is that I love little Magnus, and in this life, I will never be with anyone else but her. And you, madam, are the most cherished relative she has, so I must clear up some misunderstandings. Firstly, I am not a child of nobility. My father is merely an ordinary worker, and my mother passed away unexpectedly during childbirth. Everything I have now, I've earned through my own efforts. No matter what you think of me, you can't stop me from being with her. Yet, I also won't let her make a tough choice. I believe that one day you will understand. I'll spend my whole life protecting her with all my strength." Looking into Alexei's clear eyes, the old lady was lost in thought for a long while. Then she suddenly laughed. She had already heard from Julianne about Alexei's background earlier. Those previous statements were only meant to test his sincerity, and his performance pleased her. "Alexei, can you tell me exactly what you like about Magnus? Someone like you shouldn't lack for female company, should you? Do we need a reason to love someone? Or let me put it another way, madam, you should have confidence in her. She is the most outstanding girl in this world." Upon hearing this, the old lady shuddered and looked at Alexei deeply. After a long silence, she sighed. "I hope her choice isn't wrong." "Madam, does this mean you agree?" Alexei asked, excited. "Don't be so formal, my boy," the old lady chuckled. Alexei scratched his head, smiling. "Well, would it be too soon to call you grandmother now? If you don't find it presumptuous, I have no objections." Alexei's joke made the old lady laugh heartily. The old lady turned to look out the window, then after pondering for a moment, she spoke. "When you think the time is right, take the child for a trip to the Bai family. Though her birth parents and grandparents are no longer around, it remains her home. Ultimately, she needs to recognize her roots." This immediately piqued Alexei's interest. Indeed, the old lady knew about Julianne's origins. They chatted for a long time in the ward. The old lady had held back a lot for many years and finally found someone to talk to. Just as the her in the dream had said before, years ago the Bai family searched everywhere and learned that she had adopted Julianne. They came looking to bring Julianne back home. However, the old lady had some selfish intentions at the time. First, she couldn't bear to part with Julianne, and secondly, she felt that Julianne's personality wasn't suited to living in a noble household. She lied, claiming that Julianne had died in infancy. She originally intended to take this secret to her grave, but after coming close to death herself, she realized how selfish she had been. With Alexei's appearance, she deliberated and ultimately decided to let Alexei take Julianne back to the Bai family, recognizing her roots. Alexei promised the old lady that he would take Julianne back to the Bai family and bring her back unscathed. After a few days of recovery in the hospital, Alexei returned to Yongqing. When he told his father and grandparents about this matter, they became very excited. If not for Alexei holding them back, they probably would have gone straight to propose with dowry. Half a month later, returning to Yongqing, New Year's Eve. After discussing with his father and grandfather, Alexei decided to bring Julianne and the old lady over, so they could also provide support. The old lady agreed happily when called. Alexei then bought a new apartment in Sejong Road. After preparing everything, he brought Julianne and her grandmother over. Notably, just before they left, Esther had sold off almost all her valuables to gather over 100,000 yuan, intending to return it to Julianne. However, after obtaining Alexei's consent, the old lady only took half of it and left the remaining half for Esther. The old lady believed that although Esther did not handle the situation properly, she had indeed taken care of her for many years, so the elderly always emphasized kindness. Moreover, the old lady also knew that once they moved, it would be very difficult for them to return. She hoped that after they moved, Esther would remember this act of kindness and visit the old man's grave during festivals, helping to take care of the old house. For this, Esther was moved to the point of kneeling down to thank the old lady. To Alexei, these money were naturally nothing. Since the old lady had already spoken up, he naturally would not refuse. After bringing the old lady and Julianne to Yongqing, Alexei also brought his grandfather's family into the city. This was their first meeting, sitting together for a New Year's Eve dinner. After experiencing the atmosphere at Alexei's home, the old lady felt even more reassured. During the spring festival, with the help of Patsy and Felix Cooper, Alexei finally convinced cousin In to work at his company. After the spring festival, Alexei returned to Jiangzhou with Julianne. Julianne still chose to work at Master Brain's store, and Alexei did not refuse. He knew Julianne's personality and would not treat her like a caged bird. During this time, Ellen called Alexei several times, and upon learning that Alexei had returned to Jiangzhou, she hurried back as well. Outside Jiang University, at the school gate, Ellen stood nervously by the entrance. Soon, a silver Maserati slowly drove up. Seeing this, Ellen's eyes lit up with joy as she hurriedly approached. After stopping, she quickly straightened her hair and walked a few steps forward. "Alexei, you're here?" Chapter 250, Preparation for Reckoning. Alexei looked at Janice in front of him with a cold expression. "How's the thing I asked you to handle?" Upon hearing this, Janice responded somewhat displeased. "Can't we talk about something else besides that matter?" "You're talking too much nonsense," Alexei said coldly. Janice hesitated as she took out her phone and handed it over to Alexei. After receiving the phone, Alexei spent a good 10 minutes looking through it before finally nodding satisfactorily. At this point, Janice felt somewhat uneasy. "Alexei, you didn't lie to me, did you? If I do as you say, will you really give me an opportunity? I didn't force you. You can choose not to follow what I say." "What? Are you feeling bu pingheng, unbalanced? Because now I'm only asking for your help after all I did for you back then?" "No, not at all." In the past, Janice had always been so high and mighty in front of Alexei, yet now she appeared extremely humble. After returning home this time, she told her parents about her relationship with Alexei. Her father only told her one sentence. No matter what it takes, she must get Alexei on her side. He also informed her about Mingchen Technology's value in China's business world. She didn't remember the specifics, but she knew that if she could win over Alexei, even marry him, she would jump to the top of society. Compared to that, enduring some humiliation now was nothing. Moreover, she had made up her mind that once she managed to successfully win Alexei back, she would then find ways to directly get married and then divorce him for some reasons. By then, she would obtain half of Alexei's wealth, which would be enough for her and her family to live lavishly without any worries for life. Sorry, Alexei, I shouldn't have said that. Don't worry, I'll listen to you. Actually, I'm quite annoyed with Colby too. In fact, you don't know how much he has spoken ill of you in front of me since we graduated from high school. Oh, and his father is not a good person either. I heard his father often targeted your dad in the factory. Upon hearing this, Alexei just sneered slightly. Just take care of your own affairs. Saying that, he turned around, got into the car, and left. On the way back, Alexei received a video call from Hideo. During the spring festival, he drove Hideo to Jialing City. Alexei didn't know much about Hideo's late wife Timothy Xiaohui, except that they met at a small restaurant in Jialing City. As a brother, Alexei didn't want to alter Hideo's fate due to his own reasons, so he brought Hideo to Jialing City with a nothing-to-lose attitude, hoping for a miracle. As for the rest, it was all up to Hideo himself. Fortunately, Hideo did well, eventually chatting up Timothy Xiaohui and winning her favor. Xiaohui, come on, say hello. Oh, don't be shy, this is my childhood buddy who grew up with me wearing the same shorts. Through the video call, watching the shy Timothy Xiaohui greet him, Alexei replied politely. Regardless, it was comforting to know that Hideo's matter was settled. In 2 years, when they started their internships, he could arrange a position for Hideo at his company or give him money to start his own business. After hanging up, Alexei couldn't help but sigh with relief. Now, it was only left to deal with Xiao Magnus' matter. Thinking of this, he took out his phone and called Andreas, whom he hadn't contacted for some time. Hey, Zofiaki, what are you busy with recently? Alexei asked. Andreas's voice came through the phone. Hee, young brother Timothy finally remembers me. I'm here in K country discussing things with Anwar. What's up? Just right, I have something to discuss with brother How too. I'll come over tonight, let's talk face to face. After hanging up, Alexei sent a message to Jarrett to prepare the trip to K country. K country. Upon landing, Alexei hurried to meet Andreas and Orlando. When he arrived at the hotel, Andreas was discussing something with Orlando. Seeing Orlando's worried look, Alexei asked about the situation. Sigh, old Wong, you tell him, I'm really not in the mood now, Orlando said. Hearing this, Andreas began narrating the story. It turns out that the Bai family wasn't peaceful lately. Since the former head of the family passed away many years ago, the position of the head had remained vacant. Now that Orlando's generation had grown up, they were finally starting to compete for the position of the head. Although Orlando wasn't the eldest son, he was very favored by the late patriarch. Unfortunately, he fell into despair and self-destructive behavior a few years ago, which led to disapproval from many elders in the family. Thus, in the current competition for the head position, there were very few supporters for Orlando. Brother How, what if I can help you? Alexei suddenly said. Hearing this, Orlando became instantly excited. Now, Mengxian Technology was one of the top few enterprises in China, and Alexei's net worth was close to tens of billions. Originally, when Orlando approached Andreas, apart from wanting to ally with the Wong family, he also thought that Andreas had a closer relationship with Alexei. He hoped that maybe he could pull Alexei into his camp. He didn't expect that Alexei would now offer to help him. Brother Timothy, are you serious? You're really willing to help me? Of course, but I have one condition. If you take charge of the Bai family, I need you to do me a favor. Hearing Alexei's condition, Orlando paused, then asked suspiciously, what kind of favor? Hey, brother Timothy, we do have some connections. You shouldn't overprice your offer. Mengxian Technology is no weaker than our noble families. Seeing Orlando become cautious, Alexei shook his head and smiled. Rest assured, once you take charge of the Bai family, this won't be difficult for you. Well, let's hear it, Orlando said. Do you remember the person I asked you to help find back then? Hearing this, Orlando was momentarily stunned, deep in thought before he replied, yeah, I remember vaguely. I can now confirm that she is the Bai family's long-lost daughter. My condition is that after you take charge of the Bai family, you must formally acknowledge her as a member of the family. Don't worry, she won't get involved in any of the Bai family's affairs. She just needs an official title. Our family's long-lost daughter? Orlando was puzzled. When he first heard about this, he had investigated but found no clues. Let me check with my elders at home first, brother Timothy. This is my uncle, who is highly respected and was trusted by Atli. Now in the Bai family, he is one of the few supporting me. After making a phone call, Orlando hung up, took a deep breath, and looked at Alexei. Brother Timothy, may I ask what your relationship is with this girl? Hearing this, Alexei smiled. She is my love. Chapter 251. Strategic Moves. Inside the hotel room, Alexei had a long conversation with Orlando. Orlando also confirmed Julianne's identity through his family elders, just as Alexei had said, that she indeed belonged to the Bai family. After agreeing on the terms, all that was left was for Alexei to figure out how to use Morgan Tech's current influence to help Orlando take charge of the entire Bai family. When leaving the hotel room, Orlando personally saw Alexei off. As he watched Alexei get into the car, Orlando waved goodbye with a smile. After leaving the hotel, Alexei rushed straight to the airport and boarded the last flight back to Jiangzhou. Upon returning to Jiangzhou, Alexei immediately convened all the company executives, including Diana, Anne, and Jarrett. At the internal meeting, he informed everyone about the collaboration with Orlando and laid down a series of measures. Time quietly slipped by, and soon it was time for school to start again. After much persuasion from Alexei, Julianne finally agreed to move into the villa, on the condition that they each had their own room. During this period, Alexei busied himself with company affairs while secretly instructing Jarrett to make a trip to Jiangzhou. A month later, Morgantech officially announced that it would invest 50 billion yuan to build a new cultural industry base in Shanghai. Today, Morgantech is almost unrivaled in the online cultural industry. Since after the new year, domestic online culture and short video industries have peaked, influencing countless sectors, signaling the arrival of an era of universal media. As a leading enterprise in the industry, Morgantech has already far outpaced its competitors in both strength and reputation. When the news of Morgantech moving into Shanghai was released, numerous local companies and even some clans competed fiercely to seek cooperation. Naturally, this included the Bai family. As a rising force among local Shanghai clans, the Bai family, despite having a decent presence in Shanghai, lacked solid roots due to their early migration from abroad. The entry of Morgantech presented a crucial opportunity for the Bai family to break through their developmental bottleneck. Especially when one local company after another was turned down by Morgantech, the Bai family believed their chance had come. However, their representatives were all rejected. At this critical moment, Orlando vowed to his family elders that he would secure this cooperation for the Bai family. Having already reached an agreement with Alexei beforehand, Orlando symbolically paid a price and successfully secured this opportunity for the Bai family. For a time, news of the strong alliance between Morgantech and the Bai family spread across the country. Orlando was entrusted with significant responsibilities within the family. Everything seemed to be progressing in a positive direction. But Alexei knew that this alone wouldn't be enough to help Orlando fully take control of the entire Bai family. He needed to accumulate more capital for Orlando. Before they knew it, their sophomore year had ended. Over this entire semester, Alexei and Julianne's relationship rapidly deepened. During this period, Alexei unexpectedly discovered that perhaps influenced by the elder lady, Julianne showed considerable talent in craftsmanship and design. Coincidentally, the Bai family has been focusing on the jewelry sector, and due to the partnership with Morgantech, they also set up several companies in Jiangzhou. Taking advantage of the holidays, Alexei sent Julianne to work at one of the Bai family's companies. Meanwhile, Orlando's status within the Bai family continued to rise. Throughout this period, Yin would still come to see Alexei from time to time. Though Alexei could have easily dealt with Yin earlier, he chose not to. Over this year, he played her game, giving her faint hope each time she wanted to give up. Yin's father, Akash, runs a small factory in Yongqing, dealing in construction materials. Their biggest investor is Jiangzhou Noah Real Estate. Speaking of which, Morgantech's headquarters in Jiangzhou was originally purchased by Alexei from Casey, the owner of Noah Real Estate. So when Alexei asked Casey for a small favor, he readily agreed. Simultaneously, Alexei met privately with Andreas. The Wang family's main business includes real estate and processing plants, covering nearly the entire country, naturally including Yongqing. Under the guise of Andreas, Alexei acquired a foreign-owned factory in Yongqing, where his father worked. Upon completion of the acquisition, he made sure his father resigned promptly and secretly promoted him to become the general manager of the factory in Wallace. So, these past few months, Leonardo had been living quite a carefree life, except that he still couldn't forget about Yin. This day, inside the company office, Alexei looked at the data report Jared handed over and couldn't help but sneer continuously. Boss, this Landon's appetite is really too big. Are we sure to close the net now? With all the embezzlement he has done, it's enough for him and his son to spend the rest of their lives in jail. Not yet, it's not time, Alexei said with a light laugh. After becoming the general manager of the factory, Leonardo's father, Landon, was initially cautious, just maintaining the normal order of the factory. But as time went on, as Alexei had predicted, he began to tamper with things secretly. At first, he only misappropriated part of the factory's funds using his position. Addyman desires are endless. Gradually tasting the sweetness, Landon's greed grew larger, embezzling more and more. To get even more, he let Leonardo hold a nominal position in the factory, earning the highest salary and benefits each month. Boss, did you need me? Before long, Ridge walked into the office with a smile. How's the preparation going? Alexei asked. Hearing this, Ridge raised the USB drive in his hand with a smile. Whatever boss orders, I make sure it's done perfectly. As he spoke, he plugged the USB drive into the computer. After a series of operations, he pointed at the screen and opened his mouth with a smile. Boss, how do you feel? If you're not satisfied, I can redo it. Not bad. During this period, create some hype appropriately, warm it up a bit, so there will be more controversy when the time comes. Hee, don't worry, I know how to handle it. Hearing this, Alexei suddenly thought of something and continued. Right, there's one more thing I need you to take care of. After chatting briefly with Ridge in the office, Alexei left the company. Everything Alexei had prepared was ready. When the holiday ended, everything he had arranged finally started to unfold. Jiangzhou College. On campus, Leonardo was driving around in his car when he suddenly received a call from Yin. More than half an hour later, Yin hailed a taxi to Jiangzhou College. Now, Leonardo was incredibly confident, believing that since he was wealthy enough, it made sense for Yin to come close to him voluntarily. At Elenian's suggestion, the two went out to play at a nightclub. Yin said she wanted to introduce a few friends to Leonardo. Inside the KTV, Leonardo and Yin were having fun with a few men and women. Since his father became the head of the factory, Leonardo had become wildly arrogant, wishing everyone knew he was rich. Timothy, brother Chun, shall we go somewhere more interesting next? Chapter 252. The bait has taken. The one who initiated conversation with Leonardo was a small, stout young man with a naive appearance. Sure, name the place. I'm flush with cash. Let's have as much fun as we can tonight. Seeing Leonardo's air of wealth and extravagance, the chubby young man couldn't help but smile from ear to ear. After leaving the KTV, they went to a mahjong parlor. Leonardo was surprised by his incredibly good luck, thoroughly enjoying the game. Meanwhile, the chubby young man got up with a troubled look on his face, saying he needed to go to the restroom. In the bathroom, the chubby young man made a phone call. Hey, brother Christopher, this kid has taken the bait? Okay, noted brother Christopher. Rest assured. At most a month, once addicted to it, there's no quitting. It was another National Day holiday. On the campus of Zhang University, Alexei felt quite sentimental looking at the new batch of fresh-faced students, sighing involuntarily. Beside him, Liz giggled, covering her mouth and asked, "Why the sudden sighing?" "Nothing much, just feeling that time flies." Upon hearing this, Julian also nodded, walking hand in hand with Alexei through the campus. "Yeah, in 2 months or so, we'll all be interning. Practically speaking, it will be graduation." As they chatted idly, Alexei received a message on his phone. He pulled out his phone and saw it was from Orlando. "Orlando, everything is settled. You can bring her back anytime." 3 months ago, Alexei had already helped Orlando gain complete control over the entire Bai family. Although Orlando was not officially the head yet, it was only a matter of time. And Orlando had kept his promise to Alexei, busy preparing matters related to Julianne for these past few months. After putting away his phone, Alexei glanced at Julianne next to him. "Magnus. Do you want to go home?" Alexei asked. "Home? Didn't we just come back from Yongqing a few days ago? Do you miss Felix and Aunt Vicky?" replied Julianne. Alexei shook his head and said, "I mean the Bai family." Upon hearing this, Julianne fell silent. Her true parentage had been revealed to her as soon as her grandmother was discharged from the hospital. Her grandmother told her that if she wanted, she could return to the Bai family with Alexei whenever she wished and would not interfere. When people mocked her as an orphan without parents in the past, she did long for a complete family. Even when she first learned that she was adopted by her grandparents, she dreamed of someday finding her birth parents. But now, facing this real opportunity, she hesitated. She loved her current life and didn't want to change it. Yet deep down, she felt strange about the Bai family with whom she shared blood ties. "Alexei, should I go back?" Julian asked. "The choice is yours. Whatever you decide, I support you. If you don't want to, we can live our peaceful lives together forever. If you do, I'll take you back to the Bai family, and if you don't like the atmosphere there, you can leave anytime." "Oh, really?" Julianne's only worry was being restricted after returning to the so-called Bai family. "Of course, have I ever lied to you?" "Well then, I need to ask Grandma first." Julian turned around and called the elderly woman on her phone. They talked for a long time, and when she hung up, her eyes were red, having wiped away tears secretly. Seeing this, Alexei patted her head and said, "Silly girl, actually, both me and your grandma don't intend to send you back to the Bai family. We just feel, given the blood relation, you deserve a rightful identity." Alexei's words echoed what the elderly woman had just told her over the phone. With her last concerns put to rest, Julianne finally nodded. "Yes, okay." That night, Alexei booked 2 tickets to Shanghai. After learning the news, Orlando promptly arranged everything. Thanks to Orlando's mediation, the Bai family welcomed Julianne with a decent attitude, which naturally owed much to Orlando and Alexei's influence. The ancestral welcoming ceremony for Julianne was not too complicated. Just paying respects at the ancestral hall and lighting incense before the senior-most elder inscribed her name in the family register. Finally, Alexei and Julianne learned some secrets about that year from the old elder. Decades ago, the Bai family had been developing overseas. Upon returning to China, they went through many cities before finally settling in Modu. Julianne's biological father was an illegitimate child conceived unintentionally by the old patriarch of the Bai family during his time abroad. At that time, everyone in the Bai family strongly opposed acknowledging Julianne's father. However, since the old patriarch was still alive, he ensured that Julianne's father grew up under his protection. After growing up, Julianne's father had no interest in the family business. Instead, he fell in love with a woman from a common family, and they privately pledged their lives to each other. The old patriarch of the Bai family vehemently opposed this match. However, unbeknownst to him, Julianne's parents had already conceived her early on. Faced with this reality, the old patriarch had no choice but to compromise. At that time, the Bai family was still not fully stabilized. The surface seemed calm, but there were hidden power struggles within. Everyone had designs on the position of family head, held by the old patriarch. Adding to this, the technology at the time couldn't determine the gender of Julianne's unborn baby. Yet some people couldn't bear the thought of Julianne being born. During the old patriarch's absence abroad, there were attempts within the Bai family to harm Julianne's parents and the unborn child. To protect them, Julianne's father tragically lost his life. Left alone, Julianne's mother fled, eventually reaching Zhangji town where she gave birth to Julianne. She never expected that the vast Bai family would have no place for her and her daughter. Thus, the newborn Julianne was given to a rural couple who became her grandparents. In the end, Julianne's mother chose to take her own life outside the gates of the Bai family residence. Upon returning to China and learning of these events, the old patriarch flew into a rage. He sent the culprit to prison but fell gravely ill as a result. During this time, the old patriarch had sought out Julianne's grandparents but was told that Julianne had died in infancy. Heartbroken, the old patriarch passed away shortly after returning to the Bai family mansion. After his death, this scandal was forbidden from being mentioned within the Bai family, and almost none of the younger generation knew about it. Upon learning the whole story, Julianne remained unusually calm. However, when Alexei suggested leaving, she insisted on spending the night outside the ancestral hall to honor the spirits of her parents and grandfather. That night, Julianne knelt before the ancestral hall without drinking or eating, while Alexei stayed by her side the entire time. The next day, seeing Julianne's pale face and nearly fainting, Alexei ultimately carried her away by force. Leaving the Bai family, Julianne secluded herself in a room in a private courtyard for 3 days. But thankfully, after 3 days, she emerged from this shadow. The Bai family also officially announced and acknowledged Julianne's identity. Chapter 253. It should end. At Zhang University, on campus, 3 years of university life had passed in the blink of an eye. To countless students, they knew all too well that they were about to leave the campus and enter society. Countless young men and women were saying tearful goodbyes in the campus or their dorms, either to their closest roommates or to those they had harbored feelings for over 3 years. However, room 205 was an exception. Under Alexei's arrangement, the 3 seniors from the dorm had all been unified to intern at Mingchen Technology. As for Conway, he refused his family's suggestion to return home to inherit the family business and chose to join Lance and Lucius at Mingchen Technology. And to show favor toward Alexei, Orlando took the initiative to plan on gifting all the jewelry companies in Jiangzhou to Julianne. Unfortunately, Julianne was not interested in these. After politely declining Orlando, Alexei simply used money to open a small accessory shop near Zhang University, handing it over for Julianne to manage. Whether it made a profit or not didn't matter. As long as little Magnus liked it, that was enough. On the day of his 21st birthday, Alexei decided to give himself and Julianne a special gift. He proposed the idea of engagement with Julianne to her grandmother under his own name. The elderly woman readily agreed. Considering Julianne's current status, Alexei naturally had to inform the Bai family. With Orlando taking the lead, the Bai family promoted the engagement news extensively. At the dinner table back home, watching his relatives' smiling faces and the slightly tipsy Julianne beside him, Alexei raised his head and finished the last sip of alcohol. Perhaps due to the effects of the alcohol, he started hallucinating in his daze. He seemed to see Julianne from his previous life. She waved at him with a smile, then turned and left. Goodbye. Alexei muttered to himself, tilting his head and falling into a deep sleep. While the Bai family and his father Gillis were preparing for the engagement ceremony, Alexei did not idle around. He wanted to live a peaceful life with little Magnus in the second half of his life, but before that, certain people needed to be cleared away. After leaving his hometown, he returned to Jiangzhou immediately. Finding Jarrett and Ridge separately, he only told each of them one sentence. It should end. A bombshell news item suddenly shot up the trending list on Xiaoming app. Jiangzhou's most devoted man, Ridge, exposes the true face of fraudster Ellen. In the video, Ridge emotionally recounted Ellen's actions and presented a series of chat records and bank transfer receipts. He also claimed to have contacted several middle school classmates of Ellen who had also been deceived by her. In the video, these boys recounted how Ellen had deceived their affections. Indeed, these were people who had pursued Ellen during junior high and high school. Of course, what thoroughly incriminated Ellen was the audio recording and screen recording provided by a girl who was her most loyal follower in college, Darlene. It turns out Darlene had posted the first rumor about Alexei online and later published many posts defaming him. Alexei once found Darlene privately and told her that if he wished, he could sue her for invading his privacy and defamation. With a mix of threats and promises, Darlene had no choice but to comply. Public opinion is easily swayed, especially when manipulated. With a string of damning evidence, Ellen's previously cultivated image as a pure goddess crumbled. More and more men, including those she had treated as backups in college, came forward to accuse her. For a time, Ellen became a public enemy on the internet. At home, Ellen huddled in her bed with disheveled hair, pale-faced, watching the news on her phone. How can this be? How can this be? Alexei, you lied to me. You've been lying to me. Alexei, you've been lying to me. Her beautiful face twisted grotesquely as she threw her shattered phone across the room, smashing anything within reach. But this was just the beginning. Akash, Ellen's father, received a sudden loan reminder from the bank today. Over the past year, Noah Real Estate had almost monopolized all the construction materials for Xiang Family Factory. 3 months ago, Noah announced its cooperation with Yongqing authorities to develop a high-end commercial square in Yongqing. Sensing the opportunity, Akash personally brought gifts to Casey and after much persuasion secured this deal. However, Casey had only one requirement. All building materials must be produced within 3 months. This was quite a strain for the Xiang Family Factory, but Akash, having already tasted the sweet success, gritted his teeth and poured in all his savings. He took out millions in bank loans to purchase several idle factories, raw materials, machinery, and recruited more workers in large numbers. The delivery time was just half a month away, and despite the bank's reminders, Akash wasn't too worried. But he didn't expect that after half a month, Noah Real Estate unilaterally announced a change of ownership, being acquired by Mingchen Technology. The new head informed him that the originally planned commercial square project had been cancelled. Previously, Akash had only signed a preliminary payment contract with Casey. Even with a breach of contract penalty, it was only 2 million yuan. Suddenly, the sky seemed to fall on this young family. Akash sold all his properties, even his house and car, but still owed a significant amount of high-interest debt. Meanwhile, in the factory supervised by Landon, a group of officials from the supervisory department came and took Landon away. The reason was Jarrett's lawsuit, accompanied by ample evidence of Landon's embezzlement of public funds and abuse of power. Faced with solid evidence, Landon knew he couldn't escape punishment. To avoid jail, he planned to use all his savings to cover the gaps. However, he found that in this short year, nearly 10 million yuan of his savings had been squandered by Leonardo. Leonardo, due to owing huge gambling debts, was beaten and had one leg broken by creditors. In the end, Landon couldn't escape jail, while Leonardo mysteriously vanished without a trace. Another month later, Yongcheng, Sun God Grand Hotel, Chairman Alexei of Mingchen Technology and the by-family heiress Julianne's engagement party attracted numerous elites of Yongcheng to attend. Outside the hotel, luxury cars lined up along the road. In the crowd, two figures were talking in low voices. One person dragged an injured leg, looking thin and haggard like a homeless person. The other woman was beautiful but had a look of deep resentment as she stared at the hotel. These two were none other than the long-missing Leonardo and Ellen. Chapter 254, The Final Frenzy. Adley, it's too dangerous. Let's just forget about it, Leonardo said in a hoarse voice. Lately, he had been constantly hiding from creditors and Felix Hat. Life had become worse than death. Upon hearing this, Ellen's emotions flared up suddenly. Shut up. He deceived me. He ruined everything for me. Even if I die, I won't let him have peace. At this moment, Ellen was blinded completely by hatred. Ever since their family went bankrupt, her father, Akash, unable to repay high-interest loans, had already been sent to prison. Her mother, meanwhile, took her back to the rural hometown and barely got by. What she found hardest to accept was that her mother intended to marry her off to an extremely ugly bachelor merely for the meager dowry of a few tens of thousands of yuan. She ran away secretly, contacted Leonardo, all to seek revenge on Alexei on this day. Everything she cared about, vanity and wealth, were gone now. She knew her life was over. But before that, she wouldn't let Alexei get away easily. Seeing Leonardo still hesitating, Ellen forced down her anger and grabbed his hand. Leonardo, you love me so much, don't you? I promise, as long as we succeed and flee far away, I have some savings left. It's enough for us to live abroad. At that time, I will be yours, my body and heart will belong to you. After hearing this, Leonardo seemed tempted. Now he had nothing, no future. Moreover, he hated Alexei as well, and rather than hiding all his life, it might be better to take this chance with Ellen. Okay. Outside the hotel, the security guard noticed Ellen and Leonardo and stepped forward to stop them. Hello, please show your invitations. Hearing this, Leonardo's heart skipped a beat, and he instinctively glanced at Ellen. I'm an old classmate of Alexei. I forgot to bring the invitation because I came here hurriedly. Sorry, without an invitation, you can't enter. Just as the guard was about to turn them away, he heard something through his earpiece. Moments later, the guard stepped aside. My apologies, you may proceed inside. Ellen hesitated when she saw the guard's sudden change in attitude. But there was no turning back now. She instinctively covered her pocket and walked into the hotel boldly with Leonardo. As they disappeared into the building, the guard spoke into his walkie-talkie. Meanwhile, inside the hotel security room, a row of monitors displayed various areas, one screen showing Leonardo and Ellen clearly. A well-dressed man glanced down at two photos in his hand, the pictures of Leonardo and Ellen. He pulled out his phone and made a call. Boss, the two people Mr. Timothy instructed us to look out for have been let in. Inside the hotel, Ellen and Leonardo cautiously roamed the corridor, looking around. They asked several people and surprisingly easily found Julianne's room. At the corner of the hallway, they hid and soon saw two familiar figures. Even though it was only a silhouette, Ellen recognized it immediately. It was Alexei. Watching Alexei escort Julianne into the room and leave, Ellen sneered and motioned for Leonardo to approach the door. Taking a deep breath, she placed her hands behind her back and rang the doorbell. Who is it? A female voice came from inside, muffled by the door, but Ellen was certain those silhouettes belonged to Alexei and Julianne. Hello, Zofia Spy. I'm from the hotel. Mr. Alexei asked me to personally deliver this to you. Click. Shortly, the door opened a crack. Seizing the opportunity, Leonardo pushed through forcefully into the room. Inside the room, seeing the silhouette standing by the window, Ellen's expression filled with deep resentment. Alexei destroyed everything for her, so she would destroy what mattered most to him. Just as she was about to pull out a copper container from her pocket, everything turned dark. Suddenly, several burly men burst out from the bathroom, pinning her and Leonardo to the ground. Clap, clap. Someone clapped their hands as they entered the room. Seeing Alexei instantly distorted Ellen's features. Alexei. Hearing this, Alexei leisurely moved a few steps forward, pulling a chair to sit down, eyeing Ellen and Leonardo with interest. You really didn't disappoint me. It seems you truly hate me. Finishing, he turned his gaze towards the silhouette by the window. Cousin, you should go rest now. What follows might make you uncomfortable. Turns out, the silhouette wasn't Julianne but Anne, who had a similar build. After and left, Alexei's expression turned completely cold. Alexei, You liar. May you die a horrible death.
Smack.
The security guard standing beside Alexei slapped Ellen to the ground, growling fiercely, "Behave yourself." This slap did make Ellen more obedient, yet her eyes were filled with profound resentment. Alexei slowly stood up and took the copper container from Ellen's hand. After pouring out a drop of liquid, the carpet on the floor instantly corroded, forming a hole. Upon seeing this, Alexei's expression grew colder. Indeed worthy of you," Alexei said slowly. Seeing Alexei's cold look, Leonardo was frightened. With a thud, he fell to his knees, repeatedly bowing for mercy. "Alexei, no, shout Timothy, I have nothing to do with this. It's all Ellen. She's the one who bewitched me. Please, let me go. I've already suffered enough. Think about our past relationship and let me go." "Leonardo, you coward." Ellen cursed furiously. But Leonardo didn't care. He kept banging his head on the ground desperately. "Past relationship? What a past relationship?" Alexei laughed. His gaze shifted to Ellen, then fixed back on Leonardo. "Leonardo, you should know that everything you are suffering now is all thanks to Ellen. Now, you're in the same situation as I was before, both of us deceived by her face. I will give you a chance. I always repay kindness with kindness and enmity with enmity." Alexei waved the container in his hand, speaking sardonically. "She wanted to ruin what I cherish most, so I will destroy everything she has. So, do you know what to do?" After saying this, he waved his hand. The two bodyguards understood his intention and released Leonardo, but their eyes stayed glued on him. Leonardo slowly got up, trembling as he took the container from Alexei's hand. Beside him, Ellen seemed to sense something, struggling frantically and finally panicking. "Alexei, you can't do this to me. Alexei, I'm wrong. I know I'm wrong. Please let me go. I won't dare anymore. I really won't. Please let me go. I'll leave right now. I promise I will never show up again. Please, Alexei. Yes, you like me, don't you? I give myself to you. I will submit to you right now. I can be your slave. Please, let me go." Facing Ellen's plea for mercy, Alexei ignored her, only staring intently at Leonardo. "You have only one chance. Don't disappoint me." Leonardo limped towards Ellen. Perhaps realizing Alexei would not spare her, Ellen gave up begging for mercy and glared fiercely at Leonardo. "Leonardo, are you still a man? Giving in just like that? You coward. Failure." Ellen's relentless curses ignited Leonardo's temper. "Shut up, bitch. This is all because of you." Then he turned his head and looked at Alexei. Taking a deep breath, he said, "Alexei, I hope you mean what you say." Chapter 255. Hand in Hand, Final Chapter. Outside the room, Julianne and Anne stood at the door. Originally, Julianne was about to enter, but she was stopped by Anne. "Cousin, is Alexei inside?" Julianne asked. "Yes, but it's best if you don't go in yet." Just as she finished speaking, an extremely piercing scream came from inside, accompanied by the sound of music and hissing corrosion. Inside the room, Ellen curled up on the ground, a pool of blood beneath her. "Aya! My face! My face! Alexei, I won't let you off either for what you've done." Seeing Ellen's grotesquely disfigured and hideously ugly face, Leonardo couldn't help but shudder. "Alexei, you can let me go now, right?" At this, Alexei shrugged. "It seems you misunderstood something. I only said I would give you a chance. After all, your downfall is partly due to Ellen. I have given you the opportunity to take revenge. As for leaving, rest assured, I will send you where you belong." You lied to me?" Leonardo regained his senses, angrily lunging forward but was grabbed by the guards nearby who delivered 2 punches to his stomach, causing him to slump over unconscious. Upon seeing this, Alexei slowly walked up to Ellen and squatted down. There was a strong smell of roasted meat in the air. Looking at Ellen's mutilated face, Alexei just smiled. "Kill me." Ellen looked weakly at Alexei, utterly despairing. She used to be high and mighty, capable of manipulating Alexei and all the boys who pursued her at her whim. But now, everything she once prided herself on, her beauty, family background, had been completely destroyed. "Death is a form of relief for you. I heard your mother is willing to marry you off to a single man named Maizi for a dowry of several 10,000 yuan. I almost forgot to tell you that this marriage proposal was arranged by someone I asked. That Maizi, whom I've met, isn't handsome, but it doesn't matter since he matches you now. Oh, and I made sure to speak with this Maizi, telling him to take good care of you. His neighbors say he has some peculiar preferences in that department." Alexei deliberately emphasized the word care, and even informed Ellen about Maizi's peculiar tastes. At that moment, Ellen's body trembled violently as she reached out weakly, grabbing Alexei's trouser leg. Before she could finish, she slumped over, fainting. "Boss, what should we do with these two?" Hearing this, Alexei slowly got up, glanced at Leonardo and said, "Take this one to the municipal police station, find the best lawyer, and I never want to see him again." "Understood, boss." Then, Alexei looked at Ellen. "As for her, don't let her future husband wait. Take her to the hospital first, then hand her over to Maizi. Remember to tell Maizi to take good care of her for the rest of her life on my behalf." "Understood, boss." Outside the room, as Alexei walked out of the room, he saw Julianne waiting outside. Though curious about what had happened inside, Julianne didn't ask too many questions. Meanwhile, Alexei sighed in relief. Finally, Everything was over. Alexei. Patsy and Felix are waiting. All right, let's go. Alexei extended his hand, and Julian smiled, placing hers in his palm. The two turned and left. Yongqing No. 4 High School. For the entire faculty and student body of Yongqing No. 4 High School, today was a special day. The school leaders had invited a group of outstanding graduates from the class of 2015 to return to their alma mater for promotional speeches. Among them, the most anticipated was undoubtedly the top scorer of that year's college entrance exam, now the chairman of Mingchen Technology, Alexei. On this trip, Alexei specifically brought Julianne along. After all, this place was not only his alma mater, but also the place where his relationship with Julianne began. Why? Aren't you coming with me? Outside the auditorium, Julianne adjusted Alexei's tie, like a doting wife. No way. They invited you, not me. I'm not going to join in on this. You're my newlywed wife. It's perfectly reasonable for me to bring my family, Alexei replied. Blushing slightly, Julianne gave Alexei a playful glance. Tisk, smooth talker. Fine, you go ahead. It's been a long time since I've been here, so I want to walk around. Okay, but don't wander off. I'll find you when I'm done, Alexei said. I know. Watching Alexei walk into the auditorium, Julianne then wandered around the school alone. Since most students were in the auditorium, the campus was quite empty. Julianne walked around, pausing now and then, lost in memories as she looked at the familiar surroundings. Unconsciously, she found herself at the basketball court. The court had been renovated, but she still managed to find the stone steps where they had sat back then. She sat on the steps, recalling how Alexei first came to her defense right here. Looking at the empty court, she could almost see Alexei's figure from back then. She couldn't help but smile. She took out her phone from her pocket. Despite the rapid updates in phones, she had kept using this one Alexei had given her all those years ago. Plugging in her wired earphones, she inserted them into her ears and opened the music player. On single loop, she immersed herself in the music, humming along unconsciously. After a while, someone gently tapped her shoulder. She took out one earphone and turned back to see Alexei's exceptionally bright eyes. Hi there, Julianne. Can I sit here? Alexei asked with a grin. Hearing this, Julianne smiled. Of course, Alexei. Alexei sat next to her. Seeing the earphone Julianne handed over, he accepted it and put it in his ear. It was the same familiar tune, and Alexei began humming along. When the wind blows, I try holding your hand. But alas, the rain gets heavier, until I can't see you anymore. How long will it take for me to be by your side? They leaned against each other, enjoying the moment. Ring. Ring. At that moment, their phones rang in unison. Son, you've been married for half a year now. When are you going to have a baby? Magnus, Patsy's health is deteriorating. She just wants to hold her grandchild. You and Timothy should try harder. Facing the pressure from Lorenzo and Patsy, both Alexei and Julianne put their phones aside at the same time. Finally, Alexei replied into his phone. Lorenzo, Patsy, Xiao Magnus and I are on our honeymoon. We won't be back for at least 6 months. My signal is poor, hey? Can you hear me? Oh, talk later. And he hung up. Beside him, Julianne couldn't help but laugh. Tisk liar, said Julianne. I'm not lying. He stood up, bent down, and extended a hand toward Julianne. My dear wife, would you like to go on a honeymoon with your husband, travel the world, and see what it has to offer? Looking at the face before her that had lost its youthful naivety, Julianne was momentarily lost in thought. After a long while, she smiled gently. Yes, wherever you go, I'll be with you. Saying this, she stood up and placed her hand in Alexei's palm. They smiled at each other, then turned and walked together into the distance. The sun was shining perfectly, and the breeze was gentle. The road ahead stretched endlessly. Even if no one followed behind, as long as they held hands, they would never lose their way even with their eyes closed.